The first thing I did after being reborn was to spend a fortune buying 1,000 cattle, then spent 3 days and nights slaughtering them all. Even though the goddess I pursued for 5 years was furious enough to break up with me, it didn't slow my blade in the slightest. All because, 3 days later, the apocalypse would descend, and everyone would undergo bestial transformation. In my previous life, although I awakened a rather ordinary wild ox beast origin, I accidentally obtained a secret method to awaken the bloodline of the ancient ferocious beast, Qiongqi, in the ruins of a demonic lair. Yet, my ex-girlfriend, to monopolize the secret method, conspired with others to mercilessly kill me, even personally cracked open my skull and cruelly devoured my beast origin. Wang Zhe, have you lost your mind? Selling our house just to buy 1,000 cattle? This was supposed to be our future marital home. I order you to buy it back immediately. Facing Chen Mengyuan, who stood with her hands on her hips and a face full of rage, I wasn't angry at all. In fact, I almost laughed. The house is mine. I can sell it if I want to. What does it have to do with you? Wang Zhe, how dare you yell at me? Chen Mengyuan pointed at my nose, her face flushed with anger. Apologize to me right now, or I'll never forgive you. You're such a jerk. As she scanned the chaotic herd of 1,000 mooing cattle in the farm, Chen Mengyuan was so furious she felt her lungs might explode. After all, Wang Zhe's house was located in the prime urban area. Not only was there a subway station right downstairs, but the school district and commercial amenities were also top tier. She had long considered that house hers. Haven't you taken enough money from me over the years? I looked at her furious expression with disdain. Just leave already. If the apocalypse hadn't yet arrived, I'd teach you a proper lesson. Wang Zhe, you. I'm never speaking to you again. Chen Mengyuan stomped her foot furiously and stormed off in a huff. Gazing at the 1,000 cattle voraciously devouring hay in the farm, my eyes burned with excitement. My precious ones, you are the foundation of my dominance in the apocalypse. Under the bewildered stares of 1,000 pairs of saucer-like bovine eyes, I burst into exhilarated laughter. 3 days later, a demonic mist would envelop the entire blue star. Under its baptism, all humans, animals, and plants would undergo mutations. Humans would awaken beast origins, manifesting beast forms in battle, while animals and plants would mutate into various formidable and bizarre demonic creatures. In the early days of the apocalypse, the beast origins awakened by most were still ordinary animals, and firearms remained effective. Thus, the powerful and privileged exploited their inherent advantages to plunder rare treasures. Since devouring beast origins could also lead to evolution, they mercilessly slaughtered humans and seized their origins. It wasn't until the emergence of several beast emperors in the 3rd year of the apocalypse, who decreed that humans must not kill each other, that the situation improved. Blue Star's population, originally 7.6 billion, dwindled to a mere 1 billion after 3 years, with 2/3 perishing from mutual slaughter. In my previous life, due to a weak beast origin and insufficient resources, I could only scrape by in the apocalypse. This time, I would use the secret technique I obtained in my past life to sacrifice the flesh and blood of these 1,000 cattle on the first day of the apocalypse, aiding me in awakening the bloodline of the ancient malevolent beast, Qiongqi. Without hesitation, I bit my finger and drew the sacrificial pattern on the bull's head. Then, with a swift slash of the knife, I arranged the bull's head and blood on the open ground of the farm to set up the sacrificial array. Just as I was preparing the array by severing bull heads, 2 unexpected visitors suddenly arrived at the farm. Bang! Chen Tao kicked open the farm gate with a ferocious expression. Wang Zhe, you bastard! How dare you bully my sister? Hand over the money from the house sale right now. Did you really think you could be with my sister for free? With a fierce expression, Chen Tao stormed into the farm. He had been waiting for Chen Mengyuan to secure the property as his future marital home. After aggressively scouring the farm, he turned to Chen Mengyuan with suspicion. Sis, are you sure that bastard Wang Zhe is here? He was here just now. Maybe he went to feed the cattle. Chen Mengyuan nodded. Then let's head to the cattle pen. Chen Tao arrogantly charged toward the enclosure. Wang Zhe, get the hell out here. The moment Chen Tao charged into the cattle pen, I emerged step by step, drenched in blood, holding a massive bull's head in my left hand and a sharp cleaver in my right. My God! Chen Mengyuan and Chen Tao were instantly petrified at the sight. Madman! Sis, let's go! Before I could even speak, they turned tail and fled in panic. This scene left me utterly speechless. Ignoring Chen Mengyuan and Chen Tao, with the apocalypse imminent, I had to hurry and prepare the formation. The drawing process took a full 3 days. On the dawn of the 4th day, whoosh, the sky-obscuring demonic mist swiftly enveloped the entire world. What was destined to come had finally arrived. Watching the demonic mist gradually engulf my body, I immediately activated the beast origin magic power that had suddenly appeared in my mind, preparing for the sacrifice. Under the baptism of demonic energy, the cattle reserved as catalysts had already begun showing signs of demonization. Their eyes turned red as they shook their massive heads at me, their sharp horns taunting me. I drew the tang blade I had prepared long ago and with a single fierce slash, severed the head of a demonized bull. Splat blood gushed from the bull's neck and, under the influence of the sacrificial array, formed a sinister formation reeking of blood. Following the instructions of the sacrificial mutation secret technique, after completing these steps, I slit my wrist and let my blood flow into the sacrificial array. The array instantly erupted with a dense crimson glow, which then mingled with countless obsidian-like strands of demonic energy before surging directly into my mind. Half an hour later, an earth-shaking bull's roar resounded across the entire farm. At the sound of this roar, the previously frenzied howls of chickens, ducks, geese, pigs, and other beasts ceased as they trembled and prostrated themselves. Such was the overwhelming pressure of a high-tier divine beast's bloodline in the animal kingdom. This is perfect. With the mutation awakening now complete, I was overjoyed. This was one of the most formidable ancient divine beasts, ranked alongside the Taorai, Taowu, and Hundun as one of the four fiends. Qiongqi, with its bull's body, tiger's head, and wings, possessed immense power. Even the four great divine beasts, the vermilion bird, white tiger, azure dragon, and black tortoise, could hardly gain any advantage against it. Why is my current form just a wild ox? I gazed at my transformed reflection in the mirror, filled with doubt. Where's the promised Qiongqi? Just as I was still puzzled, a sharp pain suddenly surged through my mind. My talent is about to awaken. Enduring the intense agony, my eyes gleamed with excitement. What talent would awaken in me, who possessed the bloodline of Qiongqi? Half an hour later, ding! Congratulations on awakening the super supreme talents Apocalypse and Sacrifice. As expected of an ancient mythical beast's bloodline, awakening two super supreme level talents at once. Truly incredible. With such a bloodline and talents, as long as I survive the initial weak phase and grow stronger, I can roam freely in the post-apocalyptic world. According to the post-apocalyptic tier system, talents are categorized into common, elite, exceptional, diamond, king, and supreme levels. Ordinary people usually awaken common talents, while the luckier ones might get elite-level talents. As for supreme-level talents, even in my 5 years of the apocalypse in my previous life, I had never seen one. Yet now, I've awakened something even rarer: super supreme talents. Sacrifice allows one to obtain blessings and feedback from ancient deities by offering valuable items such as rare treasures, lifespan, or limbs. Revelation can penetrate all information. At this moment, I used Revelation to scan myself. Target, Wang Zhe. Current form, Wild Bull Juvenile Stage. Realm, Initial Stage, 5 stars. Skills, Intimidation C, Charge F. Talents, Revelation, Sacrifice. Beast Source Storage, Mana 1000. Final Evolution State, Divine Beast Qiongqi. Designated Evolution, Magic Stone 1 can evolve into an adult wild bull. Mutation Evolution, Magic Stone 5, White Beast Box 5, Low Grade Magic Stone 10, Iron Gold 15, Black Mystic Leaf 1, Special Materials Unlimited. This Apocalypse Revelation is truly remarkable. It can actually display evolution paths. You must understand, in the post-apocalyptic world, evolution is the most crucial aspect, and evolution paths are the top priority. Many people stagnate simply because they don't know how to evolve or can't gather the right treasures. Being able to see evolution paths at a glance is like being a divine prophet in the apocalypse. Just revealing a bit of evolution knowledge could attract countless followers. Although I've obtained the Qiongqi bloodline through a secret method, this bloodline doesn't manifest immediately. It requires gradual evolution and activation, so I'm still in the ordinary wild bull form for now. Staring at the evolution paths revealed by the Apocalypse Revelation, I muttered suspiciously, if the final evolution state is Qiongqi, why are there both designated evolution and mutation evolution options? Saying that, Lu Feng once again probed with Apocalypse. The Divine Beast Pauper Qi has many states. If all of them choose the specified evolution, they can only eventually evolve into the most basic state of the Divine Beast Pauper Qi. Whereas if you choose mutation evolution, the Divine Beast Port Qi that you eventually evolve into will have uncertainty and will have more skills and talents that you will possess if you evolve into the next level of foreign beast. Apocalypse gave an explanation. I see, got it. Although it's only a juvenile bison now and its combat power is very weak, but in terms of future prospects, it's really far superior to the Beast King's 3-headed demon bull form at its peak in my previous life. Looking at himself in the mirror, Lu Feng was in an incomparably happy mood. Divine Beast Popper, it's really not bad at all. Operating the beast source in his mind, Lu Feng, who had reshaped from his beast form to a human form, was amazed as he looked at the purple diamond pattern on his arm. I didn't expect my beast origin to be purple once I awakened. Lu Feng, who had rubbed his arm a few times, was truly overjoyed after determining that this beast origin had not changed color. It was important to know that in his previous life, when he had just awakened from his beast formation, he only had the lowest level of white beast source. The amount of magic power that could be stored was only a mere 10 points. What a pleasant surprise! The colors of the beast source are white, green, blue, purple, red and gold. There will be a pattern on the arm to show that the higher the color represents the stronger the beast source, the more magic power stored within it. You should know that in the end of the world, human beings cannot always change into beasts of war at any time and anywhere. If you want to change into the form of a beast, or use various natural skills to fight after entering the alienation period, you need the magic power stored in the beast source. This was also the reason why humans would kill each other and plunder beast sources. It was because by devouring other people's beast sources, one could both obtain magical power and enhance the accumulated evolution of one's own beast source's quality. It should be because I have obtained the poor killer bloodline, that's why the beast source this is stronger. I need to be a little more cautious next, I can't be discovered. Lu Feng muttered softly with a grave face. He didn't want to be targeted and besieged just because he had a high-level beast source in the pre-apocalyptic period. To evolve, you need 10 points of magic power. Sweeping over the various foods that he had bought from the supermarket before his bestialization on the table. Without saying a word, Lu Feng began to eat and dazzle. Consuming small bread, magic power plus 0.1. Consume chocolate, magic power plus 0.1. Consume instant noodles, magic power plus 0.1. Consume lobster meat, magic power plus 0.2. Consume beef jerky, magic power plus 0.3. The magic power given by this food is too little. Looking at the fact that he had eaten for half a day, he had only risen a mere 3 points of magic power. Lu Feng, who had a good deal of broken thoughts in his heart, could only keep on continuing to gorge himself. Finally enough. An hour later, with the last mouthful of lobster meat swallowed, Lu Feng finally accumulated enough of the 10 points of magic power needed for evolution. Chapter 3 First Outing Adventure. Evolving now? Lu Feng used Apocalypse to check himself. Target person, Lu Feng. Race, Bison Juvenile. Realm, 5 stars at the beginning stage. Skills, Intimidation C, Topple F. Talents, Apocalypse Super Supreme Grade, Sacrifice Super Supreme Grade. Beast Source Stored Magic, 10-1000. Final Evolutionary State, Divine Beast Poverty. Evolutionary Routes, 2. Designated Evolution, Magic Power 10, can evolve into an adult bison. Mutant Evolution, Magical Power 15, 5 pieces of White Beast Source Beast Core, 10 pieces of lower grade Magic Stone, 15 pieces of Iron Essence, 1 piece of Black Shen Leaf, unlimited special materials, can mutate and evolve. Note, there is a certain chance of triggering the blast evolution. If we evolve now, we can only evolve into an adult bison, but what's the point? Lu Feng shook his head. After all, an adult stage bison's combat power isn't that much higher than a juvenile stage. And even though there's an increase in realm, it's at most upgraded to primary stage 7 or 8 stars, it's no fun. It's better to wait until we obtain this mutation material before choosing to mutate and evolve. It's just a pity that the treasures I planted are still in the growth period, otherwise they would have evolved to the high order or even the transcendent realm in minutes. Walking into the center shed of the farm, looking at the growing area of a piece of spirit medicine that he had cultivated with the various spirit medicine seeds and grass seedlings that he had purchased in advance, Lu Feng carefully watered them. Because of his experience in his previous life, after buying this farm, Lu Feng had specially purchased a large batch of ginseng he shou wu as well as Ganoderma lucidum and cornu cervi and other rare herbs to cultivate the spirit medicines. After their growth is complete, others will need to go out and venture out in search of heavenly herbs to evolve, while I only need to lie flat in them to evolve rapidly. Ha, cool. Lu Feng put down his kettle, but this will take a while. It's not a good idea for me to sit and wait like this. Thinking of this, Lu Feng then decided to go out and explore, searching for alienation materials, and become stronger with early alienation advancement. In the end of the world, humans and beasts have a complete set of upgrading system, respectively. For the initial, has not been able to get rid of the beast form of the middle school and high 3 stages, as well as after the mutation, awakening of the extraordinary realm. After that, there are 6 levels: Beast General, Beast Spirit, Beast Zone, Beast King, Beast Emperor, and Beast Zune, and each level is divided into 1 to 10 stars from low to high. After Beast Zune, it was said that there was also the Holy Realm and God Realm, but in his previous life, Lu Feng had only cultivated to the Beast King realm, and the strongest person he had ever seen was only a Beast Emperor. For this reason, Lu Feng wasn't too sure about the realms after Beast Esteem. As for skills, they were categorized into F, E, D, E, C, B, A, S, SS and SSS levels. Because he possessed the bloodline of the ancient divine beast, the poverty chi, Lu Feng was born with his own C-ranked pressure. However, a juvenile bison, with combat skills, could only possess the lowest level F-rank skill, topping. Let's rest for a while and wait for our spirits to recover before we go out exploring. In my previous life, near this farm of mine, a strong 3-headed demonic serpent appeared, and it was said that it devoured a wild treasure, which allowed it to rapidly advance. As long as I seize the opportunity and obtain this treasure before it does, then I'm sure I can rapidly alienate and advance. Because the sacrifice just now consumed a lot of energy, Lu Feng directly stepped into the house and locked the door in preparation for a nap. When tomorrow morning came, he would go out to explore and look for this treasure. Before the realm entered the transcendent realm, humans couldn't cultivate, so they had to maintain a normal routine and use sleep to recover their spirit. The world outside should be in chaos now, right? But this farm of mine should still be safe. Paralyzed on the farm's comfortable big bed, Lu Feng stretched out. For one, people haven't yet adapted to this post-apocalyptic world that has arrived, so they don't dare to go out and explore. Secondly, although the animals have already sensed the changes in the world under the enchantment of their keen talent. But for a while, having just been baptized by the demonic energy, they aren't going to become too strong. After all, this farm of mine is on the outskirts of Qiongqi city, which previously belonged to the area of human activities, so even if there are some magically mutated magical beasts, they are mostly cats and dogs, pigs, cows and sheep and whatnot, and there won't be any ferocious tigers and lions. So for the time being, this farm of mine is 100% safe. Thinking of this, Lu Feng, who ensured safety, rolled over and fell asleep beautifully. Meanwhile, while the awakened and alienated Lu Feng was resting, inside a house in Qiongqi city. Sister, the alien beast I awakened is a weasel, how about you? Chen Tao, who walked out of the room, looked at Chen Mengyuan with great concern. Shiba Inu, Chen Mengyuan answered Chen Tao awkwardly. Ha? Chen Tao was speechless when he heard this. He never thought that Chen Mengyuan would turn into a. This was too. Brother, what are we going to do now? There is no food at home and it's dangerous outside. Chen Mengyuan's gaze was filled with worry as she looked out at the cruel world shrouded in demonic fog. Just now I saw chaos erupting downstairs and in quite a few places outside of the neighborhood, and many people have been killed. Damn, this is indeed troublesome. The corners of Chen Tao's mouth twitched violently. Although his weasel had a certain amount of combat power, he was afraid of death. He was too wimpy to go out and fight. Hee, there's something. At this time, Chen Tao's eyes suddenly lit up. Sis, Lu Feng that has a farm. There should be a lot of food and drink inside this farm, right? The farm is on the outskirts. Not only is it safer than the crowded and chaotic city, but it also doesn't worry about food and drink. Chen Tao was incredibly excited. Sister, let's go to the farm to find him. Brother, Lu Feng doesn't see fit to let us in. Chen Mengyuan, who had Lu Feng's blood-soaked appearance floating in her mind, was a little flustered as her body trembled lightly, and the way he looked before, it's like he's gone crazy. It's fine, whatever he is crazy or not. Now is the end of the world, everything depends on the fist to speak. Chen Tao coldly smiled as he raised his fist. I have a few friends, they should have awakened the beast source, I'll call out to them to go together. This dog Lu Feng, if he wants to honestly hand over the farm, that's all. Otherwise, humph. Chen Tao, who was grinning fiercely, his eyes emanating a dense ferocious light, viciously made a beheading gesture. Following that, the next morning. Full-blooded resurrection. The tightly restored Lu Feng woke up and washed himself, stretching comfortably. The next thing I need to do is to find evolutionary materials and complete the mutation evolution as soon as possible. Only by evolving to the transcendent realm as soon as possible and awakening my altered abilities and cultivation style, can I take a true head start in the end times. After walking to the entrance of the farm with his hands behind his back, Lu Feng looked at the world in front of him, which was still covered by the magic fog that covered the sky, with a visibility of less than 10 meters. In the grades of the end times, the middle school and high-level realms, no matter if it's an animal or a human who has awakened his beast source, they are all just ordinary attribute changes such as body size, strength and speed sensitivity. Even if it's a beast in the high realm, facing a mass siege by a large number of low-level beasts, or facing a hot weapon, it's all bound to die. And at the transcendent realm, after possessing supernormal abilities and cultivation methods, unusual hot weapons would no longer be able to injure a transcendent realm expert. We must hurry. Thinking of this, Lu Feng directly stepped out of the farm and explored towards the area where the three-headed demon snake was found in his previous life. Sure enough, even the plants and trees have started to mutate. After walking out of the farm, looking at the various flowers, plants and trees outside that had all grown wildly under the baptism of demonic qi, and whose colors had also changed from green to black, Lu Feng secretly sighed. Lu Feng, who had been in the post-apocalyptic world in his previous life, knew very well that under the baptism of demonic qi, not only would humans and animals mutate, even plants would mutate. Of course, because they couldn't move, many plants would mutate into heavenly treasures. Only a part of the plants will develop a spirit and turn into demons. Especially in the primitive forests where human footprints were rare, Lu Feng had heard in his previous life that some plants had even mutated into beast kings and beast emperors. Huh, what's this? At this moment, after passing by the bank of a small river, Lu Feng saw a pile of black iron blocks glittering with black demonic qi, glittering in the shroud of demonic mist. This was precisely the iron essence he needed for his evolution. Good stuff. Excited, Lu Feng directly walked towards this iron essence. Phew! But the moment Lu Feng walked to the iron essence, a sudden change occurred. Inside the small river, a crocodile sparrow eel with incomparably sharp teeth and a back covered in pimples suddenly swooped out. It had been in ambush for a long time and was opening its bloody mouth, viciously tearing at Lu Feng. Chapter 4 Fighting Bamboo Leaf Green, Obtaining Vermilion Fruit. Who the hell had enough to release the crocodile sparrow eel? Ah, pitiful ah. At the moment of 1,000 pounds, the wolf rolled sideways, escaped the alligator eel's surprise attack. Lu Feng was really angry. After all, who would have thought that a small river in the countryside, there will be crocodile eels, this fierce predatory fish? After all, it was reasonable to say that this kind of small river, even though there were demonized animals, they were at most small caramels like toads and shrimps as well as fish. Ah. Hiss. After a fruitless strike, the crocodile sparrow eel stared at Lu Feng dead in the face, rolling ferociously in the creek, ready to take Lu Feng's life at any time. Dog, just a piece of trash like you still want to eat me? Accept my wrath. Alienate, demon bull. Hoo-hoo. In the midst of his roar, Lu Feng, who had stimulated his beast source magic, directly appeared in the state of a bestialized bison. Moo. With a roar of bloodline pressure, when the crocodile sparrow eel was briefly stunned by the bloodline pressure, Lu Feng, who seized this good opportunity, rushed straight into the creek, and relying on his size advantage, he stomped on the crocodile sparrow eel ferociously. Plop. Not long after, the crocodile eel that could not hide in the creek was trampled to death by Lu Feng. Dogs, this is what happens when you make an enemy of me. After lifting his animalized state, Lu Feng cut open the crocodile finch eel's head and took out a white crystal that was about the size of a soybean. White quality beast core. Under the transformation of demonic qi, a beast source would form in a human's head. Whereas in the minds of demonized animals, beast cores would similarly appear. A mosquito is neat even if it's small, it can also be used for evolution. After pocketing this, Lu Feng looked at the corpse of this crocodile sparrow eel again. After consuming the corpse of this crocodile sparrow eel, I can obtain magic power. But, eating it raw? Looking at the blood-drenched crocodile sparrow eel corpse in front of him, the corners of Lu Feng's mouth twitched violently, directly transforming into a blood-drinking primitive. Lu Feng mentally couldn't do it somehow. It's better to wait to go back and make it into a roasted fish to eat. Lu Feng, who shook his head, could only put the crocodile sparrow eel corpse in a bag and continue exploring with it on his back. Right, there's this. At this moment, Lu Feng, who remembered that he had forgotten his treasures, hurriedly walked to the bank of the small river and collected the iron essence that he had found at the beginning. No more, no less, just 15 pieces, enough for his evolutionary needs. I still need to collect a few more beast cores, as well as a black shen leaf, plus special materials. After cleaning up the battlefield, Lu Feng continued to explore along the creek into the forest, especially this special material. This is the most heavily used but. After all, mutation evolution depends on special materials. The quality and type of the special materials will determine the special abilities possessed by the mutation evolution. Lu Feng's eyes burned. I hope I'll get some good treasures. This should be the place. After walking along the stream for a while, Lu Feng, who had sniffed his nose, smelled a strange odor. Hiss. After following the smell into the forest for roughly 300 meters, Lu Feng was instantly overjoyed when he looked at a plant with bright red fruits. Lu Feng, who had intruded in the post-apocalyptic world in his previous life, instantly recognized that this plant was none other than the rare heavenly treasure in the post-apocalyptic world, the famous Qiongqi. And next to it, there were also some black plants with serrated leaves. This is the black xian grass. Its leaves were the black xian leaves that Lu Feng had to use in his mutation evolution. Hiss. But the moment Lu Feng approached the vermilion fruit, a sudden change occurred. A venomous snake that was green in color and about 1.5 meters in length was raising its upper body and staring at Lu Feng. Bamboo leaf green. This caused Lu Feng to immediately take a step and his face became more and more grave. Lu Feng knew that at this moment, this newly demonized bamboo leaf green should be the three-headed demon snake that reigns supreme in the latter days. It's at least a primary 7 or 8 star. Looking at the hideous and poisonous bamboo leaf green in front of him, Lu Feng frowned. This situation was a bit tricky. But the vermilion fruit I have to get, even if I have to pay some risk for this, it's worth it. Although this bamboo leaf green was dangerous, Lu Feng still clenched his fists and chose to take a shot. It's just a bamboo leaf green. I'm the Ox Demon King with the Porchi bloodline, can't I kill you? Dry. Thinking of this, Lu Feng directly copied a wooden stick from the side, aiming at the bamboo leaf green and smashed it fiercely. Hiss. The bamboo leaf green that had been demonized to the thickness of a child's arm, faced with the provocation of Lu Feng, a weak human, where could it still tolerate it? Spitting scarlet snake letters, it directly opened its bloody mouth and lunged at Lu Feng. Its white fangs flashed with the coldness of death. Ho ho ho! At the moment when the bamboo leaf green lunged, Lu Feng directly avoided the bamboo leaf green's fierce attack with the help of his flexible positioning. Huff! Although the snake's head did not bite Lu Feng, the bamboo leaf green wrestled the snake's tail and fiercely lashed at Lu Feng. You can't whip me! Lu Feng, who had long predicted that bamboo leaf green would do this, immediately stimulated the beast source in his mind and transformed into a bison. Moo! With a roar, Lu Feng hardened himself against bamboo leaf green's snake-tail whip. Hiss! Looking at the bison that suddenly appeared, bamboo leaf green was instantly confused. After all, it had just been demonized and its IQ was still very low. It completely couldn't figure out how Lu Feng, who was originally in human form, had suddenly turned into a bison. And coupled with the bloodline pressure emanating from Lu Feng's bison, the bamboo leaf green was even more dumbfounded by the intimidation. It's now! Skill, top crash. Taking advantage of bamboo leaf green's short-lived stagnation, Lu Feng directly stimulated the bison's topping collision skill, and used his sharp bull's horn to fiercely crash into the 7 inches of bamboo leaf green's thick snake body. Hiss! In an instant, the snake skin of the bamboo leaf green was pierced through by the sharp bull's horn. This huge pain caused the bamboo leaf green to immediately redden its eyes in anger. It turned around and wanted to tear into Lu Feng's, inject its venom into Lu Feng's body, and die with Lu Feng. You're dreaming! Lu Feng had long anticipated that the bamboo leaf green would do this, so the moment the bamboo leaf green rolled over and bit it, it directly shook the bull's head left and right violently, and slammed the bamboo leaf green's body into the trunk of the tree with a vicious fall. Bang 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 bang! Lu Feng had been smashing for 3 whole minutes. Only after knowing that the upper half of bamboo leaf green's body had completely turned into mush did he lift his animalization and return to his human form. With this IQ, you still want to fight with me? Bah! Lu Feng, who had kicked the bamboo leaf green, immediately slashed open its head and took out the white beast source within it. This poisonous fang is also useful. Since the snake's body had already been smashed into mush, Lu Feng could only pick up the bamboo leaf green's poisonous fang, giving up on the minced snake meat that had been spilled all over the place. Hurry up! Knowing that in the forest, the bloody smell would probably attract other demonized animals to come over, Lu Feng, just to be on the safe side, after picking the vermilion fruit and taking a few black shen leaves, he immediately left the bloody battlefield with the wind tightly tugging at him. This vermilion fruit can be used as a special material needed for alienation. After leaving the battlefield, Lu Feng weighed his heavy backpack. Now we still need 10 magic stones and 3 beast cores, then we can evolve. Dry. Clenching his fists, Lu Feng was very much burning his eyes, and with great anticipation for his first alienation, he began to continue exploring. Roar! Ow! 2 hours later, Lu Feng, who was left with the cash to kill a demon rabbit and 2 demon squirrels, collect 3 beast cores and 10 magic stones, and prepare to go back to the farm to evolve, heard a huge and amazing rumble coming from the jungle in front of him. What's the situation? Curious, Lu Feng quietly approached, hiding in the thorn forest and sneaking a glance forward. Hiss! The scene in front of him completely shocked Lu Feng. Chapter 5 First Mutation Evolution. Roar! Hiss. At the junction of the forest and the lake, a yellow cow-sized plum blossom leopard was fighting with a hideous giant crocodile with scaled armor as strong as steel. Although this giant crocodile was slightly inferior to the plum blossom leopard in terms of size, because its defense was stronger than that of the plum blossom leopard, the two sides fought back and forth. From the looks of it, their strengths should both have reached around 5 or 6 stars of the high rank. They should all have evolved from other animals. After all, in this Qiongqi suburb, it was originally impossible for there to be such ferocious beasts as leopards and crocodiles. Just like that bamboo leaf green just now, if it was allowed to take the vermilion fruit, it should have evolved into a python by now. In the thorny jungle, Lu Feng, who witnessed this tyrannical scene, lowered his body and hid his breath as much as possible. Seeing these two heads fighting more and more fiercely, Lu Feng secretly lamented in his heart. In the pre-apocalyptic period, wild animals really do have a lot of advantages over humans. Even for humans who awakened their beast source as tigers, leopards, bears and lions, in the first few days of the end times, their strength was at most 2 or 3 stars of the middle order, with a maximum of 5 stars. After all, after humans transformed into beasts, to exert sufficient combat power, this required a process of adaptation. In the beginning, 10% of the combat strength would be at most 40 or 50%. This was not necessary for beasts. Originally in beast form, after absorbing the demonic energy and consuming the evolution of heavenly treasures, they could quickly adapt to their huge bodies and exert a sufficient 10% of their combat power. It's best to die together and let me pick up the pieces. Lu Feng, who was hiding in the thorny jungle, endured the bites of the mutant demon mosquitoes, and his eyes were fiery as he looked at the two beasts that were still fighting ferociously. If these two beasts died together, then he would have gotten a great bargain, being able to get countless valuable resources out of nowhere. Put. Snort. A few minutes later, the plum blossom leopard slapped a claw hard on the back of the giant crocodile, tearing off several pieces of the giant crocodile's scale armor. The giant crocodile, on the other hand, bit down on the plum blossom leopard's ankle, stabbing out several bloody holes. Because no one can help anyone, in the end, these two huge people are facing each other after roaring a few times. One slowly retreated into the jungle, and one dived into the lake. Pity, pity. Lu Yun, who secretly lamented in his heart, only drilled out of the thorny jungle and walked to the battlefield where the plumed leopard and giant crocodile had just killed each other after staying up for another full half an hour. Although I didn't pick up the corpse, these two pieces of giant crocodile scale armor are still good treasures. It can be used to create armor. Picking up the scale armor that the giant crocodile had dropped on the ground, Lu Feng pounded it a few times. After the transformation of magic chi, this giant crocodile's scale armor could be much harder than ordinary steel and alloys. Not to mention ordinary knives, guns and cold weapons, even a pistol bullet hitting it would at most leave a white mark. It's not advisable to stay here for long. After putting away the armor, he swept a piece of budding lotus in the center of the lake, and after noting down the location, Lu Feng quickly withdrew. There must be heavenly treasures in this patch of lotus flowers. Otherwise, the plum blossom leopard and the giant crocodile would never have fought and killed each other so frantically. Lu Feng muttered in his heart, right now, my strength is too low, so if I rashly enter, I will only be dragged into the lake by the giant crocodile for a death tumble. I'll come back to search for treasures after I reach the high order, or transcendent realm. By then both of you will be my treasures, huh? Lu Feng, who was full of wariness, quickly returned to the farm after following the route he came from, avoiding some places where the demonic chi was thick and there were likely to be mutated beasts. Phew! As the farm's grid gate closed heavily, Lu Feng could be considered relieved. When purchasing the farm, in order to prevent it from being disturbed and destroyed by wild beasts in the pre-apocalyptic period. So Lu Feng deliberately spent a lot of money to create such a set of high-voltage power grid. There were 3 lines of defense on this farm, and on the periphery were 3-meter-high walls and sharpened iron fences and barbed wire, which were enough to resist ordinary wild beasts, so that they couldn't climb over and enter. Inside the wire mesh, there is a 2-meter-high high-voltage power grid. Any animal that touches it will immediately trigger the electric current, and will quickly be stunned and cooked. Then the 3rd line of defense is the air defense. This was also Lu Feng's biggest headache. After the demonic gas enveloped the entire world, not to mention raptors such as falcons and eagles, even sparrows and magpies as well as crows and other ordinary birds, will be transformed into all sorts of hideous demonic creatures. The scarecrows or loudhailers that farmers usually use to scare away the birds of prey would not be able to defend and scare away these demonized raptors. But Lu Feng had to defend himself. After all, he had planted and cultivated a lot of rare elixirs on his farm, and if these elixirs were devoured by the raptors flying through the air, then Lu Feng would have no place to cry. So Lu Feng eventually took out a loan of several $100,000 and got someone to construct an air defense system that fired flying anesthetics. As long as there are flying birds approaching from the air, guided by infrared rays, these machines installed at the heights of the farms will automatically launch missiles and anesthetics to drive away the invading flying birds. Although the effect was definitely not as strong as the high-voltage power grids against wild beasts, it was still better than nothing. Fortunately, they're all growing strong. The first thing Lu Feng did when he returned to the farm was to first go to the spirit medicine area and inspect the various spirit medicines he had planted. Because the end of the world had just arrived, these herbs were in their initial growth period and did not emit too strong a medicinal fragrance. So for the time being, they shouldn't attract all kinds of flying birds and beasts to come over and snatch them. Advanced chemicalization. After I'm strong enough, I can't wait for these demonized beasts to come over and snatch them. Lu Feng smiled. At that time, they won't be coming to snatch, they'll be coming to die, automatically sending their resources to the door. Their beast cores are all good things to me, huh? Saying that, Lu Feng opened his apocalypse and scanned himself. Target, Lu Feng. Race, Bison Juvenile. Realm, Beginner 5-star. Skills, Mighty Pressure C, Topple F. Talents, Apocalypse Super Supreme Grade, Sacrifice Super Supreme Grade. Beast Source Stored Magic, 1000. Final Evolutionary State, Divine Beast Poverty. Evolutionary Routes, 2. Designated Evolution, Magic Power 10, can evolve into an adult bison. Mutant Evolution, Magical Power 15, 5 pieces of White Beast Source Beast Core, 10 pieces of Lower Grade Magic Stone, 15 pieces of Iron Essence, 1 piece of Black Shen Leaf, no limit to special materials, can mutate and evolve. Note, there is a certain chance of triggering Storm Evolution. Insufficient Magic Power, first eat some food to replenish Magic Power. Because he had used up a lot of magic power from the daytime forest exploration and fighting, Lu Feng walked straight into the kitchen, took out the snake meat from the bamboo leaf green, and made a fragrant snake soup. Consume snake soup, add 100 magic power. Comfortable. With a whole dozen pounds of snake soup in his stomach, Lu Feng, who burped, directly took out the materials needed for mutation evolution, laid down the hexagram array needed for evolution beside him, and began to evolve. Who? Instantly, a dense black demonic aura enveloped Lu Feng. Chapter 6 Alteration, Adult Gundam Muskox. Moo. An hour later, an earth-shattering cow roar resounded throughout the entire farm. Cow, this mutation evolution is really powerful. Looking at himself in the mirror covered in long black striped hair, with a huge body size and bull horns that were so sharp that they shone like steel thorns, Lu Feng was truly overjoyed. This bull horn of mine, I think it can easily pierce through steel and concrete, right? Try. The excited Lu Feng directly looked for a 1 centimeter thick steel plate, and used the alienated bull's horn to ruthlessly stab it. Put. The steel plate was easily pierced by Lu Feng. Awesome. Looking at the steel plate that was pierced through hard, and then looking at himself in the mirror that was about 2 meters tall, 3 meters long and weighed more than 2,000 pounds, Lu Feng was even more delighted. With its large size after this alienation, not only is its explosive power strong enough, but the defensive power of this long hair and cowhide should not be underestimated as well. What kind of cow am I in my current form? Lu Feng suspiciously swept himself with apocalypse. Target, Lu Feng. Race, Gundam Muskox Adult. Realm, Middle Stage 7 stars. Skills, Mighty Pressure C+, Penetrating Charge D, Explosive E. Talents, Apocalypse Super Supreme, Sacrifice Super Supreme. Beast Source Stored Magic, 85-2000. Final Evolutionary State, Divine Beast Poverty. Evolutionary Routes, 2. Designated Evolution, 500 Magic Power, 50 pieces of Iron Essence, can evolve into an Iron-Armored Muskox. Mutant Evolution, Magic Power 1000, 10 Green Beast Sources Beast Cores, 50 White Beast Sources Beast Cores, 100 Lower Grade Magic Stones, 300 Iron Essences, 10 Green Jade Lotus Seeds, no limit on special materials, can mutate and evolve. Note, there is a certain chance of triggering a Blitzkrieg evolution. It turns out that my current form is an adult stiff-spined muskox. Muskoxes are indeed a bit stronger than bison, especially since I'm still a mutated Gundam Spur muskox. Looking at his attributes, Lu Feng laughed. Luckily, I chose mutation evolution instead of designated evolution. Otherwise, although the adult bison is quite tough, when faced with my current rigor-stabbed muskox form, I can easily poke it to death with a single horn. Especially in terms of skills, the mighty pressure has been increased by 10%, the normal topple slam has become a strong penetrating punch, and there's also an additionally ranked explosive skill. Although my current realm is only a middle rank 7 stars, but with my skills, it's an unusual high ranked beast that would never want to take the slightest advantage in my hands. It's like the plumed leopard and crocodile that I saw during the day. Lu Feng looked at the evolution route. This designated evolution of the iron-armored muskox should only add a layer of defense, and although the realm can break through to the high rank, but at most it will be a high rank 4 or 5 stars, which is considered to be a mid-range amongst the high-ranked foreign beasts. And mutation evolution, I think it must be even stronger. Must choose mutant evolution. After a slight thought, Lu Feng quickly made up his mind that he would continue to collect materials for mutant evolution. For the 1000 points of magic power needed for evolution, it will be enough to pick a few plants after the elixirs cultivated on my farm mature a bit. Lu Feng looked at the materials needed for evolution: 50 white beast cores, 100 lower grade magic stones, and 300 iron essences. These materials shouldn't be a problem to collect in the forest and decapitate some beasts. After all, white quality beast cores can be obtained by killing unusual low rank beasts, which is really a small thing for me whose strength is now as high as 7 stars in the middle rank. But green quality beast cores, this requires killing middle or even high ranked beasts to have a chance of getting them. Lu Feng scratched his head. That's a bit troublesome. There's also this green jade lotus seed. Ha! Lu Feng's eyes snapped open. The lake we passed by during the day has a lotus flower. In this lotus flower, there might be a green jade lotus seed. As for the plum blossom leopard and the giant crocodile, there's both a probability of popping out green quality beast cores, and there's even a chance of popping out special materials. Thinking of this, Lu Feng directly waved his hand heavily. He decided that tomorrow, after taking some elixirs and accumulating enough magic power, he would go to the lakeside to explore a bit, and strive to take care of the materials needed for the next mutation evolution. Rest first, and then tomorrow we'll follow the planned step-by-step approach. After I evolve to the transcendent realm, I can go exploring in the city. Lu Feng, who was lying down with his clothes on, looked through the window and gazed at the distant Jiang city, which was shrouded by the increasingly dense demonic fog in the darkness of the night. According to his memories of his previous life, Lu Feng knew that there were several places in the downtown area of Qiongqi that had exploded with very treasured superb treasures in his previous life. Several people who had gotten these treasures by chance had grown to become a giant in the middle of the end times. Lu Feng's strength was low, even though he found the high-level treasures, but to save his life, he could only quietly hide away and did not dare to participate in the fight. But in this life, these treasures, Lu Feng would not let any of them go. Just wait, they are all mine. Lu Feng, who clenched his fist heavily, opened his cell phone and swept the put down. The magic fog that covered the sky not only cut off the line of sight, but also cut off the network and signals, so now the whole world was like going back to ancient times, and needed to rely on human communication. Lu Feng remembered that in his previous life, it wasn't until the 3rd year of the end of the world that signals and networks were restored in a few safe zones formed by strong experts. But it was only a local area network. Get stronger first. Lu Feng, who casually threw away his cell phone, closed his eyes and sank into sleep. Following that, the next morning. Let's make a dish first, and after we've eaten and drank enough, we'll go and meet the plum leopard and giant crocodile. After getting up and washing up, Lu Feng directly walked into the kitchen and took out the crocodile sparrow eel that he had decapitated yesterday, preparing to make a grilled fishes to replenish his magic power. After being transformed by magic energy, the flavor of this beast could be too much better than before. Every bite was tender and oily and full of magic power. Lu Feng remembered that in his previous life, many people who hid in the safe zones of the cities had to rely on working for strong people in exchange for meager food because they didn't dare to go out and hunt wild beasts. Part of the reason why Lu Feng's progress was slow in his previous life was because a lot of the prey he hunted from birth and death was eaten by Chen Mangyuan, a woman. It was even used by her to feed her brother-in-law Chen Tao. Damn it, Chen Mangyuan, you damn. Thinking of the miserable situation in his previous life, Lu Feng, who took a heavy bite of the grilled fish, grew more and more indignant in his heart. When he is alienated again, he will definitely enter the city and go to Chen Mangyuan this and Chen Tao that to ruthlessly settle the score. At this time, a piercing alarm suddenly sounded from Lu Feng's room. Yo-ho, it's really speaking of the devil. Looking at Chen Mangyuan and Chen Tao's group outside the farm through the surveillance video, Lu Feng instantly laughed. Since you guys can't wait to die yourselves, very well, then I'll have a good time with you guys and fulfill you. After snorting coldly, Lu Feng directly opened the farm gate and came up with an invitation. Chapter 7, Haters Meet, Haters Share. Brother, the door is open. At the farm's main entrance, Chen Mangyuan, who had muttered in astonishment as she looked at the high-voltage grid security door that had suddenly opened automatically, looked skeptically at Chen Tao beside her. She had just thought that they had come for nothing, and that Lu Feng would hide in the farm and play the shrunken head turtle, not allowing them to go in. Good, great. Chen Tao, who was worried about how to break through this high-voltage power grid defense and rush into the farm to grab the land, looked at the automatically opened high-voltage power grid security door and immediately rejoiced. Lu Feng, this idiot, is really tired of living and looking for death himself. In that case, let's fulfill him. Go! The imposing Chen Tao waved his hand and rushed straight to the farm. Brother, will this be a trick? Chen Mengyuan was very slightly worried as she pulled Chen Tao's arm. According to reason, he shouldn't let us in so easily. Sister, you're worrying too much. Lu Feng, this idiot, might not have licked enough and wants to continue licking you. Chen Tao sneered. After all, the end times have come and gone, and he's the only one on this farm. He must be bored of staying. Instead of doing it himself, he definitely wants to get a kick out of you. Ouch. Chen Mengyuan rolled her eyes without any good humor. The house is gone, I won't let him touch it, humph. Sis, just rest assured, he's not qualified to touch you anymore. Chen Tao smiled grimly. The end times are here. After capturing this farm, he will be useless to us. Chen Mengyuan hummed softly, but my right eyelid keeps jumping. I'm afraid there's a scam. Ha, sis, you are so timid. Chen Tao laughed. So what if there is a fraud? We have a whole 7 people, and Lu Feng is just one person. If he really dares to make a move, it will only be him who dies. Don't you guys think so? Chen Tao smiled and waved his hand. Get him dead. In the face of absolute power, all plots and tricks are a joke. This farm is really good. Not only does it have enough food and vegetables and chickens, ducks, pigs and sheep, but I also saw just now that this Lu Feng guy has actually planted quite a few rare spirit medicines. This is all good stuff that can be used for revolution. This farm is ours. Lu Feng, he's really prepared a good place for us to eat and drink, haha. The 5 people, 3 men and 2 women, who followed behind Chen Tao and Chen Mengyuan, all had eyes filled with intense covetousness and excitement. In the post-apocalyptic world, to be able to have such a safe and well-stocked farm, this could be really comfortable. As for Lu Feng, due to the fact that there were so many of them, they didn't put Lu Feng in their eyes at all. Wait, you guys don't talk first, I'll tease him first. Chen Tao held a cigarette in his mouth and smiled playfully and coldly. Damn, last time I was almost scared by him, this time, let's see how I'll play him. Okay, listen to you, brother Tao. Play some and then get him killed. I do think that if he's willing to serve us as a slave, we might be able to keep him alive. After all, we can't personally cook and clean every day, we also need a slave to do the dirty work, huh? That's true, haha. The crowd of men and women behind Chen Tao laughed arrogantly. A bunch of. And in the house at the center of the farm, Lu Feng, who had seen and heard all this in his eyes and ears, smiled coldly with a gloomy expression. Wait and see. Lu Feng clenched his fists. Those who die will only be you. After saying that, Lu Feng crossed his legs and sat on the sofa leisurely, waiting for Chen Mengyuan and Chen Tao's group to come over and send them to their deaths. Since they wanted to play, then Lu Feng naturally wanted to have a good time with them. Brother-in-law, you're quite lonely lately, aren't you? I brought my sister over to accompany you. After stepping into the farm's living area, Chen Tao looked at Lu Feng with a playful sneer on his face. If you want to, you can have a big fight with my sister tonight, huh? Brother, don't talk nonsense. Chen Mengyuan, whose face was slightly red, let out a light hum. Ha, isn't that all there is between men and women? Nothing. Chen Tao grinned before looking at Lu Feng. Lu Feng, what beast source have you awakened? Swish. Instantly, Chen Mengyuan and the other 3 men and 2 women all looked at Lu Feng with grave expressions. If Lu Feng had awakened a strong beast origin, even though they were outnumbered, they wouldn't dare to provoke Lu Feng. Ox. Lu Feng replied casually. Ox? Is it a yellow cow that plows the land? Or milk-producing cows? Chen Tao subconsciously inquired. Maybe a calf? Ha, a cow, how ridiculous. Lu Feng, you're really born with a cow and horse life. The 3 men and 2 women burst out laughing, all looking at Lu Feng with disdain. It's alright, Lu Feng, you don't need to panic. I awakened a weasel, my friend awakened a hyena and a ram, they're both tough as nails. Chen Tao smiled broadly and patted Lu Feng's shoulder. We will protect you. Okay. Lu Feng smiled playfully and said nothing about it. Alright brother, getting down to business. Chen Mengyuan took out a bottle of juices from the refrigerator and took a sip. Lu Feng, I'm hungry. Oh. Lu Feng just nodded in response, but his body didn't move at all. I want to eat. Chen Mengyuan pulled over a chair and sat down, excitedly scanning the well-stocked farm. You have food here, right? Of course there is. Lu Feng smiled. I have chickens, ducks, fish and meat, all kinds of fruits and vegetables in this farm, and there are also frozen seafood of all kinds. I want to eat braised pork, garlic crayfish, and hairy crabs, and I want to eat charcoal grilled lamb chops. Chen Mengyuan hummed lightly. I want to eat beef stewed with potatoes. Chen Tao said. I want to eat fruit salad. I've been on a diet recently, so I want to eat green vegetables. If there's fish, I want to eat pickled fish. The 3 men and 2 women who followed behind Chen Tao and Chen Mengyuan also opened their mouths to order food. However, Lu Feng remained motionless. Lu Feng, what the hell are you still frozen for? Seeing Lu Feng not moving, Chen Tao immediately kicked the couch Lu Feng was sitting on in displeasure. Hurry up and get to cooking. Cook? Lu Feng smiled at the words. He no longer had the patience to ink with Chen Tao and Chen Mengyuan's group anymore. You bunch of dumbass, you're also worthy of letting me cook? Lu Feng, you're damn arrogant. Chen Tao was shocked. Lu Feng, I gave you face. Chen Mengyuan was even more furious as she reached out and pointed her hand at Lu Feng. I order you to get lost and cook immediately, otherwise I'll break up with you. Splat. Lu Feng backhanded a slap on Chen Mengyuan's face. Is your head in the water or kicked by a donkey? A week ago, Laozi broke up with you. You. Chen Mengyuan angrily covered her face. Brother. Lu Feng, you're ing looking for death. You're just a tiny bison beast source and you want to fight us? Who gave you the courage? Chen Tao, with a sardonic smile on his face, glared viciously at Lu Feng. So damn looking for death. Shameless bastard. Instantly, the 3 men behind Chen Tao all viciously and hideously surrounded Lu Feng. Chapter 8. Lu Feng goes on a killing spree. Just with you guys, you want to kill me too? Scanning over Chen Tao and the 3 men beside him, Lu Feng sneered disdainfully. Lu Feng, you really don't want to shed a tear until you see the coffin. Brothers, let him see what the sky is like. ZZ. With a roar, Chen Tao directly activated his beast source and animalized into a weasel. Woof woof. Bah. Squeak. Immediately after, the 3 men beside Chen Tao also respectively urged their beast source and quickly animalized into hyenas, rams and monkeys. Lu Feng, now you know what the heavens and the earth are, don't you? Chen Tao, who had transformed into a weasel, opened his stinky mouth full of sharp teeth, his voice hoarse. Now obediently kneel down and serve us as a slave, and honestly roll over to cook. I can still spare you from death. Otherwise. Snort. Chen Tao used the weasel's sharp claws to directly cut through the sofa. I'll tear you apart. Lu Feng, you deserve it. Chen Mengyuan on the side snorted coldly, looking at Lu Feng with a disdainful face, waiting to see Lu Feng laugh. A mere calf, also wanting to fight us, ridiculous. Stupid. The other 2 girls, both looked at Lu Feng with disdain as well. A mere 4 beginner realm scumbags, how dare they be arrogant in front of me? Facing the provocation of Chen Tao's few people, Lu Feng swept his cold eyes over them and was speechless. Among Chen Tao's few people, the one with the strongest strength after animalization was this hyena. However, in terms of realm, it was at most an initial order 6 or 7 star. Compared to Lu Feng, whose strength had now reached 7 stars of the middle order, they were all unbeatable scum. Lu Feng, you're really talking tough at the end of your life. You asked for it. Seeing that Lu Feng still wouldn't admit to compromising, Chen Tao instantly became furious. Incarnated as a weasel, although he didn't dare to go out and fight demonized beasts. But against Lu Feng, he still had the psychological advantage of daring to bully Lu Feng. Snort. Thus, Chen Tao directly tore at Lu Feng with a vicious claw. Moo. However, very soon, Chen Tao's few people were completely dumbfounded. With an earth-shattering cow roar, Lu Feng directly catalyzed his beast source, displaying his beastified form. Poof. The moment after his beastization, Lu Feng then immediately flung his bull's horn and ruthlessly poked at Chen Tao on the spot. Because the weasel was relatively small, so Chen Tao was dangerously close, directly lying rolled on the ground, which woefully dodged Lu Feng's sharp and incomparably sharp bullhorn poke. Poof. But immediately behind Chen Tao, the animalized ram was too late to dodge. Bang. After being pierced by the sharp bull's horn, the ram was instantly lifted up by Lu Feng's horn and heavily thrown against the tree trunk. Put. The ram that was spitting out blood died on the spot. Lu Feng, didn't you say you're an ox? Which the hell is a bull? Looking at Lu Feng, who had a huge body, sharp horns, and thick black hair, the trembling Chen Tao, directly pissed himself in fear. Moo! Lu Feng just roared, not even bothering to answer Chen Tao. He had indeed animalized into a cow. But not ordinary yellow cows and dairy cows, but alienated, incomparably strong gunthorn musk ox. You guys don't freeze either. Go together. Seeing that Lu Feng was too strong and incomparable, the panicked Chen Tao could only look towards the frightened and panicked Chen Mengyuan and the other three girls. Woof woof. Coax. Meow. Under Chen Tao's urging, Chen Mengyuan and the other three girls panicked and entered their animalized forms. Among them, Chen Mengyuan beasted into a yellow woodchuck. The other two women, one was a black domestic pig and the other was a white Persian cat. Ha! After glancing at Chen Mengyuan and the other three women with squinted eyes, Lu Feng laughed even more disdainfully. These three women's bestialized animals were all the more unbeatable childish things in front of Lu Feng's rigidly spiked musk ox. Lu Feng didn't even need to use his skills, just by relying on the brute force of the rigid thorn musk ox, he would be able to easily stomp or stab them to death. Kill! Moo! After roaring once again, Lu Feng shook his sharp bull's horn and once again viciously stabbed at Chen Tao. Damn, don't fight after me. Seeing Lu Feng attacking himself again, the flustered Chen Tao could only flee in a mess. Don't freeze, come on together, there are many of us. As long as we go together, we can definitely get him killed. He was able to evolve into a strong musk ox, he must have eaten something good, there must be precious and incomparably good things in this farm. Hurry up! Chen Tao roared, as long as we kill him, the farm is ours and we can all evolve and become stronger. Woof woof! Z! At Chen Tao's roar, the hyena lowered its head, intent on tearing Lu Feng with its sharp dog teeth. The monkey, on the other hand, relying on its nimble body, copied a wooden stick and swung it to smash Lu Feng. The other two women who were animalized into black pigs and Persian cats were also bursting with animalism, one using pig's tusks to tear at Lu Feng, while the other, relying on her flexible body, wanted to bounce onto Lu Feng and tear at him with her sharp claws and tusks. Woof woof! Chen Mengyuan, who had animalized into a Shiba Inu, also subconsciously tried to rush on. Sister, go! However, at this time, Chen Tao was the one who suddenly pulled Chen Mengyuan and fled towards the outside of the farm in a panic. Ha! Chen Mengyuan was confused, and her dog eyes were filled with foxes as she looked at Chen Tao, who had animalized into a weasel. He's too strong, we can't beat him, run away. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Tao, while snubbing the two men and two women who had been beastified to drag Lu Feng, he winded up tightly pulling and whistling, quickly escaping. Oh! Chen Mengyuan, who had transformed into a Shiba Inu, subconsciously followed Chen Tao and fled towards the outside of the farm in a panic. Bang bang bang! 3 minutes later, Lu Feng, unharmed, pierced the hyena's body with a scream, and crushed the monkey's vertebrae with a bull's hoof. As for the black pig and Persian cat incarnated by the two women, Lu Feng just easily swung his hoof and kicked it hard, and the black pig was kicked to death on the spot by Lu Feng. The Persian cat, on the other hand, was knocked unconscious by Lu Feng's falling bodies flying crash into the tree. Count on you guys to run fast. After lifting his animalization, he swept over the surveillance screen and looked at Chen Mengyuan and Chen Tao, who had already panicked and ran out of the farm and got into the car to escape. After a little thought, Lu Feng didn't go after them. After the battle, the farm was covered in blood. In order not to attract other demonized beasts, Lu Feng needed to clean up the battlefield as soon as possible. Chen Mengyuan and Chen Tao, they could hide from the first day, but not the 15th. Lu Feng had plenty of time to settle the score with them. There was no rush for a moment. Clean up the battlefield first. Sweeping over the corpses of the rams, monkeys, black pigs and hyenas on the ground, Lu Feng first took out the beast source in their minds, then threw them into the pits dug long ago on the farm, treating their corpses as nutrients needed for the growth of the elixir. Although it was said that after a person's death and bestiality, they would not re-automate into a human body, but would always exist in the form of a beast. And after consuming this corpse, it was just as good as consuming a demonized animal to get magic power. However, Lu Feng still felt a bit diabolical. Besides, Lu Feng wasn't short of food right now, so it would be better to bury them of his spirit medicine nutrients. Your turn. After disposing of these corpses, Lu Feng looked at the Persian cat that had been dropped unconscious again. Please, don't kill me. Don't. This Persian cat had already come to her senses, transformed into a human body, dressed in denim hot pants and a tight black tank top. She was curled up in the corner in panic and terror, her hands clasped her chest, her body trembling violently as she looked at Lu Feng, who was approaching step by step. Not killing you? Lu Feng sneered, "Give me a reason not to kill you." I. The woman instantly froze, following which after a minute, her teeth clenched her vermilion lips as she slowly pulled down her undershirt sling. "As long as you don't kill me, I can sleep with you." Chapter 9: The Woman Who Seduced Lu Feng. "You who?" Lu Feng was stunned when he heard this, and he was very slightly surprised as he looked at the woman who had already pulled down her undershirt halter, revealing a smattering of snow-white shoulders. Are all the women in the end time so open? So direct? Lu Feng, as long as you don't kill me, then whatever you let me do is fine. Please. The woman tightly bit her lips and her eyes were full of pleading as she looked at Lu Feng. Not only did she deliberately reveal her shoulders, but she also propped up her snow-white and slender legs, carefully rubbing her feet against Lu Feng's leg and wrist. Wanting to arouse Lu Feng's animalistic desire, letting Lu Feng fall under her stone skirt. Are you sure I really want to do anything to you? Lu Feng coldly smiled, playfully looking at the woman in front of him who was scratching her head and intentionally seducing him. Aha! The woman hummed softly, thinking that her ploy had really worked. Next she would first give Lu Feng some sweetness, then gradually subdue him and turn him into a licking dog. By then, all the treasures in this farm of Lu Feng's would be hers. Moreover, Lu Feng was so strong, so under Lu Feng's protection, she could also survive better in this post-apocalyptic world. This was definitely more beneficial than detrimental to her, even though she had sacrificed her body. Besides, for her, she really didn't care about this sacrifice. Come on, brother Lu. Thinking of this, the woman who felt that she had already won completely, was deliberately showing the ultimate charm, scratching her head to lure Lu Feng. There's no rush, let's get down to business first. Lu Feng sneered and shook off the woman's foot that was placed on his thigh, still wanting to continue to lure him. Oops, brother Lu, you were so bad. The woman hummed, and stretched out her hands to Lu Feng. Brother Lu, this place is not allowed, you hold people to go to the room, Aya. No need to go to the room, this is fine. Lu Feng smiled. Hee, I didn't realize that you still have this kind of hobby, brother Lu. The woman covered her face pretending to be shy, but I'm shy, I don't want to, ouch. I don't care if you want to. Lu Feng sneered, the main thing I'm talking about is that I happen to need one thing, so I'm going to borrow some with you. What? The woman raised her head and looked at Lu Feng suspiciously. Your beast source. Put. Lu Feng, who sneered coldly, directly stabbed the woman in the heart. You. The woman covered her face incredulously, her eyes filled with intense shock as she looked at Lu Feng. She never thought that Lu Feng would spare his hands to kill such a great beauty like her. Lu Feng wasn't interested in her? He didn't want to sleep. This is the end times, not before, don't play any little fairy mind games in front of me. Lu Feng glanced at the woman disdainfully, besides, even if I wanted to find a woman, then I wouldn't find you. Chen Mengyuan, that friend, can be any good person? Am I brain kicked by a donkey? Would fall twice in the same place? You're trying to kill me, would I be stupid enough to let you go? The one who is close to Zhu is red, the one who is close to Mo is black. Bang! Lu Feng, who laughed coldly, directly took out the woman's beast source. Unfortunately, it was just a piece of white beast source. Go and use it as sustenance. After throwing the woman's corpse into the nourishment pool underneath the elixir, Lu Feng checked the loot he had obtained from this battle. The most useful one was a green beast source. The 4 people who had beastified into a sow, Persian cat, ram, and monkey possessed a white beast source, while the one who had beastified into a hyena possessed a green beast source of good quality. Good stuff. Playing with the green beast source in his hand, Lu Feng was satisfied. After all, if he wanted to mutate and evolve again, one of the most difficult things to get was this green beast source. Ordinary beasts and humans were all white beast source, and only some exceptionally gifted and powerful demonized beasts had green beast source. This was not to say that Lu Feng had difficulty hunting them. After all, Lu Feng, who had been transformed into a Gundam musk ox, although his realm was only middle-ranked, he had no problem dealing with high-ranked beasts. The problem now was that the end times had just arrived, so there weren't many humans and beasts that possessed green beast source. Finding them for this reason was more troublesome. There are also 35 pieces of ordinary white beast cores, 50 pieces of lower-grade magic stones, and 80 pieces of iron essence. A few low-grade ordinary medicinal herbs. Not bad, the harvest is quite large. Looking at the loot full of loot, Lu Feng was very excited. This battle was still really not in vain. Chen Mengyuan and Chen Tao, this group of retards, were really his money-giving children. According to the system requirements, I'm still missing 9 green beast cores beast source, 11 white beast cores beast source, 50 lower grade magic stones, and 120 iron essences. Then there's the green jade lotus seed and special materials. This blast evolution, it should be that the more special materials I place, the stronger they are, so the more chances there are to trigger a blast evolution? Looks like I need to collect more special materials next time. Locking these treasures in the safe, Lu Feng, who was muttering in his mind, stretched his back and cleared the remaining blood on the ground. Let's take a rest first, then tomorrow we'll go to the central lake to finish off the giant crocodile and plum leopard and seize the alienation resources. Scanning the gradually overcast sky, Lu Feng stepped into the kitchen, intending to fry a few steaks for a casual meal. After the advent of the end times, the magic gas was thick at night, and visibility was much lower than during the day. And many wild animals like to come out at night to prey. So before his strength reached the transcendent realm, Lu Feng still avoided moving at night as much as possible, especially going to the forests that were full of dangers everywhere. At the moment, while Lu Feng was taking a break from eating steak, Chen Mengyuan and Chen Tao, who had driven all the way, could be considered to be in a sorry state and had managed to escape back to Qiongqi. Brother, what are we going to do next? After returning to the house, Chen Mengyuan patted her chest, remembering Lu Feng's beastly hideous muskox during the day. Her body still couldn't help but tremble violently and was very panicked. Sis, you shouldn't have flipped off him at that time. Chen Tao's mouth twitched. If the two of you were still together, then right now, we could totally live in his farm and let him go out huntings and provide us with all sorts of cherished spirit medicines and meat. Chen Tao sighed with increasing bitterness. How could I have known that he would suddenly become so strong? Chen Mengyuan similarly sighed long and bitterly. She was really regretting her intestines right now, having known that the end times would suddenly descend and that Lu Feng would actually awaken the strong Gundam Spur muskox beast source. Then she shouldn't have quarreled with Lu Feng at that time. Instead, she should have snubbed Lu Feng and let him continue to lick her. It's too late to say anything now, I really didn't expect his luck to be so good. Chen Tao clenched his fists. Damn, Lu Feng, this man, he must have obtained some treasure by chance. Sister, we must seize this treasure and become stronger than him. How do we take it away? Chen Mengyuan was still terrified with palpitations. He's too strong. Today your friends were easily defeated and killed by him. Sister, don't worry, he's only one person even if he's too strong. Chen Tao smiled coldly with an eerie expression. I have a good way that will ironically make him completely finished. Chen Mengyuan looked at Chen Tao in surprise. Chapter 10 Chen Tao's plotting and scheming. Doesn't that farm of his have a lot of treasured various spirit medicines and heavenly treasures? Chen Tao smiled grimly. As long as we put out this news, many people who have animalized into strong beasts will definitely form groups to plunder his farm. At that time, facing these people, Lu Feng, he'll only have one way to die. This. Chen Mengyuan was instantly a little stunned at his words. Sister, is it hard for you to still feel sorry for him? Don't want him to die? Chen Tao clenched his fists, gnashing teeth. If it wasn't for you and I escaping quickly today, then we would have already been killed by him. If he doesn't die, then the ones who die afterward will be us. Chen Tao clenched his fists. Lu Feng, he must die. I'm not heartbroken for him, I'm heartbroken for this elixir. Chen Mengyuan hummed lightly. If you find someone else, then this elixir won't fall into our hands. Don't worry sis, we can always share some. Chen Tao waved his hand heavily. Previously, I knew a big brother tiger from the Tao. I heard that the beast source he awakened was a strong Bengal tiger. As long as brother tiger is willing to bring someone out. Chen Tao let out a sardonic laugh. This dog Lu Feng will die. Well, alright then. Chen Mengyuan nodded with a light hum. Lu Feng, you wait for me. Thinking of the woeful situation during the day, Chen Tao became more and more indignant. It's just a beast transformed into a muskox. Do you really think you can run amok? Your time to die is coming soon. The excited Chen Tao's eyes burned, eager to snatch Lu Feng's treasures. Ah choo, ah choo. Early the next morning, Lu Feng, who woke up, sneezed several times. Who's thinking about me? After muttering, Lu Feng then winded up and swept away the dozen or so pounds of steak left over from last night's good work. After alienating into a rigid spur muskox, Lu Feng found that his food intake had increased tremendously. It wasn't even an exaggeration to describe it as a mouthful of a cow. Magic power is only 150 points now, it's not enough, need to store more. After eating the steak, since he was going to fight against the powerful giant crocodile and plum leopard later on, Lu Feng devoured all of the ordinary spirit medicines that he had plundered from Chen Tao's friends yesterday just to be on the safe side. Ho ho ho! Instantly, the magic power stored in Lu Feng's beast source reached 500 points. Enough! Lu Feng, who was filled with power and vigor. He directly left the farm and followed the route from the day before, heading straight to the center lake. Arrived! An hour later, Lu Feng, who had arrived at the center lake, didn't show his head in a hurry, but first hid in the bushes and carefully looked out at the center lake. At this moment, the plumed leopard and the giant crocodile were nowhere to be seen. One could only see a lotus flower blooming in full bloom on the wide surface of the center lake. The maturation of heavenly materials and exotic treasures takes time, and this lotus flower obviously hasn't completely matured yet, so neither the plum blossom leopard nor the giant crocodile are in a hurry to show up to snatch it again. If I want to kill the giant crocodile now, then I'll have to be in charge of guarding the lotus afterward, and fight with the many beasts that come over to snatch it. There's no rush, first let this giant crocodile act as a bodyguard for me, and when the lotus flower is about to ripen, I'll go and pick the peaches. After a little thought, in order not to miss the time when the lotus flower was ripe, Lu Feng directly looked for a tall banyan tree and jumped into the canopy, built a hammock and hid on it, waiting for the lotus flower to ripen. And the fact Lu Feng predicted is really right, this lotus flower emits aroma, really attracted a lot of demonized wild beasts. But as soon as these beasts approached the lotus flower, they would be whisked away or devoured by the giant crocodile hidden under the lotus flower. After spending the night in the danger-filled forest, the next morning, the increasingly dense aroma woke Lu Feng up from his sleep. It's going to ripen. Looking at the brightly colored lotus flower, Lu Feng's eyes burned. Roar! At this moment, with a deafening hiss, the plum blossom leopard, which was a whole circle larger than when Lu Feng had seen it a few days ago, appeared. Hiss! Seeing the plumed leopard appear, the giant crocodile revealed its head from the lake, opening its bloody mouth with sharp teeth and glaring at the plumed leopard in a hideous and incomparable manner. The strength of these two should both reach advanced 7 or 8 stars. Looking at the plum blossom leopard and the giant crocodile, whose demeanor and appearance had become more and more hideous and strong after not seeing them for a few days, Lu Feng secretly sighed. He thought to himself that if one of them swallowed this treasure, then maybe they could directly break through the shackles and reach the transcendent realm. Huffing. Under Lu Feng's gaze, the plum blossom leopard was the first to attack, fiercely tearing at the giant crocodile with a fierce claw. Hiss! The giant crocodile was not willing to show weakness. With its bloody mouth, relying on the strong defensive power of its scale armor, it resisted the sharp claw attack of the plum leopard, and used its teeth and claws to fiercely pounce on and tear the plum leopard. Half of the body submerged in the lake. As long as the plum leopard dragged into the water, then it will undoubtedly win. The crocodile's death roll, that was truly a life-threatening trick. Intense enough. Lu Feng, who was hiding in the shadows, didn't rush to make a move, as he watched the crocodile and the plum panther fight on one side, while keeping an eye on the lotus flower that was about to ripen. Of course, Lu Feng also noticed that Old Six hiding in the shadows was not only himself. There were a few monkeys on the other trees staring at the lotus flowers, and on the ground there were porcupines and foxes lurking in the bushes, getting a little bit closer. In the air there are falcons and eagles and other birds of prey, hovering above them. All the beasts, all want to get a piece of the cake. It's just that their strength is not as good as this plum blossom leopard and giant crocodile, so they don't dare to approach rashly, and can only watch the plum blossom leopard and giant crocodile fight. Hoo-hoo! Half an hour later, the brightly colored lotus flowers withered one after another. On this lotus blossom, a single green-colored, lotus seed that emitted a strong devilish aura was attractively presented. This lotus seed was clearly the green jade lotus seed that Lu Feng needed for his alteration. It's now! The moment the lotus seed appeared, Lu Feng quickly jumped down from the big banyan tree and rushed towards this ripe green jade lotus seed. Roll away! Bang! Lu Feng, who was the first to rush to the lotus bush, kicked over a grimacing monkey before quickly seizing 3 lotus heads with a handful of ripped ones. Roar! Hiss! Seeing that Lu Feng had even gotten the better of him, this giant crocodile and plum blossom leopard, in their anger, were the ones who immediately gave up the fight and rushed towards Lu Feng at the same time. Come and chase me! Lu Feng would not be stupid enough to fight with the giant crocodile in the lake. After all, although the musk ox could swim, but in the lake's combat power, that was still very low. Whoosh! So Lu Feng directly seized the opportunity and jumped onto the shore at a fiery speed. Roar! Hiss! Because the treasure had been taken away, the plum blossom leopard and the giant crocodile didn't hesitate and directly jumped ashore after Lu Feng, frantically chasing after him with the intention of killing him to retrieve the treasure. Being taken away by such a weak human like Lu Feng, this was an intolerable shame for both the plum blossom leopard and the giant crocodile. It's now! And Lu Feng looked at the giant crocodile that he had lured ashore and was instantly overjoyed. If this giant crocodile had been hiding at the bottom of the lake, then Lu Feng would not have been able to deal with it. But now, it was sending itself to the door to seek death. So Lu Feng, who had a cold smile in his heart, directly catalyzed the beast's source. Moo! With an earth-shattering cow roar, the strong Gundam muskox appeared. Chapter 11: Fighting the Giant Crocodile and Plum Leopard between Tiger and Tiger. Die! The moment the beast transformed into a demonic bull, Lu Feng directly used his sharp, rigidly spiked bull horns to ruthlessly poke at the giant crocodile that pounced on it from behind and had been constantly tearing at his buttocks and heels. This giant crocodile had never thought that Lu Feng would unexpectedly transform into such a large, muscular, and powerful muskox. Therefore, even though this giant crocodile's realm surpassed Lu Feng's, and it was a beast of the higher realm, it was miserably poked with a bull's horn by Lu Feng. Jab la la, poof. Amidst the flashes of electricity, Lu Feng's bullhorn and the giant crocodile's scale armor, after some friction and electricity, eventually found the connection of the giant crocodile's scale armor, and ruthlessly stabbed into a sliver of the gap where the giant crocodile's two pieces of scale armor were connected. Although the giant crocodile had thick skin and flesh, after losing the defense of its scale armor, its skin and flesh simply could not resist Lu Feng's sharp bullhorn stab. Poof! In an instant, this giant crocodile was stabbed out by Lu Feng with two shocking bloody holes. Hiss! After tumbling away in a sorry state, the giant crocodile slumped on the ground, waving its sharp claws and opening its fishy, bloody mouth, glaring angrily at Lu Feng. It was because beasts would only give birth to true spiritual intelligence like human beings after entering the transcendent realm. So at this moment, although the giant crocodile of the higher realm was smarter than the average beast, it was also more animalistic than human. If you were a human being, at this moment, you might have realized that it's not good, and choose to run away to escape. However, the giant crocodile was still madly glaring at Lu Feng under the effect of animalism, wanting to kill Lu Feng's revenge. Roar! The plum blossom leopard was also glaring at Lu Feng with the same anger, facing Lu Feng who had snatched away the green jade lotus seed. Even though Lu Feng was strong, it didn't flinch. Two mongrels, you're really looking for death. Looking at the giant crocodile and plum blossom leopard that were still eyeing him, Lu Feng coldly smiled, since you're both in a hurry to find death, then I'll fulfill you, go to hell. Skill, mighty pressure. Moo! As the giant crocodile and plum blossom leopard were staring at Lu Feng, rubbing their fists with the intention of attacking Lu Feng directly activated the skill that stimulated the bloodline of the ancient divine beast, the Por Chi, and let out a heaven-shaking cow roar. Gudong! Plop! Squeak! After this bull roar filled with the pressure of a divine beast resounded through the forest and the lake, in an instant, some of the middle-ranked and low-ranked wild beasts and birds that surrounded Lu Feng and the giant crocodile as well as the plum blossom leopard were paralyzed on the ground with trembling bodies, and did not dare to look directly at Lu Feng in fear and panic. Although Lu Feng was unable to fully utilize the pressure of a divine beast, since these beasts were too low in rank, Lu Feng's roar with just a hint of the divine beast's bloodline pressure was enough to deter them. After all, in the animal world, the barrier of bloodline rank could be too significant. Even the giant crocodile and plum blossom leopard, whose strength had reached a high rank, were briefly staggered and trembled in subconscious panic at this pressure. Go to hell. Skill, penetrate, impact. With the idea of taking advantage of your illness, Lu Feng, when the plum blossom leopard and the giant crocodile were affected by the divine beast's pressure and fell into a brief panic, he directly activated the second skill, lowering the bull's head, aiming for the giant crocodile to once again fiercely collide. Penetrating collision, as the name suggests, naturally, with the sharp steel-like bull horn, viciously piercing. To know in the animal world, is the strong lion and lioness, if unlucky by the bull horn stabbed in the abdomen, then all will die undoubtedly. What's more, at this moment, Lu Feng's bull's horn could be so sharp and sturdy that it could easily pierce through even steel plates. Put. Bang. Ka-ching. With the pleasant sound of the bull's horn entering the flesh and the loud cracking sound of the body hitting the tree, in yet another strenuous impact by Lu Feng. This giant crocodile was miserable, directly being viciously penetrated and picked off by Lu Feng's horn smashing a big tree on the spot, already spitting blood on the verge of death. Poo-poo. Hiss. After crashing through a big tree, the giant crocodile that fell to the ground kept spitting out blood, spilling scales all over its body, and there were 4 huge blood holes in its flesh, and it was already on the verge of death and couldn't move. Roar. Poof. At the same time Lu Feng poked the giant crocodile with one of his horns, the plum leopard took advantage of Lu Feng's favorable moment to attack the giant crocodile, and pounced on Lu Feng, tearing Lu Feng's bull body with its sharp claws. And like all felines, the plum blossom leopard directly opened its bloody mouth, wanting to forcefully press down on Lu Feng for a throat lock. Damn thing! Rushing to the fiery pain on his back, knowing that the defense of his rigidly spiked muskox wasn't too strong, and that the long strips of hair and cowhide weren't able to block this sharp-clawed attack of the plum blossom leopard, Lu Feng could only immediately fling his oxen hooves and ruthlessly charge towards the big tree. Lu Feng knew very well that he should never let the feline press down and lock his throat. It would suffocate and die that way. So he had to throw this plumed leopard off his body. And naturally, the best way to do that was to use the impact to make the plum blossom leopard duck down on its own. Lu Feng's bestialized rigid thorn musk ox's defense was average, and this plum blossom leopard's defense, that was even more average. After all, what the plum blossom leopard was good at was speed and attack power. Bang, bang, bang. As Lu Feng lowered his head in a rampage, many ancient trees with a diameter as thick as 20 centimeters, 30 centimeters, and even 40 centimeters live 50 centimeters in diameter, were then ruthlessly broken by Lu Feng. These broken ancient trees, branches kept smashing hard on Lu Feng's body. Lu Feng was indifferent to this. After all, the muskox was large enough and had thick skin to withstand the impact of such blunt objects. But lying on Lu Feng's back, sharp claws into Lu Feng's skin, want to lock-throat Lu Feng's plum leopard, is completely dumbfounded. It was miserably acting as a meat shield, resisting many of the trunk slams for Lu Feng. This made the plum blossom leopard very dumbfounded. Although its IQ had risen quite a bit after entering the higher stages, it had never experienced such a strange encounter when it usually hunted animals. Whether it was a bison or a sheep, donkey, horse, or pig that it usually hunted, after it was pressed on its body, it would only keep shaking and struggling, which would use other things to resist and torment it. Roar! In the end, the plum blossom leopard that couldn't stand being smashed by the collapsed tree trunk could only miserably let go of Lu Feng and fled to the side in a sorry state. You scum, come and go, now it's my turn. After the plum blossom leopard jumped off his back, Lu Feng, who smiled coldly, endured the pain of the plum blossom leopard's lacerated wounds on his back, and directly stimulated the skill. Skill, explosion. Skill, penetrating impact. Moo. With an earth-shaking cow roar, after turning the cow's head, Lu Feng, who had simultaneously activated two skills, directly accelerated at a speed of 100 meters, lowered his head, and lit up his sharp cow horn, viciously poking at the stunned plum blossom leopard. The original speed of the muskox was actually not fast, and the plum blossom leopard could easily dodge it. However, after Lu Feng had used the outburst skill, the burst speed of the Gundam muskox within 10 seconds was enough to catch up with the plum blossom leopard, or even surpass it. Chapter 12 Bengal Tiger, Tiger. Roar! Seeing Lu Feng rushing towards him at an extremely fast speed, the plum blossom leopard, who was too late to dodge at the moment, could only subconsciously wave its huge leopard paw, and with its sharp pointed claws, fiercely slapped at Lu Feng. Bang! Thud! After more than 10 seconds, with a muffled sound, the battle completely came to an end. Although the plum blossom leopard's huge leopard paw slapped heavily on Lu Feng's ox head, leaving a blood mark on Lu Feng's ox neck. However, it was still unable to resist Lu Feng's extremely explosive piercing charge of the rigidly spiked muskox. Its final result was to be ruthlessly penetrated and knocked away by Lu Feng on the spot. Plop! Ka-ching! Bear! The plum blossom leopard that flew out more than 10 meters away, after successively smashing through several large trees, it ended up paralyzed on the ground, blood soaring all over its body as it died on the spot. It was much more miserable than the giant crocodile. This was because Lu Feng's bullhorn was just right, directly and viciously stabbing into its heart. Perfect solution. With the tragic death of the plum blossom leopard, Lu Feng walked over to the giant crocodile again and stomped on it with a hoof, killing it with less breath in and more breath out, and it was still lingering on. These low to medium level beasts. After killing the giant crocodile, Lu Feng's eyes then swept over a group of middle and low level beasts that were attracted by the jade lotus seed and were watching from all around. The next alteration requires 10 green beast cores beast source and 50 more white beast cores beast source. These middle and low level beasts are the ready-made beast cores that are right in front of my eyes. Moo! Thinking of this, Lu Feng directly summoned up his remaining courage, and first roared angrily, using his bloodline pressure to deter these middle and low level beasts, making them tremble and temporarily unable to move to escape. Then, he went on a killing spree, killing and plundering. At this moment, when Lu Feng was killing all kinds of animals and plundering the beast cores in the forest and lakeside. Jiang Chang, inside a clubhouse. Big brother, this kid is outside shouting to see you, saying that he knows you and has something important to say to you. Bang! A scar-faced gangster lifted Chen Tao and threw him in front of Brother Tiger. Brother Tiger, Chen Tao, we've met before and I've even toasted you. Chen Tao crawled up from the ground in a sorry state, looking at Brother Tiger with a pleasing face. There are many people who have toasted to me, how the hell can I remember every single one of them? Brother Tiger glanced over Chen Tao with cold eyes. Roar! Following the sudden roar of Brother Tiger, under the shroud of surging demonic aura, a hideous mottled tiger silhouette vaguely emerged behind Brother Tiger. Puff! Chen Tao panicked and fell on his butt on the ground. This goon! Brother Tiger, if you were to roar one more time, you might have scared him directly into peeing. The crowd of ruffians pointed at Chen Tao, who was sitting paralyzed on the ground, all pointing disdainfully and laughing out loud. Goon! Brother Tiger glanced at Chen Tao with disdain, picked up his wineglass and took a sip. Speak up, what is it that you are looking for me for? Brother Tiger, I want to follow you. Chen Tao carefully looked at Brother Tiger. Mix with me? Brother Tiger glanced at Chen Tao with a cold smile. What beast origin have you awakened? Weasel. Chen Tao hurriedly replied. Waste. Brother Tiger sniffed even more disdainfully. Although the weasel had a certain amount of combat power and was very good at stealing chickens and dogs. But to Tiger, who had awakened the Bengal tiger, it was proper trash. Kid, is your brain kicked by a donkey? You're a ing weasel, what qualifications do you have to mix with Brother Tiger? Let me tell you, if you want to join Brother Tiger's forces, you have to at least awaken fierce beasts like wild dogs and rabbits and wolf dogs, and your strength has to be at least 5 stars of the primary level. You a tiny weasel, you damn well deserve it. The crowd of ruffians looked at Chen Tao with disdain, pointing at Chen Tao. Drag it down and feed it to the dogs. Brother Tiger waved his hand in disgust after sweeping a glance at Chen Tao. Yes. The two ruffians immediately reached out and dragged Chen Tao by the arm. Brother Tiger, wait, I have important news to report to you. Seeing that he was going to be dragged down and fed to the dogs, Chen Tao hurriedly and eagerly roared, Brother Tiger, I know of a good place that has a lot of rare elixirs in it. If you are able to obtain these treasured spirit medicines, you will definitely be able to evolve stronger. Oh? After waving his hand to signal a few ruffians to stop, Brother Tiger played with his wineglasses and looked at Chen Tao playfully. Kid, I'll give you another chance, say it. Brother Tiger, there is a farm in the outskirts, which not only raises a lot of edible animals like chickens, ducks, pigs and geese, but also has a medicinal nursery, which grows a lot of rare medicines such as ginseng and Ganoderma lucidum, as well as Hishawu. If you can occupy this farm and use it as a stronghold, it's definitely more comfortable than living in the city. Chen Tao looked at Tiger respectfully. At the very least, you can get a lot of spiritual medicines to replenish and evolve stronger. Oh wow! Brother Tiger smiled and immediately his eyes lit up with interest. After awakening the mighty tiger beast source and devouring quite a few other people's beast sources, he already knew enough about the end times. He knew that if he wanted to become stronger, apart from absorbing demonic chi and devouring beast sources, this various types of heavenly materials and treasures were the key to high-level evolution. Since you know such a place, why don't you go there yourself? Tiger looked at Chen Tao suspiciously. Because this farm is occupied by someone and I can't beat him. Chen Tao immediately replied, Brother Tiger, all I ask is that after you take this farm, you can share a little bit of the edges with me, and then take me in and let me live under your shelter. Occupied? Tiger's brows furrowed at once. What beast source has the person who occupied it awakened? How many experts are under his command? Brother Tiger, this farm was occupied by just one person, and the beast source that was awakened was a cow. Chen Tao immediately replied. A cow? Is it really just a cow in the area? A weak cow is also worthy of occupying such a resource-rich farm? Instantly, the crowd of ruffians all had glowing eyes and were very excited. Yes, just one cow. Chen Tao immediately responded with a heavy nod, Brother Tiger, I'm too weak, I can't beat him. But with you stepping in, you can definitely easily get him killed and seize this farm. You goon, you can't even beat a ing cow. Bang! Standing up, Tiger directly kicked over Chen Tao, then excitedly waved his hand, gather the brethren and set off. You kid, lead the way. Brother Tiger swept Chen Tao back. If this farm is really like what you say, then I'll take you in and give you a bite to eat. Thank you, Brother Tiger, thank you, Brother Tiger. Chen Tao was overjoyed at his words and immediately led the way numbly. Following that, looking at Brother Tiger and the more than 10 raging, all awakened beasts of ruffians minions beside him, Chen Tao was really overjoyed. Lu Feng, dare to provoke me, this time you're dead. Brother Tiger will definitely get you killed, haha. Chapter 13 Fighting ends, Great Harvest. While Chen Tao was urging Tiger to lay his hands on Lu Feng, at the junction of the forest lake at this moment, Lu Feng, who had been on a killing spree for quite some time, pinched the point of lifting his animalization as the magic power within the beast source was about to be depleted, ending the frantic battle. Although it was said that under the pressure of the Gundam musk ox that possessed the bloodline of the Port Chi, ordinary animals simply did not dare to take the initiative to attack and get close to Lu Feng. However, Lu Feng knew that in the end times, he must be careful and cautious, leaving room for everything, and not being too proud and arrogant. The last thing in the last days was exceptions. There were always animals that went completely crazy after demonization. Ants bite elephants to death, this is not just talk in the last days. Therefore, Lu Feng still had to keep a certain amount of magic power just in case. In my previous life, I've seen quite a few proud sons of heaven who had awakened a strong beast source, just because their character was too arrogant, thinking that the king of heaven was the first and he was the second, and when they went out to explore, they took the risk of venturing deeper without listening to the advice of others. In the end, he died miserably, with no bones left. Lu Feng sighed and shook his head. In the end times, geniuses are common. But only geniuses that can grow up, that's true genius. Harvest first. After simply eating some spirit medicine and spirit fruits to replenish his physical strength and magic power, Lu Feng looked at the animal corpses all over the place. Lu Feng's eyes burned with excitement. This wave, the beast cores he needed for his second mutation evolution, should be able to come together in full. The time of harvest has arrived. Lu Feng, who had opened his backpack, directly took out his dagger and began to slice through the animals' heads one by one, taking out the beast cores within. Sure enough, green quality beast core, very good. After opening the pythons and plum blossom leopards' heads in this way, Lu Feng was very satisfied with the green quality beast source inside. These two demonized high-grade wildlife really didn't disappoint Lu Feng. Together with the green beast source that I obtained earlier, the green beast source of that stupid bastard that was bestialized into a hyena, I now have 3 green beast sources beast cores. 7 pieces short of the 10 needed for the second mutation evolution. Sweeping over the lakeshore and the outskirts of the forest, the hundreds of low and medium-level demonized animals that he had just decapitated, Lu Feng's eyes burned. I hope that there are some of you with a better bloodline and awakened beast cores of green quality. It will allow me to gather the 10 pieces needed for this evolution in one go. After muttering some words, Lu Feng wielded his daggers and began to butcher the beast cores. Phew! After working for half an hour until his back ached from exhaustion, Lu Feng finally finished collecting. A total of 88 pieces of beast cores were obtained. Although Lu Feng had killed hundreds of wild animals in one go, some of the wild animals had not been successfully demonized because they were too low level, thus the beast cores had not formed in his mind. 80 white beast cores, 8 green quality beast cores. Together with the green beast cores of the plum blossom leopard and the giant crocodile, as well as the green beast cores that I originally possessed. This wave is completely assembled. Cool. Looking at the pile of beast cores piled up in front of him, emitting a rich magical aura, Lu Feng was truly excited. According to what is needed for mutation evolution, now 10 green quality beast cores and 50 white quality beast cores, this is all done. And then the green jade lotus seed is also available. As for the 100 pieces of lower grade magic stones and 300 pieces of iron essence, this should not be too much of a problem to collect on the way back. Lu Feng slightly shrugged his shoulders, not worrying about it. Under the transformation of the magic chi, in places where the content of magic chi was rich, things such as stones and cui jade, which were originally useless in nature, would naturally form magic stones and iron essences that contained magic chi. As long as you look carefully, these low-grade magic stones and iron essences are very common in the forest. As for the high-grade magic stones and copper essences along with silver and gold essences, these kinds of treasures would be very rare, and would only be generated by chance in veins where the magic chi was particularly dense. What's lacking now are the special materials needed for evolution. After collecting the beast cores, Lu Feng looked at the field of animal corpses again. Although all of them can provide magic power after consumption, there are too many of them. I can't drag them all into the farm one by one. It can only go to waste. Sighing with a roar, Lu Feng looked towards the most precious plum leopard and giant crocodile corpses. This giant crocodile scale armor, does it count as a special material? After all, a giant crocodile in the high-level realm has tough scale armor that can even resist unusual pistol bullets. It should be one of the special materials. Try it. Thinking of this, the excited Lu Feng directly used his dagger to dissect it, tearing off all the scale armor from the giant crocodile's body, stacking it into a bundle. Forget about the plum blossom leopard, there's nothing good on it. Lu Feng, who had casually cut off the freshest tenderloin on a plum leopard and was going to go back and use it to grill meat for dinner, eventually looked towards the lotus pond on the shore of this lake. The green jade lotus seed is a treasure. This remaining lotus flower, does it count as a special material? Look for it. Lu Feng, who muttered, carefully dived into the lake and searched well in the lotus bush. Ha! This is. After some searching, looking at the lotus root that was pulled out from the silt at the bottom of the river, emitting a white light, like white jade, Lu Feng was instantly overjoyed. This is the white jade lotus root, like the green jade lotus seed, it's a special treasure. It possesses an extremely strong detoxification effect. After washing the silt from the white jade lotus root, Lu Feng carefully placed it in his backpack. In the demonized post-apocalyptic world, many animals carried intense poison. For example, centipedes, poisonous snakes, scorpions, and toads. The white jade lotus root, on the other hand, was a heavenly treasure that cleared heat and poison. It's a pity that there's only this one. After a good search at the bottom of the lotus, Lu Feng, who was covered in silt, sighed bitterly. Although this lotus pond was quite large, only this one mutated white jade lotus root had been cultivated. The other lotus roots were all ordinary lotus roots that weren't much use. But it's not bad. Greed is not enough for a snake to swallow an elephant. It's time to go back and prepare for the second mutation evolution. Let's go! After cleaning up and going ashore, Lu Feng directly picked up his backpack filled with beast cores, then dragged a thick pile of python scale armor and rushed towards the farm. Fortunately, after demonization, Lu Feng's body also had a mutation. Otherwise, with so many things, relying on the human body alone, Lu Feng would definitely not be able to carry them when put into the pre-magic world. Done! An hour later, Lu Feng, who had collected some more magic stones and iron essences in the forest, returned to the farm out of breath. Start the second alienation. Stepping into the core area of the farm, after consuming a batch of elixirs and spiritual fruits to replenish enough magic power, Lu Feng directly took out the collected treasures and prepared for alienation. There were a total of 10 green quality beast cores beast source, 50 white quality beast cores beast source, 100 lower grade magic stones, 300 iron essences, 10 green jade lotus seeds, 1 stack of special material python scale armor, and 1 white jade lotus root. Alienation. After laying down the 6-man star formation, Lu Feng directly urged the demonic chi in the beast source and hooked up the many materials. Ho ho ho! In an instant, the dense black rolling devil chi directly enveloped Lu Feng. Chapter 14 Second Mutation Evolution, Titan Yak. Moo! An hour later, an earth-shattering cow roar resounded violently throughout the entire farm. Puff! Coax! Bah! Carrick! After the fall of this earth-shattering cow roar, all the animals on the farm and around the farm all collapsed to the ground in panic, trembling and terrified by the bloodline. After completing the second mutation evolution, the divine beast poverty chi bloodline in Lu Feng's body had gained an additional trace. So the pressure emanating from it was naturally stronger. Bullish. Mutation evolution, it's really awesome. After the earth-shattering roar fell, looking at himself in the mirror, Lu Feng was truly overjoyed. At this moment, it was about 3 meters tall at the shoulder, about 5 meters long, and weighed 10 tons. The bull's horns are not only sharper and sharper, but they are also flickering with black glittering light, and with just a glance, you can tell that the bull's horns are absolutely sturdy and incomparable. And not only weight body length has changed, Lu Feng body fur also has a significant change. Previously, when he had just stabbed the musk ox form, although Lu Feng's ox horn was sharp, his defense was obviously insufficient, and his long black hair and cowhide were only able to withstand ordinary attacks. So facing the giant crocodile's bite and the plum leopard's tear, Lu Feng's fur couldn't even carry it, and would be torn open by the blows. And now, after Lu Feng's second mutation evolution of bestiality, underneath the brown fur of this giant bull, it was steel-like, just like crocodile scale armor, filled with piece after piece of black scale armor. This scale armor is strong and incomparable. Don't say unusual knife and gun, is unusual pistol and rifle bullets front shooting, that can only ding 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 splash of electricity fall, also can't penetrate this defensive force strong armor. My current form, what kind of cow is it, and how strong is the realm? Feeling the immense abundance of this body after the animalization, Lu Feng, who seemed to be able to knock over dozens of sky-high trees with a single horn, was really excited. Lu Feng had a premonition that at this moment, when he faced the previous plum blossom leopard and giant crocodile again, he definitely wouldn't have to fight so hard anymore. All he needed to do was to easily poke a horn, or heavily stomp a bull's hoof. Then he could easily, directly trample this plum blossom leopard and poke this giant crocodile to death. Even though the giant crocodile was covered in sturdy scale armor, it was 100% unable to carry Lu Feng's ferocious poke. Cool. Thinking of this, the excited Lu Feng directly opened his apocalypse and swept himself. Target person, Lu Feng. Race, Titan Yak Peak Stage. Realm, High Order 9 stars. Skills, Mighty Pressure B, Giant Crash C, Crazy Outburst D, Detoxification D, Passive Skill. Talents, Apocalypse Super Supreme Grade, Sacrifice Super Supreme Grade. Beast Source Stored Magic, 1005000. Final Evolutionary State, Divine Beast Poverty. Evolutionary Routes, 2. Designated Evolution, 2000 Magic Power, 50 Green Beast Cores, 100 White Beast Cores, 300 Lower Grade Magic Stones, 300 Iron Essence, 100 Copper Essence, 1 Awakening Stone, can evolve into an Earth Attribute Earthstorm Yak. Mutant Evolution, 4500 Magic Power, 1 Special Attribute Beast Core, 100 Green Beast Cores, 1000 White Beast Cores, 1500 Lower Grade Magic Stones, 1000 Copper Essences, 50 Silver Essences, 3 Awakening Stones, 1 Blazing Fire Lotus, no limit on special materials, can mutate and evolve. Note, there is a certain chance of triggering Storm Evolution. So my form at this moment is a strong Titan Yak. Looking at the information that Apocalypse swept out, Lu Feng was excited. Also, in the natural animal world, yaks are indeed stronger than musk oxen. And with my current 10-ton body, it does seem like a ferocious and strong ancient titanic beast. Even if an ordinary tank is in front of me, I can directly overturn it and pierce it. Awesome voice breaking. After shouting excitedly in his heart, Lu Feng was even more excited when he looked at his strength, which was as high as 9 stars of the high order. When I was in the middle order realm, I could double kill the plumed leopard and giant crocodile of the high order realm. Now that I've reached the high order realm, this unusual high order realm animal, not to mention 1-on-1, even 1-on-3, 1-on-5, or even 1-on-10, can definitely be defeated with ease. With this strong strength, I can completely say that I am invincible under the transcendent realm. Even if it's an unusual transcendent realm Fey beast, I can still go through the motions and at the very least remain undefeated. Lu Feng clenched his fists in excitement. Skill-wise, the mighty pressure has risen to rank B, and what was originally a D-ranked penetrating punch has turned into the current C-ranked giant power punch. It's also true that I, who beast into a titan beast, no longer need any penetration. With this strong power alone, I'm enough to ram all my opponents to death. After all, it's not just words to say that 1 power can kill 10. Lu Feng laughed. Then what was originally an E-ranked outburst turned into the current D-ranked crazy outburst. And then there's an additional D-rank antidote skill. It's just a pity that it's passive. It should be because of the special materials. Lu Feng muttered secretly, I used the scales of a giant crocodile as a special material, so after I evolved into a Titan Yak, I had extra scales on my body. When I used white jade lotus root as a special material, I got an extra passive detoxification skill. Then for the next transcendent evolution, I must collect more special materials and strive to become stronger. With that, Lu Feng looked at the evolution route. It's really not easy to enter the transcendent realm. Even if it's designated evolution, it's not just magic power alone, it also requires iron essence and copper essence as well as various types of beast sources and awakening stones too. And mutation evolution requires even more. Looking at the treasures needed for mutation evolution, Lu Feng was very slightly annoyed and tightly frowned. Among these treasures, the green and white beast cores as well as the lower grade magic stones were okay to get. With his current strength, he could handle it if he went out hunting a few more times. Copper essence as well as silver essence, these are not too easy to get, but finding a few or veins to explore will be able to get them. Awakening stones, this is a necessary treasure for all demonized animals and humans after they want to enter the transcendent realm. Lu Feng muttered, according to my memories from my previous life, they will concentrate in places where the demonic energy is extremely dense. Although there is a certain amount of danger, with my current strong strength, getting them shouldn't be too much of a problem. The only thing is this special attribute beast core, which is really hard to get. Looking at the various treasures listed by mutant evolution, Lu Feng scratched his head very slightly annoyed. In the end times, there was only one possible way for special attribute beast cores to appear. That was when people or animals evolved to the transcendent realm and awakened various transcendent abilities. Only then could the corresponding beast core evolve into a special attribute beast core. So if Lu Feng wanted to get this special attribute beast core, there was only one way. That was kill transcendent realm experts or alien beasts. Chapter 15 Farm besieged by tigers leaders. Killing a transcendent realm expert or a foreign beast over the level is really not an easy task. The slightest carelessness will tragically take a small life. Lu Feng slapped his forehead with some annoyance. Although his Titan yak after this mutation evolution was indeed very strong, no matter whether it was defense or attack, that was enough to single-handedly take on a dozen or so experts of the same high-ranking realm by himself, and definitely not lose the upper hand. But if he wanted to take care of transcendent realm experts and exotic beasts, to be honest, Lu Feng really didn't have absolute certainty. This was because transcendent realm experts would all master a transcendent abnormal ability. For example, after awakening the water attribute beast source, they would have the ability to control water, and could use skills such as water arrow or water escape. Awakening metallic beast source can have the ability to control metal, have steel armor, or steel fist and other metal transcendent skills. Not only humans, once the beasts enter the transcendent realm, in the awakening of transcendent skills at the same time, will awaken a certain spiritual intelligence. Even if this spiritual intelligence was not as good as humans, it still had the basic ability to think. This would be difficult to deal with. After all, the beasts that acted on instinct alone, wanted to win with the weak, could design and arrange traps. And if you want to get these spiritually intelligent beasts killed, ordinary schemes will no longer be useful. We can only take one step at a time. If it's not possible, we'll use designated evolution first, and then use alteration evolution next after entering the transcendent realm. After muttering, Lu Feng looked towards the designated treasure required for mutation evolution. Flaming Fire Lotus? This transcendence mutation evolution requires such a fire attribute treasure, that's strange. Lu Feng scratched his head. This flaming fire lotus basically grows near volcanic craters. It won't be too hard to get, it's not a big deal. Moo! Lu Feng, who stretched his back, then urged the beast source, the familiarization of the body structure after the animalization, to practice the several skills he currently possessed, and to familiarize himself with the skills to improve his attack power. After all, he had just completed his evolution, so Lu Feng needed to familiarize himself with this new body as soon as possible, striving to exert 100%, or even 200%, of his strong combat power when fighting. And at this moment, while Lu Feng was moving this huge body of the Titan yak, a group of 30 or so uninvited guests drove to the outskirts of the farm. What's that sound? This sound, it's terrifying. Although I haven't seen the face yet, just by listening to this sound, I can't help but tremble and feel a strong fear from the depths of my bloodline. Big brother, there shouldn't be any strong and ferocious beasts in this forest, right? After Lu Feng's bull roar that catalyzed the divine beast's pressure, even though they were several kilometers away, the ruffians under Tiger's command were still affected to a certain extent. Although the beast sources they had awakened were all ferocious beasts with a certain level of combat prowess. However, facing Lu Feng, the Titan yak that possessed the bloodline of the divine beast poverty, their awakened beast origins, that would not be enough. This. Brother Tiger locked his brows tightly and looked at the dark forest in front of him that was shrouded in demonic mist and black, like the hideous bloody mouth of a man-eating beast. Brother Tiger. A junior brother panicked and pulled Brother Tiger. It's too scary, there must be ferocious beasts inside this forest. There might even be a strong beast king present. Brother Tiger, let's retreat. Brother Tiger, you're scared too, aren't you? The junior brother muttered. Pa! Brother Tiger backhandedly slapped his little brother's face and glared fiercely. I'm scared my ass off. What I awakened is the Bengal tiger beast source. I am the true king of beasts. Only others are afraid of Lousy. There is no reason for Lousy to be afraid of others yet. Although just now, in the sound of the bull roar, Tiger also somewhat couldn't help but give birth to some trembling from the depths of his soul. But on the surface, of course he wouldn't admit it. Roar! Thinking of this, the furious tiger directly displayed his Bengal tiger beast origin and roared up to the sky. Puff! Brother Tiger is mighty. Brother Tiger is the true king of all beasts. Amidst Brother Tiger's roar, a bunch of ruffians panicked and knelt down, loudly boasting about Brother Tiger. As for the forest, some of the middle and low-ranked animals were also scared and either fled in a lurch or prostrated themselves on the ground. As the king of all beasts, the tiger's pressure was still very strong. That's more like it. Sweeping over the group of ruffians who were frightened by himself, Tiger let out a grunt of satisfaction. Thinking to himself that he must have missed his senses just now, how could there be a foreign beast stronger than his Bengal tiger in this forest? Forward! The confident tiger immediately waved his hand with an imposing wave after he reappeared as a human. Yes. With Brother Tiger here, we can completely walk sideways in this forest. Brother Tiger is invincible, Brother Tiger is mighty. The crowd of ruffians immediately mustered up their essence and killed their way into the forest with vigor. Brother Tiger, do you think that roar just now, could it be from that Lu Feng? At this moment, a ruffian muttered and looked at Brother Tiger. I've heard that there are some people who awaken a foreign beast that will possess a strong divine beast bloodline. If this Lu Feng awakened a strong foreign beast that possesses a divine beast bloodline, Plankton muttered worriedly, then we would be in danger. Impossible. Chen Tao, who was on the side, hurriedly roared, Brother Tiger, don't listen to his nonsense, that scumbag Lu Feng, the beast source that he awakened is a cow. How can any divine beast be in the form of a cow? Chen Tao sneered, he's trash compared to you, Brother Tiger. That's not necessarily true. Plankton muttered, I've heard that one of the four great fierce beasts of the ancient world, the Porchi, is in the form of an ox, as well as the Qiongqi, rhinoceros drain, and whatnot, are all divine beasts in the form of an ox as well. Ah. Chen Tao smiled and laughed even more, you're too funny, and a divine beast Porchi bloodline? As far as Lu Feng is concerned, he's also worthy? If he's a Porchi, then our Brother Tiger is one of the four great divine beasts, the white tiger. Chen Tao looked at Brother Tiger with a pleasing face, that Lu Feng, he's not even worthy of mentioning your shoes to Brother Tiger. Brother Tiger nodded his head slightly in a condescending manner and swept a glance at Plankton, don't be so godly all day long, and Porchi, and Qiongqi, he's not even worthy? If he really awakened a foreign beast with a divine beast bloodline, then I won't fight with him, I'll simply kneel down and recognize him as the master and give him a slave. He. Tiger arrogantly sneered, really think that divine beast bloodline is a cabbage? I haven't even awakened it, how does he deserve it? That's right, if you want to awaken, then it's also you, Brother Tiger, who will awaken first. Chen Tao hurriedly bragged. Maybe I was overthinking it. This ruffian lowered his head in embarrassment. Not long after, the convoy arrived outside the farm. Brother Tiger, this is the farm. After getting out of the car, Chen Tao pointed at the farm with incomparable excitement, there are so many treasures inside. The location is pretty good, it can be used as a field base to grow spiritual medicines and fruits and vegetables or something. After scanning the farm, Tiger coldly smiled and waved his hand, crash it for me. Chapter 16, Tremble, Scumbags. Drip 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 drip. Alert! The outer defense line is under attack. Alert! Alert! With Tiger's order, after Plankton drove his car violently towards the farm's gates, the sound of an ooh-la-la intense alarm was heard from the living area inside the farm. Lu Feng, who had just finished familiarizing himself with the body of the animalized titan yak and was in the kitchen making barbecue meat to eat, instantly frowned in displeasure. Is there some ungrateful animal that has come to storm my farm? Seek death. Sweeping over the corpses of many sparrows and magpies on the ground as well as birds of prey like crows, night lords and bats, Lu Feng walked straight towards the monitoring room. Because the outer wall of the farm was sturdy, and there was a high-voltage power grid inside that could explode when touched, ordinary beasts could not impact the farm at all. However, the flying birds have taken the advantage of flying and have come quite a lot these days. However, under the deterrence of Lu Feng's divine beast pressure, how many of these birds came, how many died? This was because Lu Feng only needed to cast a roar of his mighty pressure skill. These birds of prey, under the shock of the bloodline pressure, would be unable to fly with their bodies trembling, and would eventually fall from the air like dumplings, and would eventually be trampled to death one by Lu Feng. Chen Tao. This dog is here again. After entering the surveillance room and looking at the group of people such as Chen Tao and Tiger who were driving their cars and ramming the gate of the farm in the periphery, Lu Feng was instantly enraged. Damn thing, last time I didn't manage to kill you or let you run away, count yourself lucky. This time, since you're looking to die again, fine, I will kill you. Seeing that he has not yet come and go to the city to find them to settle the score, this Chen Tao can't wait to run to death by himself again. Lu Feng, who smiled coldly, directly opened the farm defense line. Chen Tao and Tiger's group of people were released into the farm. Lu Feng, who had just transformed into a titan yak, used Chen Tao and Tiger's group of people to try out the titan yak strength. There's really a shortage of accompanying trainers, and this sender of death has arrived. A resource sent to my door, I definitely have to laugh at it. Lu Feng, who smiled playfully, directly crossed his legs, ate barbecued meat and drank beer while waiting for Chen Tao and Tiger's group to send themselves to death. And at this moment, outside the farm. Brother Tiger, the gate opened by itself. A ruffian pointed at the slowly opening gate of the farm and exclaimed to Brother Tiger. Lu Feng, this dog, this can't wait to find death on his own. Chen Tao instantly looked at Brother Tiger with great joy, Brother Tiger, let's go get him killed. Aha! Coldly snorting, Brother Tiger straightly stepped towards the farm. Brother Tiger, I think it's better to be careful. At this time, Plankton, who suspected that Lu Feng had awakened the divine beast bloodline, once again reminded, this is not right everywhere. Logically speaking, when Lu Feng sees so many of us, he should immediately hide in fear, instead of opening the door to welcome us in. Brother Tiger, I'm worried that there's a trick. There's a fart, you're really overthinking it. Chen Tao couldn't help but roar, Lu Feng, he's just one person, how can he swindle us? I guess when he saw so many of us, he would have been scared and trembling, panicking and kneeling on the ground, praying for your mercy, Brother Tiger. Chen Tao laughed, Brother Tiger, do you think it's true? Brother Tiger nodded slightly and swept a glance at the apprehensive ruffian. There are more than 30 of us, and he is alone. In this situation, what can he do if he is deceitful? I'll easily get him killed too. After saying that, Tiger, who had a condescending face, directly walked into the farm with a furious, arrogant manner. There are really a lot of good things. After entering the farm, looking at the various plants growing within the farm, the chickens, ducks, pigs, sheep, and other domestic animals that had already been raised in captivity. Especially the thickly growing medicine beds, this was even more so as Tiger looked at them with burning eyes and excitement. Thinking to himself that the heavens had really treated him well, and had given him such an unexpected blessing. Getting this farm, it shouldn't take long for him to be able to mutate and evolve again. Cool. Tiger, who was incredibly excited, directly rushed to the farm's living area. Lu Feng, your time to die has come. Chen Tao, who was gritting his teeth, glared viciously at Lu Feng, who was crossing his legs and leisurely eating barbecued meat and drinking beer. I'm telling you, Brother Tiger is here, you're finished today. If you're sensible, immediately kneel down and kowtow to Brother Tiger and beg for forgiveness. Chen Tao roared, so that when Brother Tiger is in a good mood, he might even spare your life. Otherwise. Chen Tao sneered, you will die a miserable death. Kid, immediately kneel down for Brother Tiger. Hurry up and hand over the farm honestly, don't look for death. A few ruffians were even threatening Lu Feng with their teeth and claws open, threatening Lu Feng with an aggressive and stern voice. Tiger, on the other hand, was proudly holding his arms, looking at Lu Feng with a cool expression of disdain and contempt. Making me kneel? Lu Feng took a sip of beer before flinging his mouth to finish jerking a skewer. Just you guys, you deserve it too. How dare you talk to Tiger like that? You're crazy, right? You seek death. Seeing Lu Feng being so arrogant, the crowd of ruffians were completely enraged. Brother Tiger, you saw it, this dog is deliberately provoking you. Chen Tao hurriedly looked at Brother Tiger. I don't think there's anything to say to him, just get him killed. Death-seeking thing. Cold-faced Brother Tiger directly waved his hand, get him killed. Because Lu Feng's awakened beast source was just a cow, the arrogant Tiger brother was simply too lazy to do it himself. Yes. Understood. After Tiger's words fell, the two ruffians, in order to curry favor with Tiger, directly activated their beast source, which transformed into a wild boar and a lizard, viciously attacking Lu Feng with a left and a right, hideously surrounding him. Ha! Sweeping over these two ruffians whose realms were around 3 or 4 stars in the middle order, Lu Feng sneered disdainfully. Not to mention Lu Feng's current state of Titan Yak, or even the Gundam Spuryak that hadn't completed its second alienation before, then Lu Feng was enough to handle them with ease. But fighting inside the farm and dirtying and messing up my farm, that's not good. After a slight thought, Lu Feng looked at Tiger, fighting here will easily mess up the farm. If you have the guts, then go out and fight. Ahahaha, interesting, it's really interesting. Brother Tiger, who heard Lu Feng's words, burst into laughter. Kid, you're a decent person, to think for me. It's also true that this farm will be mine soon. If I ruin my precious medicine garden, then I'll be too heartbroken. Get out. Tiger sneered and waved his hand, directly walking out of the farm. Now you can go die. At the gate of the farm, Tiger made a wink. Coax. Hiss. The lizard and boar directly, one braced its tusks, one wielding its sharp claws, viciously pounced on Lu Feng. It's you guys who are looking for death. Tremble, scumbags. Lu Feng, who snorted coldly, no longer inked, directly catalyzing his beast source, Beastify. Titan Yak. Chapter 17, Titan Yak vs Bengal Tiger. Moo. Amidst the black rolling demonic chi tumbling around, with a deafening roar, Lu Feng's beastified Titan Yak appeared. A huge body weighing 10 tons. Sharp like steel alloy, flashing sharp and cold, daunting steel spikes sharp horns. Black long hair, crocodile scale armor, a piece after piece of dense, tightly sealed, sturdy and incomparable dark scale armor. All of this was a sign of Lu Feng's extreme toughness. This is a living, actionable steel beast. Not to mention ordinary vehicles, even armored vehicles and tanks, in front of Lu Feng, who was transformed into a Titan Yak at this moment. It was by no means Lu Feng's opponent. According to reason, the biggest weaknesses of a herbivore like a cow are its throat, belly, and tail. So in the grasslands, the lions, when hunting, would lock the throat and tear the belly of large herbivores like bison and zebra. Then the second brother, the hyena, would but a shameless gutting attack. But the Titan Yak after Lu Feng's estivation had already evolved to be different from ordinary herbivores. This was because this Titan Yak's neck and abdomen, as well as its buttocks, were all protected by sturdy scale armor. Die. Put. Bang. The moment after his bestialization, Lu Feng directly flung his bullhorn and viciously poked at the wild boar and lizard that were so impatient and pretending to be arrogant in front of him with the intention of attacking him. Although the wild boar and lizard were both very strong outside, but at this moment, facing Lu Feng's animalized Titan Yak, they were really weak as dregs. Lu Feng just casually poked his horns, and this wild boar with hideous tusks was stabbed by Lu Feng's horns directly into 2 bloody holes on his body, and died a miserable death on the spot. Hiss. Seeing the wild boar die a horrible death, the lizard completely panicked. As a reptile, it relied on its soft body and the evolved scale armor on its back to protect it, so it directly lowered its body, wanting to flee. Because the Titan Yak after Lu Feng's bestialization was tall and powerful, so even if he lowered his head, Lu Feng's bull horn couldn't poke the ground. So he thought that he had a chance to escape and live. However, he still overestimated himself and underestimated Lu Feng. Want to escape? Go to hell. Lu Feng, who smiled coldly, directly lunged forward, and then he used his thickly muscled hind legs to prop up the upper half of his body, supported a pair of forelegs, and used his front hooves to aim at the lizard's back, and stomped downward fiercely. Put. Plop. Instantly, the lizard spat blood from its mouth on the spot, and the one whose body had been deflated by Lu Feng's foot was too dead to die. The Titan Yak after Lu Feng's bestialization weighed 10 tons. How could the reptilian lizard carry this tonnage down? Waste. After stomping this lizard to death, Lu Feng then lowered his head and aimed his bullhorn at Tigers, shaking it from side to side. Come on, kill. Lu Feng, who roared angrily, provoked Brother Tiger. Lu Feng wasn't in a hurry to make a move. Just now, this lizard and boar were only in the middle stage realm, which was completely child's play for Lu Feng. Not to mention the Titan Yak at the moment, even the previous Gundam Musk Ox, that was enough to kill them. So Lu Feng, who wanted to try to see just how strong he was now, still took Tiger as the best accompanying trainer. In the grasslands, the bison would be hunted and decapitated by the male lions. But this time, Tiger, who had been transformed into a tiger, had reversed the situation and became Lu Feng's prey. Gulp. You. Under Lu Feng's provocation, Tiger's throat knots rolled violently up and down, and his forehead instantly overflowed with bean-sized beads of sweat. Lu Feng's toughness had far exceeded his previous expectations. It had taken him by surprise. Pa! The more he thought about it, the more he suffocated, the more angry Tiger became. He suddenly turned back with a hideous face and fiercely slapped Chen Tao. Brother Tiger, why are you hitting me? Chen Tao covered his face with a dumbfounded expression. Brother Tiger, hurry up and animalize and get him killed. I'll get your mom. Gritting his teeth, Tiger glared viciously at Chen Tao. You pitiful thing. Didn't you say that the beast source he awakened was just a cow? It's a cow. Chen Tao raised his head and carefully glanced at this hideous and incomparable Titan Yak after Lu Feng's beastification. He wasn't like this before. I don't know why. He suddenly evolved again and evolved so oxen. Chen Tao awkwardly lowered his head. You really screwed your father. Bang! After ruthlessly kicking over Chen Tao, looking at the ferocious and incomparable Lu Feng, Tiger tightened his brows as countless grass mud horses flew by in his heart. If he had known that Lu Feng would be such a tough bull demon king after his animalization, he wouldn't have come to look for Lu Feng's trouble even if he had borrowed 100 guts. Brother Lu Feng, don't be impulsive, this is a misunderstanding today. You are still young, don't walk on the path of crime. Brother Tiger, whose mouth twitched violently, looked at Lu Feng with a bitter face. Let's talk things over, this is a misunderstanding. Bang! Lu Feng didn't ink with Brother Tiger. Instead, he directly turned over and destroyed all the cars driven by Brother Tiger and the others with a single horn. Today, Lu Feng would not let go of any of Tiger's group of people. In the last days, there was no such thing as a crime. Lu Feng would not miss out on this kind of resources delivered to his door for nothing. What a lot of nonsense. After overturning a few cars, Lu Feng stared at Tiger again with his rounded and huge bull's eyes, staring straight at him. Don't be so damn inkless, hurry up and animalize and fight with me. You. Seeing that Lu Feng didn't have the slightest intention of compromising, the corners of Tiger's mouth twitched violently, his face uncertain. Kid, don't be too arrogant. After thinking for a while, seeing that there was no way to retreat, Tiger could only muster up his courage, glaring at Lu Feng with a gloomy expression. I don't want to fight with you, it's not that I can't beat you, but if we fought like this, it would only result in both of us getting hurt and no one would be able to get any benefits. Although you're tough, I'm also not a dry person. And we are also outnumbered. Tiger coldly grunted, if we go together, you will die. I just think that more friends have more paths, and we don't have any deep hatred, so there's no need to fight to the death. Brother Tiger lifted Qiongqi. This matter, it's all instigated by him, this asshole. How about this, I'll hand him over to you, let's make friends, how about it? Tiger looked at Lu Feng with cold eyes and waved his hand to a group of ruffian minions, signaling them to surround Lu Feng. No way. Lu Feng coldly grunted, today, you must die. Kid, you're not going to do anything about it until you've toasted it, are you? Just when I'm made of clay? Seeing that Lu Feng never compromised, Tiger, who knew he had no choice but to explode. Then, go to hell. Roar. With a heavenly roar that shook the mountains and forests, Tiger directly activated his beast source and transformed into a very large, patterned and fierce-looking Bengal tiger with exceptionally sharp teeth and claws. Chapter 18:30 People surrounding Lu Feng. Kid, your time to die has come. Roar. After the beast transformed into a Bengal tiger, Tiger, who was coiled around Lu Feng, glared viciously at Lu Feng with his tiger eyes filled with a shrewd and ferocious light. It was more than twice the size of an ordinary tiger. Its body length was about 3.5 meters, its shoulder height was about 2 meters, and its weight was about 1 ton. Although he usually looked big, at this moment, compared to the titan yak that weighed 10 tons, in terms of weight and size, he was indeed small. But Tiger won in flexibility. With sharp teeth, its evolutionary direction was clearly towards speed and attack power, unlike Lu Feng, whose evolutionary direction was towards strong defense and devastating power. Tiger, get him. Seeing Tiger transform into a hideous and terrifying Bengal tiger, Qiongqi immediately cheered out in excitement. Tiger, he must have eaten some special treasures if he can evolve so strongly now. Inside this farm, there must be countless rare treasures. Brother Tiger, as long as you get him killed, then all these treasures will be yours. You can definitely evolve stronger. You can even dominate River City. Qiongqi roared out compellingly, Brother Tiger, hurry. This is your chance, kill him. Roar. Amidst Qiongqi's shouts, Brother Tiger, who once again roared, stared viciously at Lu Feng. Kid, Qiongqi, this tortoise grandson is right. If I just kill you and seize this farm, then I can definitely evolve stronger. You don't have this life. Go to hell, skill, giant crash. Knock knock knock. Facing Tiger who was circling around him, Lu Feng directly roared and unleashed his C-rank skill, Giant Crash. Like a tank starting up in a large truck traveling at high speed, he ruthlessly crashed into Tiger. Rumble, rumble, rumble. With Lu Feng's fierce charge, the entire forest instantly shook the ground. The Titan yak, which weighed a whole 10 tons, was really like a moving hill as it ran violently. Damn it, go to hell. Looking at Lu Feng who was madly rushing towards him, under the watchful eyes of a group of juniors, Tiger who was too embarrassed to show his cowardice could only clench his teeth and violently make a flying lunge to rush onto Lu Feng. He was utilizing the tiger's hunting tactics, wanting to finish off Lu Feng as soon as possible by tearing his spine and back, or by locking his throat. Prick Lara. However, Tiger was dumbfounded. Because Lu Feng was not an unusual bison, Lu Feng, whose body was covered with scaly armor, was not afraid of Tiger's tearing. Although Tiger's speed was faster than Lu Feng, it was useless. He couldn't break Lu Feng's defense. Tiger's incomparably sharp claws that normally could easily tear apart even reinforced concrete walls. At this moment, facing Lu Feng's unparalleled scale armor, he could only cut out gusts of sparks, and could not tear Lu Feng's scale armor at all. Bang! Because he couldn't tear Lu Feng's scale armor, Tiger's plan failed, and he couldn't hang onto Lu Feng or lie steadily on Lu Feng's Titan yak's back. In the end, Tiger was knocked away on the spot by Lu Feng's vicious horns. Ka-ching! Boom boom boom! Put! Only after crashing through 3 big trees in a row did Tiger stabilize his body in a sorry state. Bastard! After spitting out a mouthful of bruised blood, looking at Lu Feng, who was like a tank with an unparalleled defense, Brother Tiger was completely dumbfounded. Unable to break Lu Feng's defense, there was no way to decapitate Lu Feng. Come on, continue. Lu Feng, who was fighting to his heart's content, his bull's hooves plowed the earth on the ground, his eyes burned as he stared at Brother Tiger, shaking his sharp bull's horns. Through the battle just now, Lu Feng could already tell that Tiger's strength should also be a high-order 9-star. Among the many high-ranked strength experts, Tiger, who had animalized into a Bengal tiger, was definitely one of the strongest. Especially the strong skills of Tip Claw Tear, Tiger Power Roar, and Tiger Tooth Lock Throat, that was the nemesis of ordinary beasts. But unfortunately, he had now encountered the extraordinary Lu Feng. In the high-level realm, Lu Feng, who was beastified into a Titan yak, was invincible. Roar! Damn! Looking at the imposing Lu Feng, Tiger was truly furious but could do nothing about it. Not only was Lu Feng strong, but he wasn't afraid of his tiger's might. This made him completely helpless with Lu Feng. Usually he roared a tiger roar, under the pressure of the king of beasts, ordinary animals will be scared by him directly prostrate again, let it kill attack. But now, he had roared at Lu Feng's tiger several times, and Lu Feng remained unmoved. Alienation, it's really bullish. While looking at Tiger who could do nothing with himself, Lu Feng smiled. If he were to replace the bison in his previous life, even though he had evolved to a high level 9 stars, Lu Feng's bison would be defeated without a doubt and would not be able to fight at all when faced with Tiger at the same level. Even Tiger just need to send out a tiger roar, that Lu Feng's bison will subconsciously trembling, by the bloodline pressure deterrent, a strength to play out not very 2 or 3. But now, Tiger is just screaming through his throat. Then Lu Feng didn't care. Because Lu Feng's bloodline was stronger. Skill, explosion, impact. As Tiger circled around Lu Feng, hesitating, not knowing how to attack Lu Feng. Lu Feng directly used the skills and once again attacked Tiger fiercely. Damn it! Bang! Because Lu Feng suddenly exploded with extreme speed, Tiger, who couldn't dodge as well as he could, was then ruthlessly hit by Lu Feng again. Ka-ching! Boom boom! Damn you! Tiger, who had crashed through 2 more trees, rose up from the ground in a sorry state. At the moment it was covered in what was originally a very nice spotted tiger stripe, now it was smeared with blood and dirt, very ugly and unpleasant. Damn it, I'm going to get you killed. Seeing that it was impossible to defeat Lu Feng by his own strength alone. So Tiger, who was completely furious and anxious, swept his eyes at the 30 ruffians. All of you animalize me, give it to me. Everyone who surrounds together kills him. Roar! The exasperated tiger brother roared up to the sky. Woof woof. Hiss. Bah. Moo. Ow. After Tiger's order fell, these 30 ruffians activated their beast source and transformed into wolves, foxes, wild boars, coiled sheep, bulls, hounds, and other ferocious beasts. These beasts possessed a certain amount of offensive power and were considered carnivores, and under Tiger's leadership, they formed an encirclement that surrounded Lu Feng. Although their sizes varied from big to small, their strengths were basically between middle and high rank. Most of them were middle order 5 or 6 stars, 7 or 8 stars. There were also a few that were high rank 1 or 2 stars, 3 or 4 stars. Kid, now that we're all together, you're bound to die. Tiger, who was leading a group of minions to surround Halogen Lu Feng, let out an arrogant roar. Really? The surrounded Lu Feng was undaunted. Instead, he was smiling playfully. Since that's the case, then I'll let you know who the one who dies today is. Moo. Not waiting for these beast-sized ruffians to launch an attack on Lu Feng. Lu Feng directly raised his bull's head, and with a roar to the sky, he activated his powerful skill. Divine Beast Mighty Pressure. Chapter 19 Tiger's Death. Put. Blah. Woof woof. Hiss. In the sound of Lu Feng's bull roar, which was filled with the pressure of the divine beast's bloodline, all of these people who had animalized into various animals according to Brother Tiger's order and were preparing to cooperate with Brother Tiger to surround and beat up Lu Feng, were completely dumbfounded and stupid. Because their animal bloodline, compared to Lu Feng's Titan yak that possessed the bloodline of the divine beast, poor Qi, was just too much worse. It was like a difference between clouds and mud. As for Lu Feng's intimidating skill, it had even reached B grade. It should be known that in general, the unusual awakening of the beast source is a low-level bloodline animal, even if the realm has reached a high level, but after the animalization of the skills owned, but only the lowest level of the E level, a little better to be able to reach the D level, which is even very good. Even for someone with a strong bloodline like Tiger, the skills would just be a C rank at most, and then 1 or 2 D or E ranks. A B rank skill, that would not be something that someone in the upper 3 realms of junior high school would be able to have. As for Lu Feng, because of his exceptional talent and outstanding bloodline, he possessed, in advance, the B-grade skill pressure that only the Transcendent Realm could possess. As soon as this B-level skill came out, where were these ordinary middle-ranked experts Lu Feng's opponents? All of them were directly scared silly and sprawled out by Lu Feng. A bunch of goons. Looking at these prostrate on the ground, all of them trembling with fear and unable to move, Tiger's little brothers. Lu Feng didn't hesitate, he directly lifted up the Titan Yak's huge hoof and began to ruthlessly stomp on it. Put! Bang! Lu Feng just casually stomped down, and under the huge weight of the Titan Yak that weighed 10 tons, a tiger's junior brother, who had been animalized into a coyote, was stomped to death on the spot by Lu Feng. Continue. Boom, 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 poof, poof, snort. Lu Feng, who laughed and smiled, again stomped one by one, no matter what kind of lizard or boar or wild dog. All in all, it was very easily stomped to death one by one. Damn, ah. How could you possibly have a B rank skill? Looking at Lu Feng, who was on a killing spree, Tiger, who had wanted to take advantage of the large number of people and exhaust the magic power in Lu Feng's beast source before completely Lu Feng to death, was really completely dumbfounded at this moment. Lu Feng's toughness had completely exceeded Tiger's imagination. Tiger finally realized that he had miserably kicked the iron plate this time. Lu Feng was simply not a supreme expert that he could touch. Brother Tiger, what now? He's too strong. Brother Tiger, we can't beat him. Beside Brother Tiger, the 5 experts whose beasts were transformed into lynxes, pythons, bearded wolves, black bears, and Tibetan mastiffs, all of them with pale faces, surrounded Brother Tiger, looking at Lu Feng, who was on a killing spree, trembling with fear, and unable to speak properly. Usually, due to their large numbers and strength, they were the ones who crushed and bullied others. Now, they were really the complete opposite, being easily taken down by Lu Feng. If it wasn't for the fact that they had broken through to the high level and weren't too affected by Lu Feng's pressure. Otherwise, right now, they would have been just like the others, they would have all just been shocked to the ground and allowed Lu Feng to easily trample them to death. Gudong. Under the gaze of these 5 experts, Tiger's throat knots rolled violently. Damn, fight him. Brother Tiger, whose eyes were bloodshot, clenched his teeth heavily. This is a B rank skill. The consumption of beast source magic is definitely very high. He must not have much magic reserves left in his beast source after making this skill. Now he's definitely strong on the outside. Tiger clenched his tiger claws. Join me, use your strongest skills and tear him apart. Roar. Tiger, who was not willing to fail so miserably, after roaring in anger, he directly made a flying leap, and fiercely pounced on Lu Feng with open teeth and claws. Tiger is right, he must have very little beast source magic left. Kill him. This kid must have devoured a lot of treasures if he was able to evolve so strongly. As long as we get him killed, then all these treasures will be ours and we can become stronger. Kill and seize the treasures, kill. Let's cooperate with Tiger and go together, we can definitely finish him off, kill. After Tiger rushed, the lynx and python, as well as the black bear and the Tibetan mastiff, as well as the bearded wolf, all looked at each other and summoned up their last remaining courage, cooperating with Tigers, viciously attacking Lu Feng. A group of looking for death thing. Lu Feng, who was in the process of killing one by one, just like stepping on a balloon, immediately laughed after his eyes swept over Tiger and the other 6 people who were pouncing towards him. To be honest, if Tiger and the other 6 had split up and fled into the jungle, because Lu Feng's animalized Titan Yak was not known for its speed, for this reason, Lu Feng would at most be able to catch up and kill 2 or 3 of them, unable to kill them all. But now, they even dared to take the initiative to surround Lu Feng again. That would really be the old man hanging himself. Looking for death. Skill, giant crash. Die. Sweeping over the black bear that was the first to approach him, since black bears were also known for their strength and defense, their speed was not very fast. For this reason Lu Feng then took it as the first target of, lowered his head and flashed his bullhorn, slamming it hard. Bang. Poof. In an instant, this black bear that was originally waving a huge bear paw, wanting to ruthlessly whip Lu Feng with a bear paw, directly slapping Lu Feng's vertebrae, was knocked away by Lu Feng with a fierce crash of his horns on the spot. Click, bang. The black bear that had been knocked away by Lu Feng for more than 10 meters, its body smashed several large trees consecutively and fell to the ground, spitting out blood and dying on the spot. Go die. Cackle. At this time, the python that seized the opportunity was biting hard on Lu Feng's cow hoof. Utilizing its venom skill, it fed the poison into Lu Feng's body. Kid, after getting hit by my snake venom, you're bound to die. This python glared at Lu Feng in excitement. My snake venom is a 3-second 7-vessel bleeding poison of the D rank skill. 1, 2, 3. The python stared at Lu Feng with a burning gaze, waiting expectantly for Lu Feng to bleed from his 7 orifices and die a horrible death from the poison on the spot. However, he was disappointed. Idiot, it's you who will die. Put. Lu Feng did not die of poison. Instead, he directly rushed to the python's body and stamped the python's body on the spot. No, this is impossible. Why didn't you die of poison? As the snake's bile was stomped to pieces, amidst the green burst of juice, the python stared at Lu Feng incredulously, the light in his eyes gradually extinguishing. He couldn't figure it out even until he died, wondering why Lu Feng was immune to his snake venom. Go die. Skill, Deadly Lockjaw. Roar. Seeing that the python didn't poison Lu Feng, he had no choice but to roar in anger and fiercely pounce on Lu Feng for a fatal lockjaw. I wouldn't be able to do that. You can still make a skill. Your beast source magic hasn't completely run out yet. To your disappointment, not only is my beast source magic power not depleted, but it's still abundant. Looking at the pouncing tiger, Lu Feng smiled playfully. Skill, Crazy Outburst. Skill, Giant Crash. Moo. With a cow's roar, Lu Feng was like a tank with the gas pedal pressed to the bottom, directly and fiercely crashing into Tiger. Chapter 20. Chen Tao, who was scared to piss. No. Bang. Ka-ching, poof. Facing Lu Feng, who had used 2 skills at the same time and came crashing ferociously. Tiger, who was already unable to avoid it, was eventually knocked away by Lu Feng and fell to the ground, breaking several large trees on the spot. Tiger's spine was fractured, and he was on the verge of death with little air coming in and much air going out. Now, you can go die. Following that, Lu Feng walked to Tiger's body and raised his bull's hoof high. You. Brother Tiger, who was paralyzed on the ground, had blood bubbling out of the corner of his mouth. His pupils gradually dilated and his eyes were filled with a rich unbelief. What exactly is your strength? Why do you still have so much magic power reserves and can still make skills until now? Tiger's face was disheartened. Just as well, I'll let you die with understanding. Lu Feng sneered and lowered his voice. The quality of my beast sources, purple. This. Tiger instantly froze. He had thought that he himself, who had awakened the Bengal tiger and possessed a blue beast source, was already a gifted chosen son. But Lu Feng was more than twice as strong as him? Bang! Ka-ching! Under Tiger's unbelievable gaze, Lu Feng directly stepped down hard, breaking Tiger's vertebrae on the spot, sending him to the Western Paradise to meet Buddha. Your turn. Moo! After beheading Brother Tiger, Lu Feng once again executed the B-rank skill of Mighty Pressure, sweeping over the dozen or so of Brother Tiger's minions that were still alive. Pft, pft, pft. These Tiger's little brothers who wanted to escape, under the shock of Lu Feng's divine beast Mighty Pressure, all of them kneeled down one by one with soft legs, not having the strength and guts to run away and resist at all. Big brother, I was wrong. I shouldn't have come to provoke you. You spare my life, just let me go as a fart. Big brother, I'm willing to be your little brother, just spare me. Big brother, big master, no, father, spare your life. These dozen or so Tiger's little brothers were crying in pain. Each one of them cowed out and apologized to Lu Feng in a panic, begging for mercy. If I was the one kneeling down and apologizing right now, would you guys forgive me? Lu Feng, however, smiled playfully as he swept over these Tiger's minions. This. Big brother, we are all following Brother Tiger's orders to do things. We are not voluntarily coming to trouble you. Big brother, you spare your life, ah. After a brief moment of dismay, these Tiger brother minions once again cried out in pain and begged Lu Feng for mercy. Sorry, I don't want to expose the secrets of this farm of mine. Lu Feng shook his head with a cold smile. Big brother, I promise to absolutely not say anything outside. Don't worry, big brother, I always keep my mouth shut. I swear, what happened today, and about the farm and you, big brother, I'm going to reveal a single word to the outside world, then I'll be struck by the heavens and not be allowed to die. The crowd of ruffians swore with their fingers to the sky. Hee, you guys are also interesting. Lu Feng shook his head, but unfortunately, it's the end times, so there's no mercy to speak of. I only believe in one thing, and that is. Only the dead will keep secrets forever. Moo! With a loud roar, Lu Feng directly stomped out of a few feet, taking the lives of these Tiger's little brothers on the spot. Settle it! Sweeping over the corpses on the ground, Lu Feng smiled faintly in satisfaction. In his previous life, perhaps Lu Feng would have been merciful and chosen to let these people live. However, after experiencing the fatal betrayal in his previous life, Lu Feng had long since developed an iron heart. Lu Feng would never show any mercy to those who intended to harm him. After all, to be merciful to the enemy would be to be cruel to oneself. Where's the man? Is it hard to let him escape again? After transforming into a human, Lu Feng, who had circled around the battlefield and did not find Chen Tao's humanoid corpse, and likewise did not find the weasel's corpse, was surprised. If he let Chen Tao run away again, it would be too stifling. It shouldn't be. I flipped over these cars at the beginning, and I've also performed the mighty pressure skill. Lu Feng swept over a few overturned SUVs. Chen Tao, he's a middle-rank one-star weasel, he dares to venture into the dark jungle? He doesn't have the guts, said Lu Feng as he did some careful searching. Sure enough. Eventually, underneath the car, Lu Feng found Chen Tao, who was huddled underneath the car, trembling in fear and panicking like a dog. Get out! Lu Feng clasped his arms and looked at Chen Tao with cold eyes. Don't force me to beast eyes and overturn the cars to smash you to death. I. Chen Tao, who was trembling all over, under Lu Feng's cold-eyed gaze, could only end up crawling out from under the car in a sorry state. Disgraceful thing. As Chen Tao climbed out of the bottom of the car, looking at Chen Tao's soaked pants, as well as a puddle of yellow water stains on the bottom of the car, Lu Feng was speechless after sniffing his nose. Chen Tao, this goon, was actually scared to pee. Lu Feng, I was wrong, spare my life, spare my life. Sweeping over the ground full of corpses on the side, Chen Tao, whose legs were soft, knelt on the ground and kept kowtowing to Lu Feng. Lu Feng, I don't dare to mess with you anymore, just spare me, please. Get the hell inside and stay there first, I'll deal with you later. Lu Feng ignored Chen Tao's pleas for mercy. After kicking him into the farm, Lu Feng cleaned up the battlefield. The smell of blood on this ground would easily attract all sorts of wildlife. Therefore, Lu Feng had to clean up the battlefield quickly so that he wouldn't lose the resources to other wildlife. Surprisingly, it's a blue beast source, not bad, very good. With Tiger's tiger head being pried open and looking at the glistening blue beast source within it, Lu Feng had really gained an unexpected joy. It's just a pity that it doesn't have any special attributes, it's just an ordinary beast source. Alas. After letting out a soft sigh, Lu Feng put the blue beast source into his backpack. He couldn't complain about this, after all, if Tiger had awakened his special ability and become a transcendent realm expert. Then the person who died today might not have been Tiger. Go on. After muttering, Lu Feng took out the beast sources of Tiger's 30 minions one by one. Among them were 25 white beast sources and 5 green beast sources. Then there were 500 magic stones, 1000 iron essences, 300 copper essences, 30 silver essences, and 1 gold essence. There were also some spirit medicines and spirit fruits and herbs. These are all good nutrients for cultivating spirit medicines. After collecting the resources, Lu Feng didn't waste the remaining corpses of Tiger and the others. Lu Feng was dragging them one by one into the spirit medicine nursery, using them as the nutrients needed for the growth of spirit medicines. Clean it. After taking care of the corpses, Lu Feng turned on the faucet again and used the high-pressure water gun to clean the blood-stained battlefield, reducing some of the bloody odor. Lu Feng didn't want the bloody odor to attract all sorts of animals, even if it was just low to medium-level animals. Although they weren't much of a threat, it was annoying to come more often. Now it's your turn. After taking care of all this, Lu Feng consumed spirit herb and magic stones to replenish his magic power on one side, and then looked at Chen Tao, who was paralyzed on the ground and trembling with fear, on the other side. How about it? Have you thought about how to die yet? Name a way to die, I'll fulfill you. Chapter 21, Revenge and Gratitude, Chen Tao's Death. Go Dong. Lu Feng, you. Chen Tao, who was paralyzed on the ground, looked at Lu Feng, who approached him step by step, with a gloomy face and a cold gaze like a bloodthirsty demon god. He was really completely stunned and dumbfounded. He never thought that Lu Feng's strength was so strong. Even the awakening of the beast source for the Bengal tiger, in the Qiongqi, is also considered a party of the dominant tiger, actually are not Lu Feng's opponent. 30 people had come together. In the end, they were also easily solved by Lu Feng. Lu Feng, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Lu Feng, you're generous, just treat me as a fart and let me go, please. In order to save his life, Chen Tao panicked and knelt on the ground, constantly kowtowing to Lu Feng and begging for mercy. If he had known that Lu Feng was so tough, he wouldn't have dared to mess with Lu Feng even if he had borrowed 100 guts. Apologize? Lu Feng smiled disdainfully when he heard this. If apologizing worked, then the world would have long since entered the Pax Romana. Chen Tao, you provoked me 3 times and now you're begging for forgiveness with me, don't you think it's ridiculous? Lu Feng looked at Chen Tao with disdain. Do you think that I would be stupid enough to let you go? Let you go out and find another group of people to come and cause trouble in my place? Rob me? Kill me? Lu Feng laughed coldly, hooking Chen Tao's chin with his toes, looking at Chen Tao who was kneeling in front of him, living like a pug. In his previous life, Chen Tao, the brother-in-law, relying on Lu Feng to be attracted by Chen Mengyuan's lulling attraction, has not been less of a variety of squeezing and bullying and pitfalls Lu Feng. At that time, Lu Feng tolerated it. But now is not the previous life. Lu Feng must settle the score with Chen Tao, have revenge, have revenge. Lu Feng, this is a misunderstanding. Don't worry, as long as you let me off this time, then I will definitely not find anyone to annoy you again. Chen Tao looked at Lu Feng with a pleading face. I promise. Lu Feng, I'm just a middle stage 1-star strength, and my beast source is also the lowest level of white. It won't do you any good if you kill me. Chen Tao panicked and said, you keep me, I can be your slave and I will saddle up and serve you. And then Lu Feng, don't you like my sister? Like this, as long as you let me go, then I'll send my sister tomorrow, you can play with her as you like. Chen Tao had a pleasing fawning face. In the future, my sister and I will listen to you in everything. Hee, no need. I'm not interested in women, especially not your sister. I'm just entertaining myself, and I won't find her a. Lu Feng coldly smiled and pinched Chen Tao's neck. Chen Tao, you can go to hell. Lu Feng, I'm wrong, I won't dare anymore, just spare me. Seeing that Lu Feng really wanted to strangle himself, in an instant, Chen Tao directly his pants in fear. Disgraceful and conspicuous thing. Lu Feng, who smelled a foul odor, looked at Chen Tao more and more speechlessly. This guy was really a paragon of villainy. It's too cheap to kill you like this. Looking at Chen Tao who was ting and pissing in fear in front of him, Lu Feng smiled playfully. I should let you die with some novelty, so that I can be considered truly avenged. Lu Feng, what do you want to do? Chen Tao was completely confused as he looked at Lu Feng in horror. Don't worry, you'll die a very interesting death. Slap. After slapping Chen Tao's face, Lu Feng directly set up a stake on the bank of the pond outside the farm. Lu Feng then stripped Chen Tao's clothes again and tied Chen Tao to the stake. And he also got honey and coated Chen Tao's body with honey. Lu Feng, what are you trying to do? Looking at the dripping honey that covered his body, Chen Tao was completely confused. He stared at Lu Feng with wide eyes, very suspicious. He had heard that some perverts liked to play some kind of human feast. But that was all with women. There was no mention of using men. Stupid. Lu Feng swept a playful glance at Chen Tao. Mosquitoes love honey the most. Evening will descend soon, this is when mosquitoes are most active. Lu Feng smiled and shrugged his shoulders slightly. Feed the mosquitoes well tonight. Being bitten alive by mosquitoes, I think such a way of dying, you are also setting a historical precedent, being the first person in the ancient times. Ha. Saying that, Lu Feng directly walked towards the farm. Lu Feng, let go of me, let go of me. I was wrong, I won't dare to provoke you anymore, spare my life, I beg you, spare my life. No, I don't want to die. After Lu Feng's words fell, Chen Tao panicked and struggled violently, he was really scared to death. But unfortunately, Lu Feng walked into the farm without looking back, not bothering to take care of him at all. And even if he struggled harder, he couldn't break free from the rope. All he could do was to watch, eye to eye, as he watched one demonized giant mosquito after another, and watched as they stretched out their long sharp mouthparts and hideously stabbed into his veins, sucking out his blood. The next should be able to be quiet for a while. It's just a pity that Chen Mengyuan this didn't come, or else get her and Chen Tao killed together, it would be a 100%, completely avenged. But it's okay, when I enter the transcendent realm, there will be plenty of opportunities to kill her. She can't escape me. Coldly smiling, Lu Feng clenched his fist tightly. To Chen Mengyuan this, he was bound to kill. According to the memories of my previous life, 3 days later, a rare heavenly treasure should appear in the ancient city area of Qiongqi. Lu Feng looked out at the Jiang city that was shrouded in demons. With my current strength, it's enough to go and compete for this treasure. After obtaining this treasure, my strength should be able to go even further. The combat power can also be significantly improved. Lu Feng laughed. In that case, I'll have enough certainty to hunt transcendent realm alien beasts or experts to get the special attribute beast cores needed for the next mutation evolution. With this much nutrients, 3 days should be enough to mature a batch of this spirit medicine. Looking at the spirit medicine growing more and more lushly in the medicine garden, supplied with nutrients from the countless corpses, Lu Feng's eyes burned. Lu Feng knew very clearly that when he was around, this farm was safe. And once he left, then it was guaranteed that some kind of wilderness would rush into the farm and wreak havoc. So before leaving the farm, of course Lu Feng had to take away all of these rare elixirs, leaving none behind. At this moment, while Lu Feng was resting and waiting on the farm, in Qiongqi, inside Chen Mingyuan's house. What? Brother Tiger is completely defeated? How is this possible? Chen Mingyuan, who had gotten the news, looked incredulously at her best friend Wu Yanli in front of her. Lily, don't lie to me, this is not something to joke about, it's not funny at all. Really, Mingyuan, how could I lie to you? Wu Yanli palpitated and patted her towering chest. When I first got the news, I didn't believe it either. But that's the truth, Tiger is really finished. Wu Yanli said again, Lu Feng really killed Brother Tiger. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Chen Mingyuan's head shook like a rattle. Lily, today is April Fool's Day? Are you teasing me? Chapter 22 Lu Feng enters Qiongqi. Mingyuan, April Fool's Day is April 1st and today is July 6th. How can this be April Fool's Day? And how could I tease you about this? Wu Yanli pulled Chen Mingyuan's arm. I'm really telling the truth. This is what a friend of mine told me to my face. He was following behind Tiger's men at the time, thinking to see if he could pick up a bargain and follow the looting after Tiger and the others destroyed Lu Feng's looted farm. So he just kept hanging far behind Brother Tiger and the others. When those people from Brother Tiger fought Lu Feng, he hid in the woods and secretly witnessed everything. Wu Yanli swallowed hard. He said that Lu Feng animalized into an incomparably strong and gigantic bull demon king with terrifying strength, and directly poked Brother Tiger to death with one of his horns. This is absolutely false. After Tiger's animalization, he is a strong Bengal tiger. Chen Mingyuan's mouth twitched, and there are so many people beside Brother Tiger. Brother Tiger is outnumbered, but nevertheless Lu Feng is too strong. Wu Yanli replied bitterly. Lu Feng poked and prodded plus kicked and stomped, and got Brother Tiger and his minions, all dead. This. Chen Mingyuan's face was pale, still a bit unwilling to believe. Last time I saw Lu Feng, he was just a bison after his animalization, he wasn't much stronger. According to reason, it's impossible for him to beat Brother Tiger. Mingyuan, you can't even believe me, right? We're good girlfriends, how could I lie to you? Wu Yanli pulled Chen Mingyuan's hand. Lu Feng must have evolved again. There must be so many rare resources in that farm of his. I guess so. Chen Mingyuan bit her lip. Then my brother. Chen Tao is probably in a bad way. Wu Yanli shook her head. Lu Feng, this man, is ruthless and cruel, he won't let Chen Tao go. Lu Feng, he deserves to die. Chen Mingyuan was so angry that her face turned pale. Mingyuan, you'd better think about yourself first. Wu Yanli lowered her voice. After you kicked Lu Feng is definitely full of resentment towards you. He's so strong now, he'll definitely retaliate against you. Maybe he'll take you captive to his farm and make you work for him as a slave girl. Me. What should I do? Chen Mingyuan instantly stood up in an eager panic. We can't stay here, Lu Feng knows about this place. Lily, let's go. Mingyuan, don't worry, Lu Feng shouldn't rush over for a while, we still have time. Wu Yanli patted the back of Chen Mingyuan's hand. Mingyuan, you should think about it first. After you leave here, where are you going to go? Where can you go? It's dangerous out there now, there are thugs everywhere who are killing and plundering beast sources, hotels and goose houses and whatnot, you can't live there anymore. Wu Yanli tightly locked her brows. This is the end of the world, what kind of laws and moral rules, that don't exist? I. Chen Mingyuan instantly froze. She really had nowhere else to go. I do know a place where you can go, Mingyuan. At this time, seeing Chen Mingyuan's stagnation, Wu Yanli lowered her voice, and there's still a chance to take revenge for beheading Lu Feng. What place? Chen Mingyuan instantly looked at Wu Yanli in surprise. I know a big man. Before the end of the world, he was the owner of a chain of martial arts schools and was a black belt in Taekwondo. Wu Yanli hummed lightly. After the end times came, he even awakened the bullish white wolf beast source, and his strength is incomparably strong. If you can get his favorable opinion, under his shelter, that Lu Feng will definitely not dare to provoke you. You can even talk him into bringing a bunch of experts from the martial arts school to rob Lu Feng's farm. Wu Yanli waved her hand heavily. Avenge your brother. This is really possible? This big shot, can he really look at me? Chen Mingyuan covered her lips, very slightly apprehensive and worried. Of course. Wu Yanli scanned Chen Mingyuan's enchanting body, with your front and back figure and handsome looks. As long as you behave better in bed, won't you immediately charm him into falling down? How to make a man fall under the garnet skirt, do I still need to teach you that? Wu Yanli lightly hummed, before Lu Fengnet, is not just buy you into a licking dog, hee hee. Chen Mengyuan was briefly silent in thought, then I try? Must try go. Wu Yanli directly pulled Chen Mengyuan, carefully left the neighborhood, rushed to the martial arts hall. Following that, 3 days later. It's finally matured. Looking at the spirit grasses and herbs that had matured for the most part within the medicine garden, Lu Feng directly picked them. After taking some of them to replenish his magic power, Lu Feng placed the rest in his bag and carried them close to his body. As for the beast source and magic stones as well as the iron essence and whatnot that he had gotten from taking out Tiger's group previously, Lu Feng was unable to carry them close to his body because of their size. These things. Looking at the pile of beast cores and magic stones in front of him, after the so-called slight contemplation, Lu Feng put the rarer piece of blue beast cores and 5 green beast cores as well as a piece of gold essence together with these spiritual herbs and spiritual medicines and carried them with him. As for the other white beast cores and treasures such as magic stones and iron essences, Lu Feng locked them into a safe and placed them in the underground chamber of the farm to hide the reserves. Now that I have my magic power, I should have enough reserves, right? Before leaving the farm, Lu Feng first used Apocalypse to scan himself. Target person, Lu Feng. Race, Titan Yak Peak Stage. Realm, High Order 9 stars. Skills, Mighty Pressure B, Mega Crash C, Crazy Outburst D, Detoxification D, Passive Skill. Talents, Apocalypse Super Supreme Grade, Sacrifice Super Supreme Grade. Beast Source Stored Magic, 5000. Final Evolutionary State, Divine Beast Poverty. Evolutionary Routes, 2. Designated Evolution, 2000 Magic Power, 50 Green Beast Cores, 100 White Beast Cores, 300 Lower Grade Magic Stones, 300 Iron Essence, 100 Copper Essence, 1 Awakening Stone, can evolve into an Earth Attribute Earthstorm Yak. Mutant Evolution, 4500 Magic Power, 1 Special Attribute Beast Core, 100 Green Beast Cores, 1000 White Beast Cores, 1500 Lower Grade Magic Stones, 1000 Copper Essences, 50 Silver Essences, 3 Awakening Stones, 1 Flaming Fire Lotus, no limit to special materials, can be mutated and evolved. Note, there is a certain chance of triggering Blast Evolution. Okay, sufficient magic reserves. After determining that there was no problem, Lu Feng, who had turned on the farm's automatic defense system, directly stepped out of the farm. Sure enough, it's already completely dead. Sweeping over the outside of the farm, Jin Tao, who had been sucked to death alive by mosquitoes, Lu Feng, who sneered coldly, casually threw his corpse into the stinking ditch. This kind of disgusting thing, his corpse wasn't even qualified to be used as nutrients for Lu Feng's medicine garden. Depart. After taking care of all this, Lu Feng directly drove towards downtown Jiangchang. Chapter 23: The City of the End Times. As he sped along, Lu Feng saw countless corpses that fell dead by the roadside, as well as many people and beasts that blocked the road to rob the city. However, in front of this incomparably strong Titan Yak after Lu Feng's animalization, they were all unbeatable clowns. Lu Feng only needed to roar gently with the divine beast pressure, and they would immediately prostrate themselves on the ground again, obediently handing over all the treasures on their bodies and praying for Lu Feng to spare their lives. So on the way from the farm to the city, Lu Feng had the unexpected pleasure of harvesting quite a few low-grade magic stones and beast cores as well as spiritual herbs and medicines. In the end times, everything has really changed drastically. After entering the city, Lu Feng looked at the once brightly lit, bustling and prosperous city, and secretly sighed in his heart. It was because everything that was once there had disappeared. The city that was now shrouded by the magic fog was filled with mutilated limbs and corpses of all kinds of animals. But because the magic fog had a self-purification function, these corpses didn't gradually rot and sour and swell up with disgust under the sunlight and scorching heat like they did before the end of the world because no one took care of them. Generally speaking, once the corpses were not taken away for consumption for more than 5 days, then they would eventually turn into a puddle of black waters under the erosion of the demonic fog and merge into the demonic fog. First go and find Chen Mengyuan this to settle the score. After looking at the time, Lu Feng, who knew that this treasure would only come out at 8 o'clock in the evening in his previous life, was not in a hurry. He drove directly and drove towards Chen Mengyuan's neighborhood. Lu Feng, who had already killed Chen Tao, of course wanted to similarly kill Chen Mengyuan, the green tea whore, to properly avenge her hatred. Of course Lu Feng would not let her die easily. Lu Feng had already thought of how to torture her. Let her die even more miserably than Chen Tao. To Chen Mengyuan, this rotten pants, since she liked to rot her pants so much to find her adulterer, then Lu Feng would naturally send her to the west in the most cruel way. Thumbla. Snort, snort. Just as Lu Feng was driving towards Chen Mingyuan's neighborhood, several cars suddenly appeared from the intersection and stopped Lu Feng's car. Following that, 7 ruffians with teeth and claws, their bodies covered in various hideous tattoos, arrogantly stepped out of their cars and surrounded Lu Feng with a vicious face. Before the end of the world, this kind of roadblocks and robberies in the middle of the day rarely, if not basically never, happened. In the last days, it was really common. After all, the end of the world has long been no longer any laws and regulations. In the end of the world, everything is bare bones, rely on the fist to speak. Before the end of the world, seldom appeared roadblock robbery and forced to do murder and so on. In the end of the world, that is really all the time no longer happen. Even though many people hid in their homes, they could only guarantee their safety for a few days. When these villains evolved to the advanced realm, they would go from neighborhood to neighborhood sweeping the buildings, going door to door to find these people who hid in their houses and didn't go out. Usually, pretty women would be taken as playthings. All other men and women would become two-legged sheep that provided the source of the beast. Kid, get out of the car and hand over everything if you don't want to die. This South Liberation Road is our brother dog's territory. Passing by here, you dare not pay the toll. You're really tired of living and looking for death. Get off. 3 ruffians rushed to Lu Feng's driver's seat, glaring viciously at Lu Feng, grabbing work to offer their loyalty. Behind them, an awakened beast source's spotted hyena, with a strength of about 7 stars of the middle order, was leaning against the car with his arms wrapped around him, looking at Lu Feng coldly. He didn't put Lu Feng, a rash young man, in his eyes at all. In the cruel post-apocalyptic world, actually daring to drive out alone, Lu Feng was really tired of living, looking for death with a pit in his brain. What do you want to do? Facing this group of ruffians who stopped the road to rob him, Lu Feng sneered as he stepped out of the car and looked at them playfully. Daring to rob Lu Feng, they were really old and tired of living. Hurry up and hand over all the beast cores and spiritual herbs and medicines on your body, as well as treasures such as iron essence and copper essence. A ruffian glared viciously at Lu Feng. That way, when our brother dog is in a good mood, he might even be able to let you live. What if I don't hand it over? Lu Feng smiled and asked back. Then damn it to hell. Snort. With a roar, this ruffian directly activated his beast source, and the beast transformed into a primordial 9-star black pig, viciously stabbing Lu Feng with one of his tusks. Death-seeking thing. Dare to pretend to be in front of brother dog, ridiculous. Get him dead. The crowd of ruffians looked at Lu Feng with disdain. These days, under the leadership of brother dog, relying on his strong strength, they had not stopped and robbed those who had fallen off the road and looted a lot of treasures. Something looking for death. Seeing this black pig viciously stabbing at himself, Lu Feng directly sneered as he catalyzed his beast source. Moo! The gigantic Titan yak appeared. Compared to the Titan yak, the black pig, which had originally evolved to the size of a yellow cow, now looked at Lu Feng with its head held high in shock, completely dumbfounded. Put! With Lu Feng's heavy foot stomping down, the black pig exploded and died miserably on the spot. What kind of foreign beast is he? Brother dog, this. The crowd of ruffians were completely dumbfounded by Lu Feng, not to mention resisting. With weak legs, they instantly couldn't even escape. Gudong. You. Even though his strength was as high as a middle-order 7-star, under the intimidation of Lu Feng's immense Titan yak, dog was powerless to resist. Knowing that running away would only lead to death, he directly flopped and knelt down to Lu Feng. Big brother, I was wrong. I shouldn't have robbed you. Spare your life. This way, I have quite a few treasures in my car, all of which I have acquired in the past few days. As long as you spare my dog's life. Brother dog looked at Lu Feng pleadingly. I'm willing to offer them all to you. Big brother, I really didn't know you were so tough. Brother dog wailed. Otherwise, even if I had 100 guts, I wouldn't dare to mess with you. Offer it to me? Looking at brother dog, who was kneeling on the ground in front of him, begging himself bitterly, Lu Feng instantly laughed. I don't need you to offer it, because as long as I kill you, these things are still all mine. Click. Pft. In an instant, Lu Feng raised his foot and kicked violently, stomping to death dog and the other ruffians. Moreover, there are several more pieces of beast source. Lu Feng, who sneered coldly, directly took out the beast source from the brains of brother dog and the others, along with the other resources in their cars, and put them all into his car. Lu Feng wouldn't be the slightest bit merciful to this kind of road blocking and robbing assholes. Your turn. After taking care of brother dog and the others, Lu Feng directly drove to the neighborhood where Chen Mengyuan was. Your time to die has come. Lu Feng, who let out a cold snort, directly stepped up the stairs. Boom! Since he didn't have a key, Lu Feng activated his beast source magic and kicked open Chen Mengyuan's large door. Thud! Huff! The moment this gate was kicked open, a sudden change occurred. Chapter 24 Competition for the Mysterious Treasure. Deceitful. Looking at the two experts behind the door who were armed with sharp machetes and sudden cold arrows, they sneak attacked the experts who were attacking them. Lu Feng immediately took a step back, borrowing the giant alligator scale armor to block their ferocious attacks. Go to hell! Roar! After these two experts failed in their sneak attack, they were the ones who quickly transformed into monkeys and meerkats. Relying on the advantage of their flexible and compact size, they viciously attacked Lu Feng. In the building of this narrow resistance, after animalization of the huge size of the elephant, black horse, rhinoceros and other large beasts, is indeed unable to compare with these animalization of the small and exquisite speed and attack strength of the beasts. But although their plan was good, the fact disappointed them. This was because Lu Feng's fey beasts were not ordinary fey beasts. Skill, mighty pressure. Moo. Lu Feng, who was unable to bestialize in a narrow area due to his size, was directly activating his beast source to make a divine beast mighty pressure. Puff. Gudong, you. Instantly, under the shroud of the divine beast mighty pressure, the meerkat and monkey, whose strength was only 1 or 2 stars of the higher order, directly collapsed to the ground, trembling in fear and unable to resist. Two losers. Lu Feng, on the other hand, seized the opportunity and directly took out a rope, tying this monkey and meerkat captive heavily. Chen Mengyuan isn't here. Lu Feng, who had entered the house and searched for a while without seeing Chen Mengyuan, suspiciously looked at the two experts who had regained their human forms. Where is Chen Mengyuan? What kind of people are you guys with him? Kid, if you're sensible, let go of us immediately. The hawk-nosed man, who was a meerkat after his animalization, glared viciously at Lu Feng. For your information, behind us is Brother Hui. If you dare to kill us, Brother Fai will never let you go. What bull, Brother Fai? Bang! Lu Feng was directly nonchalant. A foot heavily stepped on the hawk-nosed man's face. Lousy asked you, where is Chen Mengyuan this? You are damned ah. The eagle-hook-nosed man who was kicked all over Lu Feng's face was hideously angry and incomparably glaring at Lu Feng. Kid, you wait, Brother Hui will definitely get you killed. Death-seeking. Put. Lu Feng, who sneered coldly, directly stabbed through the heart of this hawk-hooked man. Put. With a mouthful of scarlet bruised blood spraying out, the hawk-hook-nosed man died on the spot. Your turn. Lu Feng put the blood-dripping knife again and placed it on the neck of another yellow-haired man who was a monkey after his bestialization. If you don't want to die, just say it. We are Brother Fai's men. Chen Mengyuan is now by Brother Fai's side. Brother Fai sent us. The yellow-haired man hurriedly replied, Brother Fai said that after killing Chen Tao, you will definitely come to kill Chen Mengyuan by chopping off the roots. So he had us ambush Chen Mengyuan's house, waiting for you to arrive, so that we could kill you in this narrow hallway with the advantage of our nimble figures. Although your beast-sized bison is tough, because of the narrow building passage, you were too clumsy to beast-size, so we had a chance to kill you. But who ever thought? The yellow-haired man looked at Lu Feng with great bitterness. After all, he completely did not expect that Lu Feng, who possessed the divine beast mighty pressure, did not even need to do anything, but just randomly roared, and the two of them lost their fighting power and were completely wasted. That's so. Lu Feng frowned with a cold smile, not realizing that this enemy really ran into each other. Lu Feng knew very well that the Hui in the mouth of this yellow-haired man, named Meng Taihui, was an expert who had awakened his beast source as a white wolf. In his previous life, Lu Feng had saved Meng Taihui, who had mistakenly entered a mysterious and dangerous place and was besieged by several powerful beasts, wiping out his team and seriously injuring himself to the brink of death. After that, Lu Feng took Meng Taihui in and made him a deputy in his force. But this Meng Taihui not only did not know how to repay, but instead, he also cooperated with Chen Mengyuan, cuckolded Lu Feng, and ultimately killed Lu Feng. That's right, Meng Taihui was the adulterer of Chen Mengyuan, one of the 3 people who killed Lu Feng. Lu Feng had thought that it would take some time before he could come across Meng Taihui and take revenge. He didn't expect that he would run into him now. Very well, after I get the treasure and enter the transcendent realm. Then I will put you and Chen Mengyuan this together. Kill and feed them to the dogs. Lu Feng sneered and waved his hand heavily. Big brother, I've said everything I know, can you spare me? This was the yellow-haired man carefully looking at Lu Feng, wanting to escape. Spare? You're dreaming. Lu Feng smiled coldly. When did I say that I would spare you? Put. Under the yellow-haired man's shocked, confused and unwilling gaze, Lu Feng directly wiped his neck with a knife, sending him to meet the Buddha in the west. Just white beast source, waste. After taking out the white beast source in the two men's brains, knowing that there were many minions around this Meng Taiyui, Lu Feng, who couldn't bring out the strong strength of the Titan Yak in the narrow city streets and high-rise buildings when he went over there hastily, drove directly to the Qiongqi exhibition center where the mysterious treasure appeared in the previous generation. Revenge couldn't be rushed. Lu Feng had to make sure that there was a 100% chance of success before he struck. This is the place. After arriving at the Qiongqi Convention and Exhibition Center, Lu Feng looked at his watch as there was still about half an hour left, so he first looked for a coffee shop, brewed himself a cup of coffees, and sat down on the elegant seat to wait silently. Through the glass, Lu Feng saw that there were teams of 3 to 5 people all over the convention center. In the end of the world, some people would be too cowardly to hide in their homes and dare not go out. However, there were still some people who were adventurous and dared to go out and break into the world in search of a chance. And these people, as long as they don't die, will all become famous and powerful in the last days. I've heard that a high-ranking 9-star powerhouse has emerged from Qiaodong district, and after animalization, he's a strong lion. He is recruiting experts and forming forces. We have to be careful when we go to the Qiaodong district in the future. At this time, 3 men and 2 women walked into the cafe with much discussion. After seeing Lu Feng, the 5 first looked at each other, and after realizing that Lu Feng's strong aura was not to be messed with, the 5 chose to walk to the other side of the cafe and distance themselves from Lu Feng. Seeing that they had no intention of making a move, Lu Feng similarly nodded his head slightly to signal. At this moment, in the face of the mysterious treasure that was about to come out, as long as the other party didn't make the first move, then Lu Feng wouldn't cause any trouble. Let's work hard and enter the high rank as soon as possible. Otherwise, it won't be easy to survive in this cruel end world. That's not true. Now that there are more and more people entering the high ranks, the competition is getting fiercer and fiercer. It's still a matter of finding treasures. It would be great if we could know experts of the higher ranks and get shelter. The 3 men and 2 women sat down in another corner and took a coffee break while softly discussing. Soon. Lu Feng, on the other hand, looked at the time jumping on his watch after finishing a cup of coffee, his eyes burning. Ow. Who? At this moment, with a roar filled with might, a burst of golden yellow light suddenly dazzled beyond compare, flashing at the top of the convention center arc. Chapter 25 Mysterious Treasure, A Drop of Dragon's Blood. The good stuff is finally here. Looking out of the window at the rich golden light flickering at the top of the arc of the convention center, Lu Feng's eyes burned with excitement. Lu Feng was very slightly skeptical about the roar that shook the heavens and earth just now. Because even though he had a divine beast bloodline, he couldn't help but tremble 3 times after hearing that roar. What kind of powerful beast should this roar be? Perhaps it all exceeded the Beast King realm. What is this? Could it be that a heavenly treasure has appeared? It's so dazzling, should we go and take a look? In the opposite corner of the cafe, these 3 men and 2 women were talking about this, and were very shocked. By the looks of it, it should be on the rooftop of the convention center. Rush up from the emergency exit. Lu Feng, who knew that taking the elevator would be dangerous in the end times, directly rushed into the emergency exit building and then rushed towards the rooftop of the convention center in reverse. He's disappeared. Hey, will he be in danger? At this time in the cafe, a girl realized that Lu Feng had disappeared. Don't worry about it, let's go explore. A boy's eyes burned. If there's really some superb heavenly treasures, then we'll be rich, we'll have a chance to evolve to a higher level. Yao! Go! After the boy's words fell, the rest of the few people all excitedly stood up and quickly rushed out of the convention center in search of the sudden appearance of heavenly materials and treasures. Lu Feng, on the other hand, was currently rushing down the emergency exit hallway, all the way to the rooftop entrance. The door was locked. And it was still unlocked. Damn it, did someone get there first? This scene made Lu Feng's eyes redden as he watched, knowing that relying on his experience in his previous life, he was definitely the first one to rush to the rooftop. Although there were quite a few experts in Qiongqi, people within a dozen or so kilometers nearby could see the strange scene happening in the convention center. But it would take time for these people to rush over. As for the people who were originally in the convention center, their strengths were only all at the low to medium level of the district, and it was impossible for them to surpass Lu Feng in terms of speed. Lu Feng, who was very slightly irritated, directly filled his legs with magic power and fiercely kicked this door that was unlocked. Bang! With a muffled sound, the rooftop gate was ruthlessly kicked open by Lu Feng. "Ah! You go down! Don't you come over!" As the rooftop gate was ruthlessly kicked open by Lu Feng, several screams followed. Only to see that behind the rooftop gate, which was the original elevator shaft, which had long stopped functioning at this moment, was transformed into a small room. Two women wearing long skirts, very similar in appearance, are holding steel pipes and wooden sticks hiding in the room, panicked and incomparable looking at Lu Feng. There were quite a few household items in this room, and there were quite a few colorful clothes hanging on the rope outside. Obviously this pair of twin sisters, after the end of the world came, should not have dared to go home or back to the dormitory, but chose to live here. Ha! Sweeping a glance at the weapons in the hands of this twin sisterhood, Lu Feng snorted lightly in disdain. These two chicks, their strength should both be of low rank, at most 3 or 4 stars of low rank. In this situation, if they dared to resist, then Lu Feng could easily poke them to death with a single finger. However, since they were considered aborigines, Lu Feng didn't bother with them, and instead looked towards a drop of liquid that was slowly falling from the sky, glittering with golden light. Lu Feng used Apocalypse to scan it. Looking at the information tip given by the Apocalypse, Lu Feng was instantly overjoyed. This mysterious treasure was clearly dragon blood. That's pretty lucky, dragon blood. This is definitely the topmost mysterious treasure. Looking at the slowly falling dragon blood, Lu Feng immediately took out the jade box he had prepared long ago and placed the drop of dragon blood into the jade box. The dragon blood not only contained the true dragon breath and true dragon pressure as well as true dragon skills. It also contained the true dragon bloodline. If the awakened beast source was a python or koi and other experts who could transform into dragons, after absorbing this drop of dragon blood, there was a real chance to immediately enter the transcendent realm, and there was an even greater chance of awakening the true dragon bloodline. Lu Feng, who possessed the bloodline of the divine beast, although he didn't need a true dragon bloodline, this drop of dragon blood was still an excellent special treasure that Lu Feng could add to his evolutionary process when he underwent mutation evolution. This was because Lu Feng might be able to obtain a certain amount of true dragon skill enhancement through it. These two chicks, hiss, come to think of it. As he put away this drop of true dragon blood, Lu Feng suddenly thought of a pair of Beast King Realm Sisters experts in Qiongqi in his previous life, who had both awakened the true dragon bloodline. They formed a safe zone that only allowed women to enter, and were considered to be a dominant party. Now that I think about it, it should be this pair of sisters. It seemed to be called something like Chen Sweet and Chen Sugar. At that time, the safe zone that Lu Feng had established had also cooperated with their safe zone. Although Lu Feng had never met them, they had cooperated with each other quite happily. Sister. Chen Sugar reached out and pulled Chen Sweet's arm. This should be ours, it landed on top of our heads. Don't talk nonsense. Chen Sweet looked at Chen Sugar with a grave gaze and shook her head. We can't compete with him. Pressing down on Chen Sugar, Chen Tianyi carefully brought Chen Sugar to curl up in the room, not moving a muscle. She had long since seen that Lu Feng was by no means an ordinary person, and that he was here for the dragon blood. And Chen Sweet also had a vague feeling that Lu Feng seemed to have known that the dragon blood would land here. Otherwise, why would Lu Feng come so quickly? In this situation, she was even more afraid to provoke the mysterious and unpredictable Lu Feng. Count yourselves wise. Lu Feng, who had put away the dragon blood, smiled coldly. If the sisters, Chen Sweet and Chen Sugar, dared to have ill intentions towards him and dared to intend to snatch the dragon blood, then Lu Feng would, without hesitation, directly throw them off the rooftop. In the end times, there was nothing to say about compassion. After all, this chance belongs to you and we have cooperated in our past lives. Now that we've met, it's considered fate. So be it, I won't take your things for nothing. Because Chen Sweet and Chen Sugar were very honest, Lu Feng was slightly embarrassed when he remembered the cooperation in his past life after collecting the dragon blood. So after a slight thought, Lu Feng directly threw the beast cores and spiritual herbs and medicines obtained on the road just now, casually threw a packet to Chen Sweet and Sugar sisters. Pack up your things, hurry up and leave, this is not the place to stay for a long time, very soon there will be experts from all walks of life flocking over to dig up the ground in search of treasures. Saying that, Lu Feng took a step and left. He had already reminded what he should have reminded. If this pair of sisters were foolish enough to not know how to die, then Lu Feng couldn't care less. You wait. The moment Lu Feng stepped down the stairs, Chen Tianyi suddenly opened her mouth. Lu Feng frowned and turned back with a somewhat unhappy expression. If this Chen Sweet was greedy enough to swallow an elephant, then Lu Feng did not recommend sending her to meet her to milk. Hello, things we don't want, we have a request. Chen Sui clutched the small hand of Chen Sugar behind her, her bones protruding, her veins green and white, obviously very nervous. Speak. Lu Feng only had one word. It's just that, the two of us sisters. Chen Sui's snow-white shell teeth were biting her vermilion lips. Can I follow you? Chapter 26. Accepting a pair of extreme sisters. Oh, exempt. Lu Feng instantly stopped in his tracks and looked at Chen Tianran with a very stunned expression. He was truly surprised that Chen Tianyi would be so unexpected and make such a request to him. This was considered a confession? He, Lu Renmin, was considered to have completely changed his face. From now on, he was no longer the humble licking dog he once was. Instead, he was a super handsome man who had extremely beautiful women actively throwing themselves at him. I hope you can take our sisters. Chen Tianyi's big eyes blinked as she looked at Lu Feng, biting her vermilion lips tightly. She knew that she had no choice at this moment. By leaving with Lu Feng, there was still a possibility for her and Chen Sugar to survive. Although Lu Feng was mysterious and cold, he looked like he was a good person, and at least he had the most basic moral rules. Moreover, out of a woman's keen sixth sense, she did not see any covetousness or desire in Lu Feng's eyes. So she felt that it should be safe to follow Lu Feng. On the contrary, if Lu Feng didn't take them away, once many experts came to the convention center, then she and Chen Sugar would be finished. Before the end times, beauty could bring her and Chen Sugar all sorts of favorable treatment. But in the end times, it would only lead to fire. If they were not careful, they would be captured by some horny masters and become playthings. Not even just a plaything for one person. Give me a reason. Lu Feng pondered slightly. This is the end times, I don't need vases and dragons around me. Who are you underestimating? We're not the ones who are dragging oil bottles. Chen Sugar immediately pinched her small savage waist and said, my sister's awakened beast source is a plum blossom deer, and my awakened beast source is a white egret, and we both have combat power. Chen Sugar huffed and puffed as she waved her small fists, showing off her muscles. My sister is an initial 5-star, and I'm an initial 4-star, so we won't drag you down. He. Lu Feng smiled disdainfully and coldly. This Chen Tianyi was really a typical boob. It had to be said that although these two sisters were 8 or 9% similar in appearance, their personalities were really vastly different. Wearing a long white dress, Chen Tianyi was calm and organized. While wearing a black floral polka dot dress, Chen Sugar is a bit bratty and impulsive, typical of the chest without brain. Chen Sugar's character and figure, before the end of the world, could be said to be a big winner, perhaps very popular with men. After all, she had a good enough figure, plump and snow-white enough to be striking. But in the end times, these were secondary. Sugar, you say less. Chen Tianyi reached out and pressed Chen Sugar, then looked at Lu Feng. We are not dragons, much less fancy vases that are not useful. We sisters can wash your clothes, cook for you, and do all sorts of logistical support work for you. Is that all? Lu Feng shook his head. He didn't need a nanny. What else do you want? Chen Sugar instantly clenched her small fists and glared angrily at Lu Feng. Sugar. Chen Tianyi hurriedly covered Chen Sugar's small mouth, and then worriedly looked at Lu Feng. She is impulsive and has no intention of speaking, so don't take it personally with her. Don't worry, we will work hard to cultivate and become stronger, striving to be able to help you. To guard your home for you when you go out. And then, if you want to do something else. Under Lu Feng's gaze, the pretty, rosy-cheeked Chen Tianyi clenched her small fists and bit her lips. Then I can also. Sister. Chen Sugar was instantly anxious. Ha! Lu Feng, on the other hand, shook his head with a cold smile and directly stepped away without saying a word. Go. Looking at Lu Feng's back, Chen Tianyi bit her lips and immediately put on her backpack, pulling Chen Sugar away. Sister, do you really want to go with him? Chen Sugar was very anxious. He definitely doesn't have good intentions. If we follow him, this is a sheep entering a tiger's mouth. That's still better than going into the wolves. Chen Tianyi bit her lips tightly. You and I are too weak, this is in the end times, if we fall into the hands of others, we will only be worse off. What you saw a few days ago, have you forgotten? I. Chen Sugar opened her small mouth, a trace of panic flashed across her pretty face, biting her lips unable to speak. After the end times had just arrived, she had seen quite a few women being held down and openly bullied by beastly men. In the end times, this kind of thing was really common. Lu Feng ignored the Chen Sweet and Chen Sugar sisters who were following him, knowing that it was not advisable to stay here for long. He directly walked towards the convention center parking lot. Although Lu Feng was strong, but there were tens of millions of people in Qiongqi, and even if 1 in 10,000 of them had awakened all kinds of strong beast sources, it was not a small number. If they were blocked by these people, it wasn't true that an ant could bite an elephant. Hand over all the beast cores and spirit herbs and elixirs on your body. The Black Dragon Gang is on the job, so if you don't want to die, be honest. At this time, Lu Feng was passing through a corridor when he saw a group of people dressed in black, who were aggressively pressing hundreds of people into the corners and looting them. Kid, talking about you. At this time, a black-clothed man noticed Lu Feng and directly rushed at him viciously. Bang! Lu Feng, who frowned, activated his beast source on the spot and punched this black-clothed man away. Damn, dare to rebel against our Black Dragon Gang's errand, get him killed. Kill. Ow. Hiss. In an instant, 20 Black Dragon Gang experts all animalized into various ferocious beasts, led by a high-ranking 3-star expert, viciously pounced on Lu Feng. Sister, we're finished, we're going to be killed by him. Chen Sugar pounced into Chen Tiany's arms with a look of despair. We shouldn't have followed him down. Alas. Chen Tiany could only hold Chen Sugar tightly, closing her eyes in despair. Moo! An earth-shattering cow roar suddenly rang out. This. Chen Sugar's eyes were filled with shock. What kind of monster is he? So big. Chen Sugar opened her small mouth wide in surprise. Following that, under the unbelievable gaze of Chen Tian and Chen Sugar, Lu Feng directly transformed into a Titan Yaks, and easily, within a minute, he decimated all of these Black Dragon Gang's experts. The rabble. After killing them all, Lu Feng directly collected the beast source. Sister, quick, help! Looking at Lu Feng, who was having a great time, with a twinkle in her eye, Chen Tiany immediately took out her dagger and helped Lu Feng collect the beast source. Here. Chen Sweet immediately handed a few pieces of beast source to Lu Feng. The Black Dragon Gang is a major force in the neighborhood, and the boss is an expert who has awakened the Python beast source. Lu Feng swept a glance at Chen Tiany and took the beast source before taking a step without saying much. If you go out like this, it's the main entrance, you will definitely encounter many experts rushing in. Chen Sweet rushed to Lu Feng's side with a few quick steps. I know an employee passage that leads straight to the parking lot or the back door, which very few people usually go through. We'll go through there, it's safe. Chen Tiany's big eyes blinked as she looked at Lu Feng. I know you're very strong, but there will be many experts coming over, you don't need to fight with them. Lead the way. Lu Feng pondered a little, and finally glanced at Chen Tiany and opened his mouth. All right. Chen Tiany was overjoyed when she heard this and pointed her hand at Lu Feng. You come with me. Help, help. Just as Lu Feng took a step to leave, a female voice shouted suddenly, we know each other, please, save me. Chapter 27, Traveling to Crater Park. Lu Feng, who heard this voice, was very slightly surprised and turned back. We know each other, we met at the cafe just now. Please, save me. In the crowd on both sides of the corridor, a woman in rags, with her pants torn to shreds and her lower body in shambles, dragging her broken leg, with pleading in her gaze, eagerly looked at Lu Feng. Sister, her leg is broken, she needs medical attention as soon as possible. Chen Sugar subconsciously rushed out, wanting to save this woman. Sugar. Chen Sweet was the one who immediately pulled Chen Sugar's arm, not letting Chen Sugar rush out, looking at Lu Feng solicitously. Save me. This pale woman stretched out her hand, some blood loss, she looked at Lu Feng pleadingly. Lu Feng had already recognized that this woman was one of the 3 men, 2 women and 5 people he happened to meet in the cafe earlier. Her companions, on the other hand, had all been killed by the Black Dragon Gang, becoming 4 stiff corpses. I can't save you. Lu Feng, who had coldly swept his eyes over the woman, shook his head and stepped away without hesitation. In the end times, Lu Feng wouldn't add a drag to himself for no reason. Lu Feng, who had been betrayed by Qin Mengyuan in his previous life, had little trust in women. So this kind of unfamiliar and unknown woman, Lu Feng wouldn't have nothing to do to add trouble to himself by saving her. We're leaving here? Seeing that Lu Feng wasn't going to save this woman, Chen Sugar was surprised and muttered. Go. Chen Tiany immediately pulled Chen Sugar and eagerly chased after Lu Feng. Sister, he's too cruel, isn't he? Chen Sugar muttered with great dissatisfaction. Obviously he knows, but he stood by and didn't save, he really has no compassion. You say less. Chen Tiany helplessly glared at Chen Sugar. This is the end times, it's good enough that we can take care of ourselves. If you keep talking such nonsense, once you make him angry. Chen Sugar lowered her voice, you and I will be worse off than her. Chen Sugar was instantly dumbfounded. Remember, trouble comes out of the mouth. Patting Chen Sugar on the back of her hand, Chen Tianyi eagerly chased after Lu Feng, obediently showing Lu Feng the way. She knew very well that the end times were different from the previous world. Previously, because of their good figure and beauty, she and Chen Sugar were surrounded by a lot of attentive men, and they could stand on the moral high ground and tell these suitors what to do, enjoying all sorts of favors and preferential treatment. But in the end times, all that had changed. Everything in the end times depended on fists. If she and Chen Sugar couldn't find a strong enough dependency, they would only become other people's playthings. Chen Sugar didn't realize all of this and was still a bit smug. However, she had long since seen through all of this and knew her position. There are quite a few experts. After arriving at the parking lot, looking at the group after group of experts who were attracted by the dragon's blood and eagerly rushed towards the main building of the convention center, searching for treasures everywhere, Lu Feng smiled playfully. These people were only worthy of eating his farts. There will be a lot of people at the main entrance. After Lu Feng got on the car, Chen Tianyi hurriedly sat in the co-pilot's seat, turn left first, then go right, and after making a right-angle turn, there is a small road that allows you to drive out of the convention center directly from the back door. Outside is the family compound of the Provincial Electricity Bureau, an old neighborhood with not many people. People outside basically don't know about this road. Chen Tianyi's big eyes blinked as she looked at Lu Feng. It's very safe. Lu Feng didn't start the car and didn't speak. Sugar and I are senior students from Qiongqi Normal University. We are interning at the Convention and Exhibition Center and we are renting this family home. Chen Tianyi immediately explained. Usually, Sugar Plum and I would ride our electric bikes to and from work from this path. This small road, previously, did not allow cars to pass, so many people don't know about it. Chen Sugar looked at Lu Feng with a sincere face. It's definitely much safer than going through the main gate. Rumble. Snort. Lu Feng finally started the car after giving Chen Tianyi a deep look, following Chen Tianyi's guidance and walking along the path towards the family compound. After the arrival of the end times, Sweet and I have seen quite a few people who, after their bestialization, all had their desires explode and began to burn, kill, and loot for evil. We saw several female students who also came for internships being violently forced to kill. Chen Tianyi tightened her grip on her seatbelt, so the two of us didn't dare to go home, so we stayed on the rooftop of the convention center and hid. When you pass by the family home later, can you stop for a while? Let's go get some clothes. Chen Tianyi pursed her vermilion lips. It won't delay you for too long, and we won't take a detour. The building we live in is this one at the very front. Just wait for us downstairs for a few moments. Lu Feng still didn't say anything. If it's inconvenient for you, then forget it. Chen Tianyi's snow-white teeth lightly bit her lips, and she didn't dare to say more. Snort. But a minute later, Lu Feng suddenly stopped with a foot on the brake. Then lit a cigarette. Still not saying a word. Sister? Chen Sugar looked at Lu Feng suspiciously. Thank you. After Chen Tianyi gave a light hum, she immediately pulled Chen Sugar's arm and eagerly ran into the unit building. About 5 minutes later, the two women, Chen Sweet and Chen Sugar, who had changed their clothes, carried 2 suitcases and rushed out of the unit building eagerly. Among them, Chen Tianyi changed into a sportswear and tied a long ponytail. Chen Sugar, on the other hand, had put on denim micro pants and a tight black undershirt. This made Lu Feng unable to resist glancing twice more. Because the tight tank top highlighted the figure, plus Chen Sugar's figure was good enough. So it was quite attractive. Humph. Seemingly noticing Lu Feng looking at her, Chen Candy arrogantly raised her chest high. Ha! Lu Feng laughed a little and moved his eyes away. He was just casually sweeping a glance out of a man's habit. In the end of the world, Lu Feng would not be too obsessed with the affairs of men and women. Lu Feng knew very well that without strength, in the last days, everything was a waste. And with strength, how many women do you want? How many you can have? Being reborn in a new life, Lu Feng only wanted to become stronger, to take revenge and to explore the truth of the end times. Pervert. Chen Sugar beamed her little mouth. Sister. Chen Tianyi pushed Chen Sugar a little, letting Chen Sugar get on the car before rushing to get on the car herself. This is for you. Sitting in the co-pilot seat and fastening her seatbelt, Chen Tianyi took out a rainbow lollipop from her bag and handed it to Lu Feng in a cute and adorable manner. Lu Feng swept a glance at Chen Tianyi. He did not say anything. The seatbelt outlined a gully in Chen Sweet's chest, but compared to her sister, Chen Sugar, Chen Sweet's figure was not that plump, and was a small and delicate common type. Well. Seeing that Lu Feng didn't speak, Chen Sweet had to break off a corner of the rainbow lollipops and put it into her mouth. Then it was handed to Lu Feng again. You taste it. Chen Tiany's big eyes blinked, looking at Lu Feng very gently. Lu Feng did not eat it. Instead, he started the car. I'm going to Crater Park, there will be danger over there. If you encounter danger, I won't care about you. Lu Feng, who had a clear and cold demeanor, slowly spoke, it's not too late for you guys to leave now. Chapter 28 Black Dragon Gang and White Wolf Martial Arts School. What are you doing in Crater Park? Chen Sugar, who was sitting in the back seat, looked at Lu Feng with suspicion in her eyes and subconsciously opened her mouth to inquire. Crater Park was located in the south of Qiongqi, before the advent of the end times. Because there was a dormant volcano, it was enclosed by the city and built into a park, with an entrance fee of $50. After the advent of the end times, Crater Park had erupted 2 or 3 times under the transformation of the magic gas. In addition, it was located on the outskirts of the city where there were more wild animals. So in general, people living in the city would not dare to easily wade into this dangerous Crater Park. It's dangerous there, hey. Chen Sugar muttered softly, there must be a lot of demonized wild animals, and there might be high-level foreign beasts. At Chen Sugar's worried mutterings, Lu Feng swept Chen Sugar a glance and didn't say anything. We'll go with you. Although she didn't know what Lu Feng was doing in Crater Park, after some hesitation, Chen Sugar chose to firmly trust Lu Feng. After all, this family home wasn't safe, and for her and Chen Sugar to hide inside, it was tantamount to sitting around waiting for death. Instead of that, she might as well take a chance with Lu Feng. Rumble, snort. After Chen Tiany's words fell, Lu Feng directly drove the car and drove towards this Crater Park. This time when he entered Qiongqi, he had successively obtained a lot of various types of beast cores and magic stones as well as spiritual herbs and medicines, among which the green beast cores and white beast cores and low-grade magic stones required for evolution. He had basically accumulated enough of them. After all, the various resources that those people from the Black Dragon Gang had looted just now had all been counter-robbed by Lu Feng without any effort. So now, if Lu Feng wanted to complete his mutation evolution and enter the next stage of the transcendent realm as soon as possible, the treasures he still lacked were a flaming fire lotus and a piece of special attribute beast source. There were also 3 awakening stones. The special attribute beast source, this Lu Feng hadn't gotten anywhere for the time being. But the flaming fire lotus and the awakening stones, according to Lu Feng's memories from his previous life, they were both available in this Crater Park. The Crater Park, which had been transformed from a dormant volcano into an active volcano under the transformation of the magic energy, not only had a rich magic energy, but also had hot magma. Here, there was no shortage of fire attribute treasures. In Lu Feng's memory, in his previous life, when he reached the middle of the end times, Crater Park was the most common low to medium level fielding activity area for experts in several safe zones in Qiongqi. At this moment, as Lu Feng brought his sisters, Chen Sweet and Chen Sugar, to drive to Crater Park, a group of Black Dragon Gang's experts were also clustered around a tall, burly man dressed in a black suit, rushing aggressively into the convention center. This burly man was clearly the Black Dragon Gang's gang leader, Joe Python. Because the awakened beast source was a black mottled python with a hint of black dragon bloodline, so as his strength progressed, Joe Python was even more imposing, his body filled with a rich dragon might. Gangmaster, the brothers are all dead, they were directly hit and trampled to death with brute force. The things that the brothers looted were all taken away as well. After an inspection, a few Black Dragon Gang experts came to Joe Python's body and respectfully made a report to Joe Python. Damn it! Bang! Joe Python, who had slammed his heavy fist on the parapet and ruthlessly smashed a parapet on the spot, had a gloomy face like water. As the Black Dragon Gang's gang leader, it was always the Black Dragon Gang under his command that had blackmailed others, and no one had dared to blackmail and victimize the Black Dragon Gang yet. This was a slap in his Joe Python's face. Go and investigate immediately. Joe Python roared sternly, find this dam out for me. Dare to provoke my Black Dragon Gang, I will skin him and chop him up to feed the dogs. Yes. As you command. Several Black Dragon Gang experts immediately respectfully received orders. Yoo-hoo, Joe Python, it looks like a lot of people under your hand have died. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out. What, which expert did your Black Dragon Gang provoke? Do you need me, White Wolf Martial School, to send someone out to help your Black Dragon Gang? Meng Tai Hui. Joe Python immediately turned back, his complexion incomparably gloomy as he glared viciously at Meng Tai Hui. Joe Python, don't look at me with such eyes, I just arrived with my men. Surrounded by a group of martial arts school experts, Meng Tai Hui wrapped his arm around Chen Mingyuan's small waist beside him. I didn't kill your people. Ha! Joe Python laughed coldly. I don't need you to mind my business. Ha, you, Joe Python, are just too proud of yourself. With this character of yours, sooner or later, you will suffer. Meng Taihui shook his head. Joe Python, there is a person who has some beef with me. He is staying in Qiongqi at this moment. If the brothers under your command see him, please let me know. Meng Taihui sent someone to pass Lu Feng's picture to Joe Python. This kid is a bit capable. He killed 2 good men under my command. Tell the brothers under your command to be careful, don't be targeted by him. If I see it, I'll have someone tell you. Joe Python swept a glance at Lu Feng's picture, not giving it a second thought, and casually threw it to his subordinate brothers. His Black Dragon Gang and Meng Taihui's White Wolf Martial Arts School had adjoining territories, and they were usually not very friendly, but of course there was no enmity. This convention center today, what kind of treasure is appearing? Meng Taihui asked again. I heard people say that they saw bursts of golden light flashing. I don't know, I just arrived as well. Joe Python shook his head. I'm sending people to look for it. Okay. Then to each his own, whoever finds it is the one who gets it. Meng Taihui smiled and waved his hand, then he searched from showroom to showroom surrounded by a group of martial arts school experts. Hubby, when are we going to go to the suburban farm and get Lu Feng this dead? Meng Taihui beside Chen Mengyuan daintily hugged Meng Taihui arm, with full chest rubbing Meng Taihui arm a good deal of pampering. No hurry, first find the treasure. Pa! Meng Taihui heavy slap and Chen Mengyuan rolling round in erect peach buttocks, wantedly needing, when to go, that does not depend on your performance? If you perform well, I'll go anytime. Ha ha. Aya, husband, you are so bad. Chen Mengyuan delicately let out a soft hum, letting Meng Taihui's wanton aggression. Well, then wait for the night, people. Night what? Meng Taihui asked with a smile. Husband. Chen Mengyuan let out another hum. I'm sure I'll make you comfortable, Aya. Ha ha. Looking at Chen Mengyuan, this kind of delicate and lovely Thai appearance, hated to press Chen Mengyuan immediately on the windowsill, ruthlessly hugged a big Meng Taihui, really excited and laughed. Little, don't be in a hurry. I'm about to evolve to the transcendent realm, I need to get more and more heavenly treasures as soon as possible now. Meng Taihui scanned the convention center with a burning gaze. After I enter the transcendent mortal realm, this Lu Feng. I'll crush it for you with a single finger. Hubby, you're so great. Boo! Chen Mengyuan, who was excited, directly sent a fragrant kiss to Meng Taihui. Ha ha! The excited Meng Taihui waved his hand heavily. Spread out immediately and find it for me. Even if we dig 3 feet into the ground, we must find this treasure. Chapter 29 Flame Spider Swarm. While the Black Dragon Gang and the White Wolf Martial Arts School, among other Jiangcheng experts, were digging up the ground in the convention center and searching, Lu Feng had already driven to the crater park. It's so hot. After stepping out of the car, Chen Sugar panted and fanned herself with her small hands. Because her clothes were soaked with sweat, the panting Chen Sugar subconsciously made Lu Feng look at her several times more because of her very good figure. Especially since she was wearing denim micropants and a tight tank top, so she had this good figure, that was even more set off in the front and back. This made Lu Feng's mind pop up a sentence that Chen Sugar's good figure was indeed material for giving birth to a son. We will encounter danger next, you'd better stay in the car and don't move around. A moment later, after moving his eyes away and looking at the crater park that had traces of lava everywhere, after parking the car at the periphery of the park, Lu Feng walked straight towards the park. Then be careful, we'll wait for you outside. Chen Tianyi was very gentle and well behaved as she watched Lu Feng enter the park. What's with the tugging? Chen Sugar huffed and puffed as she propped up her towering breasts. You can't help but look at Lao Aoi for a few moments even if you're tugging. Lao Miang will let you see it and not be able to eat it, so I'll be mad at you. Humph. Saying that, Chen Sugar, who was full of curiosity, thought of going around the park. These days, she and Chen Sugar were huddled in the small house in the convention center, which really made her, who was lively and active by nature, simply to be suffocated madly. Don't run around, this place is full of danger everywhere. Chen Tianyi was reaching out and pulling Chen Sugar, hard yanking Chen Sugar back into the SUV. Let's not go anywhere, just wait in the car for him to come back. Sister, you're also too alarmist to scare yourself. Chen Sugar grunted softly. It's not like this is in the city, and we can't meet anyone else, so how can it be that dangerous? Meow. Snort. At this time, a ferocious lynx suddenly appeared, ferociously pouncing on Chen Tianyi and Chen Sugar who were sitting in the car. Ah! Chen Sugar subconsciously covered her face with her small snow-white hands and screamed out in panic. The strength of this lynx was around 5 or 6 stars of the middle rank, and she and Chen Sugar were simply no match for the lynx. Put. At this moment, a wooden stick that suddenly appeared pierced through the lynx's body on the spot. Phew. Chen Sugar patted her violently shaking chest, panting. Thank you. Looking at Lu Feng, who took a step back, Chen Sugar, whose pretty face was equally pale, hurriedly thanked him. If you don't want to die, hurry up and cultivate. Lu Feng coldly swept his eyes over Chen Tianyi and Chen Sugar, in order to prevent the car from being damaged by various wild animals, so he deliberately walked back by pouring the urine in the bottle with the scent of a titan yak around the car. The wild animals were all very sensitive, and after smelling the scent of the titan yak of the higher realm, they didn't dare to approach easily. Don't leave this circle. After drawing a circle around the car with his urine, Lu Feng removed the lynx's animal core and threw the lynx's corpse far away. After saying that, Lu Feng directly walked towards the depths of Crater Park. What kind of people are they? They just pose coldly. So annoying. Looking at Lu Feng's back as he left, Chen Sugar muttered with a small mouth. Such a circle, can it work? Chen Sugar's big eyes blinked. Sister, what did he use to draw this circle? I don't know. Chen Sugar shook her head. Strange. Chen Sugar stepped out of the car, full of curiosity. She dipped her finger in the liquids and put it in her mouth. Blah blah blah. He's really shameless. Vomit. Chen Sugar picked up the water bottle and rinsed her mouth for a good while. You. Looking at the self-inflicted Chen Sugar, Chen Tianyi shook her head helplessly. But after a second thought, she eventually sighed bitterly and lightly, but it's nothing, sooner or later. It's also good that you're prepared in advance. Sis? What sooner or later? What preparation? Chen Sugar stared wide-eyed, looking at Chen Tianyi suspiciously. What the hell are you talking about again, hey? This thing is his so-and-so. I'm not going to touch it again, it's disgusting. It's not something we're qualified to choose, you'll understand later. Cultivate first. Chen Tianyi bitterly shook her head and took out 2 of the spirit medicines that Lu Feng had previously given them, handing Chen Sugar one of the 2, and began to cultivate. The 2 of them were only at the beginner's level of strength, and in the incredibly dangerous post-apocalyptic world, they were truly defenseless against all sorts of experts and wild animals. Chen Sugar knew very well that beauty-pleasing people could only last for a while. Even if she and Chen Sugar were beautiful and had a good body, Lu Feng would get tired of it after a long time. And Lu Feng was so strong, so there would never be a lack of women around Lu Feng. So she had to become stronger, to have the strength to protect herself and Chen Sugar, and to have a future that could make Lu Feng look at her. Only then would Lu Feng keep her and Chen Sugar and always shelter and reuse them. Lu Feng of course didn't know that Chen Sugar, a guy with big boobs and no brain, would be stupid enough to taste the urine of the circle it drew. At the moment, Lu Feng was entering the crater park without stopping, directly toward the crater. According to Lu Feng's experience in his previous life, the place where this flaming fire lotus grew was the swampy area near the crater. Sure enough. After approaching the crater, Lu Feng was very excited as he looked at a very brightly colored red lotus plant growing in the hot water pool that was bubbling with hot air. This lotus plant growing in the hot water pool was the heavenly treasure of the flaming fire lotus. Because the end of the world hadn't come for a long time, no one dared to go to the crater park to explore. That's why Lu Feng could find the flame lotus so easily. After some more time, if he wanted to find the flaming lotus, he would need to venture deeper into the volcano. This can be very dangerous. The temperature inside the caldera is up to 100 degrees, even if there is a magic chi to protect the body, but for an ordinary high-level realm expert, the slightest carelessness, it is easy to fall into the magma pool and perish miserably. One must know that in this magma pool, there might be transcendent realm foreign beasts living. It can't be damaged. Lu Feng took out the jade box that he had prepared long ago, and carefully took down a blooming and lush, crimson-colored, beautiful fire lotus. Swoosh! When just as Lu Feng had just put away the flaming fire lotus, a sudden change occurred. A red spider suddenly appeared on Lu Feng's back and wrapped its web around Lu Feng. Spider? Lu Feng turned around and realized that it was a red spider that had mutated into the size of a frog after being transformed by the demonic chi. Seek death. A mere spider, this couldn't threaten Lu Feng at all. So after sneering, Lu Feng directly turned back and used his magic power to fill the wooden sticks, and smashed it hard against the spider. Put. This middle-rank 6-7 star spider was smashed flat by Lu Feng on the spot. Done. After putting away the flaming fire lotus, Lu Feng took out his dagger again and cut open the spider's head, taking out the white beast core within it. But just as Lu Feng was planning to leave, the scene in front of him completely shocked Lu Feng. Only to see dozens of red spiders suddenly emerge from all directions, viciously surrounding Lu Feng. The leader was a huge red spider that was about the size of a calf and was hideous. Chapter 30 Unexpected Joy, Transcendent Realm Flame Spider King. Looking at the group of spiders in front of him, especially this huge red spider, Lu Feng immediately swept it with his apocalypse. Hiss. After sweeping with his apocalypse, Lu Feng immediately sucked in a breath of cool air in astonishment. This huge red spider was, indeed, Flame Spider King. Target, Flame Spider King. Race, Spider. Realm, Transcendent Realm 1 star. Talent, Flame Perception. Skills, Entanglement E, Fire Breathing D. Weakness, Abdomen. Evolutionary Route, 2. It's actually a Flame Spider King of the Transcendent Realm, need to be a little more careful. After finding out the information of this Flame Spider King through the apocalypse, Lu Feng's gaze instantly became grave. It was because no matter if it was a human or a foreign beast, once they entered the Transcendent Realm, then they would awaken a special attribute abnormal ability. This alien ability was very strong. Ordinary junior and senior third stages could only rely on brute force to fight, and even though the evolved body was huge and the defense was strong, it wouldn't transcend out of the realm of normal beasts. It was like Lu Feng's Titan Yak. It was no exaggeration to say that the Titan Yak could be counted as the toughest beast amongst the high-level beasts. However, it still wouldn't go beyond the realm of normal carbon-based beasts. For example, in terms of size, nature could identify similar elephants or hippopotamuses, or mammoth elephants from ancient times, as well as dinosaurs, who would all possess a size of 10 tons or even more. As for scale armor, crocodiles have scale armor, pangolins have scale armor, and snapping turtles have scale armor. Other things like strength and sharp horns and whatnot, then this is much more common in nature, many animals have this trait. So the most basic middle school and high school 3 orders, no matter how much more evolution, cannot transcend the normal beast category. It's just taking the skills that this beast originally didn't have, but other beasts have, and putting them together. Just like the original speed of the tiger is not too fast, after evolution, can have the speed of a cheetah, the agility of a cat. So the middle and high middle school levels, after evolving, were still beasts. But the transcendent realm was different. Transcendent, as the name suggests, that is beyond the mortal realm. It's going from a beast to an exotic beast. People and beasts that entered the transcendent realm would possess an attribute in the beast source in their minds, and would then awaken unique attribute skills. Just like the Flame Spider King in front of Lu Feng at the moment, it was a fire attribute beast that possessed the fire attribute ability of fire breathing. And its spiritual intelligence had also evolved, probably equivalent to a 5 or 6-year-old child. This was the most significant change brought about by the end times demonic chi. After all, under normal circumstances, genetic mutation might be able to make beasts and humans change into strange shapes. But no matter how it changed, it was impossible to master supernormal abilities. Hiss. The Flame Spider King waved its long tentacles and commanded a group of medium and high-level flame spiders to viciously surround Lu Feng. Obviously, it wanted to make Lu Feng its dinner for the day. This is danger, but it's equally a chance. Facing the Flame Spider King's prey, Lu Feng's gaze burned and his eyes were filled with a rich, refined light. If he could kill this Flame Spider King, then he would be able to obtain the special attribute Beast Core. In this way, he would be able to gather all the treasures he needed for his next mutation evolution. It must be killed. Thinking of this, Lu Feng overcame the fear in his heart and stared at this transcendent realm Flame Spider King with a grave expression. Lu Feng had come into contact with this kind of flame spider in his previous life and knew that the Flame Spider King wasn't really considered strong in the transcendent mortal realm, it was just a low to medium level foreign beast. So as long as he hit the Flame Spider King by surprise and didn't let it have a chance to escape back to the area of the high temperature magma pools within the crater, Lu Feng would have a chance to resist its Flame Spider King burning attacks and kill it. We must block his retreat. Lu Feng swept over the interior of the crater where the temperature was as high as 100 degrees, and the inner core was perhaps even 200 or 300 degrees. This magma pool area, he could not enter at the moment, he would be roasted. Snort. Snort. At this time, the Flame Spider King couldn't hold back anymore, it couldn't wait to suck the fresh Lu Feng dry for consumption, it directly commanded a bunch of flame spiders, hissing and attacking Lu Feng. These middle and high-level flame spiders waved their sharp scythe-like tentacles and ruthlessly chopped at Lu Feng. Of course, while chopping, they even spat out spider silk together, wanting to entangle Lu Feng, so that Lu Feng could not move. Scumbags, go to hell. Beastify, Titan Yak. Moo. Facing the attacks of these flaming spiders, Lu Feng directly catalyzed his beast source as if he had completed his beastification. At the instant of bestialization, Lu Feng then stomped on these flame spiders with huge abdomens one by one, as if he was stepping on puffs. Hiss. These flame spiders were all instantly dumbfounded, not realizing that Lu Feng, who was originally not very big, would turn into such a huge Titan Yak in the blink of an eye. Go to hell. Pft, pft, pft. Lu Feng wasn't going to ink with these flame spiders. In their shock, Lu Feng was the one who quickly utilized his size and weight advantage, 1 foot at a time, quickly and ruthlessly stomping several flame spiders. To Lu Feng, these low and high-ranked flame spiders were simply no match for Lu Feng. Lu Feng could completely eliminate them easily. Hiss. Seeing that his colony was so easily annihilated by Lu Feng, the Flame Spider King was completely enraged. In the midst of hissing, it directly used its supernatural ability. Snort. A flame-burning spider web, which was sprayed out by the Flame Spider King on the spot, like a whip, heavily lashed towards Lu Feng. Stab la la. After being drawn by the flame spider web again, even though Lu Feng had a sturdy and heavy scale armor on his body, he would also be burned by the flames and smoke, and was in a very sorry state. After all, although this armor was sturdy and strong, it could ignore the jerking force generated by the Flame Spider King after flinging its web. But in the face of the burning flames, this scale armor would not be able to carry it. After all, the scale armor was also flesh and blood. It would be burned by the flames that burned the hairs, and burned painfully by the flames. Go to hell. Moo. Lu Feng, who knew that if this continued, sooner or later he would be turned into roast beef by this Flame Spider King. After taking a hard hit from the Flame Spider King's web of fire, he was burned with a fiery, searing pain. He directly used his skill and sent out the divine beast mighty pressure. Pft, pft, pft. In an instant, a bunch of medium and high-level flame spiders prostrated themselves on the ground, unable to move by the pressure. Hiss. As for the Flame Spider King, after a short period of consternation, because of its high realm, it recovered and was directly weaving a huge flame spider web in front of its body, wanting to use it to envelop Lu Feng and roast him alive. Damn, put up a fight. Looking at the huge spider web burning with flames in front of him, Lu Feng heavily gritted his teeth. Right now, he only had one option, and that was to take the risk of breaking through the flame spider web and poking or stomping the Flame Spider King to death. Kill. Skill, giant power topping. Skill, crazy burst. Dumb. Lu Feng, who had utilized 2 major skills at once, directly lowered his head, flung his sharp and pointed sturdy bull horns, and ruthlessly rushed towards the Flame Spider King behind the flame spider web. Chapter 31 Titan Yak vs Flame Spider King. Who? With Lu Feng's deadly rush, in an instant, the burning rolling flames under the shroud of the spider's web plastered the entirety of Lu Feng's body on the spot. In an instant, however, the yak hair on Lu Feng's body was all ablaze. Lu Feng's Titan Yak directly turned into a Titan Fireball. Moo. The burning sting from this flame burning caused Lu Feng to roar out in anger. However, Lu Feng still relied on the guardianship of his scale armor, and despite everything, he directly poked the Flame Spider King in front of him fiercely. There were no nerve endings in the Titan Yak scale armor, so after the scale armor was scorched, Lu Feng was able to carry on even though he felt the scorching heat and pain. After all, scale armor burning and muscle nerve burning were 2 different things. Because the scale armor was very strong, so at the moment, Lu Feng's Titan Yak's muscles were protected by the scale armor, so for the time being, they only felt sizzling hot and had not been burned yet. Die. Looking at the Flame Spider King that was blocking in front of him, after breaking through the blazing spider web, Lu Feng directly lowered his head and used his sharp bullhorn to poke at it fiercely. Put. Because of his untimely reaction, the Flame Spider King, who hadn't expected Lu Feng to suddenly become so tough, was sadly poked in the abdomen by one of Lu Feng's horns. Bang! Lu Feng, who threw his head and smashed the Flame Spider King heavily on the volcanic rocks aside, was immediately rolling all over the place. No, this flame is burning too fiercely. Lu Feng, who had rolled several times but was never able to extinguish the flames on his body, could only clench his teeth and jumped into the pool that was at an incredibly high temperature and kept bubbling. Ho ho ho! The flames instantly went out. But because the temperature of this pool was as high as boiling 100 degrees, Lu Feng was still miserable, from roast beef into boiled beef. It's damn hot. Moo. After the flames went out, Lu Feng did not dare to stay a second longer, immediately jumped out of the boiling pool. If he stayed any longer, it was estimated that in less than a minute, Lu Feng would be boiled alive. Hiss. The Flame Spider King, whose abdomen had been poked out by the sharp bull's horns to make a huge wound, and was constantly flowing out crimson blood, was now moving its tentacles, wanting to climb into the crater of the volcano. As long as it entered the crater and climbed into the magma pool, it would have a chance to recover from its injuries. But Lu Feng wouldn't give it a chance to live. Causing me to be burned and boiled first, you think you can still escape? Ha! Shaking his bull's head, which had been burned by the flames until it was pitch black, Lu Feng coldly grunted as he walked in front of the Flame Spider King, blocking its path. Hiss! The Flame Spider King glared angrily and sharply at Lu Feng, waving its strike and slashing Lu Feng viciously. Because of the heavy damage to its abdomen, it was no longer able to utilize the Flame Spider Web's attribute skill. Just like scratching an itch. Lu Feng, who grunted coldly, directly lifted his bull hoof and stomped it fiercely. Put! Instantly, the Flame Spider King's stomach was stomped by Lu Feng on the spot. Following that, the Flame Spider King's big long legs flung around in an unwilling and powerless manner, and after the body convulsed a few more times, it eventually collapsed on the ground, completely dead. Hiss! Seeing the tragic death of the Flame Spider King, the remaining dozen or so flame spiders didn't dare to meet Lu Feng again. They panicked and fled back to their crater lair at a fiery speed. Lu Feng didn't bother with them. After all, with Lu Feng's current situation, he was incapable of going deeper into the crater, it was too risky. It stands to reason that the magma pools inside this crater should have heavenly treasures of good things. Lu Feng looked at the crater that was billowing black smoke and had a strangely high temperature. When I enter the transcendent realm, I can come over and explore it to see if there's any chance of getting any good treasures. Let's get down to business first. After muttering, Lu Feng lifted his bestialization to resume his human form, then took out his dagger and slashed open the head of this Flame Spider King on the spot. A red-colored nucleus with a little bit of white color at the bottom of the nucleus shone brightly in front of Lu Feng. This was the beast core of the Flame Spider King. Special attribute, that is, fire attribute beast core. It was only a pity that the quality was a bit low, it was white. But it doesn't matter, the requirements for special attribute beast cores for mutation evolution anyway, there's no picking the quality, as long as there's a special attribute. Lu Feng smiled as he put away the beast core. If the quality of this Flame Spider King's beast core was green, it wouldn't be so easy for me to kill it. The corpse of this Flame Spider King is also usable. After loading up the beast core, Lu Feng looked at the Flame Spider King's corpse. Although it's hideous and the flavor shouldn't be good, but come to use it to cultivate spirit herbs and spirit medicines, that's definitely not a problem. Take it away. Ignoring the corpses of the other flame spiders, Lu Feng directly dragged the Flame Spider King's corpse and walked towards the outside of the crater park. Because of the Divine Beast bloodline enhancement, Lu Feng's taste was now picky, and the Flame Spider King, a hideous and disgusting-looking beast, Lu Feng wouldn't eat their meat. In his previous life, he had no choice, but in this life, Lu Feng still preferred to be normal, eating spiritual herbs and medicines or taking magic stones and beast cores to replenish his magic power. Even if he ate meat, Lu Feng would choose normal beast meat instead of this hideous and frightening beast meat that didn't taste good at first glance. There are also awakening stones. After dragging the Flame Spider King's corpse away, Lu Feng slapped his forehead and remembered that he still needed 3 more awakening stones. I didn't see them just now, forget it, I'll look for them later. Deal with the corpse first. After muttering, Lu Feng, who was dragging the Flame Spider King's corpse, quickly walked towards the outside of Crater Park. After all, this crater park was rich in demonic energy, so there might be other transcendent realm beasts besides this Flame Spider King. With Lu Feng's current state, he really didn't have the certainty that he would be able to kill another transcendent mortal realm alien beast. Open the trunk. After arriving at the entrance of the crater park, Lu Feng directly threw the Flame Spider King's corpse in the back of the car. What did you do? How did it become like this? It looks like a round briny egg. Hey. Chen Sugar's big eyes blinked, very surprised and amazed as she looked at Lu Feng in front of her with a bare head, hair and eyebrows burned away, and pitch black. Because after the animalization of the Titan Yak's cow hair was flame-burned one exhaustion, so Lu Feng in the lifting of the animalization, even if the transformation into a human body, but all the hair on the body, but also correspondingly burned out. It was a bit embarrassing. Sugar, no nonsense. Chen Tianyi hurriedly reached out and pulled Chen Sugar for a bit, then immediately opened the trunk of the car. Hiss. This. Following that, Chen Sweet, who had walked to the back of the car and was preparing to load the things that Lu Feng had brought back into the trunk, was completely shocked when she looked at the huge Flame Spider King's corpse. You killed it? Right. Lu Feng nodded slightly. It's super transcendent realm? Gulp. Chen Tianyi, who swallowed a mouthful of saliva with great difficulty, looked at Lu Feng with unbelievable and shocked eyes, blinking. Chapter 32, Preparing for the Third Mutation Evolution. Right. Lu Feng replied with just one word. You're awesome. Sugar Plum, come over here. After looking at Lu Feng with eyes full of admiration and amazement, Chen Tianyi hurriedly called out to Chen Sugars, and obediently carried the Flame Spider King's corpse into the trunk. This made Lu Feng a little surprised. Chen Sweet and Chen Sugar, two skinny women, how did they suddenly have so much strength? Ha! After sweeping Chen Sweet and Chen Sugar with Apocalypse, Lu Feng let out a soft hum. After not seeing them for a few hours, the strength of these two chicks had actually progressed. Chen Tianyi had risen to 6 stars of the beginning stage, and Chen Sugar also had 5 stars of the beginning stage. Just now, we took a strain of the spirit medicine you gave us. Chen Sugar seemed to have sensed something as she looked at Lu Feng respectfully. That's why there's been a slight advancement in strength. Lu Feng nodded slightly. Thinking to himself, this Chen Sweet and Chen Sugar sisters, no wonder they were able to become Beast King level experts in their previous lives. Apart from the strange encounter of getting dragon blood, the two girls' talent was also extremely strong. By the way, when I went to wash my hands by the creek just now, I found this. See if you need it. Saying that, Chen Tianyi took out 5 crystal-like diamond-shaped crystals. Awakening stones. Lu Feng was surprised. He hadn't really thought that the awakening stones that he had searched for half a day in Crater Park before, but never found. It was actually obtained by Chen Tianyi. What's an awakening stone, ah? Chen Sugar's big eyes blinked as she looked at Lu Feng suspiciously. If you want to enter the transcendent realm from the high rank, you need an awakening stone. Lu Feng replied. Following that, he took 3 awakening stones from Chen Tianyi's hand. I only need 3 of them, and you can keep the other 2 for yourselves. They will be useful in the future when the 2 of you break through from the high stage to the transcendent realm. Okay. Chen Tianyi obediently put away the awakening stones. You're going to break through to the transcendent realm soon? Chen Sugar, on the other hand, blinked her big eyes and looked at Lu Feng with great curiosity. Right. Lu Feng nodded slightly and stepped into the car without saying much. So powerful. Chen Sugar muttered inside, I don't know when I'll be able to ascend into the transcendent realm. He hasn't risen into the transcendent realm yet. And that Flame Spider King just now, it's clearly a transcendent mortal realm Fey beast. Compared to the simple Chen Sugar, after her eyes swept over the corpse of the Flame Spider King in the trunk, Chen Sweet's eyes rolled and she instantly thought a lot. When he was at a high rank, he was able to cross over and kill a transcendent mortal realm alien beast. This strength. Chen Tianyi, who was very stunned in her heart, unintentionally swept her eyes over Lu Feng's robust body after taking a step to sit on the passenger side of the SUV. In the end, her snow-white shell teeth tightly biting her vermilion lips, her heart secretly made a determination. Rumble, snort. Lu Feng didn't ink. After preparing everything, he directly pressed his foot on the gas and drove to the farm. Since the materials were all prepared, of course he had to go back to the relatively safer farm and prepare for the third mutation evolution. At this moment, while Lu Feng was driving towards the farm, the convention center was gathering more than a dozen experts of the higher realm. These people, with their respective subordinates, had searched the convention center, which was 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, thoroughly digging up the ground. But unfortunately, they did not find the rumored mysterious treasure. Damn, where the hell did this treasure go? Which stepped ahead of us and snatched this treasure? Damn it! I have a premonition that as long as I get the mysterious treasure, I'll have a chance to awaken my advanced bloodline and enter the transcendent realm. A group of experts who were renowned in Jiang City all roared in anger, venting their dissatisfaction. Meng Taihui, who had led a group of White Wolf Martial School's experts and flipped around the convention center for 7 whole hours, was also very upset at the moment and had a belly full of depression. Brother Hui, Brother Hui. At this moment, a high-ranking 3-star expert suddenly hurriedly ran to Meng Taihui's side. What? Meng Taihui glanced at this expert suspiciously. Brother Hui, something's wrong. This expert immediately approached Meng Taihui's ear and whispered something to Meng Taihui. What? Are you sure? After hearing these words, Meng Taihui was instantly overjoyed. Sure as well as certain. The expert immediately replied. Good, great. Meng Taihui, who was incomparably excited, directly looked at the other experts. Gentlemen, I still have things to do, so you guys continue your search, I'll take my leave first. Old Meng, where are you planning to go? Did you discover the traces of this mysterious treasure? Don't eat alone, say it out so we can get a taste of it as well. Seeing Meng Taiyue behaving abnormally, several experts immediately looked at Meng Taiyue with bad looks. You guys are overthinking it, this convention center has been dug up, what you all haven't found, I can find. Meng Taiyue laughed, a better he show Wu spirit medicine appeared on my turf, so I'm going to go back and take it, it's as simple as that. It's fine to go. With that, Meng Taiyue directly turned his head and left. And he was truly leaving the convention center straight away without searching in the convention center. This made the crowd of experts, although slightly skeptical, not think much about it. After all, they had really searched all over this convention center. In the end, they could only disperse individually. Say, are you sure that the person you saw is him? He really got the mysterious treasure that appeared in this convention center. Say it, as long as you say it I'll save you. Inside the White Wolf Martial Arts Center, Meng Taiyue held Lu Feng's picture and looked at a woman with a broken leg with a burning gaze. This woman was clearly one of the 3 men and 2 women quintet that Lu Feng had encountered earlier at the cafe, the same woman that Lu Feng had failed to save when he was in the connecting corridor. Yes, that's him. The woman hurriedly nodded her head. At that time, after the apparition, he directly went upstairs. Later, we realized that this mysterious treasure was the one that appeared on the roof of the building. It must have been taken by him. The woman looked at Meng Taiyue pleadingly, I've said everything, please, save me. Good, it's really not hard to come by. Meng Taiyue smiled excitedly and coldly as he scanned the group of minions beside him. Prepare, go to this farm first thing in the morning and kill and seize the treasure. Understood. Obey. The crowd of experts from the White Wolf Martial School immediately responded loudly. Meng Taiyue hummed lightly in satisfaction as he stepped towards the backyard. Save me, you promised to save me. Seeing that Meng Taiyue was going to walk away ignoring himself, the woman immediately eagerly went to hug Meng Taiyue's calf. What's the use of lousy saving you? Bang! Cold snort. Meng Taiyue directly raised his leg and kicked, kicking the woman's head on the spot. Brother Hui, that Lu Feng seems pretty fierce, should we notify these big brothers and go together? A junior brother looked at Meng Taiyue solicitously, he's the one who killed the Black Dragon Gang's people before. Shout your ass off. There's only one treasure, how can we share it if we shout others? Meng Taiyue sneered and waved his hand heavily, I'm only half a step away from the transcendent realm, even if he's fierce, as long as we're prepared, dozens of experts from the middle and high-level realms will do it together. He will also surely die. Chapter 33, Shen Sugar, I'm not wearing a maid's costume. At this moment, while the White Wolf was eyeing Lu Feng with the intention of snatching Lu Feng's farm, Lu Feng, on the other hand, was driving to the farm with sisters Chen Tianyi and Shen Sugar. Luckily, it only damaged the outer perimeter. Looking at the several collapsed openings that had appeared on the farm's outer wall, Lu Feng carefully inspected it and realized that although these beasts had damaged the outer wall, they were still deterred from facing the high-voltage power grid within the outer wall and did not dare to explore further. After all, the end of the world had just arrived not long ago, so there weren't many high-level beasts, so these middle and low-level beasts, facing the strong high-voltage power grid, would still be afraid to approach out of animal instinctive fear. But Lu Feng knew very well that this was all temporary. Because as the end of the world descended for a longer and longer period of time, these wild animals would likewise become stronger and stronger. Once a transcendent realm beast king that had opened up its spirit appeared, the defense of the high-voltage power grid would not work. At that time, if you want to establish a safe zone, in addition to using all kinds of special materials to build the city wall, you need to gather a group of subordinates to patrol the outer wall 24 hours a day. Only then would it be possible to establish a safe zone. Do I want to establish a safe zone? Looking at the farm in front of him, Lu Feng frowned slightly, a little uncertain. There were advantages to establishing a safe zone, which was that it could provide a peaceful place to rest, have a base for trading and planting as well as farming, and also be able to take in a group of clustered subordinates to become a party overlord. However, there was also a downside. That was that the safe zone would limit Lu Feng's footsteps, making it necessary for Lu Feng to always move around the safe zone, and it was not good to go out and explore far away from the safe zone. After all, if Lu Feng, the overlord, was gone, then the safe zone would be easily overrun by other people or alien beasts. Then there was the fact that it was also easy to encounter betrayal. In his previous life, Lu Feng had established a safe zone. But in the end, he was killed by Qin Mengyuan, who was killed. This farm is yours, yeah? Just as Lu Feng was pondering and considering, Chen Sugar's big eyes blinked and looked at Lu Feng with great surprise and admiration. It should be safe here, right? For the time being. After Lu Feng answered Chen Sugar with 2 words, he directly stepped into the farm. Luckily, I picked all the mature spirit medicines before I left. Sweeping over the messy medicine garden, Lu Feng shook his head helplessly. Because the air defense system of this farm wasn't very good, this medicine garden had already been destroyed by a large portion of various flying birds. Are these the elixirs you planted? Chen Sugar bounced into the medicine nursery, but it's all been pecked out by birds and whatnot. Hee, it still needs to be replanted. Pick yourselves a room at random. Lu Feng ignored Chen Sugar's mutterings. Instead, he swept the 2 women a glance before walking directly into his room. What's with the tugging, huh? Seeing Lu Feng ignoring himself, Chen Sugar was very dissatisfied and muttered her little mouth. You say less. Chen Tianyi helplessly slapped her forehead and put her and Chen Sugar's clothes into the empty room adjoining Lu Feng. Get to work. After tidying up the room, Chen Sweet directly picked up the hoe. Sister, what are you doing? Chen Sugar, who was paralyzed on the farm's recliner, shaking her rounded little feet wrapped in white socks, comfortably eating fruits and humming a song, looked at Chen Sweet suspiciously. We're not here on vacation. Chen Sweet helplessly pulled Chen Sugar up and handed the hoe in her hand to Chen Sugar. Go, hoe the medicine beds and replant the spirit herbs and spirit medicines. Why isn't he doing it? Looking at Lu Feng, who had closed the door of the house tightly since he returned to the house, Chen Sugar was very dissatisfied and beamed her little mouth. He's the master. Chen Tianyi breathlessly rolled her eyes at Chen Sugar. We need to figure out our position. This is not the past. We are sheltering and living under his wings. To put it bluntly, our current identity positioning should be his maid. Chen Sweet pursed her lips. Ha! I don't want it. Chen Sugar was very dissatisfied and pouted her little mouth. I don't want to wear a maid outfit. It doesn't look good. Right now, our first task is to survive, and then to become stronger. Chen Tianyi gently tapped Chen Sugar's forehead. In the end times, only if you are strong enough can you have dignity. Otherwise. Chen Sweet bitterly shook her head, and after stepping on and picking some fresh vegetables from the vegetable shed, she stepped into the kitchen. Humph. Chen Sugar muttered in dissatisfaction, and after rolling her eyes, she eventually obediently picked up a hoe and hoed the ground to plant spiritual herbs and medicines. As for Lu Feng in the house, he was simply too lazy to pay attention to the 2 sisters, Chen Sweet and Chen Sugar. This farm was just a short landing place for Lu Feng. After pondering for a while, Lu Feng decided not to establish a safe zone for the time being. If necessary, he would abandon this farm. When he was strong enough, and then had enough experts under his command to ensure that the safe zone was safe without him having to sit there for a long period of time, it wouldn't be too late to establish the safe zone then. Cultivate first. Lu Feng flipped up the floor and took out the safe placed within the secret room. Fortunately, the farm hadn't been stolen, and the many treasures he had previously collected were still there. Lu Feng immediately counted them. Right now, he possessed 1 fire attribute beast core, 135 green beast cores, 1,800 white beast cores, 5,000 lower grade magic stones, 5,000 iron essence, 1,500 copper essence, 100 silver essence, 15 gold essence, 3 awakening stones, 1 blazing flame flower lotus, and 1 drop of dragon blood. Then there were various other spiritual herbs and medicines, a big bag. Sure enough, it's still faster to rob. Looking at the field of treasures in front of him, Lu Feng smiled faintly. Most of these treasures were the ones he had counter-robbed from those who were intent on robbing him along the way, especially those from the Black Dragon Gang. After all, just relying on Lu Feng himself, even though he was strong, it was not an easy task to decapitate 2,000 to 3,000 bottom medium and high-grade beasts. After all, the beasts were alive, not wood, so they couldn't beat him, but they could run. With the speed of the Titan Yak, if he wanted to decapitate 2,000 or 3,000 beasts, it would really take at least 10 days and half a month. The advantage of establishing a safe zone is that you can drive your men to explore and use the various resources they surrender to cultivate. Lu Feng smiled. This iron essence is of little use to me now. Next, after entering the mutation evolution, if I want to enter the beast general realm from the transcendent realm, I guess I'll need a large amount of copper essence or silver essence with gold essence. Resources, must collect enough of them. Thinking of this, Lu Feng clenched his fists tightly with a grave gaze. He knew that in the end times, the higher the level, the more rare and precious the various resources needed when cultivating and evolving. Goo goo. At this moment, Lu Feng's viscera protested. Need to eat something. Lu Feng touched his stomach and looked at the magic power that was reserved in his beast source. There were only about 300 points left. Eat something, replenish your magic power, and then start the third mutation evolution. With a burning gaze, Lu Feng stepped out of the room and prepared to forage for food after putting away the various treasures. However, the moment he stepped out of the room, a strange and good-smelling scent, which came out of nowhere, directly entered Lu Feng's nostrils. Chapter 34: The Beginning, Third Mutation Evolution. Have you rested well? Chin Sugar, who was wearing a floral apron, walked out of the kitchen and wiped the fine dots of sweat on her forehead with her small snow-white hand. The meal will be ready soon, you wait a little bit. Oh. Sugar, you quickly pour tea for Brother Feng. After instructing Chin Sugar, who was busy in the medicine garden, Chen Tianyi walked into the kitchen with her sleeves rolled up again. You drink tea. Chen Sugar muttered and poured Lu Feng a cup of tea, then took the rag again and cleaned up the table. Alright, let's eat. I don't know what you like to eat, so I simply made a few dishes. If you don't like it, then whatever you want to eat, I'll go make it again. 10 minutes later, Chen Sugar served 4 dishes and 1 soup on the table, and gave Lu Feng a bowl of rice. Following that, she and Chen Sugar sat on the side, respectfully looking at Lu Feng. Especially when Chen Sugar wanted to reach out for chopsticks to pick up the food, Chen Tianyi even knocked Chen Sugar a little. Obviously, if Lu Feng didn't move his chopsticks, she and Chen Sugar didn't dare to move. I'm not a picky eater, there aren't so many rules, let's eat together. Lu Feng was dumbfounded at the sight and chucked a piece of sweet and sour spare ribs and ate it. Chen Tianyi made a sweet and sour pork, a fried tomato with egg, a sliced pork with garlic chives and chili pepper, and a fried green vegetable, plus a pot of seaweed and egg flour soup. There were meat and vegetables, a good mix. You drink the soup. After Lu Feng ate a few bites, Chen Tianyi was immediately gentle and well-behaved again, and gave Lu Feng a bowl of soup. Good. Lu Feng nodded slightly in satisfaction. This Chen Tianyi's cooking skills were very good, and having her cook, it was indeed much more comfortable than Lu Feng's previous casual meals that he himself had fooled around with every day. Moreover, it made Lu Feng feel comfortable in his heart. It was important to know that in his previous life, Lu Feng was the one who had to go out exploring for all kinds of resources for food, as well as cooking for Chen Mengyuan and serving her. Chen Mengyuan had never said that she took the initiative to cook for Lu Feng and obediently served and took care of Lu Feng. I'm done, you guys feel free. After eating, Lu Feng took various resources and walked towards the central area of the farm to prepare for the third mutation evolution. Chen Tianyi looked at Lu Feng very gently. Do you have any fruits you want to eat? I'll make you a fruit salad as an after-dinner dessert later. Feel free. Lu Feng replied casually without looking back. Okay. Chen Tianyi hummed softly in a well-behaved manner. Sis, as far as you're concerned? Looking at Chen Sweet's appearance, Chen Sugar then muttered with a slight shrug of her shoulders, look at you, those who don't know, still think you are his wife. You're not allowed to talk nonsense. Chen Tianyi's pretty face instantly flushed, and she pushed Chen Sugar without any good reason. That's right, I'm not bolting. Chen Sugar muttered, I haven't seen you treat me so well. Good, I'm good to you. Hurry up and eat. The helpless Chen Tianyi chucked up a piece of ribs and put it into Chen Sugar's bowl. You can't even plug your mouth with dinner. Hee. Chen Sugar comfortably ate. The supplies are complete and ready for the third mutation evolution. These iron essences, are they added as special materials, or? Looking at a pile of up to 5,000 pieces of iron essence, Lu Feng pondered slightly. It's better to forget about it. It seems like the high-level materials of copper essence and silver essence, these iron essence are too low-level. Although it's a lot, but for mutation evolution, more might not be good. It's like eating normally, the price of salt is very low, but when stewing meat, if you put in a lot of salt at once because of the low price of salt, then you will put in a lot of salt at once. Then not only would this not make the food more flavorful, but it would be counterproductive and make the food even more unpalatable. That's why it's better to try not to mix low-grade things with high-grade things. That way it can't be 1 plus 2 equals 3, it will only be 1 divided by 2 equals 0.5. In the end, it will go down instead of up. After muttering, Lu Feng eventually rejected these iron essences and used other materials to lay down a hexagonal star formation. Roar! Woof woof! Just as Lu Feng was preparing for his third mutation evolution, a burst of animal hisses suddenly came from outside the farm. Death-seeking thing. Lu Feng instantly frowned. He didn't want to be disturbed by any ungrateful animals at the critical moment of his third mutation evolution. Moo! After a roar, Lu Feng directly rushed out of the farm. Get out of the way. At the entrance of the farm, looking at the sisters Chen Sweet and Chen Sugar, who had animalized into a plum deer and egret, and were struggling to fight against a wild boar and a wild dog, Lu Feng waved his hand at the two girls with a slight frown. These two silly girls, they were going out to die. Aha! Sisters Chen Sweet and Chen Sugar hurriedly lifted their animalization and obediently hid to the side. This wild boar and wild dog were both of middle order 7 or 8 star strength. Chen Sweet and Chen Sugar were no match for them even with the cover of the farm's high-voltage power grid. Roar! Woof! After Chen Tianan and Chen Sugar got out of the way, the wild boar and wild dog immediately attacked Lu Feng viciously with a frontal tusk stabbing, and a sideways flying lunge and tearing. Be careful! Chen Sugar couldn't help but cover her crimson mouth with a cry of alarm. Bang! Plop! Plop! But in an instant, Lu Feng had already held the boar's tusks and slammed the boar heavily on the wild dogs' bodies, taking their little lives on the spot. The two middle-ranked animals in the district also wanted to come and destroy Lu Feng's farm. They were really tired of living and looking for death. Awesome! Chen Sugar covered her small mouth and looked at Lu Feng with eyes full of astonishment and admiration. Just now, this wild boar and wild dog had almost killed him and Chen Sugar. Don't leave the defense zone of the high-voltage grid in the future. Lu Feng lifted the bodies of the wild boar and wild dog and threw them straight into the nutrient pool under the medicine garden. I'm sorry, it's us who are too weak and have caused you trouble. Chen Tianyi lowered her head and looked at Lu Feng with great shame. Lu Feng glanced back at Chen Tianyi. He eventually shook his head without saying anything and walked straight towards the middle area of the farm. Sister, he's really strong, how can he cultivate so strongly? Looking at Lu Feng's back, Chen Sugar muttered inquiringly with great suspicion. We have to work hard too. Chen Sweet's snow-white shell teeth clenched her pink-white small fists as she bit her vermilion lips, handing Chen Sugar a spirit medicine. Go cultivate, you can't slack off. Before we hit on the rooftop of the convention center, although it was safe, we also missed so much time. Yow! I have to get stronger too, so he knows we're not a drag. Save him from not having to look at me squarely. Chen Sugar, who muttered, took the spirit pills cultivation. It's okay now. While Chen Sweet and Chen Sugar were cultivating, Lu Feng was sitting back at the center of the farm, linking these treasured heavenly materials with magic power, starting the hexagram formation, and beginning the third mutation evolution. Whew! In an instant, countless dense magic chi enveloped Lu Feng. It was also mixed with rolling hot flames and thick yellow soil. Blast evolution! Lu Feng, who was in the center of the demonic chi, was truly overjoyed at this moment. It was because he had unexpectedly, by mistake, triggered the extremely strong and unattainable Blast Evolution. Chapter 35 Blitz Evolution, Earthflame Rhino. Moo! An hour later, a resounding, majestic and ferocious cow roar resounded throughout the entire farm. Plop! Gulp! Woo woo! In this huge roar resounded in the instant, the farm around countless types of beasts have been shocked beyond measure, unable to move toward the direction of the farm prostrate on the ground. This was the pressure from the bloodline, the pressure from the strength. To the beasts, this was the strong aura from the Beast King. Although Lu Feng's realm had only just entered the transcendent realm, and they weren't of the same race, because of Lu Feng's strong bloodline pressure and strength pressure, they were still like seeing the Beast King, and all of them prostrated themselves in panic, not daring to have the slightest bit of resistance. I'm really tough at this moment. Lu Feng, who was located in the center of the farm, wouldn't care about the trepidation of these unusual beasts. Looking at himself at this moment, Lu Feng was truly overjoyed. After triggering the blast evolution, he had become a strong beast with dual attribute beast source. Although his size hadn't changed, it was even smaller than before, weighing only 5 tons. But the scale armor on Lu Feng's body was covered with a layer of foggy yellow light, and it was too much stronger than the previous scale armor. Moreover, Lu Feng's body also burned up an incomparably hot blazing flame. Moreover, Lu Feng's form had changed from the yak of the previous high level to the current rhinoceros. The single sharp horn, whether it was sharp or sturdy, was far superior to the 2 horns of the previous yak state. It could be said that as long as Lu Feng went all out with a hard crash, even if the thing in front of him was a tank or armored car made of steel, then Lu Feng could easily pierce through and crash through it. What's more, even though his size had gotten smaller, Lu Feng's strength had not gotten smaller, and his speed and agility, even more so, had been greatly improved. The transcendent realm after Stormbringer evolution is truly strong to the core. It can be said to be an all-around improvement. Lu Feng, who was incredibly excited, directly used Apocalypse to scan himself. Target person, Lu Feng. Race, Earth Flame Rhino Growth Stage. Realm, Transcendent Realm 3 stars. Skills, Mighty Pressure A, Fiery Flame A, Sharp Earth Spikes B+, Brute Force Impact B, Crazy Outburst B, Detoxification C+, Passive Skill. Talents, Apocalypse Super Supreme Grade, Sacrifice Super Supreme Grade. Beast Source Stored Magic, 1000 50,000 purple. Final Evolutionary State, Divine Beast Poverty. Evolutionary Routes, 2. Designated Evolution, 30,000 Magic Power, 5 Green Earth Attribute Beast Cores, 5 Green Fire Attribute Beast Cores, 1,000 Green Normal Beast Cores, 5,000 Lower Grade Magic Stones, 1,000 Copper Essences, and 500 Silver Essences, which can be evolved into an Earth Fire Attribute Explosive Inflammation Earth Giant Rhinoceros. Mutant Evolution, 50,000 Magic Power, 10 Blue Earth Attribute Beast Cores, 10 Blue Fire Attribute Beast Cores, 500 Green Special Attribute Beast Cores, 3,000 Green Ordinary Beast Cores, 1,000 Middle Grade Magic Stones, 10,000 Silver Essences, 3,000 Gold Essences, 1 Yellow Earth Spirit Bead, 1 Blazing Flame Yangji, and the rest of the special materials are unlimited, and can be mutated and evolved. Note, there is a certain chance of triggering the Blast Evolution. An Earth Flame Rhino with dual attributes of Earth and Fire, that's really something. Looking at his various attributes, Lu Feng was truly elated at the moment, especially the skills, they've been greatly improved. The Mighty Pressure has become A ranked, which means that I've awakened more of my poverty bloodline. Then there's an extra A ranked Flame Pyroclasm skill, and a B+ Sharp Earth Spike skill. How do these two skills work? Lu Feng immediately studied them carefully. This is not to know without researching, but once he did, Lu Feng was really overwhelmed with information. Fiery Flame, this was the super powerful skill that was just like Dragon Flame. When necessary, Lu Feng could spew out a strong flaming fire that was so thick that it burned everything. This is because I added a drop of dragon's blood during my mutation evolution, so this is how I awakened this Dragon Flame-like skill. Lu Feng's eyes burned, and that's precisely why it evolved from the original single attribute, Blast, to a dual attribute Altered Beast. Because I have a poor killer bloodline, I didn't absorb the dragon's blood to give birth to a true dragon's bloodline. But this Dragon Flame skill, this is strong enough. Although I only have 3 stars in the Transcendent Mortal Realm, even if an expert with 7 or 8 stars in the Transcendent Mortal Realm were to face my fiery flames, the slightest mishap would result in them being directly burned into a pile of ashes. And then this B+ Sharp Earth Spike, this is a skill that is shared between defense and attack. When attacking, you can form dozens of earth thorns around you, suddenly appearing and launching a group attack. Lu Feng laughed. When defending, then you can form a wall of earth thorns to block attacks for yourself. Worthy of being a dual attribute of earth and fire, it's really something. The skills have individual strong attacks, group attacks, and then strong defense as well. Lu Feng smiled with satisfaction. This is also related to the earth attribute and fire attribute. After all, the earth attribute is good at defense and the fire attribute is attack. But the realm is a bit low. I need to cultivate to the Transcendent Mortal Realm 9 stars as soon as possible, and then undergo the 4th mutation evolution towards the Beast General Realm. Lu Feng knew that after entering the Transcendent Mortal Realm, the realm would not be able to go as far as it was before, and every time he completed a mutation evolution, he would become a high-starred powerhouse in the current realm. So he needed to bring up his star level first before he could proceed to the next mutation evolution. And because after entering the Transcendent Realm, apart from bestialization, the human body could also cultivate and become stronger. So Lu Feng now, even more so, had to cultivate his own body. After the Transcendent Realm, the human body and beastification were dependent on each other. If the ability of the human body was too poor, then it would not be possible to beastify and cultivate to a high star. To evolve into a beast general, the various treasures needed for this mutation evolution are really too many. Looking at the treasures needed for the next mutation evolution, Lu Feng muttered softly, "Take your time. Anyway, with my current strength, an unusual Transcendent Mortal Realm 7 or 8 star expert I encountered would be enough to behead. A Transcendent Mortal Realm 9 star expert, I can at least fight to a draw. Facing an unusual beast general, then I won't have a problem staying alive. So these treasures are difficult for me, but not too much. When I ascend to the 8 or 9 stars of the Transcendent Mortal Realm, even if I cross the level to kill a beast general, it won't be that difficult. The beast general's beast cores, at least they are all blue." Looking at his beast core that had turned dark purple and had evolved towards red, Lu Feng smiled slightly. "Recover your magic power as soon as possible." With that, Lu Feng picked up the long-prepared spirit medicine and herbs, taking them one by one to increase his magic power. And at this moment, while Lu Feng was recovering his magic power, inside the farm room. "Sister, the roar just now, was it him?" Chen Sugar hugged Chen Sweet's arm, astonishment written all over her pretty face. Qiongqi nodded her head gently as she bit her lip. So he's evolved again? Qiongqi couldn't help but exclaim, then how strong should he be now? I don't know, but it must be very, very strong. Qiongqi clenched her vermilion lips and looked at the direction where Lu Feng was, and finally clenched her vermilion lips and made up her mind. You cultivate first, I'm going to take a bath. Chen Tianyi looked at Qiongqi, her pretty face slightly reddening, and then, You go to bed early at night alone, you don't have to wait for me. Chapter 36 Chen Tianyi's surprise to Lu Feng. Qiongqi instantly blinked her big eyes and looked at Qiongqi suspiciously. Sister, what are you going to do at night? I'm cultivating. Chen Tianyi, who was biting her vermilion lips tightly, after some hesitation, answered Qiongqi in a very awkward whisper. Oh, but which one cultivates at night? Qiongqi muttered softly, sleep, it's not too late to practice tomorrow. For the sake of faster progress in strength. Don't ask so many questions, anyway, just sleep well, don't worry about me. The pretty red-faced Chen Tianyi pushed Qiongqi a bit, and took out a set of light green cotton nightgown from the suitcase before quickly running into the bathroom. An hour later, Chen Tianyi, who wiped her wet hair and had a fragrant body, walked out of the bathroom. You go take a shower. Chen Tianyi, who was blowing her hair, looked at Chen Tianyi. Okay. Qiongqi casually pulled over a set of pajamas and pajama pantses into the bathroom. He seems to like white socks. At this time the eyes inadvertently swept over the cotton white socks in the suitcase. Thoroughly determined Qiongqi, tightly biting Zhu lips, very shyly changed into white socks. Achoo, achoo. In the hexagram formation at the center of the farm, Lu Feng, who had taken a large batch of spiritual herbs and medicines, sneezed fiercely. Who's thinking of me? Lu Feng, who muttered, stretched comfortably. After taking so many spiritual herbs and medicines, I should have stored a lot of magic power in my beast source, and my strength might have increased as well, right? Thinking of this, Lu Feng immediately scanned himself with Apocalypse. Target person, Lu Feng. Race, Earth Flame Rhino Growth Stage. Realm, Transcendent Realm 4 stars. Skills, Mighty Pressure A, Fiery Flame A, Sharp Earth Spike B+, Brute Force Crash B, Crazy Outburst B, Detoxification C+, Passive Skill. Talents, Apocalypse Super Supreme Grade, Sacrifice Super Supreme Grade. Beast Source Stored Magic, 40,000 50,000 purple. Final Evolutionary State, Divine Beast Poverty. Evolutionary Routes, 2. Designated Evolution, 30,000 Magic Power, 5 green Special Earth Attribute Beast Cores, 5 green Fire Attribute Beast Cores, 1,000 green Normal Beast Cores, 5,000 Lower Grade Magic Stones, 1,000 Copper Essences, and 500 Silver Essences, which can be evolved into an Earth and Fire Attribute Explosive Inflammation Earth Giant Rhinoceros. Mutant Evolution, 50,000 Magic Power, 10 Blue Earth Attribute Beast Cores, 10 Blue Fire Attribute Beast Cores, 500 Green Special Attribute Beast Cores, 3,000 Green Ordinary Beast Cores, 1,000 Middle Grade Magic Stones, 10,000 Silver Essences, 3,000 Gold Essences, 1 Yellow Earth Spirit Bead, 1 Blazing Flame Yangji, and the rest of the special materials are unlimited, and can be mutated and evolved. Note, there is a certain chance of triggering the Blast Evolution. Sure enough. Looking at the realm that had been raised by 1 star, Lu Feng was excited. It seems that if I want to raise my realm next, I still need to take more of various rare spiritual herbs and medicines. And then the beast source magic also needs to be filled up as soon as possible. Looking at the spirit herbs and spirit grasses that he had already eaten up, Lu Feng slightly shrugged his shoulders. Next I need to go out and search for some spirit herbs and spirit grasses. It's best to find some high-level ones and get some seeds. The spiritual herbs and spiritual medicines planted this way will be much more effective to use. Because of his previous low level, the spirit grass and spirit medicine seeds that Lu Feng had gotten were all very common low-level spirit grass and spirit medicine. They worked well for Lu Feng when his strength was at the middle and high middle school levels. However, at this moment, since Lu Feng's strength had already risen to the transcendent realm, these low-grade spirit grass spirit medicines wouldn't be of much use. And then the next priority is that we need to get the materials needed for the 4th mutation evolution as soon as possible to raise to beast general power. Lu Feng looked at the materials needed for the 4th mutation evolution, Blue Earth and Fire Attribute Beast Cores. This kind of kill some more transcendent realm beasts to loot them. The difficulty isn't very big, it's just a matter of time to get them together. Green Special Attribute Beast Source and Ordinary Beast Core, this is even less of a problem. It's easy to get them by killing more high-grade foreign beasts. As for the silver essence and gold essence, as long as you find a mineral vein, or find a bank's vault and silver vault, or a silver refinery at a gold refinery, you should be able to take care of it, not too much of a problem. But this 1000 medium-grade magic stones, that's a bit hard to handle. Lu Feng rubbed his forehead, very slightly annoyed. Magic stones were categorized into lower grade, middle grade, upper grade, and extreme grade, of which lower grade magic stones were very common, and all the unusual types of stones would naturally form into lower grade magic stones as long as they were in a place where there was an abundance of magic qi, and absorbed enough of it. The middle grade magic stone and top grade magic stone, the conditions for their formation are more demanding. In addition to the need for a place full of magic, this fixed conditions, the formation of their original material, but also need for a variety of crystal or jade or something special stone to do. As for the best quality magic stone, generally only the deepest part of the vein, there will be so many pieces, is very rare. Medium grade magic stone and top grade magic stone, the reason why the generation of harsh conditions is that the ordinary stone, because of the material limitations, so they cannot store too much magic. Jade and various crystals and agates and other special stone, because the material is good, can reserve more magic. And the more magic that is stored, the higher the level will naturally be. But this kind of stone with good material was definitely not common and was hard to get. It seems like I need to search the various jewelry stores in Zhangchang. Lu Feng's gaze looked towards the downtown area of Jiangcheng. There are no jade veins near Jiangcheng, so this will be difficult to get. If we put it in the northwest or southwest, the kind of places that have jade veins, it's definitely very easy to get mid-grade and top-grade magic stones. It's the extreme-grade magic stones, I guess there's a chance that we can come across them too. In the future, if I have the chance, I can go explore these veins and collect some more high-grade magic stones for backup. After muttering, Lu Feng looked towards the two special materials needed for the fourth mutation evolution, this flaming Qiongqi. You should be able to get it by going to the crater park. There might be growth in the magma pools inside this crater. But the yellow earth spirit bead, where should I get this? Lu Feng rubbed his forehead with some annoyance. He hadn't come across treasures like the yellow earth spirit bead in his previous life, so he was a bit confused. There are also special materials. If you want the mutation evolution to be stronger, especially if it triggers the blast evolution, you will need good enough special materials. Like this time, without a drop of dragon blood, I wouldn't have been able to trigger the blast evolutions and become a dual attribute expert. Remember that 15 days from now, a mysterious treasure will come out in Jiangxin Park in downtown Jiangcheng. Must get it. With a burning gaze, Lu Feng waved his hand heavily, deciding to first use these 15 days to search for other treasures and raise his strength as much as possible to the transcendent realm 9 stars. Then he would go to Jiangxin Park and grab the treasures. Time to rest. After planning his course of action for the next 15 days, Lu Feng, who yawned, stepped into the house. Holy! But the moment he lifted the quilt and prepared to enter the quilt to rest, the scene within the quilt left Lu Feng completely stunned with his eyes wide open. Chen Tianan. Actually Hera lying in his comforter. Chapter 37, Chen Tiani, I'm voluntary. You this. Lu Feng was dumbfounded, looking at Chen Tianan, who was wearing a light green cotton nightgown, 1 meter 6.5 tall, just 100 pounds, and had a body that could be described as petite and delicate, but also convex and curvaceous. He really didn't expect that Chen Tianan would appear in his room so unexpectedly. What did this Chen Tianan want to do? Lu Feng was very confused. However, looking at Chen Tianan's exquisite body wrapped in a nightgown, as well as the vaguely exposed snow-white arms and tender white legs that the nightgown couldn't wrap around, Lu Feng was very confused. Especially smelling the woman's fragrance emanating from the comforter, Lu Feng, who hadn't relaxed for a long time, was really a bit apathetic at the moment. I've warmed the comforter for you, you can rest now. I've worked hard for you today, do you want to soak your feet? I'll go get you some water. At this time, Chen Tiani hummed softly, slowly lifted out her white tender calves from the quilt, and sat obediently on a corner of the bed. Because of her height, Chen Tiani, whose feet couldn't step on the ground, very adorably shook her little legs and white-socked jade feet. Hiss. Looking at Chen Sweet's white socks wrapped, gently swaying crystal cute and small delicate pink feet, Lu Feng's eyes were suddenly bright, instantly sucking in a mouthful of cool air. Chen Sweet is really accurate and speechless, directly hit his fatal soft underbelly. To know Lu Feng's favorite is white socks. You drink water. Chen Tiani, who noticed Lu Feng's straight eyes, staring at her white socks, instantly blushed. With a light hum, she stepped on her cavernous shoes and poured a cup of water for Lu Feng in a good and gentle manner. Thanks. Lu Feng, who took a deep breath, took the cup of water, opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. He could only use drinking water to cover his helplessness. And Chen Tiani didn't say anything either. This made the atmosphere in the bedroom instantly become very slightly awkward. Chen Tianyi, who was sitting at the foot of the bed, had been all ready for Lu Feng to suddenly pounce on her and then make a move on her. Because she had already been psychologically prepared, she thought that she would first haughtily refuse, and then close her eyes, leaving a line of teardrops behind, allowing Lu Feng to have his way. Although there was no practical experience, Chen Tianyi, who had seen the movie, knew. Generally, between couples, it is the boy who takes the initiative. Then the girl will symbolically resist a little bit, and ultimately aggrieved and in tears allow. But now, the thing that made Chen Sweet embarrassed happened. Because Lu Feng unexpectedly just looked at her, but did not take the initiative. This made Chen Sweet a little confused as to what Lu Feng was thinking. Could it be that Lu Feng wasn't interested in her? It can't be? Chen Tianyi was very slightly apprehensive as she clenched her vermilion lips. But remembering Lu Feng's eyes when he looked at her white socks just now, she felt that Lu Feng should still be interested in her. Otherwise, Lu Feng's eyes wouldn't be so straight. But why isn't he moving? Chen Tianyi, who had her head lowered, sneaked a glance at Lu Feng out of the corner of her eye. Lu Feng couldn't let a girl like her take the initiative, could he? How could she feel good about it? Which, you. After a short silence, because Lu Feng never moved. There was no other way, Chen Tianyi could only force herself to hold back her shyness and lightly opened her vermilion lips. You go take a shower first. Oh, good. Lu Feng subconsciously nodded his head, then picked up the towel and quickly walked into the bathroom. Comfortable. After taking a hot shower, Lu Feng walked back to the bedroom with a stretched out waist. The lights in the bedroom, at this time, had already been turned off. It should be gone, right? Lu Feng muttered with a soft hum. His heart was a bit lost, but he felt nothing. He directly walked to the big bed, lifted the quilt and got into bed. For the current Lu Feng, the affairs of men and women were dispensable secondarily. His goal was to cultivate and become stronger. What a fragrance! Smelling the aroma in the comforter that belonged exclusively to women, Lu Feng muttered and stretched. Holy! But the moment he opened his arms, Lu Feng was stunned. Because Chen Tianyi didn't leave, instead, she was sneaking around, hiding in a corner of the comforter. You? Lu Feng inquired in shock. Aha! At this time, Chen Tianyi hummed softly, and took the initiative to turn around, relying on Lu Feng's arm in a good manner, and tenderly resting on Lu Feng's shoulder. Who? With a gust of aroma, in an instant, Lu Feng felt the warmth of jade in his arms. This feeling, that was really very comfortable. However, Lu Feng was still a little embarrassed. So he just let Chen Tian lie on his shoulder, his own palm didn't reverse, to hold Chen Tian tightly. Chen Tianyi didn't say anything, nor did she move. She just quietly rested on Lu Feng's chest, listening to Lu Feng's heartbeat. For a long time. You actually don't have to be like this. Lu Feng, who was a bit embarrassed, finally spoke slowly. This is what I should do. Chen Tianyi replied Lu Feng with a light hum, her small hands tightly gripping the corner of her nightgown. At this moment, her pretty face had long been as red as dripping blood. But fortunately, it was in the dark and Lu Feng couldn't see it. Otherwise, she would have already covered her face in shyness, not daring to talk to Lu Feng. It's really not necessary. Lu Feng said again, I'm not that kind of horny person. I took you in, and I just did it casually. I didn't think about having to make you do anything. And I'll leave Qiongqi at any time. After a moment of silence, Lu Feng said again, I can't shelter you guys all the time. It's fine. Chen Tianyi hummed softly once again, if it wasn't for you today, my sister and I would have already been captured by those people. At this moment, we will either end up dead, or we will be killed by them. All in all, I have to thank you. You're an expert. I don't have anything to hold that can repay you for saving my life. Chen Tianyi bit her vermilion lips, so I can only. The coming of the end times is a danger and likewise a chance. Thinking of the achievements of the sisters Chen Sweet and Chen Sugar in their previous lives, Lu Feng, who knew that the two girls' talents were still good, slowly spoke, as long as you cultivate seriously, you will definitely be able to protect yourselves in the future, and will have a future. My sister and I will work hard. Chen Tianyi hummed lightly. So there's no need for you to be like this, let's go. Lu Feng said again, go back and get some rest. I'm not leaving. Chen Tianyi, however, replied firmly and incomparably, tonight, I'm volunteering. Oops. At this moment, Chen Tianyi suddenly stomped her calves in embarrassment, her pretty face becoming more and more blushing. Lu Feng was instantly embarrassed by this. Although he didn't have any thoughts on the matters of men and women, but Chen Tianan was such a beautiful maiden, and she was so well behaved and gentle in front of him. It would be a lie for him to say that he was not moved. I don't keep that here. In this life, Lu Feng, who intended to live as he pleased, naturally wouldn't resist his heart in the face of the active and voluntary Chen Tianan. He wouldn't take the initiative, but likewise wouldn't refuse. It's fine. Chen Tianyi immediately replied in a well-behaved manner. My aunt just left the day before yesterday, so now is the safe period. All right. Lu Feng, who got this answer, naturally would not hesitate to wink in the face of the gentle and lovely Chen Tianyi. In an instant, the house was full of spring colors. It could be said that spring sleeps without realizing it, and crowing birds are heard everywhere. At night, the sound of wind and rain, flowers fall to know how much. Chapter 38 Meng Taiyui kills the farm. The next morning. Comfortable. Lu Feng, who had slept again after his morning exercises, stretched out in great relief. Last night could be said to be the most comfortable, refreshing, and reassuring night of sleep he'd had since the arrival of the end times. This. Following that, Lu Feng, who happened to see a piece of the bed sheet cut off when he woke up and folded the quilt, instantly smiled. He hadn't really thought that Chen Tianyi was so conservative that she still had this classical habit. But it's normal, after all, she's only 22 years old, so it makes sense that she's shy and awkward and conservative. Lu Feng, who smiled, was instantly very accomplished. Following that, after changing a bedsheet, Lu Feng stepped out of the house. You woke up from your nap. Seeing Lu Feng walk out of the house, Chen Tianyi, who was walking with a pout, immediately brought the hot porridge and eggs that had already been prepared onto the table. You're having breakfast. If you're tired, take a good rest. Looking at Chen Tianyi, who was walking a little off, Lu Feng was very slightly embarrassed. Because the awakened beast source carried the bloodline of a divine beast, Lu Feng's body was great right now. Coupled with the abundant reserves of magic power within the beast source, for this reason, Lu Feng was just fiercely fighting for an hour, and that didn't even bring exhaustion. Aha! Chen Tianyi instantly lowered her head shyly, her snow-white teeth biting her lips, too shy to look at Lu Feng. What's wrong with you two? At this time, Chen Sugar, who had just woken up from her nap, walked out of the bedroom, her big eyes blinking as she looked at Lu Feng and Chen Tianyi, very suspicious. How do I feel? You two are so out of sorts. What exactly did you two do behind my back? Chen Sugar surrounded Lu Feng and Chen Sweet, muttering softly in a very slightly suspicious manner. Sister, don't talk nonsense, quickly eat. Chen Sweet hurriedly and awkwardly pressed Chen Sugar to sit down, then put a peeled egg and directly stuffed it into Chen Sugar's mouth. Chen Sugar, whose small mouth was instantly filled, beamed her cheeks like a hamster. The medicine garden we've already weeded and replanted with spirit medicines. And then the chickens, ducks, and pigs, those animals, we also fed them feed. And they're demonized and have the strength of the first stage 1 or 2 stars. Chen Sweet looked at Lu Feng with big eyes blinking. Next, do you see what else we need to do? Nothing. Lu Feng replied casually. Oh yeah, you guys can eat this later. After eating, Lu Feng directly opened the trunk of the SUV and lifted down the Flame Spider King's corpse. Thereupon, Lu Feng directly tore off a spider leg and threw it to Chen Tianyi and Chen Sugar. As for the rest of the Flame Spider King's corpse, Lu Feng naturally threw it into the nutrient pool of the medicine nursery and used it to cultivate spirit medicines. You're making us eat this? Pointing at the red spider leg of the Flame Spider King that was full of dense fuzz and very hideous, Chen Sugar covered her small mouth with a disgusted look. It's disgusting, I'm not eating it. This is good stuff. Because of last night's incident, Lu Feng had a little more patience with the sisters Chen Sweet and Chen Sugar. It's a transcendent mortal realm spirit beast, and its blood and flesh contains rich magical power. Eating it will be beneficial to your cultivation. After saying that, Lu Feng directly walked towards the outside of the farm. You guys can just stay at the farm today, don't just go out, it will be dangerous. Where are you going? Chen Sugar's big eyes blinked as she looked at Lu Feng's back. Lu Feng, however, left directly without answering. Poof. Seeing Lu Feng ignoring himself, Chen Sugar was very dissatisfied and pouted her little mouth. Alright sis, Lu Feng he has his own things to be busy with, we can't disturb him. Chen Tianyi helplessly patted Chen Sugar's shoulder and looked at the spider legs in front of her. Let's both take half of it and hurry up to cultivate after eating it. Ha! Chen Sugar bit her lips tightly. Sister, we really have to eat it? This looks so scary. Hey, surely it's not delicious, right? Must eat it. Chen Tianyi clenched her small fists. Lu Feng is doing it for our good, we can only progress in strength if we eat it. Only when our strength advances can we protect ourselves. Don't you? It's hideous, but it's a limb of a transcendent realm fey beast. You and I are only at a low level of strength to be able to eat it. This is our heavenly chance. If this were to be put outside, that's how many high-rank realm powerhouses wouldn't be able to eat it. Chen Tianyi lowered her voice. They would even go so far as to fight to the death to snatch it. This. Chen Sugar was instantly dumbfounded. Eat it. After cutting off half of the spider leg and handing it over to Chen Sugar, Chen Sweet forced herself to endure the regurgitation and ate the remaining half of the spider leg. She knew that if she wanted to become a strong person, then she had to eat the bitter of the bitter. At this moment, while Lu Feng was out hunting for various rare spirit medicines, the two sisters, Chen Sweet and Chen Sugar, were taking the Flame Spider King's spider legs to cultivate. In the downtown area of Qiongqi, the White Wolf Martial Arts Center. Brother Hui, the brothers have all arrived. A burly man who was tall and had a strength of 7 stars of the high order looked at Meng Taihui with a very burning gaze. Let's set off this time? Good. Meng Taihui nodded with a smile. We must grab this mysterious treasure today. As well as the other treasures within this farm, they are all ours as well. Have the brothers all cheer up, and when we arrive at this farm, give me 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside to completely surround it. Never let this Lu Feng escape. Meng Taihui waved his hand heavily with an aggressive air. Right now, I'm only 1 step away from my next evolution. As long as I take down Lu Feng, I can evolve to the transcendent realm. Don't worry, Brother Hui, the brothers are all looking forward to you entering the transcendent realm as soon as possible so that they can take us to plunder more resources and treasures. The burly man grinned. Not to mention him, not even a fly will be able to escape from Lu Feng's farm today. Depart. With a grimace, Meng Taihui waved his hand heavily and directly rushed out of the White Wolf Martial Hall. Honey, I'll go with you too. At this time, Chen Mengyuan quickly rushed out and eagerly hugged Meng Taihui's arm. I want to watch you kill Lu Feng, that bastard, and avenge my brother. What the hell are you going for? You've just risen to the middle rank 6 stars. What use can it be? Meng Taihui glared at Chen Mengyuan's pushed Chen Mengyuan away. Be honest and stay with me. I'll personally kill this Lu Feng and avenge your brother. Chen Mengyuan was very somewhat unwillingly muttering her mouth. She wanted to see Lu Feng die with her own eyes. Brother Hui, what about you going? Wu Yanli on the side hurriedly pulled Chen Mengyuan for a bit, then looked at Meng Taihui with a pleasing face. Mengyuan and I will obediently wait for you at the martial arts hall. I believe that you will be able to flagrantly kill Lu Feng, this bastard. Well, wait for it. Depart. Meng Taihui, who waved his hand, directly brought more than 50 experts of the middle and high-level realms, and aggressively, viciously killed Lu Feng's farm. Chapter 39, Lu Feng encounters a tigress. At this moment, Lu Feng didn't know that another group of assholes were raging and were coming to his farm to look for trouble. This was because Lu Feng was busy collecting the roots and seeds of various spiritual herbs and medicines in the forest at this very moment. These things that seemed useless at the moment, but to Lu Feng, they were all real treasured goodies. Because under the moisturizing of various nutrients corpses, the land of the farm's medicine garden was very fertile, and the spiritual herbs and medicines grew very quickly. So Lu Feng, who had incarnated as an old farmer, was now aiming to plant more fields. After all, if he wanted to evolve from the transcendent mortal realm to the next stage of the beast general realm, it would require up to a full 50,000 magical power. And if he wanted to ascend from the transcendent mortal realm 4 stars to the transcendent mortal realm 9 stars as soon as possible, this would also require just as much magic power. For this reason, for Lu Feng at this moment, more of these spiritual herbs and medicines were certainly better. Compared to a headless fly's eye, searching around in the forest or grassland and planting them on his own, this naturally came faster and more reliable. Cinnabar fruit root, it's really still there. At this time came to the last beheading bamboo leaf green, get Zhuguo place after. Looking at the pitch black, tree root-like rhizome of the vermilion fruit, Lu Feng was very excited. The roots and seeds of most spiritual herbs and medicines were actually very ordinary, looking similar to the plants that could be found everywhere on the side of an ordinary road. This was actually their self-protection measures. After all, if the roots or seeds of spiritual herbs and medicines were too conspicuous, the roots and seeds would be eaten by various wild beasts before the fruits matured. So these roots and seeds, basically, did not contain any magic chi, and if eaten alone, they were not only unhelpful, but even harmful. But the treasures they bear are treasured beyond measure. This had to be said, nature was indeed magical. Vermilion fruit is a medium to high-grade spirit fruit. It's just a pity that the root of this vermilion fruit is only just 3 years old. After digging out the vermilion fruit rhizome with soil, Lu Feng secretly sighed. Because if it was a 100-year-old rhizome or a 1,000-year-old rhizome that bore the vermilion fruit, it would really be an extremely rare treasure in the world. Not to mention the transcendent realm, this kind of 100-year or 1,000-year vermilion fruit would be extremely attractive to a beast king, or even a beast emperor. Continue. After placing the vermilion fruit rhizome into his bag again, Lu Feng continued his search in the forest. Hee, there's something good again. An hour later, after Lu Feng had inadvertently walked to a cave, he was surprised to see that in the cave, there was a silky purple light flickering. What kind of elixir is this? Lu Feng, who had covered his body with magic power and was ready to strike at any time with a mutation, then took a vigilant step into the cave. I'll go, it's actually a rare and incomparable top-grade magic stone. What a pleasant surprise. Looking inside the cave, a few pieces were flickering with purple light. Lu Feng knew that they should be nature's original amethyst crystals, which had absorbed enough demonic qi, and for that reason had transformed into top-grade magic stones. Good stuff. Lu Feng immediately opened his parcel and loaded these top-grade magic stones into his backpack. Squeak, squeak. But at this moment, several sounds of movement suddenly resounded behind Lu Feng's ears. There seemed to be something that was constantly picking at Lu Feng's feet. Damn! Lu Feng immediately frowned and turned his head back with a wary expression. Getting ready to strike and fight. Huh? A little tiger? After turning back, Lu Feng was surprised when he looked at a little tiger that was picking at his pants leg and had just opened its eyes, just like a fat orange-sized one. Could this cave be a tiger's den? Hiss. At the moment of seeing this little tiger, Lu Feng instantly shivered his body and his sweaty hairs stood straight up. One had to know that tigers that had just given birth were extremely protective of their calves. Lu Feng didn't want to fight a tigress that was most likely in the transcendent realm for no reason. The wind is tight. Lu Feng, who didn't want to cause more trouble, was ready to slip away. Squeak, squeak. But the little tiger was tightly grasping Lu Feng's pants leg, not letting Lu Feng go. You go back to the nest and lie down, waiting for your mother to come back to breastfeed. Lu Feng grabbed the back of the tiger cub's neck and threw it towards the cave. I'll go. But the moment after going deeper into the cave, Lu Feng was stunned. An incomparably ferocious mottled tiger was lying on the grass mat of the cave, staring at Lu Feng with reddish tiger eyes. The aura was very strong. Moo! Seeing this, Lu Feng immediately let go of the little tiger and prepared for bestial combat. No, the situation is not right. Lu Feng, who had just prepared to bestialize, was the one who noticed the abnormality. Although the tigress looked fierce, she had no intention of fighting him. Instead, her eyes were still streaming with tears as she looked at him pleadingly. There's a problem. Lu Feng immediately swept this tigress with apocalypse. Target, golden-clawed tiger. Race, tiger clan. Realm, pseudo-transcendent realm 1 star. Talent, combat. Skills, tiger might be, sharp tier B, rigid stab C, strike C. Weaknesses, abdomen, neck. Evolutionary route, none failed evolution, near death state. Your transcendent evolution has failed. Sorry, you're hopeless. After approaching the tigress to inspect her, Lu Feng, who had noticed that all of the tigress's meridians were broken and the beast core in her head had completely collapsed, shook his head helplessly. In the end times, the more one wanted to evolve to a higher level, the more dangerous it was. Because the others didn't have the skills of an apocalypse like Lu Feng, they didn't know what materials to use to evolve. So once they made the mistake of using materials with contradictory attributes, it was easy for the evolution to fail. If it was light, the strength would regress. If it was heavy, the meridians would be broken and the beast source would collapse, going back to the devil and die. Roar! The tigress lightly roared, and it had expected this, rubbing its nose against the little tiger on the side. Z. Little tiger, apparently just born not long ago, still do not understand what is the parting of life and death. It is excited around the tigress, circling, jumping, and playing with the tigress' chin. Do you want me to take it away? Take care of it for you? Lu Feng looked at the tigress suspiciously. Roar! The weak tigress nodded. Although it had failed to evolve, it had still awakened some spiritual intelligence. This. Sweeping over the little tiger that was alive and kicking on the side, Lu Feng was a bit hesitant. He really didn't have much of a mind to keep a pet right now. Especially since this little tiger was still too small. I'm afraid it was just a full moon. For Lu Feng, who was preparing to explore the end times, bringing it along would be a complete drag. Roar! Seemingly sensing Lu Feng's reluctance, the tigress slowly moved her body with another low roar. Then, with its tiger claws, it carefully pushed a golden thing pressed under its body towards Lu Feng. Hiss. This. Looking at what the tigress pushed out, Lu Feng was instantly stunned with wide eyes. He couldn't refuse the tigress' request anymore. This was because this thing was, quite simply, a precious and incomparable extreme treasure. Chapter 40 Extreme Treasure, Red Flame Meteorite Gold. Red Flame Meteoric Gold. This. You're going to give it to me. Looking at the deflated tigress in front of him, Lu Feng was very much burning with excitement. To know this red flame meteorite gold, this was really a first-class extremely good treasure. It came from beyond the heavens. After the meteorite from the sky passed through the friction of the atmosphere, it eventually fell to the ground, forming such a rare and precious piece of red flame meteorite gold that possessed both metallic and fire attributes. Not only was the red flame meteorite gold incredibly strong, but it also had the scorching heat of the heavenly fire attribute. For Lu Feng, this was definitely a special treasure that could play a big role in the next mutation evolution. Roar! The tigress nodded her head gently, her eyes filled with pleading as she looked at Lu Feng. Obviously, it wanted to use this treasure in exchange for Lu Feng's willingness to adopt its little tiger cub. All right. Lu Feng, who was unable to refuse this extremely valuable treasure, finally nodded slowly. Since you were so sincere, then I will accept. Don't worry, I will raise it for you. But I can't stay here for long, I need to take it away now. You may accept? Lu Feng looked at the tigress with a burning gaze. Roar! The tigress nodded, her body getting weaker and weaker. Then that's it. Lu Feng directly lifted the tiger cub that was playing around the tigress's tail and placed it in front of the tigress. Make a final farewell. Squeak, squeak. How did the little tiger cub know what would happen next? It was still carefree, scratching the tigress's whiskers with its little tiger claws, very mischievous. To the little tiger cub, as long as there was a mother, then anywhere was home. Roar! The mother tiger first gave a light hum, then licked the little tiger cub's brain with her tongue. Eventually, after rubbing its cheek against the tiger cub, it looked at Lu Feng with dripping tears. That's it then. Lu Feng directly grabbed the back of the tiger cub's neck and carried it out of the cave under the watchful eyes of the tigress. Z. The little tiger cub realized something at this time. Unwilling to separate from its mother, it violently struggled its body, wanting to escape from Lu Feng's clutches. Bye. Lu Feng patted the little tiger cub's head, looking at the tigress inside the cave with only her eyes still bright. After a slight hesitation, he directly shot out and collapsed the cave's opening, letting the tigress stay in the cave forever. Although the corpse of this tigress, if put into the nutrient pool under the medicine nursery, it can definitely play a great effect. But Lu Feng, who had adopted the tiger cub, still didn't have the heart to do such a thing. Squeak, squeak. As the hole caved in, the little tiger cub that couldn't see its mother struggled even more eagerly, intent on scratching Lu Feng with its little tiger claws. Eat it. Lu Feng casually stuffed it with a spirit medicine. Squeak. But the little tiger cub didn't eat it, still struggling hard. Then we'll eat meat at the farm. After casually placing the little tiger cub into his backpack, Lu Feng didn't ink, and continued to explore the forest, searching for the seeds and roots of all kinds of rare spirit grasses and spirit medicines. Unusual spiritual herbs and medicines would only mature and bear fruit in a few months, or a few years. However, in Lu Feng's farm, because of the existence of the nutrient pool, the unusual spiritual herbs and spiritual medicines, under the infusion of the rich demonic qi, they could mature a batch in as fast as 3 to 5 days, or as slow as 10 days and half a month. There's still a need to establish a safe zone. Lu Feng slapped his forehead, otherwise some of the spiritual herbs and medicines that need time to be nurtured won't be able to be cultivated. After all, if there isn't enough time, they won't mature even if there's an abundance of demonic qi. Once my strength reaches the Beast King realm, I'll be able to establish them. The sisters, Chen Sweet and Chen Sugar, were both Beast Kings in their previous lives. Lu Feng Moron's eyes lit up. If they can still evolve to the Beast King realm in this life, then after I establish the safe zone, I can leave them behind to man the safe zone on a daily basis. This way I can have a solid backyard for cultivating various spiritual herbs and medicines and storing heavenly treasures, without affecting my ability to go out exploring, searching for opportunities and exploring the truth of the end times. That's pretty good. Lu Feng, who muttered, then decided to test the loyalty of Chen Sweet and Chen Sugar first. If they were trustworthy, Lu Feng wouldn't mind cultivating them a bit so that they could evolve as soon as possible. As of now, this Chen Sweet was still very smart, and was very understanding and well behaved. He. Thinking of last night's madness, Lu Feng smiled even more. Between a man and a woman, doing that kind of thing was indeed the best way to cultivate a relationship and trust. Alright, it's time to go back. Lu Feng, who had searched the forest for another hour and dug up some spiritual herb and spiritual pill roots, had to call home because his backpack was full. You're back. Hungry? I'll go cook. After Lu Feng returned to the farm, Chen Tianyi immediately greeted him and looked at Lu Feng very warmly. Ha! Lu Feng glanced at Chen Tianyi in surprise. In just half a day's work, Chen Tianyi's realm had already evolved to the middle stage 3 stars. Sister, I need to eat too. You can't just make it for him, you have to make it for me too. At this time, Chen Sugar bounced out. I want to eat fried tomatoes with eggs. Okay, make it for you. Chen Tianyi helplessly reached out and nudged Chen Sugar's forehead. He. Chen Sugar lay on Chen Sweet's back, grinning. Not bad. Lu Feng swept Chen Sugar's satisfied nod. This pair of sisters were quite talented. After taking the Flame Spider King's spider legs, one had evolved to middle order 3 stars, while the other had evolved to middle order 1 star. Both were quite swift. Thank you. If it wasn't for the Flame Spider King's spider legs you gave us, we wouldn't have been able to evolve. Chen Tianyi looked at Lu Feng very gently. It's nothing. Lu Feng waved his hand indifferently. What do you want to eat? Chen Tianyi hummed softly once again and looked at Lu Feng with a sweet smile. Anything. Lu Feng replied casually. Okay. Chen Tianyi immediately stepped towards the kitchen. What the hell did you do to my sister last night? After Chen Sweet left, Chen Sugar was the one who immediately pinched her small savage waist and stared at Lu Feng with a burning gaze. I always feel that between you and my sister, something isn't right. You quickly say. Chen Sugar tootled her little mouth, puffing and circling around Lu Feng. Are you bullying my sister? Ask her yourself. Lu Feng didn't explain. Instead, he directly pulled out the roots and seeds of various spiritual herbs and medicines from his bag and planted them on the medicine garden. Squeak. At this time, a barking sound came from Lu Feng's backpack. Oh yeah, there's this. Lu Feng hurriedly pulled out the little tiger cub and casually threw it to Chen Sugar. Get some meat or milk to feed him. Wow, kitten. Meow. Nini, shout after me, meow. Chen Sugar immediately excitedly picked up the little tiger cub and lifted it up in a circle. Is this your gift to me? It's a tiger, not a cat. Looking at Chen Sugar with her white skirt fluttering, Lu Feng was helpless. Oh, a tiger? Chen Sugar was even hugging the tiger cub and rubbing it in various ways to scrutinize it. Drippo drippo drippo. At this time, the farm suddenly sounded a violent alarm. Chapter 41 Lu Feng vs Meng Taiyue. What's the situation? What's happening here? Instantly, both sisters, Chen Sweet and Chen Sugar, looked at Lu Feng in panic. It's nothing, it's a bunch of ungrateful people who rushed over to die. After walking into the surveillance room and looking at Meng Taihui's group outside, Lu Feng instantly smiled. These days, people who were tired of living and looking for death were really a lot more than one batch after another. But it was fine. Anyway, Lu Feng would sooner or later find Meng Taihui this dog to settle the score. Since he can't wait to come over to die, Lu Feng will definitely fulfill him and send him to his death. It's him, Meng Taihui, I know him. Chen Tian, who followed Lu Feng into the surveillance room, covered her small mouth. A trace of panic flashed across her pretty face. He's a famous expert in Qiongqi, the owner of the White Wolf Martial Arts School. This White Wolf Martial Arts School raised a good number of highly powerful martial arts instructors before the end of the world. After the arrival of the end times, these martial arts instructors all became experts. And Meng Taihui, relying on their own strength, is outstanding, but also has the basic disc of the White Wolf Martial Arts Museum, so it is also from the community to collect a good number of masters, and became the Jiangqing cut side of the big forces. Chen Tianyi looked at Lu Feng with some concern. Will this be dangerous? Should we escape? Dangerous? Lu Feng smiled when he heard this. You also think too highly of him. The one who is in danger is him. He. Lu Feng, who laughed coldly, directly stepped out of the farm. Needle to face Meng Taihui, this asshole, straight on. In his previous life, Meng Taihui was envious of the enemy, and Shen Mengyuan that cheated on him, which ultimately killed Lu Feng. In this life, Lu Feng wants to cut off his head and ruthlessly take out a mouthful of bad gas. Let him die even worse than Chen Tao. Lu Feng, I didn't think that you kid would still dare to come out, but you have some guts. At the entrance of the farm, Meng Taihui glared viciously at Lu Feng with a hideous face. hurry up and hand over the mysterious treasure immediately. That way, once I'm in a good mood, I might still be able to spare you from death. Or else. Put. With a hideous face, Meng Taihui strangled the head of a husky on the spot. Snap. The hideous and arrogant Meng Taihui directly threw the shattered head of this husky in front of Lu Feng with a cold snort. This is what you'll end up with. You are interesting. Sweeping over the shattered head of this husky with its brains bursting out and blood flowing, Lu Feng held his arms and looked coldly at the arrogant and domineering Meng Taihui. But what mysterious treasure are you talking about? Sorry, I don't know. Lu Feng, don't pretend, I've inquired clearly. The mysterious treasure that appeared in the convention center the day before yesterday was obtained by you. Meng Taihui glared at Lu Feng with gloom in his gaze. Hand it over honestly, and you'll still have a chance to live. Otherwise, hee. Where did you get that information from? Lu Feng didn't get any mysterious treasures, I can testify. That's right, we were also at the convention center at that time. Lu Feng didn't get anything. At this time, sisters Chen Sweet and Chen Sugar walked out of the farm and eagerly spoke for Lu Feng. Yoo-hoo! Lu Feng, you kid is good. Not only do you have a farm, but you also have a golden house to raise 2 chicks. Meng Taihui looked up and down at the front and back figure of the very attractive Chen Sweet and Chen Sugar sisters, and immediately laughed. Not bad, these 2 chicks. Lousy smiled. Ha, it's really an unexpected pleasure. What the hell are you laughing at? Shut up, you shameless pervert. Chen Sugar indignantly glared at Meng Taihui. Ha, quite spirited, not bad. I hope that when you obediently kneel at Lousy's crotch later, you can continue to be so spirited as well. Screamed so loudly. Meng Taihui smiled broadly and waved his hand. Brothers, everyone get ready. When I get tired of playing with them later, these 2 chicks, whoever of you wants to play with them can play with them as they please. Good, Brother Hui is atmospheric. Must be cool. What a pair of superb sisters. I haven't played with them yet, I must experience them. Let's see what it's like to play with them. It should be awesome, huh? A group of experts from the White Wolf Martial School burst out laughing. You guys, assholes. These dirty and lewd words infuriated Chen Sugar, who clenched her vermilion lips and stomped her feet in incomparable rage. Sister. Chen Tianyi pressed down the furious and impulsive Chen Sugar and looked at Lu Feng solicitously. Meng Taihui and the other White Wolf Martial School experts were all very strong. She and Chen Sugar were no match for these people. Lu Feng. At this time, Meng Taihui held his arms and looked coldly at Lu Feng in front of him. I'll give you one last chance, honestly hand over the mysterious treasure you got from the convention center. This way, I will spare you from dying, and I won't move your pair of sisters. Otherwise. Meng Taihui, who sneered coldly, once again lifted up a husky. Woof woof woof. This husky struggled violently and screamed miserably. Put. However, Meng Taihui still grabbed its 2 dog legs and hardened it, tearing it apart from the center. Bang! Smiling fiercely, Meng Taihui directly threw the 2 halves of the husky's bloodied and mangled body, with its entrails flowing all over the place, viciously throwing it in front of Lu Feng. This is what will happen to the 3 of you. Lu Feng, if you don't want to die, hurry up and hand over the treasure. Brother Hui is already merciful enough, don't show your face. If you don't want to die, then be honest and obedient. The crowd of White Wolf Martial School's experts all showed their teeth and viciously threatened Lu Feng. Ha! Sweeping over the corpses of the 2 huskies on the ground, Lu Feng was speechless. This Meng Taihui was simply sick in the head. Nothing to threaten him by killing huskies? This could scare Lu Feng? Meng Taihui, I can clearly tell you that there is indeed a mysterious treasure coming out of this convention center, and this treasure is indeed in my hands. Lu Feng looked at Meng Taihui playfully, but I won't give it to you. Want it right? Lu Feng smiled and hooked his hand at Meng Taihui. Fine, then defeat me. Lu Feng, you're looking for death. Seeing that Lu Feng dared to provoke himself, Meng Taihui was completely furious. Get him killed for me. Roar. Hiss. Meow. Woof. As Meng Taihui's words fell, the 4 White Wolf Martial School's experts, who quickly animalized into cheetahs, pythons, big cats, and wolf dogs, viciously and fiercely surrounded Lu Feng. Their strengths were all very high. 2 high-rank 3 stars and 2 middle-rank 9 stars. A bunch of mongrels. Lu Feng very disdainfully swept over these 4 experts of the White Wolf Martial School who surrounded him and stretched comfortably. Since you guys can't wait to die, okay, then I'll fulfill you. Die. Huff and puff. Because of the transcendent realm, the human body itself could already cultivate and use magic power. so this time Lu Feng didn't rush to bestialize to do battle. Instead, he filled his body with magic power and directly copied a tang blade, viciously slashing at these four alien beasts. He intended to try out the body's toughness and fighting ability after reaching the transcendent realm. Chapter 42 Lu Feng's personality, great mighty power. Woof woof. Seeing that Lu Feng hadn't beast, a middle stage 9-star wolf dog was instantly overjoyed. He subconsciously thought and felt that Lu Feng had been scared by them, so he panicked and forgot to beastify. This excellent opportunity, of course he had to cherish it. So in order to show his loyalty and ability in front of Meng Taihui, he was directly imposing, on the spot with his bloody mouth open and sharp fangs exposed, viciously attacking Lu Feng. Who? Amidst the wind whistling, the wolf dog's sharp claws were vicious, intent on tearing Lu Feng's chest flesh and blood, grabbing Lu Feng's heart and crushing it on the spot. Put. Although this wolf dog had envisioned it well, the reality was cruel. The moment it approached Lu Feng, it didn't wait for its sharp wolf claws to tear Lu Feng's chest flesh and blood and crush Lu Feng's heart on the spot. With a flash of cold light, the tang knife in Lu Feng's hand had already accurately and directly severed his neck with a vicious slash. Bone crunching. The wolf dog's head fell to the ground on the spot and rolled several meters away. Following that, columns of blood sprayed out from his headless neck, pouring over many of the White Wolf Martial School's experts. Retard. Lu Feng coldly swept his eyes over the wolf dog's head, especially looking at its rounded, dead eyes, and was disdainful. A mere middle-order 9-star slag also wanted to attack Lu Feng, an expert of the transcendent realm? If this wasn't looking for death, then what was looking for death? One must know that after entering the transcendent mortal realm, Lu Feng's person could already be cultivated, so under the transformation of the demonic qi, his person had already been incredibly strong, far surpassing that of an ordinary middle-ranked expert. It was high-ranked experts, after bestialization, Lu Feng's strength in his person alone, that all had the power to fight. Meow. Seeing the tragic death of the wolf dog, this middle-order 9-star big cat, relying on its speed and flexibility, directly darted up and used its sharp claws to ruthlessly tear towards Lu Feng. It directly attacked Lu Feng's face, intending to tear Lu Feng's face apart. Looking for death. Lu Feng smiled coldly with disdain. The Earthflame Rhino after his bestialization was indeed not capable of speed and acuity. But with his human body, Lu Feng had specially transformed his body with magic qi to strengthen his speed and agility. Go to hell. Put. So the moment the big cat rushed to Lu Feng's side, Lu Feng directly slashed down, and on the spot, easily, split this middle-order 9-star big cat into two halves on the spot. Together. Kill him. Seeing that Lu Feng was so strong, this cheetah and python already didn't dare to attack Lu Feng alone after glancing at each other. Although their strength reached the high level, but facing the weird and strong Lu Feng, letting them strike out alone, they didn't have the confidence. Hiss. Roar. Under each other's cooperation, the cheetah waved its sharp-pointed claws, while the python flung out its tails, viciously attacking Lu Feng at the same time. Die. Lu Feng, on the other hand, without any ink, after utilizing his size advantage, sidestepping the cheetah's attack, he directly and ruthlessly chopped with a tang blade. Put. Ow. Instantly, the sharp claws of the cheetah were chopped off by Lu Feng. Although the strength of the cheetah's body was strong after it entered the high grade. However, with the attack power that Lu Feng had exerted after infusing the tang blade with his demonic qi, beheading this high-ranked cheetah was truly like killing a chicken with a bull's knife. It was really easy. This was the difference between the transcendent realm and the ordinary middle and high-level realms. It could be said that it was no longer on the same level. Lu Feng didn't even need to animalize. As long as there was enough magic power stored within the beast source, Lu Feng would be able to kill an ordinary high-ranked fey beast by simply using his magic power to catalyze his person. Skill, Venom Spray. Snort. At this time, seeing that Lu Feng's hard power was too strong, the viper seized the opportunity and opened its bloody mouth on the spot, spraying countless venom onto Lu Feng. Kid, this time you're finished, you're bound to die. Looking at Lu Feng, who was sprayed with venom, the viper rejoiced. Let me tell you, this venom spray of mine is a D-rank skill. As soon as it reaches you, it will quickly invade your body through your pores and wounds. In less than a few seconds, you'll die of tragic poison. The python glared at Lu Feng in a hideous manner. So you're going to be poisoned to death soon, huh? Really? Lu Feng sniffed and sneered disdainfully. It was because he came with the passive skill of detoxification. So this python's venom couldn't even harm Lu Feng in the slightest. Especially since his antidote skill was still at C+ level. So if you wanted to poison Lu Feng, then this python's venom skill, at the very least, had to reach a B, or reach an A. Otherwise, for Lu Feng, that would be a very bad thing. Otherwise, it would be a useless tickle to Lu Feng. I'm so dizzy. Scanning the densely scaled python, Lu Feng braced his tang blade and put on a poisoned appearance. Ha, go to hell. Seeing Lu Feng poisoned, the excited python directly approached Lu Feng, opening its bloody mouth with the intention of biting Lu Feng to death. Put. However, an unexpected scene happened. Lu Feng directly rose to strike the moment it approached. After the stranger's knife flashed a bright light, it was incomparably sharp on the spot, slicing through its neck and cutting off its snake's head. No, no. How come you're not poisoned? Although the python was incomparably unbelievable, it eventually dropped its head with a booming flop, dying a horrible death on the spot. Retard. Lu Feng ignored the miserably dead python, but instead looked at the cheetah whose claws he had cut off just now. Again, it's your turn, come on, continue. You. Gulp. Under the gaze of Lu Feng's cold eyes, although this cheetah was fast enough and its attacks were sharp enough, at this moment, it was trembling, and panicked by Lu Feng. Because of the deaths of the python and the wolf dog as well as the big cat, after half a day of hesitation and indecision, he didn't dare to approach and attack Lu Feng anymore. Brother Hui, I'm not his opponent. He's too strong. After some hesitation, the cheetah lifted its animalistic transformation into human form, covering its bloody, long broken right hand, and looked at Meng Taihui in panic. It no longer had the guts to fight Lu Feng anymore. Gudong. Brother Hui, what now? There's something unusual about this kid. Seeing that 2 high-order 3 stars and 2 middle-order 9 stars experts attacked together in a siege, not only did they fail to defeat Lu Feng, but instead, they were easily killed and defeated by Lu Feng. These White Wolf martial school experts were completely dumbfounded. In particular, Lu Feng hadn't even animalized himself since the beginning, and was fighting back with his human body. This caused these White Wolf martial hall experts to be even more stunned. What's the point of panicking? It's them who were gullible. Didn't expect this kid to be a practiced fighter. Meng Taihui, who had a gloomy face, coldly swept his eyes over the crowd of White Wolf martial school experts. It's normal for a practiced fighter to have some combat power in his person after the arrival of the end times. But it's nothing, I'll strike next, he will die. Ow. With a roar, Meng Taihui animalized on the spot. A majestic, fur-colored brownish-gray, giant wolf with a body size of about the size of an unusual buffalo appeared. Chapter 43 The Deathless Meng Taihui. Lu Feng, you still dare to be rampant now. After animalizing into a high-level 9-star giant wolf, Meng Taihui waved his sharp wolf claws, a pair of red wolf eyes flickering with a rich cold aura as he glared fiercely at Lu Feng. As a metallic wolf king, Meng Taihui's wolf claws and wolf teeth could be described as incomparably sharp. Even if an armored car was in front of him, then he could easily tear the steel body of this armored car with a single claw. Brother FAI is awesome. Brother FAI killed him. Brother FAI is awesome. In the midst of Meng Taihui's teeth and claws threat, the crowd of White Wolf martial arts school's experts all cheered out in excitement, feeling that Meng Taihui would undoubtedly win. Sister. This scene made the Qin Sugar on the side watch in fear. Her vermilion lips turned pale in panic. She eagerly hugged Qin Tianan's arm. This Meng Taihui is so strong. Lu Feng, can he resist? I don't know. Either. Chen Tianyi's pretty face was equally pale as she looked at Lu Feng with great concern. Then should we help him? Chen Sugar subconsciously inquired. Of course we should help. Chen Sugar replied without thinking as she clenched her small fists. If he can't defeat this Meng Taihui, we'll flee with it after bestializing it as much as possible. You're an egret after bestialization, you can fly. Chen Tianyi lowered her voice. Later on, if he loses the battle, you'll take advantage of the chaos and try to fly away with him. What about you, sister? Chen Sugar eagerly inquired. I'm fine, I'll figure it out myself. Chen Sugar clenched her vermilion lips, her pretty face growing paler and paler. Ow. Amidst the crowd's boasting, at this moment, Meng Taihui naturally became more and more arrogant and rampant. With its incomparably sharp wolf claws, it arrogantly waved in front of Lu Feng's eyes. Lu Feng, if you were sensible, immediately kneel down obediently for me and hand over the mysterious treasure. That way you might still have a chance to live. Otherwise. Put. Meng Taihui directly used his incomparably sharp wolf claws to cut down a thick banyan tree on the spot with ease. This is your downfall. Meng Taihui, who had sliced the banyan tree's trunk into 7 or 8 parts on the spot, glared viciously at Lu Feng, very arrogant. Kneel down for our brother Hui immediately. Kid, if you don't want to die, then honestly hand over the mysterious treasure. Something looking for death. A group of Meng Taihui's juniors, naturally all foxes and tigers, sternly threatened and angrily scolded Lu Feng. A bunch of fools. Amidst the hooting and yelling and scolding of this group of Meng Taihui's minions, looking at the imposing Meng Taihui, Lu Feng smiled playfully. Just you, a ridiculous dog, want to threaten me to kneel down? Seek death. Lu Feng, who smiled coldly, directly catalyzed his beast source. Since you can't wait to die, okay, then I'll fulfill you. Beastify, Earth Flame Rhino. Moo. With a cow roar that shook the heavens and earth, Lu Feng's direct bestialization was complete. A rhinoceros with blazing flames all over its body appeared. This rhinoceros resembled a flaming demon god from hell, with pitch-black armor, fiery red hair, burning flames, and a sharp unicorn horn. This strong pressure instantly shocked everyone present. Sister, what kind of foreign beast is it? So hideous and terrifying. Chen Sugar clenched her vermilion lips, her big eyes blinking as she looked at Lu Feng in shock. I don't know either. Chen Sugar clenched her small fists as she bit her lower lip with her snow-white shell teeth. He should be able to win. That's great. Chen Sugar instantly laughed as she patted her towering breasts. Although Lu Feng is detestable, this Meng Taihui is even more despicable and shameless. So, it's better for us to stay on the farm. He is, in fact, a good person. Chen Tianyi hummed lightly looking at Lu Feng with a complicated expression. Who the hell is he? What kind of monster? Actually burning with flames all over his body, what is this? Brother Hui. While Chen Sweet and Chen Sugar were stunned, the crowd of White Wolf Martial School's experts were also shocked by Lu Feng after his bestialization. If Lu Feng was just a rhinoceros after his bestialization, then they would think nothing of it. But now, Lu Feng was a flaming rhinoceros after his bestialization. This left people stunned. Gudong. Meng Taihui swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty and looked at Lu Feng with a complex and incomparable expression. Although there were already some slight guesses in his heart, he didn't want to admit it. Damn, you deserve to die. You took this mysterious treasure, so you alienated. Meng Taihui gritted his teeth and glared at Lu Feng. It should be mine. Mine. What a lot of nonsense. Lu Feng coldly smiled at Meng Taihui with the sharp unicorn horn of a rhinoceros. If you have the guts, kill me and devour my beast source. In that case, you will naturally be equal to getting this special treasure as well. After saying that, Lu Feng used his bull's hooves to plow the earths and prepared for the impact. He didn't intend to directly use the special attribute Transcendent skill. Instead, he intended to first use an unusual impact to go through the motions with this Meng Taihui, trying out his current strength and impact and explosive power. After that, he would then use his Transcendent skill to completely, once and for all, finish off Meng Taihui and all of his minions. So many middle and high-level experts, their corpses Lu Feng and like very much. After putting their corpses into the nutrient pool of the medicine nursery, it would definitely allow Lu Feng to plant a variety of spiritual herbs and medicines that would quickly absorb enough nutrients to blossom and ripen into edible fruits as soon as possible. You seek death. Seeing that Lu Feng was provoking himself, Meng Taihui gritted his teeth and couldn't hold back completely. Although he was a little shocked at Lu Feng's special form after his animalization, as the White Wolf Martial School's pavilion master, with so many juniors watching, Meng Taihui was not in a good position to turn around and run away. He could only muster up the courage and fight with Lu Feng to get through the fight. Go to hell! Roar! With a roar, Meng Taihui directly used his entire body's strength to use his sharp claws that were strong enough to tear through several centimeters of thick iron plates, ruthlessly tearing towards Lu Feng. Jab la la! Meng Taihui's sharp claws stabbed on Lu Feng's rhino armor. Although his sharp claws were incomparably sharp, they were simply unable to break through Lu Feng's rhino armor defense. It could only splash out sparks of friction. Waste! After Lu Feng let out a disdainful cold snort, he directly and violently impacted with the rhino's unicorn horn viciously once. Put! Bang! In an instant, Meng Taihui's gigantic wolf drive was easily stabbed out of a hole by Lu Feng and crashed away on the spot. Although its strength was as high as 9 stars of the high order, in front of Lu Feng, who was 4 stars of the transcendent realm, it was still like the gap between an elementary school student and a high school student. Damn you, damn you! Meng Taihui, who had been completely blindsided by Lu Feng, clenched his teeth heavily. You guys get together, install it. Lu Feng, you forced me to do this. Knowing that he was by no means Lu Feng's opponent at the moment, and that fleeing was tantamount to certain death, Meng Taihui, after climbing up from the ground, with red eyes, he directly pulled out a strange stone that shimmered with a silvery light, and viciously devoured it on the spot. Who? Instantly, the clinical Meng Taihui entered into evolution. Chapter 44 Earth Flame Rhinoceros vs Silver Moon Wolf King. A breakthrough on the brink? Looking at Meng Taihui, who was covered in silver light after taking the treasure, breaking through from the high rank towards the transcendent realm, Lu Feng instantly laughed. In fact, Lu Feng only needed to use the Divine Beast pressure skill right now and roar so casually that he could easily interrupt Meng Taihui's evolution. In that case, Meng Taihui would lightly fall down in his realm if he failed to evolve, or die tragically on the spot if he went off the deep end. Although doing so seemed like a wonderful result. However, Lu Feng did not do so. It wasn't that Lu Feng was merciful. Rather, Lu Feng deliberately gave Meng Taihui time to evolve. After all, after Meng Taihui evolved into a transcendent realm expert, it wasn't a bad thing for Lu Feng, it was a good thing. For one, Lu Feng could use Meng Taihui as a sparring partner to better try out his strength at the moment and have an accurate assessment of his own abilities. Secondly, after Meng Taihui entered the transcendent realm, his beast source would be a special attribute beast source, which could be used for Lu Feng's next transformation evolution. Thirdly, Meng Taihui's body in the transcendent realm, to the spiritual herbs and medicines as nutrients, it is also more effective with half the effort. Although the silver stone that Meng Taihui had swallowed was also a special treasure, it was obviously metallic and not very useful to Lu Feng, who had the earth and fire attributes. So Lu Feng preferred its special attribute beast source. It's really a money-giving child. Lu Feng looked at the evolving Meng Taihui and smiled playfully. If that's the case, then I'm not going to be polite. Kid, you're too rampant. When Brother Huey's evolution is complete, you'll surely die. Brother Huey will definitely get you killed. The one who dies today will definitely be you. A group of White Wolf Martial School's experts, because of Meng Taihui's evolution, so again, they had felt that they had done their line of words and viciously abused and berated Lu Feng. A bunch of retards. Lu Feng swept over these experts with disdain, not bothering with them. After all, it wouldn't be long before they would all be the nutrients for the medicine beds in Lu Feng's farm. Therefore, Lu Feng was truly unnecessary to curse at and get angry with a bunch of nutrients. Sister, this Meng Taihui seems like it's about to evolve, and it's also very strong. Inside the gate of the farm, Chen Sugar was very slightly panicked as she hugged Chen Sweet's arm, biting her vermilion lips tightly as she murmured in a panicked whisper, "Will he be in danger? It should be fine. He should have a defense plan." Chen Tianyi looked at Lu Feng, who was hideous and terrifying after his bestialization, just like a monster from hell, with a burning flame all over his body. "We have to trust him." Aha! Chen Sugar pursed her lips and looked at Lu Feng with worry on one side, and then looked at the evolving Meng Taihui in panic. Ow! Half an hour later, a wolf howl that shook all the animals in the forest resounded through heaven and earth. Lu Feng, ahaha, ha 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 ha. Laozi's evolution is complete. Laozi is now a powerhouse of the transcendent realm. You're really a fool to watch me evolve without interrupting me. Since you're stupid enough to seek death yourself, fine, I'll definitely fulfill you today and send you to your death, huh? After the evolution was completed, Meng Taihui, who had silver-white fur all over his body, and whose size had grown by a very imposing circle compared to before, was arrogant and incomparable. He glared viciously at Lu Feng. The sharp claws at this moment flashed with a stern and cold aura, obviously much sharper than before. Interesting. Looking at the aggressive Meng Taihui, Lu Feng not only wasn't intimidated by him, but instead, with a playful smile, he directly opened his apocalypse and swept Meng Taihui. Target, Meng Taihui. Race, Silver Moon Wolf King. Realm, Transcendent Realm 1 star. Talent, Metal Manipulation. Skills, Wolf Whistle Pressure B, Alloy Claws B, Wolf Teeth Tier C. Weakness, Abdomen. Evolutionary Route, 2. It actually evolved into a Transcendent Realm 1-star Silver Moon Wolf King. Not bad, not bad. In that case, his beast source should be able to evolve into a blue beast source as well, right? At the very least, it's a green special attribute beast origin. Looking at Meng Taihui in front of him, Lu Feng's eyes burned as he grinned out in excitement. This Meng Taihui was truly covered in treasures. As for this Meng Taihui's mere ability, the strongest was only a mere B class, which was simply not enough for Lu Feng. Kid, you're dying, and you're still laughing. Looking at Lu Feng, who was grinning and giggling, Meng Taihui became furious. Damn thing, I'm going to kill you. Catch me, Alloy Sharp Claw. Huff and puff. In anger, Meng Taihui directly used its strongest skills, a vicious claw violently ripped towards Lu Feng. After approaching Lu Feng, his wolf claws quickly transformed from flesh and blood form to alloy form. The sharp claws of this alloy form were very sharp. Even if it was a sturdy copper wall, it wouldn't be able to stop the tearing of this sharp claw. Die! Meng Taihui glared viciously at Lu Feng, wanting to tear Lu Feng's cowhide with a claw and shred his body. To hell with it! Lu Feng smiled coldly. This time he didn't choose to use his scale armor to fight hard, instead he chose to use his skills. Earth defense! Who? Under the urging of Lu Feng's magic power, Meng Taihui's sharp alloy claws, the moment they approached Lu Feng's body, a yellow solid earth wall appeared on Lu Feng's body. This earth wall might not seem to be as good as the alloy, but its strong defense made Meng Taihui's alloy sharp claws unable to tear apart even though they were harder. Damn ah. Seeing that his strongest attack could not even tear apart Lu Feng's defense, Meng Taihui was really furious and completely enraged. Damn, I don't believe that your magic power can always support you to make this strong defense. What are all still frozen for? Meng Taihui, who clenched his teeth, coldly swept his eyes over the dozens of White Wolf Martial School's middle and high-ranked experts surrounding him. Immediately animalize and surround him for me. Get him dead. Meng Taihui waved his hand fiercely. He's a transcendent mortal realm expert. His flesh and blood is a great tonic for you guys. Kill him, the beast source will belong to me, and the blood and flesh will belong to you. As long as you take his blood and flesh, you can all evolve. Meng Taihui roared. Immediately, all of you. Roar. Hiss. Squeak. Instantly, dozens of White Wolf Martial School's experts, all of whom had completed their animalization, frantically attacked Lu Feng. They all couldn't wait, wanting to devour Lu Feng's flesh and blood to complete their evolution. Sister! Chen Sugar exclaimed in shock as she looked towards Chen Tianyi. Should we be asked if I to help him? No way. Chen Sweet shook her head. We're too weak, rushing up will only add to his chaos. Don't be anxious, he will definitely be able to do it. This. Chen Sugar could only clench her small fists and look at Lu Feng worriedly. A bunch of smashes that don't know how to die. Under the watchful eyes of sisters Chen Sweet and Chen Sugar, Lu Feng disdainfully swept over these dozens of White Wolf Martial School's experts. Since you guys can't wait to find your deaths, then I'll fulfill you. Skill, Flaming Flame. Chapter 45 The Strong Might of the Flaming Flame. A bunch of waste remnants, also want to be my enemy? Ha! Go to hell! Lu Feng, who let out a cold laugh, directly utilized the A-rank skill, Flaming Flame. Who? As Lu Feng's roar fell, Lu Feng's animalized earth flame rhinoceros directly opened its bloody mouth, like a dragon's flames, spraying out a rolling and burning blazing flame. The flames were fueled by magic, its ignition point was extremely low, but the temperature was super high. Under Lu Feng's spray, they directly circled around Lu Feng's body and quickly sprayed a circle. The 50 or so White Wolf Martial Arts School experts who had been animalized under Meng Taihui's order and arrogantly surrounded Lu Feng at the same time were completely dumbfounded. It was important to realize that their strength was only at the middle to high level of the district. Wanting to rely on their flesh and blood to resist the Transcendent Realm's Lu Feng, who had entered the Transcendent Realm and used his Transcendent ability skills, wasn't that just delusional? It's just a dream. Not to mention them, even Meng Taihui, who had also entered the Transcendent Realm, once he was sprayed by Lu Feng's flaming flame, his skin, hair and magic power would quickly burn and turn into a big fireball. After all, this flame had the special attribute of dragon flame. The temperature is incredibly high. It could burn out everything. Ow! Hot, so hot, quickly help me put out the fire. Water, where's the water? No, after Lu Feng coldly laughed and sprayed a circle of fiery flames, these White Wolf Martial Hall experts who were originally raging and wanted to surround and decimate Lu Feng by bullying him with many, were all completely dumbfounded at this moment. Under the burning of the fiery flames, they all turned into a single fireball. Even though they rolled all over the place or used their magic power to resist, they were unable to extinguish the burning flames. In the end, they were all miserable beyond measure. One by one, they were burned into charred corpses. All of them died miserably. A bunch of losers. Lu Feng swept over these 50-odd corpses that had been burnt into charcoal with disdain. His flame, not to mention the ordinary middle and high-level experts, even those whose realm was higher than Lu Feng's, the Transcendent Mortal Realm's 6 or 7-star experts, once they were infected with it, they would all be killed or injured. Once an expert of the Transcendent Mortal Realm, who was higher than Lu Feng, got infected, he would be either killed or injured. There is no chance of escaping. The flaming flame was Lu Feng's strongest attack, so if it wasn't so strong, then how could Lu Feng attack an expert whose realm was stronger than his over the levels? Sister, he's so perverted. He actually breathes fire. Looking at the group of more than 50 experts who had been burned alive, Chen Sugar, who was hiding inside the farm, tightly gripped Chen Tianan's arm with intense shock written all over her pretty face. She, who was still worried about Lu Feng just now, was never expecting that Lu Feng would be so tough. It was too heaven-defying. It was important to know that of the more than 50 experts from the White Wolf Martial Arts School, more than 20 of them were experts of the High Order realm, and there was no lack of top experts of the High Order 7 or 8 stars. The weakest ones were all middle-ranked 5 or 6 star experts. Even if Sweet Chen and Sugar Chen were to add up, they might not be able to defeat one of them. However, in front of Lu Feng, these experts who made Chen Tianan and Chen Sugar feel extremely threatened were just like the difference between an ant and an elephant. It was simply devastating and unbeatable. He is entering the transcendent realm, and. Chen Tiani tightly bit her vermilion lips and looked at Lu Feng with a complicated expression. And what sister? Chen Sugar subconsciously inquired. And it should still be a transcendent mortal realm high star. Chen Sugar's voice was trembling. Ah! Chen Sugar was instantly stunned. Covering her small mouth, her beautiful eyes were filled with admiration as she looked at Lu Feng. It was important to realize that at this moment, although it had been a week since the end of the world had descended, the strength of most people was basically at the beginner and intermediate levels. To be able to have high-order strength, this is even more talented Houghton. Among them, the strength of 7 or 8 stars of the High Order or 9 stars of the High Order, that is a party hegemony, can establish forces. Those who were able to enter the transcendent realm at this time were truly gifted, 1 in 100,000, or even 1 in a million. Even if it was a wild animal that already had an advantage over humans, there were definitely not many that could enter the transcendent realm at this time. Not to mention a transcendent realm high star. He's really strong and perverted. Chen Sugar, who was covering her little pink mouth, was really looking at Lu Feng with astonishment and admiration. Of course, not only were Chen Tian and Chen Sugar stunned, what was even more stunned at the moment was Lu Feng's opponent, Meng Taiyue, who had luckily made a breakthrough to transcendent mortal realm 1 star on the spur of the moment, becoming the Silver Moon Wolf King. Lu Feng, you. What exactly is your strength? Seeing that his own stance was unable to defeat Lu Feng, and his more than 50 subordinates were even easily wiped out by Lu Feng with a single move. At this moment, Meng Taiyue was staring at Lu Feng with wide, unbelieving eyes. Originally, he had made a breakthrough and entered the transcendent realm, but he thought that he was really gifted, and that he would definitely win this battle. He could easily defeat Lu Feng and plunder his treasures and farms and women. However, imagination is beautiful, reality is cruel. Lu Feng's strength was far beyond his imagination. Even though he had broken through to the transcendent realm by a fluke on the verge, he was simply no match for Lu Feng. I'm in the same transcendent realm as you. Lu Feng answered Meng Taiyue with a playful smile. Impossible. Meng Taiyue gritted his teeth and glared at Lu Feng. How come I don't have this kind of strong attack skill? That's because your talent is too low and your bloodline doesn't work. Lu Feng smiled. You. Meng Taiyue's face instantly stiffened. Impossible, never, my talent is high, and so is my bloodline. Meng Taiyue gritted his teeth and glared at Lu Feng. I'm a Wolf King. I have a Beast King bloodline. It's impossible for your bloodline to surpass mine. Beast King bloodline? Lu Feng instantly smiled disdainfully at his words. The district Beast King bloodline, in front of him, it was really laughable to the extreme, not even counting as a fart. After all, what Lu Feng possessed was the highest level of Divine Beast bloodline. What kind of bloodline are you in the end? Seeing Lu Feng's disdainful Beast King bloodline, Meng Taiyue furiously roared in anger and questioned. You're not qualified to know, hold on to your doubts and go down to ask the King of Hell. Lu Feng coldly smiled disdainfully, ready to take this Meng Taihue's life. You deserve to die. As Lu Feng approached step by step, although Meng Taiyue had animalized into a transcendent mortal realm 1-star Silver Moon Wolf King, at this moment, he could only take one miserable step backward, not daring to make an enemy of Lu Feng at all. Lu Feng's strength was simply too strong. He was simply unsure of fighting against Lu Feng. Damn it, there's nothing to worry about when you leave the Green Mountains behind. Retreat. After some hesitation, Meng Taiyue, who had clenched his teeth heavily, wanted to flee with the wind tightening his grip. His Silver Moon Wolf King was very fast, he didn't believe that Lu Feng could catch up with him as he fled for his life. Want to escape? Looking at Meng Taihui, who turned to flee, Lu Feng disdainfully sneered, "You can't escape." Skill, Sharp Earth Spike. Against Meng Taihui, who was intent on fleeing, Lu Feng then directly surprised him and used his second skill. B+ grade Sharp Earth Spike. Chapter 46, Death of Meng Taihui. Poof. Poof poof poof. The moment Meng Taihui turned around with the intention of fleeing, a scene that made him run completely dumbfounded appeared. Because underneath his feet, dozens of 30-centimeter long, sharp and incomparable earth spikes suddenly appeared. Some of these earth thorns pierced into the palms of his feet, some pierced into his body, and some surrounded the perimeter of his body. In short, it was but an instant. He was stabbed alive into a hedgehog by these sudden earth thorns. Not to mention running away to escape, he couldn't even move the slightest bit. Because these earth thorns were very sharp, he would grimace in pain as soon as he slightly moved his body. Still want to run away now? Seeing that Meng Taihui was completely defeated, Lu Feng smiled playfully, and after lifting his beast formation, he walked towards Meng Taihui step by step. Lu Feng, you. Meng Taihui glared viciously at Lu Feng, and after struggling some more, he was never able to break free from the earth thorns, and because of the depletion of his magic power, he could only end up paralyzed on the ground, lifting his beast formation. Me what me? Lu Feng sneered and hooked Meng Taihui's chin with his toes. Meng Taihui, your time to die has come. No, don't kill me. Seeing that Lu Feng was going to lay a death hand on him, Meng Taihui was instantly anxious. Lu Feng, I've hidden quite a few magic stones and beast cores as well as treasures such as spiritual herbs and medicines in the White Wolf Martial Hall in Qiongqi. As long as you don't kill me, then I'm willing to hand over all these treasures to you. I'll buy my life with them. Meng Taihui looked at Lu Feng pleadingly. Lu Feng, this time it was my fault. I shouldn't have been fooled by Chen Mengyuan to come to trouble you. I really didn't know that you were so tough, otherwise it's just lend me 100 guts, then I wouldn't dare to mess with you Meng Taihui cried and mourned. In his heart, he wanted to hate Chen Mengyuan and Wu Yanli, these two people. If it wasn't because of their flimflam, he wouldn't have made a fool of himself and come to find Lu Feng in trouble. In the end, he ended up in this miserable situation. Chen Mengyuan, huh? Lu Feng sniffed and laughed coldly once again. There really is this everywhere. Yes, it was her who fooled me. Meng Taihui hurriedly explained a bit. Big brother, I know that you and Chen Mengyuan this has a grudge. I also have a grudge with her. Meng Taihui looked at Lu Feng pleadingly. This way, big brother, I'll take you to the White Wolf Martial Arts Center. How do you want to deal with her? No matter if it's to get her killed or crippled, I have absolutely no opinion. Do you think it's okay? Meng Taihui cried out, I promise, I will never be sheltering her, much less messing with you again. No. Lu Feng smiled coldly, there's no need for you to lead the way, I know how to get to the White Wolf Martial Hall. Chen Mengyuan, this person, I naturally won't let go. This. Seeing that Lu Feng did not have the intention to spare himself, there was no other way. Meng Taihui could only clench his teeth heavily. Big brother, do you think this is okay? I'll be a slave for you. After all, I am a transcendent realm expert. If you want to form a force, you will definitely need experts under your command. I'm willing to sign a slave contract with you and serve you as a slave from now on. I will do whatever you ask me to do. I will definitely be loyal to you. Meng Taihui pointed to the sky with one finger. Big brother, I swear, it will definitely be much more favorable for you to accept me than to kill me. I, a transcendent realm slave with the bloodline of a beast king, this will definitely help you. A slave? Ha. Lu Feng, who heard Meng Taihui's words, was even laughing at this moment. In his previous life, he had ended up being tragically killed by the trio of Meng Taihui and Chen Mengyuan as well as Chen Tao because he had trusted this Meng Taihui. In this life, wouldn't Lu Feng fall twice in the same place, miserably? You don't need to talk any more nonsense, I don't need a slave. I only want to use your beast source. Lu Feng grasped Meng Taihui's brain with a cold smile. I wanted to give you a special death, so that like that Chen Tao, you die in a strange shape. But thought better of it, after all, your flesh and blood are also good things. It can be used as nutrients for the medicine garden. Lu Feng laughed. This is also considered reusing waste, you can't waste it. Big brother, I really know I'm wrong, spare my life, you spare my life. I will definitely be your loyal slave, don't kill me. Please. Meng Taihui, who didn't want to die, could only panic immensely and kept begging Lu Feng for mercy. Sorry, I don't need it. Ka-ching. Lu Feng, who smiled coldly, on the spot, having revenge, having grudges, directly crushed Meng Taihui's head. Cool. Looking at the blood bursting everywhere, Lu Feng was in a very happy mood. He could be considered to have released a mouthful of sulk. In his previous life, his head was crushed viciously by Chen Mengyuan and Chen Tao as well as Meng Taihui, the three together. In this life, he was as one, killing Meng Taihui in the same way. Next, it's your turn, Chen Mengyuan. Now that I've entered the transcendent realm, I already have enough strength to go to Qiongqi and kill you. Lu Feng smiled coldly. Chen Mengyuan, I will give you a special way to die a miserable death, ha. Wait and see. Saying that, the coldly smiling Lu Feng directly took out Meng Taihui's beast source. A green metallic beast source. Because he had just entered the transcendent realm, coupled with the fact that his bloodline wasn't very high, this Meng Taihui's beast source was still very average. It's better than nothing. After collecting the beast source, Lu Feng directly lifted Meng Taihui's corpse and threw it into the medicine garden, which was considered to play the last role, coming up with a waste recycling reuse. We'll help you. Looking at the victorious Lu Feng, Chen Tianyi immediately pulled Qin Sugar a bit and helped Lu Feng clean up the battlefield. These 50 or so experts from the White Wolf Martial School had all been burnt into charred charcoal by the fire, but all of their beast sources were still useful, and their corpses could be used for sustenance. Therefore, Chen Sweet and Chen Sugar were very handy, dissecting and extracting the beast source on one side, and throwing the corpses into the nutrient pool of the medicine nursery as nourishment on the other. Very good. As more than 50 corpses were thrown into the nutrient pool, looking at the batch of spirit herbs and spiritual medicines that were growing very strongly under the watering of the rich demonic qi and were already showing signs of maturity, Lu Feng was very satisfied. Once this batch of spiritual herbs and pills had matured, after taking them, Lu Feng's strength would be enough to rise by 1 to 2 stars. It's all been collected. At this time, Chen Sweet and Chen Sugar were very well behaved and respectfully presented more than 50 beast sources to Lu Feng. There are a total of 20 green beast sources and 30 white beast sources. Okay. Lu Feng was swept over these beast sources, nodded slightly. The green beast sources were still useful to him. The next mutation evolution would require up to 3,000 pieces. But the white beast sources were really useless to Lu Feng, who had entered the transcendent realm at this moment, and were equal to stones. Although they contained magic power and could replenish a certain amount of magic power. But it was also too little. It was like feeding a tiger to a mosquito. It was truly unnecessary. By the way, what kind of beast source are you guys? At this time, Lu Feng curiously looked at the sisters Chen Sweet and Chen Sugar. Chapter 47: The Wonderful Uses of the Essence of the Divine Beast Poverty. This. Chen Sweet and Chen Sugar were instantly a bit confused, not expecting Lu Feng to suddenly ask this. But after a brief hesitation, Chen Sweet still answered awkwardly, my sister and I, we are both just green beast origin. That's not bad. Lu Feng nodded slightly and thought to himself, no wonder the two sisters, Chen Sweet and Chen Sugar, were able to evolve to the Beast King level after getting a drop of dragon blood in their previous lives. It seemed that both of them had pretty good primal foundations. The beast source that should have been awakened at the beginning had a Beast King bloodline. Later on, after absorbing a drop of dragon blood, they should have mutated and evolved, possessing a blue or purple beast source, and then in terms of bloodline, they should have risen to the Beast King or even Beast Zun level accordingly. It can be cultivated. Looking at the Chen Sweet and Chen Sugar sisters in front of him, Lu Feng secretly muttered in his heart. Compared to Chen Mengyuan in her previous life, the character of these Chen Sweet and Chen Sugar sisters was indeed much better. These are for you guys. After a slight thought, Lu Feng casually threw 2 green beast source and 30 white beast source to Chen Sweet and Chen Sugar. Give it to us. Chen Tianyi and Chen Sugar instantly looked at Lu Feng in shock, not expecting to receive such an unexpected favor. It was important to know that these beast sources were all the beast sources of middle and high-ranked experts. To the sisters Chen Sweet and Chen Sugar, who were currently only at 5 or 6 stars of the middle rank, these were incomparably rare and good things. After absorbing them, your beast source can be raised to the blue color, and there is a certain chance that your bloodline can be raised as well. Lu Feng said, also those spiritual herbs and pills, you guys can take some of them. Your current strength is still too weak, you guys need to upgrade to the high order 9 stars as soon as possible, of course it's best to be in the transcendent realm. I'm going to leave in a few days, so you guys will stay behind to guard the farm. After saying that, Lu Feng directly walked back to his room. Sister, why is he suddenly so nice to us? Looking at Lu Feng's back as he walked into the room, and then looking at the 2 green beast sources and 30 white beast sources in front of him, Chen Sugar beamed her little mouth, her big eyes blinking as she looked at Chen Tianyi, even though he's still mean on the surface. But, well, It always feels like his attitude towards us is different from before. Chin Sugar, who hummed lightly, suspiciously pinched her snow-white chin. Chin Sugar gently nodded her head without saying much. Sister, what exactly did you two do last night? Chin Sugar looked at Chen Tianyi more and more suspiciously. I always feel that after last night, his attitude has changed. Aya, you're not allowed to ask blindly. Nothing. Chen Tianyi's pretty face instantly blushed. She immediately stuffed a green beast source good 15 white beast sources to Chin Sugar. Hurry up and cultivate well, strive to enter the transcendent realm as soon as possible. We can't drag him down. With that, Chen Sugar quickly ran into the room. She felt like she was about to break through the realm. That's right, although she hadn't absorbed the beast source yet, she was just about to break through. It seemed like it was because of Lu Feng. The exact reason, on the other hand, was that last night she was in her safe period, so she and Lu Feng just had each other very thoroughly. Strange. To be honest, Chen Tianyi really couldn't figure out what this was because of, but she was just about to break through. No matter what, a breakthrough is a good thing. Chen Tianyi, who muttered, then took the beast source's serious breakthrough. I will definitely find out the truth. Looking at Chen Tianyi, who quickly ran into the room, the beaming Chin Sugar muttered before also taking the white beast sources and walking into the room to start practicing. Hurry up and eat. Inside Lu Feng's room, Lu Feng, who didn't realize that his poor man's essence had such a special and wonderful use for women, was feeding the cute little tiger cub. Sleep. Lu Feng, who had fed the little tiger cub with the magical beast meat for a while, looked at the little tiger cub that exposed its snow-white belly after eating its fill and quickly fell asleep with a comfortable whir. After touching its belly and tiger head and listening to its increasingly loud snores, Lu Feng, who smiled, took out 4 top-grade magic stones that he got from the tigress cave. This top-grade magic stone was a good thing. It contained rich magic power. Not only was it useful for Transcendent Realm experts, it was for Beast King Realm experts, that all had great use. Supplementing magical power is the most important thing to enhance your strength. Although this top-grade magic stone, when used to evolve from the Transcendent Mortal Realm to the Beast General Realm, might be able to play a certain role. But Lu Feng couldn't wait that long anymore. He wanted to raise his strength as soon as possible, so that he could travel to Jiangcheng and find Chen Mengyuan this to avenge his hatred, and then go to Jiangxing Park and compete for this mysterious treasure. Before the end of the world, Jiangcheng had tens of millions of people. Although Lu Feng was strong enough at the moment, there were always some gifted ones among these people who had also entered the Transcendent Realm at the moment. After all, in this world, the last thing that was lacking was geniuses, as well as all sorts of strange encounters. That was why Lu Feng had to seize the time and raise his strength as soon as possible, striving to stay ahead of them all the time. Only then could Lu Feng snatch enough treasures. Become a lord of a party in the end times. In Lu Feng's memory, this mysterious treasure in Jiangxing Park was different from the previous drop of dragon's blood in the Convention and Exhibition Center. The Convention Center was not long after the appearance of the Heaven and Earth anomaly. This drop of dragon's blood appeared. On the other hand, the treasure in Jiangxing Park was displayed only after 3 days of long-haired Heaven and Earth anomalies had appeared. These 3 days would ironically attract countless experts from Jiangcheng to gather at Jiangxin Park to grab this treasure. Therefore, Lu Feng knew very well that this battle for the treasure in Jiangxing Park was decidedly a big battle. For this reason, he had to raise his strength as soon as possible and prepare for everything. Cultivate. Thinking of this, Lu Feng no longer hesitated. He directly took the top-grade magic stone and began to cultivate his body and beast source, trying to raise his strength as much as possible. Let's take care of the immediate future first. Lu Feng believed that when he elevated from the Transcendent Mortal Realm to the Beast General Realm, he would naturally have other chances to get the superior grade magic stone. Following that, while Lu Feng and the sisters Chen Sweet and Chen Sugar were both cultivating, in Jiangcheng City, inside the White Wolf Martial Arts Hall. Lily, do you think Lu Feng that is dead now? Chen Mengyuan clenched her small fists. In her heart, she was incomparably excited in anticipation. It shouldn't be too much of a problem for Meng Taihui to kill him, right? That's for sure. Wu Yanli picked up a bottle of yogurt and laughed while sipping it. Brother Hui is a high-level 9-star supreme expert, and he also has 50 experts from the White Wolf Martial School with him. Lu Feng, how can he be a match for Brother Hui? This farm will definitely be occupied by Brother Hui, and Lu Feng will be 100% unable to escape. Wu Yanli handed Chen Mengyuan a bottle of yogurt. Mengyuan, don't worry, I guess it won't take long for Brother Hui to come back with Lu Feng's head so that you can pay tribute to your brother. That's great. Chen Mengyuan was very excited. The day Lu Feng doesn't die, the day I can't rest in peace. You. Wu Yanli nodded Chen Mengyuan's forehead. Don't worry, Lu Feng will definitely die. Bang! Just as Chen Mengyuan and Wu Yanli were muttering in anticipation of Lu Feng's early and tragic death, a loud bang abruptly entered the two women's eardrums. Then the two women saw that the door of the White Wolf Martial Arts Center was suddenly kicked open by someone from the outside. Chapter 48: The Stupid Chen Mengyuan and Wu Yanli. Assholes, who let you trespass into the White Wolf Martial Arts Center? Get out immediately. A few experts who were ordered by Meng Taihui to stay at the White Wolf Martial Hall immediately rushed out of the hall in anger. Because he was afraid of being stolen from his home, Meng Taihui had deliberately left several high-ranking experts to sit in the White Wolf Martial Hall. Get lost. Bang. Ka-ching. Ow. Although these few experts angrily blocked the way, their end was tragic. In an instant, they were directly surrounded and decapitated by a group of experts rushing in from outside. What's the situation? Who on earth dares to trespass into the White Wolf Martial Hall? Seeing something bad, Chen Mengyuan and Wu Yanli stood up in panic, wanting to escape. Wow! But without waiting for the two to move, a dozen or so experts directly rushed into the White Wolf Martial Hall, coldly grunting as they surrounded Chen Mengyuan and Wu Yanli. Two people, without my permission, you can escape? Dream on! At this time, surrounded by a crowd of experts, the Black Dragon Gang leader, Zhao Heilong, coldly grunted as he walked into the White Wolf Martial Hall with his hands behind his back. Black Dragon Gang, Zhao Heilong. After recognizing Zhao Heilong, Wu Yanli instantly trembled with fear and trembling. Zhao Heilong, this is the White Wolf Martial Arts Center, it's Brother Huey's territory. Although Chen Mengyuan was similarly frightened to the point of trembling, she still glared at Zhao Heilong with her willow eyebrows raised. You're trespassing on the White Wolf Martial Arts Center, you're provoking Brother Hui. That's right, Zhao Heilong, if you don't want to cause a war between the two gangs, you'd better get out immediately. Wu Yanli followed and chided, otherwise when Brother Hui comes back, he will never let you go. Meng Taihui? You guys are using him to scare me? Ha. Looking at Chen Mengyuan and Wu Yanli, who brought out Meng Taihui, Zhao Heilong burst into a disdainful and unrestrained laughter. You two retards, you're also really ridiculous. Let me tell you, Meng Taihui is dead. Zhao Heilong let out a sardonic laugh. The White Wolf Martial Arts School no longer exists. From now on, this area will be my Black Dragon Gang's territory. Zhao Heilong was furious and very arrogant. What? Brother Fai is dead. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Chen Mengyuan and Wu Yanli's eyes were filled with intense incredulity after they exchanged glances. They had just defected to Meng Taihui not long ago, and this Meng Taihui was already dead? This was also too fast. Don't believe me? You two stupid chicks. Zhao Heilong directly threw out a cell phone. Open your eyes wide and see clearly. Meng Taihui, this idiot, has already been killed by that what's-his-name Lu Feng. Zhao Heilong sneered. You guys still expect him to come back to save you? Oh, you guys might as well go down and accompany him. Search for me and move all the good stuff. With that, Zhao Heilong waved his hand heavily. Previously, when he was searching for treasures in the convention center, because Meng Taihui withdrew early, Zhao Heilong had suspiciously set his sights on Meng Taihui, and had been sending people to secretly monitor Meng Taihui. For this reason, after learning that Meng Taihui had led a siege on Lu Feng's farm and was ultimately decapitated by Lu Feng, he naturally immediately rushed to the White Wolf Martial Hall with his men to take the lead in seizing the resources and chassis that Meng Taihui had left behind. This. Meng Taihui actually really died. Lu Feng, he's so strong, so perverted. Watching the video, Lu Feng burned to death more than 50 White Wolf Martial School experts with a blazing flame, and used an earth spike to waste Meng Taihui, and crushed Meng Taihui's head alive in a bloody scene. Chen Mengyuan and Wu Yanli both had their mouths wide open, completely stunned and confused. Gang Master, a batch of spiritual herbs and medicines have been searched. Gang Master, I found a batch of magic stones. There are 10,000 of them, but they are all inferior. Gang Master, look, I found a batch of beast cores. Most of them are white, but there are also dozens of green ones. An hour later, a group of Black Dragon Gang people turned the White Wolf Martial Hall upside down and piled a lot of resources in front of Zhao Heilong. Very good. Sweeping over these resources that had been obtained without any effort, Zhao Heilong nodded slightly in satisfaction. Gangmaster, I found some gold and silver jewelry, as well as a high-grade spirit medicine, a few medium-grade magic stones and green beast cores. At this moment, a person from the Black Dragon Gang dragged a pink suitcase out of the White Wolf Martial Hall's backyard bedroom. Aha! Zhao Black Dragon responded with a light hum.
My, this is mine.
Upon seeing this pink suitcase, Chen Mengyuan was instantly anxious. She immediately frantically pounced on the pink suitcase. You can't take it away, this suitcase is mine.
Slap. A crisp slap suddenly rang out. Put.
Chen Mengyuan spat out a mouthful of bloods and fell to the ground. You actually hit a woman.
What are you?
Zhao Heilong coldly smiled as he directly walked to Chen Mengyuan's side, smiling fiercely as he held Chen Mengyuan's chin. Lousy not only beat you, but also kill you.
Oh. Lily, save me, save me.
Chen Mengyuan, who was choked by Zhao Heilong, struggled in panic. Brother Long, you calm down. Mengyuan, she doesn't know any better, there's no need for you to be general with her. Wu Yanli rushed to Zhao Heilong's side and looked at Zhao Heilong pleadingly. All these things are yours, all your loot. And not only these things, Mengyuan and I are all yours as well.
You can play with us as much as you want.
Wu Yanli directly hugged Zhao Heilong's arm and rubbed her full chest against him. Brother Long, just be merciful and spare our lives.
The two of us can serve people. You try.
Wu Yanli looked at Zhao Heilong in a good manner. I'll definitely make you satisfied. Saying that, Wu Yanli secretly poked Chen Mengyuan a bit.
Brother Long, I'm sorry, I was impulsive just now.
Chen Mengyuan immediately put on her rabbit ears and looked at Zhao Heilong in a cute manner. Brother Long, you can give me a chance at night, I will definitely perform well, so that you can calm down.
Snap. Snap.
Cold snort Zhao Heilong, and directly two slaps on Chen Mengyuan and Wu Yanli face. Don't flirt in front of Lousy. Tell you guys, Lousy side is not lack of women.
You guys better go to hell. Saying that, Zhao Heilong waved his hand at the minions beside him. Death-defying stuff. You guys can go to hell.
A few experts from the Black Dragon gang immediately surrounded Chen Mengyuan and Wu Yanli, grinning fiercely as they prepared to dispose of the two women.
It's over, it's over.
Wu Yanli completely panicked, paralyzed on the ground, her yellow urine was already rolling out of her pant leg.
Brother Long, don't kill me.
Chen Mengyuan, who was equally panicked, but hurriedly roared, Brother Long, I have a secret to tell you. As long as you know the secret, then you can enter the Transcendent Realm, or even quickly enter the Beast General Beast King Realm.
Brother Long, listen to me Brother Long.
Chen Mengyuan eagerly knelt on the ground, don't kill me, please.
Oh? What hidden secret?
Zhao Heilong glanced over Chen Mengyuan with cold eyes, say it now. If you dare to lie to me, then you will die a miserable death.
Chapter 49 Chen Mengyuan betrayed Lu Feng.
Brother Long, it's about that hidden secret of Lu Feng. Chen Mengyuan hurriedly replied, previously at the convention center, your subordinates were killed by Lu Feng. Then the mysterious treasure that appeared in the convention center was also snatched by Lu Feng. This mysterious treasure is said to be a drop of dragon blood. This must be of great use to you, Brother Long. And there are quite a few rare treasures like spiritual herbs and medicines in Lu Feng's farm. The reason why Meng Taiyue went to the farm to find trouble with Lu Feng was to seize these rare treasures. Chen Mengyuan said as she poured out beans, if you can kill Lu Feng, Brother Long, then you will definitely be able to snatch these treasures, and then you will be able to evolve even more rapidly.
Just this? Zhao Heilong sneered disdainfully, I know everything you said. Useless thing, now you can go die.
Zhao Heilong coldly swept his eyes over Chen Mengyuan's with disdain. He was different from Meng Taiyue, because the awakened beast source was a python, so he had a colder character and wasn't very interested in women. For Chen Mengyuan and Wu Liyan to try to lure him by being flirtatious, it was a delusional dream.
Brother Long, there's another super hidden secret that you definitely don't know.
Seeing that Zhao Heilong was still going to kill himself, the flustered Chen Mengyuan rushed to Zhao Heilong's ear, Brother Long, Lu Feng, this mastered the Bloodline Awakening Enhancement secret method.
The beast source he originally awakened was an ordinary to the extreme bison. But now he's evolved into such a strong earth flame rhino with dual attributes of earth and fire, don't you have any doubts?
Chen Mengyuan said eagerly, an unusual expert who evolves to the transcendent realm can only awaken one type of beast source.
And Lu Feng? Yet he has two whole kinds.
Chen Mengyuan looked at Zhao Heilong, Brother Long, think carefully, there must be a ghost in this.
You continue?
Hearing that it was an ultimate hidden secret involving evolution, Zhao Heilong instantly became interested and looked at Chen Mengyuan with a grave gaze. Earlier, when my brother and I went to the farm to look for Lu Feng, we found that Lu Feng was chopping off the heads of cows one by one to arrange something in the farm. At that time, I didn't think much about it. But during this period of time, I went through some of the hidden records that Brother Hui had collected in the White Wolf Martial Arts School. Chen Mengyuan lowered her voice. I'm certain that what Lu Feng set up at that time must be a mysterious formation for sacrificial awakening, or bloodline enhancement.
When this formation is used properly, it can definitely awaken a high-ranked bloodline and enhance the bloodline.
He was able to elevate from an unusual bison bloodline to his current strong mystical bloodline. This must be the effect of the formation.
If it wasn't for the strong bloodline, Lu Feng he definitely wouldn't have been able to evolve into a dual-attribute Earthflame rhinoceros.
Chen Mengyuan looked at Zhao Heilong with a burning gaze. Brother Long, if you can snatch the secret book of dragon blood and bloodline evolution from his hands, then you can definitely quickly utilize this dragon blood and secret method to directly possess a true divine beast black dragon bloodline. This way, it won't take long for you to evolve into a party of beast kings, completely rampaging across the world. Chen Mengyuan's big eyes blinked, looking at Zhao Heilong with great admiration. In reality, she had no idea whether Lu Feng had a bloodline evolution secret method or not. This was all something she had blindly said in order to save her life. Damn, no wonder this guy, Lu Feng, is evolving so quickly. I thought he was relying on mysterious treasures, but it turns out he's awakened a high-ranking bloodline. Zhao Heilong's eyes burned as he sniffed, and he swept over Chen Mengyuan. Since you've said something useful and hidden, I'll leave you alive. Take away. After saying that, Zhao Heilong and a group of Black Dragon Gang's experts pressed Chen Mengyuan and Wu Yanli, as well as a bunch of resources collected from the White Wolf Martial School, and rushed back to the Black Dragon Gang in a furious manner. Phew! Chen Mengyuan, who could be considered to have saved her life, let out a sigh of relief.
Mengyuan, what did you say to him? Make him willing not to kill us? Wu Yanli came over to Chen Mengyuan's side and inquired suspiciously. I said about Lu Feng.
Chen Mengyuan lowered her voice in a bit of explanation.
Ah, Mengyuan, you're this. In case Lu Feng didn't, wouldn't that be the end?
Wu Yanli looked at Chen Mengyuan with great concern. Brother Long will be infuriated and get us killed. Who cares, it's best to live and die now. Chen Mengyuan slightly shrugged her shoulders. Let's talk about the future later, let's take one step at a time. This. Wu Yanli couldn't refute, she could only bitterly lower her head, praying that Lu Feng would hide farther away and not be caught and tortured by Zhao Heilong. Otherwise, she and Chen Mengyuan would both be finished. At this moment, Chen Mengyuan and Wu Yanli did not realize that Chen Mengyuan's words, which she had even guessed, would turn out to be prophetic and true. While Zhao Heilong copied the White Wolf Martial House and captured Chen Mengyuan and Wu Yanli alive.
The next afternoon, Lu Feng woke up from his cultivation. 5 stars of the Transcendent Realm, not bad.
Lu Feng, who looked at the 4 top-grade magic stones that he had sucked up, and whose realm had risen to 6 stars of the Transcendent Mortal Realm, and whose person had also improved greatly, was very excited. At this moment, after his bestialization, he could be said to be invincible in the Transcendent Mortal Realm, and even if he was a Transcendent Mortal Realm 9-star expert, he could easily solve it. Even if the beast would come, a 1 or 2-star beast general, Lu Feng would be able to handle it with certainty. The 3 or 4-star ones could fight to a draw. The 5 or 6-star ones, at least they could escape safely. Personality has also improved. Lu Feng clenched his fists and felt the strong magic power contained within his flesh. At this moment, with the power of his human body alone, he was enough to easily decapitate experts who had reached the strength of 6 or 7 stars of the high rank after their beast transformation. After entering the Transcendent Realm, it's much harder to raise your star level than before. It took a whole 4 top-grade magic stones to raise 1 star. Need to collect as many various spirit herbs and elixirs as possible, especially high-grade spirit herbs and magic stones now. Lu Feng muttered as he threw the magic stone that had degraded into stone after exhausting his magic power into the trash can. Well, roar! At this time, after taking a lot of magical beast meat, the little tiger cub, which had slightly grown in size, awoke from its sleep. It climbed onto Lu Feng's lap in a very clingy manner, curled up with its tails, and comfortably stretched out on Lu Feng's lap. Woke up, ah? Let's go, take you out to play. Lu Feng swept a glance at the little tiger cub and realized that the strength of the little tiger cub had already been raised to 3 stars of the beginner stage. Although he hadn't been born for a long time, the little tiger cub that possessed the bloodline of a beast king had a rapid increase in strength. If it was properly cultivated, perhaps in time, it would be a close and good companion and helper to Lu Feng. Are you done practicing? Eating. In the farmyard, seeing Lu Feng and the little tiger cub walk out, the sisters Chen Sweet and Chen Sugar immediately brought the meals that had already been prepared long ago, and served them on the table in a well-behaved manner. Lu Feng was instantly astonished after scanning Chen Sweet and the Chen Sugar sisters with his apocalypse.
Chen Sweet had unexpectedly jumped up to high order 7 stars in a single leap, while Chen Sugar was only a high order 1 star.
This made Lu Feng a bit strange. It was reasonable to say that the sisters had taken the same amount of beast cores and spirit herbs and spirit medicines, so how could this change between their strengths be so disparate?
What kind of situation was this? Chapter 50 Chen Sweet's special use. You guys?
Looking at the two women in front of him with a huge difference in strength, Lu Feng inquired out suspiciously. At the beginning, when he met the sisters Chen Sweet and Chen Sugar, the two of them had a similar strength, both being at the 4 or 5 stars of the beginner rank. Later, after taking the spider legs of the Flame Spider King, they had risen to 2 or 3 stars of the middle order. At this moment, after taking a bunch of beast cores and spiritual herbs and medicines, it was reasonable to say that the two women should have risen to high rank 2 or 3 stars at the same time.
But right now, Chen Sugar's strength rise was normal. But Chen Sugar was too abnormal.
From the middle rank of 3 stars, she had actually rapidly risen to the high rank of 7 stars. This rate of increase simply surpassed Lu Feng, who had previously taken quite a few heavenly materials and treasures and had successfully alienated from a rigid thorn musk ox to a titan yak.
I really don't know what's going on.
Under Lu Feng's skeptical gaze, Chen Sugar slightly shrugged her shoulders and tilted her little brain. The beast cores and spirit herbs and spirit medicines that you gave yesterday, my sister, and I shared them equally. Then when I got up this morning, I broke through to high rank 1 star. And my sister broke through to high order 7 star. Chen Sugar paralyzed her small snow white and pink hands. I really didn't slack off. I've always been cultivating hard.
Sister, how did you suddenly progress so fast? Chen Sugar's big eyes blinked, very skeptical as she looked at Chen Sweet.
Well, this. Chen Sugar tightly bit her vermilion lips, somewhat shyly glancing at Lu Feng, very eager to speak.
Lu Feng was a bit suspicious at this time. What was Chen Tianyi doing looking at him for nothing? What did Chen Tianan's sudden accelerated advancement have to do with him?
After all, the resources he gave to the two girls were treated equally.
I don't know what's going on.
In the end, Chen Tianyi, who didn't have the heart to say the real reason, lightly stroked her hair around her ears. I don't know what's going on, maybe it's because of the richness of the magic qi in the farm. Sister, if you take more spiritual herbs and medicines next, you can quickly improve your strength.
Don't be in a hurry. Chen Tianyi coaxed Chen Sugar.
Oh, okay. Chen Sugar clenched her small fists. I don't want to be compared to you guys.
Take your time.
Lu Feng smiled, thinking that perhaps it was because of the bloodline of the awakened beast source. After all, the plum blossom deer beast origin that Chen Sugar had awakened possessed the bloodline of the divine beast, the 4 images. As for Chen Sugar's awakened white heron beast source, although it possessed a trace of the bloodline of the divine beast green luan, it was indeed a bit thin.
What forms are you guys in now after your beastification? What skills do you possess?
Lu Feng poured a cup of juice, and was in a position of respect for the sisters Chen Sweet and Chen Sugar, so he didn't use Apocalypse to sweep the two girls.
Bah!
Chen Sweet directly animalized into a plum blossom deer the size of an unusual bison and showed it to Lu Feng. This plum blossom deer had a certain level of aggressiveness. The antlers were incredibly sharp and could easily pierce through trees. Other than the antler piercing skill, I have an additional skill after entering the high grade, and that is the olfactory aspect of seeking. Chen Tianyi recovered her person and looked at Lu Feng. Antler piercing is a D rank skill, but seeking is a C rank skill.
Oh?
Lu Feng sniffed and looked at Chen Sweet with some curiosity. To be able to have a C rank skill at a high level, this was really very good.
Be specific. Lu Feng took a sip of juice.
It's that after I activate this skill, I can smell various odors within a 50-meter radius beside me. Then through these odors, I can judge the situation within a 50-meter radius. Whether it's the scent of a human, a wild beast, or a spiritual herb or medicine, I can smell it and accurately determine the location. Chen Tianyi pointed to her nose. In short, it's a very sensitive sense of smell.
Good skill.
After hearing these words from Chen Tianyi, Lu Feng's eyes instantly lit up. This skill was an excellent first-class auxiliary skill. In the future, Lu Feng would only need to bring Chen Tianyi close to him, and after circling around the forest, he would be able to accurately find where there were high-grade beasts of prey, and where there were rare spiritual herbs and medicines, all of which could be found at an unobstructed glance. Not bad, very good. It's only 50 meters now, that's a bit low. Lu Feng looked at Chen Tianyi with a burning gaze. If it can be upgraded to grade A, expanding the distance to 500 meters or 1000 meters, it would truly be an extremely good auxiliary skill. Not only can it explore treasures, but it can also tend to good fortune and avoid evil.
It's like avoiding the scent of a human expert or a high-ranking alien beast in advance after smelling it to prevent being sneak attacked or unintentionally messing with a high-ranking alien beast that you can't afford to mess with. Lu Feng patted Chen Tianyi's shoulder. Keep up the good work and strive to elevate to the transcendent realm as soon as possible. After you enter the transcendent mortal realm, you should be able to possess the wood attribute alien ability, an excellent aid.
Well, I'll work hard. After Chen Tianyi's eyes swept over Lu Feng's robust pectoral muscles and hard-working limbs and torso, her pretty face instantly flushed red, and she lowered her head with tightly pursed vermilion lips. To be honest, she, who was previously untouched, was already a bit curious and addicted after experiencing that feeling. Especially at this moment, after knowing that Lu Feng's pour its essence could assist in cultivation. She was even more a bit moved. But because of her conservative character, although she wanted to, she was too embarrassed to say so, and even more embarrassed to take the initiative to go to Lu Feng to ask for it. It was a bit awkward. What about you? Lu Feng, which know just a moment, Chen Tianyi actually reveries so much awe. Lu Feng, who didn't understand the mind of a woman, was looking at Chen Sugar with a big grin. Shoo! Chen Sugar directly catalyzed her bestializing into a spread-winged soaring egret. Who? The egret that flapped its wings and directly flew up soared freely in the air. Its beak and sharp claws, both of which flashed with a cold light, were very sharp. After I entered the high rank, I awakened a D rank skill, Rush Flying. After regaining his human form, Chen Sugar hummed softly. It means that when I encounter danger, I can exert more than 3 times my usual speed and maintain a rapid flight for 5 minutes. Not bad, this is definitely an excellent skill for escaping. Lu Feng smiled and nodded at his words. He guessed that aft Chen Sugar entered the transcendent mortal realm, she should awaken an extraordinary ability regarding speed, which would most likely be the special attribute Wind attribute. The Wind attribute and the Thunder attribute as well as the Ice attribute were the same as attributes such as the Light attribute and the Dark attribute, which were special attributes outside of the 5 elements, and the probability of awakening was relatively small. In the case of a single attribute, the same level was stronger than the 5 elemental attributes. After all, out of 100 people, basically 99 people, would awaken the ordinary 5 elemental attributes. For example, among the 5 elemental attributes, the metallic, which was good at attacking, was no match for the thunder attribute, which was a special attribute. Of course, although the special attribute was strong, it was still much worse than the dual attributes that Lu Feng possessed. Because attributes were mutually exclusive, as if the wind attribute encountered the earth attribute, it would be difficult, while the dark attribute encountered the light attribute encountered the spiritual attribute encountered the spatial attribute, and the spatial attribute encountered the 5 elements attribute, all of them would be restrained. And by having multiple attributes, one would be able to mitigate the chances of being restrained, and instead, one would be able to restrain the enemy by surprise. In this case, Chen Sugar, you cultivate well on the farm and take care of the spiritual herbs and spiritual medicines. Lu Feng looked at the 2 girls, Chen Sweet and Chen Sugar. Chen Sweet, you and I will go out and utilize your sense of smell to look for all kinds of spiritual herbs and medicines along with magic stones and gold essences and other heavenly treasures. Chapter 51, Treasure Hunting in the Forest, Encountering Danger. Treasure hunting. So exciting, I want to go too. After Lu Feng's words fell, Chen Sugar immediately looked at Lu Feng with big blinking eyes, very curious. Lu Feng, take me with you, I want to go and see. Sugar, you listen. Chen Tianyi hurriedly pulled Chen Sugar's arm. Listen to Lu Feng's arrangement. Whatever Lu Feng tells you to do, you'll do it obediently. Oh. Chen Sugar beamed her little mouth, very slightly unhappy. In the end times, going out to explore and hunt for treasure is not exciting, it's dangerous. Lu Feng swept over Chen Sugar with a grave expression. This is not a picnic before the end of the world, but a life-threatening search for treasures. In the wild, all heavenly materials and treasures will attract the guardianship of all kinds of strong foreign beasts after they appear. If you want to obtain heavenly materials and treasures, then you can't avoid fighting with these strong foreign beasts. Weak in strength, facing them isn't stimulating, it's sending them to their door looking for death. After saying that, Lu Feng directly walked out of the farm. If it wasn't for the fact that last night, Chen Tianyi had preferred to endure the pain and take care of him gently. Then at this moment, he wouldn't be talking nonsense with Chen Sugar. Hear that? It's going to be dangerous? Chen Tianyi stretched out her chin. Chen's onion white finger and tapped Chen Sugar's brow. You just wait obediently at the farm and cultivate well. When you're strong enough, you don't need him to bring you, you can go out and explore on your own. All right. Chen Sugar slightly shrugged her shoulders, and could only pluck a spirit medicine, then jerked the little tiger cub's head. Luckily, I still have it to accompany me, otherwise I would be too bored alone. Ow. The little tiger cub jumped onto Chen Sugar's back and scratched Chen Sugar's hair. Stay well. Chen Sugar smiled gently and hurriedly took a few quick steps of, catching up with Lu Feng, who had left the farm. I've explored the neighborhood of this farm. Even if there are still leftover spiritual herbs and medicines with heavenly treasures, they're all low grade and of little use to the current me. Lu Feng looked at Chen Tianyi and straddled a mountain motorcycle. Now I'll take you into the depths of the forest. In the depths of this forest, although there are all sorts of rare heavenly treasures, there are likewise dangers. Because of the dense demonic qi, the depths of the forest should have strong foreign beasts of the transcendent mortal realm, and most likely even the beast general realm. Lu Feng looked at Chen Tianyi with a grave gaze. If you want to be afraid of the danger, you can choose not to go. I won't force you. I'm not afraid. Chen Tianyi directly sat on the motorcycle without hesitation. Then tenderly, she hugged Lu Feng tightly from behind. Phew. With a burst of aroma to his nose, Lu Feng, whose back immediately felt Chen Tianyi's warm and soft petite body keenly, was suddenly shaken in spirit. Then let's set off. Since Chen Tian believed in herself, Lu Feng didn't have to say anything more and directly drove Chen Tian into the depths of the forest. Through your sense of smell, probe and see which direction to go to be able to come across spiritual herbs and medicines? After reaching the depths of the forest, Lu Feng parked his motorcycle and looked at Chen Tianyi solicitously. Aha! Chen Tianyi immediately transformed into a cicadere, utilizing her talent of searching and sniffing the surrounding scents. The left side has the fragrance of spiritual herbs and medicines. After some sniffing, Chen Tianyi looked at Lu Feng, but I can smell that there is also the scent of demonized foreign beasts. It might be dangerous. Chen Tianyi bit her vermilion lips, and there was a slight worry in her gaze. Fey beasts that could make her, whose strength had reached 7 stars of the high order, feel danger were at least 8 or 9 stars of the high order, or even in the transcendent realm. It's fine. Lu Feng smiled indifferently. As long as he didn't run into a high-star beast general Fey beast, even if it was a transcendent mortal realm 7 or 8-star Fey beast, it was still prey to Lu Feng. Lu Feng could just take care of these beasts while plundering the heavenly treasures, and plunder their beast cores. After all, Lu Feng's next evolution would require 10 blue fire attribute and earth attribute beast cores each, 500 green special attribute beast cores, and 3000 green ordinary beast cores. This was not a small amount. So it's a 50-year-old dogwood. Not bad, not bad. Through Chen Tianyi's sense of smell, Lu Feng had indeed found a cornus plant that had absorbed sufficient magic qi and had a vintage of 50 years in a grassy area on the left side of the forest. This was a very good spirit medicine. After putting it into the farm's medicinal garden and cultivating it, it would be able to quickly grow into a 100-year-old dogwood. It was extremely useful for both the transcendent realm and the beast general realm. The vintage of an elixir does not have to be a certain number of years in order to be a certain vintage elixir. The most important criterion for judging spiritual herbs and elixirs is the magic power they contain. For a spirit medicine, as long as it absorbed enough magic energy, then the growth year could be compressed. Even if it had only grown for a month, because it had absorbed enough magic qi, in terms of medicinal effect, it would be equal to a spirit medicine that had grown in a place where the magic qi was thin, and had grown for a full 50 years. In this way, this low-year spirit herb elixir with a sufficient amount of demonic qi was also collectively referred to as how many years of so-and-so elixir. Whoosh! As Lu Feng went to pick this cornucopia, a sudden change occurred. An ape whose strength had reached the 9th star of the high rank suddenly pulled the vines and leapt down from the air, opening its sharp and incomparably sharp claws and grabbing Lu Feng fiercely. Be careful! Chen Tianyi exclaimed out in panic. Don't worry. Lu Feng disdainfully swept over this ape, coldly smiled and filled his arm with magic power. He didn't even need to animalize, it was to pull out the tang knife that he carried with him, and directly slashed it fiercely. Put! Bang! The ape was killed on the spot by Lu Feng's slash. It allowed Lu Feng to obtain a piece of ordinary beast core of green quality. Continue. Since he didn't possess a treasure with storage space for the time being, Lu Feng could only give up on taking away the ape's corpses, and after loading up the cornelian with the beast core, he looked at Chen Tianyi again. Chen Sweet, who admired Lu Feng, hurriedly continued to use her seeking skill to look for treasures after her bestialization. There are treasures in front. Chen Tianyi stretched out her snow-white slender jade hand and pointed ahead. Good. Without saying a word, Lu Feng directly explored towards the front. Following all the way down after this Qin suite, a humanoid detector, Lu Feng quickly obtained dozens of precious spiritual herbs and medicines. And also killed dozens of demonized alien beasts, obtaining quite a few rare beast cores. Continue. After a busy morning, Lu Feng and Chen Tianyi ate some dry food in a simple picnic, then with burning eyes, they seized the time and continued their treasure hunt. Aha! Chen Tianyi obediently continued her bestial treasure hunting. Puff! Just as Lu Feng was waiting for Chen Tianyi's guidance, Chen Tianyi suddenly lifted her bestialization. Her pretty face was pale, her body was trembling, and she was sweating and shaking. What's wrong with you? Lu Feng quickly hugged Chen Tianyi, who fell backwards. I smelled a particularly strong aura. The pale-faced Chen Tianyi's teeth were chattering in panic. You should quickly leave, it's rushing towards us. Roar! At this moment, an earth-shattering roar that resounded through the forest suddenly rang out. Chapter 52 Transcendent Mortal Realm 7-Star Fey Beasts. Huffing and puffing. At the same time as the roar entered Lu Feng and Chen Tianyi's eardrums, a large, black mysterious patterned mouse weasel with scythe-shaped arms that flashed with a sharp black cold aura suddenly appeared in front of Lu Feng and Chen Tianyi's eyes. This mouse weasel had a stout figure, evolved not like a mouse weasel, but like a kangaroo. In particular, the arms that had transformed into scythes were even more chilling and destructive. The trees, rocks and other obstacles that were close to it, it only needed to casually wave its scythe and slash, then it could split the obstacles open on the spot. It's so scary. Chen Tianyi was startled by this hideous-looking mouse weasel, and with a cry of shock, she directly jumped to Lu Feng's side, subconsciously hugging Lu Feng's arm tightly. It's okay, I'm here, don't be afraid. Lu Feng looked at the aggressive mouse weasel with a grave expression and swept it with apocalypse. Target, Twin Sickle Weasel. Race, Rat Race. Realm, Transcendent Realm 7 stars. Talent, Blade Art. Skills, Whirlwind/B, Gale/C+, Acceleration-C. Weaknesses, Feet, Legs. Introduction, a mouse weasel that has consumed wind-attributed heavenly treasures and has outstanding knife skills. Evolutionary Route, 2. Twin Scythe Weasel, 5 stars in the Transcendent Realm. Not bad, a good opponent. After using Apocalypse to scan out the specific introduction of the Twin Sickle Weasel in front of him, Lu Feng was very much burning his eyes. Wind-attributed Transcendent Mortal Realm Fey Beasts were really uncommon. I'll cover you, you escape. Chen Tianyi, whose pretty face was pale, looked at the Twin Sickle Weasel's scythe which was flashing with cold light, and her snow-white shell teeth bit her vermilion lips tightly. You take care of sugar candy for me. What are you thinking? Lu Feng, who heard these words from Chen Suite, looked at Chen Suite in a very speechless manner. Just a mouse in the district, you also look down on it too much. You hide aside first, I'll meet it. Patting the back of Chen Tianan's snow-white and delicate hand, Lu Feng looked at the Twin Sickle Weasel with a burning gaze. At this moment, the double scythe weasel was not in a hurry to attack. It had a certain IQ. It was with a cold smile at the corner of its mouth, looking at Lu Feng and Chen Tianyi with a playful face. Obviously, it wanted to see Lu Feng and Chen Tianyi fleeing in distress. This? It's a 5-star Transcendent Realm. And after hearing Lu Feng's words, Chen Tianyi immediately stared at Lu Feng with wide eyes, very shocked. You really can? Don't worry. Lu Feng smiled faintly, blocking Chen Tian behind him. He looked coldly at the Twin Sickle Weasel. Your time to die has come. Beastify. Moo. With a roar to the sky, Lu Feng directly bestialized into an earth flame rhino that burned with a blazing flame. Whoosh! The Twin Scythe Weasel was startled by Lu Feng's sudden estivation, especially because Lu Feng was very aggressive and strong after his estivation. Therefore, the Twin Sickle Weasel could not grasp Lu Feng's strength for a moment, and was wielding its sickle, circling around Lu Feng. It relied on its wind attribute speed advantage to vigilantly observe Lu Feng. Fight! Want to run away? You can't hide away. Lu Feng, who smiled coldly, directly used his skill, Sharp Earth Spike. Puff! Poo 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 poo. Instantly, dozens of sharp earth thorns abruptly drilled out from the ground, ruthlessly stabbing at the Twin Scythe Weasel's weak points, which were its feet and legs. Squeak! This caused the Twin Scythe Weasel to be taken by surprise, and its feet were pierced by several earth spikes, spilling blood. Snort! After all, the Twin Scythe Weasel, after being injured, in his anger, after noticing that Lu Feng's realm was lower than his, was directly and ferociously waving his scythe, viciously attacking Lu Feng. Snort! The wind attribute twin scythe weasel, not only was its body position flexible, its attack power was also very strong. The one that made the gale chop was the one that chopped out countless blades in an instant, causing hundreds of white blades to viciously chop at Lu Feng. The flames on Lu Feng's body crackled and splashed around. But unfortunately, although this gale chop was fast and had good attack power, it was never able to break through Lu Feng's rhino scale armor defense. Squeak squeak squeak. This made the twin scythe weasel squeak in anger, getting angrier and angrier. Just you want to fight me too? Lu Feng smiled coldly as he looked at the twin scythe weasel wielding its scythe. It's not polite to come and go, it's my turn. Madness explosion. Moo. With an angry bull roar, Lu Feng directly activated the madness explosion skill and ruthlessly charged at the twin scythe skunk. Weasel. After the beast transformed into a rhinoceros, although its size was not as huge as the previous titan yak, Lu Feng's power did not weaken, and the impact was even stronger. After all, this crazy outburst skill had been upgraded to be rank. For this reason, with Lu Feng's low head slamming, all the obstacles that stood in front of Lu Feng, whether it was a sky-high tree or a huge rock. After touching Lu Feng's rhinoceros unicorn horn, all of them couldn't hold back Lu Feng's strong impact, and were easily broken and toppled off by Lu Feng. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. This devastating scene caused the twin sickle weasel to only be able to dodge in a sorry state. He, whose strength and body defense were not good, did not dare to let Lu Feng get close. Otherwise, Lu Feng only needed to poke him lightly with the rhinoceros unicorn horn, and he would immediately be poked out of a hole, and he would definitely die. Z. After woefully dodging a swing, the twin scythe weasel, which thoroughly couldn't help itself, unleashed its skill once again. Cyclone cut. Who? After unleashing this skill, the twin scythe weasel immediately spun in place, and with the advantage of speed, it quickly transformed into a spinning whirlwind. This whirlwind was not composed of unusual wind, but rather of wind blades. All objects that came close to it, no matter if it was stone or wood, would be quickly cut by him. It was just like a cutting machine. A sky-high tree was cut into slices of tree cake in just a few seconds after touching it. And the cut surface was still very smooth. From this, it could be seen how fast this whirlwind cut was. Because only when the speed was fast enough, when cutting, could it cut such smooth and consistent sized shapes. Interesting. Looking at the B-rank skill that the twin scythe weasel used, in order to test his defense, Lu Feng deliberately didn't dodge and allowed the twin scythe weasel to get close to him. Stab Lara. After the whirlwind transformed by the twin scythe weasel approached Lu Feng, its incomparably sharp scythe made close contact with the sturdy scale armor of Lu Feng's bestialized earthflame rhinoceros. Flashes of electricity were visible to the naked eye. The scale armor that could not be broken open by the gale chop just now could be broken open by the cyclone cut at this moment. But it wasn't easy to break through. It needed to be cut for a while before this could be broken open. This armor of mine is really powerful. After some trial and error, Lu Feng was very excited. Basically, skills below B will never be able to break through my scale armor. Skills that are at the B level will need to waste a lot of effort before they can break through my scale armor. If you want to easily tear through my scale armor, you need at least an A rank skill. That means a Beast General High Star would be enough. After muttering, Lu Feng coldly looked at the twin scythe weasel. Since the experiment is over, you can go to hell. Chapter 53, Discovering an Extreme Spirit Medicine. Squeak squeak squeak. Because it could never break Lu Feng's defense, the twin scythe weasel was getting more and more anxious and angry, constantly swinging and slashing to attack Lu Feng. However, although its twin swords were sharp, since its skill was only a B-rank whirlwind cut, even though it slashed its sides with curling edges, it simply couldn't cut through Lu Feng's earthflame rhino armor. Normally, only those whose realm had reached the Beast General level could have a rank in B+ skills. A beast with an unusual bloodline would at most have B-rank skills at the Transcendent realm. Those that were gifted might have a chance to possess B+ skills. Only strong people like Lu Feng, who possessed a divine beast bloodline or had devoured extremely rare treasures, would have the chance to possess A rank skills. As for Lu Feng's earthflame rhinoceros scale armor after his bestialization, without a B+ rank skill, one would never think of breaking through it. For this reason, although this twin scythe weasel was a Transcendent Mortal Realm 7-star in terms of realm, it was a bit higher than the Transcendent Mortal Realm 5-star Lu Feng. But in reality, it was no match for Lu Feng at all. Go to hell. Fiery flame pyroclasm. Who? Facing the great double scythe weasel that kept chopping at him, Lu Feng, who sneered, directly opened his bloody mouth and spat out a burning fiery flame. This flaming flame, which was like a dragon's flame, could be said to be able to kill gods and Buddhas in the way of gods. After all, it was at a level that was strong enough to be Class A. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Thus, but in an instant, this double-scythe skunk will be in the blazing flame burning, directly covered in nuisance oil, on the spot miserable death.
Just you also want to fight with me? Snatch my spiritual herbs and medicines? Dream on.
Lu Feng, who had recovered his life, directly took out his dagger and sliced open the head of the twin sickle weasel that had been turned into a charcoal shape.
Unfortunately, it was just a green wind attribute beast core. It's better than nothing.
Lu Feng, who muttered, casually put away this green wind attribute beast core. Although it was only green in quality, because it had special attributes, for this reason, this beast source was quite rare. Whether it was used for alienation, or saved for use on special occasions when he came across it in the future, it was all good.
You're so strong.
Chen Tianyi hummed softly as she walked up to Lu Feng's side, her eyes filled with little stars as she looked at Lu Feng with great admiration. She realized that Lu Feng's fiery flame was really strong. No matter what kind of foreign beast, as long as it touched this fiery flame, it would quickly be burned to a charcoal that could not be extinguished at all.
Haha, thank you for the compliment then. Lu Feng smiled, it's still early, let's continue searching for spiritual herbs and medicines. Since we've come out, we definitely need to return with a full harvest. Lu Feng looked at Chen Tianyi, can't waste your talent no. Aha! Chen Tianyi hummed softly in a good manner.
Although the forest at night would be full of dangers, many beasts would rest during the day and come out to hunt at night out of their animal nature.
But as long as Lu Feng was there, Chen Tianyi wasn't afraid of any danger. Just a sense of security.
Just now, this twin sickle weasel should have heard our movements and came out to hunt. Lu Feng checked around, there aren't any rare spiritual herbs or medicines around here, it wasn't guarding anything.
Pity.
Lu Feng slightly shrugged his shoulders, after your sister entered the transcendent realm, she should have the wind attribute. The treasures it previously devoured should be useful to your sister. It's fine, sugar candy, she's only a high order 1 star, there's no rush. Chen Sweet lightly hummed as she once again animalized into a plum blossom deer, utilizing her seeking skills to search for spiritual herbs and spiritual medicines for Lu Feng. There's the scent of spiritual herbs on the right. After sniffing her nose, Chen Sweet looked to the right side of the forest. Okay. Lu Feng swept a glance, the right side of this forest was a mountain now, from the right side of the forest all the way in, it would enter the valley. After the end of the world had descended, all kinds of strong foreign beasts often appeared in the valleys where people were rare. But it's nothing, with my strength at this moment, even a transcendent mortal realm 8 or 9-star foreign beast will surely die if it is accidentally struck by my fiery flames. As for beast general level fey beasts, Lu Feng swept over the silent and dark mountain under the shroud of demonic mist, as long as they don't go deep into the mountain, none of them should be a problem.
Set off.
Thinking of this, the confident Lu Feng directly protected Chen Tianyi behind him and explored towards the right side.
I see it.
A few minutes later, Lu Feng saw a very vigorously growing green vine out of a cave. Lu Feng scanned it with his apocalypse. This green vine was a wood attribute spirit medicine that had a strong wound nourishing effect.
Ordinary injuries would heal quickly after taking the medicinal porridge made from the green vine. It's a good thing.
After smiling at Chen Tianyi, Lu Feng stepped towards the green vine.
Hiss.
The moment Lu Feng approached the green vine, a green-colored python emerged from the cave, spitting its snake letters, its scarlet eyes staring viciously at Lu Feng.
Don't know how to die.
Lu Feng, who laughed coldly, directly swept with the heavenly chi. Target, green wood viper.
Race, snake race. Realm, transcendent realm 2-star. Talent, poison. Skills, would poison spray B, twisting entanglement C, intimidation C. Weakness, 7 inches in the abdomen.
Introduction, a poisonous snake that unintentionally consumed wood poison, possessing the ability to cause plants and animals to wither.
Evolutionary route, 2. Wood poison injection, what kind of skill is this?
Lu Feng looked at the greenwood viper in front of him with some suspicion, and after signaling Chen Tian to back off, he immediately estivated to make a sharp earth spikes and tested the greenwood snake king. Pft, zip, zip, zip. The greenwood snake king had long sensed that Lu Feng was an existence it couldn't afford to mess with, so it directly sent out a big move, spewing out intense poisons. After these wood poisons were sprayed out, they took on a semicircular shape and sprinkled around the cave. In an instant, all the wood attribute plants that were sprinkled by the poison, regardless of whether they were grass or thorns or number, grew rapidly and densely, and then immediately rotted and withered. The various low-level animals that were close to them, after being stained by the wood poison, it was as if they were sucked out of their life force, and they quickly planted themselves to die and rot, and then green buds and branches emerged from their bodies. I see, the feeling is that the venom is like a plant seed, can suck the life force. So it's a wood poison because overgrowth means rapid death.
Kind of interesting. But not much use. Hoo.
Lu Feng, who smiled playfully, directly spewed out fiery flames of pyroclastic fire, burning this greenwood poisonous snake into roasted snake meat.
Greenwood attribute beast core, okay.
Lu Feng, who took a bite of the roasted snake meat, shared half of it with Chen Tianyi before collecting its beast core, as well as this green vine. There's a very strong spiritual herb and spirit medicine scent in the valley. At this time, after eating the roasted snake meat for a while, Chen Sweet suddenly looked at Lu Feng. It's very strong. It's stronger than all the spirit herb spiritual medicines we encountered before. That gave me a strong feeling.
Oh? Could it be that we've come across a treasure? Lu Feng was instantly pleasantly surprised when he heard this and led Chen Tianyi towards the valley.
Hiss, it's really a treasure. After going a kilometer deeper into the valley, Lu Feng finally saw the treasure that brought Chen Tianyi a strong feeling. It was really an extreme treasure.
Chapter 54 Extreme Spirit Medicine, Purple Haze Divine Ganoderma. Only a purple, strangely glowing Ganoderma could be seen growing on the stone wall of a mountain cliff. Although it was surrounded by dense demonic qi, it was still glittering, very striking and conspicuous.
This Lingji was small, only about the size of an adult's palm.
But the medicinal fragrance it gave off was truly fragrant.
It was much more fragrant than the fragrance of the vermilion fruit that Lu Feng had obtained earlier, as well as the fragrance of various other herbs and medicines. Just by smelling this medicinal fragrance, one could tell that this Ganoderma must be very rare and precious.
What kind of spirit medicine is this?
Chen Tianyi, who was on the side, lowered her voice and asked Lu Feng suspiciously.
Purple Haze Divine Ganoderma. Lu Feng, who had a heavy gaze, slowly opened his mouth to answer Chen Tianyi. Purple Ha Divine Qi? Chen Tianyi muttered darkly in her heart before looking at Lu Feng solicitously. So we're going to pick it now? It's the location it's in that's not very good for picking it.
This cliff rock wall is smooth, not good for climbing. Chen Tianyi looked at the Ganoderma lucidum that was facing south, growing on the stone wall of the cliff that didn't even have moss or vines and was completely bare at a glance, and slapped her forehead with some annoyance. It would be good if Sugar Candy was there. She's a white egret after her bestialization, and she can fly.
That would have made it easy to take this Purple Haze Divine Ganoderma.
Although my plum blossom deer after animalization can search for spiritual herbs and medicines, it's not good at fighting or climbing.
Chen Tianyi looked at Lu Feng. Your rhinoceros is even less suitable for climbing.
Well, it is indeed a bit troublesome.
Lu Feng nodded slightly with a tight frown.
If this purple cloud divine qi simply grew on the stone wall, although it was a bit troublesome, Lu Feng could still climb up and pick it after some effort.
However, he was afraid that it would have a companion beast next to it.
Lu Feng, who wasn't good at aerial combat, would easily fall off the cliff once he was attacked by this beast after climbing up the cliff wall. After all, Lu Feng's earth flame rhinoceros after his bestialization wouldn't be able to fly, much less be able to fight on the cliff stone wall.
Shoo!
Just as Lu Feng and Chen Tianyi were pondering what to do, with a bird song, a huge, helicopter-like eagle suddenly appeared with its wings spread out. This eagle not only had sharp teeth and a sharp mouth, but also had dark feathers on its body, which at a glance were sturdy and had defensive attributes.
Moreover, its speed was also very fast.
Just now, in the instant the bird's song fell, with a residual shadow flashing by, this male eagle appeared next to the Purple Haze Divine Qi.
Companion Spirit Beast.
Looking at the huge eagle that had suddenly appeared, Lu Feng was instantly enlightened. He knew that a special treasure like the Purple Cloud Divine Qi would definitely attract the protection of a companion spirit beast.
Very strong.
After muttering, Lu Feng, who was hiding in the shadows, swept the hideous eagle with his apocalypse.
Target, Blast Falcon. Race, Eagle Clan. Realm, Beast General 1 star. Talent, Flying.
Skills, Whirlwind Blade /B+, Extreme Speed B+, Blizzard Tier B, Wind Blade C.
Weakness, Abdomen. Introduction, a falcon with unrivaled speed and equally powerful attacks. Evolutionary Route, 2. Beast General 1 star.
Looking at the blast falcon in front of him, Lu Feng's gaze snapped. It wasn't that he couldn't beat it, but he couldn't. If they fought face to face, although this Blizzard Falcon was fast enough, and even though this Blizzard Falcon realm was one major level higher than Lu Feng still had the certainty that he would be able to directly scorch it to death with his flaming flame.
However, the problem was that all foreign beasts would give birth to spiritual intelligence after entering the transcendent realm.
Childless Blizzard Falcon realm had reached Beast Wolnir, so his IQ, at least, was equal to that of a 12 or 13-year-old child. So it definitely wouldn't stand and let Lu Feng scorch it. It would definitely rely on its flight advantage to attack Lu Feng with speed. In this way, I can't kill it, and it can't easily break the defense of my armor.
Lu Feng bitterly shook his head. This is meaningless.
I really need to evolve into an infinity as soon as possible. Looking at the Blizzard Falcon standing on the cliff, as well as the mouth-watering purple haze divine Qi on the side, Lu Feng secretly shook his head inside. The divine beast Qi, with its bull body and tiger head with wings, was the one that possessed both the ability to fly, as well as strong strength and defense, and was also flexible and agile enough to attack. Although Lu Feng possessed the Qi bloodline, because his realm was too low, he was only in the lowest level of ox body right now, and had yet to evolve a tiger head and wings. For this reason there was just giant strength and defense. The skills of agility and flying hadn't been awakened yet. So facing this kind of speedy, flying beast, it really couldn't be helped. Hiss! At this time, under the watchful eyes of Lu Feng and Chen Sui, a hideous python suddenly appeared. It was as heavy as a tank, erecting its bodies, wanting to climb up the cliff's stone wall and fight for the purple haze divine Qi.
They're going to fight. Do we have a chance to fish in troubled waters? Chen Tianyi instantly looked at Lu Feng with her eyes shining. Let's take a look for now. Lu Feng lowered his voice and dived into the bushes with Chen Sui.
Just now, he had swept with his apocalypse, and this python was also a beast general 1-star tough fey beast. It possessed a strong poison attribute.
Put.
Because it couldn't fly, the python directly spewed out venom after getting close to the Blast Falcon, trying to corrode the Blast Falcon.
Shoo!
The Blast Wind Falcon, on the other hand, with a bird song, took advantage of its speed and seized the venoms to tear the python with its sharp claws. Because of its excessive size, it wasn't flexible enough to move, plus the cliff stone wall was too smooth. So the python, after several attempts, eventually failed to climb. And there were also quite a few wounds scratched out on its body by the Blizzard Falcon. Hiss! In the end, the python fled in ashes after ejecting its venom to force back the Blizzard Falcon. Shoo! The Blizzard Falcon, which had chased out a dozen meters away, returned to the purple haze divine Qi and entered the cave after tearing off a few more pieces of the Viper's scale armor.
Although it was fast enough, it couldn't easily break through the python's defense when faced with a python with decent defense.
For this reason, this Blizzard Falcon's choice was to force back the pythons to continue guarding the purple cloud divine Qi.
Let's go. Lu Feng shook his head and reached out to pull Chen Tianyi. We're not going to grab this purple haze divine Qi? Chen Tianyi looked at Lu Feng suspiciously.
We can't snatch it for now, although I can kill this python, I can't kill this Blast Falcon. Lu Feng shook his head. Moreover, this purple haze divine Ganoderma hasn't completely matured yet, this blistering falcon won't consume it for a while, so there's still time, there's no rush. Next time, bring Chin Sugar with you, I'll distract this Blizzard Falcon so that she can find a chance to pick it away, and get it over with quickly.
Lu Feng laughed. After all, you and I aren't good at climbing cliffs and we can't fly. Aha! Chen Tianyi hummed softly in a good manner and followed Lu Feng away. Go back to the farm.
Lu Feng, who had harvested quite a lot this time, directly rushed back to the farm with Chen Sui. But the moment he arrived at the farm, Lu Feng frowned with a gloomy expression. It was because the gate and outer wall of his farm had been forcefully broken open.
Its interior was a mess.
Chapter 55, Sudden Accident. Something happened to Sugar Chen.
Sugar won't have an accident, right?
Seeing this scene, Chen Sugar was instantly anxious. She immediately jumped off the motorcycle in a frenzy and quickly rushed into the farm. Growing up with Chen Sugar since childhood, she cared for Chen Sugar a lot.
Damn! After Lu Feng parked his motorcycle, he also walked into the farm with a cold face.
At this moment, the interior of the farm was even more devastated. Not only were the pigs, cows, sheep, chickens, ducks, geese and other livestock in the enclosure decimated and plundered, even Lu Feng's most treasured medicine beds were completely destroyed. There wasn't even a single spirit herb or spirit medicine hair left.
Sugar is gone, I found this.
The pale and panicked Chen Sugar rushed out of the house and handed an iPad to Lu Feng. Lu Feng directly opened the iPad.
Lu Feng, I'm Black Dragon Gang Leader Zhao Heilong, your woman is in my hands.
Woo! Within the video, surrounded by a group of minions, the arrogant and incomparable Zhao Heilong grabbed Chen Tian by the collar of her coat with a hideous sneer. If you want to keep her alive, immediately get your ass over to Jiangcheng Black Dragon Gang to see me. I'll give you 3 days. If I don't see you within 3 days, you'll wait to collect her corpse.
Bang!
After saying that, Zhao Heilong viciously piles the whimpering and struggling Chen Sugar and arrogantly and incomparably presses Chen Sugar to leave.
Sugar!
Seeing Chen Sugar being grabbed away, Chen Sugar instantly became anxious, her eyes reddened, she looked at Lu Feng with an incomparable plea, Lu Feng, I beg you, you must save Sugar.
As long as you save Sugar Candy, then I'm willing to do whatever you ask me to do. Please. Chen Sugar hugged Lu Feng's arm and kept crying and begging. Don't be anxious, it's alright.
Don't worry, I will definitely save Chen Sugar. Lu Feng, whose face was gloomy, gently patted the back of Chen Sugar's hand beside him. This Zhao Heilong had killed his way to the farm to look for him, obviously he had learned something and wanted to snatch the treasures he had previously captured at the convention center.
Death-seeking dog.
Looking at the destroyed farm, Lu Feng's face grew more and more gloomy. This Zhao Heilong had dared to plunder away all of his spiritual herbs and spiritual medicines, which made Lu Feng really get pissed off alive. He could never endure this.
Ow.
At this time, the little tiger cub drilled out from under the bed and eagerly pounced on Lu Feng.
Little tiger, are you alright? Lu Feng touched the little tiger cub's head and inspected it.
Luckily, because the little tiger cub was small in size, it hid in advance and was not discovered by Zhao Heilong.
Take a rest first, don't be in a hurry.
After planting the spiritual herbs and medicines that he had picked this time, Lu Feng looked at the eager Chen Tian, and handed Chen Tian the snake gall of the greenwood viper that he had decapitated earlier. This greenwood viper is wood attribute, and your wood attribute as well, so take it, it'll be good for you.
Also I remember that you do have an awakening stone, right? Aha!
Chen Tianyi immediately subconsciously nodded her head obediently. I got 5 pieces before, you used 3, give me and Tianyi 1 piece each. Later, you used this awakening stone, plus the snake gall of the greenwood viper. Lu Feng pondered slightly and took out the greenwood viper's beast core again. This one is for you.
And this.
Saying that, Lu Feng handed over the more rare wood attribute spirit medicine wood vine, as well as a few green beast cores along with a bunch of ordinary magic stones and beast cores, to Chen Tianyi. You take them all at the same time. This? Looking at the pile of treasures handed over by Lu Feng, Chen Tianyi immediately stared at Lu Feng with wide eyes, shocked and confused. It was important to realize that the treasures Lu Feng was going to give her were probably equal to about half of the harvest from this treasure hunt.
These treasures are too rare, I can't have them. Chen Tianyi looked at Lu Feng with tightly bitten vermilion lips. You keep them for yourself. You have to have it.
Lu Feng looked at Chen Tianyi with a grave gaze. You can only evolve to the transcendent realm if you take them. Go on, hurry up and try to enter the transcendent realm first thing tomorrow morning to have the power to defend yourself. That way in the future, even if the enemy attacks and you can't beat them, you'll have a chance to escape and won't be caught.
Lu Feng patted Chen Tianyi's shoulder. I will stay at the farm tonight and protect you, don't be afraid.
Looking at Lu Feng's gentle gaze, Chen Tianyi tightly bit her vermilion lips.
Go and evolve.
Lu Feng looked at Chen Tianyi. Only when you evolve to the transcendent realm, we can better rescue Chen Sugar. Don't worry, since this Zhao Heilong said 3 days, then Chen Sugar will be fine for a while. Lu Feng relieved Chen Tianyi. Zhao Heilong's target is me, he won't kill Chen Sugar until I show up. After all, he's going to keep Chen Sugar as bait to lure me over. Lu Feng looked at Chen Tianyi in a soothing manner. After you break through to the transcendent realm tomorrow, I'll immediately go and rescue Chen Sugar.
I'll listen to you. Thank you, I'm going to evolve.
Under Lu Feng's gaze, Chen Sugar nodded heavily and walked into the room holding a bunch of treasures. Fortunately, the beast cores and magic stones and whatnot weren't lost. After Chen Tianyi went to cultivate, Lu Feng opened the secret room under the bed and checked. Although the farm and the room had been destroyed, Zhao Heilong's people hadn't found the secret room where he had hidden his most important treasures. If these rare green beast cores, as well as medium-grade magic stones and treasures such as silver and gold essences were snatched away, then Lu Feng would really lose a lot. If I want to enter the beast general realm, I need the yellow earth spirit bead and the flaming young Qi. Although I now have the red flame meteoric gold that can be used as a special treasure, without these 2 treasures, I won't be able to break through to the beast general realm with mutant evolution.
With unusual evolution, the resources would be enough.
But this explosive Inferno Earth giant rhinoceros, it shouldn't be too much stronger than the current Earthflame rhinoceros. Looking at the name, it's probably just a change in body size. The strength will become stronger, and the power of the fire attribute will increase. But essentially, there won't be much of a change. It won't be too much stronger. Lu Feng shook his head. There's no need to rush to evolve. With my current transcendent realm Earth Flame Rhino form, even if this Zhao Heilong enters the transcendent realm, I can still kill him. It's better to raise my star level first. Right now, I've just reached 5 stars of the transcendent realm, and the transcendent realm still has enough potential for me to tap into. Lu Feng's gaze was grave. Strive to reach 8 or 9 stars of the transcendent mortal realm as soon as possible, so that when I go to face Zhao Heilong, I'll be more certain. After killing Zhao Heilong, I can then go to Crater Park to look for the flaming young Qi. Strive to snatch the purple haze divine Qi from that blizzard falcon again. So that as long as I get the yellow earth spirit pearl again, I'll be able to evolve to the beast general realm. At that time, once the mysterious treasure in Jiangxin Park comes out, it will be mine. Lu Feng clenched his fist, no one can rob me. Thinking of this, Lu Feng directly took the various spiritual herbs and medicines and magic stone beast cores he searched for today, and began to seize the time and cultivate at a rapid pace. Chapter 56 Chen Sugar's intention to commit suicide. At this moment, while Lu Feng and Chen Sugar were both grasping at straws in their fiery cultivation. Jiangchang, Black Dragon Gang headquarters. Say, what exactly is Lu Feng's strength now? Zhao Black Dragon sat on a chair with a big horse, nibbling on a roasted leg of lamb on one side while staring at Chen Sugar with a burning gaze. That Meng Taiyui from before, I heard that it was a clinical breakthrough of evolving to the transcendent realm, but yet he was also killed by him? Things are really like this. He really killed him alone? No one secretly helped him. Zhao Heilong looked at Chen Sugar with a gaze of unparalleled gravity. If Lu Feng was truly able to kill the transcendent mortal realm's Meng Taiyui single-handedly, then he would have to be a little more careful. Although he had also entered the transcendent realm. But if he were to fight alone and kill Meng Taiyui unharmed? To be honest, he wasn't 100% sure. I don't know. Chen Sugar indignantly glared at Zhao Heilong. Don't ask me, I don't know anything. Bah, if you have the guts, kill me. Don't you expect me to betray Lu Feng? It's impossible. Chen Sugar clenched her vermilion lips and struggled with her body. Pa! Zhao Heilong backhanded a vicious slap. Puff! Puff! Chen Sugar flopped to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Speak! The little brother on the side immediately grabbed Chen Sugar by the collar and glared viciously at Chen Sugar. Don't look for death. I poo! Chen Sugar spat out a mouthful of bruised blood. Her expression was firm, and she glared indignantly at Zhao Heilong's little brother. You! This Zhao Black Dragon Jr. brother felt insulted and swung his fist, wanting to blow Chen Sugar's head off. Don't be impulsive. Bang! Zhao Heilong kicked over this little brother and looked at Chen Sugar again, and threw Chen Sugar a roasted lamb chop. Hungry? Eat? Don't worry, I have no intention of killing you. My target has been Lu Feng since the beginning. As long as you cooperate with me obediently, after killing Lu Feng, I guarantee to let you go, and I can even give you some favors. Zhao Heilong tore into the mutton. What kind of treasure did Lu Feng get at the convention center before? I heard someone say that it seems to be a drop of dragon blood? Isn't that so? Zhao Heilong looked at Chen Sugar with eyes full of rich covetousness. For him who had awakened the Python Fae, dragon blood was truly an important treasure. Because if he was able to obtain a drop of dragon blood, it would have the chance to awaken the true dragon bloodline. I don't know. Chen Sugar clenched her vermilion lips, tilted her little brain, and didn't eat or look at Zhao Heilong. Ah ha ha. Zhao Heilong laughed. Apart from dragon blood, I also heard that Lu Feng has a secret method of evolution. Is this news true? His bloodline, did he evolve from an ordinary bison bloodline, using this secret methods, to a beast king or beast emperor bloodline? Speak! Zhao Heilong looked at Chen Sugar with a burning gaze. Don't ask me, I don't know anything. Chen Sugar, who snorted coldly, directly asked a question and didn't answer Zhao Heilong anything at all. You! Zhao Heilong's face grew more and more gloomy. The little brother on the side looked at Zhao Heilong. Gangmaster, I have an idea. I'll find a few brothers and ruthlessly mess with her. The little brother smiled grimly. I see that this just owes to be messed with. After beating her to a wailing halt, she'll be honest and will immediately confess to everything. You despicable! Chen Sugar's pretty face stiffened when she heard this. She would rather die than be defiled. Despicable? You brought this all on yourself. Zhao Heilong smiled coldly and waved his hand at his little brother. Go on, find a few brothers and let her have a good time. Okay. This little brother immediately walked towards Chen Sugar with a fierce smile. You guys don't want to. Seeing this, Zhao Heilong's little brother's treacherous towards himself, Completely panicked Chin Sugar, in order not to be defiled, directly and heavily bit his tongue, intending to bite his tongue to kill himself.
Are you crazy? Ka.
At the instant Chin Sugar bit her tongue, Zhao Heilong hurriedly pinched Chin Sugar's chin.
I won't let you have your way even if I die. Chin Sugar glared angrily at Zhao Heilong. Damn, this seeks death.
The junior brother immediately pulled out a towel in anger. Gangmaster, I'll tie her mouth with a towel so she can't die.
Stupid. Snap.
Cold-faced Zhao Heilong directly slapped heavily on his little brother's head. She can't die by biting her tongue, but she can seek death by blowing up her own beast source. Can you stop this? She is going to die, then what can I take to attract Lu Feng over?
If Lu Fengness is hiding my dragon's blood, my evolutionary secret method, you give it to me? Bastard. Bang.
After heavily kicking over this little brother, Zhao Heilong swept aside Chen Mengyuan and Wu Yanli. This stupid girl is in your hands, keep an eye on her for me. If she dies, I'll let you guys bury her with her. Don't worry, Gang Master, we will definitely keep an eye on her.
She definitely won't die.
Chen Mengyuan and Wu Yanli hurriedly held Chin Sugar tightly, one on the left and one on the right. If you dare to seek death again, after I catch your sister, I'll make her life worse than death. Zhao Heilong glared fiercely at Chin Sugar. If you live honestly, after I kill Lu Feng and get the dragon blood and secret methods that I want, I might still be in a good mood and let your sisters live. If not, your sister will die a horrible death.
You can't beat Lu Feng.
Chen Sugar glared angrily at Zhao Heilong. When Lu Feng arrives, you'll be the one to die.
Ha! Then you'll just wait and see.
After glancing disdainfully at Chen Sugar, Zhao Heilong waved his hand at Chen Mengyuan and Wu Yanli. The two women immediately had the sense to drag Chin Sugar away.
Gangmaster, the strength of this Lu Feng fellow is indeed not to be underestimated.
After Chin Sugar was dragged away, Old Hu, Zhao Heilong's think tank, looked at Zhao Heilong with a very tight frown. Meng Taihui and the 50 good fighters under his command, but they were all killed by this Lu Feng. Especially this Meng Taihui, he even made a breakthrough to the transcendent realm on the verge. But still died.
Old Hu lowered his voice. Gangmaster, you have to be on guard.
If you ask me, let's simply spread the news that Lu Feng possesses the dragon's blood and the secret method of evolution completely in Jiangchang. Old Hu smiled coldly. Gather all the experts in Jiang City together to surround and kill him.
No way.
Zhao Heilong immediately shook his head. The dragon's blood and the evolutionary secret method are both mine. Once the word spreads, then it will be very difficult for me to obtain these two treasures. If everyone knows about this sacrificial evolutionary secret method, then it will be useless.
How else am I going to use it to dominate River City?
Zhao Heilong glared at Old Hu. Both this dragon's blood and the secret method of evolution must belong to me alone. But Lu Feng is very strong.
Old Hu was a little apprehensive. If he's strong, I'm weak?
Besides, this is in my Black Dragon Gang's lair, so since he's strong, let's make some arrangements in advance. Zhao Black Dragon let out a sardonic laugh, set up a heavily net in advance.
As long as he dares to step into my Black Dragon Gang.
The hideous-looking Zhao Heilong waved his hand heavily. He will surely die.
Chapter 57. Chen Tianyi enters the Transcendent Realm. Moo.
Early the next morning, inside the farm, Lu Feng let out a roar up to the sky. Lu Feng, who felt an abundance of magic power within the beast source and even more power in his body, opened the apocalypse and swept himself.
Target, Lu Feng. Race, Earth Flame Rhinoceros Peak Stage. Realm, Transcendent Realm 8 stars. Skills, Mighty Pressure A+, Flaming Flame A+, Sharp Earth Spike A, Brute Force Impact B+, Madness Outburst B, Detoxification C+, Passive Skill. Talents, Apocalypse Super Supreme Grade, Sacrifice Super Supreme Grade. Beast Source Stored Magic, 50,000 purple. Final Evolutionary State, Divine Beast Poverty. Evolutionary Routes, 2. Designated Evolution, 30,000 Magic Power, 5 green Special Earth Attribute Beast Cores, 5 green Fire Attribute Beast Cores, 1,000 green Normal Beast Cores, 5,000 Lower Grade Magic Stones, 1,000 Copper Essences, and 500 Silver Essences, which can be evolved into an Earth and Fire Attribute Explosive Inflammation Earth Giant Rhinoceros. Mutant Evolution, 50,000 Magic Power, 10 Blue Earth Attribute Beast Cores, 10 Blue Fire Attribute Beast Cores, 500 Green Special Attribute Beast Cores, 3,000 Green Ordinary Beast Cores, 1,000 Middle Grade Magic Stones, 10,000 Silver Essences, 3,000 Gold Essences, 1 Yellow Earth Spirit Bead, 1 Blazing Flame Yangji, and the rest of the special materials are unlimited, and can be mutated and evolved. Note, there is a certain chance of triggering the Blast Evolution. The realm has risen to the peak stage of the transcendent mortal realm's 8 stars, very good. Lu Feng, who was feeling the strong power in his body, was very excited at the moment. I only need to get some more spiritual herbs and spiritual medicines and demonic stone beast cores, and I'll be able to rapidly raise my realm to transcendent mortal realm 9 stars. At that time, as long as I gather all the materials for the next mutation evolution, I can directly evolve. Work hard. Lu Feng clenched his fists, his eyes burning. As my realm has risen, my skills have also improved. Although I didn't add any new skills, Mighty Pressure and Flaming Pyroclasm both reached A+ rank. Sharp Earth Spike reached A rank, and Brute Force Punch reached B+ rank. With all of these skills added up, I'm already invincible within the transcendent territory. Even if it's a Beast General level alien beast, below 5 stars of Beast General, I can easily slaughter it in a head-on battle. Even if it's a Beast General 7 or 8 star expert, then in a head-on battle I can still make an even fight and not lose. In this case, no one in the entire Jiang city would be able to harm me. The only thing I'm lacking right now is speed and agility. Lu Feng shrugged his shoulders slightly with some helplessness. When I come across a strong speed, especially a flying fey beast, I'll be helpless for the time being. Although I can easily kill them in a frontal battle, but if they choose to flee, then I can only tie my hands and watch them flee. But there's nothing I can do about it. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Lu Feng patted his head. As long as the mutation evolution continues in such a step-by-step manner, after I completely awaken the Porchi bloodline and have the ability to fly, then everything will be fine. Now, first things first. Lu Feng clenched his fists with a stern gaze. Black Dragon Gang, Zhao Heilong. Dare to provoke me, your time to die has come. Lu Feng, who smiled coldly, directly stepped out of the room. You've woken up. After Lu Feng walked out of the room, Chen Tianyi immediately behaved herself and put the sandwiches and milk and bacon that had been prepared long ago onto the dining table in order. You're having breakfast. Aha! Lu Feng, who nodded slightly, picked up a slice of bacon sandwich and took a bite. Lu Feng, who swept his eyes over Chen Tianyi, suddenly detected something wrong. Your strength? Thank you. Chen Tianyi, who hummed lightly, looked at Lu Feng thankfully. I've already broken through to the Transcendent Realm, and I'm now a Transcendent Realm 1 star. Quite good. Lu Feng smiled when he heard this. What kind of fey beast are you now after your bestialization? And what new skills do you possess? Greenwood Plum Blossom Deer. Chen Tianyi replied docilely, there are 2 more skills, one is B+ healing and the other is B ranked vine entanglement. Saying that, Chen Sweet made a demonstration in front of Lu Feng, who beasted into a green-colored plum blossom deers. The healing skill was an assisting skill. After a teammate was injured, as long as it wasn't too fatal, then Chen Tianyi could use her magic power to quickly heal that injury. Vine Twist on the other hand was an attack skill. As Chen Tianyi stomped her feet, several green vines would extend out around her body. These vines were like tentacles that would wrap around the enemy. If they were light, they would bind, and if they were heavy, they would strangle them to death. Although the single attack power was not high, the group attack power was good and practical. Then the seeking skill has also been upgraded, and now it can detect scents within a 100-meter radius. Chen Sweet hummed softly. Although it can't be probed outside of 100 meters, you can roughly determine the distance and location through the concentration of the breath coming in from the periphery within 100 meters. Not bad. Actually have a B+ skill. Keep up the good work and strive to elevate to Transcendent Realm High Star as soon as possible. Behind Chen Sweet Recovery Man, Lu Feng nodded slightly with great satisfaction. Unusual experts would only awaken 1B attribute ability after entering the Transcendent Mortal Realm. And Chen Tianyi was able to awaken 2, one of which was even a B+. This was truly a great talent. After you ascend to the Transcendent Mortal Realm High Star, this vine should grow spikes. That would make the attack power very strong. This healing function will be even more practical. Lu Feng laughed. In the post-apocalyptic world, no matter if it's a battle or an adventure, injuries will be inevitable. As your healing function develops, it should not only be able to heal injuries, but also quickly replenish your companion's magic power and soothe their spirit. This is definitely the best supplement. Lu Feng smiled and gave Chen Tianyi a thumbs up. It's good to be able to help you. Chen Sweet smiled gently, tightly biting her vermilion lips, her big eyes blinking as she looked at Lu Feng. When are we going to go save sugar candy? I'm worried. Chen Sweet's snow-white shell teeth biting the chins, big eyes blinking, beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of worry. We'll go after dinner. Lu Feng smiled and took another bite of his sandwich. Then I'll get ready. Chen Tianyi immediately stood up. You don't need to go, you can just stay at the farm. Lu Feng, however, stopped Chen Tianyi.
keep an eye on these spirit grasses and herbs, they'll be of great use to me next.
This. Chen Tianan bit her vermilion lips tightly, wanting to speak. Don't worry, I will get her back. Lu Feng gently patted the back of Chen Tian's hand. If there is an expert, or a strong foreign beast attacking, if you can't beat them, then flee. There's no need to say that for their sake, one must die. Cultivate well. After saying that, Lu Feng, who had eaten his meal, stepped into the car and directly stepped on the gas pedal, all the way into Qiongqi with the wind, rushing to the headquarters of the Black Dragon Gang. Xiao Black Dragon, huh? Looking at the silent Black Dragon Gang, Lu Feng smiled coldly. He had already guessed that this Zhao Heilong had lured him to his door. Obviously there was an ambush. But it was nothing. Lu Feng wasn't afraid of ambushes. After all, Lu Feng was confident enough in his own strength. He could defeat 10 people with one force. Bang! So Lu Feng, who coldly grunted, directly heaved a heavy kick and ruthlessly kicked open the door of the Black Dragon Gang's headquarters on the spot. Chapter 58: Lu Feng vs. Zhao Heilong. Clang! As the door of the Black Dragon Gang headquarters was kicked open, Lu Feng, with a cold face, directly stepped into the lobby of the Black Dragon Gang headquarters with his hands behind his back and a proud look on his face. Although he knew that there would definitely be ambushes within the Black Dragon Gang, Lu Feng was fearless. But Lu Feng was fearless. He was strong enough to kill God and Buddha. Wow! Instantly, hundreds of Black Dragon Gang experts came out from all around and viciously surrounded Lu Feng. Boom! Following a few Black Dragon Gang experts, they even immediately closed the 2 solid iron doors that had long been prepared from the inside. Obviously, they wanted to completely defeat Lu Feng by closing the door and beating the dog, so that Lu Feng would have no chance to escape. However, Lu Feng only laughed disdainfully at this, because from the beginning to the end, he didn't even think of escaping. He had come to the Black Dragon Gang this time to save people in a killing spree, not to save people by fleeing. Lu Feng, you kid is really brave. Surprisingly, you still have the guts to come. At this time, surrounded by several Black Dragon Gang's experts, Zhao Heilong in a black suit stepped out with his hands behind his back, imposing and majestic with a cold face. It's me who underestimated you. I don't know whether to say you're stupid. Or should I say you are infatuated? I had thought that you would play the quail and watch this Chen sugar chick die. I didn't realize that you were actually a lover. Zhao Heilong looked at Lu Feng with a disdainful face, but it's a pity that throughout the ages, people who are infatuated with love never live long. Licking dogs, that are all licking until the end, all have nothing and will surely die. Lu Feng, do you know that my Black Dragon Gang is a dragon's den? Now your life is in my hands. Zhao Black Dragon sneered and clenched his fist. I only need to pinch it lightly, and you, Lu Feng, will die a horrible death on the spot. Cut the crap, where is Sugar Chen? Lu Feng didn't have the time, and likewise didn't have the heart to ink with Zhao Heilong. With his hands behind his back, he looked at Zhao Heilong with cold eyes. I've arrived as promised, hand over the person immediately. Bring them out. Zhao Heilong waved his hand with a cold smile. Out. Puff. 2 of Black Dragon Gang's juniors directly escorted Chen Sugar into the Black Dragon Gang's lobby. Lu Feng. Chen Sugar, who was pushed and staggered and fell down, was instantly anxious after seeing Lu Feng. You have to leave, it's dangerous here, they have an ambush. You don't care about me, you take my sister and go, take care of my sister. Chen Sugar cried out eagerly, they have an ambush, you quickly go. Gag her. Zhao Heilong frowned and glared fiercely at Chen Sugar. Yes. Shut up you. 2 of the Black Dragon Gang's juniors immediately stepped forward and blocked Chen Candy's mouth with a rag. Oh. Although she couldn't speak from the gag, Chen Sugar was still whimpering and kept signaling Lu Feng with her eyes, telling him to hurry up. Don't worry. After looking at Chen Sugar's intact clothes and determining that Chen Sugar had not been defiled, Lu Feng breathed a sigh of relief and gave Chen Sugar a restful look. Oh. But Chen Sugar still whimpered eagerly, obviously not feeling that Lu Feng could beat Zhao Heilong, who had ambushed him early. Lu Feng, I've already released the person for you, where's the thing I want? Zhao Heilong stared at Lu Feng with a cold gaze. A drop of dragon blood, and the sacrificial evolution secret method, hand them over to me immediately. Don't worry, I'm a person who always speaks of honesty, I'll do what I say. As long as you obediently hand over the dragon blood and the sacrificial evolution secret method, I'll immediately release her and let you guys go. Zhao Heilong stared at Lu Feng with a burning gaze. Immediately, give it to me. Want the dragon's blood and the awakening evolutionary secret method? Fine, give it to you.
Lu Feng, who smiled playfully, directly threw a bag into the air.
Bring it!
Zhao Heilong directly went to grab this bag with great joy.
Whoosh!
Lu Feng, on the other hand, seized the opportunity and directly rushed forward, dragging Chen Sugar behind himself and shielding the weak Chen Sugar with his body.
You're really crazy, you shouldn't have come.
Chen Sugar hugged Lu Feng's back tightly. They have an ambush, even if you give them the stuff, they won't let you and me go.
It's all over now.
Chen Sugar bitterly pursed her lips. Forget it, just die. Since you saved me, then I'll go down to you as a ghost bride in return for my body, so I can also be considered to repay you.
You're so full of drama.
Lu Feng shrugged his shoulders slightly in a breathless manner. Don't worry, neither you nor I can die. A mere Zhao Heilong, and what's this laborious Black Dragon gang?
Lu Feng sneered disdainfully. They can't kill me yet, they don't have the ability.
After the battle starts later, you'll find a place to hide and end up temporarily escaping from this Black Dragon gang headquarters lobby.
After I'm done with them, I'll bring you back to join your sister.
Saying that, Lu Feng directly looked at Zhao Heilong, who had grabbed the package.
Holy Nima! You actually dare to fool me!
Looking at the several large stones within the parcel, Zhao Heilong was completely furious. His eyes reddened as he glared viciously at Lu Feng. Kid, you're looking for death.
It's you who are playing the trick.
Lu Feng hugged his arms and smiled coldly in disdain. Just you, a mere python, still dares to call yourself a black dragon. You deserve it too?
Want to get dragon blood from me? You're not qualified. Lu Feng was nonchalant. Directly Zhao Black Dragon raised his middle finger. You deserve to die.
Looking at Lu Feng's disdainful expression, the thoroughly enraged Zhao Heilong was truly hysterical and furious at this moment. All Lu Feng had tricked him. It was almost as if his lungs were about to explode with anger.
Kid, since you can't wait to find death, then I will fulfill you. The furious Zhao Heilong waved his hand heavily. What are you still waiting for? Kill him for me. Kill. Dare to deceive our gangmaster, go to hell. Damn thing. Huff and puff, huff and puff.
Instantly, more than a dozen Black Dragon gang experts directly animalized and viciously surrounded Lu Feng.
The rabble.
Glancing over these Black Dragon gang experts whose realms could barely reach the high order after their bestialization, and at most only had 5 or 6 stars of the high order, Lu Feng was very disdainful. Since you guys can't wait to find death, then go to hell. Lu Feng, who smiled coldly, directly made his move.
Puff. Pffffffffffffff.
As Lu Feng waved the stranger's sword in his hand, but in an instant, these Black Dragon gang experts who had surrounded Lu Feng became a mass of corpses. Even though they were all together, they were simply no match for Lu Feng.
Gudong. Gangmaster, he's so strong. Gangmaster, we can't beat him.
After a dozen or so Black Dragon gang experts were easily decimated by Lu Feng, the other Black Dragon gang experts were pale and surrounded Lu Feng, each body trembling with fear, not daring to approach Lu Feng again. Bunch of losers. Coldly sweeping over these Black Dragon gang experts, Zhao Heilong coldly laughed as he stepped out. Lu Feng, since you can't wait to die, I'll fulfill you, this gang master.
No matter how strong you are, you won't be my opponent. Ow. With a roar, amidst the rolling steam of dense demonic chi, Zhao Heilong directly animalized. Chapter 59 Earth Flame Rhinoceros vs. Two-Headed Venomous Devil Snake.
Hiss hiss hiss. As the rolling black demonic aura filled the air, a two-headed demonic snake with an incomparably hideous appearance and scales and armor flickering with a stern light appeared. Not only did this devil snake come with its own rich black highly poisonous devil aura, but its pressure was also very strong. It made quite a few of the Black Dragon Gang's juniors so frightened that they immediately prostrated themselves on the ground and worshipped it.
Lu Feng, now you still want to be my enemy?
In front of me, you are weak, unbeatable scum. You shall die. The incomparably hideous Zhao Heilong coiled his huge body with 2 hideous and frightening snake heads, staring viciously at Lu Feng while speaking.
He's so scary.
On the side, Chen Tiany's pretty face turned pale. Looking at the hideous and terrifying Zhao Heilong, she subconsciously tightly hugged Lu Feng's arm. As a woman, she was already sensitive and afraid of things like snakes, insects, and rats. Especially after Zhao Heilong transformed into a 2-headed devil snake, his appearance was even more hideous and terrifying.
Help, Master is invincible. Invincible.
Master, kill him.
Lu Feng, our gang master will kill you like a dog. Lu Feng, let's see how arrogant you can still be. Our gang master is struck, your time to die has come.
As Zhao Heilong animalized, looking at the hideous and incomparably strong Zhao Heilong, the crowd of Black Dragon Gang's experts all cheered out in excitement, feeling that Zhao Heilong could completely decapitate Lu Feng easily.
Somewhat interesting.
Lu Feng looked at Zhao Heilong with a grave gaze. The Transcendent Realm's two-headed demon snake was indeed very strong. Lu Feng, who muttered silently in his heart, directly swept over Zhao Heilong with his apocalypse.
Target, Zhao Heilong. Race, two-headed venomous demon snake. Realm, Transcendent Realm 5 stars. Talent, intense poison.
Skills, corrosive poison B+, diffuse poisonous gas B, deadly entanglement C+, sharp fang C, steel defense C.
Weakness, 7 inches in the abdomen.
Description, a venomous snake that mutates and evolves after taking a highly poisonous treasure.
Evolutionary route, 1.
So it's called the two-headed venom demon snake. The name is quite domineering.
And it also has a B+ skill. Sure enough, after this alienation, it's just strong.
Looking at the two snake heads of Zhao Heilong in front of him that were spitting scarlet snake letters and staring viciously at him, Lu Feng smiled coldly. But with this, want to kill me? You're still delusional dreaming. Lu Feng looked at Zhao Heilong with disdain. If Zhao Heilong had gotten the dragon blood and awakened the poison dragon bloodline, then it would indeed be tricky for Lu Feng to defeat him. It wasn't that easy. But now, although his two-headed venomous demon snake was strong, it was still not enough to face Lu Feng.
Lu Feng, I'll give you one last chance.
Zhao Heilong, who didn't know just how strong Lu Feng was very smug at the moment, arrogantly and hideously glaring at Lu Feng. Now hand over the dragon blood and the sacrificial awakening secret method, then I can spare you from death. Otherwise. Hiss. Zhao Black Dragon spat scarlet snake letters. I will swallow you. Your mouth really stinks.
Lu Feng sneered disdainfully. Want to snatch the treasure?
You'd better defeat me first.
Beastify. Earthflame Rhino. Moo.
With a roar, Lu Feng directly activated his beast source and beastified into an earthflame rhinoceros with flames rolling and burning all over its body. Hiss. It's very strong.
It's actually burning with flames all over its body.
Gangmaster. Looking at Lu Feng's strong appearance after his bestialization, the crowd of Black Dragon Gang's experts were all a bit dumbfounded. After all, Lu Feng's shape at this moment was no weaker than Zhao Heilong's two-headed venomous demon snake.
What's the panic? Compared to me, he's scum.
Although he was similarly somewhat shocked by Lu Feng's astonishing appearance after his bestialization, Zhao Heilong still clenched his teeth heavily and stared at Lu Feng with reddened eyes.
Go to hell.
Hiss. Zhao Black Dragon, who roared in anger, directly flung its snake body and opened its two bloody mouths, one on the left and one on the right, ferociously tearing at Lu Feng. These pale and sharp fangs looked incomparably sharp.
It was filled with the aura of death. Damn it, it's you.
Facing the sharp fangs and deadly entanglements that Zhao Heilong made, Lu Feng directly used the two skills, Crazy Outburst and Giant Punch. Since Zhao Heilong wanted to play with power and impact, Lu Feng would fulfill him.
Let's have some fun with him.
Anyway, no matter if it was power and impact or transcendent abilities, Lu Feng wouldn't be afraid of this Zhao Heilong.
Seek death.
Seeing that Lu Feng even put up his bullhorns and wanted to play hardball with himself, Zhao Black Dragon was instantly overjoyed. After all, he had two snake heads and four sharp fangs.
While Lu Feng only had one rhinoceros horn.
4-1, he had the complete upper hand.
As long as he pierced Lu Feng's body with his poisonous fangs and fed the poison into Lu Feng's body, then Lu Feng would definitely die.
Thinking of this, the immensely excited Zhao Black Dragon directly opened his huge bloody mouth and ruthlessly tore at Lu Feng with great force.
Bang!
Plop!
Prick Lara!
Following that, under the watchful eyes of the crowd of Black Dragon Gang experts, Lu Feng and Zhao Black Dragon ruthlessly collided together. Lu Feng's sharp rhinoceros horn pierced through Zhao Black Dragon's python scale armor on the spot, stabbing out a hideous bloody hole with blood rolling and overflowing on Zhao Black Dragon's body. This caused Zhao Heilong to grimace in pain.
And on the contrary, Zhao Black Dragon attacked.
Although its fangs were pale and creepy, it was awkward after stabbing Lu Feng's rhinoceros scale armor. The moment the fangs made contact with the scale armor, fire splashed. Even though Zhao Heilong exerted all his strength, he was simply unable to pierce Lu Feng's rhinoceros scale armor. You. Zhao Heilong, who had retracted back to his python body in a sorry state, stared at Lu Feng with unbelief in all four eyes of his two snake heads. Originally, he thought that his 4 fangs would be enough to stab Lu Feng with 4 bloody holes, much stronger than Lu Feng's 1 rhinoceros horn attack and cause much more damage. But the imagination was beautiful and the truth was cruel. He was the one who was finished in the end.
Lu Feng was unharmed at all. Not to mention poisoning Lu Feng, he couldn't even break Lu Feng's defense.
Waste, what a useless waste. Lu Feng shook his rhinoceros head and pointed his sharp unicorn horn at Zhao Heilong. The damage your poisonous fangs inflicted on me is just like scratching an itch.
If that's all you're capable of, then you can go to hell.
Lu Feng looked at Zhao Heilong with disdain. To kill you, I don't even need to use a stance.
You deserve to die. Ah! After hearing Lu Feng's words, Zhao Heilong completely burst into a rage.
As the leader of the Black Dragon Gang, who walked horizontally in Qiongqi, he had always thought highly of himself, thinking that sooner or later, he would be able to turn into a divine beast poison dragon, completely rampaging through the end times and dominating the area. Now Lu Feng was so contemptuously ignoring and mocking him, which made him feel that his dignity had been insulted, and he completely exploded with anger.
I'll fight you.
Zhao Heilong, who had clenched his teeth heavily, glared viciously at Lu Feng with his 2 heads and 4 eyes. Go to hell, catch my best move.
Corrosive poison. Diffuse poisonous gas. Hissing.
In the roar of anger, Zhao Heilong directly sent out a masterstroke. In the black poisonous gas tumbling, countless with a rich corrosive, like sulfuric acid like intense venom. Like rain, it ruthlessly splashed towards Lu Feng.
Chapter 60 10 tons of TNT high explosives.
Seal your mouth and nose with magic power and circulate internally. After Zhao Heilong's bestialized 2-headed venomous devil snake emitted a rolling poisonous gas, Lu Feng immediately explained to Chen Sugar behind him. Because Zhao Heilong was of transcendent mortal realm strength, this poisonous gas was very deadly to experts below the transcendent mortal realm. 1 inhalation would result in unconsciousness, and 3 inhalations would result in poison entering the lungs and ultimately a miserable death of bleeding from the 7 orifices.
Aha!
Chen Sugar immediately obediently did as she was told, and also took out a handkerchief to wet it and quickly blocked his nose and mouth.
Z la la. Z z z z.
Under Lu Feng's watchful eye, Zhao Heilong sent out another stance, which was the corrosive poison that was splashed from the air and sprinkled all over the place. The toxicity of this poison was extremely strong. It was just like sulfuric acid. All the items that touched it, no matter if it was a table, bench, or floor tiles, were quickly corroded and melted by it, turning into a puddle of stinky, dirty stains. Even some members of the Black Dragon Gang who couldn't avoid it, because their strength was too low, they couldn't use their magic power to counteract the corrosive poison. So in the end are miserable, directly by this poison to the living melt. They became a puddle of yellow stinking corpse water. But unfortunately, although this diffuse poisonous gas and corrosive poison had a strong attack power, especially the group attack power was very strong. But to Lu Feng, it couldn't harm Lu Feng at all. This was because Lu Feng's realm was higher than Zhao Heilong's.
Therefore, Zhao Heilong's venom and poisonous gas couldn't even break Lu Feng's magic defense. Kind of interesting.
Lu Feng, who smiled playfully, stretched out his hand and used a piece of his scale armor to catch a drop of the corrosive venom that Zhao Black Dragon had spewed out.
Zip zip zip.
Rolls of white smoke quickly emerged from the scale armor.
After a few tens of seconds, a portion of the outer cuticle was corroded and melted by the venom.
However, after the venom touched the inner layer of the scale armor that was as hard as steel and triggered the passive skill of detoxification, the corrosive venom would no longer be able to do anything to corrode and melt Lu Feng's armor. Unless this Zhao Black Dragon's strength could soar to the Transcendent Realm 8 or 9 stars, or directly enter the Beast General Realm.
Otherwise, its venom would be a ridiculous tickle to Lu Feng. It wouldn't be able to harm Lu Feng at all. Zhao Heilong, you can't.
After the black rolling demonic mist venom dissipated, Lu Feng shook his sharp earth flame rhinoceros horns and looked playfully at the 2-headed venomous demon snake with its 2 heads and 4 eyes staring at him. This big move of yours, to me, is as useless and ridiculous as scratching an itch.
You.
Zhao Heilong, who had been beastified into a 2-headed venom demon snake, looked at Lu Feng, who was intact and burning with rolling flames on his body. You deserve to die.
What kind of power are you?
Zhao Heilong gritted his teeth and stared at Lu Feng, knowing that he had indeed lifted a stone and smashed his own foot this time, having underestimated Lu Feng. His plot of intending to use Chen Sugar to attract Lu Feng over and capture him alive to snatch the dragon's blood and torture the sacrificial evolutionary secret method was also completely aborted.
Lu Feng's strength was too strong.
Even though he had used all of his best moves, he simply couldn't do anything about Lu Feng.
You're not qualified to know about my strength. Lu Feng shook his head disdainfully. Instead, if that's all you're capable of, then you can go to hell. I'm going to borrow your beast source for a while. Lu Feng looked at Zhao Heilong playfully. You only have the beast source that can be of some use to me. Damn you. Damn it. Zhao Heilong gritted his teeth and glared at Lu Feng. Previously, after accidentally devouring a poison attribute treasure and alienating into a two-headed venom demon serpent, he could be said to be walking horizontally in Qiongqi. The Black Dragon Gang he created was also a major gang in Qiong City. These days, he was a formidable figure in Qiong City, not putting many bigwigs in his eyes. Although his corrosive poison and poisonous demonic chi were both group attack skills, and his single attack power wasn't strong. But by virtue of the special nature of the poison attribute, he was still not the least bit afraid of single foreign beasts with strong combat power. After all, the python was covered in scale armor. His defense was strong enough. He could resist attacks hard, but his enemies couldn't resist poison gas hard. But now that he was facing Lu Feng, all his plans had failed. Not only was Lu Feng's attack strong, his defense was equally strong. His poison attribute attack was really useless against Lu Feng. What a lot of nonsense, go die. Lu Feng, who smiled coldly, didn't ink with this Zhao Heilong any longer, but directly used the Sharp Earth Spike's strong skill. To kill this Zhao Heilong, Lu Feng didn't even need to use the flaming flame of his master stroke. With a single Sharp Earth Spike, Lu Feng was enough to stab it through the heart and make its heart fly. Puff. Pffffffffffffffff. Ow. As expected, as a sharp earth thorn emerged from the ground, even though Zhao Black Dragon was eagerly resisting left and right in a sorry state. But because there were a lot of earth thorns, the defense of the two-headed venom demon snake scale armor, again, wasn't particularly strong. So in no time at all, Zhao Heilong was in a sorry state as he was stabbed into a hedgehog by one of the sharp earth thorns. Damn you, Zhao Heilong, whose body was covered in blood from being stabbed by the sharp protruding thorns, howled miserably in pain. With scarlet eyes, he glared at Lu Feng. What the hell are you waiting for? Give me a go. Give me a siege to kill him. Use all your strength to kill him. Zhao Black Dragon was completely furious and anxious, ordering to a group of Black Dragon Gang experts. Kill him. The ones of us besieging together are enough to kill him. Go on, kill. After Zhao Heilong's order was given, these Black Dragon Gang's experts were beastly, gritting their teeth as they surrounded Lu Feng. Among them were 5 Transcendent Realm experts, 70 high-level experts, and 100 middle-level experts. Quite strong. Sweeping over these Black Dragon Gang experts who were frantically besieging him, Lu Feng smiled. This Black Dragon Gang was worthy of being one of the biggest gangs in Qiongqi, and it was indeed stronger than the previous White Wolf Martial Hall. After all, the White Wolf Martial Hall did not have so many Transcendent Realm experts. Quite good. Although the Black Dragon Gang had quite a few experts and also made vicious moves to surround Lu Feng at the same time. But not only was Lu Feng not intimidated by them, instead, he smiled even more pleasantly. This was because Lu Feng needed enough beast cores right now. These Black Dragon Gang experts, in the eyes of Lu Feng at this moment, were just walking beast cores. Gangmaster, everyone together is no match for him. At this moment, Old Hu ducked aside and looked towards Zhao Heilong, who had also escaped from the Black Dragon Gang's lobby. It's fine, I was prepared. Zhao Heilong smiled coldly and took out a remote control. Today, he is even stronger, but if he dares to offend me, he will 100% die for sure. What are you doing, Gangmaster? Old Hu looked at Zhao Heilong with a confused expression. Go to hell. With a hideous smile, Zhao Heilong directly pressed the remote control. He had long ago buried 10 tons of TNT high explosives underneath the floor of this Black Dragon Gang's lobby. It was just to be at the critical moment. To directly blow up the enemies he couldn't defeat alive. Chapter 61 Lu Feng beheads Zhao Heilong. Boom. Clatter. Who? In the midst of the heatwave, a mushroom cloud with a diameter of up to a dozen meters thick slowly rose up. The entire Black Dragon Gang lobby, in the impact of this high explosive TNT, quickly collapsed and destroyed, turning into a messy ruin. Ha. Now, Lu Feng, you shall die. Looking at the huge mushroom cloud that was vaporizing and rising, Zhao Heilong, who was hiding at the side, laughed out loud in excitement. Although I can't torture out the sacrificial evolution secret method, but you're so strong, this must be because of the special evolution of that drop of dragon blood you took. As long as I devour your beast core, then I'll have a chance to obtain a certain amount of dragon blood inheritance. Awaken the poison dragon bloodline.
Zhao Heilun laughed excitedly. After I become the divine beast poison dragon, the entire river city will be my territory. I will completely dominate Jiang City and become the renowned poison dragon city lord. Lu Feng, although you are strong, your brain is not good. You are only worthy of becoming a stepping stone for my rise.
Ha 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 ha.
Zhao Heilun laughed out loud with incomparable excitement.
Gangmaster is mighty.
Old Hu, who was on the side, was shocked and gave Zhao Heilun a thumbs up. Although he was Zhao Heilun's beloved, he didn't expect that Zhao Heilun would be so venomous.
He would bury 10 tons of TNT high explosives underneath the Black Dragon Gang's lobby in advance.
Although in the end of the world, because of the existence of demonic energy, there are many experts, so explosives are not like before the end of the world, has a super strong, destroy everything great power. But for ordinary experts, really want to be in the center of the explosion of a large pile of high explosives, that will still die a miserable death. Like him, Old Hu, after his animalization, although he could withstand ordinary bullets. However, if he was hit by an RPG or a mortar, he would still die or be crippled. Unless one's strength was elevated to the beast general realm, there was simply no way to manage to ignore these high explosive bullets. Of course, even a beast general realm expert would die a horrible death in the face of all sorts of high explosive mass grenades and missiles. But the probability of an expert being blown up was very small. After all, this kind of weapon needed a long preparation time, so after becoming to reach the beast general level, the experts of this level all had enough time to deal with fleeing and hiding. Unless they were inadvertently caught in a trap. It was like Lu Feng today. Gangmaster, now that Lu Feng is dead, after you get his beast source later, you should be able to directly break through and evolve to the beast general level, right? Old Hu looked at Zhao Heilun with a complimentary face. In this way, you will be able to completely run through the entire Jiang City without anyone being able to defeat you. In the future, the entire Jiang City will be our Black Dragon Gang's territory. Ha ha. Old Hu laughed excitedly. Congratulations, help. Congratulations, Gangmaster. Gangmaster is mighty. Gangmaster is overbearing.
Low key, low key.
Zhao Heilun smiled broadly and waved his hand as he looked at the gradually dispersing mushroom cloud and stepped towards the collapsed Black Dragon Gang lobby.
He wanted to find Lu Feng's beast source. Swallow it as soon as possible and evolve.
You. But as the mushroom cloud dispersed, Zhao Heilun, who had arrogantly walked into the ruins of the lobby, was completely confused and dumbfounded at this moment.
Because Lu Feng didn't die.
And not only did he not die, but he wasn't even seriously injured. At this moment, Lu Feng was lying on the earth flame rhinoceros body, protecting Chen Sugar underneath his body, resisting the fierce explosion of 10 tons of TNT, resisting the collapse of the Black Dragon Gang's lobby masonry, wood, and steel bar slamming.
Moo!
Looking at the dumbfounded Zhao Heilun in front of him, Lu Feng slowly stood up his body and let out a roar to the sky.
Puff!
Under the shock of this strong divine beast pressure, Zhao Black Dragon, who was already frightened by Lu Feng, directly softened his legs and flopped to the ground.
Ha!
After Lu Feng coldly swept over the completely dumbfounded and stupid Zhao Heilun, he lifted his beastly and looked towards Chen Sugar, who had just climbed up behind him.
Are you alright? I'm fine.
Chen Sugar, whose pretty face was a bit white, patted her towering chest. Facing 10 tons of TNT high explosives, even though she had Lu Feng's protection, she was scared enough.
Thank you.
Chen Candy, who pursed her vermilion lips tightly, looked at Lu Feng with eyes full of gratitude and touched. If it wasn't for Lu Feng, who had just pressed her down to protect her, she would have been blown up alive by the 10 tons of high explosive TNT. Although her strength had reached the first star of the high order, she had no chance of surviving against this powerful explosive. It was just like the broken limbs of the Black Dragon Gang experts all over the place. That's right, these hundreds of Black Dragon Gang experts who had surrounded Lu Feng, regardless of whether they were in the Transcendent Realm, High Order, or Middle Order, all of them were blown up by the ravages of the 10 tons of TNT high explosives. None of them survived.
It's alright.
Lu Feng smiled gently at Chen Sugar, and after patting Chen Sugar's small snow-white hand, he then looked at Zhao Heilun, who was sitting paralyzed on the ground, completely dumbfounded and stupid. Zhao Heilun, you're really ruthless. Not only do you want to blow me up, even the hundreds of experts of your Black Dragon Gang, you want to blow them up together. Lu Feng took a step to Zhao Heilun's side, and with a gloomy expression, he stomped on Zhao Heilun's chest. To be honest, if it wasn't for the fact that he possessed the dual attribute of earth and fire, his defense was strong enough. This explosion just now would really have directly killed him. After all, Lu Feng had completely not expected beforehand that Zhao Heilun would be so ruthless.
to let the hundreds of experts from the Black Dragon gang die with him. Lu Feng, what exactly is your strength? The corners of Zhao Heilong's mouth twitched violently as he looked at Lu Feng with eyes full of disbelief. 10 tons of TNT high explosives, this was equivalent to unusual grenades and missiles. Enough to blow up a 30-story skyscraper. But this didn't even kill Lu Feng. He was really scared silly by Lu Feng. You don't deserve to know. Lu Feng smiled coldly. A cold-blooded beast like you is better off dead. Huff and puff. Saying that, Lu Feng directly stomped his foot fiercely on Zhao Heilong's head, preparing to explode it with a single stomp. No, don't kill me. Looking at Lu Feng's imminent footfall, Zhao Black Dragon completely panicked. I still have one more thing to say, listen to finish this sentence. Please. Say it. Lu Feng frowned and looked at Zhao Heilong with cold eyes. I know I'm wrong, I shouldn't have listened to the flimflam, and boldly intended to murder you. Zhao Heilong looked at Lu Feng in a panicked and incomparable manner, but I'm at least a transcendent mortal realm expert, and I'm strong, and I even have the divine beast poison dragon bloodline. So I'm willing to serve you as a slave. Zhao Heilong looked at Lu Feng with a pleading face. If you kill me, at most you'll get a piece of beast source, which isn't much use. Instead, leave me as a slave, I can do a lot of dirty work for you. Please. Zhao Heilong knelt on the ground and kept kowtowing to Lu Feng. Spare me. Ha! Lu Feng sneered disdainfully. He wouldn't take in such an inhuman, cold-blooded, and brutal asshole like Zhao Heilong. In the post-apocalyptic world, it was actually quite normal to be cold-blooded and cruel to strangers. After all, in the last days, the most important thing was to survive first. But to kill even one's own subordinates together, this is too disgusting. There is no bottom line. Lu Feng wouldn't be stupid enough to raise a tiger. Go to hell. Huff and puff. Lu Feng, who sneered coldly, directly stomped his foot down fiercely. Hoo-hoo. But at this moment, a figure suddenly rushed out at great speed from the Black Dragon Gang's half-collapsed backyard. Chapter 62: The Trophy of Beheading Zhao Heilong. Lu Feng suspiciously swept towards this figure that suddenly appeared. This figure, why did he feel somewhat familiar? Whoosh! At this moment, when Lu Feng wasn't paying attention, Zhao Heilong, who had climbed up from the ground, scurried away and tried to escape. Wanna escape? Die. Of course, Lu Feng would not let the tiger return to the mountain and let Zhao Heilong escape. With a cold smile, he directly kicked up a piece of tile at Zhao Heilong's back. Put! Bang! Instantly, in the huge force, the speedy tile was like a sharp blade, directly piercing through Zhao Heilong's heart. No! Puff! Gurgling. Although his heart was filled with countless unwillingness, Zhao Heilong still fell down with a flopping mouth spitting out blood. At the last moment when his heart stopped beating and his eyes closed, he seemed to see a beautiful scene of him beheading Lu Feng, devouring the dragon's blood, evolving into a poisonous dragon, and completely dominating Qiongqi. Put! But in the end, he still died completely with a mouthful of scarlet bruised blood spurting out from the corner of his mouth. He's dead. At this time, Chen Sugar, who was wearing a small white collar, kicked Zhao Heilong's corpse, and lightly grunted as she looked at Lu Feng. This bastard is really treacherous, and almost blew us up. Self-inflicted sins, can't live. Lu Feng took a step over to Zhao Heilong's corpse and directly removed his beast source. Not bad, a piece of blue poison attribute beast source. Collect the other beast sources as well. Ignoring Zhao Heilong's corpse, Lu Feng scanned the Black Dragon Gang's lobby. The corpses that had been blown to pieces, don't bother with the corpses, the beast sources, as well as the spiritual herbs and medicines and magical stones, as well as the beast cores and whatnot in the Black Dragon Gang's warehouse, all of them have to be taken away. The battle can't be fought in vain, this is our spoils of war. After saying that, Lu Feng rolled up his sleeves and started cleaning up the battlefield. Alright then. Chen Sugar, who had polished her little white shoes, immediately jumped up and down, and obediently helped Lu Feng clean up. Sweeping a glance at Chen Candy, whose entire body was bouncing around like a cute little white rabbit, Lu Feng gently nodded his head. This Chen Sugar's figure was indeed quite good. Especially bouncing. It's enough to attract attention. It could be said that the pouting beauty of a young girl was displayed to the fullest. Seemingly sensing Lu Feng's gaze, Chen Sugar was even more proud and deliberately straightened her chest. Although her cooking skills were not as good as Chen Tiany's, and her care and gentleness were not as good as Chen Tiany's either. But her body can be better than Chen Sugar. Previously, when she bought suspenders and other clothes, she was 2 sizes bigger than Chen Sugar.
Of course, this is also bitter, because the body is too good, so sometimes wear halter dresses and tank tops and so on, will look tiger back and waist is not good. This made Qiongqi think about saving up for medical plastic surgery. He likes having a good figure? The lightly humming Chen Candy's eyes turned mischievously. After discovering Lu Feng's hobby, she had already dismissed the idea of going for plastic surgery at the moment. It seems that previously she was too young to understand men. "Ha, Lu Feng, come and look, there's someone here." As Lu Feng found the Black Dragon Gang's warehouse and boxed up various spiritual herbs and medicines as well as magic stones and beast cores at a rapid pace, Qiongqi's shout came out from within the Black Dragon Gang's backyard. "Eh?" Lu Feng suspiciously walked out of the warehouse and found Qiongqi. "Wu Yanli." The moment he saw this person, Lu Feng instantly recognized her. Chen Mengyuan's bosom friend. Wu Yanli, who hadn't done much to victimize him in his previous life. This Wu Yanli is a bastard who is gentle and good to talk to on the surface, but is actually hateful and incomparable. In his previous life, before the end of the world, because Lu Feng and Jiangcheng conditions can only be regarded as average, so Wu Yanli, not less behind the back of Lu Feng bad words, urged Chen Mengyuan and Lu Feng break up. After the end of the world, this Wu Yanli even helped Chen Mengyuan against Lu Feng. The reason why Chen Mengyuan and Meng Taihui got into everything, there is Wu Yanli in the middle of the needle lead. When Lu Feng was killed by Chen Mengyuan, Wu Yanli and Meng Taihui in his previous life, this Wu Yanli was out in the open, blocking a few of Lu Feng's beloved subordinates who had sensed that something was wrong and wanted to save Lu Feng. "You know her?" Qiongqi looked at Lu Feng with big blinking eyes. "More than knowing." Lu Feng, who smiled coldly, directly poured a pot of water on Wu Yanli's face. "Lu Feng, you. Where's Meng Yuan?" The stunned Wu Yanli woke up and looked at Lu Feng in shock before scanning around. "Meng Yuan? Chen Mengyuan was by your side just now?" Lu Feng instantly frowned at his words, remembering the figure he had just seen. A person carrying a person on his back. Obviously, the one being carried should be Chen Mengyuan, who had been stunned together with Wu Yanli. This time, it was a fluke that Chen Mengyuan escaped again. "Shall we go after them?" Qiongqi looked at Lu Feng solicitously. "It's too late." Lu Feng shook his head. Jiangcheng was huge and there were many buildings. Trying to find Chen Mengyuan was like finding a needle in a haystack. But it was nothing, as long as Chen Mengyuan was still in Jiang City. Then Lu Feng would kill her sooner or later. "What about this person?" Qiongqi pointed at Wu Yanli. "Keeping her for the new year?" Lu Feng coldly smiled and directly kicked at Wu Yanli's head. "Lu Feng, no, don't kill me." Seeing this, Wu Yanli immediately became anxious. Kneeling on the ground, she looked at Lu Feng in a panic. "I know who saved Chen Mengyuan, don't you want to find Chen Mengyuan for revenge? As long as you don't kill me, I'll tell you where Chen Mengyuan went." "Ha!" Lu Feng glanced over Wu Yanli with cold eyes. "I'll clean you up later, take her away." With that, Lu Feng waved his hand at Qiongqi and proceeded to pack up his things. It suddenly occurred to him that killing Yanli Wu so easily would be too cheap for her. Lu Feng would make her die a miserable death. Only then would Lu Feng be able to take out a vicious breath of air. Avenge the death of an arrow. "Okay." Qiongqi immediately tied up Wu Yanli and stuffed her into Lu Feng's SUV. Following that, she followed Lu Feng and quickly loaded the Black Dragon Gang's various spiritual herbs and medicines and magic stones and beast cores and other heavenly treasures into the buggy. "Go." Lu Feng, who knew that the Black Dragon Gang's commotion would definitely spread throughout Jiangcheng, attracting countless experts to covet it, understood that the Black Dragon Gang could not stay for long. For this reason, after cleaning up the battlefield, Lu Feng directly stepped on the gas, took Qiongqi, pulled Wu Yanli witch captive, rushed to the farm. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Shortly after Lu Feng left, a dozen or so of Jiangcheng's renowned experts rushed to the Black Dragon Gang. These dozen or so experts were all Transcendent Realm high-star experts. Traces of explosions. The Black Dragon Gang was unexpectedly wiped out. "This is Zhao Heilung's corpse, he's dead." "Who the hell killed Zhao Heilung?" Looking at the collapsed ruins of the Black Dragon Gang's lobby and the corpse of Zhao Heilung with his head exploding, these dozen of experts looked at each other in disbelief. Their complexions were grave. In Jiangcheng, a person had appeared that they didn't know about. And an expert who was able to kill them. This caused each and every one of them to have thorns in their backs. Similarly, they also coveted it. Because as long as they found and killed this expert and snatched his resources, then they would have a chance to directly evolve to the Beast General realm. Chapter 63, Something Big Happens, Lu Feng spits blood and faints. At the same time, while a group of experts in Qiongqi were gruffly searching the headquarters of the Black Dragon Gang and dividing the corpses of Zhao Heilong and his many subordinates. At this moment, Zhao Heilong's beloved military advisor, Old Hu, on the other hand, had taken Chen Mengyuan and fled to a hidden hotel in a high-rise building. Wake up! After entering the hotel, Lao Hu, who had carefully closed the door of his room, immediately pulled the window shut again in fearing that someone would see the scene inside the room and discover the clues. Lu Feng was really terrifying. He didn't want to be chased by Lu Feng and tragically beheaded by Lu Feng like Zhao Heilong. Old Hu, why did you bring me here? Where's the gang leader? Chen Mengyuan rubbed her sore forehead, because she would have been stunned by the explosion of 10 tons of high-explosive TNT, so she was completely unaware of what had happened to the Black Dragon Gang since then. She still subconsciously thought that Zhao Heilong had already beheaded Lu Feng. The gang leader is dead. Old Hu lit a cigarette and glanced at Chen Mengyuan. Ha! Chen Mengyuan was dumbfounded at the words. Her eyes widened as she looked at Old Hu incredulously. Impossible, Old Hu, don't lie to me, this matter is not funny. The gangmaster is incredibly strong, and there are hundreds of experts in the gang. If so many people come together to attack Lu Feng will be unable to escape even if he has wings, he will die for sure. Old Hu, speak up. Tell me the truth. Chen Mengyuan eagerly shook Old Hu's arm. You must be teasing me, Lu Feng must be dead. Isn't that right? You say it. Pa! Old Hu, who was annoyed by Chen Mengyuan's shaking, directly slapped Chen Mengyuan's face with his backhand. What time is it? I still have the heart to lie to you? See for yourself. Saying that, Old Hu then showed Chen Mengyuan the video of Lu Feng's killing spree. Zhao Heilong and a bunch of Black Dragon Gang experts all died miserably. Gulp. This. After watching this video, Chen Mengyuan was completely stunned and confused, dumbfounded. What exactly is his strength? Actually, even the gang leader is not his opponent. How was I supposed to know? It's all your fault that you had to fool the gangmaster into messing with Lu Feng, which ultimately led to the destruction of our Black Dragon Gang once and for all. Old Hu glared fiercely at Chen Mengyuan, the corners of his mouth twitching violently. Having lost the Black Dragon Gang as a sheltering force, and also being hunted down by Lu Feng at any time, he was also annoyed right now. How could I have thought that Lu Feng would be so strong? Thank you for saving me. Seeing that Old Hu was unhappy, in order to save her life, Chen Mengyuan could only immediately kneel down obediently, cocking her plump peach buttocks, slowly walking to Old Hu's body, pursing her vermilion red mouth, with the intention of undoing Old Hu's pants. Get lost. Old Hu ruthlessly piled Chen Mengyuan this, he now cannot mind to do that thing. Life is going to be gone. Still playing? He is not so big-hearted. Right, where is Lily? At this time Chen Mengyuan suddenly remembered that she hadn't seen Wu Yanli. Captured by Lu Feng, probably in a bad way. Old Hu coldly grunted, I only had time to save you away, couldn't care less about her. This. Chen Mengyuan was instantly staggered, but in the end, she obediently shut up and didn't say anything. After all, a dead Taoist friend does not die in poverty. Ugh. Looking at her old son who was in a bad mood and unwilling to let herself serve, Chen Mengyuan could only bitterly and helplessly, silently look at the video of Lu Feng's great kill. Her intestines were green with regret at the moment. Had she known that Lu Feng was so tough, she would have treated Lu Feng well at that time, and would not have complained about Lu Feng and flipped out with him just because he sold the house. If Lu Feng had been kneeling to her. Now with such a tough Lu Feng protecting her, she would not only be able to be safe and sound in this end of the world, she might even be able to get a lot of treasures for her rapid evolution. Lu Feng, you're such a scum. Didn't I just lecture you a few times? Why do you hold such a grudge? Not only have you been chasing me, you've even killed my brother and my best friend. You're such a shameless bastard. If I had known before, I shouldn't have given you a good time. Chen Mengyuan, who was pouting, was really getting angrier and angrier the more she thought about it. There's no way out, now in order to save our lives, we can only choose a power to defect to. At this time, Old Hu, whose face was gloomy, swept Chen Mengyuan a glance. Later on, I will take you to the old city center to meet a big shot. He is stronger and more powerful than the gangmaster. If we can get his shelter, then Lu Feng absolutely can't do anything to help us, and he might even be interested in beheading Lu Feng afterward. Old Hu waved his hand heavily. Although Lu Feng is strong, he is by no means his opponent. His strength and power can be said to be enough to rank in the top 3 in Qiongqi. Old Hu laughed. Lu Feng is scum compared to him. So strong?
Chen Mengyuan looked at Old Hu with astonishment. Who exactly are you talking about?
Blood Fury Hallmaster, Zhang Blood Fury. Old Hu lowered his voice and with an incomparably heavy gaze, slowly uttered these three words.
Hiss. Zhang Bloodshed? After hearing these three words, Chen Mengyuan couldn't help but be shocked as her suburban body trembled.
She had heard of Zhang Bloodshed's name. It was rumored that before the arrival of the end times, Zhang Bloodshed was the son of the director of a tertiary hospital. After the arrival of the end times, Zhang Bloodsbane seized the opportunity to slaughter all the patients in the hospital and used their beast sources to enhance his strength, rapidly mutating and evolving.
Immediately afterward, this Zhang Blood Fury even took in many experts and established the Blood Fury Hall. He dominated the old part of Qiongqi. However, it was rumored that this Zhang Blood Fury was very cruel, with a shady personality, and loved to mutilate all kinds of young boys and girls, using their blood and beast cores to cultivate the evolution of a bizarre evil art. Yes, it's Zhang Blood Fury.
Old Hu's gaze was grave. Right now, he's the only one who can protect us and decapitate Lu Feng.
But he will accept us?
Chen Mengyuan clenched her vermilion lips in apprehension, her pretty face pale. As long as we tell him Lu Feng's secret, then. Old Hu swept a glance at Chen Mengyuan, who had a prehensile figure. You should be able to serve him well after making all the effort you can.
Then, well.
Chen Mengyuan helplessly lowered her head. At this moment she had no choice.
After all, Lu Feng could come after her and kill her at any time.
At this moment, while Chen Mengyuan and Old Hu were discussing about defecting to Zhang Blood Fury, Lu Feng was driving back to the farm.
Sister!
Seeing Chen Sugar getting out of the car, Chen Sweet immediately pounced on Chen Sugar with immense joy.
Sister! Chen Sugar also pounced on Chen Tianyi with the same joyful exclamation. Thank you!
After a tight hug with Chen Sugar, Chen Sweet was moved beyond words, her big eyes blinking as she looked at Lu Feng.
It's all right.
Lu Feng pointed at the car. Take the things in the car and move them down, I'll be useful.
Put.
But before the sentence was finished, Lu Feng suddenly spewed out a mouthful of bruised blood and fainted on the spot.
Chapter 64. Chen Tianyi wants to give Lu Feng a child. Lu Feng. Lu Feng, what's wrong with you? Wake up.
Looking at Lu Feng, who suddenly fainted, both sisters Chen Sweet and Chen Sugar instantly panicked. The two of them eagerly surrounded Lu Feng, anxiously calling out to him. His internal organs are injured. Chen Sweet, whose awakened beast source was what attribute and possessed healing arts, immediately checked Lu Feng's body.
What the hell is going on here? How did he get so badly injured?
After lifting Lu Feng onto the bed with Chen Sugar, Chen Sweet looked at Chen Sugar with great suspicion. He first fought hard with Zhao Heilong in order to save me. In the end, it was even for the sake of protecting me that Zhou gritted his teeth and hardened himself against the impact of the violent explosion of 10 tons of TNT high explosives. Chen Sugar, tears from the corner of her eyes kept slipping down, eagerly looked at Lu Feng's sister. He is for me to be like this, we must find a way to save him.
10 tons of TNT high explosives?
This Zhao Heilong is really too ruthless. The corners of her mouth twitched violently as she looked at Chen Sugar, who was eagerly crying, and then at Lu Feng, whose stoic face was a little pale, but was still angular and handsome.
Don't worry, although he's injured, it's not fatal. It can be saved.
Chen Tianyi held Lu Feng's arm and slowly injected her magic power into Lu Feng's body, warming his internal organs and meridians.
Sister, you've entered the transcendent realm.
Chen Sugar, who had noticed that something was wrong, looked at Chen Sugar in shock. She had only just advanced 1 star.
The difference was surprisingly so big. Well, just entered.
Chen Sugar gently nodded. I'll explain it to you later. You go and pack up your things first, then lock up that captive and guard him well, then go and get some rest. You and I will take shifts to take care of him at night. Saying that, Chen Tianyi continued to heal Lu Feng's injuries. Chen Sugar, who had a slight look of worry on her pretty face, obediently walked out of the room after glancing at Lu Feng and Chen Sweet with tightly bitten vermilion lips.
Where are you taking me?
On the off-road vehicle, Wu Yanli looked at Chen Sugar in an incomparable panic. I'm begging you, please let me go.
As long as you let me go now, then I will definitely repay you properly in the future.
Wu Yanli's voice was full of compulsion. You'd better listen to my advice, you have no future if you keep following Lu Feng. Right now there are countless strong men in Jiangcheng who want to kill Lu Feng. He won't live long.
You will only die if you follow him. Shut up. Pa.
Chen Sugar, who snorted coldly, backhanded a heavy slap on Wu Yanli's face. Then picking up the rag on the side, she directly shoved it into Wu Yanli's mouth.
Oh. Wu Yanli struggled with eager anger. Ow. The little tiger cub on the side also angrily gave Wu Yanli a claw. You. Wait for Lu Feng to wake up and see how he deals with you. Chen Sugar, who sneered coldly, directly threw Wu Yanli into the basement. So sleepy. In the Black Dragon gang these 2 days, it was Chen Sugar who couldn't eat well or sleep well. After placing the various spiritual herbs and medicines and magic stones, beast cores, and other treasures on the buggy properly into the warehouse, she stretched out her lazy waist and stepped into the room. She planned to take a fragrant bath first and then sleep comfortably. Ha! But while getting her pajamas from the cabinet, an object suddenly attracted Sugar Chen. It was a piece of cloth blooming with blood-dyed roses. This. Sister her. Chen Sugar, who was a bit confused at first, instantly came to a complete and utter realization after recognizing the cloth's material as a bedsheet. No wonder sister she was walking awkwardly the other day. So she was. Humph. Chen Sugar, who put this cloth up, dissatisfiedly tooted her small pink lips. Sister, you are really too bad, stealing food alone, getting high alone, and actually not taking me with you. I'm going to get angry. Chen Sugar, who was beaming her little lips, huffed and puffed as she walked into the bathroom and took a hot shower. Following standing in front of the bathroom's floor-to-ceiling glass, Chen Sugar, who wiped her snow-white petite body, looked at her own self in the mirror, who had a front convex figure and white, smooth and moist skin, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly. Her figure was to be more voluptuous than Chen Sugar. The places that should be big and curvy were all bigger overall. But the weight wasn't too much heavier. The waist was still very thin. The legs were also straight. Lu Feng, by rights you saved me, I should return the favor with my body. But Chen Sugar, who was still untouched, was a little curious about that matter, but likewise a little subconsciously scared. What should I do? Chen Sugar pursed her vermilion lips. In her early 20s, she was precisely the time when her curiosity was at its peak. Originally, it wasn't much, but after learning that Chen Sugar had already stolen the food one step ahead of her, she, who knew what this cuisine tasted like, couldn't help herself somewhat. After all, her character demanded and had always been unyielding. It couldn't be that Chen Tianan had eaten it, but she couldn't eat it, could it? Ouch, ouch. What should I do? Chen Sugar rubbed her brain in annoyance. Let's wait until we wake up from our sleep. Chen Sugar, who had always had a big personality, simply didn't think about it after she couldn't figure it out. Quickly falling asleep, she having a sweet dream. And at this moment, Chen Sugar did not know that Chen Sugar had actually discovered her secret. With her beautiful eyes full of concern, she was using her would attribute magic power to warm up Lu Feng's wounds warmly and alleviate his injuries. It's really hard for you. Chen Tianyi gently wiped the blood on Lu Feng's forehead, her beautiful eyes full of tenderness. It's really not easy for you men out there. I will definitely try my best to cultivate and strive to be able to help you. Then, after her eyes glanced over Lu Feng's muscle-filled legs, Chen Tianyi stroked her small stomach and bit her vermilion lips tightly. After having intimate contact with Lu Feng, she quite wanted to have a child. But now, she didn't know if she was pregnant or not. In fact, last time, she wasn't in a safe period. She deliberately lied to deceive Lu Feng. Because she knew that simply having sex with Lu Feng, it was not 100% reliable. After all, these days, conservative, take this matter very seriously men and women are very few. Probably only 1%. So although she herself had a conservative character, and Chen Sugar were both over 20 years old and still intact. But she wasn't sure what Lu Feng's character was really like. So at that time, she thought that if she was able to carry Lu Feng's child, it would be much safer. After all, the tiger will not eat the child. Lu Feng after that, even if you want to raise the pants do not recognize the person, ignore regardless of her and Chen Sugar. But always have to manage the child, right? I hope I can get pregnant. As Lu Feng became stronger and stronger, Chen Sugar, who was insecure, wanted to give birth to a child for Lu Feng more and more. It's not appropriate now that you're injured. Ugh. Although she was a bit moved, Chen Tianyi eventually held back. She decided to look for more opportunities afterward. It was like buying a lottery ticket, buying one had a small chance of winning, buying 3 or 5, then the chance of winning was naturally higher. So Chen Sugar was going to buy a few more in order to seek to increase the probability of winning. Sugar. Following that, in the evening, Chen Sweet, who had warmed up Lu Feng's injuries, knocked on the door of the house with some fatigue. You've woken up from your nap, get up and have a meal. Aya, sister, don't come in. At the moment Chen Tianyi was about to open the door,
Chen Sugar inside the house exclaimed in shock. Because she found that she herself actually made an embarrassing thing. Chapter 65 Chen Sweet and Chen Sugar's Little Secret. Sugar, what's wrong with you? Outside the door, Chen Sweet inquired suspiciously.
Sister, I'm fine, wait a minute.
I just woke up from a nap, my pressed calves are a bit numb and cramped, you wait for me oh. After some explanations to cover up, the pretty blushing face of Chen Sugar panicked and lifted the quilt. After looking at the bedsheet, Chen Sugar is even more ashamed of the root of the ears are red. Immediately after changing the bedsheet, Chen Sugar immediately took out a cute little dress printed with a blue Pikachu pattern from the closet, and quickly rushed into the bathroom. The reason for this was because when Fong was sleeping, she dreamt of Lu Fong.
Then, oops, how could I have this dream? It's so embarrassing.
Thinking about the contents of the dream, Chen Sugar, who was currently in the bathroom taking a shower, really had her pretty face turning redder and redder. Although every young girl would have such a beautiful dream. However, Chen Sugar still felt very shy.
She didn't want to be seen by Chen Sugar.
So after taking a shower and changing into new clothes, in order not to be discovered by Chen Tianan, she did not even wash it, so she rolled the old clothes into a ball and threw it into the garbage can, and then also deliberately covered it with toilet paper. After all, if Chen Tianan came into the house, she saw that she had just washed the clothes.
Then Chen Tianan would definitely think twice about asking. She didn't want Chen Tianan to see the problem. What about making a big red face in embarrassment?
Sister! After washing up, Chen Sugar, who had casually put on a pair of pajamas, then put on a lazy look and rushed out of the room, heavily pouncing into Chen Sweet's arms. You, go eat quickly. Chen Tianyi, who also had a heavy mind, did not think much. She reached out and nodded Chen Sugar's forehead. He's almost recovered from his injuries, but he hasn't woken up yet. At night, you take care of him close to you.
Aha! Chen Sugar hummed softly in a good manner. Eat more.
Chen Tianyi gave Chen Sugar a quick chop. In the Black Dragon Gang, I've let you suffer. Sister, I'm fine. Luckily the Zhao Heilong is a useless dead eunuch who is not interested in women.
Otherwise I would be in real danger.
Chen Tianyi bit her vermilion lips and patted her chest with great fear. Although she was usually big-headed and didn't mind falling in love and cohabiting before marriage, this presupposed that the man had to be one she liked, a man who could completely conquer her.
She will not be promiscuous, just a man can be.
After all, if she was really promiscuous and very casual, then she wouldn't have been in her 20s and still kept her body intact.
That's okay.
Learning that Chen Sugar hadn't been spoiled, Chen Tianyi also let out a sigh of relief. Eat quickly, eat more.
Sister, let me ask you something. Chen Sugar's big eyes blinked, looking at Chen Tianyi with a desire to speak.
Chen Sweet raised her head. You say?
That is, sister, you and Lu Fong.
Chen Sugar lowered her voice. Sister, did you give it to him?
Don't you talk nonsense. Chen Sugar's pretty face instantly turned red.
Sister, tell me the truth, I've seen the roses you cut off. Chen Sugar rolled her eyes. Besides, what's so embarrassing about this, every woman will have this day sooner or later.
Aha! After a moment of silence, Chen Sugar finally nodded shyly. Comfortable?
Chen Sugar was like a curious baby, her big eyes blinking as she looked at Chen Tianan.
Eat your rice. Chen Tianyi was embarrassed and couldn't answer well, so she could only give Chen Sugar another bowl of rice.
Sister, tell me. Chen Sugar was still filled with curiosity. How can I say it? It's like doing a roller coaster, I guess. Oops, you can experience it yourself later. The increasingly shy Chen Tianyi rolled her eyes at Chen Sugar without any good reason. She didn't want to go into this matter any more carefully. Because she knew that with Chen Sugar's character, Chen Sugar would definitely make fun of her with this matter.
It was too embarrassing.
Well. Chen Sugar beamed her little mouth. Didn't you ask me that time, curious as to why I evolved so quickly? After a slight hesitation, the pretty red-faced Chen Sugar lowered her voice. It actually has something to do with him.
Is he the one who gave you a lot of spiritual herbs, medicines, and heavenly treasures?
Chen Sugar hummed lightly without much thought.
Not only that.
Chen Tianyi, who was so shy that the roots of her ears were red, finally decided that if there were benefits, sister should share them together, and awkwardly and shyly whispered to Chen Sugar in a good way.
Ha!
This.
Sister, are you sure you're not joking with me?
What you said is true.
He really?
Chen Sugar stared at Chen Tianyi with wide eyes, stunned.
She really didn't expect that Lu Fong even had this kind of ability.
This was really rare as well.
Whom?
Chen Tianyi lowered her head and hummed softly in shyness.
All right.
Chen Sugar tightly bit her vermilion lips, her heart getting more and more entangled.
I'm going to rest.
Chen Sugar, who had been talking about this matter for half a day, tightly merged her slender, snow-white legs. She who had Lu Feng floating in her mind was very fidgety. In the end, she who gave the dishwashing task to Chen Sugar eagerly took her pajamas, clamped her snow-white straight legs together, and quickly ran into the bathroom. Lu Feng, you're still really intriguing. Chen Sugar, whose heart is full of broken thoughts, then muttered a few times and stepped into Lu Feng's room. After wetting a towel and wiping Lu Feng's forehead and cheeks, Chen Sugar looked at Lu Feng in a daze, her mind full of tangled thoughts. Meanwhile, in the old city of Qiongqi, the Blood Fury Hall headquarters.
You guys said that there are hidden secrets to report to me?
Draped in a red cloak with pointed ears, playing with a sharp Mitsubishi military spike in his hand, with a still beating heart tied to it, Blood Fury Hallmaster Zhang Blood Fury looked at Old Hu and Chen Mengyuan in front of him with a playful, eerie, and indifferent face.
Gulp.
Chen Mengyuan, who was frightened by the blood-filled aura on her body, had the knots in her throat surging violently. This young blood fiend was truly terrifying. He had gone so far as to dig out a heart directly from the captive in front of Chen Mengyuan and Old Hu.
It was simply cruel to the extreme, bloody, and evil.
Yes.
Old Hu, who was also trembling with fear, looked at Zhang Bloodshed in panic. Hallmaster, you know about the Black Dragon Gang's destruction, don't you?
Both of us are from the Black Dragon Gang. The two of us are afraid of being hunted down by Lu Feng, so we came to join you.
The thing is like this.
Old Hu had a good time adding fuel to the fire and told Zhang Bloodshed the original story about Lu Feng. Especially focusing on the matter of the dragon blood and the sacrificial evolutionary secret method.
Somewhat interesting, rather special, and strong enough.
After hearing Old Hu's words, Zhang Bloodshed's eyes instantly lit up. In that case, his heart, it must be delicious.
LOL.
Putting the bouncing heart stabbed by the Mitsubishi saber, Zhang Blood Fury, who bit and devoured it on the spot, coldly smiled as he let the piercing blood drip down from the corner of his mouth. Very well, this Lu Feng's heart, this Hall Master has decided.
The flavor must be very good. Ha ha.
Amidst the strong smell of blood, Zhang Bloodshed laughed madly. Because the way he awakened his beast source evolution was special, he didn't care about any dragon blood or sacrificial evolution secret method. What he needed was the heart of a strong person. The stronger this strong person was, the more special his bloodline was. Then the stronger and faster he would evolve after getting to devour this strong person's heart. Chapter 66 Chen Mengyuan receives a slap. Hallmaster is invincible, Hallmaster is mighty, Hallmaster is number one in the world. Hallmaster will definitely be able to kill Lu Feng and seize his heart, becoming the strongest king in Jiang City and honoring the throne of Jiang City's city lord. Congratulations, Hallmaster. In Zhang Bloodshed's loud laughter, a group of Bloodshed Hall's experts were all respectful and incomparable, kneeling down and kowtowing to Zhang Bloodshed, loudly boasting and shouting. Because Zhang Bloodshed is very ruthless and insidious, and the means are also exceptionally cruel. For those who do not obey him, it is always public disembowelment, bloody devouring the heart. Therefore, the people of the Bloodshed Hall are very afraid of Zhang Bloodshed. There was not a single person who dared to say a single word of no to what Zhang Bloodfiend said. Hallmaster, you'd better be careful, this Lu Feng situation is really weird and his strength is very high. Looking at Zhang Bloodshed, who had an unusually arrogant and domineering attitude and didn't put Lu Feng in his eyes in the slightest, Chen Mengyuan couldn't help but say, previously, Meng Taihui from the White Wolf Martial Arts School, as well as this Black Dragon Gang's Zhao Black Dragon just now, were all well-known experts in Jiangcheng, yet they were all killed by Lu Feng. Especially Zhao Heilong just now, not only did he desperately fight Lu Feng, but he also ignited 10 tons of TNT high explosives with the intention of blowing up Lu Feng alive. But then, even though he set it up well, Lu Feng stupidly stepped into the trap. But these 10 tons of high explosive TNT explosives were not able to blow up Lu Feng. Chen Mengyuan said bitterly, this shows that this Lu Feng's strength is definitely not to be underestimated. Therefore, Hallmaster, you must be cautious and careful, so that you don't lose your hooves, as if Meng Taihui and Zhao Heilong were unfortunate enough to be killed by Lu Feng. Shut up, you dare to underestimate our Hallmaster.
You are growing others' ambition and destroying your own.
Immediately shut your stinking mouth, a mere Meng Taihui and Zhao Heilong, how are they qualified to be compared to our Hallmaster? The people they can't kill, in front of our Hallmaster, are not even a match for our Hallmaster. The crowd of Blood Fiend Hall experts, one after another, scolded Chen Mengyuan in a stern voice. I didn't mean to despise and look down on you, Hall Master. Chen Mengyuan was scolded. I just hope that you, Hall Master, will be more careful. After all, Lu Feng is a very strange person. He really isn't that good to kill. Shut up, you're just despising our Hall Master. Dare to doubt our Hall Master's strength, looking for death. A few Blood Fiend Hall experts immediately became aggressive and wanted to snap Chen Mengyuan's neck.
As there is no need for that.
But Zheng Blood Fiend was the one who laughed out loud and stopped these few experts. Although her words are not pleasant to the ear, they are also for the good of this Hall Master, so there is no need to bother with her, a stupid woman with big breasts and no brain. Besides, if you guys kill her, then who will lead the way for this Hall Master to find us what Lu Feng? Zhang Bloodshed scanned the crowd of experts. Everyone get ready for this Hall Master. 3 days later, after this Hall Master's divine skill has been elevated with great success, he will kill this suburban farm to exterminate this what's his name Lu Feng. His heart, this Hall Master, I'm going to make sure of it. Zhang Bloodshed's eyes burned as he heavily clenched his fist. He had long sensed something in his heart. As long as he swallowed Lu Feng's heart, then he would definitely be able to leap into the beast general realm,
completely dominating Jiang City. As you command. Hall Master is mighty. Hall Master is the best in the world.
The crowd of Bloodshed Hall's experts immediately fell to their knees respectfully.
Hall Master, you've been practicing so hard, let's relax tonight.
At this time, Chen Mengyuan, in order to successfully rise to the position of being the Hall Master's wife, she directly pulled off the sling on her shoulder, revealing her snow-white shoulder blades and vaguely visible alluring plumpness, smiling delicately as she walked towards Zhang Bloodsbane. Wanting to seduce Zhang Bloodshed, letting Zhang Bloodshed fall under her pomegranate skirt.
Pa!
But to Chen Mengyuan's surprise, Zhang Bloodshed didn't wait to touch her. Instead, he backhanded her with a slap, directly smacking Chen Mengyuan's face heavily, knocking Chen Mengyuan to the ground,
spitting out blood from her mouth. Hall Master, you this? Covering her face, Chen Mengyuan was completely confused.
Don't give this Hall Master all this nonsense, get lost and stay in the guest room. Everything will be said after this Hall Master kills Lu Feng. After saying that, Zhang Bloodshed directly stepped away. Before the end of the world, as the son of the hospital's director, I don't know how many female nurses and female doctors and female college students had offered their attentions to Zhang Bloodshed. He had long since gotten tired of playing.
He couldn't play anymore.
Now he only wanted to cultivate and become stronger.
Stupid. Don't know what's good for you. Retarded thing.
Sweeping over Chen Mengyuan, who was paralyzed on the ground, these many Bloodshed Hall experts who had previously worked as doctors and nurses in the hospital shook their heads in disdain and left.
What kind of beautiful women hadn't they enjoyed before the end of the world?
After all, a hospital had the least shortage of beautiful women. And how messy the nursing profession was, that was really understood by those who knew. So even though Chen Mengyuan had some poise, she couldn't attract them.
Bastard, what an asshole!
Chen Mengyuan, who was well and truly despised, stomped her feet in anger. Zhang Bloodshed, you're really not a man.
You say less.
Old Hu, who was on the side, hurriedly covered Chen Mengyuan's mouth when he heard this. If Zhang Blood Fury heard Chen Mengyuan say that, then both he and Chen Mengyuan would die. Let's go rest first. Let's wait for everything until Lu Feng is dead. Old Hu picked up Chen Mengyuan, whose face was swollen, and led Chen Mengyuan away.
Following that, early the next morning, inside the farm. Phew! After a night of recovery, Lu Feng slowly awoke from his coma.
Lu Feng, who felt his arm being pressed by something, frowned and twisted his head.
Hiss!
It didn't matter if he didn't look. Once he did, Lu Feng was embarrassed. Because what was pressing his arm was not something, but Chen Sugar. And the nightgown that Chen Sugar was wearing was still a loose lace nightgown. Coupled with the fact that Chen Sugar was lying on the side of Lu Feng's bed, so after Lu Feng twisted his head, Lu Feng just casually skimmed it, and it was a complete glimpse. It was really a view of the peaks, and the heights were different from near and far.
Cough cough.
Lu Feng coughed several times in embarrassment.
Showing him this in the morning is too much. Aya, you're awake.
Chen Sugar, who heard Lu Feng's dry cough at this time, immediately sat up in surprise.
Are you feeling better?
Chen Sugar muttered, and stood up to touch Lu Feng's forehead with her snow-white hand.
Well, it's all right.
Looking at the fiery figure, after abruptly getting up, the good figure of Chen Sugar was very shaky. Especially with Chen Candy reaching out to touch her forehead. Lu Feng, whose eyes were filled with snow-white ceilings, had a burning gaze and mouth.
Huh, why is your face so red? Is it somewhere uncomfortable? Chen Sugar's big eyes blinked as she looked at Lu Feng suspiciously. No, it's nothing. Lu Feng's old face flushed, somewhat embarrassed. Is it too hot? Then you can't cover the quilt anymore.
Saying that, Chen Sugar directly lifted the quilt for Lu Feng to dissipate the heat.
Ouch.
But the moment the quilt was lifted, Chen Sugar was instantly embarrassed and shy.
Chapter 67, Chen Sugar who saw an embarrassing scene. You're a rascal. You are bad. People take care of you for a night, you actually not only don't thank people, instead, you still blindly think about people like that. You're really a bad person, humph, I don't care about you anymore. Chen Sugar, who threw the quilt on Lu Feng at the speed of fire, was covering her reddish pretty face and hurriedly ran out of Lu Feng's room. As the fragrant wind dissipated, looking at the lovely Qiongqi who ran out of his room with a lot of broken thoughts, Lu Feng sat up helplessly, very embarrassed. This was not his fault at all. Because it's a normal young man who wakes up in the morning, will be like this inexperienced woman.
Lu Feng shook his head helplessly.
Thinking to himself, don't women wake up in the morning like this?
Following that, Lu Feng also realized, after unintentionally scanning around, that there was indeed something wrong with him recently. Because with his strength entering the transcendent realm and his person being able to cultivate as well, he was indeed too much stronger than before. So it was indeed reasonable that Chen Sugar, an untouched young girl, would be shy at the sight of this scene. It was because Chen Sugar, back then, was similarly startled.
Phew.
After taking a long breath, Lu Feng, who washed a cold water face, suppressed the chaotic distractions in his mind. In the end times, the least important thing was this kind of male-female thing. Strength was the most important thing in the last days.
As long as you are strong enough, you can choose any good woman you want.
You don't even need to take the initiative, they will be gentle, half undressed to seduce you and serve you.
On the contrary, if you are not strong enough, even if you have a woman now, then it will be taken away from you in the future.
That was why Lu Feng didn't care in the slightest about the matters of men and women, now going with the flow. Saving Chen Sweet and Chen Sugar was just something he did in passing, and it wasn't necessary to have his way with the two women.
Regardless of what the two girls thought, Lu Feng's three no's were not to take the initiative, not to reject, and not to take responsibility.
You woke up.
At this time, as Lu Feng walked out of the room, Chen Tianyi outside looked at Lu Feng tenderly. Recovered better? Breakfast is ready, you eat it. Okay, thanks.
Receiving the bacon sandwich and milk handed over by Chen Tian, Lu Feng took a bite. The injuries have all recovered, I worked hard for you yesterday afternoon.
It should be.
Chen Tianyi hummed softly in a well-behaved manner. You were able to save Sweetie, I should be thanking you. And then the treasures you brought back from the Black Dragon Gang have all been placed in the warehouse. Chen Tian pointed at the warehouse. There are quite a lot of good things, take a look la.
Okay.
Lu Feng ate his sandwich in 3 sittings, and after drinking a bottle of milk in 1 gulp, he stepped into the warehouse.
Very good. Scanning the various treasures densely packed within the warehouse, Lu Feng was satisfied.
The most treasured among them was Zhao Heilong's beast source, which was a piece of blue quality poison attribute beast source. Other than that, there were also 2 blue earth attribute beast cores, 1 blue fire attribute beast core, 100 green other attribute beast cores, 2000 green ordinary attribute beast cores, 1500 medium grade magic stones, 5000 silver essences, and 500 gold essences. Various types of spiritual herbs and medicines were countless. Unfortunately, these spiritual herbs and medicines were all common, and were suitable for supplementing magic power, but if they wanted to be used as special materials, they would not be qualified. After all, Lu Feng was already a transcendent realm expert at the moment, so the more rare spiritual herbs and medicines could not be used as special materials for evolutionary purposes. Of course they weren't of much use to Lu Feng, but they were still very useful to the Chen Sweet and Chen Sugar sisters. This Zhao Heilong, he's really a good money giver.
Lu Feng looked at the dense pile of treasures in front of him and was very happy.
These treasures were probably enough to make up 2/3 of the basic treasures he needed for his next mutation evolution. As long as he put in more effort to find the rarest yellow earth spirit bead in Flame Qiongqi, he would be able to directly evolve to the beast general realm.
It's true, if you want to obtain enough resources, it's still faster to rob and plunder.
Lu Feng laughed. No wonder it was often said on the internet previously that my neighbor is my granary when I swallow my gun when my neighbor is stocked with food. If it was up to me alone, that is, if I went on a hunting spree in the forest every day, it would be hard to get so many rare resources within 3 to 5 days. It seems like I need to find another target similar to the Black Dragon Gang or something like that. That way all the basic treasures needed for the next mutation evolution can be gathered in one go. Lu Feng, who was secretly pondering in his mind, considering which force in Jiang City he should treat as the second Black Dragon Gang and go for a big loot, casually picked up 4 pieces of green beast cores. These are 2 wind attribute and 2 wood attribute green quality beast cores. You and Chen Sugar take them to evolve. Then these spiritual herbs and medicines and magic stones with copper essence and silver essence, you give them to Chen Sugar. When he cultivates to the high level 9 stars, he can evolve to the transcendent realm with these. Lu Feng looked at Chen Sugar. The exact way, just follow what I taught you before, you can teach her. This is too rare. Chen Tianyi looked at Lu Feng very slightly hesitantly. We didn't help you, instead we even caused you trouble. It's not appropriate to take something from you again now. You guys can naturally help me after your strength progresses. Lu Feng laughed. Forgot about that purple haze god Qi? Only when Chen Sugar she entered the transcendent realm, after I lured away the blizzard falcon, she was able to take the opportunity to pick the purple haze divine Qi. Otherwise, she at the higher realm wouldn't have been able to enter the dangerous valley. Lu Feng said seriously, other than this purple haze god Qi, there might be other treasures that I need you guys to search and pick for me. That's why your strength must progress as quickly as possible. Lu Feng slightly shrugged his shoulders. This is good for me. Well, then I'll listen to you. I'll urge her to hurry up and cultivate. Chen Tianyi obediently clenched her vermilion lips, her eyes sweeping over Lu Feng's robust chest. The good you've done for us, our sisters will remember it in our hearts, and will repay you. Saying that, the pretty blushing Chen Tianyi walked out of the warehouse holding a bunch of treasures. This chick, eating her words? Lu Feng, who had slurped and savored these last words of Chen Tianyi, but he laughed. He also knew that this was normal. Women were all like this. Before experiencing it, they will be reserved and refuse to be afraid of being embarrassed. Once experienced, it's really the other way around, will be more active than men. Doing business. Slightly shrugged his shoulders. Lu Feng did not put this in his heart. This is completely indifferent attitude, play and do not play all, nothing too big need of him, straight to the farm woodshed. Lu Feng. Inside the woodshed, Wu Yanli looked at Lu Feng with a pleading face. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I'm begging you, spare my life. As long as you spare me, then you can make me do anything. I can play for you for free. Saying that, Wu Yanli even took the initiative to kneel down with her back to Lu Feng, puckering her huge rounded ass. Chapter 68 Wu Yanli's Death. Ha! Looking at Wu Yanli's lowly and Thai appearance in front of him, Lu Feng was not only not seduced by her, but instead, he was even more contemptuous and mocking with a disdainful sneer. Want to seduce him? This Wu Yanli is really self-righteous. Simply beauty open too much, really think that herself is the best fairy. Compared to Chen Tian and Chen Sugar sisters, no matter whether it was her figure and appearance, or her character and personality, she was more than half a star worse than Chen Tian and Chen Sugar sisters. Chen Tianan and Chen Sugar sisters are in front of us. Even if Lu Feng really needs it, he will look for Chen Tianyi and Chen Sugar sisters, not for this lousy Wu Yanli. Lu Feng doesn't want to get infected with HPV. Lu Feng was 100% sure that Wu Yanli, this random woman, was definitely sick. Bang! So Lu Feng, who sneered coldly, directly without hesitation, kicked heavily on Wu Yanli's ass on the spot. Punt! Wu Yanli fell to the ground in a dog. Lu Feng, you? Wu Yanli scrambled up from the ground in a panic, looking at Lu Feng in a very confused manner. Never in a million years did she expect that Lu Feng would be able to resist her seduction. Wu Yanli. Lu Feng sneered and hooked Wu Yanli's chin with his toes. Now, it's time for me to settle the score with you. All these years, you didn't help Chen Mengyuan that targeted me. Lu Feng, no matter if it's Meng Taihui or Zhao Heilong, it was Chen Mengyuan's idea, it has nothing to do with me. Wu Yanli panicked and cunningly defended. You have grievances, you go to Chen Mengyuan to settle the score, don't look for me. This way, as long as you release me, I will help you go to Chen Mengyuan. Whether you kill her or get her, it has nothing to do with me. Do you see into it? Wu Yanli looked at Lu Feng eagerly. Lu Feng, I beg you, just spare me. You're really a good girlfriend. Betraying her so quickly. Lu Feng smiled playfully and looked at the ugly-faced Wu Yanli in front of him. Wu Yanli was instantly a little embarrassed. But holding the idea of a dead friend of the road, she still licked her face and looked at Lu Feng. Lu Feng, I'll be honest with you, in fact, you're really wrong about me. All these years it was Chen Mengyuan who couldn't see you and dragged you around with 2 feet. It was her who both wanted your room and didn't want to marry you. Then again, it was her who found Meng Taihui and Zhao Heilung's and wanted to get you killed. All of this was her idea. I only did this because I'm bosom friends with her, so this is why I couldn't resist her request and helped her. I know it was wrong and hurt your feelings. But I promise, if you just give me a chance, then I will definitely do my best to make it up to you. Wu Yanli looked at Lu Feng with a pleading face. Please, don't kill me. I will definitely serve you well. Saying that, kneeling on the ground, Wu Yanli took the initiative to hug Lu Feng's calf, then even more, she unbuttoned her shirt, revealing the big red halter tops, seductively rubbing against Lu Feng. Oh, you are really funny. Looking in front of a good scratching Wu Yanli, Lu Feng disdainful sneer. Lu Feng, really, as long as you spare me, then whatever you let me do will do. Snort. In order to live, Wu Yanli even did not hesitate to directly tear off the red halter undershirts, with the intention of extremely seducing Lu Feng. Ridiculous. Looking at the shaking Wu Yanli, Lu Feng remained unmoved, not attracted to her at all. In my previous life, how could I have been stupid enough to trust such a person like you? You can go to hell. Lu Feng, who laughed coldly, directly pinched Wu Yanli's head. But Lu Feng thought about it, and then felt that killing Wu Yanli like this was really too cheap for her. After all, in his previous life, Lu Feng was victimized by this Wu Yanli, and Chen Mengyuan and the others. Let's give you a novel way to die. At this time, Lu Feng, who had a twinkle in his eye, directly grabbed Wu Yanli's hair and dragged her alive to the farm's livestock enclosure. Roar, roar, roar. Roar, roar. Inside a pig raising enclosure, looking at the dozen or so demonized, incomparably energetic black breeding pigs within it, Lu Feng instantly laughed. He remembered that Wu Yanli seemed to be a pig after her bestialization. This was quite a match. Go on, enjoy yourself. Boom. Lu Feng, who smiled coldly, directly grabbed Wu Yanli by her collars and threw her into the breeding pig enclosure. No, don't. Lu Feng, spare your life, spare your life. After being thrown into the pig breeding enclosure by Lu Feng, Wu Yanli completely panicked. She struggled violently and begged Lu Feng loudly. You can't live with yourself. Lu Feng, who smiled coldly, but took a step and left. No. Wu Yanli's eager cry as she picks at the door of the enclosure. Take a rest, tomorrow after Qin Sugar evolves to the transcendent realm, we'll go pick that purple haze divine chi. After settling Wu Yanli, Lu Feng stretched comfortably, and then there's the two treasures, the Yellow Earth Spirit Bead and the Flaming Young Chi. Yellow Earth Spirit Bead, this one currently has no clue. But for the Fiery Young Chi, once I get the Purple Haze God Chi, then I'll make another trip to the crater park. Next to the magma pools in the crater, there will definitely be fiery flame Yangji growing. Many people who went exploring in the crater park in their previous lives obtained this flaming Yangji. Lu Feng, who had stretched his back, scanned himself with apocalypse and realized that the magic power stored within his beast source at the moment was only 5,000 points left. The previous battle with Zhao Heilung, as well as last night's recuperation of his injuries, this was all very draining of magic power. Replenish the magic power. After taking out a batch of spiritual herbs and medicines and magic stone beast cores from the warehouse, Lu Feng walked into the room and started cultivating. This cultivation was for a day. At night, after the blood-colored red moon slowly rose, a rustling sound suddenly entered Lu Feng's eardrums. A thief? Lu Feng opened his eyes suspiciously. Thieves entering his room to steal? This was really a self-inflicted death of a mouse digging a hole right into the cat's mouth. Ha! However, the moment he opened his eyes, Lu Feng was stunned. Because the person who entered his room was not a thief. It was Chen Sugar. And Chen Sugar was even wearing black stockings, white socks, small leather shoes, hip-hugging skirt, white shirt, and vest. What a sexy to the core seductive look. You this? Lu Feng was very slightly confused as he looked at the innocently dressed yet sexy and seductive Chen Tianyi in front of him. This girlish college student's daily wear really made people's eyes light up. Ah, Lu Feng. Chen Sugar tightly bit her vermilion lips, sitting on the chair, her thighs tightly together, her calves slightly forked, her small hands holding the corner of her skirt, her big eyes blinking and watery as she looked at Lu Feng. I wear it like this, you think? Does it look good? Chapter 69, Chin Candy, I'm afraid of pain. Hiss. You this. Looking in front of Chen Sugar's long and straight, black pantyhose wrapped attractive legs, Lu Feng was really instantly stunned straight in the eyes. He really did not expect that Chen Sugar would wear such a thing at night and suddenly sneak into his room. What did Chen Candy want to do?
What do you mean?
Lu Feng, who took a deep breath, looked at Chen Sugar suspiciously.
I'm asking you.
Chen Sugar, who gave a delicate hum, moved her chair and moved closer to Lu Feng. Then she stomped her little feet and directly kicked her black shoes to one side, revealing her crystal feet wrapped in white socks.
Lu Feng.
Chen Sugar, who let out a delicate hum, used her jade foot to slowly climb Lu Feng's calf.
Don't you do that, it's not appropriate.
As Chen Sugar's small feet gradually rubbed towards her thighs, Lu Feng, whose body trembled, stared.
Lu Feng, there's nothing inappropriate. You haven't answered people yet.
The flushed face of Chen Candy suddenly trembled. Chen Candy, who pursed her lips, looked at Lu Feng with shyness and embarrassment.
Didn't expect that Lu Feng would be so. Phew.
As Chen Sugar's body trembled, Lu Feng, who took a deep breath, finally forced himself to hold back the impulse in his heart. He lifted his head and looked with a grave gaze at Chen Sugar in front of him, who had a rosy face and a slender, very beautiful body. Because he had possessed Chen Tianyi before, Lu Feng was still very cautious about Chen Sugar. After all, in a way, Chen Sugar seemed to be considered his.
The unspeakable one?
His. This made Lu Feng couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Although he felt a bit irritated, Lu Feng suppressed the impulse in his heart and kept himself calm and rational.
Go away, you don't have to do this.
Lu Feng, whose face was heavy, directly waved his hand and pushed Chen Sugar's tantalizingly beautiful legs away from his lap.
You!
Chen Candy, who had a small mouth, glared indignantly at Lu Feng with great dissatisfaction. Just now, Lu Feng was still lovingly holding her little feet and playing with them, but now he said to push them away.
It was really a scummy man. Lu Feng, am I not pretty?
Although a little less happy, Chen Sugar, whose heart was filled with curiosity and anticipation, still blinked her big eyes and looked at Lu Feng adorably. She was different from the shy Chen Sugar. Although she didn't have a boyfriend, she usually enjoyed watching movies by herself.
Playing games.
Pretty.
Lu Feng replied accurately, but you didn't have to be. You saved me.
Chen Sugar grunted, I have nothing to repay you, so I can only return the favor. Zhao Heilung's target is me. You were captured by him because of me, so you're considered to have been implicated by me and suffered an undeserved disaster. Lu Feng looked at Chen Sugar gravely, so you don't need to thank me like this, you and I don't owe anyone.
Then I want to.
Chen Sugar puffed and pinched her small savage waist, I'm curious. Why is it that my sister can experience the feeling of doing a roller coaster and I can't? Chen Candy, who was pouting, once again put her little leg on Lu Feng's leg and rocked comfortably, I want to ride the roller coaster too.
You?
Lu Feng was speechless, looking at Chen Sugar's beautiful legs resting on his lap. Especially after following Chen Sugar's pantyhose and seeing her tightly rolled rounded hip skirt and slim little waist, his eyes were burning, and he couldn't help but secretly gulp saliva.
You don't have much psychological burden, I'm voluntary.
Chen Sugar tilted her little brain, big eyes blinking at Lu Feng, you also don't have to think about it, saying that you can't explain it to my sister. I'll explain it to her myself. I'm in my 20s, I have my own decisions about my body.
What I want to do is my freedom.
Saying that, Chen Candy directly hugged Lu Feng's arm tightly, Lu Feng. This. In an instant, Lu Feng, whose arms were tightly wrapped in warmth and softness, was embarrassed as his body trembled slightly, somewhat at a loss for what to say. This Chen Sugar really gave Lu Feng a surprise. To be honest, Lu Feng didn't expect, following the last Chen Sweet, this time the Chen Sugar actually also so active.
Lu Feng, you don't like me wearing pantyhose?
Seeing that Lu Feng never moved, Chen Sugar's eyes were darting around, very suspicious, but nowadays college students, they all wear them like this.
Do you like to wear sweatpants? Jeans? Or girls in fairy dresses? Or wear hanbok? Cheongsam? Lolita? Sailor outfit? Oh, exempt.
Chen Sugar bites her lips, you say it, what you want me to wear, I'll wear what to show you. With my figure. Chen Sugar used her snow-white small hand to cross the curve of her waist, I look good in anything, huh? You are indeed quite good, it looks good to wear like this. Lu Feng responded awkwardly. Because of his good figure, good looks, and young skin that was bouncy and moist and full of collagen.
So don't talk about wearing pantyhose that were already tantalizing to explore.
Even if he wore a flowery cotton jacket, that Chen Sugar would also be pretty enough.
Aha!
I'll take that as you complimenting me. Chen Sugar, who gave a delicate light hum, tightly hugged Lu Feng's arm and very adorably pillowed Lu Feng's shoulder.
Phew!
Smelling the tantalizing young girl's fragrance emanating from Chen Sugar's body, Lu Feng finally couldn't help himself at this moment. Surprisingly, Chen Sugar had taken such an initiative on her own.
Then how could Lu Feng refuse?
Although Lu Feng didn't attach much importance to the affairs of men and women.
But he is also not a eunuch.
In short, there are still 4 words.
No initiative, no refusal. Since you've thoroughly thought about it, then I'm not going to be polite.
After a slight hesitation, Lu Feng directly intercepted and picked up Qiongqi, making Qiongqi sit on his lap. As Chen Sugar sat down, in an instant, Lu Feng felt the ultimate soft and bouncy moistness on his legs. Chen Sugar, who hummed softly in a good manner, tightly hugged Lu Feng's neck. Her pretty face reddened as she lay on Lu Feng's chest. You, turn off the light.
Click.
Lu Feng directly turned off the lights.
In fact, to the transcendent realm Lu Feng, it didn't matter if he turned off the lights or not.
This was because he only needed to fill his eyes with magic power to be able to see at night. Following that, as she was picked up by Lu Feng, Chen Sugar, whose body was lightly trembling with some fear, hugged Lu Feng tightly with all her might.
What about you being gentle? Qiongqi, who was hugging Lu Feng, let out a faint mosquito voice.
I'm afraid of pain.
Chapter 70 Chen Sugar entering the transcendent realm.
It rained heavily last night.
Because there were gaps in the roof of the farm's wooden house, Lu Feng's bedsheets were completely soaked.
For this reason, early the next morning, the pretty red-faced Chen Sugar took Lu Feng's bedsheets into the laundry room and hand-washed them herself.
You're having breakfast.
Chen Tianyi looked at Chen Sugar, who was walking with a limp and was obviously out of place, and served breakfast on the table after glaring at Lu Feng without any good humor. Lu Feng slightly shrugged his shoulders and gave Chen Sweet a silly smile. This pair of sisters were really superb. One was gentle and calm, while the other was cute and spirited. To be honest, if he hadn't seen the blooming roses last night, Lu Feng really almost thought that Chen Sugar was an early experience, a woman who had fought a lot of bloody battles. Tisk. Looking at Chen Sugar, who had changed into black tight micro pants in the morning, her body was getting more and more forward and backward, and her skin was even more moist and pink. Lu Feng stretched out very somewhat laboriously and weakly. Last night Lu Feng and Chen Sugar's all-night hacking, although the beginning of Lu Feng stealing tower's success, killed Chen Sugar lost armor, woeful, loudly begging for mercy.
But after Chen Sugar learned how to operate the game, Lu Feng was embarrassed. He was quickly being pressed by Chen Sugar for a good amount of time. This made Lu Feng almost lose his confidence. It seemed like the one who was losing out. It was him. You eat the fruit. At this time, Chen Sugar brought a serving of fruit to Lu Feng.
Thanks. Lu Feng smiled at Chen Tianyi.
However, what Chen Tianyi responded to him was an unfavorable rolling of her eyes.
This made Lu Feng dumbfounded. Although they are twins, their personalities are still very different. Looking at the fruits served by Chen Tian, Lu Feng smiled. Using a fruit analogy, Chen Sweet was a cantaloupe. The flesh was rather stiff and did not contain enough water. It needed to be savored and would have a long aftertaste. On the other hand, Chen Sugar was a watermelon, bright and exuberant, full of water and sugar content, which could be feasted on and very thirst-quenching. Each has its own flavor.
Lu Feng, who smiled, took care of his breakfast in 3 tries, then looked at the sisters Chen Sweet and Chen Sugar. You guys pack up, let's go out together today and pick the purple haze divine Ganoderma. Tonight, it should mature.
Lu Feng clenched his fist heavily, his eyes burning. This purple haze divine chi was a very good treasure, and it must be very good to use it as a special material for the next mutation evolution.
Good then.
Chen Tianyi, who had prepared for this, hummed lightly.
Can you guys wait for me?
At this moment, Chen Sugar suddenly clenched her long, straight legs tightly and let out a light hum with a reddened face.
What's wrong with you?
Lu Feng looked at Qiongqi suspiciously.
I have a feeling that I'm going to evolve.
Wait for me. Before he could finish a sentence, Chen Sugar rushed into the room in a fiery rage.
This is about to evolve?
Without taking any heavenly materials or devouring spiritual herbs and medicines or setting up formations. This is also coming too swiftly. Looking at the back of Chen Sugar, who rushed into the room at breakneck speed, Lu Feng was confused. After all, if he wanted to mutate and evolve, he needed to prepare a lot and it was very laborious. She took a batch of spiritual herbs and spiritual medicine before, so she should have accumulated just enough. Although in her heart, she understood what exactly Chen Sugar had absorbed, which allowed her to evolve so unexpectedly. However, this kind of thing, Chen Sugar still didn't have the heart to talk to Lu Feng.
Do you want to take a rest first? I'll call out to you when her evolution is over.
Chen Tianyi, who pursed her vermilion lips tightly, slowly walked behind Lu Feng and gently rubbed Lu Feng's shoulders. What she wanted Lu Feng to do was already self-evident.
It's fine, I'm not tired.
The very somewhat weak Lu Feng stretched his back and picked up a spirit medicines and devoured it under the gaze of Chen Tianyi's grudging eyes. Although he was strong and physically powerful, his energy was limited after all.
It was better to keep that kind of thing on point. Lu Feng didn't want to indulge in it every day and end up becoming a void duke.
Especially now that he had a feeling as if it wasn't Chen Tianan and Chen Sugar sisters who were the ones who suffered a loss to them, but instead, it was him.
All right.
Chen Tianyi beamed her little mouth and accompanied Lu Feng in a well-behaved manner.
With a naturally shy personality, she was still too embarrassed to take the initiative like Chen Sugar. I'm good. An hour later, the refreshed Chen Sugar bounced and rushed out of the room. I've broken through to the Transcendent Realm 1 star. It really is the wind attribute. Chen Sugar said excitedly, I'm now a clear wind egret after animalization. There are 2 more skills. One is Bees Ride the Wind. The other is BS Wind Blade.
Saying that, Chen Sugar made a demonstration by bestializing into a white herons on the spot. Riding the wind, which meant that Chen Sugar's speed was like the wind, was greatly improved. Especially in the weather of Guadang, Chen Sugar could completely utilize this nature's gale to increase his speed to the extreme. This skill was very suitable for some occasions where there was a perennial gale. For example, canyon caves and Gobi regions. This was because to an unusual martial artist, the gale would affect movement, sight, and hearing. But for Chen Sugar, who possessed the wind riding skill, no matter if it was attacking or retreating, he could utilize the heightened speed of the gale to get twice the result with half the effort. As for Wind Blade, it was well understood as the name suggested. It could send out wind blade attacks. Not bad. Lu Feng nodded slightly and looked at Chen Sugar with satisfaction. Actually, I have to thank you. Boo! The excited Chen Sugar directly bounced and rushed to Lu Feng's side, offering a fragrant kiss to Lu Feng.
Go away.
Lu Feng, who had red lip prints on his face, smiled, and the Transcendent Mortal Realms 8 stars led the Transcendent Mortal Realms 3-star Chen Sweet and the Transcendent Mortal Realms 1-star Chen Sugar sisters, directly out of the farm.
Wait a moment. After walking out of the gate of the farm, Chen Sweet suddenly thought of something. She looked at Lu Feng with some urgency. If the 3 of us are gone, what about the spiritual herbs and medicines inside the farm? Will there be any foreign beasts intruding? Don't worry, I've marked it well. Lu Feng smiled, as long as we come back within 3 days and the odor won't dissipate, we'll be fine. Unusual foreign beasts will never dare to approach the farm. Marker? What mark? Chen Tianyi and Chen Sugar were both skeptical, their big eyes blinking as they looked at Lu Feng. Haven't you guys seen Animal World? How does the Lion King mark his territory, don't you know?
Lu Feng, who laughed, directly stepped on the gas and drove the buggies deeper into the forest. Instantly, Chen Tianyi's pretty face turned red.
Ha!
On the other hand, the bold and open-minded Chen Sugar let out a delicate hum as her eyes swept over Lu Feng's robust legs. The corners of her mouth rose slightly in a mischievous manner.
Ahem.
Lu Feng, who was somewhat embarrassed by Chen Sugar's look, quickly sped to the valley after dryly coughing a few times. Seeing this purple haze divine chi that was about to mature. Of course there was also the blizzard falcon that was guarding it. I'll make a move later to lure away this blasting wind falcon. Lu Feng swept over the sisters Chen Sweet and Chen Sugar behind him. The 2 of you work together. Chen Sweet, you fly to pick this purple haze divine Ganoderma, and get on the bus as soon as you pick it. Then Chen Sweet, you quickly drive away from here after Chen Sugar gets on the car and wait for me outside.
Chapter 71 Lu Feng vs Blast Falcon. Okay. Understood.
Under Lu Feng's gaze, the sisters Chen Sweet and Chen Sugar immediately nodded their heads obediently and obediently took note.
I'll leave it to you guys then.
After smiling at the 2 girls, Lu Feng directly stepped out of the car and walked towards the valley brightly and imposingly, openly provoking this blast falcon.
It seems to be a bit bigger in size than before.
After approaching this blizzard falcon, a somewhat suspicious Lu Feng frowned slightly and swept this blizzard falcon with apocalypse.
Target, Blizzard Falcon. Race, Eagle Race. Realm, Beast General 2-star. Talent, Flying.
Skills, Whirlwind Blade /B+, Extreme Speed B+, Blizzard Tier B, Wind Blade C.
Weakness, Abdomen. Introduction, a falcon with unrivaled speed and equally powerful attacks. Evolutionary route, 2.
So it's evolved to Beast General 2-star, no wonder. Looking at the realm that had improved, Lu Feng completely realized. Because the realm had not improved much, the Blast Falcon only had a change in size, and its skills were still the same as before.
After the end times came, all people and animals improved.
Even though I have the golden fingers of apocalypse and sacrifice as well as the divine beast Popper's bloodline, I can't be lax, let alone be gullible. After all, in this world, the one thing that is least lacking is geniuses. After secretly muttering, Lu Feng looked at the Blizzard Falcon with a grave gaze and directly pulled out his tang blades and viciously slashed at the mountain wall where the Blizzard Falcon was located. Plop! Bang! The blade chi that contained magic power slashed heavily on the cliff stone wall. In an instant, this cliff stone wall was smoke and dust flying and rocks splattering. Shoo! The Blast Falcon that was enraged by Lu Feng flew out from the cave. After sweeping over Lu Feng with its stern eagle eyes, the Blizzard Falcon was very humanized and let out a disdainful jeje sneer.
Because Lu Feng was still a human at the moment.
Therefore, the sizzling Wind Falcon didn't put Lu Feng in its eyes at all, treating Lu Feng as a waste.
Despise me? Seek death.
Being despised by a Lu Feng was furious, and even though this strength was as high as a Beast General 2-star, Lu Feng was not afraid.
Because Lu Feng, who possessed the bloodline of the divine beast Poverty Chi,
possessed the formidable strength to fight across levels.
Beastify, Flaming Earth Rhinoceros.
Roar! With a roar, amidst the burning flames, Lu Feng directly bestialized, his eyes glaring red at the Blast Falcon.
In the burning flames, Lu Feng resembled a fiery bull.
His appearance was very hideous and frightening.
Bang!
Because the sizzling falcon had the advantage of flight and speed, Lu Feng directly slammed his horns into the cliff, thus attracting the sizzling falcon to attack him. Swoosh! As expected, seeing Lu Feng's ferocious impact, which caused the cliff stones to fall and smoke to roll out, the sizzling wind falcon was instantly anxious. Since its IQ wasn't very high, it worried about the falling rocks hitting the purple haze divine chi.
Snort! For this reason, the sizzling wind falcon directly attacked Lu Feng.
Hovering and descending from the air, it had a harsh wind blowing beside it, and its sharp claws were like steel, flashing with a harsh and cold aura.
Obviously, this Blizzard Falcon had utilized the B rank skill, Blizzard Tier, on Lu Feng. Stab Lara.
But unfortunately, although its speed was very strong and its attack power was also very strong, it was not helped by Lu Feng's Flaming Earth Rhinoceros, which was really thick-skinned and its scale armor was very sturdy. After its sharp claws touched Lu Feng's scale armor, it could only scrape out stabbing and pulling sparks, and was unable to pierce Lu Feng's defense at all.
Puff! Puff!
On the contrary, the Blast Falcon was also slowed down because of its descent, and was seized by Lu Feng, ruthlessly topped with a horn and fell on the ground, being stabbed with a bloody hole in a very sorry state. Swoosh! The injured Blizzard Falcon was completely enraged. After re-lifting into the air, he directly used his B+ strong skill, which was the Whirlwind Blade Chop.
Whoo!
In an instant, a whirlwind composed of countless wind blades appeared as the Blizzard Falcon's wings flapped. This whirlwind, which had an extremely strong attacking power, ruthlessly flew and chopped towards Lu Feng. Because the Blizzard Blade Chop's skill reached the B+ rank, and then the Blizzard Falcon's realm had reached the Beast General's 2nd star, this move inflicted damage on Lu Feng. It left Lu Feng in a bit of a mess as he was chopped open and blood splattered.
But it was only like that.
Because although this whirlwind flying dagger pierced into the gaps of the scale armor and pierced Lu Feng's skin, it couldn't pierce through the magical defense of Lu Feng, the Earth Flame Rhino. So Lu Feng only suffered some flesh wounds. For the thick-skinned Earth Flame Rhinoceros, this flesh wound was honestly like scratching an itch. It was miserable to look at, but in reality it was nothing. After all, in the transcendent realm, unless those brittle beasts, for beasts that excel in defense, if you want to seriously injure them, you have to injure the lungs and head. Extra skin injuries would not be able to cause a fatal kill at all. This Blast Falcon's skill is really strong. Inside the car, Chen Sugar couldn't help but let out a gasp. I'm also a wind attribute. When will I be able to have such a strong skill?
You will. Chen Sugar looked at Lu Feng with concern. Will it be alright?
Don't worry, sister, he's such a big brute with thick skin and strength, he'll definitely be fine.
Chen Sugar lightly hummed. Aha! Chen Sugar still looked at Lu Feng with some concern. It's time. At this time, looking at the more and more furious Blizzard Falcon, Lu Feng naturally seized the opportunity and began to retreat towards the interior of the valley, attracting this Blizzard Falcon to chase after him and attack him, pulling away the distance between the Blizzard Falcon and the mountain wall. Thus,
creating an opportunity for Chen Sugar to have a chance to pick the purple haze divine chi. Swoosh! As expected, as Lu Feng retreated, since he was never able to break through Lu Feng's defense to decapitate him, the sizzling wind falcon didn't think much of it and continued to chase and pummel Lu Feng. Good chance! Whoosh! As the gale falcon was lured away by Lu Feng, Chen Sugar seized the opportunity and directly transformed into a breeze egret, making use of the B-rank skill Ride the Wind and pouncing on the purple haze Ganoderma on the mountain cliff. Hiss! However, the moment Chen Sugar picked the purple cloud divine chi, a sudden change occurred. A black poison python suddenly appeared from the woods below, violently leaping up high and viciously attacking Chen Sugar. Shoo! And after hearing the sound of the python, the blizzard falcon also quickly turned back after realizing the anomaly and pounced on Chen Sugar. In an instant, Chen Sugar was sandwiched between the blast falcon and the black poison python, and was miserably surrounded by dumplings. Damn it! Lu Feng immediately stared. If he let the blizzard falcon pounce on him, Chen Sugar, whose strength was only 1 star in the transcendent mortal realm, would surely die. Although Chen Sugar could fly, her Ride the Wind was far worse than the blizzard falcon's B+ level skill extreme speed. There's no way, put up a fight. Fiery flame pyroclasm. Who? Gritting his teeth, Lu Feng directly spewed out flaming flames, fiercely burning towards the sizzling falcon and the black poison python. Chapter 72 Lu Feng battles 2 great beast general class alien beasts. Ho ho ho! Hot flames gushed out, directly enveloping the blistering falcon and the black poison python. Although Lu Feng's realm was only 8 stars in the transcendent mortal realm, while the sizzling falcon's realm was as high as 2 stars in the beast general realm, and then the black poison python's realm had similarly reached 1 star in the beast general realm. However, they were still completely dumbfounded when they were faced with the flaming flame that possessed the dragon flame attribute and had a skill level as high as A+. This incomparably hot, fiery flames that could burn everything was simply not something they could resist. Hiss! With a painful hissing sound, the black poison python that was enveloped in flames collapsed to the ground, rolling all over the place with the forest, crushing countless plants and trees. But unfortunately, even though it made every effort with the intention of extinguishing the fire. But because the flaming fire is burned through magic power, so his ordinary physical means simply can't extinguish the burning flaming fire. For this reason, in no time at all, this black poison python was paralyzed on the ground, burned into a pile of charcoal by the flaming flame. Swoosh! It was the blizzard falcon that had slightly better luck. Because it was fast enough, plus the fact that just now, in the howling gale, the gale flame that Lu Feng had spewed out wasn't precise enough, and then it was blown downwards by the blizzard wind, the blast falcon didn't get stained with too many flames. In the end, the blizzard falcon used the gale and magic power to extinguish the gale flames. Hoo! Chen Sugar, on the other hand, was holding the purple haze divine chi and seized this opportunity to quickly escape back to the car. Rumble, snort. Chen Sugar immediately drove the car and fled towards the outside of the valley. Swoosh! Seeing that Chen Sweet and Chen Sugar had seized their treasures and fled, the angry blast falcon wanted to go after them. Sinful beast, your opponent is me. Lu Feng certainly wouldn't give the gale falcon a chance to chase after the sisters Chen Sweet and Chen Sugar, and after a cold laugh, he directly used his skill. Sharp Earth Spike. Bang! Pft, pft, pft. With Lu Feng's heavy stomp, countless sharp earth thorns were the ones that suddenly emerged from the ground, sharply stabbing at the blizzard falcon. This caused many wounds to be stabbed out on the body and wings of the sizzling falcon. Swoosh! Lu Feng's behavior completely enraged the blizzard falcon, and in its anger, it did not care about recovering the purple cloud divine chi that had been snatched away by the sisters Chen Sweet and Chen Sugar. It was directly with reddened eyes that it once again used its cyclone blade / skill to viciously attack Lu Feng. It wanted to completely tear Lu Feng, this annoying bastard, into pieces. Only then would it be able to quell its anger and relieve its heartfelt hatred. It's now! Looking at the blast falcon that was violently rushing towards him, Lu Feng's eyes fiercely lit up as he grasped the opportunity. Die! Brute force impact! Madness explosion! Hoo! Thud thud thud! As the blizzard falcon transformed into a whirlwind blade chop, it viciously attacked Lu Feng. With a strong and sturdy scale armor, Lu Feng did not hesitate to launch this physical attack skill, fiercely underneath the rhinoceros head, revealing the sharp rhinoceros horn. It was devastating and mountainous, ruthlessly slamming into the blizzard falcon. Bang! Clatter! Stab la la! At the same time Lu Feng violently crashed into the Blizzard Falcon. These countless incomparably sharp wind blades also chopped Lu Feng into a bloody mess, with blood splattering everywhere.
Puff. Gurgling.
But because of the lack of defense, so in the end, it was the Blizzard Falcon that was the first to be unable to carry it, and was directly miserable to the end. On its stomach, Lu Feng's rhinoceros unicorn horn had viciously poked out a huge, blood-flowing wound.
Just you, a sinful animal, still want to kill me? You don't have the ability.
Looking at the paralyzed, completely ruined Blizzard Falcon, Lu Feng lifted his animalization to restore his person, holding the Tang blade, walking towards the Blizzard Falcon step by step.
Oh.
The sizzling falcon whimpered angrily and struggled, although it still wanted to attack Lu Feng, but it had more than enough strength.
Stop your futile struggles, dying in my hands, you didn't die unjustly.
Although you are indeed quite tough, but compared to me, you are still inferior.
But you are always a good opponent.
Lu Feng looked at the very humanized, sizzling falcon with fear in its eagle eyes in front of him. For this reason, I'll give you a pain and not torture you.
Put.
Saying that, Lu Feng directly chopped off the head of the sizzling wind falcon with a blade.
You really didn't die unjustly. After all, your opponent is me, even though my realm is lower than yours. Even if you rise another star or two to reach Guardian 3 or 4 stars, you're not my opponent, and you're bound to die. So, cultivate well in your next life.
Lu Feng, who shook his head, directly took out the Blast Wind Falcon's beast core.
Not bad, a blue wind attribute beast core.
Because the blasted wind falcon was in the beast general realm, this beast core was a circle larger than the usual transcendent realm beasts, which were only the size of a soybean.
It was about the thickness of a thumbnail. Keep it as a spare.
After collecting the beast core of the Blizzard Falcon, Lu Feng took down the beast core and snake gallbladder of the black poison python. This black poison python was much worse than the Blizzard Falcon. It was only soybean-sized, green poison attribute beast core. Theirs are both in the beast general realm, and their corpses are actually a great tonic.
If we bring them back to the farm, we can totally use them to cultivate spiritual herbs and medicines, and use them as good fertilizers.
Lu Feng looked at the huge corpses of the blistering falcon and the black poison python in front of him, and was very slightly distressed, but the corpses are too huge for me to bring back. But their meat is still useful to the sisters, Chen Sweet and Chen Sugar. After all, the blood and flesh of beast general level Fey beasts are rich in abundant magical power. After devouring it, a low-leveled Fey beast can raise its star level. With that, Lu Feng cut off a section of the blasted falcon's eagle leg, intending to bring it back to the sisters Chen Sweet and Chen Sugar. As for Lu Feng himself, because Lu Feng possessed a divine beast bloodline and was at a high realm, so the blood and flesh of the blasting falcon and the black poison python were of little use to Lu Feng. Even though it could increase magical power, it didn't say much. Lu Feng was too lazy to take it. It was better to hurry up and get the purple haze god Qi. After all, the purple haze divine Qi, as a high-level rare elixir, its magic power contained within, which was really high. Sheep for you guys. Lu Feng, who was carrying the eagle's legs, swept over some of the vultures and hyenas as well as foxes and coyotes and other middle to high-level foreign beasts that smelled blood and surrounded the battlefield from afar, and after shaking his head, he directly took the eagle's legs and left.
Lu Feng estimated that these Fey beasts, after devouring the corpses of the black poison python and the blizzard falcon, a few Fey beasts of the transcendent realm should appear.
In the aspect of devouring corpses, Fey beasts were going to have an advantage over humans.
They could digest and absorb more.
Here's a gift for you guys. After walking out of the valley, Lu Feng looked towards Chen Tianyi, who had parked her car on the bank of a small stream and pointed to the eagle leg of the blast falcon in her hand.
Lu Feng, come over and take a look.
Chen Tianyi raised her head, her eyes filled with tears as she looked at Lu Feng eagerly. Sugar, she's hurt.
Chapter 73 almost punctured Chen Sugar's uterus. Lu Feng's eyes stared at the words and immediately rushed over to Chen Tianyi and Chen Sugar. Don't be in a hurry, let me check.
Looking at the wound at Chen Sugar's lower abdomen, stabbed out by the blast falcon with a wind blade, Lu Feng frowned. This wound was very deep. It cut through Chen Sugar's intestines. It almost directly pierced Chen Sugar's uterus.
Lu Feng, save candy.
Chen Tianyi, who had been covering Chen Sugar's wound with her hand and using her healing skill to heal Chen Sugar's wounds, looked at Lu Feng very slightly anxiously. Because the wound was too deep, so her healing skill could not completely heal Chen Sugar's wound for a while.
Don't worry, the injury is not very fatal.
Lu Feng carefully examined it and realized that Chen Sugar was still relatively lucky. This wind blade was rubbing against Qin Sugar's uterus and fallopian tubes, piercing through its skin and eventually cutting a wound of rushing out of the body. If this wind blade is stabbed towards the body, directly into the internal organs, then Qin Sugar could really be certain death. Cough. At this time, Qin Sugar, who had a few dry coughs, pointed to the purple haze divine Ganoderma on the side. I picked it back for you, take a look, it's not damaged, right?
It's intact. Lu Feng swept over the purple plowed divine chi with a trace of Qin Sugar's blood, and his gaze snapped.
After a slight hesitation, Lu Feng took out the blue wind attribute beast core of the blasted wind falcon that he had previously obtained. Qin Sugar, use your healing skill first to seal the periphery of her wounds and stop the bleeding. Lu Feng looked at Qin Sugar's hideous wounds. Later, find a safe place for her to take this beast core and evolve to raise her star level. That way the injuries in her internal organs will be healed by the magic warmth and the evolution. This. Hearing Lu Feng's words and looking at this incomparably cherished blue wind attribute beast core in Lu Feng's hand, Chen Tianyi was stunned. After all, this beast core was the beast core of a beast general level blast wind falcon. It was very rare. Saving lives is important, these are all extraneous things. Lu Feng gently patted the back of Chen Tianan's hand, and together with Chen Tianan, assisted Qin Sugar into the buggy. Because this area had just finished a big battle, the blood stench was thick, so it wasn't safe. Lu Feng had to find a place that was safe enough to help Qin Sugar recover. As for the blue wind attribute beast core of this blast falcon, although it was precious, compared to saving Qin Sugar's life, Lu Feng wouldn't be heartbroken. After all, Qin Sugar had been injured in order to help him obtain the purple haze divine chi. Moreover, it was just a blue wind attribute beast core. With Lu Feng's strength, killing beast generals to loot their cores was not a big problem. Lu Feng, look, there's a village here. At this time, after Lu Feng drove out of the valley, Chen Tianyi exclaimed, pointing at a village outside the valley. Go and see if there is anyone, find a safe house. Lu Feng directly drove into the village. Wow! The moment Lu Feng drove into the village, more than a dozen young and strong villagers suddenly rushed out and surrounded Lu Feng with grave expressions. Lu Feng scanned with his apocalypse. These people were basically high-level experts. Only a handful of 2 or 3 had entered the Transcendent Realm, but they were only Transcendent Realm 1 or 2 stars. None of them were enough to be feared. A few folks, my sister is injured, can you let us borrow a night? Shen Sweet exerted the unique affinity of a woman and got off the bus to look at the group of villagers. We won't use your rooms for nothing, there are a few spirit grasses and herbs here, count them as our room fee. Please also make it easy for all of you. Chen Tianyi placed the spirit herbs and spiritual medicines on a side table. A few of the villagers in charge conferred for a bit. Eventually the village chief stepped out. We are the Fengmen Mountain village, you guys came out from Fengmen Mountain? The village chief looked at Lu Feng and Chen Tianyi suspiciously. There are many strong foreign beasts in there. We entered it by mistake and ran into a strong foreign beast, so my sister was unfortunately injured. Chen Tianyi replied, we came from Qiongqi. Is Qiongqi's situation alright now? The village chief subconsciously inquired. Ever since the end of the world came, they had been cut off from the outside world. There are gangs everywhere, all sorts of brutality. Chen Tianyi replied with a palpitating heart. Tell you what, you guys can rest for the night at the village's mass service center. The village chief pointed to the village center square, but you can only stay for 1 night, strangers are not welcome in our village. Thank you. Chen Tianyi immediately thanked him, we'll leave tomorrow after my sister recovers. After saying that, under the watchful eyes of a group of villagers, Lu Feng then helped Qin Sugar with Chen Tian, and set up camp at the village's mass service center where they had set up tents. I'll go cook. Seeing that the kitchen had cutlery, Chen Sweet sliced some eagle leg meat before walking into the kitchen. Lu Feng, on the other hand, took the blue wind attribute beast core of the blasted falcon, as well as some spiritual herbs and medicines, and mashed them up and fed them to the unconscious Qin Sugar. And he guarded Qin Sugar's and assisted Qin Sugar in evolving. And at this moment, while Lu Feng and Qin Sugar were busy, the village chief's house. Village chief, it's great, it's great. At this moment, a villager eagerly rushed into the village head's house. What's wrong? The village chief, whose strength had reached 3 stars in the Transcendent Realm and who was the village's #1 expert, swept over the villager suspiciously. If you have something to say, just say it, if you have a fart, just let it go. Village chief, I saw something good. This villager mysteriously lowered his voice, absolutely rare and wonderful super good stuff. What? The village chief inquired suspiciously. In their car, there is a superb Ganoderma lucidum, it should be a high-level spirit medicine.
And there's also half of an eagle's leg. That eagle leg is huge, it should be the divine eagle we saw last time. The villagers said excitedly, beast general level divine eagle meat. If we can grab this spirit urban medicine and the divine eagle meat, the village can definitely evolve 3 or 5 transcendent realm experts. Even if you, the village head, can't enter the beast general, you can still become a transcendent mortal realm high star expert. The villagers' eyes burned with excitement. Village chief, this is our chance. Hiss. This. The village chief who heard these words was stunned. He had never expected that Lu Feng and Chen Tianyi had brought so many goodies with them. Village chief, the opportunity is too good to lose. The villager roared excitedly, I'll gather everyone from the village protectors, kill them and seize the treasures. Don't be impulsive. The village chief tightened his brows. That divine eagle is very strong. They were able to decapitate the divine eagle. This strength must be very strong. We, perhaps, are not their match. Village chief, you're overthinking it. They probably just coincidentally came across the divine eagle when it was weak and sneak attacked it. And there's someone inside them who's been injured. The villager muttered, Village chief, if we don't seize the opportunity now, when their wounded recover tomorrow, we won't have a chance to seize the treasure. Can't be impulsive. In case they are strong and someone we can't afford to mess with, if we do it rashly, we will die a miserable death. The village chief pondered briefly, and his eyes rolled. In this case, you tell everyone to get ready first, and I'll personally go and test them. Everything will be done under my watchful eye. If there is an opportunity, kill and seize the treasure. Chapter 74. Villagers surround Lu Feng and Chen Sui Chin Sugar. You're eating. At this time, inside the mass service center, Chen Sui handed the prepared fragrant roasted meat to Lu Feng. Thanks. Lu Feng smiled at Chen Sui and pointed at Chen Sugar, whose face had regained some blood color after taking the elixir in the beast core. Her injuries are already gradually recovering, she should be awake tomorrow, you don't have to worry too much. Thank you. Chen Sugar pursed her vermilion lips and looked at Lu Feng tenderly, giving such a precious beast core to her to take. You are so good to us. The gentle and incomparable Chen Tianyi, her pretty face flushed red, tightly hugged Lu Feng's arm. Obviously she didn't mind giving it to Lu Feng now if he wanted to. This is what I should do, after all, she was injured for me. Lu Feng smiled and patted the back of Chen Tianyi's hand, not making any extra movements. After all, in this current situation, Lu Feng was not in the mood to do anything. Seeing that Lu Feng wasn't prepared to do anything, so Chen Tianyi was also sensible and gentle and didn't make any more movements. Both of you, is the condition of your wounded okay? I have some injury medicine here that you guys can use. At this time, the village chief suddenly came uninvited and stepped into the mass service centers, his eyes burning as he looked at Lu Feng and Chen Tian, especially scanning the roasted eagle leg meat in the pot. Thank you, our wounded are doing much better. Lu Feng replied mildly. That's good, that's good. The village chief directly picked up a slice of roasted eagle leg meat and put it directly into his mouth without even asking Lu Feng and Chen Tianyi, this meat tastes good. You guys were in the valley, did you see the divine eagle? Divine eagle? Chen Sui was a bit skeptical, but instantly realized, knowing that the village chief should be talking about the blast falcon that was killed by Lu Feng. Indeed, I saw it. Then you guys killed it? The village chief immediately looked at Lu Feng and Chen Tianyi with a grave gaze. If Lu Feng really had the ability to kill the sizzling wind falcon, then he would have to consider not daring to make a move against Lu Feng. Chen Sui subconsciously nodded her head. No, how could we have the ability to do that? But Lu Feng suddenly opened his mouth, directly interrupting Chen Sui's words. This blizzard falcon is very strong, we looked at it from afar, realized it was not good, and prepared to escape. But just happened to run into a giant python, it and the blizzard falcon suddenly wore into a ball. In the end, they fought a lose-lose. It was the same death. Lu Feng laughed, so we took advantage and used the opportunity to cut some eagle meat. In that case, that's quite lucky indeed. After trying to find out the true situation of Lu Feng and the sisters, Chen Sui and Chen Sugar, the village headman's eyes instantly glowed with excitement. Especially after his eyes swept over the bulging parcels next to Lu Feng's tent, and then the various spiritual herbs and medicines and many magic stones and beast cores inside the trunk of the car. The village chief's eyes were even more radiant. Village chief, you eat it. Chen Tianyi handed some roasted meat to the village chief. Okay, thanks. The village chief smiled as he accepted the roasted meat. This time, I've really caused you trouble by borrowing a room in your village.
Lu Feng took out a few more medium-grade magic stones, as well as a few green beast cores. These gifts are not a token of respect, please accept them, village chief. How can this be a good gesture? You guys are only staying for one night, you can't use so many good things.
Here's some unopened mineral water, feel free to drink as much as you want.
Although his mouth said that he was embarrassed, but in reality, the village chief was taking the medium-grade magic stones and green beast cores, and excitedly leaving.
You just now, why didn't you say that it was you who killed the blizzard falcon? After the village chief left, Chen Tiany's big eyes blinked as she looked at Lu Feng suspiciously. Would he believe me if I said it? Lu Feng asked rhetorically. Chen Tiany was instantly speechless. After pondering for a moment, Chen Tiany bit her vermilion lips tightly and looked at Lu Feng with a complex expression. I'm worried, will he? I gave him a chance. Lu Feng shook his head. If he is self-aware, then everything is fine. If he has to seek his own death.
Remember, this is in the post-apocalyptic world, there's not much benevolence and morality with laws and regulations to speak of now.
I only have 4 words. A grudge for a grudge, a tooth for a tooth. After saying that, Lu Feng directly laid into the tent's rest. He wasn't some holy father. Therefore, Lu Feng would not show the slightest bit of mercy to those who wanted to plot against him. Let's hope that you guys can be more sensible.
Sweeping over the village outside the glass, Chen Tiany shook her head as she guarded Chen Sugar as she walked into another tent. And at this moment, the village chief's house.
Village chief, how is it? I didn't lie, right? I have a very sensitive nose. What good stuff they have, I know it as soon as I smell it. This thieving villager with burning eyes pointed to his nose. His awakened beast source was a weasel. So it was very sensitive to temperature.
It does indeed have quite a few good things. The village chief nodded slightly, his eyes filled with covetousness, but I can't see through their strength, especially that male.
He seems to be very strong.
The village chief tightly locked his brows, very hesitant.
It was both wanting to plunder and being afraid that something would happen. Village chief, you're really overestimating them.
This villager laughed coldly. With so many of us together, even though he is highly powerful, he will definitely die.
Village chief, if you want to become an expert, you have to take risks. There's no such thing as a free lunch in the world.
The villagers clenched their fists. It's purely their bad luck that they came to our sealed gate mountain village. It's a door delivery for them to find death.
This benefit that was sent to our door, we have to get it. Otherwise it's a case of heaven giving and not taking, and we must be blamed for it.
The villagers' eyes burned. Village chief, don't hesitate.
If you hesitate, you will lose.
The villager was eager beyond words. As long as you get these treasures, village chief, you can become a party hegemon, directly leading the entire town of 13 villages, tens of thousands of villagers.
Or even kill your way into the county town and become the county town lord.
Hiss. Amidst the compelling sounds of the villagers, the village chief violently sucked in a mouthful of cool air, his eyes turning redder and redder.
Damn it, riches and wealth. Put up a fight.
The village chief, who really couldn't resist the temptation, swung his fist heavily and decided to fight.
This way, you go find everyone in the village protection team and tell them to get ready.
The village chief looked at the time, and his gaze was gloomy. Tomorrow morning at 5 o'clock, do it.
All right.
The villagers immediately answered excitedly.
Come to our sealed gate mountain village, count yourselves unlucky.
The village chief, who watched the villagers leave, let out a vicious sardonic laugh and waved his fist heavily. Following that, the next morning at 5 o'clock. Rolling smoke suddenly swept into the mass service center where Lu Feng and the sisters, Chen Sweet and Chen Sugar, lived.
Who?
Following that, the wind borrowed the power of the fire. The raging flames were even more intensely burning and rushed into the room.
Lu Feng, there's a fire. Chen Sugar looked at Lu Feng in panic. What do we do? What to do?
After stepping out of the tent, Lu Feng instantly smiled, for words.
Heaven's sins are forgivable. Self-inflicted sins cannot be lived. Chapter 75 The Law of the Weak and the Strong in the End Times.
You protect Chen Sugar and just wait for me in the room.
Lu Feng smiled coldly. I'll go clean up this group of stupid people who don't have eyes.
Lu Feng. Looking at Lu Feng's back as he was about to walk out of the room, Chen Tiany couldn't help but let out a cry of alarm.
Lu Feng turned back his head suspiciously. That's it.
Chen Tiany, who pursed her vermilion lips tightly, held the corner of her coat with veins protruding from her small snow-white hand, and looked at Lu Feng with a very somewhat complicated expression. Wouldn't it be a bit cruel to do this?
Ha, you really are. Still not used to the end times?
Lu Feng was very speechless as he looked at the womanizing Qiongqi. I've just said it, this is the end times.
So don't treat them as people, they're just a bunch of. We won't wantonly bully the innocent and slaughter the weak.
Lu Feng sneered, but if these people mess with our hands, there's nothing more to say.
Kill them if they deserve to die.
Remember, to be merciful to your enemies in the end times is to be cruel to yourself. If you don't get rid of the grass, it will grow again in the spring. After saying that, Lu Feng with a cold face directly walked out of this people's service center which was surrounded by fire. Lu Feng knew that the sisters, Chen Sweet and Chen Sugar, obviously hadn't completely gotten used to the law of survival in the end times. In fact, there were many people like them. Most of them would be pitched to death. Only a small number of them would manage to survive and end up completely understanding the Mordor and changing their character.
In the end times, where is there any benevolence or morality to speak of? Lu Feng shook his head breathlessly. If taking losses was a BL Essing, then many people would have been blessed like the East Sea long ago.
Ha! Lu Feng, who laughed coldly, swept his cold eyes over the group of villagers surrounding him.
This group of people who saw the wealth should all be damned. Lu Feng had already given them the reward, given them the opportunity.
Since they didn't know better and were greedy enough to swallow the elephant.
Then Lu Feng
wouldn't show the slightest bit of mercy anymore either.
Kid, you do have a few skills, you even managed to escape from the fire by a fluke. The villager with the thieving eyebrows glared viciously at Lu Feng, but so what?
Surrounded by so many of us, you're still 100% bound to die.
Kid, I can give you a chance to live.
The village chief carried his hands behind his back and looked at Lu Feng with a grave gaze. Hand over all the spiritual herbs, medicines, beast cores, magic stones, and other treasures you're carrying with you, and I can spare you from death.
Otherwise.
Roar! The village chief directly animalized into a transcendent realm fire attribute jaguars, waving his flaming sharp claws, staring viciously at Lu Feng. You will die a miserable death.
Squeak! Bah!
Hiss! After the village chief's bestialization, the other dozen or so villagers who surrounded Lu Feng also bestialized. Among those who had reached the transcendent realm were an earth-attributed turtle, a metallic monkey, a wood-attributed meerkat, and a water-attributed water snake. The strength could be said to be barely adequate. If it was placed in Qiongqi, it would definitely not be considered a great power. But in the remote villages and towns, it is also enough to dominate the party, arrogant and domineering, looting and rampaging.
But unfortunately, today they ran into Lu Feng.
So he was destined to fold.
Kid, I'll give you one last chance.
The village chief glared viciously at Lu Feng. Hand over all your treasures now, and you'll still have a chance to live.
Otherwise, there is only one thing that will happen to you.
The village chief sneered, death.
Village chief, what's the point of inking with him?
Just kill him, then all his treasures will be ours.
Go to hell.
This thievish-eyed villager, who was a weasel after animalization, was directly vicious and took the initiative to pounce on Lu Feng, intending to kill him by decapitating him with a ferocious attack.
Death-defying thing.
Lu Feng coldly smiled, facing the encircling attacks of these villagers. He directly animalized.
Moo! In an instant, the earth flame rhinoceros burning with a blazing flame appeared out of thin air.
Looking at Lu Feng in front of him with flames rolling all over his body, just like the bull demon king, who was very huge and strong, this thieving villager was completely confused and dumbfounded. His weasel was like the difference between an ant and an elephant in front of Lu Feng's rhinoceros.
Bang! Poof!
Following that, before the dumbfounded man could escape, Lu Feng directly stomped down on him with a vicious foot, deflating him on the spot with a heavy stomp.
Together!
The village chief, whose eyes were red, had already realized that this time, they were afraid that they had kicked the bucket. But there was no way around it, since they had already completely flipped out, so he could only grit his teeth and gather courage as he greeted a group of villagers from the village protectors and ruthlessly surrounded Lu Feng.
A bunch of mongrels.
Sweeping over this group of villagers who were frantically besieging him, Lu Feng coldly smiled with disdain. These villagers whose strength was only 2 or 3 stars of the transcendent realm, and whose strength was weak, only a mere 5 or 6 stars of the higher order, also wanted to threaten Lu Feng? It was simply a fool's dream, delusional.
Since you guys can't wait to die, it's fine, then I'll fulfill you. Go to hell.
Sharp earth spikes. To kill these villagers, Lu Feng didn't even need to use the most powerful flaming flame.
So he directly stomped his foot heavily and used the A-ranked sharp earth spike. Puff. PFFFFFFFFF.
Instantly, countless incomparably sharp, steel needle-like earth spikes directly emerged from the ground. The villagers who had surrounded Lu Feng, one by one, were all miserable, like sugar gourds, being pierced through their bodies by the earth thorns one by one. All of them died miserably.
You deserve to die.
After all, the village chief was a bit stronger. After woefully dodging the sharp earth thorns, he rushed in front of Lu Feng, and with his fiery claws, he fiercely tore at Lu Feng.
Thorn Lara.
But unfortunately, with the sparks flashing, the village chief's attack couldn't hurt Lu Feng in the slightest. For one thing, the sharpness of his claws simply couldn't break Lu Feng's scale armor defense. Secondly, his fire attribute attacks, in the face of the blazing flames burning on Lu Feng's body, were also simply unable to incinerate Lu Feng.
Waste. Bang.
The disdainful Lu Feng directly kicked out.
Puff. Puff.
The village chief, who was kicked out 10 meters away by Lu Feng's kick on the spot, after collapsing a wall, he was very wretchedly paralyzed on the ground, spitting blood from his mouth, very miserable.
Your time to die has come.
Lu Feng, who smiled coldly, took a step in front of the village chief, picked up the village chief's cougar fur with his rhinoceros unicorn horn, and slammed it into the fire.
Me. I deserve to die.
Looking at Lu Feng's scarlet and cold eyes, the village headman, who knew that it was useless for him to beg for forgiveness, finally smiled miserably. I didn't know how to die when I led the people to attack you and salivated over your treasures. I do deserve to die. But my wife and children, as well as the other old and weak women and children in the village, they are innocent.
You could have killed me. But I beg you to spare them.
The village chief looked at Lu Feng with pleading eyes. Please.
Chapter 76: The Fire That Burns Everything. You think it's possible? Lu Feng swept a disdainful glance at the childish village chief. They are truly innocent.
The village chief looked at Lu Feng eagerly. We people made a move against you, so if you want to kill them, we are at your disposal. We deserved what we did to ourselves.
But they didn't make a move on you.
You're a hero. Why did you do it to the old, weak, women and children? The village chief looked at Lu Feng with an incomparable plea. They are all innocent, spare your life.
Heh, innocent?
Lu Feng smiled disdainfully at his words. Firstly, I gave you a chance and gave you enough reward, but you are greedy. Secondly, both of my women are pregnant with my children in their bellies. If it was me who lost this time. Lu Feng looked at the village chief with cold eyes. You would have spared them and let them give birth to my child safely?
This.
The village chief's face stiffened, instantly rendered speechless by Lu Feng's question. Because both Chen Sweet and Chen Sugar were good-looking, so if the village protectors were victorious today, then both sisters, Chen Sweet and Chen Sugar, should not die.
But they would definitely become communal playthings for the villagers.
As for the child they gave birth to Lu Feng. Then the village chief would definitely not let it go. After all, letting a tiger return to the mountain would leave no end of trouble. You guys are so light-hearted, this kind of thing, you've done it more than once, right? The number of people killed by you guys is not less than one, right? You said that your wives and children are innocent. Could it be that they didn't take the resources you killed and looted? Lu Feng looked at the village chief with disdain. When they took the resources you obtained from your evil deeds, they didn't say anything and used them happily. Now that you've wasted it, they just don't know about it and are innocent. You're lying to ghosts? Would there be such a good thing in the world that only enjoys the benefits and doesn't take responsibility? Lu Feng sneered disdainfully. Remember, since you gained the benefits, you are the one who has to bear the cost.
This is heavenly justice. Fiery flame pyroclasm. Who?
Lu Feng, who laughed coldly, directly in front of the village head, sprayed out the flaming flames, completely burning this entire village into a sea of fire.
No.
You deserve to die, deserve to die.
Ah.
Looking at the village that was burned into a sea of fire by Lu Feng, the village chief was completely furious and anxious with his eyes sobbing blood. Because his wife and children could all be in the village. I'll fight with you. The village chief, whose eyes were red, directly and viciously, opened his mouth to tear Lu Feng.
You can go to hell. Ka-ching.
Lu Feng, who smiled coldly, directly chopped the village chief's head with a foot.
Not bad.
Blue fire attribute beast source. After taking out the beast source and the village head's head, Lu Feng's eyes lit up with a pleasant surprise. This village chief, who had transformed into a jaguar, didn't seem to have devoured a lot of various heavenly treasures and magic stone beast cores. Otherwise, his beast source wouldn't have been able to evolve to blue color.
Sugar has recovered more.
At this time, Jen Sweet helped Chin Sugars out of the house. Looking at the village that had been turned into a sea of fire, her complexion was very slightly complicated.
Pack up and collect all the treasures in the village. Then go back to the farm.
After helping Chen Sweet help Chen Sugar into the back of the SUV and letting Chen Sugar continue to recuperate, Lu Feng directly cleaned up the village that had been engulfed in flames. Because the village chief had led people to loot homes from time to time, there were quite a few good things in this village. Now, all these good things would be cheap for Lu Feng. And at this moment, while Lu Feng and Chen Tianyi were cleaning the village and searching for various treasures, Zhang Chang, inside the bloodshed hall.
Ah. My divine skill has finally come to fruition. Huffing and puffing.
With a gloomy face, Zhang Bloodfiend waved his hand heavily, drawing out an incomparably sharp, creepy and terrifying claw mark that was permeated with a rich blood aura. Right now, his strength had already reached the 9th star of the transcendent mortal realm. Even if he didn't animalize, but relied on his human body, he had the certainty to easily kill a transcendent mortal realm 1 or 2 star expert. This Lu Feng should also be an expert. Since Meng Taihui of the White Wolf Martial School and Zhao Heilung of the Black Dragon Hall both died at the hands of this Lu Feng, then this Lu Feng who took a drop of dragon blood should be specially evolved, perhaps possessing a divine dragon bloodline. Great! Thinking of this, not only was Zhang Bloodshed not afraid, but instead, his eyes were burning with excitement. As long as I devour his heart, then I can definitely evolve to the Beast General realm. Become the first Beast General of Jiang City. Completely dominate Jiang City and become the Jiang City Lord. Thinking of this, Zhang Bloodshed was truly overjoyed and excited. Because as long as he became the Jiang City Lord, that meant that the resources of the entire Jiang City would belong to him alone. The various resources that appeared in Jiang City now would be grabbed by many experts. Although he was strong, if he went late, there was a possibility that this treasure would be snatched up and hidden away. But if he became the Lord of Jiang City, and was recognized and embraced by all the experts in Jiang City, then he would be able to be empowered by the power of heaven and earth in Jiang City, and would be able to, in the underworld, grasp everything in Jiang City. One could know in advance where treasures would appear in Jiang City. That way, he would only need to send his close friends with the city defense guards to go there for a while, and then he would be able to pick the treasure. And even more so, he could drive other experts and have them go out to find treasures for him, as well as forming an army to plunder the treasures of other cities. In short, after becoming a city lord, there are really a lot of benefits. Are all the people gathered? Thinking of this, the excited Zhang Bloodfiend couldn't wait, wanting to devour Lu Feng's heart as soon as possible and evolve to the Beast General realm. For this reason, he directly walked into the Bloodfiend Hall's main hall and swept over the Bloodfiend Hall's close second hall master, Zhao Shibi. Reporting back to Hall Master, everyone is ready. Zhao Shibi immediately replied respectfully to Bloodfiend Zhang. Very good. Zhang Bloodscream nodded slightly in satisfaction, then waved his hand heavily. Everyone set off with me, kill and go to this farm, and get this Lu Feng killed. Yes, sir. Zhao Shibi respectfully received the order, then looked at Zhang Bloodshed solicitously. Hall Master, should we bring Chen Mengyuan and that old Hu with us? What is their current strength? Zhang Bloodshed inquired with a frown. Chen Mengyuan is a high rank 5 star, while old Hu is a high rank 9 star. Zhao Shibi replied. 2 useless wastes. Zhang Bloodfiend was disdainful. Tell them to enter the transcendent realm as soon as possible, or else chuck them out of Bloodfiend Hall. Remember, our Bloodfiend Hall, we don't raise wastes. Bringing them along will only be a drag. After saying that, Zhang Bloodfiend directly stepped away from Bloodfiend Hall. This time, he had brought more than 30 experts from the Bloodfiend Hall to surround and kill Lu Feng. All of these experts were at the transcendent realm. At this moment, Zhang Bloodfiend no longer looked at the experts of the higher realm. Understood. Zhao Shibi glared at old Hu and Chen Mengyuan, who were hiding in the corner, and casually threw them some resources. For the sake of you reporting a message, I'll give you one last chance. Hurry up and break through, don't drag the hall master down. Otherwise, get the hell out of here yourself. After saying that, Zhao Shibi chased Zhang Bloodfiend away from Bloodfiend Hall. With 35 Transcendent Realm experts from the Bloodfiend Hall in tow, Wind and Fire, he killed Lu Feng's farm. Chapter 77 Lu Feng vs Zhang Blood Fury. Old Hu, do you think Zhang Blood Fury will be able to kill Lu Feng? Looking at the back of the imposing Zhang Bloodfiend and the others, Chen Mengyuan bit her vermilion lip with both anticipation and worry in her gaze. She very much wanted to see Lu Feng die. However, because previously, Tiger, along with Meng Taihui and Zhao Heilong, were all easily decimated by Lu Feng. So she was very worried, afraid that Zhang Bloodshed would make the same mistake as them and fail to kill Lu Feng. Instead, he was killed by Lu Feng. Don't worry, Lu Feng will die today. Old Hu laughed. Zhang Bloodshed is not the same as Gangmaster and Meng Taihui. Gangmaster and Meng Taihui, their strength can be far worse than Zhang Bloodshed. And this time, Zhang Bloodshed can bring more than 30 Transcendent Realm experts with him to surround Lu Feng. Gangmaster and Meng Taihui and the others, when they surrounded Lu Feng at that time, they brought with them nothing more than middle to high-level realm experts. There weren't many Transcendent Realm experts at all. That's why Lu Feng got lucky and killed the Gangmaster and Meng Taihui back. And now, more than 30 Transcendent Mortal Realm experts, together with the incomparably strong Zhang Blood Fiend, who practiced a bizarre evil art, came together. How could Lu Feng even have a chance of surviving? He'll die a miserable death. Let's just hurry up and cultivate to the Transcendent Realm and sit back and wait for good news from the Hallmaster. Old Hu lowered his voice. Especially you, as long as you enter the Transcendent Realm, perhaps Zhang Bloodshed will only play you once he's in a good mood. Otherwise, he won't be able to look at you at all. Old Hu looked at Chen Mengyuan. If you want to be the City Lord's wife, you must seize this excellent opportunity. City Lord's wife? Chen Mengyuan's eyes instantly lit up with longing anticipation at the words. Yes. Old Hu replied. Zhang Blood Fury will evolve to the Beast General Realm after he kills Lu Feng. At that time, he will have the strength to suppress a group of Jiang City's experts and be honored as the City Lord. Old Hu looked towards the city center of Jiang City. A few days ago, a ring suddenly appeared in the center of this city, and a gold booklet appeared along with it. Whoever could defeat all the experts in Jiang City who were qualified to challenge them in the ring could sign their name on the golden book and become the City Lord of Jiang City, honoring the throne of the City Lord. Although it was reasonable to say that for a big city like Jiangcheng to become a city lord that could convince the people, at the very least, all of them had to enter the Beast King realm before they could do so. Below the Beast King, the Beast General, Beast Spirit, and Beast Zone realms were, by definition, only able to establish forces in safe zones. It was a very small probability to want to become a city lord, and it would not be able to convince the public. However, everything was special. Because it was now the pre-apocalyptic period, so even the top group of people who evolved at the end of the world, their strengths were all 8 or 9 stars of the Transcendent Realm, and they had not yet entered the Beast General Realm. For this reason, if Zhang Bloodshed was the first to enter the Beast General Realm, there was also a real chance that he would be able to shock these Transcendent Mortal Realm Jiang City experts and become the first City Lord of Jiang City. I must become the City Lord's wife. Lu Feng, leaving you is the best choice I've made. You'll die a horrible death. I, on the other hand, will become the admired by all, the titular City Lord's wife. Chen Mengyuan, who was incomparably excited, directly walked into the room with the heavenly materials and treasures, eagerly impacting the Transcendent Realm. She wanted to enter the Transcendent Mortal Realm as soon as possible, and then make every effort to please Zhang Bloodshed. Let Zhang Bloodshed be in comfort. Enthrone her as the City Lord's wife. At this moment, the outskirts of Lu Feng's farm. Cough. Chen Sugar, who had drifted off to sleep for a while longer, slowly awoke from her slumber. Sister. Looking at the waking Chen Sugar, Chen Tianyi cheered out in surprise. Sister, how are you feeling? Chen Tianyi looked at Chen Sugar with concern. Sister, I'm fine, don't worry. Chen Sugar smiled at Chen Sweets and looked at Lu Feng again. Thank you then. It's fine. Lu Feng, who was driving, looked focused. Sister, your strength. At this time, Chen Tianyi, who had discovered something, looked at Chen Sugar with great surprise. Well, it's improved. It's now 4 stars in the Transcendent Mortal Realm. After taking the Beast General Realm's blistering Falcon Beast Core, Chen Sugar not only had her injuries healed, but her strength had even risen 3 stars in one fell swoop. Awesome! Chen Tianyi gave Chen Candy a heartfelt thumbs up. It's all because of Lu Feng. Chen Sugar looked at Lu Feng with tenderness and incomparable tenderness, her big eyes blinking. Lu Feng, my sister, and I are very grateful to you. The 2 of us will repay you properly together. Chen Sugar said with a delicate hum. Ouch. After hearing Chen Sugar say the word together, the shy and incomparably shy Chen Tianyi immediately pinched Chen Sugar with a red pretty face. She wasn't like Chen Sugar, her character wasn't that open. Lu Feng, on the other hand, smiled without saying anything. He still carried out the 3 no's principle to the end. No initiative, no rejection, no responsibility. Of course, for Chen Sugar's proposal, to be honest, Lu Feng was still quite looking forward to it. After all, this kind of scene, he had only previously seen it in the Tango movie.
And it was only BFFs too. Not twin sisters. Lu Feng, don't listen to Sugar's nonsense.
Chen Sugar was still a bit uneasy to explain. She wouldn't be too unrestrained like Chen Sugar.
Be careful, it's dangerous.
Lu Feng didn't answer, but instead frowned keenly. The slightest hint of danger had already been detected.
This? What is it?
The sisters, Chen Sweet and Chen Sugar, both looked at Lu Feng with some confusion.
You guys don't get out of the car.
After instructing Chen Sweet and Chen Sugar sisters, Lu Feng, who had a grave gaze, directly stepped out of the car and scanned the woods outside the farm. Since we're here, come out and meet us.
Sneaky, what kind of hero is that?
Standing in front of the farm, Lu Feng stood with his arms folded and questioned in a cold voice.
Ah ha 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 ha.
Lu Feng, you really do have some skills.
We were hiding so well, you actually managed to find us.
At this time, Zhang Bloodshed, who laughed loudly, threw off his jungle ghillie suit and walked out of the jungle with a proud face. He looked at Lu Feng in front of him with cold eyes. Sticking out his scarlet tongue, he licked his blood-red lips.
Very good, very good. Lu Feng, the stronger you are, the more excited I am. So strong and energetic.
Zhang Bloodshed stared at Lu Feng with a burning gaze and gulped. I'm sure your heart, it will be delicious.
Ah ha 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 ha.
Woof woof woof.
Put.
With that said, along with a gust of barking, Zhang Blood Fury, who had a cold face and a body filled with a strong bloody odor, directly inserted his hand casually into the chest cavity of a husky. Pulling out its bloody hearts on the spot, he swallowed it in one bite.
He's so perverted. So scary.
This caused the sisters Chen Sweet and Chen Sugar inside the car to be startled by Zhang Blood Fury.
Chen Mengyuan sent you?
Lu Feng wasn't startled by Zhang Blood Fury, but instead inquired with a cold face.
None of this matters, what matters is that you can go die. Beastify. Hoo-hoo.
Zhang Bloodbath wasted no time. In his roar, with the thick blood-chi fishy wind whistling, he directly completed his bestialization.
A very hideous and frightening monster appeared. Chapter 78 Clawed Bloodthirsty Centipede.
Hiss hiss hiss. In a gust of bizarre hissing sounds, with the thick blood and demonic aura whistling harshly, a peculiar monster with an incomparably hideous and frightening appearance appeared.
It was a huge centipede.
It had 8 eyes, 8 sharp claws, and 20 long legs. Not only did it look hideous, but the scales and armor on its body were blood red, incomparably bizarre and terrifying. Especially its 8 eyes and 8 claws, but also in different directions.
Is the front 4 eyes, 4 claws?
Behind the same 4 eyes, for as sharp as a sharp blade, flashing with a stern cold sharp claws.
Let a person cannot distinguish it is the head over there is the tail. It's like an earthworm.
It seems that both sides can be the head, can also be the tail. The end is peculiarly hideous and frightening. It is important to know that under normal circumstances, the centipede, as one of the 5 poisons, is much more terrifying than the poisonous snakes and toads, as well as geckos and scorpions, in terms of appearance. It was one of the most terrifying animals in nature. At this moment, this Zhang Blood Fury alienated centipede beast, that appearance is more and more hideous and horrible.
If it's an ordinary timid person, after Zhang Bloodshed's alienation, even Zhang Bloodshed doesn't have to do anything.
Even Zhang Blood Fury do not need to fight, just this hideous special appearance, it is enough to scare the death of a lot of people scared silly. After all, the appearance of the unusual centipede is already scary enough, but because of the small size, so it can only scare people, cannot scare people to death.
But after the alienation of Zhang Blood Fury, this appearance is much bigger.
In terms of size, it was like a giant python.
But in reality, it was much more hideous and terrifying than a python.
Especially the densely packed feet and claws.
This lets people with dense phobia see, really will be scared on the spot fainted. Scared to death. Gudong, sister, it's so scary.
Looking at the huge and hideous 8-eyed 8-clawed centipede, inside the car, Chen Sugar's pretty face was pale as she clenched her vermilion lips and subconsciously hugged Chen Sweet's arm tightly. As a woman, she really had a natural fear of this hideous-looking animal. Before the end times, it was the unusual rats and cockroaches and caterpillars that could scare her. Although in the end times, her receptivity had improved. But a huge centipede with such a hideous and frightening appearance still scared her.
No, it's fine. Chen Tianyi was equally terrified.
But since she was her elder sister, she still braced herself and comforted Chen Sugar beside her.
Sister, do you think Lu Feng can? Lu Feng is a rhinoceros after his bestialization. Chen Sugar's teeth chattered as she muttered in a low voice, this centipede's natural enemy should be a chicken? Raging chicken?
Chen Sugar subconsciously let out a mutter.
Yes.
Chen Sugar immediately nodded. After all, centipedes are chicken food, and among the 5 poisons, centipedes are most afraid of chickens.
And Lu Feng is a rhinoceros. Not a chicken. Chen Sugar looked at Lu Feng with great concern. Don't worry, it's fine.
Chen Sugar's snow-white shell teeth bit her lips and clenched her small fists. Although this Zhang blood fiend is weird and strong, Lu Feng, he's equally strong, he'll definitely be able to do it.
Hopefully.
Chen Sugar looked at Lu Feng with great concern. It's if it doesn't work, we'll just give up the farm. I'll take you and him along with my sister after I animalize.
Luckily, this Zhang blood fiend hasn't grown wings and isn't the legendary 6-winged demon poison centipede.
Otherwise, we'd be finished. Chen Sugar, who had muttered, patted her bulging chest with great trepidation.
Indeed.
Chen Sugar's beautiful eyes were filled with worry as she looked at Lu Feng.
Interesting.
As for Lu Feng at this moment, he was not frightened by the hideous and frightening 8-eyed 8-clawed centipede. Although this Zhang blood fiend did have a frightening appearance after its animalization. And it was also true that Lu Feng wasn't a chicken and couldn't naturally restrain the centipede that came from the Zhang blood fury. However, although Lu Feng was not a chicken, Lu Feng had the bloodline of the divine beast, Por Chi. He had a strong dragon flame attribute skill. So even though this Zhang blood fury was hideous and frighteningly evil, it couldn't scare Lu Feng.
Lu Feng, your time to die has come.
Zhang blood fiend, who had animalized into an 8-eyed, 8-clawed centipede, glared viciously at Lu Feng, waving his sharp, incomparably sharp claws in a very hideous and terrifying manner.
Really? Then I would like to see how exactly you plan to kill me.
Lu Feng, who smiled playfully, directly opened his apocalypse and swept a glance at this Zhang blood fiend. Target, 8-eyed 8-clawed bloodthirsty centipede.
Race, insect race. Realm, transcendent realm 9 stars. Talent, evil.
Skills, terrifying intimidation A, evil poison B+, evil chi erosion B+, sharp claws splitting B.
Weakness, abdomen.
Introduction, a mutated centipede that has absorbed an evil attribute foreign treasure and is extremely evil, feeding on the hearts of living things.
Evolutionary route, 1.
With a realm as high as 9 stars of the transcendent realm and almost a beast general, it is indeed quite strong. Especially this terror intimidation skill, it's actually reached a rank. It's worthy of having absorbed the evil attribute exotic treasures alteration. It's true that the skill is extraordinary.
Kind of interesting.
Looking at the 8-eyed, 8-clawed bloodthirsty centipede that Zhang bloodthirsty beastified in front of him, Lu Feng's eyes burned with battle intent.
The alienated transcendent mortal realm 9 stars strong expert was still a good opponent. Lu Feng, your time to die has come. Huff and puff.
Zhang blood fiend directly waved his sharp 4 claws that had evolved into machetes, viciously slashing at Lu Feng.
Good timing. Bestialization, Earth Flame Rhino. Moo.
Facing Zhang blood fiend's powerful attack, Lu Feng directly catalyzed his beast formation, completing it in the same manner.
Hoo.
Lu Feng, whose body was covered in a rich flame, and whose rhinoceros horn was incomparably sharp, and whose appearance was overbearingly cool, faced Zhang blood fury, whose evil aura rolled over his body, and who was hideous and frightening, and stood fiercely against him in a ball.
Want to chop me?
Looking at Zhang blood fury's waving sharp claws, Lu Feng coldly smiled with disdain. Although Zhang blood fury's realm was as high as 9 stars of the transcendent mortal realm. But Lu Feng was also a transcendent mortal realm 9 stars. So Zhang blood fury's sharp claw splitting skill with a rank of only B simply couldn't cleave through the sturdy defense of the rhino scale armor on Lu Feng's body.
Take that.
Thus, Lu Feng, who had his head lowered, in the midst of the fiery flames and the guardianship of the scale armor, was the one who hardened himself against Zhang blood fury's 8 sharp claw splits, and made use of the 2 major skills of brute force charge and crazy outburst. Then hit all the power on the body to the 1 point of the rhinoceros unicorn horn. The hard punch of the fierce poke towards Zhang blood fury. It was important to know that Lu Feng's brute force punch was a B+ skill, and crazy outburst was also a B rank skill. These 2 physical attack skills, although it was said that it was not as strong as the attack power of this dragon flame of flaming flames, but it was definitely not weak. And sometimes physical attack skills, when they erupt, the intimidation caused, as well as the degree of shock and awe when they are used, are actually more terrifying to watch than attribute skills.
It was just like Lu Feng now. Completely like a tank in action. Dum 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 dum.
With the sound of footsteps that shook the mountains, under everyone's astonished gaze, Lu Feng, whose body was burning with a rich flame, just like the flame demon Bull King, was directly and ruthlessly attacked Lu Feng with a rhinoceros doctor. Then directly and ruthlessly a rhinoceros unicorn horn. Heavy poke Zhang Blood Fury, this 8-clawed bloodthirsty centipede's back scale armor.
Chapter 79, Battle at the Peak of the Transcendent Realm. Ow. Stab la la, pft.
With the mournful and miserable howl that Zhang Bloodthirsty issued, amidst the splashes of fire and light, Lu Feng's rhinoceros one horn was sharp and incomparably powerful, directly piercing through the 8-clawed bloodthirsty centipede's scale armor defenses on the spot, piercing into the soft skin within the scale armor. Although this 8-clawed bloodthirsty centipede's defense was good, and its scale armor was very thick. However, facing Lu Feng, who had utilized the two physical attack skills of brute force punch and crazy outburst, it was still unable to resist. After all, Lu Feng's level of these physical attack skills reached B+ and B. And Zhang Blood Fiend's scale armor defense was, at best, B rank. So it was able to defend against B grade physical attacks, but not B+ grade physical attacks. Especially when Lu Feng's B+ and B skills were stacked together, it wasn't 1 + 1 = 2. Rather, it was equal to 3, exerting a super strong attack power that was close to a rank. Damn it, Lu Feng, you deserve to die. You dare to hurt me, I'm going to kill you, Although the evil chi on his body quickly healed this wound. But Zhang Blood Fiend, who had been knocked out several meters away by Lu Feng's huge force, tumbled several times, and consecutively broke several large trees, and whose body was covered in dust, was still in a very sorry state. This has always been self-righteous to want to save face, feel that he is invincible. Zhang Blood Fury, he cannot afford to lose this person. After all, his 30 or so subordinates were watching. You can't. Although Zhang Blood Fury was very facetious, Lu Feng didn't give Zhang Blood Fury any face at all, and swept a glance at Zhang Blood Fury in a very provocative and disdainful manner. Even though your realm is quite high and your appearance is hideous, but this combat power is too poor, right? If you only have this little combat power, then you can go to hell. Lu Feng, who kept digging on the ground with his ox hooves, shook his huge rhinoceros head, his already blood-stained unicorn horn, which was incomparably conspicuous, richly disdainful, mocking Zhang Bloodshed. Of course, although the mouth is disdainful, but the heart of Lu Feng to this Zhang Blood Fury, or very vigilant. Among the many transcendent mortal realm 9-star experts, this Zhang Bloodshed was definitely the strongest of the bunch. The battle between Lu Feng and him at this moment could be said to be the absolute pinnacle of transcendent mortal realm experts. After all, this Zhang Bloodshed was an alien beast that had been alienated. And the direction of the alienation was also a bizarre evil attribute. So even though Lu Feng was strong and had a strong dual attribute, but when faced with the Zhang Blood Fury, Lu Feng would also give his 200% attention, to prevent him from losing his footing. After all, this Zhang Bloodshed had a rank skills. Although it was only the lowest A rank. But an A was still an A. You can't not treat a beanbag as dry food. Lu Feng had crisscrossed the post-apocalyptic world for so long and had encountered quite a few experts, but even the beast general leveled Blizzard Falcon and Black Poison Python, that didn't have a ranked skills. So facing Zhang Blood Fury, Lu Feng was still very cautious. Lu Feng, don't think that you can defeat me just because you poked one of my horns. I'm telling you, the one who dies today will still be you. Zhang Bloodshed's eyes were red as he stared viciously at Lu Feng. I will let you die a miserable death. Take my move. Evil Chi Erosion. Hiss. With Zhang Blood Fiend's roar, countless evil chi with an extremely strong bloody flavor directly swept and madly pounced on Lu Feng. These evil chi not only contained intense poison, but also had a paralyzing toxin effect. Once Lu Feng was eroded by the evil gas, not only would his body be paralyzed by the poison, but he would also be infected with madness and bloodlust. In the end, he would become a madman who only had the instinct to kill, and would kill everything he encountered. He will kill everything he encounters. Until they die of exhaustion. Roar. While the evil chi pounced on Lu Feng, Zhang Bloodthirsty was even poking in the dark, using his most powerful A rank skill, Terrorist Intimidation. Because Lu Feng wasn't a little cutie. After the evil chi filled the air, Lu Feng would definitely avoid it. Although this evil chi was weird, it wasn't fast. Therefore, Zhang Bloodshed was using the terrorizing intimidation skill to abruptly stun Lu Feng. In the moment Lu Feng was dumbfounded, he would use the evil chi to erode Lu Feng, turning Lu Feng into a madman. Interesting. As he looked at Zhang Blood Fiend,
who had sent out 2 big moves in a row, Lu Feng instantly laughed. He directly sidestepped to avoid the sweeping evil Qi. Then he stopped his foot heavily. Come but don't go, Zhang Bloodshed, catch my move. Sharp Earth Thrust. Pft, pft, pft. Instantly, countless sharp earth thorns emerged from the ground, viciously stabbing at Zhang Bloodshed. Because the abdomen was the weakness of the 8-eyed, 8-clawed bloodthirsty centipede, even though Zhang Bloodthirsty coiled his body in time and blocked the earth thorns with his scale armor and magical Qi. But he was also poked a few more bloody holes by the earth thorns that appeared at the beginning. But Zhang Bloodshed couldn't care less about that. He looked at Lu Feng in shock and dismay. Why aren't you shocked by me? That's impossible. Zhang Bloodshed stared at Lu Feng incredulously. He had to know that his 2 special attribute skills of terror intimidation and evil Qi erosion could be said to work together seamlessly and be incredibly strong when used. Although it was only an A and AB+, when they were combined, they were enough to emit A, or even A+ level combat power. Because of his terrifying figure, when Zhang Bloodshed had previously fought with experts of the same level, as long as he had used his terrifying intimidation skill, he was able to scare these experts of the same level. Even some of the strongest ones would be stunned for a short period of time. But Lu Feng was unexpectedly not the least bit moved at this moment. This made Zhang Bloodshed completely confused and dumbfounded. Ah, you're really stupid. Lu Feng laughed out loud and looked at Zhang Bloodfury with great disdain. Remember, there are people outside of people, and there are heavens outside of heaven. Although this skill of yours is good, but facing me, it's still inferior. Lu Feng, who smiled playfully, looked at Zhang Bloodfury with contempt and disdain. For Lu Feng, who possessed the divine beast Pauper Qi bloodline and had A+ level deterrent skills, this Zhang Bloodshed's A level terrifying intimidation skill was really not enough to look at. He could scare others, but he couldn't scare Lu Feng. You. Damn it. Looking at Lu Feng, who had a relaxed face and remained unmoved, Zhang Bloodshed's mouth twitched violently with a complex expression. He knew that he had indeed been gullible. Lu Feng was worthy of being an expert who was able to kill Meng Taihui and Zhao Heilong successively. He really did have strong enough skills. Lu Feng, although you have some skills, you are still not my opponent. Zhang Bloodfiend, who smiled coldly, glared at Lu Feng with reddened eyes. As long as I use my final stance, you will still die for sure. There is absolutely no chance of surviving. Zhang Bloodfiend had a hideous face, waving his 8 sharp centipede tentacle claws. Oh, exempt. Lu Feng smiled when he heard this, and he looked at Zhang Bloodfiend playfully. Come, let me take a look at this last stance of yours, and see how strong it really is. Can you kill me or not? Saying that, Lu Feng deliberately shook his rhinoceros head, provocatively mocking Zhang Bloodfury. Lu Feng, you asked for it. Zhang Bloodfiend stared viciously at Lu Feng, and with a hideous smile, he directly catalyzed his beast source, making most of his magic power, and sent out his final stance. Go to hell, catch my masterstroke. Evil Poison. Chapter 80 Masterstroke, Evil Poison. Who? After Zhang Bloodshed's words fell, the blood red, fishy and incomparably smelly, looking at it, one could tell that the absolutely evil and incomparable poison directly gushed out from Zhang Bloodshed's throat. It splashed out in all directions, spraying directly towards Lu Feng's Earthflame Rhino. Prickly Lala. This evil poison was worthy of being a B+ rank skill. It was indeed very strong. Not only did it possess a maddening spirit-type evil attribute, but it was even more intensely corrosive. Everything that was stained by it, whether it was a tree or a stone or a limb, it would quickly emit white smoke and be directly eroded and corrupted by it. Lu Feng tried it out. Although he possessed the detoxification skill, because of this passive skill's detoxification, it was only at the C+ level, and for this reason, it was not very useful when faced with this B+ level evil poison. Although it could slightly reduce the symptoms, he would still be paralyzed and corrupted. Thus, Lu Feng no longer chose to fight hard, but prepared to attack against it. Kind of interesting. So facing Zhang Bloodfiend, who was directly spewing poison and sending out a stance in a fit of rage, Lu Feng did not shy away from it and laughed. It's not polite to come and go. Take my move. Lu Feng didn't dodge the evil poison that this Zhang Bloodfiend spewed out. Instead, he fought and directly opened the rhinoceros's bloody mouth. Fiery flame pyroclasm. Who? In an instant, countless dense flames of fire directly burned and sprayed towards Zhang Bloodfury. Although the evil poison was strong, but the flaming flame, it was even stronger. Z-la-la. The evil and corrosive virulent poison was directly incinerated by vaporization and melting upon contact with the flaming flames that were the strongest and most masculine. They couldn't touch Lu Feng at all. So not to mention the corrosive and evil qi eroding Lu Feng. You. How can you possess such a strong skill? Ow. As the evil poison was burned by the flaming flame, Zhang Bloodshed, whose body was splattered by the flaming flame, was completely confused and dumbfounded at this moment. Because the burning nature of this flaming flame was very strong, for this reason, even though he wasn't burned too much because he dodged quickly. But he was also scorched unbearably and was in a very sorry state. Damn it, damn you. Seeing that he had used all of his great moves, but still had not been able to kill Lu Feng, Zhang Bloodshed was really completely confused and dumbfounded. With no other choice, he could only sweep over the 30 or so transcendent realm experts of the Blood Fiend Hall that he had brought with him. What are you guys still waiting for? All of you get on me immediately. Zhang Bloodfiend, who was tumbling to suppress the flames, pointed at Lu Feng and roared in a very furious manner, "He's already been seriously injured by me. Quick, all of you come together for me and kill him for me. Go! Roar! Ow! Hiss! Meow!" After Zhang Bloodfiend's words fell, these experts of the Blood Fiend Hall all beast up and surrounded Lu Feng at the same time. Although Lu Feng's strong performance just now had indeed caused them to be somewhat shocked. But after all, they were outnumbered. Therefore, they were still beastified at the same time at Zhang Bloodfiend's request, and more than 30 of them surrounded Lu Feng together. "Damn it, Lu Feng, you will die." Looking at the besieged Lu Feng, behind Zhang Bloodfiend's recovery man, he instantly laughed. "Lu Feng, you are as strong as you are, but the magic power in your beast source is limited." Zhang Bloodfiend laughed indulgently. "More than 30 transcendent realm experts together, that's a wheel battle, that's enough to crush you. Since you're so tough, then your heart, I'm sure it tastes very good." Ha ha. Zhang Bloodshed licked his lips, his eyes red with excitement as he laughed. "If I can devour your heart, I will definitely be able to rapidly evolve to the beast general realm. Completely become the king of Qiong City and honorably ascend to the throne of Qiong City's city lord." Ha. Thinking of this, Zhang Bloodshed even laughed out loud in excitement. "Sister!" And inside the car, Chen Sugar looked at Lu Feng, who was surrounded by more than 36 transcendent mortal realm experts. Her beautiful eyes were filled with intense worry. "This damned Zhang Blood Fury, he's too unkind to martial virtues. He couldn't beat Lu Feng in single combat by himself, so he shamelessly asked people to beat Lu Feng in a group. Let's go help Lu Feng now. Although there are only 2 of us, if we can just entangle 2, then there will be 2 less people to surround Lu Feng. Lu Feng will then be able to relieve some pressure." With that, Chen Sugar wanted to get off. "Don't!" Chen Tianyi suddenly shot out and pulled Chen Sugar back. "Ha!" Chen Sugar suspiciously turned back and looked at Chen Sweet in surprise. "Lu Feng can defeat them. If we go over now, we will only cause trouble for Lu Feng." Looking at the battlefield that was a mess, Chen Sweet looked very calm. "If we need help, then Lu Feng will talk to us. Since he hasn't said anything now, that proves that he must be able to cope with it. We can't cause him any trouble." After saying that, Chen Tianyi vigilantly observed the battlefield. This. All right. Although her heart was leaping for joy, Chen Sugar could only hold back for the time being. Go together, send out big moves at the same time. Kill him, definitely kill him. If he doesn't die, then it will be all of us who die. Him to death. The 30-odd transcendent realm experts who were surrounding Lu Feng were the ones who were sending out their great moves at the moment, simultaneously attacking Lu Feng violently. A bunch of mongrels. Facing the siege of more than 30 people, Lu Feng's face was gloomy. Although he was strong, Lu Feng was well aware of the truth that many ants bit the elephant. The magic power stored within his beast source was indeed limited. So if he was surrounded by these experts in a continuous wheel battle, even though Lu Feng was strong, there was still a risk of defeat and injury. Go to hell. Thus, Lu Feng directly used his 2 strongest A+ rank skills. Mighty Pressure. Moo. Lu Feng, who had activated the Divine Beast Pauper bloodline, roared up to the sky. Puff. Gulp. Hiss. Under the shock of the pressure of this Divine Beast bloodline, in an instant, these transcendent realm experts prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling and unable to move by Lu Feng. Even though there were a few with a slightly higher bloodline that instantly reacted, they were only barely able to act, and those who had temporarily lost their offensive power could only flee. Die. Flaming Flame. Lu Feng, who laughed coldly, directly took advantage of their illness to kill them, and once again spewed out flaming flames. Who?
Instantly, the dense flames enveloped these transcendent mortal realm experts, burning them into a ball of flames.
Damn it, damn it. Retreat.
Seeing that more than 30 transcendent mortal realm experts had come together and couldn't even kill Lu Feng, Zhang Bloodshed was completely confused and dumbfounded. He knew that although he had always been self-righteous, but if he was asked to face more than 36 transcendent mortal realm experts on his own, he didn't have the confidence to be able to kill them back. To be able to escape and live, he felt very good. Lu Feng, on the other hand, had killed them all. Escape. Thinking of this, Zhang Bloodshed, who couldn't resist at all, fled in distress.
Wanna escape? He.
Looking at Zhang Blood Fury, who intended to escape, Lu Feng, who sneered coldly, resumed his human form, and at Zhang Blood Fury's back, he fiercely threw out a tang blade.
Who?
The sharp tang knife plunged straight into Zhang Blood Fury's back.
Chapter 81 Unexpected Joy, Getting Much Needed Treasures. Put.
At the moment when the tang knife was about to be inserted into Zhang Bloodshed's back, Zhang Bloodshed seemed to have sensed something, and he subconsciously twisted his body. With this twist, he sort of saved his life by a fluke.
Ow.
However, although he managed to survive, Zhang Bloodshed's left hand was very unfortunate and was directly split in two by the tang knife that Lu Feng threw out, cutting it off from his wrist on the spot.
Prickly la la.
Howling miserably, Zhang Bloodshed endured the pain and rushed directly to a car, stepped on the gas and fled in a panic. At this moment, he only cared about himself. As for the 36 or so Blood Fiend Hall's transcendent realm experts, he was choosing to give up on all of them.
We can't let him escape.
Chen Sugar immediately rushed towards the SUV in a hurry. I'll go after him. No need, don't chase after the poor enemy. Lu Feng, however, stopped Chen Sugar's and shook his head at Chen Sugar. This Zhang Blood Fury wasn't weak, and Lu Feng had paid a great price just now before he defeated Zhang Blood Fury. Especially after killing the 36 or so transcendent realm experts that had surrounded him, although Lu Feng was not injured, because of the continuous use of a mighty pressure and fiery flame skill, Lu Feng's reserve of magical power within his beast source had also bottomed out. As for Zhang Bloodshed, although he was in a sorry state of defeat at the moment, he wasn't powerless to fight. If he was pushed to the brink of extinction, he would go completely crazy. Lu Feng, who was at the bottom of the beast source magic power at the moment, did not have enough certainty that he could easily kill Zhang Baosher, and would probably fight to the death. And simply with the Chen Sweet and Chen Sugar sisters, even though Zhang Blood Fury was injured, they were not strong enough to decapitate Zhang Blood Fury. Why? Chen Sugar's big eyes blinked as she looked at Lu Feng suspiciously. You're letting the tiger return to the mountain, it'll leave no end of trouble. Although this group of guys are trash, but after all, there are many of them, and beheading them consumed a lot of my magic power. Lu Feng helplessly swept a glance at Chen Sugar. Of course I know that letting him go will lead to endless trouble, but I don't have enough magic power in my body and you're no match for him. Forcibly chasing after him will only backfire.
You think transcendent realm experts are cabbages?
Even though I'm strong, it takes magic power to kill them.
Lu Feng said helplessly, you can't just kill them if you want to. My magic power is limited.
Sorry. Sweeping over the group of burnt transcendent realm experts, Chen Sugar mischievously spat out her little tongue. I forgot about this, he.
What about you rest first?
Chen Sugar, on the other hand, looked at Lu Feng with concern and handed a few medium-grade magic stones to Lu Feng.
Aha!
Lu Feng, who received the magic stones, took a step and sat down, absorbing the magic chi within it to replenish the magic power within the beast source while sweeping over these burnt transcendent realm experts. Among them, there were a few strong ones who had been scorched but were still tenaciously alive, still howling and struggling miserably. You guys go clean up the battlefield.
These ones that are still hanging on for dear life, give them a good beating.
Lu Feng, who was holding the magic stone, sneered coldly, search out all the treasures they're carrying with them, and as for the corpses, throw them into the pill garden nourishment pool and use them as fertilizer for the spiritual herbs and medicines I'm growing.
More than 30 corpses of transcendent realm experts.
Lu Feng's eyes burned. With this wave, my medicine nursery should be able to quickly grow a lot of rare spirit herbs and spirit medicines.
This is a great tonic.
Thinking of this, Lu Feng smiled with great satisfaction. In this battle, he had harvested quite a lot from just the beast sources and corpses of these 30 or so transcendent realm experts.
It was considered that the fight had not been in vain. You're asking us to kill people?
This. After Lu Feng's order was given, the sisters Chen Sweet and Chen Sugar bit their vermilion lips, both looking a little complicated. Although it had been a while since the end times general, but under Lu Feng's protection, they had lived a safe life and had yet to kill anyone. When they were in the village before, it was also after Lu Feng had settled everything that they came out to help clean up the battlefield.
This is the end times.
In the end times, there are only two choices, to kill and to be killed.
Lu Feng looked at the sisters Chen Sweet and Chen Sugar with a seriousness that was beyond compare.
Remember, there is no benevolence or morality in the end times, there is only the bloody law of the jungle where the weak eat the strong.
If you don't eat people, you will be eaten. There is no third possibility.
Lu Feng looked serious. In the end times, if you don't dare to kill, you will die a miserable death.
It's good to have you to protect us.
Chen Sugar hummed lightly. I won't be with you guys forever, I'll leave Qiongqi afterward and explore further afield.
Lu Feng shook his head with a gloomy face.
His goal in this life was to become the strongest expert in the end times and explore the truth of the end times.
The love of men and women could never trap Lu Feng anymore. In the future, you guys have to rely on yourselves.
Lu Feng looked at the sisters Chen Sweet and Chen Sugar seriously. So, go and kill them with a filler.
That's an order.
Looking at the serious Lu Feng, Chen Sugar was a little dissatisfied as she pouted her pink vermilion lips.
We listen to you.
Chen Tianyi, on the other hand, reached out and pulled Chen Sugar, forcibly enduring the fear and nausea in her heart. She walked over to a transcendent realm expert who had been scorched by the fiery flames, but had luckily not yet died through.
This was a female expert.
Her burned hair spilled over her body, and her face was even covered in black ash.
Don't kill me, please, save me. I can serve you all.
This female expert climbed on the ground, begging bitterly, eagerly trying to reach the ankles and wrists of Chen Tianyi and Chen Sugar.
Sister.
Chen Sugar was holding the knife, and had been hesitant to lay her hands on it.
I'm sorry, you must die.
Chen Sugar, on the other hand, was biting her vermilion lips tightly with her snow-white shell teeth. Forcing back the fear in her heart, she aimed the hilt of the knife at the female expert's heart and stabbed it viciously.
Put.
Instantly, the female expert's eyes blanched, her pupils dilated, and she died on the spot.
Vomit.
Looking at her dead body, Chen Tianyi, who was killing for the first time, couldn't help but dry heave out.
Sister, you go kill him.
At this time, Chen Sugar pointed at another expert who was tumbling.
I.
Chen Sugar's hand that was holding the hilt of the sword was trembling very slightly.
Must kill.
Chen Sugar's words were filled with seriousness.
Because this was Lu Feng's order, she didn't dare to disobey it. All right. Put.
Chen Sugar, who had her eyes closed, slashed heavily.
Ow. This expert let out a miserable howl.
Chen Sugar hadn't struck the vitals, but had instead slashed at his face.
This caused him to howl in pain. Chop his neck. Chen Sugar hurriedly reminded. Oh.
Chen Sugar swung his sword in a panic.
Pft.
Because of her panic, Chen Sugar slashed 5 or 6 times in a row, which killed this transcendent mortal realm expert alive. Letting this transcendent mortal realm expert also experience the extreme pain of chopped fish head before he died.
Clean up the battlefield.
After beheading these experts who managed to survive, the sisters Chen Sweet and Chen Sugar cleaned up the battlefield as Lu Feng requested.
Hee, Lu Feng, look at this.
This doesn't look like much at first glance, but when you look closely, it seems to be shimmering with swirls of light inside, so strange. Ugh. Chen Sugar bounced around and handed a ring to Lu Feng.
Ha!
Lu Feng, who was recovering his magic power, abruptly opened his eyes, and the moment he saw this ring, Lu Feng was instantly surprised.
Chapter 82, Space Ring. Space Ring.
Looking at the ring handed over by Chen Sugar, in an instant, Lu Feng was truly pleasantly surprised. He hadn't expected that the space ring that he had been searching for painstakingly, but had never had a clue to, nor had he obtained, would be so abruptly, so opportunistically, and easily obtained by him. This was really a great surprise. To know in the pre-apocalyptic period, this space ring is very rare and rare. Because in the pre-apocalyptic period, space rings are naturally generated by space stones. Space stone in the pre-apocalyptic period, because the magic between heaven and earth is not too abundant, so the natural generation of less, for this is really very rare. Until the middle of the last days, with the world more and more abundant magic, the frequency of the generation of space treasures become more, and then some masters are researching the space array, can be engraved into the space treasures. The space ring is considered to be completely popularized in the last days.
What is a space ring? Chen Sugar's eyes were blinking, looking at Lu Feng with curiosity.
It's that it has storage space within it and can be carried around. Lu Feng replied, we seem to be carrying a ring, but because this ring has a side of storage space within it, it's like carrying a mobile warehouse that doesn't take up much space, much less effort. With it, there's no longer any worry that after we leave the farm, there's too much of this various treasures with no place to put them and they'll be looted and stolen. In the future, all the rare treasures can be carried with us. Ensure safety. Lu Feng laughed. This is a great surprise. That's really good stuff. Chen Tiany's eyes glowed. Then in the future, you can put my sister and I with little tiger in it, carry it around with you, and just release it when you need it. Lu Feng looked at Chen Sugar helplessly. Spatial rings can only store items, they can't store living things. That's a shame. Chen Sugar shrugged her shoulders slightly with a small mouth. I was thinking of being lazy and not having to rush. Where did you get it? Lu Feng, who was playing with the spatial ring, looked at Chen Sugar suspiciously. On this finger. Chen Sugar kicked the broken hand on the ground. Zhang Blood Fiend's hand. Lu Feng swept a glance and could tell that this severed hand was exactly the stump and broken arm left behind by the fleeing Zhang Blood Fiend that he had chopped off with a knife earlier. Very good. Lu Feng nodded slightly in satisfaction. Originally, he was still thinking that he should find an opportunity to go to the Blood Fiend Hall afterward, and at the same time as beheading Zhang Blood Fiend, he would be able to get all of Zhang Blood Fiend's treasures in one go. After all, this treasure, it couldn't be cheaply given to someone else. But this was good, he didn't even need to bother going to the Blood Fiend Hall to search for it. This Zhang Blood Fury's treasures, then all cheap him. After all, since Zhang Bloodshed had a spatial ring, he would definitely be carrying the treasures with him, and wouldn't say that they were all stored in the Bloodshed Hall's treasure trove like Zhao Heilong and Meng Taiyue. Let's see what all the goodies are. Lu Feng, who had a burning gaze, directly used his spiritual power to open this spatial ring. Since it was only the lowest level basic spatial ring, it was open, and as long as it was taken away, then an expert could easily open it with their spiritual power. And the advanced ones, the space rings that required a blood drop to recognize the owner before they could be used. Even if it is taken away, if the other party does not know the formation, basically for a moment will not be able to open. If one were to use forceful means, then it would only backfire, completely messing it up and collapsing the space. 1 cubic meter of space. After scanning the space within the ring, Lu Feng muttered and shook his head. The space within this ring was not large, only 1 cubic meter. That is to say, the top and bottom, left and right length, width and height, were all 1 meter square shaped space. There are quite a few good things. Sweeping over the many magic stones and beast cores piled up within this space, Lu Feng's eyes burned. He had really gotten rich with this wave. There were more than 10 blue quality beast cores, 100 green attribute beast cores, and 1000 green ordinary beast cores. There were also dozens of top grade magic stones and 500 middle grade magic stones. 100 pieces of gold essence, 300 pieces of silver essence. 3 pieces of very precious Xian iron. And there were also quite a few rare spiritual herbs and medicines. This should be all the precious treasures of the Bloodshed Hall. This wave of Zhang Bloodshed Iron must have lost a lot. Not only was he severely injured, but all 30 or so transcendent mortal realm experts of the Bloodshed Hall died tragically. In addition to all of the treasures he had accumulated this month, all of them were all cheaper to me. He's still really my transportation brigadier. I'm sitting at home and treasures come from the sky. Indeed, plundering is the fastest way to accumulate. Looking at all the treasures within the spatial ring, Lu Feng was very happy. This beast core and magic stone as well as silver essence and gold essence could be used for evolution, spiritual herbs and medicines could be used to replenish magic power, and Xian iron could be used as a special material. In short, all of them were of great use. At this moment, in the corner of the spatial ring, Lu Feng found a yellow bead. Yellow Earth Spirit Bead. Hiss. After taking out this yellow bead from the spatial ring, Lu Feng was even more delighted. It was none other than the special treasure that Lu Feng had to use for his next mutation evolution, the Earth attribute Yellow Earth Spirit Bead. Great! Looking at the Yellow Earth Spirit Bead in his hand, which was emitting rich Earth attribute magic power, Lu Feng was truly overjoyed. He couldn't even wait to hug Zhang Baosher and kiss him hard. This Zhang Bloodshed was really Lu Feng's great blessing. With the treasures in the spatial ring, plus the treasures seized by the Black Dragon Gang earlier. The 10 blue Earth attribute and 10 blue Fire attribute beast cores needed for the next mutation evolution are already extremely available. The other 500 green special attribute beast cores, 1000 green ordinary beast cores, and 500 medium grade magic stones, plus 1000 silver essences and 3000 gold essences, are also extremely. Finally, this special material of the Yellow Earth Spirit Bead and the Flaming Yang Qi.
Now got the yellow earth spirit bead as well. For the special materials, I can add the purple haze divine Ganoderma and red flame meteoric gold.
Forget about the Qian iron, it's one level higher than the gold essence, but it's not considered a very rare special treasure, it's far inferior to the purple haze divine Qi and the red flame meteor gold. So even if you add it, it probably won't be of much use and will also lower the evolution quality counterproductively.
So now it's only the flaming Yang Qi.
Lu Feng's eyes burned. As long as I get the flaming Yangji again, I'll be able to carry out the next mutation evolution and impact the beast general realm. Of course, because the special material isn't good enough, unlike the last time when I had a drop of dragon's blood, there's a high probability that I won't be able to trigger a striking evolution.
So should I carry out a mutation evolution after snatching the treasures in Qiongqi Park?
That way, when the time comes, it should be able to trigger a blast evolution.
Become stronger.
Clenching his fists, Lu Feng's eyes burned, very slightly hesitant.
This was because the treasures in Jiangxing Park would surely trigger the snatching of all the experts in the entire Jiangcheng. He, whose current strength was only at the transcendent mortal realm, was not absolutely sure. He could suppress all the experts in the entire Jiang city with his own strength. Chapter 83 Zhang Bloodshed, who lost his wife and soldier.
This calls for some serious consideration. Lu Feng slapped his head with some annoyance. It was definitely best to trigger a blast evolution. After all, in the last blast evolution, he had obtained such a super powerful skill as Fiery Flame, and had even become a super mutant expert with the dual attributes of earth and fire. This Flame skill could be said to be Lu Feng's key killer mace to defeat the strong with the weak, or to face experts of the same level and directly hit more than one. It was completely strong and incomparable as God blocked God and Buddha blocked Buddha. After the blast evolution, the next time you ascend from the beast general realm to the beast spirit realm, this will likewise become even stronger. After all, storming evolution every time is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. But it's just that with transcendent realm strength, going to Riverheart Park to grab treasures will definitely be dangerous. Is this danger worth risking or not? Lu Feng rubbed his forehead with some annoyance. Forget it, it's better to go to Crater Park first and find the flaming Yang Qi before considering what to do next. After all, if we want to evolve now, we still lack a flaming Yangji. Lu Feng, who muttered, looked towards the Chen Sweet and Chen Sugar sisters who had finished cleaning up the battlefield. All cleaned up. Under Lu Feng's gaze, Chen Sweet, who was using the faucet to clean the blood on the ground, immediately presented the treasures to Lu Feng. These 34 Transcendent Realm experts contributed 4 blue quality beast cores, 25 green quality beast cores, and 5 white quality beast cores. It's a pity that they don't have many treasures like spiritual herbs and magic stones and beast cores, and they're all quite ordinary.
It's all here. Chen Tianyi pointed obediently. Aha!
Lu Feng smiled as he swept a glance. Because he had gotten the spatial ring, Lu Feng knew that the most precious treasures of the Blood Fiend Hall were actually held by Zhang Blood Fiend. Of course, now they were all cheaper for Lu Feng. You guys take this. After a little thought, Lu Feng handed over the wood and wind attribute beast cores that the sisters Chen Sweet and Chen Sugar could use out of these 34 beast cores to the 2 sisters. And he also gave the sisters some of the ones he couldn't use, such as medium-grade magic stones, low-grade green and white beast cores, as well as unusual copper and silver essences, and common spiritual herbs and medicines. Of course, Lu Feng wouldn't just give them the low-grade ones. In the end, Lu Feng took out a few top-grade spirit stones, as well as a few better spirit herbs and spirit medicines, as well as gold essence, and gave them to the sisters Chen Sweet and Chen Sugar. These 2 sisters had helped Lu Feng a lot recently. And they did make Lu Feng comfortable. So Lu Feng wasn't a stingy person. He wouldn't take it for nothing. This is too precious. You keep it for yourself. Looking at the top-grade magic stones Lu Feng gave out, as well as the spiritual herbs and medicines and gold essences, the sisters Chen Sweet and Chen Sugar were both very surprised and immediately pushed back. If it's given to you, it belongs to you, just take it. Lu Feng smiled and stood up, looking at the sisters Chen Sweet and Chen Sugar who had handsome faces and pinkish white, delicate skin. Cultivate well, the enemies we face next will be more numerous and stronger. If you want to become a strong person who dominates in the end times, you must be strong yourself. Remember, you need to be strong in yourself to strike iron. Lu Feng stretched, even if you guys don't want to establish a safe zone, or become the city lords to dominate the party. But in the end times, if you want to preserve your lives and freedom, then you must also become strong. The end times are this bloody cruel. In the end times, there's no option of waiting for death. If you're not strong, you die. After saying that, Lu Feng directly walked into his room. After putting all the treasures that he had originally obtained from the Black Dragon Gang into his spatial ring again, Lu Feng took out a batch of spiritual herbs and medicines and magic stone beast cores, and began to replenish the magic power in his beast source for cultivation. Previously, his strength had reached 8 stars of the transcendent mortal realm. So this time, Lu Feng was going to directly impact to transcendent mortal realm 9 stars. Then he would go to the crater park and look for the flaming Qiongqi to prepare for the 4th mutation evolution. He's right, we must progress and be able to protect ourselves. Chen Tianyi, who watched Lu Feng walk into the room, then looked at Chen Sugar with a grave gaze. We can't keep dragging him down, we have to strive to be able to progress stronger and be able to help him. Only then will we be able to keep following her around. Otherwise. Chen Tianyi shook her head as she clenched her vermilion lips. She knew that a man's freshness towards a woman actually had a shelf life. Once the freshness period has passed, then she and Chen Tianan are again active, but Lu Feng's interest in both of them will also plummet. After all, with Lu Feng's ability, there will never be a lack of women around Lu Feng. That's why they want to stay by Lu Feng's side at all times. In addition to providing Lu Feng with physical value. More importantly is the reproductive value, emotional value, and social value. Of which the reproductive value is the least important. It might be important to ordinary people. But to Lu Feng, it was too insignificant. Because Lu Feng was too strong, the women who were willing to give birth to Lu Feng were definitely not just the 2 of them. In the post-apocalyptic world, the number of women who wanted to rely on their bodies for safety and food, that was just too many. Cultivate well. As long as we get stronger and can help him, he won't get rid of us. After patting Chen Sugar on the shoulder and splitting the treasures evenly in half, Chen Tianyi took the treasures and quickly walked into the room to start cultivating. Way to go! Chen Sugar also clenched her small fists, cheering herself up, and similarly began to cultivate. At this moment, while Lu Feng and Chen Tianyi were cultivating together with Chen Sugar, Zheng Blood Fiend was in a sorry state, fleeing all the way back to Jiang City in a hurry and rushing into the Blood Fiend Hall. Hallmaster, you have already killed Lu Feng, that right? Where is his head? Hallmaster, how come you're the only one who came back, where are the others? Inside the Blood Fury Hall, Chen Mengyuan and Old Hu eagerly greeted them, asking Zheng Blood Fury with immense anticipation. Shut up. Snap. Zheng Blood Fiend, who only had one hand left, coldly slapped Chen Mengyuan and Old Hu viciously. At this moment, he was really completely furious and going crazy. He was in a sorry state, losing too much. It was almost as if he had lost all his bottoms. Hiss, Hallmaster, your hand? This. Chen Mengyuan and Old Hu, who had been slapped, looked at Zheng Bloodshed's severed hand, and after glancing at each other in confusion, they completely came to a realization. They clearly understood that Zheng Bloodshed was afraid that he had repeated the mistakes of Meng Taihui and Zhao Heilong. Lu Feng was simply too strong. Zheng Bloodshed, who had brought more than 30 transcendent mortal realm experts with him, had not even been able to decapitate Lu Feng. Damn Lu Feng! Gnashing his teeth, Zheng Blood Fury's eyes were red as he swept over Chen Mengyuan and Old Hu. In my name, immediately send out a message to all the experts in Jiang City. Spread the news that Lu Feng has dragon blood in his body and the secret method of evolution to me quickly. I want to unite all the experts in Jiang City. Zheng Bloodshed, whose eyes were bloodshot, waved his hand viciously. Kill Lu Feng. Revenge. Chapter 84, Lu Feng entering the Transcendent Realm 9 stars. Yes. Looking at the completely furious Zheng Blood Fury, Old Hu, and Chen Mengyuan, who were frightened by the extremely dense bloody aura on Zheng Blood Fury's body, bowed their heads respectfully and humbly, not daring to have the slightest bit of negligence. Afraid that if Zheng Blood Fury was offended, he would directly and madly kill them. Damn Lu Feng. My treasures Looking at his broken left hand, at this moment, Zheng Bloodshed's eyes were truly red and his heart was incomparably angry. This time, he went to attack Lu Feng with the intention of being able to behead Lu Feng, devour his heart and evolve into a beast general. That was why he had prepared a lot of treasures for evolution. But now, because his arm was chopped off by Lu Feng and his spatial ring was lost, all of these treasures were actually cheaper for Lu Feng. He was truly miserable beyond measure, completely losing his wife and his army. I can only use low-level treasures to restore my magic power first, then go out and loot some high-level treasures to try and recover my body and fighting strength as soon as possible. After sighing bitterly, Zheng Bloodshed swept through the Bloodshed Hall's treasure trove, a pile of white beast cores and lower-grade magic stones and low-grade spiritual herbs and medicines that were originally not in his sights at all. His heart was even angrier. Damn Lu Feng!
What are you guys waiting for?
After secretly cursing Lu Feng, Zheng Bloodshed glared fiercely at Old Hu and Chen Mengyuan. Immediately get the hell out of here and spread the news.
I want Lu Feng dead. Shred him to pieces.
Zheng Bloodshed, whose eyes were red, roared furiously in a furious voice.
As ordered.
Then you rest, Hall Master. Old Hu and Chen Mengyuan, who were so frightened that their bodies trembled and their hair stood on end, hurriedly fled out of the Blood Fiend Hall in a mess. This Zheng Blood Fiend could be truly terrifying. Although relying on the heavenly treasures given by Zheng Blood Fiend, Chen Mengyuan and Old Hu had already been elevated to the transcendent mortal realm. However, the two of them were also still intimidated by Zhang Bloodsbane's bloody and ruthless aura. After all, Zhang Bloodshed was known for his madness. And now it was even more injured and furious, with uncertain emotions.
Old Hu, Lu Feng, is he really that strong?
After leaving the Blood Fury Hall headquarters, Chen Mengyuan, who had taken a long breath, looked at Old Hu with a complex and incomparable complexion. The Hall Master and more than 30 transcendent mortal realm experts were all killed by him together.
He can't be Qiongqi invincible. Chen Mengyuan's teeth chattered violently.
Had she known that Lu Feng would be so tough in the end times, she should have treated Lu Feng more gently in the first place, and made to kneel and lick her all the time. In this way, she could totally become the wife of the city lord of Zheng City. Or even the queen of Jiangchang. Chen Mengyuan really regretted her intestines.
This Lu Feng is indeed too terrifying.
Old Hu replied bitterly, but it shouldn't be so invincible in Jiangchang. After all, Hall Master he came back alive. Maybe it's because Hall Master he was gullible, so he was seized by Lu Feng, which allowed Lu Feng to win by a fluke. But it's nothing, as long as we do as the Hall Master asked and spread the news of Lu Feng all over Jiangchang. Old Hu smiled coldly. Once all the experts in Jiangchang come out to surround him, then Lu Feng is just as strong as he is, he'll die for sure.
After all, he is incurring the wrath of Jiangchang.
Old Hu waved his hand heavily. He will surely die.
It can only be so.
Chen Mengyuan sighed bitterly, and with regret, she joined Old Hu in spreading the news of Lu Feng's possession of the secret treasure everywhere, all over Jiangchang. And at this moment in the farm, Lu Feng did not know that Zhang Blood Fury the man would be so insidious that he would become the most famous person in Jiangchang at a rapid pace, so that he would succeed in being stared at by all the experts in Jiangchang.
At this moment, Lu Feng was still cultivating by replenishing his demonic qi. This cultivation reached the early morning of the next day. Phew!
In the morning light, sweeping over the demonic qi-drenched, black demonic sun, Lu Feng stretched his back. Because the demonic qi had shrouded the globe and obscured the originally bright sunlight, even during the daytime, the world was still not bright with black as the main color tone.
My strength, I should have progressed to the ninth star of the transcendent mortal realm, right?
Lu Feng, who felt that his demonic qi had recovered sufficiently, opened his apocalypse and swept himself.
Target person, Lu Feng. Race, Earth Flame Rhino Peak Stage. Realm, Transcendent Realm 9 stars. Skills, Mighty Pressure A+, Flaming Flames A+, Sharp Earth Spikes A, Brute Force Impact B+, Madness Outburst B, Detoxification C+, Passive Skill. Talents, Apocalypse Super Supreme Grade, Sacrifice Super Supreme Grade. Beast Source Stored Magic, 55,000 purple. Final Evolutionary State, Divine Beast Poverty. Evolutionary Routes, 2. Designated Evolution, 30,000 Magic Power, 5 green Special Earth Attribute Beast Cores, 5 green Fire Attribute Beast Cores, 1,000 green Normal Beast Cores, 5,000 Lower Grade Magic Stones, 1,000 Copper Essences, and 500 Silver Essences, which can be evolved into an Earth and Fire Attribute Explosive Inflammation Earth Giant Rhinoceros. Mutant Evolution, 50,000 Magic Power, 10 Blue Earth Attribute Beast Cores, 10 Blue Fire Attribute Beast Cores, 500 Green Special Attribute Beast Cores, 3,000 Green Ordinary Beast Cores, 1,000 Middle Grade Magic Stones, 10,000 Silver Essences, 3,000 Gold Essences, 1 Yellow Earth Spirit Bead, 1 Blazing Flame Yangji, and the rest of the special materials are unlimited, and can be mutated and evolved. Note, there is a certain chance of triggering the Blast Evolution. Not bad, the realm has been raised to the Transcendent Mortal Realm 9 stars. And the beast source has also been widened, storing 5,000 more points of magic power. Lu Feng was excited. In that case, after my next mutation evolution, the quality of the beast source should also be raised. Cool. Lu Feng excitedly heaved his fist. Then he walked out of the room with a smile. You're up. Having breakfast. Outside the room, the sisters Chen Sweet and Chen Sugar were full of smiles, like peach blossoms and cherry blossoms in full bloom on a spring day, lovely and beautiful as they greeted Lu Feng. Aha!
Lu Feng swept a glance at the Chun Sweet and Chen Sugar sisters. From the breath, he sensed that the strength of both girls had increased. This was really an unexpected delight. This Chen Sweet and Chen Sugar sisters were really talented. I've elevated to the transcendent mortal realm 4 stars. Chen Sweet hummed lightly as she smiled and said to Lu Feng, the treasures you gave are highly useful, thank you. Quite good. Lu Feng smiled before looking at Chen Sugar again. I've elevated to 5 stars of the transcendent realm. Phew. The bouncing Chen Tang directly rushed to Lu Feng's side, tightly hugged Lu Feng's back, crossed her legs, and flopped on Lu Feng's body. Quite good. Lu Feng, who felt the ultimate softness on his back, smiled. Sugar. Chen Tianyi reached out and pulled the too lively Chen Sugar. It's time to eat. Okay. Chen Sugar took the freshly baked bacon sandwich that Chen Sweet handed over and ate it while looking at Lu Feng with big blinking eyes. What are we doing today? You two can just stay at the farm and continue your cultivation. Lu Feng took a bite of the crispy outside sandwich. I'm going to make a trip to Crater Park. Chapter 85. Chen Sugar's pregnancy will definitely be good. Going to the park to play? Chen Candy's eyes immediately lit up at the words. She immediately jumped up and stood up excitedly. I want to go too. I'm not going to play. Sweeping over the good figure shaking, bouncing and jumping cute Chen Candy, Lu Feng smiled. It had to be said that Chen Sugar's extremely full body with a convex front and curved back was really a great attraction to men. Even though Lu Feng wasn't really interested in women, he couldn't help but continuously look at Chen Candy several times. Especially because Chen Sugar was wearing a tight white halter top. So Lu Feng was really skeptical that with Chen Sugar's lively and cute bouncing around, whether her good figure would accidentally pop out and get naked. Then what are you going to do? Chen Sugar beeped her little mouth and rushed to Lu Feng's side, her hands resting on Lu Feng's shoulders, her big eyes blinking as she looked at Lu Feng. Hiss. Because Lu Feng was sitting while Chen Candy was standing, so from Lu Feng's angle, his eyes were directly flush with Chen Candy's collarbone. For this reason, in a split second, Lu Feng was really hard blinded by Chen Sugar. After all, Chen Candy's figure. It could be really too good. Phew. Lu Feng, who took a deep breath, finally shook his head to get rid of the chaotic thoughts in his mind. After all, right now, his top priority was to find the blazing Yang cheese and gather all the treasures needed for the 4th mutation evolution. I am going to look for the treasures. Lu Feng stood up his body and avoided Chen Sugar's good figure lure. It will be dangerous. So you two just obediently stay on the farm and wait for me to return. Saying that, Lu Feng directly stepped onto the SUV. I'm going to help you look for treasures. It's too boring to stay at the farm every day. I'm now a transcendent mortal realm 5-star expert. I have the power of self-preservation. I won't be dragging your feet. And if there is a treasure born in the high place, you climb inconvenient, I can animalize after flying up to help you pick. I'm still very useful to you. Saying that, Chen Tianyi directly pulled open the car door and sat in the passenger seat uninvited. You. Lu Feng was speechless as he swept a glance at Chen Sugar. Chen Sugar was indeed useful to him. But as of now, Chen Sugar's greatest use to him was not to help find treasures. Sugar, don't cause trouble for Lu Feng, come down. The gentle, obedient and understanding Chen Tianyi reached out and pulled Chen Sugar. Aya, sister, don't stop me, I'm going to play. Playful Chen Sugar directly embraced Lu Feng's arm. Lu Feng's arm squeezed in the middle of the white tight undershirt, shaking vigorously. Lu Feng, good you well, you take me well. You ah. Feeling the rich and soft feeling coming from his arm, Lu Feng was helpless and swept a glance at the cute and pampered Chen Sugar, and finally nodded his head and agreed. Thinking to himself that Chen Candy had to keep screwing like this. Then Chen Sugar's pregnancy must be very good. After all, Lu Feng wasn't a sage who sat still. Sit firmly. Looking at Chen Candy, whose good figure was even more conspicuous after fastening her seatbelt, Lu Feng smiled. With Chen Sugar's good figure, in the future, his son would definitely be raised white and fat. If there is danger, don't mind the farm, you escape to save your life. Lu Feng, who had placed all the precious treasures in his spatial ring and carried them all with him, looked at Chen Sugar. Everything will wait until I return. Aha! Chen Tianyi nodded her head obediently and looked at Lu Feng tenderly. You pay attention to safety. Don't worry. After smiling at Chen Tianyi, Lu Feng directly stepped on the gas and drove to the Crater Park. Someone hey. After arriving at the periphery of Crater Park, looking at many experts exploring the park in search of treasures, Chen Sugar couldn't help but exclaim out in shock. Previously, when she and Chen Sugar came to this crater park with Lu Feng, it was empty.
Normal. Lu Feng wasn't surprised as he directly opened the door and got out of the car.
Because the end times had already descended for more than a month, so for Qiongqi, whose population had reached 10 million before the end times, even if the survival rate was only at 1%, Qiongqi had millions of people surviving at the moment. According to Lu Feng's statistics in his previous life, the number of experts who survived the chaos of the early end times and were able to enter the transcendent realm was about 1 in 1,000.
That's 1,000th of a million.
That was a whole 1,000 people. The crater park was a relatively famous landmark attraction in Jiangcheng, and it was also the closest resource treasure refreshment point to Jiangcheng's downtown area in the pre-apocalyptic period. So it was normal that there were many people who came here to explore. After all, a transcendent realm expert would usually be followed by a few higher realm experts.
Stay close to me.
Under the vigilant gaze of these experts, Lu Feng walked straight towards the core of the crater park, which was the crater. In the post-apocalyptic world, there was little trust between people.
That was why Lu Feng wouldn't randomly kill anyone, but he wouldn't easily accept strangers' accosts either. Nah.
On this kind of occasion, Chen Sugar, who realized the danger, naturally obeyed and followed closely beside Lu Feng. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lu Feng walked straight into the crater where the flames were steaming and the temperature was strangely high.
He actually went in. The crater has rolling hot magma, and there are transcendent realm alien beasts. Could it be that both of them are actually transcendent mortal realm experts?
Looking at Lu Feng and Chen Sugar, who walked straight into the crater, the crowd of experts in the crater park all murmured out in shock. Those of them, they only dared to hunt flame spiders or flame scorpions with flame rats outside, as well as middle to high-level exotic beasts like flame birds. Inside the crater, no one dared to go in and carefully explore. After all, it was an ordinary transcendent realm expert, facing the hot magma, as well as the transcendent realm beasts that lived inside. There was a danger of perishing. So Lu Feng, who walked straight into the interior of the crater, really made these experts stare in shock and talk. I just observed, there are at least hundreds of people in this crater park, with over a dozen transcendent mortal realm experts. Chen Sugar muttered softly, "They're all staring at you."
It's nothing. Lu Feng smiled indifferently and casually killed the flame spiders and flame scorpions and other medium and low-level exotic beasts that dared to block his way. To be honest, Lu Feng didn't put these people in his heart. Because Jiangcheng originally had a large permanent population, that was why there were so many people in Crater Park. After all, there was a larger population base, so there would always be more experts. And if they went to the remote deep forests, they really wouldn't be able to see a single living person for months or even a year or two in a row. Look for the flaming yang qi, then be careful. Lu Feng swept over the gurgling, bubbling pool of magma. Inside this crater, there might be transcendent realm high-star exotic beasts.
Feel free to talk to me anytime you find anything unusual. Lu Feng, who was holding a tang blade in his hand, vigilantly scanned the surroundings. Although according to his memories from his previous life, Crater Park, as a primary resource point, would at most only have transcendent mortal realm medium and low-level foreign beasts, and there would be no high stars or beast generals. But no matter what, there was no harm in being careful. Okay. Chen Sugar immediately answered obediently and followed closely behind Lu Feng.
Lu Feng, look.
After going a few dozen meters deeper into the interior of the crater again, Chen Sugar suddenly cried out in alarm.
Chapter 86, Fiery Flame Toad King.
It should be the fiery flame Yangji you're looking for, right? Chen Sugar exclaimed as she pointed at a fire-red Ganoderma growing on the stone wall in the magma pool, emitting a rich fire attribute demonic chi.
It is. Lu Feng's eyes instantly lit up after scanning over this Ganoderma.
That's right, it was precisely the fiery Yangji that Lu Feng needed for his next mutation evolution. It's not good for you to get close to it through the hot lava pool. Chen Sugar hummed lightly, in this case, I'll fly over and help you pick it. You didn't believe me at first when I said I'd be useful, and you didn't want to take me.
Chen Sugar mischievously squeezed her eyes at Lu Feng, believe it now?
Be careful. Lu Feng scanned the boiling hot, magma-like boiling water gurgling and bubbling magma pool. Then he vigilantly swept the surrounding area.
There were no abnormalities. There weren't any foreign beasts, nor were there any experts coveting and prying. I'll go then. Ho ho ho.
Chen Sugar, who had transformed into a white heron, flew directly towards this flaming yang qi that grew on the stone wall above the magma pool.
Shoo!
Just as Chen Sugar was about to pick this flaming yangji, a sudden change occurred. A long tongue burning with dense flames suddenly emerged from the magma pool, sweeping viciously towards Qiongqi.
Be careful. Lu Feng's eyes stared at the situation and he immediately slashed out. Put. Prick Lara.
The blade chopped on this tongue, but it was like chopping on steel, splashing out countless sparks and not being able to chop off this flaming tongue.
So scary.
Qiongqi didn't dare to approach the flaming Yangji again, but immediately stepped back and leaned obediently next to Lu Feng. She patted her high bulging chest, her pretty face full of worry as she tightly hugged Lu Feng's arm.
Quack.
In the magma pool, a toad the size of a woodchuck emerged. It was lying on the volcanic rock in the center of the magma pool, its body was burning with rich flames, and its fiery red eyes were glaring fiercely at Lu Feng and Qiongqi. Obviously, this fiery flame Yangji had already been occupied by it.
What kind of monster is it?
Looking at the toad with its tongue sticking out nearly 3 meters long, its body burning with rich flames, treating the magma pool with a temperature of more than 700 degrees as a bathhouse, Qiongqi pursed her vermilion lips and was somewhat frightened. It is indeed quite strange.
Lu Feng looked at the flaming toad with a grave gaze and used Apocalypse, sweeping it.
Target, Flaming Toad King.
Race, Frog Race. Realm, 5 stars of the Transcendent Realm. Talent, Flame. Skills, Fire Tongue Entanglement B, Fire Poison C+, Rocketry C. Weakness, Neck. Introduction, a magma-modified, heat-resistant, peculiar Toad King. Evolutionary Path, 1. Feelings or a King of the Pack.
Looking at the Flaming Toad King in front of him, Lu Feng scanned the surroundings with a grave gaze. Since it was named Toad King, it was no surprise that there must be quite a number of fiery flame toads in this neighborhood.
Quack.
Seeing that Lu Feng never left, the flaming toad instantly became enraged, and it turned to Lu Feng and let out a shout.
Quack quack quack. Quack quack.
Instantly, dozens of flaming toads came from all around, all staring with red eyes, viciously surrounding Lu Feng, intending to surround Lu Feng.
Among these dozens of flaming toads, there were 2 Transcendent Realm flaming toads. The others were all ordinary flaming toads of the middle and high levels. What should we do?
Qiongqi looked at Lu Feng suspiciously. Its tongue is too scary, if it's in the way, I can't even pick this flaming Yangji.
It's fine.
Lu Feng smiled indifferently, I'll kill it later, then you can go pick this flaming Yangji.
Small wonder.
Sweeping over this flaming toad that dared to block his path, Lu Feng was disdainful.
A mere 5-star beast of the transcendent mortal realm, even if it was a Toad King, so what? In front of Lu Feng, it was still scum.
Whoosh! But before Lu Feng could make his move, with a gust of wind whistling, an expert suddenly leapt and landed beside Lu Feng. Lu Feng frowned as he coldly swept his eyes over this young man in white. Brother, don't misunderstand, I have no intention of making an enemy of you. The young man slightly shrugged his shoulders. Let me introduce myself, my name is Jin Chen, Transcendent Realm 4-star, Wind Attribute. This Flaming Toad King is very strong, especially the Flaming Toad clan by its side, which is even more numerous. Jin Chen looked at Lu Feng. With your strength alone, it would be difficult to kill this Flaming Toad King, as well as these 2 transcendent mortal realms with a group of middle and high-level flaming toads.
So you and I might as well cooperate. I can lure away these 2 transcendent mortal realm flaming toads for you.
Jin Chen laughed. That way, you and your woman can focus on dealing with this Flaming Toad King. I don't have any other requests, I just want you to share a quarter of the flaming Yangji with me after you get it.
It's that simple.
Jin Chen shrugged his shoulders slightly. Brother, if you want to oblige, I'll help you lure them away now.
No need.
Lu Feng coldly smiled. A mere group of toads, this couldn't threaten Lu Feng.
You.
Jin Chen's complexion immediately lurched at his words. He didn't expect Lu Feng to be so arrogant. Brother, you can't deal with them with your own strength alone. Jin Chen said again, this Flaming Toad King is very smart, it will use the cover of the magma pool to fight you stubbornly to the end.
I said, it's not necessary. Huffing.
Lu Feng, who laughed coldly, directly slashed at the Flaming Toad King.
How presumptuous.
Jin Chen smiled coldly and directly beamed into a peregrine falcon, flying to the high stone wall of the magma pool, retracting his wings and looking coldly at Lu Feng. Waiting to see Lu Feng being beaten by the flaming toad swarm and escaping in a mess. Quack! At this time, the Flaming Toad King, who was enraged by Lu Feng's slash, directly let out a furious roar, and made a fiery tongue-twisting move, fiercely attacking Lu Feng. The Flaming Toad King's tongue is not only long enough, but it is also sturdy and flexible, and it also burns with flames and has fire poison. As long as ordinary beasts were touched by it, they would be like frogs devouring flies, mosquitoes, and dragonflies, and would be caught in its mouth and devoured by the flames. It could be said that this move was indeed very strong. And coupled with the siege of dozens of flaming toads. So an ordinary transcendent mortal realm 6 or 7 star expert, facing this flaming toad, it is estimated that there is only one way to retreat. But unfortunately, although it was very strong. But the Lu Feng he was facing was even stronger. It was even stronger. Go die. Lu Feng, who smiled coldly, didn't even need to animalize, and directly waved his tang blade at the group of flaming toads that surrounded him, and then he went on a killing spree. Pft, pft, pft. In an instant, these flaming toads were all gutted by Lu Feng. Your turn. Die. Snort. After killing this group of flaming toads, facing the flaming toad king hiding in the magma pool, Lu Feng directly jumped up high, waving his sharp tang blade, and with the demonic chi imbued into the tang blade, he violently slashed at the back of the flaming toad. This flaming toad king's defense is very poor, so Lu Feng is certain. Lu Feng was sure that he would kill it with a single chop. Chapter 87 Lu Feng kills the flaming toad king. Quack. Seemingly sensing the danger, the flaming toad king directly moved its body and jumped towards the magma pool when Lu Feng ruthlessly slashed at it. The temperature of this magma pool was as high as 700 degrees. For the exceptionally gifted flaming toad king, this is nothing, it can swim and move freely in the magma pool. But for humans, for other exotic beasts, once this temperature falls in, it will be enough to be melted fatally. So all it had to do was jump into the magma pool and hide. Even a transcendent realm high star expert would never want to kill it. Die. Seeing that this flaming toad king wanted to hide, Lu Feng didn't give it a chance. Instead, he used all of his strength, directly exerting the strongest strength of his person, and using the magic power instilled into the tang blade, he ruthlessly slashed at the flaming toad king. Put. Quack, quack. In the end, the flaming toad king was not able to avoid Lu Feng's attack, and was given a living cleave by Lu Feng. Bright red blood spilled into the magma pool. It turned into a boiling vapor. He's so strong. This is a 5-star flaming toad king of the transcendent mortal realm, and he didn't even need to be bestialized, he just killed it directly with his human bodies holding the sword. What exactly is his strength? Big brother, please accept my knees. At this time, several transcendent realm experts who heard the sounds of the battle and came over to watch the action. Faced with Lu Feng, who had easily decapitated the flaming toad king, they were all stunned and respectful. It was important to know that even if they were beast-eyes together, they were not sure of defeating the flaming toad king who was in the main field, with the magma pool sheltering and replenishing his magic power at any time. Lu Feng, on the other hand, didn't need such trouble. He had easily killed the flaming toad king with his person alone. This made them all dare not imagine Lu Feng's strength. It was because Lu Feng was definitely strong, or too strong. Thus, these transcendent realm experts, at this moment, were not the slightest bit tempted to make an enemy of Lu Feng and snatch his treasures. They all looked at Lu Feng respectfully and hid in the sidelines, showing that they had no hostility or threat to Lu Feng. After all, if Lu Feng could easily kill the flaming toad king, he could just as easily kill them. So how could they dare to provoke Lu Feng? Ka-ching! And at that moment, the tang blade in Lu Feng's hand suddenly crumbled. Because Lu Feng's strength was too strong, this tang blade made of ordinary steel couldn't store so much strong magic power. I need to use a high-grade iron essence or Xian iron to create a good alloy sword. Lu Feng, who muttered, casually threw this broken tang blade into the magma pool. Snort, snort! Instantly, the tang blade was swallowed and melted by the magma pool. Fire attribute green beast core, it's average. And after Lu Feng pulled out the flaming toad king's beast core, he casually threw the flaming toad king's corpse into the magma pool. Hiss, this is thrown away? This is the corpse of a 5-star flaming toad king of the transcendent realm. Although it's a bit disgusting, its flesh and blood is also a great tonic. It's too much of a waste. Foolish, he's a super expert, how could he look at this? Looking at the body of the flaming toad king that was engulfed by the magma, the crowd of onlookers who were transcendent realm experts were all very heartbroken and murmured. Although they were all transcendent realm experts, they couldn't say that they usually ate transcendent realm exotic beast meat from time to time. After all, for transcendent mortal realm foreign beasts of the same level, they were generally sharper and stronger than humans with their beast fighting experience. Go pick it. Lu Feng ignored these murmuring experts and instead looked at Chen Sugar beside him. A 5-star flaming toad king of the transcendent realm, it wasn't really worth Lu Feng's effort to drag its corpse, with great effort, back to the farm. After all, Lu Feng had previously beheaded more than 30 transcendent mortal realm experts of the Bloodshed Hall, and the blood and flesh of those experts were enough to cultivate the spiritual herbs and medicines that Lu Feng had planted.
All right. Shoo.
Chen Sugar immediately followed Lu Feng's request, and the well-behaved beast transformed into a white heron, quickly plucking off this flaming Yangji growing on the stone wall of the magma cavern and handing it to Lu Feng.
This made the crowd of onlooker experts look hot. It was because the rarest treasure of this crater park was this flaming Yangji. However, they were just hot-eyed, they didn't have the guts to compete with the powerful Lu Feng. Very good. Lu Feng played with the flaming Yangji in his hand and was very satisfied. Because with it, Lu Feng had completely gathered enough materials needed for the fourth mutation evolution and could prepare for the mutation evolution. Let's go. After putting away the flaming Yangji, Lu Feng waved his hand at Chen Sugar. There was no longer any place in this crater park that was worth Lu Feng's continued exploration. After all, the highest level foreign beasts that were active here were only transcendent realm low stars. To Lu Feng, he couldn't even look at it. Nah. Under the envious gaze of the crowd, Chen Sugar obediently followed Lu Feng. Senior, please wait. At this moment, Jin Chen, the expert who wanted to partner with Lu Feng against the Flaming Toad King at the beginning, suddenly opened his mouth and called out to Lu Feng. Eh? Lu Feng stopped his body and turned back, his brows slightly furrowed as he coldly swept his eyes over this Jin Chen. You want to die? Senior, you have misunderstood. The junior has no thoughts of competing with you for the flaming Yangji. Jin Chen immediately raised his hands high, indicating that he had no animosity towards Lu Feng. Although his awakened beast source was a peregrine falcon that could fly. However, Jin Chen wasn't sure that he could escape Lu Feng's magic hands in this narrow cave. Ha! Lu Feng smiled coldly and took a step. There was no level of trust to speak of in the end times. That was why Lu Feng had always been very wary of strangers and never trusted them. Senior, wait for a moment, the late generation has something important to say to you. Seeing that Lu Feng was about to leave, Jin Chen hurriedly and eagerly stepped forward. Senior, can we take a step to talk? Lu Feng didn't say anything, he just looked at Jin Chen with cold eyes. Gu Dong. Lu Feng's cold eyes that were full of pressure and death aura caused the knot in Jin Chen's throat to well up, very much a bit of trepidation. He had a feeling that Lu Feng, if he wanted to. Right now, with a slap of his hand, he could directly slap him to death. He had no power to resist at all. Senior, if I'm not wrong, the beast origin you awaken should be of the fire attribute, right? Jin Chen lowered his voice. I know that there is a place in this neighborhood that holds a fire attribute's secret treasure. But the foreign beast that guards it has a strength as high as 7 or 8 stars of the transcendent realm, and I'm no match for it. That's why I hope I can cooperate with you. Jin Chen looked at Lu Feng with a burning gaze. I can take you there, and I can also attract the attention of this foreign beast for you and lure it away. I only hope that after you obtain this treasure. Jin Chen looked at Lu Feng with a pleasing face, be able to share a little with me. I don't have any other requests, just share a little with me. Jin Chen looked at Lu Feng respectfully. Senior, do you think it's okay? What treasure? Lu Feng frowned slightly as he looked at Jin Chen. Senior, it's a very rare fire attribute treasure. Jin Chen immediately replied, Flame Crystals. Chapter 88 Unexpected Joy, Flame Crystal. Oh? Lu Feng's eyes instantly lit up when he heard this, and he looked at Jin Chen with great surprise. Flame crystals were a type of fire attribute treasure, which stored a rich fire attribute energy within it. Although it was not as good as the flame Yangqi, it was still a relatively rare and cherished treasure amongst fire attribute treasures. And there was another feature of the flame crystal stone that was not found in fire attribute treasures like the flaming Yangji. That was that it could store fire attribute energy for a long period of time, just like a magic stone. When an expert was fighting and his body ran out of attribute energy, he could take it out and absorb it quickly to replenish the fire attribute energy in his body. In addition, the flame crystals are also the key to arranging fire attribute formations, like some offensive or defensive fire attribute formations. Using a magic stone as the eye of the formation could provide the formation with energy, allowing the formation to run continuously. And if you wanted the formation to have offensive and defensive power, you would need this special attribute crystals. This was because the formation would catalyze the special attribute energy inside them, which would then form skills and launch attacks. Each attribute had its own attribute crystals. For example, thunder attribute crystals, water attribute crystals, earth attribute crystals, and so on.
Of course, this crystal, according to the amount of special attribute energy stored within it, also has a lower, middle, and high grade.
All of them were disposable.
Senior, this is what I saw with my own eyes. Jin Shen looked at Lu Feng respectfully. There are at least 10 or more fire attribute crystals within it. I will never lie to you. If I dare to lie to deceive you. Jin Shen pointed to his head. You can kill me at any time.
Lead the way. Lu Feng swept a deep glance at Jin Shen. Although this flame crystal, for him currently, was not a treasure that he had to obtain.
But since he had come across it, then Lu Feng wouldn't miss it.
It might be useful in the future.
It was better to be prepared than to suffer.
All right, senior, please. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Jin Shen was instantly delighted.
He immediately led Lu Feng out of the crater park and into a wild hilltop on the outskirts of the park. Senior, this place is a wild volcano's hilltop that I discovered unintentionally. Pointing at the hill in front of him, Jin Shen looked at Lu Feng respectfully. In fact, all the mountains in this area are volcanoes. It's just that back then, when the city was camping to build the crater park, it was impossible to put all the mountains, all of them circled, to charge admission. For this reason, the city expanded one of the most notable mountains within it and changed it into the current crater park. I was out exploring the other day when I accidentally stumbled upon this hill.
It's just that there is a very strong flame poison scorpion within it.
Jin Shen said helplessly. I'm no match for it. If it weren't for the fact that after my bestialization, I'm a flying peregrine falcon. Jin Shen shrugged his shoulders slightly. I would have been poisoned by it long ago. Lu Feng nodded slightly with a clear and cold expression, and directly stepped towards this wild volcanic crater.
A mere flame poison scorpion could not scare Lu Feng.
Not to mention that it only had 7 or 8 stars of the transcendent mortal realm, even if its strength reached 9 stars of the transcendent mortal realm, or even the beast general realm. Lu Feng wouldn't put it in his eyes either. Hiss. After Lu Feng approached with Jin Shen and Chen Sugar, a blazing flame poison scorpion that was about the size of a calf, with fiery red armor, a tail hook raised high, and a blazing steel-like cold aura flickering on it, suddenly appeared.
So scary.
Looking at the very hideous and frightening flame scorpion in front of her, Chen Sugar let out a cry and subconsciously hugged Lu Feng's arm tightly.
Women had a natural fear of things like snakes, scorpions, insects, and ants.
Even though she is now in the end of the world, Chen Sugar has awakened her beast source and possesses extraordinary abilities. But she would still be scared out of nature. Senior, it's very strong, especially with the fire poison skill. Jin Shen pointed at the hideous and frightening flame poison scorpion. Not only is its tail incredibly sharp, but it can even spew out fire poison. This fire poison can not only burn, but also possesses a certain degree of corrosiveness. Once it is stained on the flesh, it will quickly rot the flesh before violently burning the blood and flesh. Jin Shen said bitterly. Previously, I came to explore with a friend, and my friend is a 3-star expert of the transcendent realm. He was unfortunate enough to be splashed by the fire poison that was spewed out by this flame poison scorpion. Even though I tried my best, whether it was pouring water or burying sand, I was unable to extinguish this poisonous fire. In the end, I could only sadly watch it burn alive. Jin Shen sadly lowered his head and pointed to the residual burning traces on the ground aside. That's really horrible. Chen Sugar's pretty face was pale as she clenched her vermilion lips. You guys back off. Lu Feng waved his hand at Chen Sugar and Jin Shen and opened his apocalypse, sweeping towards this flame poison scorpion. Target, flaming poison scorpion. Race, scorpion race.
Realm, transcendent realm 7 stars. Talent, fire poison.
Skills, fire poison spray B, poison sting C+, sharp tier C.
Weakness, abdomen.
Introduction, a poisonous scorpion that has devoured flame crystals and possesses the ability to control fire.
Evolutionary route, 1. Possessing a B rank skill is not bad.
Looking at the flame poison scorpion in front of him, Lu Feng smiled. It was considered to be a medium to high-level exotic beast among the exotic beasts of the transcendent realm. However, in Lu Feng's eyes, it was still weak and inadequate.
Its fire poison and poisonous stinger as well as the tearing of its huge pincers could injure an average person, but it couldn't injure Lu Feng.
You can go die. Lu Feng, who was too lazy to ink with this flame poison scorpion, directly beast.
Moo. In an instant, the earthly flame rhinoceros with this flame steaming all over its body appeared.
Hiss, this. So strong. Looking at the animalized Lu Feng, Jin Chen, who was hiding at the back, immediately sucked in a breath of cool air and was completely stunned with wide eyes.
Lu Feng's strength was far beyond his imagination.
That's for sure. Sweeping over the stunned Jin Chen, the corners of Chen Sugar's mouth rose arrogantly. His strength is invincible in the transcendent realm.
Even if it's a beast general, that's no match for him. Too strong.
Looking at the powerful and frightening Lu Feng, Jin Chen subconsciously swallowed his saliva.
Hiss. The flame-poisoned scorpion, which had sensed Lu Feng's very strong strength, didn't dare to attack Lu Feng. Instead, it turned around and ran towards the depths of the volcano cave with the intention of escaping.
Wanna escape?
Lu Feng smiled coldly and directly stomped his foot heavily.
Sharp earth spikes.
Poof. Prick Lara.
Instantly, countless sharp earth thorns emerged from the ground, piercing through the body of the flame-poisoned scorpion on the spot.
Rubbish. Ka-ching.
Put. Lu Feng, who sneered coldly, then took another step beside the flame-poisoned scorpion and crushed the scorpion shell of the flame-poisoned scorpion with one foot on the spot,
taking its life. Green fire attribute beast core, average.
Lu Feng, who was in contact with the beastification, ignored this flame-poisoned scorpion's beast core after putting it away, and instead walked straight into the mouth of the volcano cave. Within it, there were indeed 10 flame crystals that were flickering with a fiery red light.
Not bad.
Lu Feng smiled and picked up the flame crystals.
Ow.
But at this moment, a sudden change occurred. A sharp, overriding hiss suddenly emitted from the magma pool deep within the volcanic cave.
Chapter 89 Medium Flame Poison Scorpion Clan.
Hiss. Following that, only countless densely packed flame-poisoned scorpions were seen surging out of the magma pools in the depths of the volcano cave at the same time, waving their sharp scorpion tails and barbs, viciously pouncing on Lu Feng and Chen Sugar and Jin Chen.
These flaming scorpions were all at the transcendent realm.
There were even more than a dozen strong flame-poisoned scorpions with 7 or 8 stars in the transcendent mortal realm. Strangely enough, these flame-poisoned scorpions, whose strength could be the flame-poisoned scorpion king if they were placed outside, were driven by the hissing sound at the moment, defying all odds and attacking Lu Feng and Jin Chen and Chen Sugar with desperation.
Retreat immediately.
Sweeping over these densely packed flame-poisoned scorpions, Lu Feng instantly frowned.
He had mistakenly entered the poisonous scorpion cave.
There was actually a medium-sized flame-poisoned scorpion colony in this volcanic cave. According to his experience in his previous life, Lu Feng knew that a medium flame scorpion colony had at least hundreds of transcendent realm flame scorpions. Their flame scorpion kings were at least beast generals. And most likely, they were beast general realm high star.
Retreat.
After collecting the 10 flame crystals, Lu Feng directly picked up Chen Sugar and rushed out of the volcano cave at a fiery speed. Although Lu Feng wasn't afraid of these flame-poisoned scorpions, after all, after Lu Feng's bestialization, it was the flame-poisoned scorpions at the beast general level that Lu Feng could kill.
However, this was in a narrow volcanic cave, and Lu Feng's movements would be very inconvenient after his beast formation.
So he could only choose a strategic retreat.
Whoosh!
In the end, before he dared to be surrounded by the flame-poisoned scorpion swarm, Lu Feng hugged Chen Sugar and ran out of the volcanic cave. And Jin Chen, who was a peregrine falcon after his bestialization, also took advantage of the speed advantage of being able to fly and quickly escaped from the volcanic cave.
Strangely enough, after Lu Feng, Chen Sugar, and Jin Chen escaped, these flame-poisoned scorpions didn't chase after them frantically.
Instead, they collected the corpses of the flame-poisoned scorpions that had been decapitated by Lu Feng and then quickly withdrew back to the volcanic cave.
Phew, too dangerous.
Chen Sugar patted his bulging chest and gasped for air. Just now, she was really frightened when she encountered so many densely packed poisonous scorpions.
Senior, sorry.
After a short reprieve, Jin Chen looked at Lu Feng in embarrassment. I really didn't think that there was a flame-poisoned scorpion colony within this volcanic cave. There was only one fiery flame-poisoned scorpion that we came across at that time. Jin Chen scratched his head. I really didn't realize that there were so many more inside.
Otherwise, even if I were to borrow 10,000 guts, I wouldn't dare to bring you here to explore. Did you really not know, or did you deliberately lie to us?
Chen Sugar was very dissatisfied and glared angrily at Jin Chen with a small beak. We were almost killed by you.
I really don't know, Senior, you are clear.
Jin Chen hurriedly explained, and just now, I also followed you in. If I am not careful, I will also die a miserable death together.
This is for you.
Lu Feng didn't say much. After throwing Jin Chen a flame crystal, he directly walked towards the parking lot of the crater park.
Humph.
Chen Sugar indignantly glared at Jin Chen and took a step to follow Lu Feng.
Senior, wait a moment, Senior.
Jin Chen's eyes rolled as he quickly stepped after Lu Feng.
Lu Feng didn't bother with him and directly got into the car. The things are all given to you, what else is there?
Chen Sugar, who had followed Lu Feng to the car, glared at Jin Chen in a very dissatisfied manner.
Senior, I want to follow you and serve you in the future.
Jin Chen looked at Lu Feng respectfully. I hope you can accept me.
Ha? You want to defect to us?
Chen Sugar covered her small mouth and exclaimed in surprise.
Yes.
Jin Chen hurriedly responded to Chen Sugar, then looked at Lu Feng respectfully again. Senior, you are strong, I am convinced of you.
I am willing to serve you in the future, please take me. Your strength is indeed good then. Can fly and can scout. Chen Sugar muttered a few times looking towards Lu Feng. Lu Feng, should we take him in? I currently have no idea of forming a force.
After sweeping a glance at Jin Chen, Lu Feng directly started the car and...
This.
Jin Chen instantly froze, but could only quickly catch up. Senior, I live in Qiongqi. If you want to form a force in the future, you must inform me.
I am willing to serve you.
Jin Chen eagerly took the business card with his residential address and stuffed it into the car. New City District, Yuxinglong Mansion, Building 7, 401. Sugar Chen scanned the business card before looking at Lu Feng suspiciously. Actually, you can take him as a junior.
Not interested.
Lu Feng smiled coldly. In this life, he wouldn't trust anyone freely.
He would rather be a lone wolf. Oh. Chen Sugar beamed her little mouth. By the way, what the hell is going on in that cave just now? Why does it have so many flame-poisoned scorpions? It should have something good inside.
Lu Feng swept a glance at Chen Sugar, his gaze heavy.
Good stuff? Chen Sugar was instantly surprised and stared with bright eyes. Is it a treasure that is better than flame crystals? Definitely. Lu Feng smiled.
Although the flame crystals were good, they weren't so good that a moderate swarm of flame-poisoned scorpions would guard them.
Then why don't you explore deeper? Chen Sugar tilted her little brain. Is it because that Jin Chen was there just now and you didn't want him to see it, so that's why you left? Why don't we turn around and go back now? You're thinking too much.
Lu Feng shook his head and still drove straight to the farm. A flame-poisoned scorpion group had at least hundreds of Transcendent Realm flame-poisoned scorpions, and 2 or 3 Beast General Realm flame-poisoned scorpions. Among them, the Flame Scorpion King was at least a Beast General Realm 7 or 8 star, and was probably even making a breakthrough towards the Beast Spirit Realm. With Lu Feng's current strength, although he had no fear of these Transcendent Realm flame-poisoned scorpions, within the narrow passageway of the crater, Lu Feng simply couldn't utilize his full strength. So going deeper rashly, this would be extremely dangerous. And it wouldn't necessarily be possible to beat the poisoned scorpion kings and capture the treasures. For this reason, even if Lu Feng guessed that there should be something good in the magma pool at the bottom of the crater. But he also had to hold back for the time being. Wait until his strength had progressed afterward, and then explore deeper. To be able to raise such a swarm of medium flame poisoned scorpions at the beginning of the end times. Lu Feng secretly guessed in his heart, at the bottom of this volcanic cave, there are 100% extreme fire attribute treasures. After I enter the Beast General, or Beast Spirit Realm, I'll go deeper into the interior to find out what's going on. Perhaps there are extremely good treasures that can trigger a blast evolution. Lu Feng, who muttered secretly in his heart, continued to drive towards the farm. He knew that speed was not enough. Anyway, this extremely good treasure was guarded by a swarm of medium flame poison scorpions, so ordinary people couldn't even get close enough to snatch it. At this moment, when Lu Feng obtained the flaming Yangji and rushed back to the farm with Chen Sugar. In Qiongqi, inside the Blood Fiend Hall. Under Chen Mengyuan's and Old Hu's dispersal, hundreds of experts with great prestige in Qiongqi gathered at the Blood Fiend Hall. These hundreds of experts were all Jiang City's party overlords with their own forces. The lowest strength among them was a Transcendent Mortal Realm 7 star. This was because a strength lower than 7 stars of the Transcendent Mortal Realm was not qualified to enter the Blood Fiend Hall and participate in this conference. And the highest strength among them, there were 7 of them. They were all at the peak of the Transcendent Mortal Realm 9 stars. Half a step short of entering the Beast General Realm. Gentlemen, this time, I invited you all here because I want to work together with you all to kill Lu Feng. Zhang Bloodshed scanned the crowd of experts, his face grim as he waved his hand heavily. Seize the treasures. Chapter 90 Zhang Blood Fiend instigates siege of Lu Feng. Zhang Blood Fiend, your Blood Fiend Hall was exterminated by Lu Feng, and you have a blood feud with Lu Feng, so you're in a hurry to behead Lu Feng. One of the 7-peak 9-star Transcendent Mortal Realm experts said with a smile, but between us and Lu Feng, it can be said that we have no grudges in the past and no grudges in the recent past, so why should we help you destroy Lu Feng?
Yes, especially Lu Feng. This Feng is very strong. Wouldn't it be bad if Lu Feng killed him back?
You, Zheng Blood Fiend, and the previous Black Dragon Hall's Zhao Black Dragon, with your previous experience, we have to be on guard. Since Lu Feng was able to defeat you, Zheng Bloodshed, that proves that he's not that easy to deal with. To be honest, there's no need for us to provoke a super strong expert for no reason. The other few Transcendent Mortal Realm 9-star experts also shook their heads, all of them just watching the action and not wanting to make a move. After all, in the end times, everyone was realistic. For those whose strength was lower than their own, then everyone wouldn't have the slightest bit of compassion, and would fight when they should fight, kill when they should kill, and would never hesitate or show any mercy. But on the strength in their own, or in their own almost, that still have to be very careful, will not be easy to do, lest they incur unnecessary trouble. Hallmaster Zhang, it's not that we won't help you, but Lu Feng is strong, we're no match for him. Yes, Hallmaster Zhang, if you called us over this time for this matter, then excuse me. Hallmaster Zhang, I'm at the point of breakthrough and I need quite a few rare spiritual herbs and medicines, so I'm going to go on an external expedition to search for them. Some Transcendent Mortal Realm 7-8-star experts, seeing these Transcendent Mortal Realm 9-star experts, were actually unwilling to take the lead in attacking Lu Feng. Although they coveted the resources on Lu Feng's body, for the sake of their little lives, they were all still looking for excuses to excuse themselves and prepared to run away. Although Lu Feng is strong, but if you all cooperate together, then Lu Feng will surely die. Seeing that all of these experts were making a move to leave, Chen Mengyuan was instantly anxious. She was impatient to see Lu Feng die a horrible death.
Keep your voice down.
Old Hu, who was on the side, hurriedly pulled Chen Mengyuan and eagerly blocked her mouth.
Why don't you let me speak? Chen Mengyuan angrily struggled with her body.
You're really stupid, you and I are only 1 star in the Transcendent Mortal Realm, whereas the lowest strength of the experts present are all 7 stars in the Transcendent Mortal Realm.
Old Hu was speechless as he looked at Chen Mengyuan. This is where we can interrupt. To offend these experts, then you and I would die without even knowing how.
But we can't just watch them fall apart like that. Chen Mengyuan was eager. This bastard Lu Feng must die. If he doesn't, then we'll be the ones to die in the end.
Of course I want Lu Feng to die too.
Old Hu lowered his voice, but don't be in a hurry. Since the Hall Master called them over, then the Hall Master must have a way to convince them to form an alliance to decapitate Lu Feng.
Let's just wait for now.
Old Hu squeezed his eyes at Chen Mengyuan. Have faith in Hall Master. This, well. Chen Mengyuan had no choice but to look at Zhang Bloodshed with a beaming mouth. She hoped that Zhang Bloodshed had the ability to convince these experts to finally join forces to kill Lu Feng.
Cough.
At this moment, amidst the murmurs of a crowd of experts, Zhang Bloodshed coughed dryly a few times, and coldly swept his eyes at these experts who had beaten a retreat. Gentlemen, I, Zhang Bloodshed, am well aware of all of your concerns. And you all are also clear that as long as we go together, then Lu Feng will definitely die. So there's no need to worry about what Lu Feng will retaliate afterward, or be afraid of offending Lu Feng or anything.
A dead man, what's there to be afraid of?
Zhang Bloodshed sneered. Everyone's concern is simply because they feel that they don't have enough benefits, so they're not willing to risk their lives to fight Lu Feng. And I can, right now, tell everyone clearly.
As long as we defeat and decapitate Lu Feng, then everyone can receive benefits.
Zhang Bloodshed waved his hand heavily, and it's not a small benefit, it's a great benefit.
Hallmaster Zhang, you're exaggerating, aren't you? Lu Feng is only one, while we have hundreds of people.
Even if Lu Feng has more treasures on him, it's not enough for hundreds of us to share.
That's not true. If we waste our efforts and the benefits end up in your hands, won't we lose more than we gain? With this time, we might as well go on an expedition outside the city to search for treasures. That's right, Lu Feng is just one person. What heavenly benefits can we get from killing him?
The crowd of Transcendent Mortal Realm 7-8-star experts were all murmuring with suspicion. Gentlemen, I had Chen Mengyuan and Old Hu explain to you earlier. Zhang Bloodshed said again with a burning gaze, I can clearly tell you all that Lu Feng has successively killed Meng Taihui and Zhao Heilong, and snatched the treasures of the White Wolf Martial School and the Black Dragon Gang, so there are enough treasures on his body, enough for you to divide up a great harvest. And Lu Feng even absorbed a drop of dragon's blood, completing his alienation. For this reason Lu Feng's body with true dragon bloodline is also an absolute tonic for you guys. After Lu Feng's death, I can promise you that Lu Feng's body will be divided equally between you. Zhang Bloodfiend laughed. In this way, each of you can receive a considerable amount of benefits.
Hiss. Flesh and blood that possesses the bloodline of a true dragon. This is really a great tonic.
After the group of Transcendent Mortal Realms 7 8-star experts looked at each other, they were all moved.
Since Lu Feng was able to kill Meng Taihui and Zhao Heilong, and defeat Zhang Bloodfury, so the blood and flesh of the powerful Lu Feng was indeed a great tonic for them. As for a few of you,
Zhang Bloodshed looked at these 7 supreme experts at the peak of the Transcendent Mortal Realm 9 stars again. Several of you are able to stand at the top of Jiang City. The bloodlines that you have awakened are at least at the Beast King level, and you've also devoured special heavenly treasures to complete your alienation. So all of you should know very well what bloodline enhancement and alienation actually means in the end times.
And Lu Feng possesses the secret method of bloodline enhancement.
Zhang Bloodshed's gaze burned, his voice filled with compulsion. After defeating Lu Feng, as long as we torture out this secret method, then I'm willing to share it with all of you.
And for the battle with Lu Feng, I'm even more willing to take the lead.
There's no need for you all to fight Lu Feng and be mortally threatened. Zhang Bloodshed sneered. I'll personally fight for my life with Lu Feng and drain Lu Feng's magic power. When Lu Feng is exhausted, I hope that all of you will strike at the same time and cooperate with me to capture or behead Lu Feng alive. My only request is to get back the Blood Fiend Hall treasures that Lu Feng had previously taken, and then Lu Feng's heart and beast core will be returned to me. The other treasures on Lu Feng's body, all of you are free to distribute them. Zhang Bloodfiend's gaze burned. Thus, you all can get so many treasures without much effort, so why not be happy about it? Even though you guys feel that your bloodline is high enough that you don't need to evolve. But getting this secret method and referring to it, or using it to train your subordinates, it's still a great benefit to have.
This is our chance to dominate.
After all, if we have a group of subordinates with high bloodline, then we can completely walk sideways in the end times.
Chapter 91. Does Lu Feng want to evolve immediately?
Hiss.
This does seem to be good.
If Lu Feng really has the so-called secret method of bloodline evolution, then I have to get it. If it's only necessary to assist you in making a move to decapitate Lu Feng when he's running out of beast source magic and is not much of a threat, then I'd be willing to do it. In advance, you must exhaust Lu Feng's magic power, and that's when I'll make my move. If Lu Feng is too strong and easily defeats you, then don't expect me to step in to save you. After the 7-peak 9-star experts of the Transcendent Mortal Realm glanced at each other, they all looked at Zhang Bloodshed solemnly. Although they were coveting the treasures and bloodline evolution secret method that Lu Feng possessed, yet, none of them were willing to risk their lives and play bloodshed with Lu Feng.
Don't worry, leave this to me.
Zhang Bloodfiend laughed. I was ambushed by Lu Feng last time and was gullible, so that's why I was injured by Lu Feng. As long as I'm more serious this time, though it's true that I don't have the means to completely decimate Lu Feng with my own strength.
But draining his magic power, that's no problem.
Zhang Bloodshed looked at the 7-peak Transcendent Realm 9-star experts with a burning gaze. Then we have a deal. I believe that as long as Lu Feng dies, after obtaining the treasures on Lu Feng's body, we can all quickly evolve into beast generals. Zhang Bloodshed, have you thought about how we can successfully besiege Lu Feng's and make him step into the trap? The only female expert among the 7 Transcendent Mortal Realm Peak 9-star experts was frowning. Lu Feng isn't a cutie pie, instead, he is highly powerful and intelligent.
After seeing so many of our experts vastly killing their way to the farm, as long as he isn't stupid, then he will definitely choose to give up the farm immediately and flee with all guns blazing. In that case, we simply won't be able to besiege him, and we won't be able to kill him. The female expert said with a bitter smile, in a one-on-one situation, none of us are even more sure of defeating and killing him. Yes, Jiang Chang is so big, a peak expert of the Transcendent Mortal Realm 9 stars intentionally hides, which we simply can't find. There's no way to surround him. This is indeed the problem.
The other few Transcendent Mortal Realm 9-star peak experts also muttered with gloomy expressions. They were worried that if they couldn't siege Lu Feng and then were assassinated by Lu Feng who held a grudge,
that would be a big trouble.
Because of Zhao Heilong's and Zhang Bloodshed's previous experience, none of them were willing to provoke Lu Feng in a one-on-one situation.
Don't worry everyone, I have prepared for this.
Seeing that these experts were moved, Zhang Bloodfiend instantly smiled. If I didn't have full preparations to surround and kill Lu Feng, I wouldn't have summoned all of you.
What do you want to do? This Transcendent Mortal Realm 9 stars female expert looked at Zhang Bloodshed suspiciously.
All of you should know that the River Heart Park's demonic aura has suddenly thickened by several degrees in the past few days, attracting quite a few foreign beasts to enter, right? Zhang Bloodshed scanned the 7 experts.
This we certainly know.
Indeed, it's quite strange. I was about to go and explore a bit, but I was suddenly called out by you.
What do you mean by this? Several experts looked at Zheng Bloodshed suspiciously.
I can clearly tell a few of you that if my expectations are not wrong, there should be a mysterious exotic treasure coming out of Qiongqi Park, and it must also be a very treasured and extremely valuable treasure.
Otherwise it wouldn't have triggered such a strong heaven and earth anomaly.
Zheng Bloodshed looked at the 7 experts with a burning gaze. Several of you are knowledgeable people and should know that I'm not just making things up. After all, whenever a heaven and earth exotic treasure comes out, that will be accompanied by an accompanying heaven and earth vision. The rarer and more treasured this exotic treasure is, the more amazing the heaven and earth visions will be.
That's why Qiongqi Park will definitely attract the close attention of all the experts in Zhangcheng next.
Zheng Bloodshed sneered. This Fong Lufeng has always been greedy for money and lust, so he definitely won't miss it either. I really didn't react until you said it. Thinking about it like this, there really should be a foreign treasure coming out of Qiongqi Park. I don't know what kind of treasure it is, and whether it can provide help to my alienation into a beast general.
Are you trying to use the opportunity of an exotic treasure coming out of Qiongqi Park to lure Lufeng over and surround and kill him? A few experts looked at Zheng Bloodshed suspiciously after muttering something.
Right. Zheng Bloodshed nodded with a burning gaze. With the pretense of seizing the treasure, Lufeng will be wary of the gathering of so many of our experts, but he won't find it strange.
And because he covets the secret treasure, he'll be even less likely to flee easily. Thus, we can easily surround him and kill him.
Zheng Blood Fiend, who was smiling coldly, clenched his fist heavily. After Lu Feng's death, the heaven and earth treasures that come out of this Jiangxing Park, we'll each seize them based on our abilities and chances.
Whoever can snatch it will be the one who gets it.
Zheng Bloodshed looked at the 7 experts with a burning gaze. Distributed like this?
How many of you are satisfied? Can you be willing to join hands and cooperate once and for all to kill Lufeng and seize the treasure?
Since you're so sincere, Hall Master Zhang, there's no need to say that I support you.
Lufeng, he'll die for his sins.
Kill him and seize the treasure.
Let's do it according to your idea, Hall Master Zhang.
After glancing at each other, the 7 Transcendent Mortal Realm 9 Stars Supreme Experts all responded, choosing to join Zheng Bloodshed's plan to surround and kill Lufeng.
Good, then it's a deal. 3 days later, Qiongqi Park.
Zheng Blood Fiend, with a grimace on his face, coldly smiled as he clenched his fist. Kill Lufeng and seize the treasure.
Good.
Then I'll see you in 3 days.
Happy cooperation.
The 7 Transcendent Mortal Realm Supreme Experts nodded slightly, and with more than 100 Transcendent Mortal Realm 7 or 8 star experts, who had reached an agreement with Zheng Blood Fiend, all of them left the Blood Fiend Hall with burning eyes.
Ha. Lufeng. Your time to die has come.
Zheng Blood Fiend, who had watched these experts leave, laughed excitedly. Even though you're as strong as you are, you're bound to die in the face of a siege from hundreds of Transcendent Mortal Realm high star experts in Zhangcheng.
I'm going to swallow your heart. Evolve.
Zheng Bloodshed, who swung his fist heavily, swept his eyes burningly over Chen Mengyuan and Old Hu. Go make preparations. 3 days later, Jiangxing Park.
Surround and kill Lufeng.
Yes.
As you command.
Chen Mengyuan and Old Hu excitedly answered. Both were incredibly looking forward to the battle for the treasure in Jiangxing Park 3 days later, to be able to see Lufeng being surrounded and killed by all the experts in Jiangcheng in unison. At this moment, Lufeng, who didn't realize that he had already caused a storm in Jiangcheng and had become the public enemy of Jiangcheng, had just driven back to the farm.
Lufeng, Candy. Looking at Lufeng and Chen Sugar who had returned to the farm, Chen Tianyi immediately greeted them. You guys managed to get the treasure?
That's for sure. Chen Sugar lightly hummed a narration. Sister, don't worry, Lufeng is so strong, there's no foreign beast that can stop Lufeng.
You're awesome. After listening to Chen Sugar's colorful description of the adventure, Chen Tianyi gave Lufeng a thumbs up in admiration.
Rest. Lufeng didn't care and smiled as he returned to his room, opened his storage ring and took out the various treasures in it.
There were 2 choices in front of Lufeng at the moment. 1. Mutation Evolution. 2. Wait for the time being. Chapter 92 Neglected Big Kill, Sacrifice. What should I choose?
Looking at the various treasures in front of him, Lufeng locked his brows and was very hesitant. At this moment, Lufeng had a total of 13 Blue Earth Attribute Beast Cores and 11 Blue Fire Attribute Beast Cores. There were 515 Green Special Attribute Beast Cores and 4,000 Green Ordinary Beast Cores. There were also 10 pieces of top-grade magic stones, 1,500 pieces of middle-grade magic stones, 3 pieces of shin iron, 20,000 pieces of silver essence, 5,000 pieces of gold essence, 1 yellow earth spirit bead, and 1 fiery flame Qiongqi.
There were also 9 flame crystals of special materials, 1 piece of red flame meteorite gold, and 1 purple haze divine Ganoderma. There were also many common spirit herbs and spirit medicines.
These were all very cherished, very magic-rich treasures.
It was enough for Lu Feng to undergo his 4th mutation evolution.
It's a pity that there's no ultra-precious treasure that's incomparably rare and can definitely trigger a blast evolution like the dragon's blood.
Otherwise, I wouldn't have to hesitate.
Looking at the countless treasures in front of him, Lu Feng was like a magic dragon that liked gold coins. It was this one that he picked up to have a look at. Which one he picked up to have a look at, very happy.
Endure, must endure.
The Beast General realm is very important, it must be stormed to evolve. If I had chosen the unusual mutation evolution, after entering the Beast General, I would be at most 1 star in the Beast General realm, and then I could beat 7 or 8 stars in the Beast General realm in terms of combat power.
It's difficult to defeat a Beast Spirit realm powerhouse over the level.
But if I am able to storm evolution, with a strength of 1 star in the Beast General realm, I can completely defeat a Beast General realm 8 or 9 stars, or even an ordinary Beast Spirit realm powerhouse. And the better the base in the early stages of evolution, the higher the achievements in the later stages.
The stronger the combat power. If you want to go fast, you can't go fast enough.
Thinking of this, Lu Feng resolutely pressed down on his evolution and chose to wait for the time being. The treasure in Jiangxin Park is about to come out, and judging from the heaven and earth anomaly it triggered, its rarity definitely exceeds the drop of dragon blood in the convention center. If I can obtain it, it will definitely be able to trigger a blast evolution. It has to be a fight.
Thinking of this, Lu Feng was instantly energized and swung his fist heavily. With my current strength, an ordinary transcendent realm expert can simply not be put in my eyes. Even if it's a low-star expert at the Beast General level, I can easily decimate them. The only thing I need to worry about is running into a foreign beast colony such as the flame-poisoned scorpion and being besieged. This will encounter danger. After all, the magic power stored within the beast source is limited, and once it runs out, it will easily collapse. Even the most powerful experts are afraid of encountering a wheel battle. Lu Feng tightened his brows, slightly annoyed. The sisters, Chen Sweet and Chen Sugar, had both entered the transcendent realm in terms of strength. But when faced with large-scale battles, they weren't able to provide Lu Feng with much help. There's something.
Just when Lu Feng was very annoyed, he suddenly remembered something. He had awakened 2 super supreme level talents after obtaining the Divine Beast Pauper bloodline. One of them was Apocalypse.
The second was Sacrifice. Sacrifice, that's right, it's Sacrifice.
Lu Feng, who thought of this talent, was truly overjoyed and excited in an instant. Sacrifice, as the name implied, meant that Lu Feng could obtain the blessings of the ancient gods from the underworld by sacrificing all sorts of treasures to enhance his strength.
This is a super killer weapon.
If I really encounter a strong beast group, I can completely sacrifice all the treasures that I don't need for the time being,
thus obtaining the blessings of the ancient god.
Lu Feng laughed. In this way, even if I run into a Fey Beast clan led by a Fey Beast at Beast General's high star, I'll still have the power to fight. Not to say that I'll completely decimate them, at the very least, I'll definitely have no problem keeping my life.
Okay.
Thinking of this, Lu Feng, without any worries, directly took spiritual herbs and medicines to replenish his magic power. 3 days later, he would directly kill his way to Jiangxin Park. After snatching the treasures, he would then carry out the 4th mutation evolution.
Strive to trigger the blast evolution. Cultivate. Phew.
Lu Feng, who had taken the spiritual herb elixir, devoured the magic power contained within it to replenish the quite a bit of magic power that had been used up during this expedition to Crater Park. While Lu Feng was cultivating, inside the next room of the farm.
Sister, do you think I look good dressed like this?
Chen Sugar, who had just taken a bath, changed into a sailor suit and white knee-high socks with small leather shoes, bouncing around, excitedly spun around in front of Chen Tianyi.
Good looking. Chen Tianyi, who was practicing, smiled and looked at Chen Tianyi somewhat strangely. It's a big night and you're not going out. Why are you changing your clothes? Because I have something very important to do.
Chen Sugar mischievously squeezed her eyes at Chen Tianyi.
What? Chen Tianyi looked at Chen Sugar suspiciously. Of course it's cultivation. I want to let my strength progress. I also want to become strong like Lu Feng.
Saying that, Chen Sugar bounced into the room, changed into tight black denim micropants and a tight black undershirt, and walked out in her little white shoes.
Sister, do I look good in my clothes?
Chen Sugar spun around in front of Chen Tianyi.
Quite good. Chen Sweet replied, the sailor suit just now was cute, this one is mature. What about these two?
Chen Sugar ran back into the room and changed into the black pantyhose wrap dress and the girlish pink Pure Desire sportswear respectively.
Both are quite good. Chen Sugar looked at Chen Sugar more and more suspiciously. Don't you have to cultivate? Why do you have to keep changing clothes? Changing clothes doesn't increase the speed of cultivation, there's no need to be so superfluous. Sister, what clothes do you think Lu Feng would like me to wear? Chen Tianyi tilted her little brain, her big eyes blinking as she looked at Chen Tianyi suspiciously. The sailor suit is cute.
Micro pants show my buttocks are firm, able to show my best extreme peach buttocks, more mature and sexy. The stocking wrapped skirt, on the other hand, has a professional style and is more seductive.
The pink sportswear is more pure lust, very lively. Chen Sugar's big dripping eyes turned. Sister, what do you think Lu Summit likes me to wear? How would I know? I'm not Lu Feng.
Chen Tianyi breathlessly rolled her eyes at Chen Sugar. You go ask him yourself.
That won't do, I'm going to give him a surprise, let him get excited and brighten up his eyes.
Chen Sugar crooked her little brains light grunt, black socks and wrap skirt even if, last time it has already been worn, to have a new idea. So micro pants and tight tank top, sailor suit and white knee-high socks with shirt, pink Pure Desire sportswear.
3 choices.
Chen Sugar leaned on her chin and circled around the 3 outfits. This is too hard, I don't know if Lu Feng likes lowly, or mature and sexy, or cute.
Sister, give me some ideas. Chen Sugar ran to Chen Tianyi's side, rubbing Chen Tianyi's shoulders for her. I really don't know.
Chen Tianyi was speechless as she looked at Chen Candy. You really don't have to be like this, Lu Feng, he's not a horny person.
Sister, you really don't understand men. If we don't dress up nicer and have new ideas from time to time, how can we make Lu Feng completely fall under our pomegranate skirts?
Chen Tianyi beamed. Right, sister, you and Lu Feng that day, what kind of clothes you wore?
Did he like it? Chapter 93 Chen Sugar's Special Cultivation Style. I just wore my pajamas. Chen Sugar casually replied, why are you asking this for nothing? Pajamas?
Chen Sugar instantly looked at Chen Tianyi in shock and surprise. Sister, you're too casual.
How can you just wear pajamas for this kind of thing? Can he be satisfied? What is there to be satisfied about?
Chen Tianyi's pretty face slightly reddened as she lightly hummed. No matter what you wear, in the end, it's still the same.
No, that's not the same. Sister, you really don't understand, man.
Chen Sugar helplessly shrugged her shoulders slightly. Sister, let me tell you, although the end result is the same, but the feeling we give him when we wear different clothes will be greatly different.
It will give him new ideas. More exciting.
Saying this, Chen Sugar squeezed her eyes at Chen Tianyi, then clenched her small fists. After feeling the excitement, he will become even more addicted to us and be firmly grasped by us.
Never be able to leave us again.
Chen Sugar hummed softly, completely fall under our stone skirts.
You're overthinking it.
Chen Sugar shook her head. This is in the post-apocalyptic world, that kind of thing is secondary. You have to remember that the most important thing is still cultivation. Only if we become stronger ourselves and helpful to him, then he won't abandon us at will. Otherwise, simply providing value in terms of looks, this is never the long-term way.
Everyone has a time when they age.
If we can't get pregnant enough to give birth to an heir for him, and then we can't help him in terms of strength, then it will be very troublesome when the time comes. Chen Tianyi stroked her small stomach.
Unfortunately, her little tummy wasn't competitive and hadn't moved until now. Sister, this is what I'm practicing, I'm just trying to become stronger.
Chen Sugar said in a serious manner.
What does this have to do with cultivation?
Chen Sugar's large eyes were filled with suspicion.
Sister, have you forgotten?
Chen Sugar immediately lowered her voice and playfully whispered nicely to Chen Tianyi.
This.
The pretty face instantly reddened incomparably. Chen Tianyi looked at Chen Sugar in embarrassment. There's no need for this, how embarrassing is this?
What's embarrassing about this? Chen Sugar did not think. For one thing, the matter of men and women is the common sense of man, and for another, this can be cool, but also can be cultivated to let the strength progress. This is the best of both worlds. Sister, you know, I have always been lively and active, I can't stand it, to use such a boring and incomparable meditation and cultivation every day.
So boring, hey? Chen Sugar slightly shrugged her shoulders. She liked novelty, exploration, and even more so, excitement.
Although that's true, that's not good. Chen Sugar still didn't quite agree. Sister, you're so stubborn, hee hee.
Chen Sugar breathlessly rolled her eyes at Chen Tianyi. If we were casual and it was just a man, that definitely wouldn't work.
But Lu Feng isn't any other man, he's our sister's man.
Besides, between us, all the things we should have done have also been done. So as long as we don't look for other men, between us and him, then there's nothing to be embarrassed about.
Chen Sugar laughed. Every woman will marry someone, it will be like that.
I really don't think there's anything to be embarrassed about. Anyway, now we are all no longer virgins. Chen Sugar picked up the denim jeans. He should quite like me wearing denim jeans. When I went out before, I noticed that several times, his eyes couldn't help but fall on my legs. Especially since he likes to walk on my back. Apparently, he's a big fan of the denim micro flare pants accentuating his well-built body in the front and back. That's it. Thinking of this, Chen Sugar completely made up her mind and directly changed into the denim micro lacrosse pants and white tight undershirt. These two pieces of clothing, because both belong to the tight-fitting type. So both very much emphasized the figure. Coupled with the fact that Chen Sugar's figure was already good, her height reached 1.68 meters. So it was even more emphasized with a protruding front and curved back, tantalizingly incomparable.
And white socks.
Chen Sugar, who knew Lu Feng's hobbies, put on white socks and little white shoes with another petulant grunt.
Sister, Lu Feng should like it when I'm like this, right?
After smearing her red lips with lipstick, Chen Sugar excitedly turned around in front of Chen Tianyi.
It should.
Chen Sweet replied helplessly.
Then sister, do you want to go with me to Lu Feng's practice?
Why don't you wear pink sportswear, you're more suited to the casual style. Chen Sugar, who had a glittering light in her eyes, directly stopped and pulled Chen Tianyi's wrist. We'll go to Lu Feng's practice together, and we'll definitely be able to get twice the result with half the effort and make rapid progress.
You go by yourself, I'm not going. Pretty face reddened Chen Sweet, in order not to hear the embarrassing voice.
Was rushed to put on the headphones of, and ran back to her room in a hurry. Her character had always been cool, different from the exciting, lively and hot Chen Sugar. She didn't have much interest in that kind of thing, she preferred to cultivate herself. Although it was said that after the experience, when she was in her ovulation period, she might occasionally have a little thought, but she still always managed to control herself sensibly. The so-called food for thought, as well as being like a wolf. It was not applicable to her. Of course, as Lu Feng's woman, she who needed Lu Feng's shelter, if Lu Feng took the initiative to find her and wanted her to serve, then she definitely wouldn't refuse. This was the obligation of being a girlfriend, and although she didn't like it, she wouldn't resist it either. After all, if you wanted to get Lu Feng's shelter, how could that be possible without paying something? Where in heaven was there a free lunch? But for her to take the initiative to go to Lu Feng, that would be impossible. Cut. If you don't go, I'll go myself. Looking at Chen Sugar who hid back inside, Chen Tianyi, on the other hand, quietly touched into Lu Feng's room with a light grunt.
Lu Feng.
Chen Sugar, who let out a petulant grunt, bounced up to Lu Feng's side. With her legs tightly together, she sat beside Lu Feng in a wanton manner, showing her slender and superb body shape without stinting.
You have something to do?
After sweeping his eyes over Chen Sugar's long, straight legs wrapped in tight micro pants, Lu Feng's gaze snapped. Following that, while looking at Chen Sugar's rolling peach shape that pressed the sofa down when she sat down.
This even made Lu Feng's eyelids jump.
Then, after seeing what Chen Sugar was wearing, the white tight undershirt that extremely emphasized her figure,
Lu Feng could not help but mouth secretly swallow saliva.
Compared to Chen Tianan, who liked to wear loose sweatpants and t-shirts, and did not reveal her figure at all from the outside, this chick, Chen Sugar, was really a complete witch.
Of course there's something. Chen Sugar's petulant humming spun around Lu Feng in a circle. Lu Feng, I'm wearing this outfit, is it pretty?
Pretty.
Lu Feng answered truthfully.
As an honest person, Lu Feng had never lied.
Lu Feng, I'm so happy that you complimented me. Chen Sugar, who could see the abnormality after her eyes swept over Lu Feng's clothes, would smile.
Oops. At this moment, Chen Sugar's feet suddenly slipped and violently fell towards Lu Feng.
Careful.
Lu Feng immediately reached out and hugged the falling Chen Sugar.
Aha!
Chen Sugar, who gave a delicate hum, immediately wrapped her arms around Lu Feng's neck and clamped her legs around Lu Feng's waist.
It was like an octopus, tightly wrapped around Lu Feng. Chapter 94 Traveling to Qiongqi Park to seize the treasure. It was 3 days later in a blink of an eye. Lu Feng, you're eating.
A giddy Chin Sugar carried a casserole and walked to Lu Feng with a cheeky grin. "Try it, I personally cooked it for you."
"What?" Lu Feng swept over the dark mess of gooey food in this casserole.
This stuff looked unappetizing. If it wasn't for the fact that Chin Sugar had behaved well these past few days, Lu Feng would have really subconsciously thought that Chin Sugar was trying to poison her with the intention of murdering her own husband and seizing the treasure. After all, this thing, looking at it, was really not like something that could be eaten. This is something good. Don't look at it to see that it doesn't look good, but it's a great tonic. Chin Sugar directly gave a bowl to Lu Feng. "This is my 10 complete tonic porridge with ground yellow, Ganoderma lucidum, ginseng, deer blood, deer antler, tiger blood, tiger tender meat, donkey tender meat, and other rare and good things, for you to stew. If you drink this, your body can definitely be toned up wonderfully. Full of strength." Chin Sugar clenched her small fists and displayed her muscles. Just like a wheat seedling that had received a spring rain and was revitalized and thrived, Chin Sugar's skin was now white and red, tender and pink, and her hair was also dark and glowing. All over her body, she was filled with a rich springtime lively atmosphere. And Chen Sweet, no matter skin or hair, just like the drought season, did not get the spring rain moisturizing wheat seedlings like some yellowing dry and withered. It was a stark contrast to Chen Tianyi. All of this was naturally because of Lu Feng. And that was precisely why Chin Sugar had deliberately made such a pot of kanji for Lu Feng. "I don't need it." The corners of his mouth twitched slightly as Lu Feng breathlessly swept over this pot of 10 perfect kanji. Although he had slept 1 or 2 hours less every day in the past few days due to being pestered by Chin Sugar and needing to bring Chin Sugar to play. But for Lu Feng, who was strong and gifted, sleeping less for this amount of time was not enough to make Lu Feng exhausted and weak. "You more or less tasted it." Chin Sugar was very dissatisfied and pouted her little mouth. "People have been stewing it for you for a day. This. Okay." Facing the very playful and cute Chin Sugar with her big blinking eyes, Lu Feng couldn't refuse her good intentions. So there was no other way. In the end, Lu Feng could only pick up the porcelain bowl and drank a bowl of this 10 perfect kanji. Anyway, Lu Feng had a passive detoxification skill. So even if this porridge was really poisonous, it couldn't kill Lu Feng. "How's the flavor?" Chen Sugar, who watched Lu Feng drink the bowl of porridge, blinked her big eyes in excitement and was thrilled. "It's okay." Lu Feng, who only felt the sticky and bitter taste, put down the porcelain bowl and casually dealt with Chen Sugar. "Then you keep eating." Chen Sugar immediately excitedly served Lu Feng another bowl. Lu Feng was instantly embarrassed. He really couldn't eat anymore. "Sugar, stop it, it's not good to eat too much of this stuff." Fortunately, Chen Tianyi appeared in time. She reached out and poked Chin Sugar's eyebrows, then dragged Chin Sugar out of Lu Feng's room. "Sister, you're not allowed to talk nonsense, this is a great tonic." Chen Sugar muttered in dissatisfaction. "Lu Feng just said that it's delicious. You guys pack up, we're leaving." At this time, Lu Feng walked out of the room and swept over the sisters Chen Sweet and Chen Sugar. In 3 days' time, Chen Sweet had entered the transcendent mortal realm 7 stars, while Chen Sugar had even risen to the transcendent mortal realm 8 stars. This made Lu Feng feel very slightly strange. Obviously, Chen Sweet had been cultivating diligently, never slacking off and being lazy. On the other hand, Chen Sugar was not in shape every day, running here and jumping everywhere, practicing steadily for less than 3 hours a day. However, the speed of Chen Sugar's strength progression exceeded that of Chen Tianyi. It's really weird. Lu Feng really couldn't figure it out. "Where are we going?" Chen Sugar's big eyes blinked as she looked at Lu Feng. "To the city, Qiongqi Park. There are treasures out there." Lu Feng, whose eyes were burning, clenched his fist tightly. "Go and seize the treasure." "Yes, yes, yes." Chen Sugar immediately heard a good burst of excitement, cheering and jumping. In the farm suffocated for 3 days, she has long been unable to resist, wanting to go out to explore. "This time going out will be dangerous, so you guys have to be cautious and careful." Lu Feng looked at the sisters Chen Sweet and Chen Sugar seriously. "There are quite a few people in Jiangcheng who know me now, so after the success of capturing the treasure, this farm maybe we won't come back. Lest we be disturbed by people rushing up every day." Lu Feng paused. "So you guys pack up and follow me." "Not coming back, ah?" After hearing Lu Feng's words, Chen Tianyi scanned the grass and trees of the farm, biting her vermilion lips tightly, very much reluctant to part with it. These days in the farm that was like a paradise, she lived a very comfortable life. She liked this kind of uncontested, smooth and quiet life. Not necessarily.
Lu Feng patted Chen Sugar's shoulder. It depends on the specifics, on whether these experts in Jiangcheng have recognized me and how strong they are.
But it's always better to be prepared. Lu Feng's gaze was grave. In the end times, there's never 100% peace to speak of. If you don't progress, you will regress, and you will encounter danger.
I know. Thank you.
Chen Tianyi tightly bit her vermilion lips with a light hum, returned to her room, and packed her things. Half an hour later, Lu Feng drove the sisters Chen Sweet and Chen Sugar in his SUV and left the farm where he had lived for 2.5 long months. At this moment, Jiangcheng City, Jiangxin Park. After 3 days, the magic aura of Jiangxin Park became more and more dense. Especially on the wide river surface, it was even more dense into a fog like magic gas, wet, touching like dripping water.
Hundreds of Jiangcheng's renowned transcendent realm experts, led by Zhang Bloodfiend and the other 7, hid around Jiangxin Park, staring at the Jiangxin Zhou where the demonic aura was the most dense.
Waiting for the heaven and earth treasures to come out. Even more so, they waited for Lu Feng to throw himself into the net.
Old Hu, do you think Lu Feng will come?
Inside a riverside cafe outside the riverside, Chen Mengyuan and Old Hu hid in the cafe, gazing through the glass at the Jiangxin Zhou, which was shrouded by the dense demonic qi.
It will definitely come.
Old Hu smiled coldly. The news that there is an exotic treasure about to come out of Jiangxin Park has long been spread throughout the entire Jiang city. So this Lu Feng kid, with his character, he will definitely come to explore and seize the treasure. Let's be fair, if you were Lu Feng, and you possessed the strength that could defeat the Zhang Bloodshed Hallmaster, would you not come on a treasure hunt? Would you not think about evolving quickly and becoming stronger?
I would definitely come.
Chen Mengyuan subconsciously replied, of course, the premise is that I don't know that there's an ambush here, otherwise I definitely wouldn't have come.
So yeah, since Lu Feng doesn't know there's an ambush, for that reason he'll definitely come. Wait and see.
Old Hu, whose face was hideous, clenched his fist heavily. Li Feng's death will come soon.
Hopefully.
Chen Mengyuan bit her lips. If we can't kill him this time, then we're really screwed. We'll be killed back by him.
He will die.
Old Hu's eyes burned and his voice was cold.
Chapter 95 Jiangxin Zhou, Secret Treasure Out of the World. Do you think Lu Feng will sneak in?
Chen Mengyuan was still a little worried. Although Lu Feng doesn't know that there is an ambush here, he's not a little cutie. He would definitely be able to guess that many experts from Jiang City would come over to grab this treasure. So he shouldn't come in openly, but sneak in to grab the treasure.
That way, if we can't discover him, we won't be able to surround and kill him.
Chen Mengyuan was worried. Once Lu Feng captures this treasure and then rapidly evolves to become a beast general expert, then we'll be completely finished. Chen Mengyuan bit her lips with worry. We would never have a chance to defeat Lu Feng again and would be completely decimated by him.
Don't worry, this treasure isn't that easy to approach.
Old Hu laughed. So many experts in Jiang City are staring at this mysterious treasure. So even if Lu Feng sneaks in, he will definitely expose his whereabouts when he intends to seize the treasure. Once he is exposed, then he will cause a siege from all the experts in Jiang City. He will then surely die. Old Hu's eyes burned as he clenched his fists tightly. Let's just wait and watch Lu Feng die a horrible death. He first killed the Zhao Black Dragon Gangmaster, and offended the Zhang Blood Fury Hallmaster, and harbored his own sins, so he has long since aroused the ire of all the experts in Jiangcheng. For this reason, he must die. Old Hu laughed. Today must be his death.
I hope so.
Although she said this on her lips, Chen Mengyuan was still a bit terrified. All day today, her right eyelid had been jumping with a very bad premonition. After all, when the left eye jumped for wealth, the right eye jumped for disaster. Lu Feng, you better hurry up and die. God bless, quickly let Lu Feng die a miserable death. Chen Mengyuan prayed secretly in her heart.
Arrived.
As for Lu Feng at this moment, after driving to the outer 1-kilometer area of Jiangxin Park, he stopped his car at an inconspicuous roadside.
Of course, Lu Feng would not be foolish enough to drive directly into Jiangxin Park.
Wasn't this just looking to become a target? Although Lu Feng was strong, facing countless experts of the same level surrounding him, it was still a case of many ants biting an elephant. Lu Feng didn't want to have nothing to do and invite a lot of unnecessary trouble for no reason. He only had one goal in mind, and that was to seize the treasures in Jiangxin Park. The less trouble he had to deal with, the better. The devilish aura of this Jiangxin Park is so dense. Chen Tianyi couldn't help but let out an exclamation of surprise after getting off the bus. It's almost as thick as the cliff where we found the purple haze divine qi in the valley. The demonic aura is almost as thick. Ah. Sister, this is still in the periphery. Chen Sugar followed. We're still a kilometer away from Jiangxin Park in a straight line.
The magic chi there should be even denser, right?
Hiss. This caused Chen Sugar to suck in a breath of cool air.
The demonic chi a kilometer away from Jiangxin Park was surprisingly this dense. Then how dense should the demonic chi at the core of Jiangxin Park be? With this kind of richness of demonic chi, cultivating would be completely half the work with half the effort. Lu Feng, what kind of mysterious treasure will come out of this Jiangxin Park? Chen Sugar's big eyes blinked as she looked at Lu Feng. With such a dense demonic chi, it should be a very rare and precious treasure, right? I don't know exactly what it is. But it's nothing, we'll find out later. Lu Feng smiled, hiding his tracks as he stepped towards Jiangxin Park.
In his previous life, although he had also participated in the Jiangxin Park's treasure-grabbing battle, but because his strength was too weak, he was only playing in the periphery, and was not qualified to go deep into the Jiangxin continent and grab this extremely valuable treasure. Therefore, what exactly this mysterious treasure was, Lu Feng did not know. But what Lu Feng did know was that the first city lord of River City was likewise the first Beast King level expert of River City. It was the person who had seized this River Heart Park's secret treasure. So it was for this reason that Lu Feng could be 100% certain that the secret treasure of this Jiangxin Park was definitely very rare and very rare. Although this expert was able to become a Beast King, it couldn't be as simple as just seizing the River Heart Park's secret treasure. But the help that this secret treasure had given him was also absolutely enormous. And this time, for this secret treasure Lu Feng was determined to win. We might encounter danger later, you two should be more careful, I won't be able to care about you while fighting for the secret treasure. After approaching the river park and looking at the surface of the river where the demonic energy was so thick that it was aerosolized, Lu Feng didn't rush to enter the river oasis. Instead, he stood outside the railing of the park along the river, observing the river oasis from across the river for the time being. According to the memories of his previous life, Lu Feng knew that because the demonic chi in the Jiangxin continent was too dense, it would repel low-level experts, so once a low-level expert entered the Jiangxin continent, he would have difficulty breathing and die a horrible death from organ failure. For this reason, only transcendent mortal realm experts, which were qualified to set foot on the River Heart continent. Both of you are transcendent mortal realm experts, and are considered qualified to enter the Jiangxin continent and participate in the treasure capture. Although the secret treasure, you guys shouldn't be qualified to get it, but because the demonic chi is too dense, so in addition to this most treasured secret treasure, there will also be quite a lot of various rare accompanying spiritual herbs and medicines in the Jiangxin continent. These are all very precious, you guys can go and pick them. Lu Feng swept over the sisters Chen Sweet and Chen Sugar behind him. If you encounter danger, you guys can retreat to the vicinity of the SUV. I will look for you guys near the buggy after seizing the treasures. Lu Feng looked at Zhang Xinzhou with a grave gaze. Then what if there's danger near the buggy, too? Chen Sugar looked at Lu Feng with big eyes blinking. And where should we go to find you? Then leave clues, or go to the farm. I'll make a trip back after seizing the treasure. After saying that, Lu Feng then continued to gaze gravely, staring at Zhang Xinzhou. All right then. Chen Sugar hummed softly in a good manner. You have to pay attention to safety. Chen Sugar softly urged. Ho ho ho. Half an hour later, with gusts of harsh river winds whistling, in the midst of the increasingly dense ravages of demonic chi, the center of the river suddenly emanated gusts of dazzling purple light. Treasures have appeared. As this dazzling purple light flashed across the entire Jiangxin Park, Lu Feng's eyes lit up with a burning gaze. The treasure he had waited for so long had finally appeared. Kill! Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Feng directly leapt out, holding his tang blade, and killed the Jiangxin Park at a fiery speed. Lu Feng sensed a strong metallic aura. Unsurprisingly, the treasures that came out of this Jiangxin Park should be metallic treasures. Although it wasn't the earth and fire attributes that Lu Feng possessed, it didn't matter. Because mutation evolution didn't pick attributes. No matter what attribute, as long as it was a rare secret treasure, then it could be used for mutation evolution. Trigger the blast evolution. So this treasure, Lu Feng had to get it. Whoosh! Lu Feng, you're really here, your time to die has come. Lu Feng, I knew it, you're definitely going to throw yourself to your own death. Ha 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 ha. However, the moment Lu Feng stepped onto Jiangxin Park, a sudden change occurred. Zhang Blood Fiends suddenly appeared with dozens of transcendent realm experts. With vicious and hideous looks. Viciously surrounding Lu Feng.
Chapter 96 Lu Feng battles 100 Transcendent Realm experts. Zhang Blood Fury?
Lu Feng, who was frowning slightly, suspiciously swept over this imposing and ruthless Zhang Blood Fury.
Lu Feng had thought that he would run into this Zhang Blood Fury in Qiongqi Park. After all, the news that there were treasures coming out of Qiongqi Park had long been spread throughout Zhangchang.
Therefore, it was quite normal that Zhang Blood Fury would come to seize the treasure. However, Lu Feng did not expect that Zhang Blood Fiend would bring people to block Qiongqi Park to wait for him with the intention of besieging him.
It really surprised Lu Feng. Lu Feng, your time to die has come.
Zhang Blood Fiend, whose eyes were red, stared viciously at Lu Feng with a hideous expression. Next year's today will be the day of your sacrifice.
You're bragging without a draft.
Lu Feng was speechless as he sniffed. He directly raised his middle finger at Zhang Blood Fury. You defeated General, who gave you the courage to dare to provoke me as well.
Last time, I let you get away with it and counted you lucky.
If you had honestly found a place where no one was harboring, so that you could still stay alive, I wouldn't have bothered to go after you. Now you're good, you even took the initiative to come out and send yourself to death.
Stupid bastard like you.
Lu Feng looked at Zhang Blood Fiend with disdain. It's really not rare.
Lu Feng, you deserve to die.
Looking at Lu Feng's erected middle finger, especially the one Lu Feng was wearing on his finger, the spatial ring that originally belonged to him. At this moment, Zhang Bloodthirsty was really infuriated to the point that his eyes were red and he was furious. He had worked hard for several months and had managed to save up the treasures that he had used to break through the Beast General realm. It had been taken away by Lu Feng just like that. He was really going to explode alive from Lu Feng's provocative behavior. Lu Feng, let me tell you, last time it was me who was gullible. But this time, I'm prepared for everything.
No matter how arrogant you think you are, today you will die.
Zhang Bloodshed smiled coldly. I will chop off your dog's head and reclaim everything that belongs to me.
Just you? And these useless trash?
Sweeping over these dozens of transcendent realm experts surrounding him, Lu Feng smiled coldly, unimpressed. To Lu Feng at this moment, low-level transcendent mortal realm experts were not even in Lu Feng's eyes.
Lu Feng, don't be arrogant too early, it's not only me that's besieging you today.
Zhang Bloodshed sneered, everyone, please come out and meet us. Swish swish swish. After Zhang Bloodshed's words fell, 7 peak 9-star transcendent mortal realm experts, with their respective beloved expert subordinates, appeared from all directions and surrounded Lu Feng with stern expressions. In an instant, Lu Feng was surrounded by nearly 200 transcendent mortal realm experts. 70% of these people were below 5 stars of the transcendent mortal realm. There were about 50 people that were transcendent mortal realm high stars. There were more than 30 people with 7 or 8 stars of the transcendent mortal realm. For those with 9 stars of the transcendent mortal realm, aside from Zhang Bloodshed and the other 8, there were still a dozen people. However, these dozen people had only just reached the 9th star of the transcendent mortal realm. Their fighting strength was still not as good as Zhang Bloodshed and the other 8.
Lu Feng, now you're still rampant?
Zhang Blood Fiend laughed as he looked towards Lu Feng, his eyes burning with excitement and arrogance. Originally, he thought that there would only be 100 or so transcendent realm experts who would cooperate with him to surround and kill Lu Feng. He didn't expect that more than 200 people would come. Of course, Zhang Blood Fiend knew that of these 200 or so people, the new 100 or so were all casual cultivation experts who were just playing around and could not be put to heavy use. It didn't matter if they weren't enough, they were scary enough just to make up the numbers. Although they couldn't fight hard battles and wouldn't fight Lu Feng to the death. But as long as Lu Feng was injured and showed signs of defeat, then when they beat up the fallen dog to seize the treasure, they would definitely be more aggressive than anyone else.
Lu Feng, you will die today.
Thinking of this, Zhang Blood Fiend was even staring at Lu Feng with his eyes burning to death. As long as he could injure Lu Feng, then it would be hard for Lu Feng to escape death today.
Good, what a big scene. 200 transcendent realm experts, surrounding me alone. I'm really honored.
Sweeping over the 200 transcendent mortal realm experts that this Zhang Blood Fiend had brought with him, Lu Feng was not only not intimidated, but instead, he even burst out laughing. To be surrounded by 200 transcendent mortal realm experts at the beginning of the end times. He, Lu Feng, should be the first person to break the record in the end times.
Lu Feng, you can still laugh?
You're really crazy. Zhang Bloodshed glared at Lu Feng in a very breathless manner. Lu Feng, I'm telling you, you will die today. Whether I die or not, you can't see it. Lu Feng coldly swept his eyes over Zhang Blood Fury and clenched his fist heavily. But before I die, I will definitely kill you so that you can accompany me to the grave.
You.
Zhang Bloodshed's face instantly stiffened. He knew that with Lu Feng's strong strength, if Lu Feng was really determined and wanted to pull him along with him, then he would really die for sure.
Goon!
Disdainfully sweeping over Zhang Bloodshed, who was frightened by himself, Lu Feng looked at these 7 transcendent mortal realm 9-star peak masters again. Gentlemen, we have no grudges in the past and no grudges in the recent past.
You guys have to follow Zhang Bloodfiend and surround me?
Lu Feng looked at the 7 with a grave gaze. This won't benefit you guys in the slightest. Instead, what you should do is not to surround and kill me, but to go deeper into the Jiangxing continent to seize this secret treasure that has just come out. Comparatively speaking, this secret treasure is far more important to you guys than me.
Lu Feng slightly shrugged his shoulders. I advise you all not to pick up the sesame and lose the watermelon.
If this secret treasure is seized by others who take advantage of the chaos, you guys will lose more than you gain, and you won't even have a place to cry. Lu Feng laughed. In the end times, if you fall behind one step, then you will fall behind every step. If you don't get the exotic treasure this time, you guys will be stepped on forever. So you guys should think clearly. Lu Feng hugged his arms as he gruffly scanned the 7 experts. Of these 200 or so transcendent mortal realm experts, the only ones who could pose a threat to Lu Feng were these 7 mutant evolutionary Jiangcheng top experts. The other transcendent realm experts, they were just playing around. The other dozen or so ordinary transcendent realm 9 stars, Lu Feng didn't put them in his eyes either. Hee, Lu Feng, you're quite handsome. At this time, the female expert among the 7 peak transcendent mortal realm 9 stars experts, however, smiled delicately and charmingly squeezed her eyes at Lu Feng. Lu Feng, you're such a big handsome guy, I really can't afford to kill you. Let's put it this way, as long as you behave yourself, Lu Feng, and hand over the secret method of bloodline evolution that you possess, I'll leave immediately, and no longer get involved in the battle that's besieging you. How about that? Or even, if you are willing to accompany me for one night. The female expert squeezed her eyes at Lu Feng. Then, sister me, I might help you deal with him once I'm happy. Hee. The female expert who pointed at Zhang Bloodfiend covered her small mouth with a delicate smile.
Fox girl, don't mess around. Zhang Bloodshed was so enraged that his face turned blue. If the fox lady turned against him, then things would be troublesome. Fox girl, like this, I'm willing to accompany you.
Zhang Bloodshed said eagerly, as long as you help me, then I'll accompany you for a few nights afterward if you let me.
Scram! I don't care about you, dirty centipede. Want to take advantage of me? You're dreaming.
The female expert, Foxwoman, rolled her eyes at Zhang Blood Fury without any good humor. You're far worse than little handsome brother Lu Feng. This muscle of little handsome boy Lu Feng, how manly.
Little handsome, have you thought about it? The fox girl looked at Lu Feng with a burning gaze. Do you need my sister to help you? He. Chapter 97 Qiongqi and Zhou Great Melee. Sorry, no need.
Lu Feng, whose mouth twitched violently, was speechless as he swept a glance at this flirtatious fox girl.
If his guess was good, this fox girl should have the special skill of harvesting yang and replenishing yin.
So if he fell for it and was attracted by this fox girl's outwardly enchanting figure and looks, then he might be sucked dry alive by this fox girl. To Lu Feng didn't want to die so miserably. After all, dying on a woman. This was not a good way to die.
It was humiliating to the extreme. There was a loss of decency.
Little handsome boy, when you say that, sister is very sad. The fox girl pouted her rosy cherry mouth. I really want to keep you company and make you comfortable. After all, in my life, I like muscular men like you.
Boing boing. Sorry, no need, heartfelt thanks. Lu Feng was very speechless as he avoided the Thai fox girl.
Ha. This made Zhang Bloodthirsty, who was originally despised by the fox girl, burst out laughing with excitement at this moment. Fox girl, you're a hot ass on a cold face, it's really fun.
People Lu Feng can't see you oh. Ha.
Dirty thing, you shut your mouth to my old lady. The fox lady glared fiercely at Zhang Bloodshed. If you keep talking nonsense, my lady will turn against the water and help him now. Zhang Bloodshed was instantly speechless. This woman was really temperamental and difficult to serve. Especially a female expert, it was even more breathless and helpless.
Lu Feng, I'm not interested in caring about your vendetta against Zhang Bloodshed.
As long as you hand over the Bloodline Evolution secret book, then I will leave immediately and will never attack you. Lu Feng, the same goes for me, I'll do what I say.
Hand over the secret book immediately.
The other 6 Transcendent Mortal Realm 9-star peak masters all looked at Lu Feng with grave gazes and opened their mouths to threaten at the same time. Because Lu Feng was so strong, they were truly unwilling to make a move with Lu Feng as a last resort. After all, they all knew very well that if Lu Feng really fought for his life,
it would be no problem to take away 1 or 2 of them.
No one wanted to die with Lu Feng.
He.
Lu Feng just laughed coldly. This treasure is about to mature. If you guys don't enter to grab it, it will be too late. Lu Feng looked at the core of the Qiongqi continent where the demonic aura was getting denser and denser, and once again spoke out to entice. This treasure is definitely treasured and can be used to evolve to the beast general realm.
Do you guys really want to see it being shortchanged by someone else?
Lu Feng's eyes burned. I don't have any bloodline evolution secret method at all. You guys were tricked by this asshole Zhang Bloodshed. Don't make any mistakes on yourselves.
Lu Feng, don't try to deceive people with the intention of fooling the big guys anymore, it's useless.
Zhang Blood Fiend sneered disdainfully. We've already sent people to blockade the Jiangxin continent and reached an agreement.
After killing you, we will enter the Jiangxin continent at the same time and seize the treasures each according to our own abilities. Right now, our goal is to kill you in unison.
Zhang Bloodshed shook his hand heavily. The news that you possess the bloodline secret method was said by your ex-girlfriend, Chen Mengyuan.
She and you have shared a bed together, so her words can be false?
Lu Feng, you better hand it over honestly.
Otherwise you will die. Zhang Bloodfiend looked at Lu Feng with an increasingly fierce look.
Although he was shouting for Lu Feng to hand it over, in reality, he was very much hoping that Lu Feng would be recalcitrant to the end and would not hand it over easily. Because only in this way could he persuade the other experts to come together and assist him to surround and kill Lu Feng.
He wanted to take revenge. Reclaim his spatial ring.
Chen Mengyuan, that S-words, you guys believe a ghost.
She is lying to you all. Scanning the 200 transcendent realm experts surrounding him, Lu Feng was speechless.
Emotionally, because of Chen Mengyuan's pitfalls, he had unintentionally become a public enemy of Jiang City and a prey of Jiang Xinzhou. This was really countless more troubles out of nowhere. It made Lu Feng want to behead Chen Mengyuan this even more.
Lu Feng, since you're not willing to admit it now, let's wait for us to cripple you and then slowly torture you. Go to hell.
Hiss, hiss, hiss. With a roar, Zhang Bloodfiend directly beasted into an 8-eyed, 8-clawed centipedes, hideous and frightening, taking the lead to ruthlessly attack Lu Feng. He knew that only after he took the lead, not to mention defeating and injuring Lu Feng, but after consuming a large amount of Lu Feng's beast source magic. The other experts, only then would they step in to assist him.
To surround and kill Lu Feng.
Therefore, he had to show his desperation and use all of his strength to try and wrap Lu Feng up in one go. Let Lu Feng use up a lot of magic power.
Lu Feng, catch my move. Evil poison. Poo 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 poo.
Zhang Bloodshed, who hated Lu Feng with a passion, was the one who sent out a big move as soon as he came up, directly using this strong B+ grade evil poison. It viciously attacked Lu Feng.
Coming up with a big move?
It's really breathless to the extreme. Looking at Zhang Bloodfiend, who was wielding 8 sharp claws and viciously attacking himself, Lu Feng frowned, and countless grass horses raced past in his heart.
Being messed up like this by Zhang Bloodfiend, he no longer wanted to conceal his identity and secretly seize the treasures of Jiang Xianshou.
There was no chance.
Since that's the case, then you can go to hell.
Lu Feng, whose eyes were ice cold, no longer hesitated. Since this Zhang Blood Fury couldn't wait to find death, then Lu Feng definitely had to fulfill him. Although his treasures had already been taken away by Lu Feng. But it was good to have one more piece of transcendent realm beast source.
Beastify, Earth Flame Rhino. Moo.
Facing Zhang Bloodfiend's frantic attack, Lu Feng directly beasted on the spot.
The Earth Flame Rhinoceros that burned with a blazing flame appeared.
Sharp earth spikes. After avoiding the evil poison sprayed by Zhang Bloodfiend, Lu Feng directly stomped his foot heavily.
Poof. Poo 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 poo.
Instantly, countless sharp earth thorns bared out from the ground, viciously stabbing at Zhang Bloodfury.
Pft, pft. Damn Lu Feng.
Zhang Bloodfury, who was instantly stabbed with quite a few bloody holes by the sharp earth thorns, even more viciously glared at Lu Feng. Lu Feng, I'll fight you.
Evil chi erosion.
Sharp claw splitting.
Die.
Because he knew that his terrifying pressure couldn't scare Lu Feng, Zhang Bloodfiend didn't do anything more than explode all the magical power in his body and use the other 2 skills to frantically attack Lu Feng. He looked like he wanted to die with Lu Feng. You're looking for death. Facing Zhang Bloodfiend's crazy attack, Lu Feng coldly smiled.
Wanting to injure Lu Feng with this physical attack? Dream on. Brute force punch. Crazy outburst. Lu Feng went tit for tat and directly used the same physical attack skill. Dang 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 dang. Bang.
Topped with the rhino's sharp unicorn horn, Lu Feng directly and fiercely slammed into Zhang Bloodthirsty. And even more so, he used his huge body and huge hooves. Ruthlessly stepped on Zhang Blood Fury.
Put.
Plop. Although Zhang Blood Fiend tried his best to resist, but under Lu Feng's strong attack, he was still beaten by Lu Feng in a very wretched and miserable manner.
Don't you guys freeze.
He's already made quite a few of his beating moves, there's not much magic power left in reserve. After tangling with Lu Feng for a while, Zhang Bloodshed eagerly looked towards the 7 Transcendent Mortal Realm 9-star peak experts. Hurry up and kill him.
Seize the treasure. Chapter 98 7 Great Masters surrounding Lu Feng. Gentlemen, what should we do? Should we go?
This Lu Feng is indeed very strong. Zhang Bloodfury is not his opponent at all. Of course it's not Zhang Bloodshed's fault, to be honest, I don't know until I see it, but I'm shocked when I see it.
Under single combat, I'm not sure I can defeat him either.
Zhang Bloodshed is right, the reason he's so strong must be because he has awakened the Divine Beast bloodline and has devoured dragon blood.
So if we just kill him, then we can definitely obtain countless benefits. This is our chance.
This chance must be seized to obtain the Bloodline Evolution Secret Book and evolve the Beast General Realm. The 7 experts looked at Lu Feng with burning eyes, all very excited at the moment. Although they were able to come this far and have the strength they had now, they had all awakened strong bloodlines.
But no one minded that their bloodline was stronger.
Even more so, no one minded that they had one more card to play. Similarly, everyone also wished to have one less opponent. Especially a supreme expert like Lu Feng who was strong enough to crush them all. After all, if Lu Feng was allowed to develop under. With Lu Feng's advanced bloodline, with Lu Feng's strong strength.
This Qiongqi City's city lord position would definitely be Lu Feng's.
All of them, afterward, would have to sadly submit to Lu Feng's feet. For these powerful experts who were all big shots before the end of the world, of course they didn't want such a thing to happen. They were not willing to submit to Lu Feng's feet. Because every one of them had ambitions, they all wanted to become the lord of Qiongqi City in the end times. To submit to such a small person like Lu Feng, who needed to look up to them before the end times.
This they couldn't stand.
After all, before the end times, as big shots, they could easily crush Lu Feng with just a tiny finger.
Kill him.
Combine forces to surround him.
He must die.
In an instant, these 7 experts who stood at the top of Qiongqi City all looked at each other and made up their minds. If Lu Feng didn't die, then they would never be able to make a name for themselves. Therefore, after killing Lu Feng, they would then compete for the position of Qiongqi City's city lord based on their own abilities. It couldn't be more appropriate. Lu Feng, if the wood shows in the forest, the wind will destroy it, you deserve to die. Lu Feng, don't blame us for making a move to kill you for no reason. If we want to blame you, we should blame you for being too strong. If you stand out, you'll die. If you don't die, we're going to submit to you, so go to hell. Amidst the roars of anger, these 7 experts were animalized and attacked Lu Feng fiercely at the same time.
Ha, Lu Feng, your time to die has come. Ha 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 ha.
After these 7 supreme experts made their move, at this moment, Zhang Bloodshed was truly overjoyed and excited. He believed that Lu Feng would surely die this time. He would definitely be able to take revenge, reclaim his treasures, and evolve into a beast general. He would devour Lu Feng's heart.
Bloody. Take it directly. A bunch of ridiculous fools.
Amidst Zhang Bloodshed's loud laughter, Lu Feng stared at his copper bell-sized bull's eyes as he swept over these 7 Transcendent Realm 9-star pinnacle, standing at the top of Qiongqi City, fiercely attacking his supreme experts.
These 7 people after their bestialization. Respectively. Blizzard Arctic Giant Bear. Insidious One-Horned Iron Armored Python. Three-Tailed Demon Fox. Thunder Scale Copper Crocodile. Hurricane Clawed Eagle. Black-Tailed Golden Scorpion. Tiger Head Poisonous Bee King.
These 7 experts formed a simple coordinated formation.
5 ground attacks. 2 air attacks.
The ones that struck out at the same time, emitting attack skills, viciously surrounded Lu Feng. Of course these 7 people did not send out big moves at the same time. Because they didn't put Lu Feng in their eyes, although Lu Feng was very tough, and under single combat, none of them were Lu Feng's opponent. But they believed that as long as the 7 of them combined their efforts, then they could definitely kill Lu Feng on the spot. That was why they were not in a hurry to use their masterstrokes. After all, if they killed Lu Feng with a stance, how could they torture the bloodline evolution's secret method? They were surrounding Lu Feng right now because they wanted to defeat and cripple Lu Feng and torture the bloodline evolution secret method. Lu Feng couldn't die easily. After all, the four of them could not account for the bloodline evolution secret method. Moo! Lu Feng faced the 7 people attacking from the air to the ground, but he let out a roar of fury and frantically attacked the 7 people, fighting the fight without any cowardice. This made all the onlookers, the experts, widen their eyes, watching such a shocking battle. Sister! In the crowd, Chen Sugar clenched her vermilion lips and clutched Chen Tiany's arm in great panic. Her beautiful eyes were filled with worry. So many supreme experts are surrounding Lu Feng. Lu Feng shouldn't be in trouble, right? Chen Sugar was very worried. I don't know. Chen Sugar's pretty face was similarly pale and very much worried. Then should we step in and go help Lu Feng? Chen Sugar subconsciously inquired. I would like to, but... Chen Sugar bitterly shook her head. Our strength is too weak to help him. The ones surrounding him right now are all peak Transcendent Realm 9-star experts. So if we go over there now, not only will we not be able to help him, but instead we will drag him down. Chen Sugar, who was biting her vermilion lips, clenched her small fists, her heart filled with intense self-blame. If she and Chen Sugar had worked harder and improved their strength a bit, then they could have helped Lu Feng. It wouldn't have been like this now, where they could only watch and see Lu Feng being besieged. That. Then what do we do? Chen Sugar said eagerly, we can't just watch Lu Feng being surrounded and killed, right? Sister, think of something. In being besieged like this, I'm afraid Lu Feng won't be able to hold out for long even if he's strong and able to fight, right? After all, there are too many enemy experts. Chen Sugar clenched her small fists and was very worried. Lu Feng will be hard worn out by them using a wheel battle. This is more than 200 Transcendent Realm experts. If this is going to come together, how could Lu Feng possibly carry it off? Chen Sugar clenched her vermilion lips. We can't just watch Lu Feng die. There. At this moment, looking at Jiang Xinzhou, which was shrouded by a dense demonic aura, Chen Sugar's eyes suddenly lit up with a plan. What ah? Chen Sugar eagerly looked at Chen Sweet. I have a way to save Lu Feng. But we might encounter danger. Chen Sweet looked at Chen Sugar with a grave gaze. Do you dare to take the risk? Dare. Chen Sugar replied without thinking, Lu Feng has been so good to us, it would be too heartless for us to see death and save us. Then come with me. Chen Tiany directly pulled Chen Sugar's small hand and rushed deeper into the crowd. And at this moment, in the encirclement. Because of Lu Feng's strong defense, although these 7 experts struck out at the same time, they were simply unable to break through Lu Feng's thick scale armor and injure and defeat him without using their best moves. What to do? It's easily impossible to defeat him. Come out with a great move together. Directly beat him to death once and for all. Good. After glancing at each other, these 7 experts simultaneously made a big move of to pummel Lu Feng. Chapter 99 7 Great Moves Pummel Lu Feng. Blizzard Giant Power Fist. Who? In the blizzard whistling, this beast transformed into the Blizzard Arctic Bear's Transcendent Mortal Realm 9-star peak expert, destroying in cold, freezing the trees around his body into ice sculptures in an instant, a very ferocious and vicious punch, directly and ruthlessly smashing towards Lu Feng's chest. Obviously, it not only wants to smash Lu Feng, but also wants to freeze Lu Feng, so that Lu Feng could not move and resist. Unicorn piercing. Snort. On the side of the Blizzard Arctic Bear, the venomous unicorn iron-armored python was coiling up its body, concentrating its entire body's magical power on the unicorn on top of its head, and viciously poking at Lu Feng with a horn. On its unicorn horn, there was a rich, confusing black radiance. Obviously, it had a strong poison. If one were to be caught by it, even if one were to be pierced just a little bit, I'm afraid that they would be infected with the poison, and their body would instantly lose their fighting ability as they convulsed. Bewitching sound. At this time, the fox girl who had transformed into a 3-tailed demon fox was shaking her fox's tail, and her eyes were filled with flirtatious colors as she sent out a sonic attack on Lu Feng. This sound wave attack seemed to be invisible, blee and colorless, and didn't seem to be too threatening. Because it did not have any huge power nor toxins. It didn't seem to be able to cause too much harm to the human body. But precisely so, it was actually the most poisonous.
because this sound can trigger the human body's purest animalistic desire.
If it is not vented in time, it is likely that the heart and veins will explode and die. The principle is that when a person is in the middle of an impulse, the heart will beat faster, and then the flow of blood will speed up accordingly. And fast to a certain extent, when the heart and blood cannot withstand the high pressure. Then they will directly burst and die. Even some of the weak-minded experts, after hearing this voice, will fall into the illusion, captured by the desire, and ultimately become a puppet of the fox lady. From then on, they would become madmen who only knew how to reproduce.
Thunderbolt throwing tail. Rumble, click, click.
Beside the fox lady, the expert who had been beastified into a thunder-scaled copper crocodile was flinging his tail that flashed with electricity and had the power of thunderbolt, and he fiercely lashed his tail heavily at Lu Feng. It was because this tail carried a strong power of thunder. Once he was hit by it, not only would he be jerked away by the huge force, but he would also be electrocuted by the thunder and lose his fighting strength with his body scorched black.
Gale claws. Poisonous bee sting. Hoo hoo hoo.
Not only were there ground attacks, there were even air attacks. This hurricane gusty clawed eagle and tiger head poisonous king's blade launched their attacks from the air, directly attacking Lu Feng's head and neck. This hurricane clawed eagle, its claws were incomparably sharp, and it also carried the power of the hurricane. As long as it cuts through a trace of flesh and blood with its sharp claws, the hurricane will take the opportunity to kill the human body, and then like a tornado washing the ground, the human body's flesh and blood completely churn to pieces. On the other hand, the tiger-head poisonous king bee, after getting close to Lu Feng, quickly flicked its tail and spewed out countless poisonous spikes.
Each of these incredibly sharp poisonous spikes carried a deadly poison.
Once Lu Feng was pierced into his body by these poisonous spikes, he would be infested by the poison and pay a heavy price. Hiss. Not only that, in the shadows, this black-tailed golden scorpion was even flinging its tail hook, sinister to the extreme, specializing in attacking Lu Feng's lower three paths. In particular, it shone at Lu Feng's legs and wrists and ankles. It made Lu Feng unable to defend himself, and he met the battle in great distress. Still really tough. Facing the siege of these 7 peak 9-star experts of the transcendent mortal realm, even though Lu Feng was strong, at this moment, he was in a precarious position, struggling left and right, and was in a very sorry state.
Ha, Lu Feng, you will die. Next year, today is the day you die. You're still too young to fight with me. Looking at Lu Feng, who was being killed and retreating after the 7 experts' great moves, and could be said to be in danger of completely losing the battle at any time, Zhang Bloodshed laughed out loud. He had already sentenced Lu Feng to death. Because these were 7 peak experts of the transcendent mortal realm 9 stars. Facing their siege, not to mention that Lu Feng was only at the same transcendent mortal realm 9 stars, even if Lu Feng had entered the beast general realm, it was estimated that he would surely die. After all, these 7 experts were all alienated supreme geniuses. All of them had combat power that far exceeded that of an ordinary transcendent mortal realm expert. Although Zhang Bloodshed had always viewed himself highly, to be honest, if it wasn't Lu Feng who was in the encirclement at the moment, it was him. Zhang Bloodshed knew very well that he was absolutely powerless to resist. It would die a miserable death. Lu Feng, Lu Feng. You're going to die. Zhang Bloodfiend was incredibly excited as he stared at Lu Feng to death, waiting for Lu Feng to die a miserable death and immediately reclaim the spatial ring that belonged to him and take back the treasures he had been robbed of by Lu Feng. In addition, he was more than ready to live and devour Lu Feng's still beating heart. Impacting the beast general realm. Lu Feng will surely die this time. 7 peak 9-star experts of the transcendent mortal realm are besieging us, and for Lu Feng to die in their hands, he's considered to be the number 1 person in Qiongqi, and it's a good death. That's not true, Lu Feng's death is as honorable as his own. If I could be beheaded by 7 peak 9-star transcendent realm experts, I'd be laughing in my grave. Come on, 7? If you pull out any one of them, they can easily kill you. I'm just saying it off the top of my head. After all, I only have 5 stars in the transcendent mortal realm right now, but if I continue to work hard, I'll be able to rise to 9 stars in the transcendent mortal realm sooner or later. When Lu Feng dies later, let's try to devour Lu Feng's flesh and blood and get some light as well. That's right, I heard that Lu Feng swallowed a drop of dragon's blood, so Lu Feng's flesh and blood must be delicious. These transcendent realm experts who surrounded Lu Feng all stared at Lu Feng with burning eyes and unrivaled excitement, waiting for Lu Feng's tragic death. After all, Lu Feng was strong, so Lu Feng's blood and flesh was to them. It was the great tonic. These Lu Feng must surely die, right?
In the crowd, Chen Mengyuan stared at Lu Feng with burning eyes, nervously clenching her small fists. God forbid, let Lu Feng hurry up and die.
Don't worry.
Old Hu laughed. These are 7 supreme experts at the peak of the transcendent mortal realm's 9 stars. Every one of them taken out would be a superpower that suppresses a place. I admit that Lu Feng does have some skills and is an expert. But facing the siege of these 7 people. Old Hu smiled coldly. Lu Feng will surely die.
Ah, good, that's great.
Chen Mengyuan grew more and more excited, waiting to see Lu Feng die a horrible death. At this moment, Lu Feng, who was surrounded by 7 experts, was not in any danger of his life, and smiled coldly with disdain.
A bunch of mongrels, with this, they also want to decapitate me? It's really a tiger that doesn't take me for a sick cat.
Since you guys want to seek death, fine, then I'll fulfill you. Sweeping away these 7 transcendent mortal realm 9-star experts who were making big moves frequently and attacking fiercely at him, Lu Feng directly roared, both energy, flaming flame.
Who?
Instantly, the rich flaming flames that resembled dragon flames were directly sprayed by Lu Feng towards the 7 transcendent mortal realm 9-star experts that were attacking him.
Chapter 100 Lu Feng kills the insidious one-horned iron-armored python.
Damn it, this flame can burn magic, everyone must not be colored by it.
Quick, get out of the way immediately.
He really has absorbed a drop of dragon blood. This flame has the attributes of dragon flame.
This flame, it's approximately equivalent to dragon flame.
It can burn everything, it's really strong. Avoid it first.
After Lu Feng angrily spewed out rolling flaming flames, these 7 transcendent mortal realm experts quickly sensed the danger, and all of them withdrew to avoid it in a scurry.
Although they were strong and powerful, it was because the flaming flame had an extremely strong burning nature and the temperature was also strangely high. So if they were truly unfortunate enough to be completely enveloped by the flaming flame could completely burn them to death.
A bunch of damned dogs. Want to escape?
Ha! Sweeping over these 7 experts who wanted to retreat and run away at a rapid pace when they saw that the situation was bad, Lu Feng coldly smiled disdainfully.
Did he really think that Lu Feng was a sandbag in a public gym? That they could fight whenever they wanted to and leave whenever they wanted to? What a joke!
You're it. Because there were 7 people on the other side, while Lu Feng was only 1 person. Therefore, Lu Feng was not able to reach the level of completely crushing the 7 of them with just the power of 1 person, so he was unable to directly exterminate all 7 of them in one go. However, in a one-on-one situation, Lu Feng was sufficient to crush and exterminate any of the 7 of them. So after a brief hesitation, Lu Feng directly chose the insidious one-horned iron-armored python among the 7.
Die! Moo!
Lu Feng, who roared in anger, directly lowered his head after the other 6 experts were forced back by the flaming flames. Using the madness outburst and brute force charge skills, he fiercely galloped up and violently poked at this insidious unicorn iron-armored python's body with his rhinoceros unicorn horn.
Don't you come over!
Looking at the sudden madness, just like a bullfighting arena, the mad bull that didn't want to die, viciously rushing towards his Lu Feng. This venomous one-horned iron-armored python was really completely confused and dumbfounded.
I didn't expect him to be so unlucky. Being given a death glare by Lu Feng. Why don't you look for them and have to look for me? It's not like I've offended you.
The sinister one-horned iron-armored python that escaped at a fiery speed really had countless grass mud horses galloping past in its heart. It was clear that 7 people had come together to surround Lu Feng.
Why was Lu Feng chasing after it? It really wanted to cry without tears? Go to hell. Put. Boom, punt.
Although this insidious one-horned iron-armored python made a great move of extreme resistance the moment Lu Feng came after it.
However, he was ultimately poked to death by Lu Feng with a vicious rhino unicorn horn.
In a single combat situation, he was simply no match for Lu Feng. He was completely crushed by Lu Feng. As for the other 6 experts, they couldn't even bother to save him because they were dodging the fiery flames spewed out by Lu Feng.
Why do you, Nan, have to kill me?
Following that, in a flash of lightning, after being poked in the snake's-bile by one of Lu Feng's unicorn horns, the insidious one-horned iron-armored python, which was about to perish, glared at Lu Feng with a very 10,000% unwillingness. Because you deserve to die. Lu Feng coldly smiled disdainfully. The hurricane-sharp-clawed falcon and the tiger-head poisonous king bee could fly, and with Lu Feng's current situation, Lu Feng couldn't chase them. Then the 3-tailed demon fox, this fox girl was smart. At the slightest sign of trouble she was the first to scamper away. Lu Feng couldn't chase her in time. The thunder-scaled copper crocodile's defense was very strong. The black-tailed golden scorpion is too small and directly hides, it is not good to kill. The blizzard Arctic giant bear, although it was large enough and slow, it had a strong defense and wasn't easy to kill. So Lu Feng naturally picked the soft one. Since Lu Feng was going to choose to kill it in seconds. So of course, he chose to kill this relatively easy to killing poison unicorn iron armored python, directly killed in one hit, using him to make an example of him, to warn others. After all, in the face of a group fight, it is better to injure their 10 fingers than to break one of their fingers. Only in this way can we deter the other 6. Let them throw their weight around and not dare to surround Lu Feng again. Come on, continue. Moo. So Lu Feng, who was stepping on the corpse of the sinister one-horned iron-armored python, directly roared up to the sky, provocatively sweeping over the other 6 experts that surrounded him. Hiss. His strength, so strong. What to do? Should we still go on? In the face of Lu Feng's provocation, several peak 9-star transcendent mortal realm experts looked at each other before looking at each other with complicated expressions, and were at a bit of a loss for words. They were afraid that they would be unlucky and become the second sinister one-horned iron-armored python. Must go. The blizzard Arctic giant bear roared, we've already made a grudge against him, if we don't go up together to surround and kill him today, then after that, he will definitely seek revenge on us after he enters the beast general. In the face of his solo hunt, can you guys be sure of carrying it off? I'm not sure anyway. The blizzard Arctic giant bear's reddened eyes stared at Lu Feng, so I still say that he must die today, because if we don't kill him now, we will be killed by him afterward. That's really true. In the case of a single fight, one would really be killed by him. We indeed have no choice, we must kill him. After the blizzard Arctic giant bear's words fell, the several experts who had some intention of retreating, at this moment, they had once again summoned up their courage, and stared at Lu Feng with a grave, murderous intent. Surrounded by many people, they had the opportunity to kill Lu Feng and seize the treasures. If they let Lu Feng go now, then they would really be hunted down by Lu Feng in turn, and there was absolutely no possibility of surviving. Unless they abandoned their existing strength, they secretly hid themselves, and hid to a place where Lu Feng couldn't find them. But they who had managed to build up their forces in Qiongqi and become a party of bigwigs, where would they be willing to run away? Go together. Come out with a stance. We must kill him. He should have used up quite a bit of his magic power after making several great moves in a row. We just need to continue to attack fiercely and we'll have a chance to kill him. The 6 experts stared viciously at Lu Feng, all shaking their fists and preparing to strike again. Come on, continue if you have the guts. Sweeping past these 6 experts who were ready to continue, Lu Feng smiled disdainfully, to be honest with you guys, the magic power in my body has indeed depleted quite a bit. There's about 1/2 of it left now. Lu Feng smiled playfully and coldly as he swept over these 6 experts. If you guys go all out and continue to attack me with your best moves, there's still a real possibility that you guys will be decapitated. But Lu Feng, who let out a cold smile, suddenly changed his words. After knowing that I will surely die, I will give up my life and attack you all back. Although I'm not sure that I can pull all of you down with me. But decapitate 2 to 3 of the 6 of you. Pull and die with me. I still have the ability to do that. Lu Feng slightly shrugged his shoulders. You guys see my strength in your eyes, so you should know that I really have this ability and am not being an alarmist. If you guys don't believe me, you can try. Come. Lu Feng smiled playfully. Not only was he not afraid, but instead, he was also provocative, and hooked his finger at the 6 experts. Whoever of you goes first, I'll fight tooth and nail to kill them first. So come on, which one of you is tired of living? Lu Feng looked at the 6 experts more and more playfully. Come and die with me. Chapter 101 Chen Tiany's solution to rescue Lu Feng. You. Lu Feng, you deserve to die. You. In an instant, these 6 experts who were originally raging, ready to surround and kill Lu Feng, all threw themselves at each other, looking at each other with their eyes, not knowing what to do anymore. Because of the death of the sinister one-horned iron-armored python, they knew very clearly that Lu Feng had indeed not fooled them and was not joking with them. Lu Feng did have the superb ability to pull them to their deaths together. Not to say pulling 3 people to die together. But at the very least, if he could pull 1 more person to die with him, then Lu Feng would definitely be able to do it. As for the 6 of them, no one was willing to die with Lu Feng, thus making it cheaper for the other 5. A bunch of goons. Hurry up. Don't be so slow. Lu Feng disdainfully swept over the 6 peak transcendent realm 9 stars experts who surrounded him and were always unwilling to make a move, and laughed. This was one monk picking water to drink, 2 monks fetching water to drink, and 3 monks having no water to drink. When there were more people, more ideas followed, and it was easy to stalemate. After all, everyone wasn't stupid, they weren't willing to give everything they had to give someone else a graft for nothing.
Come on, hurry up and surround me.
Lu Feng raised his middle finger and provocatively scanned the 6 experts. In fact, with Lu Feng's ability, he was completely sure that he could behead 3 to 4 of these 6 experts in one go. However, there were not only these 6 experts on the scene. There were also hundreds of transcendent mortal realm experts. Don't look at the fact that these transcendent mortal realm 5-6 star, or 6-7 star experts couldn't do much damage to Lu Feng for the time being. But more ants bites more elephants. After Lu Feng had killed 3 or 4 peak 9-star Transcendent Realm experts, once these 100 Transcendent Realm experts felt that Lu Feng's magic power was exhausted and felt that they had a chance to take advantage of it, they would directly swarm around Lu Feng and attack him frantically. Even if Lu Feng was strong, he would easily perish in the face of their surging siege. Although Lu Feng's beast source was purple and contained far more magic power than other experts. But more than 100 Transcendent Realm experts came together to attack. Lu Feng wouldn't be able to carry it off. It was as if the black and brown Lion King could easily bite a hyena to death, even if the other party was a hyena queen. But if 100 hyenas came together, even if they were as strong as the Lion King, they would still have to die a horrible death by stealing and digging out. For this reason, the current situation was very awkward. Although Lu Feng was strong, he was worried about being surrounded by a large number of experts and was unwilling to do anything easily. The 6 Transcendent Realm experts were worried about being targeted by Lu Feng and were also unwilling to take the lead. Both sides were caught in a bizarre stalemate. Using sacrifices? Lu Feng swept over the 100 or so Transcendent Realm experts surrounding him, and his gaze snapped. He thought to himself that if he were to use his sacrifice talent, he might be able to finish off these hundreds of people in one go. But that might expose the strongest undercard. And it would also instantly so many heavenly treasures that had been collected with great difficulty. Therefore, Lu Feng really didn't want to use the sacrifice talent as a last resort. After all, the devil's power, it wasn't that easy to acquire. Damn, must kill him. At this time, the Blizzard Arctic Giant Bear stared at Lu Feng with copper bell-sized bear eyes, staring at Lu Feng with a roar of fury. I'll count to 3, 2, 1, and we'll all put our best moves together to besiege him. That's fair. If he chooses to pull whoever he wants to die with him, then it will be counted as whoever is unlucky. The Blizzard Arctic Giant Bear roared. After all, if we don't kill him now, we'll be hunted by him individually one by one afterward when we fall alone. So let's all just go with the flow and listen to God's fate. Do you all agree? The Blizzard Arctic Giant Bear swept over the other 5 experts. I have no opinion. On the count of 3, 2, 1, together. Get him dead. The 5 experts glared at Lu Feng with a deadly glare, all of them rubbing their fists and being aggressive. Good, then it's decided. I count. The Blizzard Arctic Giant Bear roared angrily, and a thick, stern frost rose from its body. 3, 2, 1. After the Blizzard Arctic Giant Bear's one word fell, an embarrassing scene occurred. These 6-peak Transcendent Realm 9-star experts who had just sworn and shouted that they would go together and go all out to kill Lu Feng, at this moment, none of them even made a move. They were all standing still, continuing to surround Lu Feng without attacking him. Obviously they had all shaken their little wit just now, all wanting to let the others go first. Thus following Lu Feng, becoming a target for Lu Feng to pull and die with. You guys? The Blizzard Arctic Giant Bear was very speechless. Can't you be more united? Aren't you the same? The fox woman shook her fox tail, all humming lightly. If you want to have the guts, you'd rather go first, you said us. I just had a sudden discomfort in my body, which delayed me for a moment. The Blizzard Arctic Giant Bear could only awkwardly explain. Actually, I was really prepared to go on. Come on, then I'm still on my period. The fox lady grunted disdainfully and coldly. Just now, when I moved my legs, I suddenly spurted blood. So there's no choice but to stop for now. I didn't do it on purpose either. The fox lady slightly shrugged her shoulders. The other 5 experts, all of them were speechless in comparison. You guys are really, ugh. At this time, Zhang Blood Fiend, who was injured by Lu Feng at the beginning and had been paralyzed on the ground pretending to be dead, waiting to pick up the advantage, couldn't hold back completely. Because if Lu Feng didn't die today, the other 6 experts might still have a slight chance of surviving. Lu Feng wouldn't be in a hurry to kill them. But he, Zhang Bloodshed, he will die. Lu Feng would never let go of him who started it all. So, although he was afraid in his heart, knowing that Lu Feng was not that easy to deal with, and that there was a real possibility that he could pull him down with him. But in order to kill Lu Feng, in order to eliminate the future problems, Zhang Bloodthirsty still clenched his teeth and finally stood out with a stiff upper lip. I'll go first. Zhang Bloodshed scanned the 6 experts. Although I was seriously injured by him just now, it's fine, I'm not afraid of death.
I only have one request.
That is, if I am unfortunate enough to be killed by them, you guys must kill him.
Avenge me.
Zhang Bloodshed glared viciously at Lu Feng. Use his heart to sacrifice me.
Good. I promise you.
Yes, I will personally pull out his heart and sacrifice it to you. When the several experts saw that Zhang Bloodshed had even taken the initiative to venture out on his own, they were naturally immediately happy to agree. After all, a dead Taoist friend is not a poor man. Since Zhang Bloodshed himself couldn't wait to find a way to die, they should definitely fulfill Zhang Bloodshed. Lu Feng, go to hell. Gnashing his teeth, Zhang Bloodfury, under the watchful eyes of the 6 experts, directly transformed into an 8-eyed, 8-clawed centipede and took the initiative to once again ruthlessly attack Lu Feng.
Want to die? Make you whole.
In the encircling circle, it seemed that the fiercely attacking Zhang blood fiends, Lu Feng's eyes flinched, and he was already prepared to use sacrifice to overthrow everyone. And at this time, in the crowd, Sister, what to do? Chen Sugar looked at Chen Sugar worriedly. They're once again surrounding together. Lu Feng will surely die.
It's fine, the opportunity has arrived.
Chen Sugar clenched her teeth heavily and pulled Chen Sugar's arm. Shout with me. Capture the treasure. With that, while shouting out these 3 words, Chen Sweet then directly pulled Chen Sugar in order to save Lu Feng's. A shocking event that shocked everyone was made.
Chapter 102 Caught in Chaos, Crazy Treasure Seizing.
Whoosh! At the same time as the cries fell, Chen Tianyi directly pulled Chen Sugar, risking her life, rushing at fire speed towards the Jiangxin continent that had been blocked by the 7-peak Transcendent Mortal Realm 9-star experts who had ordered it to be blocked.
Sister, are you crazy?
Under the stunned gaze of countless experts, Chen Sugar exclaimed out in panic. It should be known that in order to unite as one to besiege Lu Feng, so these 7-peak Transcendent Realm experts were arranged in advance, each leaving a dozen or so of their Transcendent Realm subordinates, so that they could unite together, supervise each other's defenses, and blockade the Jiangxin continent. According to the rules, without the orders of the 7 Transcendent Mortal Realm 9-star peak experts, then no one was allowed to enter the Jiangxin continent without authorization. It didn't matter if it was the subordinates of the 7 Transcendent Mortal Realm Peak 9-star experts or other scattered experts.
Anyone who dared to trespass would be an enemy of the 7-peak Transcendent Mortal Realm 9-star experts.
It would be jointly targeted and hunted down by them.
There is only one way now.
In the midst of Chen Sugar's exclamation of shock, Chen Tianyi, however, had a burning gaze and was resolute. Remember, as long as we break in, then the other experts will definitely be very eager and will be restless, choosing to break in with us. After all, Lu Feng they can't kill, and Lu Feng's treasures, they are even less qualified to get. But the treasures inside the Jiangxin continent, perhaps they have a chance to get them. Originally, they didn't dare to break in because they were worried about being killed by the 7 experts jointly. But now that we've taken the lead to break in, if those 7 experts want to kill, they'll also be the first to kill us, and won't be in a hurry to kill them again. Besides, the law is not responsible for the people. So even though these 7-peak Transcendent Realm 9-star experts are strong, they wouldn't dare to say that they would make an enemy of the hundreds of Transcendent Realm experts in Jiangcheng at one time and kill them all. For this reason, as long as we charge in, then these 7-peak Transcendent Realm 9-star experts who are besieging Lu Feng will have to make some trade-offs. If they continue to besiege Lu Feng, then the treasures in the Jiangxin continent will definitely not be available to them, and will be snatched away by these 100 or so Transcendent Mortal Realm martial artists. And if they choose to go for the treasure, then Lu Feng will be safe. Chen Tianyi laughed. This is us surrounding the way to save Zhao. Good plan. Chen Sugar sniffed and immediately gave Chen Sweet a thumbs up in admiration. Sister, you're really smart. This way, these remaining 6-peak 9-star experts of the Transcendent Mortal Realm, as well as Zhang Blood Fiend, they won't be able to unite as one and continue to besiege Lu Feng. Therefore, we must break in. Kill. Looking at the impeded few Transcendent Realm experts, Chen Tianyi heavily clenched her teeth and directly beamed into a plum blossom deer. Vine entanglement. Rustling. Accompanied by cyan-colored wood attribute magic, countless vines appeared and twined towards the experts blocking Chen Sweet. Although Chen Tianyi wasn't good at attacking. However, because his strength had reached the transcendent mortal realm's 7 stars, he still had the power to attack with this vine entanglement. After all, the individual's realm was placed here. As long as the realm was high enough, not to mention making a skill, even a sneeze, that would be a deadly tornado to someone at the bottom of the realm. It was like a human peeing on an ant's nest. This urine splashed down from the sky. To the ants, that would be tantamount to torrential rain flooding the roof. Stop him. Can't let her enter, kill him. Roar. Hiss. In the direction where Chen Tianyi and Chen Sugar were hard-pressed to enter, there were 2 transcendent realm experts defending. After their animalization, one was a cheetah and the other was a lizard. Both possessed strong fighting strength. Although their realms were only 5 and 6 stars of the transcendent mortal realm, they had to be at the bottom of Chen Suite's 7 stars. But because Chen Suite was not good at fighting, so Chen Suite's vine entanglements, for a moment, could not really help them. It looked like they were about to be stopped. Damn it! This caused Chen Suite to instantly stare, worried. Because if her forced intrusion was stopped, then in less than a moment, the transcendent realm experts responsible for guarding the other areas would immediately come over to provide support. Once they were caught in a siege, then she and Chen Sugar wouldn't even talk about helping Lu Feng. They would die themselves. After all, she and Chen Sugar didn't have the same strong combat power as Lu Feng, who could face the siege of 7 experts all by himself, and not only remain unscathed, but also be able to easily kill back. Sister, don't worry, I have a way. While Chen Tianyi was anxious, Chen Sugar was laughing. Sister, the direction you chose to go hard, this is so appropriate. Chen Sugar smiled faintly and directly animalized into a white heron. Skill, Wind Blade. Who? Puff 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 puff. After bestializing, Chen Sugar directly used the Wind Blade skills, strongly attacking towards these 2 blocking experts. But the situation was a bit off. This won't work. Chen Sugar somewhat anxiously exclaimed again. Although this cheetah and lizard were not particularly good at defense, the attack power of this Wind Blade of Chen Sugar was really not too high. Although it made both the cheetah and the lizard pay a certain amount of injuries. However, it was not able to cause any fatal injuries. Damn it, take my move, Steel Claws, die for me. Rocket Jet. After Chen Tianyi and Chen Sugar sent out their attack skills, this cheetah and lizard, too, pummeled the sisters Chen Tianyi and Chen Sugar at the same time. It's over. Facing the cheetah and lizard's attacks, Chen Tianyi's pretty face paled as she secretly said something bad in her heart. This cheetah was metallic and the lizard was fire attributed. Both of their attacks were very strong. Sister, you don't have to worry. Follow me. Ho ho ho. When the cheetah and lizard's attacks were about to injure sisters Chen Tianyi and Chen Sugar suddenly met Jiang Feng's direction and used the wind riding skill. Then she grabbed Chen Sugar and was flying straight up, rushing into the center of the river at breakneck speed. Following that, she immediately disappeared into the extremely dense magic fog with a visibility of no more than 3 meters in the Jiangxin continent. Because cheetahs and lizards did not know how to fly. Therefore, although their combat power was higher than the Chen Suite and Chen Sugar sisters, but in the end, they could only watch as Chen Tianyi and the Chen Sugar sisters, in full view of the public, flew straight into the Jiangxin continent. Damn it! What to do? After Chen Tian and the Chen Sugar sisters flew into the Jiangxin continent, this cheetah and lizard exchanged glances. Both of them could see a strong covetousness in the other's eyes. Chase and kill. Never let them snatch the treasures. With 2 roars of rage, this cheetah and lizard directly used the name of chasing down the Chen Suite and Chen Sugar sisters to turn around and charge into the Jiangxin continent. Charge, go grab the treasures. The secret treasures in the Jiangxin continent must have a great use for evolution. We don't have a chance to get the treasures on Lu Feng's body, but we have a chance with the treasures on the Jiangxin continent. Charge. Seeing that the Chen Suite and Chen Sugar sisters, as well as the lizards and cheetahs, all successively rushed into the Jiangxin continent in search of treasures. At this moment, the crowd of transcendent realm experts who were onlookers couldn't hold back completely. Relying on the large number of people, they were no longer afraid of the orders of the 6 remaining peak 9-star transcendent mortal realm experts. With an angry roar, they all shouted loudly and recklessly rushed towards the Jiangxin continent. Seize the treasure. Chapter 103 revealing, what is the treasure of Jiangxin Zhou? Ha, interesting, really interesting. This Chen Suite and Chen Sugar sisters, they are really smart and clever. This move to surround way to save Zhao makes it wonderful, makes it good, makes it croak. Originally, I was still annoyed as to how I should resolve these 6 transcendent mortal realm 9-star peak experts. This is great, all the troubles are solved. Not bad, the sisters are really useful. Sweeping over the crowd of experts who were frantically rushing into the Qiongqi continent, Lu Feng was in no hurry and looked playfully at the 6 peak transcendent realm 9 stars experts who were surrounding him for an attack.
Come on, let's continue. Let's fight.
Lu Feng smiled and hooked his finger at the 6, come on, get on, come and ruthlessly surround me and kill me. I can't wait to die with 2 or 3 of you.
Ha ha.
Lu Feng looked at the 6 more and more playfully, I'd like to see which 2 or 3 of you would be so selfless. Not only do you not care about the treasures of the Qiongqi continent, but you're even more eager to lay down your lives and cheapen your own beast sources and treasures and powers, as well as mine, for nothing to the other 3 or 4.
This is really interesting.
Lu Feng hugged his arms and laughed, in that case, why don't you all just raise your hands and sign up? Which one of you has the fearless international spirit and wants to be a Madonna? Then I'll fulfill whoever it is and drag whoever it is to die with me.
Don't worry guys, I've always been bold. Definitely won't let you guys down.
After saying that, Lu Feng even looked at the 6 people with a playful squeeze, deliberately raising his middle finger to provoke.
You. Damn it. This, what now?
In the face of Lu Feng's provocation, these 6 transcendent mortal realm 9-star peak masters, although they were exasperated by Lu Feng's gnashing of teeth, none of them dared to take the initiative to come forward to attack Lu Feng. After all, no one wanted to send themselves to their deaths and let others pick up the slack. I'm going to the Qiongqi continent to grab the treasure first, you guys pester him, I'll come back to help you guys after I get the treasure. At this moment, the tiger-head poisonous king bee's eyes turned, directly abandoning Lu Feng's and turning its head to fly into the Qiongqi continent. By virtue of being able to fly, it was going to be the first to grab the secret treasure in the Qiongqi continent. Lu Feng he couldn't kill, and if he made a rash move, he would probably take his own life. However, none of the experts that had flooded into the Qiongqi continent were in his eyes. Relying on his strong strength of peak 9 stars of the transcendent mortal realm, he believed that he himself had enough chances to capture the treasure. So weighing the two, he naturally chose to go to the Qiongqi continent to seize the treasure. Although this would most likely be followed by Lu Feng's retaliation. But it was nothing, as long as he captured the treasures in the Qiongqi continent and successfully evolved to the beast general realm. Then there would be a chance to save his life from Lu Feng's retaliation. Or even kill back. I'm going to seize the treasures as well. Whoosh! After the tiger-head poisonous king bee flew away, this hurricane rigid-clawed sharp eagle, too, immediately followed. Fighting with Lu Feng would put his life in danger. That was why he didn't want to continue fighting with Lu Feng. Goodbye little handsome. At this time, the fox girl was also waving her hands at Lu Feng, choosing to quickly rush into the Qiongqi continent to seize the treasure. Retreat! Go seize the treasure! Seeing that the tiger-head poisonous king bee and the hurricane steel-clawed sharp eagle, as well as the fox lady, all 3 of them chose to go to the Qiongqi continent to seize the treasure. Seeing that the situation was not good, this blizzard arctic giant bear and thunder-scaled copper crocodile as well as black-tailed golden scorpion, naturally, also ran away at a rapid pace, giving up on besieging Lu Feng, and advancing towards the Qiongqi continent park to search for the treasure. After all, none of them were cuties. Although Lu Feng had their coveted treasures on his body, engaging Lu Feng would put their lives at risk. It was very likely that the treasure would not be obtained, but their little lives would be taken. In this case, since Jiang Xinzhou also had treasures, it was definitely the lesser of 2 evils. Go to the relatively less dangerous Jiangxin Island treasure hunting. After all, even if there was a danger in Jiangxin Island, it wouldn't be as great as Lu Feng's, such a life-threatening danger. Although the 6 of them, together, could surround and kill Lu Feng. But everyone was smart, every one of them wanted to die themselves and let the others take advantage. Thus, these 6 peak 9-star experts of the transcendent mortal realm fled in such a fiery manner. You guys! Damn it! Seeing these 6 transcendent mortal realm 9-star peak masters, they were unexpectedly scared away by Lu Feng in unison. Following that, after sweeping over the corpse of this sinister one-horned iron-armored python on the ground, Zhang Blood Fiend completely panicked. Without the help of the blizzard arctic giant bear and the other 6 transcendent mortal realm 9-star peak experts, how could he possibly be Lu Feng's opponent with just his own strength? If Lu Feng made a move against him, he would die a horrible death. Run for your life! Thinking of this, Zhang Blood Fiend directly panicked and fled towards the Qiongqi continent. Those 6 experts, who had eagerly entered the River Heart continent, were there to grab the treasures. He, on the other hand, was doing it to stay alive.
Where do you want to escape to? I let you go?
However, Lu Feng was the one who smiled coldly and directly blocked Zheng Bloodshed, who wanted to escape. Those 6 experts, the reason why Lu Feng let them go was because he didn't want to push them too hard, lest it backfired and make the 6 people siege Lu Feng regardless of their lives. But this Zheng Bloodshed, what a joke.
Would Lu Feng spare him, the culprit? Lu Feng, you. Gulp.
Looking at Lu Feng, who was walking towards him step by step, Zheng Bloodfiend's throat knot surged as he swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty, completely dumbfounded by Lu Feng.
He didn't want to die.
Lu Feng, hurry up and go to the Qiongqi continent to seize the treasure. In order to save his life, Zheng Bloodfiend could only rush to say, if you go late, that treasure will be taken away by someone else, and you'll have come all the way for nothing.
It's my fault this time, I already know my folly.
Don't worry, I definitely won't target you again in the future. Zheng Bloodshed looked at Lu Feng in panic. Lu Feng, as long as you forgive me this time, then I definitely won't come after you again in the future.
He.
Looking at Zheng Bloodfury, who was panicking and begging for forgiveness in front of him, Lu Feng coldly smiled disdainfully. You think I will believe your words? You're better off dead. As for the treasures and whatnot, that's my business, no need for you to worry about it. Lu Feng looked at Zheng Bloodshed playfully. On the contrary, your beast source is also a treasure to me. Lu Feng, who was weighing the sinister unicorn iron armored python beast source in his hand, smiled even more.
Lu Feng, don't force me.
Seeing that Lu Feng wouldn't leave, Zheng Bloodshed's eyes turned red and he gritted his teeth. You won't get any benefits if I really fight for my life. So what if I just force you? Lu Feng, who smiled coldly, directly opened his bloody mouth. Die.
Fiery flame pyroclasm. Hoo.
In an instant, under the dense fiery flame flammable inflammation, even though Zheng Bloodfiend used all his strength to resist, he was still burnt to a crisp by Lu Feng.
Self-inflicted sin cannot live.
After removing Zheng Bloodfiend's blue dark attribute beast source, Lu Feng naturally seized the time and immediately rushed into the Qiongqi continent. In no time, Lu Feng found this mysterious treasure at the core of the River Heart continent. This mysterious treasure that came out of the River Center continent was actually
Chapter 104 Exotic Treasure, Purple Gold Spirit Fruit. A violet gold spirit fruit tree.
On this purple gold spirit fruit tree, which looked like an unusual apricot tree, grew more than a dozen purple gold spirit fruits that shimmered with purple light and had a strong metallic aura. This purple gold spirit fruit was a metallic high-level treasure. For metallic martial artists of the transcendent mortal realm and beast general realm, it had great use. Not only could it evolve to increase their strength, but it could also raise the level of their beast source, in addition to increasing the toughness of their skills. In short, it was extremely useful. Of course, the purple gold spirit fruit has a great use for metallic martial artists, but it also has a wonderful effect on other attribute martial artists. That is, other attribute martial artists after taking it, can increase the degree of solidity of the internal organs, can greatly improve the human body and animalization, this human body and the body of the beast defense. It is important to know that ordinary cultivation and evolution, whether it is born scale armor or not, or magic power to fill the body or not, this can only increase the external defense. If the scale armor and skin fur is torn, then the internal organs will be defenseless, easily destroyed. Just like the animal kingdom, no matter whether it is a fierce beast of the tiger and lion, or bison and antelope, or crocodile with scales and armor, with the shell of the turtle and crab and snail and so on. Even though the outer skin and scale armor and shell has a certain defensive power. But as long as they are torn open, then their internal organs are all the same, all very weak. The purple gold spirit fruit that can enhance the defense of the internal organs, this is naturally very precious and very useful. After all, the same injury, unusual experts were injured in the internal organs, miserable death. And serve purple gold fruit people, because the internal organs have defense, so just seriously injured, not to die a tragic death, there is a chance to live. What's more, for humans, the purple gold spirit fruit could also increase the body's defense. This was even more important. After all, after entering the transcendent realm, the human body could use magic power in battle. If the human body's defense was not good, once the enemy got close enough to injure it, it would be dangerous. And by taking the purple gold spirit fruit, one could effectively avoid this weakness. It could be said to be of great use. Therefore, the crowd surrounding the violet gold spirit fruit tree at this moment, from Lu Feng to these 6 transcendent mortal realm 9-star peak masters, as well as the other transcendent mortal realm masters, all of them had burning eyes, wanting to seize one of these dozen or so purple gold spirit fruits. You're here.
Little handsome, where's Zhang Bloodshed? You want to grab the purple gold spirit fruit too? Upon seeing Lu Feng, the 6 transcendent mortal realm 9-star peak experts frowned and questioned Lu Feng. He's already dead.
Lu Feng played with Zhang Blood Fury's beast source. This scene caused the gazes of the 6 peak 9-star experts of the transcendent mortal realm to shrink violently. After all, Zhang Blood Fury's strength wasn't weaker than theirs. Now Lu Feng had killed Zhang Blood Fury. This made them really feel a bit sad about the death of the rabbit. After all, they had just cooperated with Zhang Blood Furies and surrounded Lu Feng. So will Lu Feng kill them one by one like he killed Zhang Bloodshed afterward? They couldn't help but think about it. Squeak squeak squeak. Just as the 6 peak 9-star transcendent realm experts were staring at Lu Feng with different gazes, fear, covetousness and envy, a sudden change occurred. A huge body, standing up about the size of a brown bear, hair as strong as steel needles, eyes reddish rat, suddenly drilled out from the ground. Behind this rat, there were more than 30 rats of the same kind. However, the systems of the other rats were a bit smaller than it. Obviously, it was the king of rats. The other rats were all its subordinates. Squeak squeak. After drilling out of the ground, the Rat King immediately commanded the other rats to scatter around. Then, its reddish eyes stared at Lu Feng, the Fox Lady and the other peak 9-star experts of the transcendent mortal realm. Following that, with its hairs standing up all over its body, it stood up and squeaked in a stern voice. Obviously, it was warning Lu Feng and the Fox Lady. Indicating that this purple gold spirit fruit tree was its, it demanded that Lu Feng and the Fox Lady and the others leave. What a big rat! A companion demonic beast. The crowd looked at the Rat King and their gazes stared. A mere rat, and you want to hinder me from seizing the treasure? Go to hell! Roar! At this moment, a transcendent mortal realm 7-star expert, who had directly animalized into a jaguar, viciously pounced on the Rat King. Although this Rat King was very large, it was not easy to mess with. But he didn't care. Because everyone knew that felines were the nemesis of rats. And the jaguar that survived in the wild, although it was not like a cat, completely feeding on rats. But when necessary, the jaguar will also hunt the mouse, skunks and rabbits and squirrels and wild mice and other rodents for food. For this reason, the big cats he simply looked down on this Rat King. Even if this Rat King looks very strong. But by virtue of the innate bloodline restraint, he also felt that he could easily decapitate the Rat King. A bunch of rats still want to stop us? Ridiculous. Get him dead. Kill it and throw it away, although the strength is good, but rat meat, disgusting, don't eat it. A group of onlooker experts, no one put this Rat King in their eyes. After all, in the crowd's subconscious mind, the word rat and strong, this simply couldn't touch the edge. When people mentioned rats, the first impression that came to their mind should be thief, or dirty, disgusting, sneaky. But soon, the crowd was dumbfounded. Hiss. Put. When this jaguar pounced on this Rat King suddenly unleashed its skills. The hairs on its body directly stood up by their roots. These hairs were as strong as steel, and the tips were as sharp as drills. Therefore, the jaguar that wanted to choke the Rat King was directly stabbed into a sieve by these steel needle-like hairs on the spot. It was without saying a word, it died. Snort. Squeak. Following that, as the Rat King swallowed this jaguar's head in one bite, devouring the jaguar's beast source on the spot. The other rats also cracked their mouths and swarmed up, splitting the jaguar's body and devouring it. Squeak squeak. After swallowing the jaguar's beast source, the Rat King coldly swept his eyes at the crowd of experts and let out an arrogant squeak. It seemed to be threateningly warning these experts. It told them that if they didn't want to send themselves to their deaths, then they should immediately get lost. Otherwise, they would become its food. Gudong. What exactly is its strength? So strong. The crowd of experts had subconsciously retreated 2 or 3 steps back, their gazes staring intently at the Rat King, their faces all a little white. The toughness of this Rat King was far beyond their imagination. It's a beast general. The fox girl's face was grave, and she exclaimed in shock. Hiss. All of the people had sucked in a breath of cool air. This group of rats, there was clearly a beast general realm Rat King and more than 30 transcendent realm rat soldiers. Tough as hell. Somewhat interesting. In the crowd, Lu Feng, whose gaze was also a bit gloomy, opened his apocalypse and swept a glance at this Rat King. Target, adamantine spiked Rat King. Race, rat race. Realm, beast general 3 stars.
Talent, Golden Steel. Skills, Vidra Steel Spike Spam A, Plague B+, Sharp Teeth and Claws Tier B, Madness B. Weakness, Abdomen.
Introduction: Beware, it is an extremely strong rat that has devoured a weird metallic treasure and mutated and evolved.
Evolutionary Route 1.
The strength has unexpectedly reached 3 stars of Beast General. So it was devouring a mysterious treasure, it's really strong enough. Lu Feng, who secretly muttered, looked at the Rat King with a grave gaze.
Ha!
At this time, the fox girl suddenly came to Lu Feng's side, directly lying on Lu Feng's back, her slender arm hooked onto Lu Feng's shoulder, using her soft, bouncy and greasy body to lure and rub against Lu Feng.
Little handsome, what did you find out? Chapter 105 Golden Steel Spiked Rat King. Ha!
Lu Feng coldly swept his eyes over this flirtatious and seductive fox girl, slightly sidestepped and coldly smiled as he ignored this fox girl.
Although this fox girl was indeed charming and seductive,
especially with her snow-white skin and slender body. At a glance, she was the kind of seductive woman who was very good at playing and serving men.
But Lu Feng wasn't interested in her.
In the end times, women would only affect Lu Feng's evolutionary speed.
That was why Lu Feng wouldn't be obsessed with men and women and fall for the beauty trap. Hey, you little handsome. Not at all understanding.
Looking at Lu Feng, who treated himself coldly, the fox girl, after a delicate hum, even deliberately pulled down her collar slightly, revealing her snow-white shoulders and a touch of deep gully, slowly walked towards Lu Feng, and then used her plump and alluring figure to shake around in front of Lu Feng's eyes.
He wanted to attract Lu Feng.
Let Lu Feng indulge in it and completely fall under her stone skirt.
Little handsome, let's cherish our time. Let's find an unoccupied hotel and have some fun.
The fox girl, who hummed, squeezed her eyes at Lu Feng, and hooked her hands on the back of Lu Feng's neck. Sister me, I will definitely serve you well, and serve you like a fairy, hee hee.
Get lost. Lu Feng frowned and directly pushed away this Thai fox girl. Puff.
The fox girl, who didn't expect Lu Feng to be so desperate, her feet didn't stand still and she directly fell on the ground, falling on her butt.
Ha ha. Fox girl, you're really asking for it. People aren't interested in you, they don't want to sleep with you.
Don't you disgrace yourself. The blizzard Arctic giant bear and the tiger head poisonous king bee and other experts swept over this wretched fox girl and all burst out laughing.
What a disgrace, ha! A transcendent mortal realm 6-star expert couldn't help but laugh out loud as well. You dare to laugh at old lady? Go to hell. Put.
Enraged to the extreme, the fox lady directly flipped her face as she ripped open the chest of this transcendent mortal realm 6-star expert with a claw, tearing out his heart.
Me.
Looking at the fox lady's hand, his still beating heart, this transcendent mortal realm 6-star expert was completely confused and dumbfounded.
He looked at the fox lady incredulously. Why are you doing this? I merely laughed.
You deserved it.
Snap.
The fox lady ruthlessly pinched his heart.
They said it too. Why didn't you kill them?
This transcendent mortal realm 6-star expert, before he died, uttered one last sentence.
Because you're too weak. The fox lady smiled disdainfully and coldly.
Lu Feng and the blizzard Arctic giant bear and the tiger head poisonous king bee were a few experts that she couldn't beat easily, so even though she was angry at receiving their ridicule, she could only endure it awkwardly. But others wanted to mock her. That was just tired of living and looking for death.
Little handsome, sister will keep an eye on you.
Although she had been pushed back by Lu Feng, the fox girl still looked at Lu Feng with a burning gaze.
Lu Feng was so strong. If she could suck Lu Feng dry,
then she would definitely be able to enter the transcendent realm.
Hee. Lu Feng just laughed disdainfully and coldly, not even bothering to pay attention to this Thai and seductive fox woman. Lu Feng wasn't that hungry. Wouldn't eat everything.
Squeak, squeak, squeak. At this moment, the Mouse King, who was surrounded by the crowd, couldn't help it. As a beast general realm powerhouse with a pack, it had long taken this purple gold spirit fruit as its sole property. At this moment, it was surrounded by a group of transcendent realm 2-legged beasts such as Lu Feng and the fox lady, and this group of 2-legged beasts were still pointing at it and talking about it.
This was simply not putting the mouse in its eyes.
Are you kidding me? It was a beast general realm's rat king, and it had the IQ of a child of about 7 or 8 stars.
So it had dignity.
It simply looked down on Lu Feng and Fox Girl, a group of unusual transcendent realm experts.
Snort. Squeak.
As the Rat King roared, in order to protect the purple gold spirit fruit, more than 30 rats of the transcendent mortal realm struck out at the same time, directly pouncing on the crowd that surrounded them, and began to attack fiercely. Squeak! As for the Rat King, he also used his Vajra sharp teeth skills to ruthlessly tear at Lu Feng and the Fox Girl and the others. Because he was a metallic fey beast, his teeth and claws were very sharp. Even if it was a sturdy reinforced concrete building, it wouldn't be able to stop it from tearing, and would be easily ripped right through and shredded by it. Everyone together, destroy it. If we don't kill it, none of us will be able to obtain the purple gold spirit fruit. Zoom in together. Facing the madly attacking Rat King, the Blizzard Arctic Giant Bear and Tiger-Head Poisonous King Bee, as well as the Thunder-Scaled Copper Crocodile and Black-Tailed Golden Scorpion and other experts, roared out in anger. After all, this Rat King was strong, with a realm as high as 3 stars of Beast General. Although they were all mutation evolution experts, their strength was stronger than normal Transcendent Realm experts of the same level, and they had the ability to kill the enemy across levels. However, when faced with the Rat King of the Beast General Realm, none of them would be a match for the Rat King in a single fight. They would be easily killed by the Rat King. For this reason, they, who coveted the purple gold spirit fruit, had no choice but to collaborate once again and combine their efforts to besiege the Rat King. I don't have a problem with that. The Fox Girl spoke, let's go together. I don't have a problem with that either. There are a dozen or so purple gold spirit fruits on this tree, enough for each of us to share one. Kill it. Let's kill him first, then we'll share the spirit fruits. The hurricane rigid clawed sharp eagle followed suit. What about you? The Blizzard Arctic Giant Bear, again, looked at Lu Feng with a grave gaze. Swish! Instantly, the other 6 experts also looked at Lu Feng with the same gravity. It was because Lu Feng was very strong. If Lu Feng struck from behind and sneak attacked them while they were surrounding the Rat King, then they would definitely die a miserable death. Don't worry, I'm not that underhanded. Lu Feng breathlessly swept over the 6 people. I'll strike with you guys to kill it first and seize the treasure. As for my enmity with you all, it won't be too late to settle the score after killing him and seizing the violet gold spirit fruit. Lu Feng said. Good. Then come together. I'll count to 3, 2, 1, and we'll make a big move together. After glancing at each other, these experts chose to trust Lu Feng. For one, they couldn't resist the temptation of the purple gold spirit fruit. Secondly, Lu Feng, as a person, still looked credible. Listen up. Thus, the Blizzard Arctic Giant Bear roared, 3, 2, 1. Blizzard Giant Power Fist. Thunderbolt Throwing Tail. Gale Claw. Poisonous Bee Sting. Scorpion Hook Poison Spray. As the Blizzard Arctic Giant Bear roared, the 5 peak 9-star experts of the Transcendent Mortal Realm simultaneously sent out great moves at the Rat King. Bewitching Phantom. Hoo hoo hoo. As for the Fox Girl, she also sent out a phantom one, making this Rat King unable to see the attack in front of him. As for why it didn't make a confusing sound. The Rat King was a rat, so it had no interest in a human's voice of confusion. Naturally, it would not be interested and would not react. Sharp earth spikes. And naturally, Lu Feng did what he said he would do, directly launching an attack on the Rat King. Squeak squeak squeak. In an instant, the Rat King, who was surrounded by countless great moves, was completely furious. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, in the face of so many great moves besieging it, it directly plopped down on the ground and erected its hairy body. Needle Point. Unleashing its up to a beast general level skill. Shen Steel spikes shooting chaotically. Chapter 106 Lu Feng kills Beast General Realm Rat King. Put. Poo 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 poo. In the midst of the crowd's siege, only the hairs on the Rat King's body, just like porcupines and hedgehogs, were instantly erected. Then these erected, sharp hairs like steel needles, were like arrows off the string, with strange speeds, full of attacking power, ferocious, and indiscriminately shooting at everyone present. Poof. Poo 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 poo. But in an instant, 10 or so onlookers who were Transcendent Mortal Realm 6 or 7-star experts were ruthlessly shot on the spot by this steel thorn because their strength was too low and their defenses didn't work. This steel thorn. The hardness of the tip is surprisingly as stiff and hard as metaphysical steel. And Lu Feng, who peeled off a steel thorn from the bull's back after he hardened himself against the steel thorns that the Rat King was shooting around, muttered out in astonishment. Shen Steel, this was a metallic treasure that was even harder and advanced by 1 degree than Iron Essence and Shen Iron. Sure enough, it's an exotic beast that has devoured a metallic exotic treasure and gotten a mutation evolution. This a group offensive Shen steel spike spamming skill is really strong enough. Without an A or a level defense skill, once one is shot by this steel spikes at close range, or is unfortunate enough to be shot in the vitals, that would really be certain death. Lu Feng's gaze was grave as he looked at the Rat King that was lying on the ground with its Shen steel spikes shooting wildly and indiscriminately. Although it was a rat, in the end times, the mutated and evolved it was really tough. Not to mention cats, it was unusual evolved tigers and leopards and other felines. In front of it, it was also a weak slag in terms of strength. But unfortunately, for me, this attack power of yours is still no good. Although this Rat King was very tough, shooting a bunch of experts toppling over and frantically fleeing. However, Lu Feng was unimpressed. This was because Lu Feng's rhino armor was enough to block a rank attacks. Unless this Rat King's steel spike skill could reach a level. Otherwise, such a physical attack would not be able to completely break through Lu Feng's sturdy and innocent scale armor defense. Although it could shoot Lu Feng into a hedgehog. However, this steel spike could only hang on Lu Feng's scale armor. It could not completely penetrate Lu Feng's scale armor and shoot into Lu Feng's bodies, injuring or killing him. Ho ho ho! After a few minutes, the Rat King withdrew his skill. The scene was a mess. Not everyone, after all, had such a strong defense as Lu Feng. Under the unpreparedness, there were more than 10 Transcendent Realm experts who were killed by the Rat King's steel spikes on the spot. In addition, there were more than 20 others who were injured. As for the 6-peak 9-star Transcendent Realm experts, the Tiger Head Poisonous King Bee and the Hurricane Steel Clawed Sharp Eagle, because they could fly and then were fast enough, they were lucky enough to fly and escape and were not injured. But the remaining 4 were not so lucky. The Blizzard Arctic Giant Bear was directly shot into a sieve. His body was densely covered with steel spikes. But fortunately, his skin was thick, and then the steel spikes were not shot into the vitals, so he was only seriously injured and did not die. Although the Fox Woman was very fast, she also received a steel spike in a sorry state. Her face was pale and blood spilled from the corner of her mouth. Thunder Scale Copper Crocodile, because of the scale armor defense, so there is not too much danger, is considered to be better luck. The most unlucky one was the black-tailed golden scorpion. In the process of escaping, the extremely unlucky it was unfortunately stabbed straight into the heart by a steel spike. Because the defense was not working. So he died miserably on the spot. This Rat King, strong enough. Damn, it was almost shot alive by it. It's impossible for it to send out its big move a second time. Let's all go together. Kill it and seize the treasure. After cleaning their wounds, the crowd once again surrounded the Rat King, their eyes burning and sharpening their swords. Squeak squeak squeak. Facing this group of two-legged beasts that were still intent on attacking him, at this moment, the Rat King no longer had the arrogance and calmness it had before. Letting out a squeaking noise, it glared viciously at the crowd, threatening with its teeth and claws open. However, it was not taking the initiative to attack. The magic power stored within its beast core was limited. This Shen steel spike shooting chaos skill was indeed strong and could easily defeat countless experts. But the problem was that making this skill was also a huge burden for it. After all, it was an A rank skill. It consumed a lot of magic power. Kill it. Go. Take my punch. Who? Amidst the roars, the remaining 5 Transcendent Realm 9-star peak experts struck at the same time, ferociously attacking the Shu King. Lu Feng naturally wouldn't hold back either. He directly beasted into his Earthflame Rhino form and used his sharp unicorn horn to fiercely poke at this Rat King. Squeak squeak squeak. Prick Lara. In the face of the attacks from Lu Feng, the Fox Lady and the other 6 experts, the thoroughly enraged Rat King once again unleashed a big move. And it also unleashed 2 at once. Shen steel spikes shot chaotically. Plague. Pft, pft, pft. Amidst the chaotic shooting of countless spikes, bubonic plague with a strong contagiousness filled the air at the same time. This bubonic plague was spread through droplets. Therefore, this Shen steel spikes carried droplets that were contaminated with the bubonic plague. As a result, many experts would be infected by the bubonic plague after being shot by the Shen steel spikes, even if they were not shot to the vital parts. In the light case, they would be weakened and lose their fighting ability. The heavier ones would immediately vomit and have diarrhea, dying miserably. It's really strong enough. Lu Feng pulled off the spike sticking out of his body and looked coldly at the madly resisting Rat King. Although its bubonic plague was insidious, causing many experts to be affected.
However, it was still of little use to Lu Feng. This was because Lu Feng possessed a passive detoxification skill. Although Lu Feng's detoxification skill was only a C+ in terms of level, it was quite a bit worse in terms of level than the Rat King's B+ bubonic plague. But Lu Feng had an abundance of magic qi in his body. So after being filtered through by the detoxification skill, this weakened plague simply couldn't infect Lu Feng anymore. Die. Sweeping over these experts who were plagued by the Qian steel spikes and the plague, Lu Feng, who felt almost the same way, no longer inked, but directly launched a big move of, with sharp earth spikes piercing out from the ground, fiercely attacking the Rat King. Poof! In an instant, the Rat King, who had shot others countless times with his Qian steel spikes, was stabbed by Lu Feng's sharp earth spikes. It was considered retribution. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The Rat King that was hit by the earth spikes immediately squeaked out in pain. Because of the exhaustion of magic power within the beast core, the Rat King let out a squealing sound, requesting the other Transcendent Realm rats to come back to help. Squeak! But unfortunately, only 2 Transcendent Realm rats were able to come back to rescue the Shu King. The other Transcendent Mortal Realm rats were either decapitated by the humans or dragged down by the humans who were unable to come back to help. 2 scum! The 2 Transcendent Realm rats in the district, this was not even put in Lu Feng's eyes. With a direct heavy stomp of his foot, he used his earth spike to exterminate these 2 returning Transcendent Realm rats. Don't resist, go to hell. Eventually, Lu Feng walked up to the Rat King, and with a cold smile, he stomped his foot heavily. Put. Because of the exhaustion of his magic power, the Rat King, who had long since lost the strength to resist, had his rat head stomped out by Lu Feng on the spot. Blue metallic beast source, not bad. After collecting the Rat King's beast source, Lu Feng directly picked 5 more purple gold spirit fruits. The other purple gold spirit fruits were picked by the remaining 5 Transcendent Realm 9-star peak experts, as well as a few lucky unusual Transcendent Realm experts. Strange. However, the moment he picked the violet gold spirit fruit, Lu Feng immediately frowned and a strong suspicion arose in his heart. Chapter 107. Lu Feng goes deeper into the ground. Although these purple gold spirit fruits are precious, but by all accounts, they aren't enough to make a Mouse King mutate and evolve, especially one that quickly enters the Beast General realm with an A-rank skill like Qian Steel Sharpshot. And as I recall, the first Beast King powerhouse in Qiongqi in the previous life wasn't metallic either. Rather, it was an earth attribute. Lu Feng's gaze was grave. It was important to know that the 5 Transcendent Realm 9-star experts who had captured the purple gold spirit fruit, who were now surviving, did not have an earth attribute. The Blizzard Arctic Giant Bear, Ice attribute. Thunder Scale Copper Crocodile, Thunder attribute. Fox Woman, Charming Class Special attribute. Tiger Head Poisonous King Bee, Poison attribute. The final Hurricane Steel Clawed Sharp Eagle, Wind attribute. So there was no earth attribute at all. Could it be a few Transcendent Realm low-star experts who got lucky and captured the purple gold spirit fruit? They got lucky and advanced 1 step to Beast King? Or is it because I appeared and changed the course of things, so that the earth attribute experts that might have appeared didn't appear? But it's unlikely. Lu Feng shook his head. Because no matter what, this purple gold spirit fruit was a metallic treasure. So even if it could cultivate a Beast King, it would only be a metallic Beast King, and would have nothing to do with the earth attribute. In this, there must be some unknown hidden secret. Perhaps there are still mysterious earth attribute treasures on this Jiangxing continent. Although this purple gold spirit fruit is treasured, it's only on the surface. Lu Feng's eyes snapped open. After all, the Transcendent Realm experts that flooded into the Jiangxing continent this time are as high as hundreds of people. Among these hundreds of people, there must be several, or even a dozen or so, earth attribute experts. In his previous life, it should have been a certain low-level earth attribute expert who, by mistake, obtained this precious earth attribute treasure. Thus the progress in strength, surpassing the Fox Lady and the Arctic Blizzard Giant Bear and the rest of them, was 1 step ahead of schedule, evolving into the Beast King realm. Becoming the first Beast King of Jiang City. That's why I have to be 1 step ahead. Strive to capture this mysterious earth attribute treasure. Thinking of this, sweeping over some Transcendent Realm experts who were scrambling for the Rat King's corpse, Lu Feng ignored them and instead directly disappeared into the dense demonic mist. This Beast General Realm's Rat King corpse was indeed a great tonic for ordinary experts. However, to Lu Feng, it was of little use. Anyway, its most precious beast core was already in Lu Feng's hands. This corpse, Lu Feng was too lazy to care. Even if it was cheap for them. We must find this earth attribute mysterious treasure.
Lu Feng, who had a burning gaze, decided that even if he dug 3 feet into the ground, he must find this mysterious earth attribute treasure. This was because it was the key he used to evolve. As long as he obtained this mysterious earth attribute treasure, then Lu Feng would have the certainty that he would be able to trigger a blast evolution during his next mutation evolution, becoming even stronger. Unfortunately, I don't know where Sweet Chin is. Sweeping through the demonic fog with a visibility of only 2 or 3 meters, Lu Feng sighed bitterly. It was because Chen Sweet had a strong seeking skill. So if Chen Sweet was by his side, it would really be twice as easy for him to find treasures with half the effort. I hope I can come across it. Since the Jiangxing continent was about the size of 5 soccer fields and there were quite a few buildings, Lu Feng didn't intentionally look for the Chen Sweet and Chen Sugar sisters, but instead used his sense of smell and vision to search around. Of course, Lu Feng focused on the earth attribute experts he encountered. This was because these people might have the earth attribute mysterious treasures that Lu Feng wanted. Nothing. An hour later, Lu Feng, who had searched the entire Jiangxing continent inside and out, was very annoyed and tightly frowning. Although he had searched with great effort. But unfortunately, he didn't find this earth attribute mysterious treasure. Especially the 5 earth attribute experts that he had come across, regardless of gender, Lu Feng had stripped them naked and searched them several times with careful inspection. However, even though Lu Feng had searched all the places on their bodies that could hide treasures several times, in front of their shy and angry stares, he had not found the treasure that he wanted. But they didn't find the earth attribute mysterious treasure that Lu Feng wanted. Am I looking in the wrong place? Lu Feng, who was very annoyed, rubbed his forehead suspiciously. Could it be that this earth attribute mysterious treasure is not on the surface of the earth? Rather, it is in the river? Or underground? Yes, underground. Thinking of this, Lu Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. The reason why this rat can evolve into a rat king is because it devoured the mysterious metallic treasure. And the area where the rat is active has always been underground. And then according to the principle of the 5 elements, respectively, gold begets water, water begets wood, wood begets fire, fire begets earth, and earth begets gold. So in places where rats get metallic secret treasures, there will definitely be earth attribute secret treasures present. For this reason, I only need to find this rat king's lair. Then I will definitely be able to find this earth attribute secret treasure. Thinking of this, just like seeing the sun in the clouds, Lu Feng was instantly overjoyed and completely enlightened. So the rat king's lair, where would it be? A rat hole? Sweeping over the tiny burrows at the base of the wall on the ground, Lu Feng shook his head. The rat king's size could be very large. This kind of small cave would never be the rat king's lair. After all, this was the end times, not the old days. Once upon a time, it was normal for rats to live in tiny caves in the cracks of the earth. But the rats of the last days would not be living in any more narrow caves. Although it has become the king of rats, the habits of rats still exist. So its lair should be dark, damp, and dirty. Where should this be? Lu Feng scanned the entire Jiangxing continent, pondering with his brows locked tightly. There. After pondering for a moment, Lu Feng's eyes lit up with a destination for his search. That was the sewers. That's right, this rat king's lair is 100% in the sewers. For one, the sewers are spacious enough for this mutated, huge-sized rat king and the other rats to live. Secondly, the sewers are dark, damp and dirty, in line with the nature of the rats. So there is absolutely no rat that can resist the temptation of the sewers. Thinking of this, Lu Feng, whose eyes lit up, directly found the entrance to the sewers of Jiangxing Island. For me, because there's limited space in the sewers for beastly combat, it would be dangerous. And it's also dirty. Hiss. Looking at the sewer entrance in front of him that was emitting a foul odor, Lu Feng frowned. So, should I go in to explore and hunt for treasures? Must go in. For the sake of the earth attribute mysterious treasure, and for the mutation evolution that triggers the blast. Fight. Although it was filthy in this sewer, for the sake of advancing his strength, Lu Feng was resolute and dived into the sewer. Sure enough. After searching carefully in the 4-way sewer, following the traces left behind by the rats, Lu Feng found the rat's nest where a lot of young rats were living. Similarly, at the center of the rat's nest, this earth attribute exotic treasure was found. This was really an extremely good thing. The moment Lu Feng saw it, his eyes were glowing with excitement. Because the earth attribute treasure at the center of this rat nest. It was actually a Chapter 108 Black Earth Spirit Crystal. Black Earth Spirit Crystal. Good stuff. Looking at the center of the rat's nest, a treasure that flashed with a dazzling black radiance and emitted a rich earth attribute aura, Lu Feng's eyes instantly glowed with excitement. This black earth spirit crystal was an earth attribute treasure of a higher level than the yellow earth spirit bead that Lu Feng had previously used to evolve from the high grade to the transcendent realm. It usually grew in black earth lands where the earth chi was very dense, and because it absorbed countless earth chi and demonic chi during the growth process, it was a high-level treasure that contained the essence of the earth attribute. It was not only useful for earth attribute experts, but also for other attribute experts, as well. Because the earth is the mother of all things. Regardless of any animal or plant, even if it was a bird flying in the air or a fish swimming in the water, this could not be separated from the land. Birds will return to their nests, and fish will eat the duckweed. This all requires the nurturing of the land. You rats, you're really lucky. Sweeping over these rat pups that were all fat and strong like the size of a dog pup under the nourishment of the earth attribute magic chi emanating from the black earth spirit crystals, Lu Feng coldly smiled with disdain. If he didn't take away the black earth spirit crystal this time, then even though the rat king was killed and the purple gold spirit fruit was taken. But relying on the nourishment of the black earth spirit crystals, these rats would also be enough to mutate and evolve and grow, and eventually a new beast general realm rat king would appear. But now, since Lu Feng had appeared, then they definitely wouldn't have the chance to evolve anymore. Ow. At this moment, a small tiger head burrowed out from Lu Feng's back, shaking its head with the king pattern, staring at the group of rat pups with a tiger's head. Almost forgot about you. Lu Feng somewhat breathlessly patted the tiger's head, then took out a spirit medicine from his spatial ring and casually fed it to the little tiger before sweeping over these mouse cubs. Big cats are also cats, how can you see the rainbow without experiencing the storm? It's time to exercise your ability to kill the enemy. Can't keep hiding under my shelter. Thinking of this, Lu Feng pointed at the pile of rat pups on the ground. Go, kill them. Not a single one left. Ow. After receiving Lu Feng's order, little tiger immediately jumped down from Lu Feng's back, then aggressively, waving its sharp claws, pounced on a group of rat pups. Although there were a pair of dozens of them, little tiger did not have the slightest fear. After all, it was a tiger. With the bloodline of a beast king. Not bad. Sweeping over the little tiger whose strength had reached 6 stars of the middle order, but could press a group of subadult mouse cubs whose strength was 6 or 7 stars of the middle order, or even 1 or 2 stars of the higher order to fight, Lu Feng nodded his head slightly with great satisfaction. I believe that in time, after his cultivation, this little tiger cub would be enough to evolve into a tall and powerful real tiger king. At that time, it would be Lu Feng's best and most loyal companion. He could even be Lu Feng's mount, riding the Tiger King to kill the 4 directions. This was exciting to think about. Treasure, I'm coming. After making sure that little tiger was not in danger, Lu Feng then looked towards the black earth spirit crystal with a burning gaze. This good thing could definitely be used for the next mutation evolution. There was even a high chance that it could trigger a blast evolution. Whoosh! Just as Lu Feng wanted to dig out the black earth spirit crystal, he suddenly sensed something unusual. Who? Lu Feng, who had his tang blade in hand, scanned behind him with a grave expression. Because of the limited space in this sewer, it was very dangerous for Lu Feng, who was not good at bestial combat. Therefore, Lu Feng had to be vigilant and strive to minimize all dangers. It was all dissipated into nothing. Come out. Put. Lu Feng directly slammed his sword and slashed at this sewer corner that seemed to be hiding someone. Little handsome, don't be impulsive. It's too scary to move your hands. With a petite grunt, under Lu Feng's stony cold eyes' stern gaze, the fox lady stepped out from the corner with a swaying and seductive posture. She intentionally opened her collar, revealing a large portion of her snow-white and delicate body. This was because she was wearing colorful and gorgeous clothes similar to those of a Western dancer. So when she stretched her waist from time to time, her slim, snow-white waist, her round, plump, bouncy and perky round peach buttocks, even more so, swayed in front of Lu Feng's eyes. Let a person want to immediately pinch a handful of hard, or shoot a few times. I can only say that this fox girl understands men. She was wearing this hidden loot, as well as her slender figure. This lured a man was really strong. If she were a LSP, she would have been unable to stop herself from pouncing on her, directly falling under her pomegranate skirt and becoming her licking dog. But unfortunately, the person she is facing today. It was Lu Feng. Lu Feng wasn't interested in women, much less delaying his treasure cultivation for the sake of a woman. Women would only affect Lu Feng's cultivation speed. If you don't want to die, get lost. Lu Feng coldly looked at the fox woman whose posture was swaying like a willow, deliberately luring him. Not only did her face not change in the slightest, but her eyes even swept away after a glance and then immediately moved away. Even though the fox lady had exerted all her strength to strike a seductive pose, she deliberately turned her back to Lu Feng.
Deliberately turning her back to Lu Feng.
The pressure of the waist up a good deal of shaking.
Lu Feng did not think so.
Nor did he have the slightest intention of rushing up and directly enjoying her.
You. Are you a man or not? Seeing that Lu Feng didn't move, the fox lady was speechless as she pouted her pink mouth. The old lady is like this, and you don't have the slightest reaction?
You're being disrespectful to the old lady.
The fox woman's eyes swept over Lu Feng's pants, her eyebrows locked in suspicion. Could it be that you're practicing stupidity with your cultivation? Impotent? It shouldn't be.
Saying that, the fox girl even took the initiative to stretch out her small hand and approached Lu Feng step by step. What she wanted to do to Lu Feng was already self-evident.
Scram! Snort!
Lu Feng directly waved his sword indifferently, forcing the fox girl back.
Little handsome, don't be nervous.
If you really have a problem, just say so, I can help you heal.
There's nothing to be embarrassed about. If you have a disease, you have to cure it. You can't avoid treating a disease. The fox woman mischievously squeezed her eyes at Lu Feng. Otherwise, if it's a lifetime, you can't enjoy a woman's service, then what's the point of you living? Little handsome, do you think I'm right? Don't worry.
Fox girl swaying their attractive posture, slender little waist, you rest assured, sister will never harm you.
I'll say it one last time.
Because the fox girl's figure was indeed too tantalizing, Lu Feng, who had slight respect for her, looked at the fox girl with a very serious face without any change. Immediately get out of the way, or else, die.
Hee, so you're normal, little handsome.
Hee. The sharp-eyed fox girl had already seen the change in Lu Feng.
The corners of her mouth rose slightly, very happy. If Lu Feng remained unresponsive, she should have doubted her charm.
This would be a great blow to her. After all, she was very confident in her looks and figure, that had always been very confident.
Little handsome boy, this black earth spirit crystal, can you share a part of it with your sister?
The fox woman's big eyes blinked and looked at Lu Feng. Don't worry, my sister doesn't want you for nothing, we can make a deal. You share a part of sister, then sister let you comfortable once.
What? Chapter 109 Shock, huge alteration in Qiongqi and Zhou. Little handsome, you have to believe in sister's ability.
Sister guarantees that as long as you experience it once, then later on you will absolutely fall in love with your sister, and you will like it to the extreme and will not be able to pull yourself out of it from now on.
Sister me, also quite like you. So it will definitely make you comfortable and want to die, hee.
Saying that, the fox girl even took the initiative to lift up her skirt, then cocked her body, revealing her snow-white long legs with her back to Lu Feng, slightly shaking her peach buttocks. She knew that 99% of men liked women to pose in such a tantalizing manner.
She didn't believe that Lu Feng could carry it off.
After all, regardless of her figure or looks, she was the best among women.
Especially she also had an open personality and many tricks. This was something that many women did not have.
Because a lot of women, although they were also beautiful, had conservative personalities and were not willing to learn all sorts of tricks to please men. So for men, getting them didn't have too strong a sense of conquest, nor would they be very happy. And she was different. She was not only beautiful and well-built, but also willing to learn and try. Relying on this, she could be said to have leveled the playing field in her previous life and charmed countless men.
She even made 2 directors in their 50s fight over her. One of them was even sent to ICU on the spot. Scram! Bang!
But to Fox Girl's disappointment, Lu Feng was not even looking at her and directly kicked her hard on her butt. It kicked her into a stagger.
Little handsome, you.
The Fox Girl rubbed her, but that was hurt by Lu Feng's kick, her eyes filled with intense incredulity and anger. She felt that she had been humiliated. To know that she had a good body, this was something that many men had begged for. Many people had knelt down and licked her, but they couldn't get her favor. They didn't even have the chance to have a spring fling with her. And when she took the initiative to seduce Lu Feng was surprisingly unmoved. And he even kicked her hard. This made her feel deeply insulted. If it wasn't for the fact that she couldn't beat Lu Feng, she would have really wanted to tie Lu Feng up and hang him up, torturing him fiercely.
Thoroughly sucking Lu Feng dry. I'll say it one last time, get lost. Don't provoke my patience has limits.
After coldly sweeping his eyes over this fox girl, Lu Feng stepped towards the Black Earth Spirit Crystal. If it wasn't for the fact that being in the sewers, Lu Feng wasn't good at bestial combat, and this fox woman dared to ink with Lu Feng like this, she would have been killed by Lu Feng long ago. Lu Feng wouldn't fall for her bait. "Little handsome, how do you know there are treasures here?" Seeing that Lu Feng wasn't horny, she had no choice but to change the topic. "Don't worry, I really don't have any animosity towards you. Even if you are not willing to give it to me, then I won't snatch it. People are not greedy for treasures, they are just greedy for your body." He. The fox girl was looking at Lu Feng with a very burning gaze. Because she possessed the secret method of harvesting yang to replenish yin, she did not have a high demand for treasures. She had a high demand for men. Especially masters. Because as long as she completely sucked out the essence and magic power and beast source of these men, she would be able to replenish and evolve. None of your business. Lu Feng was simply too lazy to pay attention to this fox girl. Regarding her level of Tai charm, Lu Feng felt that she must have been a PR girl for some company before the end of the world. To this kind of woman who was as human as she could be and specialized in serving the leaders, Lu Feng didn't dare to be interested. He didn't want to contract any HIV or HPV. Although because he was in the end times, this kind of disease that was fatal before the end times was nothing to the experts of the end times. But there was no guarantee that as the fox lady's mutation evolved, did this disease evolve along with her? Even though Lu Feng possessed a passive antidote skill, Lu Feng didn't want to risk his life. For one thing, he was dispensable and didn't care about men and women, so he didn't have any strong worldly desires. Secondly, even if Lu Feng wanted to, he could have looked for the Qin Sugar and Chen Sweet sisters. Although in terms of seduction, in terms of serving men's skills, Chen Sweet and Chen Sugar sisters are indeed not as good as this fox girl. But they are safe. In the last days, always safety first. After all, there are millions of ways to drive a car, but safety comes first. Aya, you are really cold. You don't look like a man. Looking at Lu Feng, who was always cool in his demeanor, the fox girl stomped her feet in anger, but there was nothing she could do about it. Luring, Lu Feng didn't fall for it. Defeating Lu Feng forced Lu Feng. She would like to. But she couldn't beat him again. So with 10,000 unwillingness in her heart, it seemed that she could only watch Lu Feng, such a great tonic of a strong man, slip away. This filled her heart with a strong unwillingness. "Little tiger, we should go." Although this fox girl's eyes were filled with intense resentment, Lu Feng didn't even look at her again and was too lazy to pay any attention to her. After digging out the Black Earth Spirit Crystal and then carefully placing it into the jade box and depositing it into the spatial ring, Lu Feng then waved his hand at Little Tiger. "Ow!" Little Tiger directly leapt onto Lu Feng, licking its paws as it grabbed Lu Feng's shoulder clothes and pointed at the rat corpse on the ground. It wouldn't let Lu Feng go. "Are you wanting their beast cores?" Lu Feng glanced over the dozens of rat pup corpses on the ground. "Ow!" The little tiger cubs were busy nodding their heads. A bunch of middle to high-ranked rat pups, the beast cores are at best white and ordinary, not much use. Lu Feng shook his head helplessly. Right now, white ordinary level beast cores. To Lu Feng, they were equivalent to stones. So Lu Feng didn't even bother to look at it. Not to mention going to the trouble of digging for it. "Ow, ow." The little tiger cub was very dissatisfied, hugging Lu Feng's arm and shaking its head, just not leaving. This is the trophy of its first battle, and special significance. You'd better bring it on. At this time, the fox lady lightly grunted and took the initiative to clean up the battlefield, taking out the beast cores of dozens of rats. Most of them were white and ordinary. Only 2 were green. Ow. Looking at the beast cores handed over by the fox lady, the little tiger cub was very satisfied. "Thanks." Lu Feng, who patted the little tiger cub's head, had no choice but to casually accept these beast cores and stuff them into his spatial ring. "This little tiger cub is really cute. I didn't expect you to keep pets." At this time, the fox lady walked up to Lu Feng and wanted to touch the head of the little tiger cub. "Ow." The little tiger cub waved its paw and stared fiercely at the fox lady. It only let Lu Feng touch its head. It was the Chen Sweet and Chen Sugar sisters who could only jerk its body, not its head. "You little tiger, you're still being fierce. I should have known that I wouldn't have helped you pack the beast core just now." The fox lady rolled her eyes at the little tiger cub. "Ow." The little tiger cub shook its head with some embarrassment, and finally reluctantly, with its head buried in Lu Feng's neck, handed its tail to the fox lady.
indicating that the fox lady could jerk its tail. You. The fox lady was very speechless. Stop messing around, let's go.
After Lu Feng gave the little tiger cub a brain, he directly left this dirty and gloomy sewer. This Qiongqi continent, with such a dense demonic aura, should still have a lot of spiritual herbs and medicines.
The fox lady looked at Lu Feng. You don't intend to search for some? Not interested.
Lu Feng, who had already turned over the Jiangxing continent inside and out when he was searching for the Black Earth Spirit crystals, directly walked towards the outside.
Stop. Bang.
But the moment Lu Feng brought little tiger and fox girl, the two of them had just stepped out of the River Heart continent.
With a gunshot. A sudden change occurred. Chapter 1: 10,000s of loaded gunmasters. Stand still. Immediately hand over all the treasures on your body, otherwise, die. Only to see thousands of loaded middle and high-level experts surrounding Qiongqi and Zhou, with black holes of guns aimed in all directions of Qiongqi and Zhou, with vigilant gazes, preventing the experts within Qiongqi and Zhou from escaping.
As for the exit of the Qiongqi and Zhou bridge, a condescending young man, surrounded by dozens of transcendent realm experts, arrogantly stared at Lu Feng and Fox Girl, who had just stepped out of the thick fog of Qiongqi and Zhou. In his hand, he held a Desert Eagle pistol made of pure gold. The dozens of transcendent realm experts behind him were not holding guns. But the 300 or so middle and high-level experts were all holding guns. The blackened muzzles of the guns were aimed menacingly at Lu Feng and the Fox Girl. The guns were loaded with what were clearly specially made, super strong armor-breaking bullets that were capable of inflicting some damage on the beast-sized experts. Lu Feng, you finally come out, huh? The moment he saw Lu Feng, this great young man was instantly overjoyed. Who are you? Lu Feng frowned, coldly sweeping his eyes over this big young man who dared to block him. Get lost. Lu Feng, you dare to scold me? You're really tired of living. Hearing Lu Feng's words, the great young man instantly burst into a rage as he glared viciously at Lu Feng. Lu Feng, I order you to hand over the bloodline evolution secret method immediately, so that I might even be in a good mood and spare your life. Otherwise, die. De Xiao clenched his fists tightly in threat, his complexion becoming more and more hideous as he looked at Lu Feng. Don't be so damn ungrateful as to seek your own death. And you. The great young man swept his cold eyes over the fox girl again. Hand over all the treasures on your body obediently, or else, die. What the hell are you? The fox girl on the side couldn't help herself, involving personal interests. Although Lu Feng had not treated her well just now, she was not hesitant at the moment, choosing to stand with Lu Feng. You want treasures? Go to the River Heart continent and search for them yourself. Go outside and explore the forest wilderness. Robbing someone else's, what kind of skill is that? The coldly smiling fox woman was angry and despised as she looked at this great young man. You stupid woman, Qiongqi and Zhou is mine. The great young man arrogantly roared, you guys came to Qiongqi and Zhou to search for treasures without Lao Zi's permission. This is robbing in Lao Zi's treasures. So it's only natural for me to ask you guys to hand it over. Ha, you're so amusing. The fox woman was directly amused by this great young man. The Qiongqi and Zhou is yours? What kind of joke are you making? See for yourself. Pa. The coldly laughing great young man directly slammed a piece of information at the fox girl. You who? After scanning this information, the fox lady handed it back to Lu Feng. He. Lu Feng looked at it and was disdainful of it. This was completely using the Ming dynasty's imperial sword to behead a Qing dynasty official. Because the content of this information was that Qiongqi and Zhou was contracted by a property company before the end of the world, and the operation and management of the buildings on it belonged to this property company. This property company can rent the buildings on Jiangxin Island to traders, who operate restaurants, supermarkets, grocery stores, food stalls and so on. The young man, Zhao Shanglong, is the actual controller of this property company. But now is the end times. Zhao Shanglong's prominent identity before the end of the world was not recognized by anyone in the end of the world. He wants to use his pre-apocalyptic power to control the post-apocalyptic masters. That could only be a dream. You know now, don't you? You searched for treasures on my territory without my permission. This is a sin. So, call out all the treasures, so that when I'm in a good mood, I might still be able to spare your lives. Otherwise. Bang. Coldly smiling, the great young man directly aimed at a captured transcendent realm expert, aiming his black hole gun at the back of his head, and fired. Put. The back of this expert's head was directly shot by big young Zhao Shanglong. The skull and blood with white brain matter. It scattered in all directions.
Phew.
After decapitating this transcendent realm expert, Zhao Shanglong blew the muzzle of his gun and swept his playful eyes over Lu Feng and Fox Girl with a cold smile. Remember, this Jiangxing continent belongs to my Zhao family. The entire River City also belongs to my Zhao family. My father will soon kill his way to the ring and seize the city lord seal, becoming the first city lord of Zhang City. If you want to live, you'll all have to kneel in front of my father and become my Zhao family's lackeys. Zhao Shanglong, whose face was filled with a threatening color, glared at Lu Feng, and the fox girls viciously roared, "A bunch of unruly people, don't ing know how to die?
It's your honor to serve my Zhao family.
Seeing as you guys have good strength, as long as you're honest and obedient, I'll throw you a carrot." Relying on the fact that there were thousands of loaded experts behind him, so this Zhao Shanglong was very domineering and arrogant, not putting Lu Feng and the fox girl in his eyes at all. You. The fox lady was so angry that the corners of her mouth twitched, but facing thousands of black holes of gun muzzles, she didn't dare to retort.
He.
Lu Feng, on the other hand, looked at Zhao Shanglong, who was incomparably wild and aggressive, intending to kill himself to seize the treasure, but he laughed. After the arrival of the end times, Lu Feng knew that sooner or later, this day would come.
Because these dignitaries who had a noble status before the end of the world would definitely not allow Lu Feng and the other ordinary people before the end of the world to ride on their heads because of the chances of the end of the world. So both sides were bound to break out in a fierce conflict. But in the end times, everything depended on strength. The Lu Feng of this life would not need to humbly submit to the feet of these dignitaries like he did in his last life, miserably picking up the leftovers they had left to eat. For Lu Feng in this life, anyone who dared to provoke him, anyone who dared to stand in the way of his evolution, those were Lu Feng's enemies, and Lu Feng would not let them go. It didn't matter what he was before the end of the world, or after the end of the world, and what his status was. Lu Feng would not show any mercy. Scram!
So facing this road-blocking Zhao Shanglong, Lu Feng, whose eyes were ice cold, had only one word.
Are you crazy? After hearing Lu Feng utter this word, the fox girl was instantly anxious.
Although fighting alone, she was not afraid of Zhao Shanglong, nor was she afraid of any of the dozens of transcendent mortal realm experts behind Zhao Shanglong. But Lu Feng and these people, once they combined their attacks, then she would definitely lose awe. Not to mention that Zhao Shanglong had thousands of experts with loaded guns under his command.
Under this rain of bullets washing over the ground, even if the fox lady's strength reached the peak of the transcendent mortal realm's 9 stars, she didn't have the certainty of escaping with her life off. He. Lu Feng just laughed coldly, not answering the terrified fox girl.
Although behind this Zhao Shanglong, there were thousands of experts with loaded guns.
But so what? When pushed, Lu Feng would kill them all. A bunch of assholes who worked for the tiger. In the end times, Lu Feng would not be the slightest bit soft when he killed them. This Zhao Shanglong, wanting to use his capital and power to continue enslaving Lu Feng like he did before the end times, treating Lu Feng as a cow or horse that could be squeezed. He doesn't want to. Lu Feng, die not as a slave.
Lu Feng, I really gave you face. Seeing that Lu Feng was still uncompromising, at this moment, Zhao Shanglong was completely enraged. With a cold smile, he directly waved his hand to several transcendent mortal realm experts behind him. Waste him for me.
Yes.
The two transcendent mortal realm experts directly laughed and rushed towards Lu Feng. Ferociously, they surrounded Lu Feng.
Chapter 111 Zhao Shanglong, young master of the Zhao family.
Lu Feng, daring to be so stupid as to offend young master Zhao, you're really tired of living, damn it. If you don't have the sense to hand over your treasures, then hand over the beast source in your head, haha. These two transcendent mortal realm experts didn't put Lu Feng in their eyes at all. Relying on the fact that they had Zhao Shanglong behind them, dozens of transcendent mortal realm experts, and thousands of experts with loaded guns, they felt that Lu Feng might not even dare to resist. He could only bind his hands and obediently suffer death. Seek death. However, they were completely disappointed. Sweeping over these two transcendent mortal realm high backhands that were fiercely attacking towards them, Lu Feng coldly smiled in disdain.
One transcendent mortal realm 5-star and one transcendent mortal realm 6-star. With this, they still wanted to attack Lu Feng? Although after their animalization, they were weasels and meerkats whose strength was not weak and whose attack power was considered medium. But in Lu Feng's eyes, they were no different from rats. They were all scum. Not to mention that their realms at the moment were only the 5 and 6 stars of the transcendent mortal realm. Even if they reached the peak of the transcendent mortal realm 9 stars, then Lu Feng wouldn't care. Nor would he even blink an eye. Kid, go die. Snort.
The two Zhao Shanglong henchmen who didn't know Lu Feng's strength, on the other hand, were so self-righteous that one swung his claws and tore violently, while the other leapt and bit hard, intending to press Lu Feng to the ground on the spot, ruthlessly tearing some of Lu Feng's, completely abolishing Lu Feng. Oh, seek your own death out of stupid. Die. In the face of these two weak, but self-righteous Zhao Shanglong subordinates, Lu Feng was even too lazy to animalize, and directly slashed out a fierce sword, ferociously chopping at the two Zhao Shanglong subordinates who came to kill him. I'll help you. The fox lady, who hummed delicately, directly shook the bell on her wrist, and after animalizing, she made a desire ecstasy move unique to fox ladies. Instantly, these two experts froze on the spot. The eyes were filled with intense desire. The corners of their mouths, on the other hand, cracked as they let out giggles. Because in an instant, they seemed to see countless enchanting beauties, smiling gently, swaying and swaying as they pounced on them, eager to spend the night with them. Pft, pft. As the two giggled, the moment they were seduced by the fox girl's psychedelic tricks, Lu Feng directly made his move without any hesitation. With a single slash on the spot, he easily cleaved to death these two transcendent realm experts under Zhao Shanglong's command, letting them die in their own comfortable illusion realm. You. Damn it! Seeing that Lu Feng was so powerful when he worked with the witch, Zhao Shanglong was taken aback. Come on, go on. Lu Feng was undaunted as he swept his cold eyes over Zhao Shanglong. You deserve to die. Zhao Shanglong gritted his teeth in fury, his eyes were red, he directly waved his hand heavily at the dozens of transcendent mortal realm experts behind him. Immediately give me a hand together, kill them. We'll help you. Kill out. Kill a bloody path. Without waiting for the dozens of transcendent realm experts behind Zhao Shanglong to surround and kill Lu Feng and the fox girl, the four-peaked transcendent realm 9-star experts, the blizzard arctic giant bear, the tiger-headed poisonous king bee, the thunder-scaled copper crocodile, and the hurricane steel-clawed sharpshooter, led a group of transcendent realm experts under the number, and killed them out of the demon mist in a raging manner. Unwaveringly, they stood together with Lu Feng and the fox lady. After realizing that Zhang Xinzhou was surrounded by Zhao Shanglong and his men, they had been hiding in the thick demonic mist and had not dared to venture out easily. At this moment, after seeing Lu Feng and the fox girl's iron head intending to make a hard charge, they couldn't hold back at all. Although previously they had been instigated by Zhang blood fiend to salivate over Lu Feng's treasures, had surrounded and killed Lu Feng, and had conflicts with Lu Feng. But now, their interests were the same as Lu Feng's. That was to kill Zhao Shanglong's encirclement. Compared to Zhao Shanglong, Lu Feng was much better to them, so they did trust Lu Feng. After all, as long as they didn't make or snatch the treasures that Lu Feng had his eye on, then Lu Feng wouldn't do anything to them, neither would he take the initiative to decapitate their seized treasures, nor would he think of enslaving them. Zhao Shanglong, on the other hand, not only wanted to snatch their treasures, it even wanted to enslave them. This was something they absolutely couldn't accept. There wasn't that expert that wanted to be enslaved. So at this moment, they had to stand firmly with Lu Feng and rush out of Zhao Shanglong's encirclement. They only had a chance if they were united. Otherwise, they would be broken down by Zhao Shanglong's men with each of them, and end up dying a miserable death, or miserably serving as slaves to Zhao Shanglong. Yes. Sweeping over the blizzard arctic giant bear and the thunder scale copper crocodile and other experts, the fox girl rejoiced, let's go together, we can definitely kill our way out. They want to enslave us and snatch the treasures we searched for with great difficulty? Dream on. The fox girl clenched her small fists, as long as we are united, we can definitely win. Kill them. Fight them. Damn it, before the end of the world, I was a social animal, a cow or a horse. Now that I've searched for treasures with great difficulty and am ready to evolve and become stronger, you're asking me to hand it over again, saying that the territory is yours, and that you want me to be your slave, hilarious. No say, must fight for my life, I won't be a slave even if I die. All the treasures of the last days, it's all about fists, whoever has the ability, that's whose. Before the end times, I was a cow and horse, after the end times, I want to be a cow and horse, so what's the point of the end times coming? What's the point of me trying to cultivate and evolve? I might as well have swung my own sword at the beginning of the apocalypse. Fight, never be a slave. Looking at Zhao Shanglong, who called himself the young city lord of Qiongqi, imposing, arrogant and domineering, arrogant, not putting everyone in his eyes, a group of experts clustered beside Lu Feng, all of them with reddened eyes and full of wariness. Damn, a bunch of unruly people. Especially you. Looking at these experts who were intent on resisting, Zhao Shanglong's eyes were red with anger. Especially Lu Feng,
which angered him even more. Because if Lu Feng hadn't taken the lead, the others might not have had the guts to fight him and resist to the end. Damn thing, you're really looking for death. Zhang Chang, never allow someone as arrogant as you to appear.
As a peak 9-star expert of the transcendent mortal realm, Zhao Shanglong had enough confidence in himself. So with a heavy clench of his teeth, he directly waved his hand at the dozens of transcendent mortal realm experts behind him. Attack me. Dare to provoke this young city lord, behead all of these unruly people who are intent on rebelling.
Not a single one will be left behind.
Zhao Shanglong waved his hand heavily. Immediately, kill.
Obey.
Kill.
Kill them all, kill. After Zhao Shanglong's words fell, these dozens of transcendent mortal realm experts immediately animalized and attacked the Fox Lady and Blizzard Arctic Giant Bear beside Lu Feng.
The two sides were immediately furious and frantically battled into a ball.
Kid, dare to go against me, I'll kill you right here. Let you know what it means to be my enemy.
After the group of experts behind him, and the experts behind Lu Feng, frantically stood in a ball. The imposing Zhao Shanglong glared viciously at Lu Feng again.
Come.
Lu Feng coldly swept his eyes over Zhao Shanglong with only one word.
Die. Beastify. Hoo.
Zhao Shanglong, who roared in anger, directly completed his beastification.
Kind of interesting.
Looking at Zhao Shanglong's awakened beast source, as well as his hideous and frightening appearance after his bestialization, Lu Feng, who muttered, was astonished.
Because this Zhao Shanglong, after bestialization, was really extraordinary. Chapter 112 Dark Blood-Sucking Giant Mosquito.
This Zhao Shanglong beast transformed into a foreign beast was clearly a giant mosquito. Everyone's impression of a mosquito was that it was a tiny one, and although it was disgusting, no one would be afraid of a fearful mosquito. But after Zhao Shanglong had gone through some evolution, the mosquito in his bestialized state at the moment would really scare a lot of people. At this moment, his animalized mosquito was about the size of an ordinary horse and mule. Especially this sharp, flashing cold, huge and incomparable sharp mouthpiece.
It is really daunting.
This mouthpiece, if poked in the human body, really can directly suck clean all the blood in the human body.
It was simply an alternative type of vampire. Kind of interesting.
Lu Feng, who had seen the beast transformed into a mosquito alien beast for the first time, didn't rush to attack, but instead opened the apocalypse and swept Zhao Shanglong.
Target, Zhao Shanglong Dark Blood-Sucking Giant Mosquito. Race, Mosquito Race. Realm, Transcendent Realm 9 stars. Talent, Darkness. Skills, Darkness Devouring B+, Sharp Mouth B, Fast Flight B, Disease Infection C+. Weakness, Abdomen.
Introduction, a vampire giant mosquito with the power of darkness that feeds on blood.
Evolutionary route, 2. So the name is Dark Vampire Giant Mosquito, a rare darkness attribute. Kind of interesting.
Looking at Zhao Shanglong, whose strength was average but whose appearance was hideous and tough after his bestialization into a darkness blood-sucking giant mosquito, Lu Feng smiled. This Zhao Shanglong's bestialized appearance was probably able to scare a lot of women. After all, women were naturally afraid of things like cockroaches, rats and centipedes.
And an oversized mosquito.
It should be even scarier than these shadowy insect beasts. But unfortunately, Zhao Shanglong's opponent today was Lu Feng, not a delicate woman. He wanted to defeat Lu Feng, he wanted to enslave Lu Feng, he wanted to suck all of Lu Feng's blood.
Dream on.
Go to hell. Buzz buzz buzz. At this moment, Zhao Shanglong, who had beasted into a dark blood-sucking giant mosquito, directly stared at Lu Feng with reddish eyes, flinging his huge mouthparts, and viciously stabbing at Lu Feng with a single breath.
Intending to suck Lu Feng's blood dry. Interesting. Chop.
Facing Zhao Shanglong, whose strength was as high as the peak 9 stars of the transcendent realm after his bestialization, although Lu Feng wasn't afraid of him, he wouldn't take the enemy lightly anymore. So he immediately chose to bestialize to meet the battle.
Earthflame Rhino. Roar.
Lu Feng, who roared angrily, directly completed his bestialization.
A huge rhinoceros with fiery flames steaming from its body appeared.
This caused Zhao Shanglong to be startled.
The dark blood-sucking giant mosquito after its estivation was hideous and frightening.
And after Lu Feng's estivation, this rhinoceros whose body was steaming and burning with blazing flames, whose body was huge, whose unicorn horn flickered with the sharpness and sharpness of a thick cold mane, and whose body was full of muscles and a sense of power was full of strength.
It is very powerful and domineering. Go to hell,
Seeing that Lu Feng was so majestic and domineering after his bestialization, Zhao Shanglong was completely enraged.
Huff and puff.
Waving its huge mouthpiece, the furious and incomparable it directly stabbed at Lu Feng with a vicious and ferocious stab of its mouthpiece.
It wanted to suck Lu Feng's blood dry.
I'll try to see if your B-rank sharp-mouth weapon skill can break through the defense of my scale armor. Facing the ferociously attacking Zhao Shanglong, Lu Feng didn't rush to counterattack, instead he decided to try out this Zhao Shanglong's level fighting strength. After all, this was the first time Lu Feng had encountered this kind of mosquito-type alien beast. He needed to have a general assessment of this particular type of fey beast. This way, when Lu Feng dealt with similar fey beasts in the future, he would know how to handle them and resolve them. Although it was said that this particular species of mosquito and insect alien beasts were not common, but it was still good to be prepared, lest they would be caught off guard when they suddenly encountered them in the future.
Put.
So under Lu Feng's deliberate indulgence, this Zhao Shanglong's huge mouthparts directly and ruthlessly stuck on Lu Feng's rhino scale armor. The sharpness of this mouthpiece was indeed very strong. It was as if a mosquito's mouthparts could easily zap into a human, or into the skin of other pigs, cows, and sheep. After the animalization of this Zhao Shanglong, the huge mouthparts of this dark blood-sucking giant mosquito also directly pierced into Lu Feng's body. It didn't rely on a powerful breakthrough to directly pierce Lu Feng's sturdy scale armor. Because Zhao Shanglong was a human being and possessed the intelligence of a human being, he was very smart, first searching for the junction of the scale armor and finding some weak peripheral scales before piercing through this more fragile scale armor and piercing into the skin again fiercely. Obviously, Zhao Shanglong's huge mouthpiece was not able to directly pierce through Lu Feng's solid layer of scale armor. It could only pierce through the delicate and fragile scale armor and skin inside.
This was very much this.
After all, Lu Feng's Earth Flame Rhinoceros scale armor had a hardness of A, and even the golden steel spiked Mouse King's Grade Shin steel spikes couldn't pierce through Lu Feng's outer scale armor.
Not to mention that this Zhao Shanglong's sharp mouthpiece skill was only a measly B. Nothing too strong of an attack.
After testing it, Lu Feng shook his head and directly increased the flames burning on his body.
Who?
After the intense burning of the flames, Zhao Shanglong, whose wings were scorched and somewhat unable to hold on, only had the time to suck a mouthful of Lu Feng's blood before he panicked and retreated.
He didn't want to be burned alive by Lu Feng.
Your blood, great tonic. Zhao Shanglong, who was buzzing and flying around Lu Feng, licked Lu Feng's blood and was excited. He had a premonition that he could completely evolve into a beast general after sucking Lu Feng clean.
Die. Dark devouring.
Zhao Shanglong, who was incredibly excited, directly used his strongest skills and attacked Lu Feng very viciously.
Who?
As Zhao Shanglong's great move was sent out, in front of his huge mouthpiece, a black vortex of magic power appeared, with a rich darkness within it. This vortex could corrupt and devour everything. When you were sucking blood from me just now, you were already infected by the disease attached to my mouthpiece, so now, you will surely die.
Ha 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 ha.
In an excited roar, Zhao Shanglong directly used darkness devouring to ruthlessly swallow Lu Feng. He wanted to swallow Lu Feng in one gulp.
Completely suck Lu Feng dry.
Stupid bastard. Looking at the imposing and very arrogant Zhao Shanglong, Lu Feng coldly smiled disdainfully. Although mosquitoes would carry diseases and would transmit all sorts of diseases through their blood when they sucked blood, but Lu Feng came with the passive skill of detoxification.
Therefore, this Zhao Shanglong's disease infection couldn't help Lu Feng at all.
As for this darkness devouring,
are you kidding me? Lu Feng wouldn't let him get close? Die. Flaming flame. Who?
Lu Feng directly opened his rhinoceros mouth and spewed out red-hot flames.
No. You deserve to die, In an instant, the originally arrogant Zhao Shanglong was covered by the fiery flames.
He immediately flopped to the ground and struggled for a good bit. If it wasn't for a few Transcendent Realm experts, who were desperate, using their own magic power to extinguish Zhao Shanglong's fire, he would have been directly burned to death by Lu Feng.
Young Zhao. They're strong, not easy to deal with. What do we do now?
After Zhao Shanglong was injured by Lu Feng, the other experts who had also temporarily disengaged from the battle looked at Zhao Shanglong solicitously.
Bunch of scum. Kill them. Fox Lady and Blizzard Arctic Giant Bear and other experts, on the other hand, roared in anger and surrounded Lu Feng with surging battle intent. Get lost.
Lu Feng, on the other hand, stood with his arms folded as he swept his cold eyes over Zhao Shanglong.
Damn, you guys brought this on yourselves.
Seeing that he couldn't eliminate Lu Feng and the others with the experts under his command alone, Zhao Shanglong's eyes turned red as he viciously clenched his teeth.
You guys think that you can escape my encirclement just like that? Dream on.
Zhao Shanglong, whose face was incomparably fierce, viciously waved his hand. I still have a backhand.
Show it to me. Wow. As Zhao Shanglong waved his hand fiercely, what was behind these thousands of experts? It completely shocked everyone beside Lu Feng. Chapter 113 Carpet Cannonballing Jiang Xin Zhou.
Hundreds of experts carried RPGs on their shoulders. The green-spiked rockets were already aimed sinisterly at Lu Feng and the others on the Jiangxing continent, and they might open fire and bombard at any time. But this was not the most threatening. The most threatening thing was that behind these hundreds of experts, there were dozens of armored fighting vehicles. The blackened muzzles of the cannons were similarly aimed at the Jiangxing continent, at Lu Feng and the others. And around the armored fighting vehicles, there were more than 24 mortars scattered around. And there were even up to 5 of them, heavyweight 120mm self-propelled howitzers. This kind of heavy grenade, if it were to explode on a person, then even a transcendent mortal realm expert would be blown up lightly spitting blood and seriously injured, or blown into slag on the spot. A bunch of unruly people. Now you know what happens when you offend this young me, right? Just you guys, still want to compete with this young me for the position of Jiang City's city lord? Bah! Relying on the strong weapon behind him, even though he was beaten to a dog's death by Lu Feng just now in a very sorry state. But at this moment, Zhao Shanglong was raging, very arrogant and domineering and ruthless. Let me tell you, the Jiang City Lord will definitely be my father. And I, then, will definitely be the young city lord of Jiang City. Zhao Shanglong swept his eyes at the group of experts beside him. You guys say, isn't that so? Greetings to the young city lord. Young city lord is mighty. We are the only ones who look up to young city master. These experts were pleasing and flattering beyond measure, bowing respectfully to Zhao Shanglong. Before the end times, they had followed the Zhao family's father and son to make a living. Even after the end of the world, they didn't have any rebellious hearts and were willing to follow the Zhao family and son to continue mixing. Although Zhao Shanglong's strength was average, Zhao Shanglong's father, because when the end times came, relying on his status and position, he reacted quickly and collected countless rare resources. So it was one step ahead of the others and was strong. Very well. Sweeping over this group of obedient experts, Zhao Shanglong again looked coldly at Lu Feng and Foxwoman and the others. It's because my dad had something that didn't come today, or else I wouldn't even have to go through this much trouble. My dad's strength alone is enough to suppress you damn unruly people. You pariahs, normally I wouldn't bother with you at all. Zhao Shanglong laughed disdainfully. In the past, you guys didn't even have the qualifications to see me and my dad, let alone serve our Zhao family as dogs. Now that the end times are here, all the forces are reshuffled. So this is why you guys have the chance to be dogs for our Zhao family. Saying that, the arrogant Zhao Shanglong pointed at Lu Feng. Lu Feng, you brute cow, your strength is quite good. As long as you're sensible, immediately hand over the bloodline evolution secret method. As for me, I'll be merciful and spare your life. In that case, you'll be my mount from now on. As long as you are obedient, then I will guarantee you food, drink, and a future, haha. Otherwise. With a sardonic smile, Zhao Shanglong pointed at the armored fighting vehicles and howitzers behind him, then looked at Lu Feng with a grimace again. Lu Feng, I know you have good strength and talent. But after being bombarded by howitzers and armored fighting vehicles at a close distance, do you think you still have a chance of surviving? You will be blown to pieces. Die a horrible death. Ha 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 ha. Zhao Shanglong laughed excitedly. Lu Feng, let me tell you, this is the mantis catching the cicada and the yellow sparrow at the back. And all of you unruly people, all I immediately kneel down for this young man. Otherwise, click. Zhao Shanglong, who had casually pinched the head of a husky, played with the red blood and white brain matter in his hand, his expression ruthless and hideous. If you don't surrender honestly, then your end will be the same as it. A miserable death. Ha 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 ha. Although he wasn't Lu Feng's opponent just now, at this moment, with countless experts and armored combat vehicles behind him, Zhao Shanglong was raging with power and awesome bombardment. Gu Dong. This, what should we do? Too ruthless. Amidst Zhao Shanglong's threatening voice, these transcendent realm experts who were surrounded by the Jiangxing continent really had complicated expressions and troubled hearts at the moment. They knew very well that in the face of so many weapons, they really couldn't easily break through and escape from the Jiangxing continent. Even if they could fly, they couldn't. Although it was said that in the end times, there were no radio signals anymore, so all kinds of tracking and locking in such missiles were useless. but purely mechanical artillery shells, but is useful.
Even if they could fly, they could only fly out of Jiangxinsu, not out of the huge Zhongcheng. Once it landed, it would be vulnerable to shell bombardment.
What's more, under Zhao Shanglong's command, there were also experts who could fly.
At the moment, they were hovering around the perimeter of Jiangxinzhou to intercept.
So unless there was a peak Transcendent Realm 9-star expert leading the group, even experts who had awakened their beast source as flying beasts wouldn't dare to break out easily at the moment. As for the other experts who were awakened to bug beasts and other beasts that couldn't fly, they were even more dumbfounded at the moment. Zhao Shanglong sent people to block all the roads away from Jiangxin Island, they simply cannot break out. It was also some of the foreign beasts that had awakened into fish and other marine creatures that were preparing to take advantage of the chaos and jump into the river to swim and escape, fighting to escape and live.
But that wasn't easy either. Because cannonballs could also explode in water.
And under Zhao Shanglong's command, there were also our experts who had awakened into fish and sea creature type alien beasts.
Patrolling in the river for defense. Damn, I will never be a slave, fight him.
What are you afraid of? A man dies by his eggs, he will not die for 10,000 years.
Want to enslave me, dream on. Although Zhao Shanglong was very tough, most of the transcendent mortal realm experts, still with red eyes, were prepared to completely fight.
Under the influence of the demonic qi, in the pre-apocalyptic period, none of the people who were able to cultivate to the transcendent mortal realm were simple people. All of them had the spirit of struggle and drive.
They were not willing to accept the status quo.
Because those people who were afraid to go out and explore at the beginning of the end of the world, they didn't dare to go out and explore. That's why they are now, basically, still only at the middle school level, or have become the food and servants of the powerful.
Because to these transcendent realm experts, since it was so hard to get the opportunity to become stronger and rise to power,
then they weren't willing to give up everything and sadly become slaves to Zhao Shanglong. That would really be worse than death. Charge together, kill a bloody path, kill out. Fight with them, kill one is enough, kill two and earn one. Kill. These transcendent realm experts who weren't willing to be slaves had red eyes and killed towards the bridge road from the Jiangxin continent to the outside world,
intending to break out. Damn, a bunch of unruly people. Seeing these experts frantically impacting the breakout, Zhao Shanglong was completely furious.
Since you guys are looking for death, then I'll fulfill you, this young man.
Shoot me.
Zhao Shanglong, who had a hideous face, directly waved his hand fiercely.
Day. Instantly, the thousands of middle and high-level experts that surrounded Jiangxinzhou on the banks around it, after receiving Zhao Shanglong's order, fired indiscriminately at Jiangxinzhou. But unfortunately, although these bullets were armor-breaking bullets, they couldn't do much damage to the transcendent realm experts within the Jiangxinzhou. After all, once an expert entered the transcendent realm, they could resist bullets. Damn, it doesn't work.
Seeing that the bullets couldn't stop these experts, Zhao Shanglong, whose eyes were red, directly waved his hand heavily, fire me.
Shoot a base number of shells.
Wash this Jiangxin island with cannonballs. Zhao Shanglong smiled viciously, I'm going to take all of these unruly people who dare to resist me.
Blow up. Chapter 114 The Bombarded Bunch of Experts.
Yes, sir.
Fire.
After receiving Zhao Shanglong's order, the crowd of experts surrounding him naturally immediately waved their hands and gave orders to the many experts behind them who were carrying RPGs on their shoulders, driving armored fighting vehicles, and controlling mortars and howitzers.
Rumble. Pft, pft, pft. Boom. 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 Boom.
In an instant, amidst the countless flames swaying, a single hideous cannonball landed directly on the Jiangxin continent, in the crowd of transcendent realm experts who were intent on breaking out.
These violently exploding cannonballs directly blew up a crowd of experts.
Some who were not good at defense were even blown to pieces on the spot.
Hide first. Escape. My legs, my legs.
In the heavy bombardment of the shells, all of these transcendent realm experts suffered miserably.
They didn't dare to continue breaking out.
They could only embarrassingly, quickly retreat back to the river center island shrouded in demonic mist, looking for buildings to take refuge in.
After all, Zhao Shanglong was really too ruthless.
The bullets and RPG shells, although they weren't a danger to a group of transcendent realm experts.
But the 120mm howitzer shells, this was something they couldn't carry.
Furthermore, the mortar shells, that was also powerful. After all, what was placed within it were high explosives.
Ha 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 ha.
Looking at a group of experts who were blown to pieces and their souls were scattered, Zhao Shanglong laughed out loud in excitement.
Continue, bomb me hard.
Zhao Shanglong, who had a morose gaze, waved his hand heavily. A bunch of damned unruly people, wanting to compete with my Zhao family for the position of this Jiang City's city lord, dream on. I wanted to give them a chance to live, but now, since they're unknowingly seeking their own deaths, I'll fulfill them.
Blow them all to dregs.
Zhao Shanglong laughed excitedly. Although we can't loot any more treasures from their hands, we can get quite a few cherished beast sources for cleaning up the battlefield later.
This Jiangxin Island should have gathered more than half of the experts in Jiangqing Jianghu, right?
Zhao Shanglong swept over the assistant beside him, his father's secretary before the end of the world, Li Kong.
Yes.
Li Kong immediately replied respectfully, because the treasures in Jiangxin continent came out, plus the Fox Lady and the others were intent on besieging Lu Feng to seize the treasures. That's why more than half of the Transcendent Realm high-star experts in Jiang City have gathered at the Jiangxin continent.
This is great. All in one net.
Zhao Shanglong shook his fist heavily in excitement. The opportunity for the treasure in this Jiangxin continent to come out is really ingenious. If it hadn't come out, then I really wouldn't have enough certainty to be able to eliminate so many experts at once. If they were scattered all over the place, then it would be really hard to get them. But now it's fine, as long as we exterminate them all at once, then my father will succeed in his divine evolution. Zhao Shanglong was incredibly excited. Then my father can directly ascend the ring, nominate for the Golden List, take down the City Lord's Great Seal, and become the true City Lord of Jiang City.
Congratulations, young City Lord.
Li Kong immediately bowed respectfully to Zhao Shanglong.
Ha 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 ha.
Zhao Shanglong laughed even more excitedly. Continue bombing me, to kill all of these Jianghu experts who dare to provoke our Zhao family's status, without leaving a single one behind. After that, all the experts in Jiang City will either submit to my Zhao family's banner and become my Zhao family's lackeys,
or die. There is no other choice.
Zhao Shanglong's face was hideous and incomparable as he clenched his fist heavily. Don't worry, young city lord, in such a shell-washed ground, even though these transcendent realm experts have good strength, they will definitely die. After all, their strength is not yet to the point where they can harden themselves against cannonballs.
Li Kong laughed. They are scum in front of you. Do not be careless. Zhao Shanglong grunted coldly. What if there are any experts with strong defenses?
My dad said that in the end times, don't underestimate anyone. After all, Jiangchang is too big. With a population of tens of millions, there will always be some gifted people.
So keep bombing me. I'm going to turn Jiang Xianzhou into a sea of fire. Level it to the ground.
Zhao Shanglong roared sternly. Eliminate all potential threats.
Remember, don't pity the shells.
Zhao Shanglong laughed. Although in the end times, cannonballs are non-renewable fixed items, but if you don't use them now, they will be useless later when everyone has evolved stronger. Just like rifles and bullets in general, they are of little use now. Zhao Shanglong's gaze was grave, so take advantage of the fact that the cannonballs still have some use now, and seize the opportunity to utilize their maximum power.
Yes, sir.
Under Zhao Shanglong's order, Li Kong immediately gave orders to a group of subordinates to take what they were carrying this time, which was a whole 3 base numbers of cannonballs. All of them poured into the Jiangxin Island. Blow the Jiangxin Island, completely flat, or even directly sunk.
Rumble, rumble, rumble. Boom. 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 After Zhao Shanglong and Li Kang's orders were given, countless artillery shells swept in once again, fiercely and violently bombarding Jiang Xianzhou. However, in an instant, Jiang Xianzhou was turned into a sea of fire.
Countless ground buildings, as well as various trees and grass, were enveloped in flames.
Or were blown away. Or burned.
Even the ground was blown out into one big crater after another. This caused some of the experts who were hiding in buildings, or hiding in the woods, to be blown up in a bloody mess. Some with low defenses were dying miserably on the spot. Some with high defenses were missing arms and legs, howling miserably, very wretched. There were also some who couldn't stand it and wanted to escape. They were captured and killed by the experts under Zhao Shanglong's command that surrounded the Jiangxin Island. All in all, they were all very miserable. Even the remaining 5 Transcendent Realm 9-star peak experts were all in a sorry state at the moment, having been blown up and grimy, or bleeding and injured. As for Lu Feng, at this moment, he was hiding in a fairly sturdy building, looking at the Jiangxin continent that was being ravaged by the shells.
Although Lu Feng was strong, if he was hit by countless grenades, then he would definitely die.
After all, as long as he was injured, then Zhao Shanglong and the other experts under his command would swarm all over him. They would directly take advantage of Lu Feng's illness to take Lu Feng's life.
What should we do now? Lu Feng was very slightly annoyed as he tightly frowned.
He actually had a solution, which was to immediately evolve to the Beast General realm, and then with his strong strength, he would directly forcefully kill his way out. After all, after obtaining the Black Earth Spirit Crystal, Lu Feng had already gathered all the treasures he needed for his fourth mutation evolution. As long as Lu Feng triggered the blast evolutions, he would directly evolve to the Beast General realm. Even though Zhao Shanglong had many experts beside him, he would definitely not be able to stop Lu Feng. They would all be killed by Lu Feng.
But mutation evolution needed time.
And now, shells were falling at any time to collapse the sheltered building. Similarly, Zhao Shanglong was even more ready to bring in his men to kill them. So Lu Feng didn't have enough time to mutate and evolve. This was somewhat troublesome.
Little Handsome, we're really screwed this time.
Even if we are lucky enough to survive the bombardment, we won't be able to escape from them later.
It seems like you and I, this time, are bound to die. The fox woman who was hiding in the building with Lu Feng, after taking a desperate look at the bombarded Qiongqi and Zhou, she even directly undid her clothes in front of Lu Feng.
What are you doing?
Lu Feng was startled by the fox girl's behavior. Little Handsome, my body is not bad, right?
The fox lady lightly hummed as she spun around in front of Lu Feng, showing off her slender, white and tender body to her heart's content.
Anyway, you and I are going to die soon, now you don't have to worry about me having any designs on you, right? Sister Mia, I really like you. Come on, ruthlessly own Sister Me.
Even if we die, we have to die comfortably and be a full dead ghost. Saying that, the fox girl directly pulled Lu Feng's palm and pressed hard towards her full and good figure.
Chapter 115 Lu Feng's Masterstroke, Sacrifice. No need. The fox girl's behavior really shocked Lu Feng. Because he hadn't reacted in an instant, his palm really unintentionally touched the fox girl's soft and smooth skin.
But in an instant, Lu Feng who reacted. Still, he immediately shook off the fox girl.
Put on your clothes.
Lu Feng, who snorted coldly, casually threw the clothes to the fox girl. Now that it was a matter of life and death.
The fox lady still wanted to play these messy things? Lu Feng was really not interested and didn't want to touch her. Little Handsome, what the hell do you think?
The undressed fox girl directly pounced on Lu Feng's back. Anyway, we're going to die, let's both die comfortably, give it to your sister.
Can't die. Lu Feng smiled coldly and scanned the raging Zhao Shanglong who surrounded Jiang Xinzhou. He wanted to kill Lu Feng? Dream on.
At this moment, Lu Feng was in a bit of a mess. But it wasn't so bad that he would die.
Because Lu Feng still had a masterstroke. That is one of the two super supreme grade talents, Sacrifice. Ha! Little Handsome?
Don't you tease, sister. Looking at Lu Feng, whose face was grave, the fox girl's big eyes blinked. We've all been surrounded, and the shells are bombarding over any time to blow us up. Even if we get lucky and don't get blown up, but we're facing a siege of hundreds of experts.
It's also absolutely certain death.
The fox girl sighed bitterly. This Zhao Shanglong is really treacherous. He did this on purpose with the intention of taking our lives. I should say, it's the lives of all of our Jianghu experts in Zhangchang. If all of us were to be overthrown by him in one go, then his father would definitely be able to seize the golden seal and become the Zhangcheng city lord. The fox lady shook her head. His plan this time is really both sinister and poisonous. If I say I can't die, then I can't die. Lu Feng smiled coldly. He was a little worried about the safety of the sisters Chen Sweet and Chen Sugar at the moment, because just now, the two girls were the first to rush into the Jiangxin continent in order to relieve him.
So how were the two girls doing now? Did they escape before Zhao Shanglong brought his men to surround the Jiangxin continent? Or are they still in the Jiangxin island? They wouldn't be killed by the shells, right?
I hope they are safe. Although he was apprehensive in his heart, but in this situation, facing the Qiongqi and Zhou that was being bombarded by the shell wash, Lu Feng had nothing better to do.
In his previous life, he hadn't heard of the Qiongqi and Zhou treasure seizure incident, which would have created such a big battle.
Otherwise he would have prepared for it earlier. It should be my rebirth that affected something. That's why it caused Zhao Shanglong to bring people to surround the Jiangxin continent in order to seize the bloodline evolution secret methods. Thinking of this, Lu Feng sighed helplessly. This was something that could not be helped. Ever since the news that he possessed the bloodline evolution secret method had spread in Qiongqi, it had caused a lot of cascading reactions. Many experts had set their eyes on this secret method in order to cultivate their power. It seems that in the future, not everything can be done according to the original memories.
Sure enough, a butterfly vibrating its wings is enough to change the world. This really isn't a joke.
After muttering, Lu Feng ignored the fox girl who had been lying on his back, tantalizingly incomparable, rubbing against him with her slender figure. Instead, he directly scanned himself with Apocalypse.
Target, Lu Feng. Race, Earth Flame Rhino Peak Stage. Realm, Transcendent Realm 9 stars. Skills, Mighty Pressure A+, Fiery Flame A+, Sharp Earth Spike A, Brute Force Crash B+, Crazy Outburst B, Detoxification C+, Passive Skill. Talents, Apocalypse Super Supreme Level, Sacrifice Super Supreme Level. Beast Source Stored Magic, 15,000 50,000 purple. Final Evolutionary State, Divine Beast Poverty. Evolutionary Routes, 2.
Designated Evolution, 30,000 Magic Power, 5 green Special Earth Attribute Beast Cores, 5 green Fire Attribute Beast Cores, 1,000 green Normal Beast Cores, 5,000 Lower Grade Magic Stones, 1,000 Copper Essences, and 500 Silver Essences, which can be evolved into an Earth and Fire Attribute Explosive Inflammation Earth Giant Rhinoceros. Mutant Evolution, 50,000 Magic Power, 10 Blue Earth Attribute Beast Cores, 10 Blue Fire Attribute Beast Cores, 500 Green Special Attribute Beast Cores, 3,000 Green Ordinary Beast Cores, 1,000 Middle Grade Magic Stones, 10,000 Silver Essences, 3,000 Gold Essences, 1 Yellow Earth Spirit Bead, 1 Blazing Flame Yangji, and the rest of the special materials are unlimited, and can be mutated and evolved. Note, there is a certain chance of triggering the Blast Evolution. There isn't much magic power reserve left within the beast source. Besides facing this Zhao Shanglong's artillery fire washing and pounding, all other skills are useless, so I can only use one of the talents, Sacrifice. Sacrifice is in need of various treasures. Lu Feng swept over the treasures needed for mutation evolution, and after a slight hesitation, he took out all the other treasures in his spatial ring, except for these materials needed for mutation evolution, one by one. Of course, the special materials that Lu Feng had prepared, that is, the Purple Haze God Chi, Red Flame Meteorite Gold, Black Earth Spirit Crystal, Purple Gold Spirit Fruit and other rare treasures, Lu Feng did not take them out.
Not quite enough.
Sweeping through this pile of a dozen blue Special Attribute Beast Cores, 300 green Special Attribute Beast Cores, 1,500 green Normal Attribute Beast Cores, and other piles of medium-grade magic stones, lower-grade magic stones, as well as various types of treasures such as spiritual herbs and medicines.
Lu Feng was frowning.
Although these treasures were quite a lot, but if you wanted to use them to make sacrifices and summon the ancient gods to bestow blessings, this was clearly not enough.
What are you doing?
The fox girl's eyes widened, blinking as she looked at Lu Feng suspiciously. Hand over the treasures on your body, then contact the others and call out all the treasures on their bodies.
And the corpses of the various experts, drag them all over.
Lu Feng's gaze swept over the fox girl with a grave look. I'm going to use a special secret method. Destroy Zhao Shanglong's group and take you guys to kill a path.
Blood Road. This, secret method?
Looking at the imposing Lu Feng, and then at the field of treasures that Lu Feng had taken out, the fox lady eventually looked at the Jiangxin continent that was under fire outside, as well as Zhao Shanglong's commanders who had surrounded the Jiangxin continent.
Alright, little handsome, I'll listen to you.
All my treasures, I'll give them to you. The fox lady, whose snow-white shell teeth were biting her vermilion lips, directly piled most of the treasures in her spatial ring around Lu Feng. Things had come to this, she could only choose to trust Lu Feng. Or to die, as well as give Zhao Shanglong a slave. She was willing to trust Lu Feng's fight, even if it ended up being death. She didn't want to give Zhao Shanglong a slave.
Wait for me.
After taking out the treasures, the fox lady then immediately found the blizzard Arctic giant bear and the tiger head poisonous king bee as well as the hurricane steel clawed sharp eagle and the thunder scaled copper crocodile. These 4 experts didn't hesitate, they made the same choice as the fox lady. They also took out the treasures they had on them and handed them over to Lu Feng. And again, they braved the ferocious fire and collected the corpses of many transcendent realm experts.
Enough.
Sweeping over the countless treasures on the ground, Lu Feng, who had signaled the fox lady and the other 5 to stand back and wait, directly arranged the various treasures into a mysterious 7 mangled star pattern in accordance with the requirements of the secret law of sacrifice. Following that, Lu Feng slashed his palm and outlined it with blood to inspire the formation. Utilizing the super supreme grade talent. Sacrifice. Chapter 116 Sacrifice Intercepted.
Hoo-oo.
As Lu Feng's blood filled the heptagram formation, an ancient, shimmering purple-black ethereal light emerged out of thin air.
Ka-ching. Rumble.
After this formation was completely outlined, the sky was abruptly covered in dark clouds, and purple thunder flashed madly as it rumbled down unceasingly. It was as if it was about to split the heavens and earth, very earth-shattering. One could feel a strong battle, terrifying fear from the depths of one's soul. Lu Feng, on the other hand, was standing in the center of the formation, not moving a muscle. Through the formation, he was using the power of his mind to contact the ancient god in the underworld. Although Lu Feng possessed this super supreme level talent sacrifice. But because his strength was too low, he was only a transcendent mortal realm 9-star who had just stepped onto the path of evolution. And the sacrifice was something. To be honest, it wasn't really anything good to the extraterrestrial ancient gods. So it was too difficult for Lu Feng to find the right extraterrestrial stock god that was willing to help him and had no malicious intent. Lu Feng had to be patient enough. Slowly praying to the extra-dimensional ancient gods, striving to gain the favor of a certain extra-dimensional ancient god and obtain his blessings. With the power of the ancient god. Destroy this damned Zhao Shanglong and the thousands of experts beside him that surrounded the Qiongqi continent. He really can? In a corner to the side, the blizzard Arctic giant bear looked at Lu Feng with a complicated expression, muttering darkly in his heart. It should be. This formation, and this what's-her-name talent for sacrifice, sounds bullish. The thunder-scaled copper crocodile muttered softly, his gaze filled with worry. If he can't, then we'll die a horrible death. The tiger-head poison king bee was worried. This Zhao Shanglong will never let us go, he's too ruthless. Even though we were able to escape this artillery wash, every single one of us, right now, is severely injured. Whereas Zhao Shanglong has quite a few experts beside him who are waiting for us with ease. Once we are blocked by him with his man. The tiger-head poisonous king bee shook his head. Will definitely die a horrible death. Wish he could. The hurricane steel-clawed sharpshooter looked at Lu Feng with a burning gaze, his heart already in his throat. Lu Feng. The fox lady was also pursing her lips with clenched fists, looking at Lu Feng with great apprehension, somewhat worried. At the moment, the hope of these people of theirs to survive rested on Lu Feng. If Lu Feng failed, then they only had two options. Die. Or become slaves to Zhao Shanglong. They didn't want to be miserable and become miserable slaves who were beaten and beheaded by Zhao Shanglong at every turn. At this moment, while Lu Feng was preparing his sacrifice formation and communicating with the extraterrestrial ancient gods, looking for bona fide extraterrestrial ancient gods. Outside the Qiongqi continent. Go on, fire me. Bombard me hard. Zhao Shanglong, who had a hideous face, was excited as he looked at the Qiongqi continent, which had been enveloped by artillery shells and completely turned into a sea of fire. Especially when he looked at the fact that within the Qiongqi continent, quite a few transcendent realm experts who were usually highly powerful were blown into dismembered limbs at this moment. This made him even more excited. Fight with me, you pariahs, you will die. My father, who will definitely be the first city lord of Jiang City in the end times, will suppress Jiang City. Rule over Jiangchang. And I will be the young lord of Jiangchang. You pariahs, if you don't want to be my lackeys, then go to hell. With a hideous face, Zhao Shanglong once again waved his hand heavily. Don't stop, continue to bombard me fiercely. Move this Qiongqi continent completely flat. Ha 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 ha. Looking at the Qiongqi continent that was bombarded by thousands of shells, Zhao Shanglong laughed excitedly. It was only a pity that there was no signal in the end times, so the various missiles that required computers and chips to manipulate them couldn't be used. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to go through so much trouble at all. Because a single missile or hydrogen bomb could destroy the entire Jiangxin island in an instant. Even if he didn't use a hydrogen bomb, the father of bombs, which had 44 tons of TNT explosives, could easily destroy Jiangxin continent. But it doesn't matter, these various artifacts that don't need signals and bombard in the most primitive way are enough to wipe out all of these pariahs that dare to fight against me. As long as they are strangled in the cradle, so that Beast General and Beast Spirit level powerhouses cannot emerge among them. The entire river city will always be my Zhao family's. When I turn around and talk to my father, after he's honored as the city lord, I'll issue an order. That is, in the future, all the experts in Jiang City cannot evolve at will. All of them must obtain permission from my Zhao family and get an evolution certificate issued by the city lord's office before this can be evolved. In this way all experts in Jiang City will be registered by the city lord's mansion. And then any expert that doesn't belong to the city lord's mansion will have to evolve one step slower and one level lower than my father, than the city lord's mansion's experts. This way, our Zhao family will be able to rule River City forever. Anyone who dares to evolve without authorization will be damned if it's considered a malicious evolution that goes against the orders of the City Lord's Mansion.
And will be surrounded and beheaded by the City Lord's Mansion's experts. Clear. Ha 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 ha.
Thinking of this, Zhao Shanglong laughed out loud in excitement. Because according to his perfect plan, in the future, the strongest people in Qiongqi would always be his father and him. Then the second tier of people would be the experts affiliated with the Zhao family. Those ordinary citizens would only ever be able to submit to his feet than their first tier.
Go on, bombard me.
Thinking of this, the immensely excited Zhao Shanglong once again waved his hand heavily. Dare to disobey my orders, this group of pariahs, they all deserve to die. Young Zhao, 2 bases of shells have already been fired. Li Kong, who was following Zhao Shanglong, said respectfully, as long as the 3rd base number of cannonballs are fired again, this Jiangxin Island will definitely be completely destroyed.
Good. Zhao Shanglong laughed excitedly. Everyone, look. What's going on in this sky? How did it suddenly turn red?
At this time, a group of experts affiliated with the Zhao family murmured out in shock.
What? Zhao Shanglong suspiciously looked up.
Hiss, this. Looking at the red, as if the sky was burning with flames, Zhao Shanglong was confused.
Not knowing what was going on anymore.
And at this moment, within the Jiangxin continent.
Finally, it's done.
Lu Feng, who was in the 7-on star formation and had used his meditative spiritual thoughts to make contact with quite a few extra-dimensional ancient gods one by one, finally received a response from one extra-dimensional ancient god.
This extra-dimensional ancient god accepted Lu Feng's sacrifice. Who swiftly.
But at the moment when this extra-dimensional ancient god was about to bless Lu Feng, a sudden change occurred. Another outworldly ancient god spiritual thought that appeared out of nowhere suddenly replaced the outworldly ancient god spiritual thought that had expressed friendly spiritual thoughts towards Lu Feng and was ready to accept Lu Feng's sacrifice.
This left Lu Feng confused, not knowing what was going on.
But a scene that made Lu Feng even more stunned happened. In his meditative senses, Lu Feng realized that the extra-dimensional ancient god he had contacted at the beginning was actually unresisting towards the sudden appearance of the extra-dimensional ancient god's conviction. And it seemed to be fearful. Showing a war thrill. This made Lu Feng even more confused. What the hell was going on here? What exactly was the situation with this sudden appearance of the extra-dimensional ancient god that chose to intercept him? Chapter 117 Ancient God's Blessing, Burning Heavenly Flames. Strange, too strange. Looking at this trace of the ancient god's intent that had suddenly appeared, Lu Feng was confused, completely at a loss as to what to do. Not knowing whether he was good or evil. Just now, under the effect of the 7-on star formation, Lu Feng had communicated with quite a few extra-domain ancient gods with his thoughts. However, this huge extraterrestrial ancient god didn't even look at Lu Feng's sacrifice. It completely despised the treasures that Lu Feng had sacrificed. Luckily though, they didn't have evil thoughts and just ignored Lu Feng. But whether this ancient god who had suddenly intercepted the offer was friendly or disgusted, Lu Feng wasn't sure. If he was disgusted, then Lu Feng was truly defenseless. I'm afraid that his divine soul would explode and he would die a horrible death. No, something is too wrong. At this moment, Lu Feng sensed that the extraterrestrial ancient god that he had originally come into contact with and had goodwill towards him had suddenly cut off contact with him. Then the stunned Lu Feng even further sensed that quite a few extraterrestrial ancient gods that he had contacted before, at this moment, faced with this suddenly appearing cut-off extraterrestrial ancient god, were actually all displaying what seemed to be submissive intentions. What on earth was this situation? Lu Feng was even more completely confused. However, because his strength was too low, Lu Feng could only channel a weak intent into this underworld extra domain through the 7 mangled star formation of the sacrificial talent. Because there was only a weak idea, Lu Feng only had a rough view of the specifics of the outer domain and was unable to see the truth. Specifically, Lu Feng could only feel several simple emotions such as goodwill, malice, terror, joy, and war thrill. It was impossible to have a conversation, and even more so, it was impossible to see clearly. Ho ho ho! Without waiting for Lu Feng to continue feeling it, this sudden interception of the extraterrestrial ancient god, after showing goodwill to Lu Feng, directly completed the bestowal of blessings. A trace of the ancient god's divine power from beyond the domain was transported to Qiongqi through the 7 manifestations formation. The sacrificial treasures prepared by Lu Feng, on the other hand, were similarly teleported to the netherworld's extra-dimensional realm through the purple-black light emanating from the 7 manifestation formation. This is
The power of a god.
After obtaining this trace of power from the ancient god outside the domain while various treasures were being transmitted to the outer realm, Lu Feng subconsciously raised his head in astonishment and looked towards the sky. At this moment, Jiang City was already enveloped in a dense blaze. The entire sky was ablaze. It was as if the world was about to be destroyed. Ho ho ho! Under the surge of power, Lu Feng, who originally couldn't fly, suddenly took off. Under everyone's astonished gaze, Lu Feng unexpectedly took the form of a human, standing steadily, in mid-air in the Qiongqi continent out of thin air.
Lu Feng didn't step on anything.
Nor did he have wings.
He was just floating in the air. He succeeded in his sacrifice? He's now, what is this? Clueless, completely unable to comprehend. What kind of talent and move is this?
Looking at Lu Feng standing out of thin air, the blizzard Arctic giant bear and thunder copper crocodile as well as the tiger head poisonous king bee and the hurricane steel clawed sharpshooter were all staring with wide eyes, incomparably dumbfounded and stunned.
Completely dumbfounded. Lu Feng's situation at the moment was beyond their imagination.
On Lu Feng's body, it seemed to emanate a crowd of incomparably strong power from the underworld.
It made them want to kneel down, to pay homage to Lu Feng. So strong. The fox girl's throat knot surged as she looked at Lu Feng with a burning gaze. Women inherently had a strong mentality. As the best amongst women, the fox maiden had an extremely strong mentality of admiration for the strong.
In her mind, only the truly strong could completely conquer her. Lu Feng, however, was such a truly strong man. This made her unable to resist as her legs tightened together. Small fists clenched. Her delicate body trembled. Her pretty face flushed red.
Damn it, damn it. What the hell is going on here? How did he fly?
And outside the Jiangxin continent, looking at the suddenly changing sky, as well as Lu Feng who flew up out of thin air, Zhao Shanglong's eyes were filled with intense trepidation and consternation.
Quick, give me immediate shots, give me cannonballs aimed at him. Blow him up for me. Hurry!
The incredibly panicked Zhao Shanglong ordered with a stern cry through gritted teeth.
Yes, sir.
Looking at Lu Feng who was standing in mid-air out of nowhere, at this moment, Li Kong was also trembling with fear, his eyes showing horror. After all, with the sky being burned by the flames, Lu Feng who was standing in the air at the moment was really too terrifying, too scary. It made one's heart tremble just looking at it.
Immediately, fire. Hit me hard. Blast him to death for me.
Sweeping over the group of experts behind him, Li Kong gritted his teeth and roared his orders.
Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. Da-da-day.
Instantly, the muzzle of the gun sprayed out bullets, the RPG burst out rockets, the mortar fired out artillery shells, and the howitzer slammed out high explosive grenades.
At the same time, they fiercely blasted towards Lu Feng who was suspended in mid-air.
They wanted to ruthlessly blow up Lu Feng.
Bang. Boom, boom, boom. Hoo-hoo.
In an instant, countless bullets and shells exploded around Lu Feng's body.
He's dead, he must be dead. He'll be blown to pieces.
Looking at Lu Feng, who was enveloped by the explosions, Zhao Shanglong clenched his fists and roared sternly with red eyes.
Hoo-hoo. However, although he imagined it beautifully, the truth was cruel. After the explosion dissipated, Lu Feng was still unharmed, suspended in mid-air. It was like a deity on high. Not moving a muscle. Ignoring the world, ignoring everyone present, ignoring the entire Jiang city.
Hiss. You. Looking at Lu Feng, who hadn't been killed by countless bullets and shells, Zhao Shanglong was confused.
Gulp. Li Kang's throat knot surged violently as his eyes were similarly filled with intense fear. All experts who can fly, give it to me.
With a clench of his teeth, Li Kong once again ordered in a stern voice, give me a fierce charge and kill it.
Wow. Who? After Li Kang's order was given, a dozen or so experts who had animalized into flying fey beasts directly completed their animalization, and in the state of fey beasts, they fiercely pounced on Lu Feng.
Although they came with a fierce force and appeared to have a strong attacking power.
However, the towering Lu Feng only swept them with a contemptuous glance. Who? But in an instant, the dense flames swept over them.
These flying experts under Zhao Shanglong's command hadn't even lasted a minute, being quickly burned to death.
None survived. This is the power of the gods.
Lu Feng, who was suspended in mid-air, coldly swept his eyes over these experts who were engulfed in flames, and was secretly stunned in his heart. Although at this moment, he had only grasped a trace of power from the extraterrestrial ancient gods. However, Lu Feng had a feeling. That with just this trace of power from the god's residence, he could take the entire Jiang city. Easily destroyed. Turned into a sea of fire. But there was no need for that, and Jiang city had no enmity with Lu Feng, so why would Lu Feng want to destroy the entire Jiang city? Destroying Zhao Shanglong and those people would be enough. You guys, go to hell. Lu Feng opened his arms and embraced heaven and earth. God's miracle forbidden spell, burning sky flame. Who? At the same time Lu Feng's words fell, the rolling burning flames instantly fell from the sky like rain. The boiling flames were precise and incomparable, quickly falling on the thousands of Zhao Shanglong's subordinates who were surrounded by the Jiangxin continent with loaded guns. However, in an instant, Zhao Shanglong's subordinates, who were outnumbered, were engulfed in flames. They were engulfed by the flames and burned into a sea of fire. Chapter 118 Zhao Shanglong's death. Damn it, damn it. What to do, what to do? Looking at the thousands of subordinates that were engulfed by the heavenly flame blaze, Zhao Shanglong completely panicked. He had never expected that things would come out of nowhere and take such a strange turn. Lu Feng had unexpectedly become so strong all of a sudden. Originally, he was outnumbered and would undoubtedly win, but he was so miserably defeated. And he was also defeated so defenselessly. Young Zhao, there is no other way, withdraw. It's important to escape. Li Kang heavily gritted his teeth and reached out to pull Zhao Shanglong's arm. This Lu Feng is too strong. The siege of thousands of people together was defeated, even the cannonball wash couldn't kill him. There's no way out, we really kicked the bucket today. He's really perverted. Li Kang's eyes were filled with terror as he glanced at Lu Feng, who was floating and standing out of thin air. Go back and see your father and ask him to make a move. Lu Feng, we're no match for him. Me. Zhao Shanglong clenched his teeth, his heart filled with intense unwillingness. He didn't want to lose the battle so miserably. He didn't want to lose his identity as the young city lord of Jiang City. However, he was no match for Lu Feng. Young Zhao, withdraw. If you don't, you really won't be able to leave. Scanning over the thousands of experts who were struggling painfully in the sea of fire, falling down one by one, and being engulfed by the roaring flames one after another. At this moment, Li Kang, where else would he have the guts to go against Lu Feng? Retreat! Li Kang reached out and pulled Zhao Shanglong, then wanted to jump into the center of the river to escape. Wanna escape? In midair, under the sky of flaming red flames, Lu Feng, who was floating in the air, coldly swept his eyes over Li Kang and Zhao Shanglong, who were trying to escape. Die! Lu Feng only uttered one word. Then he reached out to Zhao Shanglong. Who? Instantly, fiery flames steamed and burned on Zhao Shanglong's body. No! Ah! In an unwilling roar, Zhao Shanglong directly became a burning humanoid torch. Ah! The moment Zhao Shanglong was burned, a female scream suddenly rang out from the room at Lu Feng's feet. A group of Arctic Blizzard Giant Bear and other experts who were shocked by Lu Feng's strong performance and were all looking at Lu Feng with admiration and worship, subconsciously, looked towards the woman who had screamed. Without looking, the crowd was embarrassed. The one who let out the scream was the fox woman. At this moment, she was sitting paralyzed on the ground, her snow-white slender legs were tightly stirred together, her pretty face was red, her small hands were holding the corner of her coat tightly, her eyes were burning, and she was staring at Lu Feng with drool. Although Lu Feng did not do anything, nor did he touch her. But she who was conquered by Lu Feng's strong strength. Still, her heart was surging. It directly took off in place. He, so strong. Lu Feng, really my idol. When will I, too, be able to evolve so strong? The Arctic Blizzard Giant Bear and the Thunder-Scaled Copper Crocodile and the other experts, although they could see the fox girl's loss of temper, they didn't laugh at the fox girl. Instead, they continued to worship incomparably, looking at Lu Feng who was suspended in the air. Lu Feng's strength was truly formidable. If they were women, then I'm afraid that their performance was no better than the fox lady. After all, there was no woman. Wouldn't like a strong man? Young Zhao, you have to hold on. In the sea of fire, Li Kang eagerly poured water on Zhao Shanglong, wanting to extinguish the flames on Zhao Shanglong's body. But unfortunately, no matter if he poured water or raised sand, he was never able to douse the flames on Zhao Shanglong's body. He could only watch and see Zhao Shanglong being engulfed by the flames. No, I don't want to die. Dad, save me. Zhao Shanglong, who was about to be completely carbonized in the burning flames, let out a miserable roar. Whoosh! At this time, a sudden change occurred. A beast that was extremely fast and even pulled out a trail of residual shadows suddenly appeared. It was a beast that looked like a cockroach after its bestialization. Snort! After this foreign beast approached Zhao Shanglong, it directly pulled Zhao Shanglong and wanted to quickly escape. Dad! Zhao Shanglong cheered out excitedly. So it's a cockroach. Lu Feng swept his cold eyes over and smiled coldly with disdain. This Xiao family's father and son were really interesting. The son was a mosquito after estivation. The father was a cockroach after bestialization. Two major pests. Die. Since this Xiao Shanglong's father had come, then Lu Feng would definitely not let him go. Therefore, Lu Feng, who sneered coldly, reached out his hand and made a point at Zhao Shanglong's father. Ho ho ho! Instantly, the blazing flames enveloped Zhao Shanglong's father. Hiss! The cockroach that Zhao Shanglong's father had transformed into vibrated his wings, trying to extinguish the flames. But unfortunately, even though his strength had reached the beast general realm, he simply couldn't extinguish the flames easily. There was no way that he, who had underestimated Lu Feng and overestimated his own strength, could only give up on rescuing Zhao Shanglong. Instead, he turned around and jumped into the river, fleeing for his life in misery. Trying to escape? Lu Feng, whose eyes were violently condensed, subconsciously wanted to chase after and decapitate this Zhao Shanglong's father. However, at this time, an intense tingling pain suddenly emanated from Lu Feng's mind. The magic power in the beast source was exhausted. Phew! With no other choice, Lu Feng could only slowly land. Brother Lu, you're too strong. Brother Lu, you're really mighty. A great favor, Brother Lu Feng. In the future, if there is a need, you can call out to me at any time, and I will ironically step in to help. After Lu Feng landed, the blizzard Arctic giant bear and the thunder-scaled copper crocodile as well as the tiger-head poisonous Wang Feng and other experts all rushed towards Lu Feng and greeted him respectfully. The admiration for Lu Feng was incomparable. It's nothing. Lu Feng waved his hand at the few people and took out a top-grade spirit stone and a flame crystal stone from his spatial ring, quickly restoring the magic power within the beast source. The moment he fell just now, he really almost fainted because his magic power was overdrawn and depleted. However, Lu Feng knew that he had to hold on and not show weakness. After all, one could not know a person's face. Although this tiger-head poisonous king bee and blizzard Arctic giant bear, several experts seemed to be looking at him respectfully at the moment. However, not long ago, they had surrounded and killed Lu Feng. If Lu Feng showed weakness, maybe they would have whimsical thoughts and turn against Lu Feng. Lu Feng! Lu Feng, you were so strong just now. So great. But fortunately, just as Lu Feng was physically weak, but had to hold on strongly and deal with these experts in vain, with two cries of alarm, the sisters, Chen Sweet and Chen Sugar, came running in a flurry of excitement. Although the two sisters were a bit dusty, they were fortunately physically unharmed. Well, I'm fine. Lu Feng nodded slightly to the Sweet Chen and Sugar Chen sisters, now that all the other experts were injured, so there were the two sisters, Sweet Chen and Sugar Chen. Lu Feng's safety could be guaranteed for the time being. Brother Lu Feng, take a rest first, we'll go help you pack up the loot. That person who saved Zhao Shanglong just now should be Zhao Shanglong's father, Zhao Chun. Everyone look for him and kill him quickly, don't leave behind any aftermath. Everyone is not allowed to hide the loot, these are all Brother Lu Feng's, whoever dares to hide them, Old Bear, will be the first to not let him go. After the sisters Chen Sweet and Chen Sugar helped Lu Feng sit down, the blizzard Arctic giant bear and the thunder-scaled copper crocodile and other experts walked out of the Jiangxing continent and packed up the loot. The thousands of experts led by Zhao Shanglong were all burned to death by Lu Feng with the burning sky flame. This was thousands of beast sources. A not-so-small fortune. Chapter 119, Inviting Brother Lu Feng to be the city lord. Brother Lu Feng, this is the beast corps of Zhao Shanglong and the thousands of experts under his command, so count them. It's just a pity that we let Zhao Chun, this dam, ran away. It's alright, with Brother Lu Feng's strong strength, this Zhao Chun will definitely not be Brother Lu Feng's opponent, sooner or later he will be beheaded by Brother Lu Feng. Half an hour later, the blizzard Arctic giant bear and the thunder-scaled copper crocodile and a bunch of other experts piled thousands of beast cores of various qualities, all in front of Lu Feng. Because Lu Feng was too strong, none of them dared to keep the beast cores and treasures private. Thanks. Sweeping over the thousands of beast cores, Lu Feng casually put them into his spatial ring. Although most of them were white ordinary beast cores that didn't serve much purpose. But Lu Feng couldn't use them himself, so he could give them to his sisters, Chen Sweet and Chen Sugar.
Let's go.
At this time, Lu Feng, whose body had slightly recovered after absorbing a piece of magic power from the top-grade Mordor and the fire attribute energy contained in a flame crystal, swept past these experts who surrounded him.
Today's matter ends here.
After saying that, Lu Feng took the sisters Chen Sweet and Chen Sugar and walked straight towards the outside of the Jiangxin continent. This time, when he came to the Jiangxin continent to search for treasures, Lu Feng had experienced quite a few twists and turns, especially the peak battle with Zhao Shanglong, who had made use of his sacrificial talent, and was very weak from overdrawing his magic power.
But fortunately, everything went without a hitch. Lu Feng finally got the Black Earth Spirit Crystal he wanted. He could find a place to carry out his fourth mutation evolution. Lu Feng couldn't wait to break through to the Beast General realm. Brother Lu Feng, wait a moment. Brother Lu Feng.
Just as Lu Feng stepped out of the Jiangxin continent, hundreds of remaining Transcendent Realm experts, led by the Blizzard Arctic Giant Bear and Thunder Scale Copper Crocodile, stopped Lu Feng.
You guys still have business?
Lu Feng frowned and swept over these experts suspiciously.
Brother Lu Feng, you are strong, we admire you.
Previously, we were provoked by Zhang Blood Fiend to besiege you, Brother Lu Feng. It was our fault. We have sincerely apologized and made amends to you, Brother Lu Feng. With that, the Blizzard Arctic Giant Bear several people bowed deeply towards Lu Feng.
Following that, the Blizzard Arctic Giant Bear looked at Lu Feng respectfully and incomparably.
Brother Lu Feng, Zhao Chun lost his son Zhao Shanglong this time, and several thousand of his subordinates, so it's unlikely that he'll be able to let it go. He is strong, sinister and cunning. He will definitely make a move against us and take revenge on us.
We need a leader to fight Zhao Chun to the end.
Therefore, we have discussed it and want to elect you, Brother Lu Feng, to be our leader and the city lord of our Jiang city.
The Blizzard Arctic Giant Bear grinned. I ask you, Boss Lu Feng, to go straight to the ring, take the golden book, seize the city lord seal, and be honored as the city lord. Please, Boss Lu Feng, be honored as the city lord.
I'm convinced that Boss Lu Feng will be the city lord.
Willing to serve Boss Lu Feng.
After the Blizzard Arctic Giant Bear's words fell, the Thunder-Scaled Copper Crocodile and the Tiger-Headed Poisonous King Bee as well as the Hurricane Steel-Clawed Sharpshooter also looked at Lu Feng respectfully.
Please, Boss Lu Feng, honorably ascend to the position of City Lord. Greetings, Boss Lu Feng. Boss Lu Feng, mighty.
The other 100 or so Transcendent Mortal Realm experts were also convinced and respectfully bowed down on one knee to Lu Feng.
Lu Feng's strong strength had completely conquered them.
Because Lu Feng had faced the siege of 7 experts at the beginning, not only was he unharmed, but he had also killed the Unicornine Poison Python and Zhang Blood Fury in succession. After that, during the siege led by Zhao Shanglong, Lu Feng was even more powerful, ignoring the artillery fire and killing hundreds of Transcendent Realm experts such as Zhao Shanglong, as well as thousands of armored combat vehicles and howitzers of medium to high-level experts with one-man strength.
This made them admire and worship Lu Feng even more.
In the post-apocalyptic world, the strong would gain respect wherever they went. And if you followed a strong person, then not only could you save your life, but you could also have a great future. Therefore, these experts, at this moment, were really respectful and completely convinced, wanting Lu Feng to be honored as the city lord of Jiang City.
To be Lu Feng's subordinate. You guys?
Scanning the hundreds of experts who respectfully bowed down on one knee to him, Lu Feng was somewhat stunned. In his previous life, although he had eventually become a party overlord. But there weren't this many experts under his command. One had to know that the lowest strength of these more than 100 Transcendent Realm experts present was a Transcendent Realm 5-star. After all, those with even lower strength, on the one hand, didn't have the qualifications to go to the Jiangxin continent to seize the treasure, and on the other hand, they would have long since been bombarded to death by Zhao Shanglong's artillery wash. So these 100 or so Transcendent Mortal Realm experts, their talent and bloodline were all very good. If they were properly cultivated, not to mention the Beast King realm, but it would be no problem to cultivate a few Beast Sect level experts.
Little Handsome, you're awesome, hey.
While Lu Feng was stunned by the performance of these Transcendent Realm experts, the Fox Lady hummed daintily and pounced on Lu Feng with a gust of fragrant wind.
Little Handsome, just accept their good intentions and become the Jiang City Lord. And then let me be the City Lord's houseperson, hee hee.
The fox girl flirtatiously squeezed her eyes at Lu Feng. Little handsome brother, as long as you let me be the city lord's houseperson, then in the future, I will listen to you in everything.
What do you want? People will cooperate with what you want.
Hee hee. Said, the fox girl charming incomparable, directly from the back to hold Lu Feng's waist, with a plump body, seductive rubbing Lu Feng. Little handsome,
people really like you well, hee hee. Come on, don't be flirty.
This was Chin Sugar who pushed the fox girl away without a good mood. You don't like Lu Feng, you want to be the city lord's wife.
Don't think I don't know what you think. It doesn't matter who becomes the city lord, as long as you become the city lord's wife, that's all that matters? Right?
Chin Sugar, who gave a light hump, directly clung onto Lu Feng's arm, proudly holding her head high,
declaring her sovereignty. You. Facing Chin Sugar's contempt, the fox girl was furious.
If Lu Feng wasn't there, she really wanted to directly get Chin Sugar killed.
What, you want to kill me?
Chin Sugar glanced disdainfully at the fox lady. Fine, come on, kill.
Ha, you think too much.
Although she was holding back in her heart, the fox girl could only hold back and endure.
After all, Lu Feng allowed the two girls, Chin Sugar and Chen Sweet, to hold his arm and rub it, but did not allow her to hold her arm and rub it. The meaning of this was naturally clear to the fox girl. With Lu Feng covering her, she couldn't afford to offend the two sisters, Chen Sweet and Chen Sugar. Boss Lu Feng, please assume the position of City Lord. Yes, Boss Lu Feng, please ascend to the throne of City Lord and lead us to exterminate the damned Zhao Chun, then seek a way to survive in the end times. The blizzard Arctic giant bear and the thunder-scaled copper crocodile, several people, looked at Lu Feng respectfully and incomparably. Boss Lu Feng, Lord of Jiang City, unify the province. Boss Lu Feng, mighty in the whole country. Boss Lu Feng, unifying Asia and the world.
Boss Lu Feng is not only the Lord of Jiangcheng, he can be the Lord of Asia and the Lord of the Earth.
The crowd of Transcendent Realm experts were even shouting loudly and without blushing, they were kissing Lu Feng's ass in all kinds of ways. You guys?
Lu Feng was speechless at his words. These people, they were simply wanting to take on his yellow robe.
So, should he accept these people's good intentions or not? To be the Lord of Jiang City. Chapter 120, Lu Feng's choice for the City Lord position. Lu Feng? Chen Tiany's big eyes blinked, and her beautiful eyes had a solicitous look at Lu Feng.
She was very gentle and obviously listened to Lu Feng in everything. If Lu Feng agreed to be the Jiang City Lord, then she would be good and help Lu Feng deal with the daily chores of Jiang City.
If Lu Feng didn't,
she wouldn't be lovey-dovey and have a problem with Lu Feng either.
Honey, do you want to be the City Lord?
You be it, be it. Unlike Chen Sugar, who had a cool personality and listened to Lu Feng in everything. Chen Sugar was humming, her eyes were full of excitement as she looked at Lu Feng, urging him on. It was very much hoping that Lu Feng would agree to the demands of the Arctic blizzard giant bear and other experts and honor the position of City Lord. Then he himself shifted and became the illustrious City Lord's wife.
Humph.
Looking at Chen Sugar, who hugged Lu Feng's arm and a good deal of pampering, the fox lady on the side gritted her teeth and coldly snorted, envious and jealous. She also wanted to hug Lu Feng's arm to be cute and pampered.
And then glory in the position of Jiang City's City Lord's wife. Cut. Chen Tiany swept a disdainful glance at the fox lady.
Although the fox lady was a little stronger than her and Chen Sweet, she and Chen Sweet were sisters, while the fox lady was only celibate.
So she just couldn't believe that Lu Feng would pick up the sesame and lose the watermelon. Giving up on her and Chen Tianan. After all, two. Better than one, right?
You. Chen Tianan's disdainful expression exasperated the fox girl even more, causing her to gnash her teeth in a good deal of angry rage.
However, there was nothing she could do about it.
After all, Lu Feng was going to protect the Chen Sweet and Chen Sugar sisters.
Cough.
Lu Feng, who dryly coughed a few times, interrupted Chen Sugar and the fox lady's open battle. Lu Feng, who was experiencing a woman fighting over her jealousy for the first time, although he felt that it was quite new and interesting, he was also a bit annoyed. After all, he didn't want to be like the ancient emperors who had a bunch of concubines who fought every day.
That would be too annoying. Lu Feng remembered an emperor who was almost strangled to death by a jealous concubine with a belt. So Lu Feng didn't want to miserably repeat the same mistake.
You people. After interrupting the fight between Chen Sugar and the fox lady, Lu Feng's gaze was grave as he swept over these more than 100 experts of Jiang City who respectfully saluted him.
The position of Jiang City's City Lord, this was indeed tempting.
However, Lu Feng decided not to accept the City Lord position after some careful thought. Because Lu Feng, who had experience in his previous life, knew very well that after assuming the position of City Lord, although he could hold the City Lord's golden seal, he could get the magic power of the city to which he belonged. Thus, the combat power of the city under his command could be significantly increased, and the speed of cultivation would likewise be increased to a certain extent.
can quickly shock the party, very prominent.
But there is also a disadvantage. That is, it will be confined to the city it belongs to, and will not be able to leave for a long time. After all, when one becomes a city lord, one has to be responsible for everyone in the city. Not only did he have to manage the city, but he also had to fend off beast tides and establish a large safety zone.
City lords in the end times didn't have the good treatment of just enjoying privileges and not paying a price.
In the end times, once the city's safety zone was washed away in a beast tide, then the city lord would bear the brunt of it and be subjected to magical backlash. In Lu Feng's memories, in his previous life, he had seen many city lords of city safe zones end up in tragic defeats because they failed to resist the ferocious beast tides or the attacks of other cities. Even if they managed to escape, they would be seriously injured by the magic backlash, or even die a tragic death. Although it is said that when you become a city lord, you will have the city's magic power to add support, and you will master a group of expert subordinates, so in general, as long as you cultivate hard and operate well, you will not be so miserable. However, this enchantment is limited to the city area. Once you leave the city area and go out on a treasure hunt, this power boost will be useless. Lu Feng, who wanted to mutate and evolve, could not avoid going out and exploring from time to time, searching for treasures in various dangerous places. So for Lu Feng, he didn't want to establish a subsidiary force too early and then completely confine himself to a certain place. After all, if the city's safety zone encountered a beast tide, he wouldn't be able to return in time to support it. This would be very troublesome. Lightly, his subordinates would suffer heavy losses. If it was serious, the forces would be subverted and he himself would suffer a backlash. So for Lu Feng, who possessed the divine beast popper bloodline, to be honest, Lu Feng was confident enough in his own strength that he didn't need this city pool magic boost at all. After all, as long as he was able to keep on evolving with strong mutations, this bit of enhancement from the city's power was really nothing to Lu Feng. If you want to keep mutating and evolving, you need to keep collecting all kinds of treasures. Staying in one place all the time, the treasures are all limited, and although the status may seem prominent, you can't sustain the mutation evolution. If I want to explore the hidden secrets of the end times and ascend to the top of the end times, I have to break out of the world, collect treasures all over the world, and continue to mutate and evolve. After all, the higher the realm, the more treasured the treasures needed for mutation evolution. Although Qiongqi is rich and fertile, many especially cherished treasures exist in the primitive forests, or in the sea and deserts.
There are none in Qiongqi.
Lu Feng muttered in his heart, so for me to be the city lord right now, this isn't cost effective. Thinking of this, Lu Feng swept over the group of experts.
Gentlemen, I appreciate your good intentions.
But I ask myself that I'm not strong enough to command all of Jiang City's experts to survive well and have a place in this end times. After all, I'm in the transcendent realm just like all of you.
If you want to become a rightful city lord, you should at least be in the Beast King realm.
Lu Feng scammed the crowd. Although I'm a bit stronger than you guys right now, as long as you all work hard to evolve, there will eventually be a certain expert who will become a Beast King. Become the well-deserved guardian of one side of Jiang City.
As for me, Lu Feng smiled, I won't stay in Jiang City all the time. So this city lord position, forgive me for not accepting it. Farewell.
After saying that, under the stunned gaze of the crowd, Lu Feng waved his hand at the sisters Chen Sweet and Chen Sugar and led the two girls straight away.
This. Boss Lu Feng, he, surprisingly, doesn't want to be the city lord. What is this?
Looking at Lu Feng's back, the crowd of Jiangcheng transcendent mortal realm experts at this moment were all very shocked.
Countless of them wanted to be the city lord, but they didn't have the qualifications. And Lu Feng could obviously be the city lord and could subdue everyone. But Lu Feng refused to be the city lord. It was really hard to figure out. Lu Feng, why did you refuse?
Chen Sugar's big eyes blinked as she looked at Lu Feng suspiciously. It's so good to be a city lord, how majestic.
I have my own arrangements. Lu Feng replied in a cold voice. What arrangement? How nice it is to be the city lord.
Chen Sugar beamed a bit unhappily. You say less. Chen Tianyi, who was on the side, immediately pinched Chen Sugar, then gently looked at Lu Feng. Whatever you do is fine, our sisters will always support you and follow you forever.
Lu Feng just smiled at that and didn't say much. Lu Feng. Save me.
Just as Lu Feng was leading the sisters, Chen Sweet and Chen Sugar, to walk out of the Jiangxing continent, a cry for help suddenly came from the pile of corpses by the roadside.
Lu Feng suspiciously swept back.
Ha! After seeing this person who was pleading for help from him, Lu Feng instantly laughed.
He immediately walked towards this person in large strides. This person was none other than Chapter 121. Lu Feng captures Chen Mengyuan alive. Chen Mengyuan. Lu Feng, save me. I'm so sick.
Among the pile of corpses, Chen Mengyuan, who had survived the heavy bombardment of the artillery fire that was washing the ground just now, was currently lying on the ground in a very weak and wretched state, with blood spilling out from the corners of her mouth. As for old Hu, he was unfortunately hit in the head by a shell that came down from the sky. He was blown up alive on the spot. Take her away. Looking at the wretched Chen Mengyuan, Lu Feng, who sneered coldly, dragged Chen Mengyuan out of the pile of corpses before casually throwing her to the sisters Chen Sweet and Chen Sugar. Cough. Chen Mengyuan coughed a few dry coughs, and blood emerged from the corner of her mouth again. Give her a few spirit herbs and elixirs, don't let her die. Lu Feng glanced at Chen Mengyuan's account of the sisters Chen Sweet and Chen Sugar. Okay. After Chen Sweet and Chen Sugar glanced at each other suspiciously, although they didn't know the relationship between Chen Mengyuan and Lu Feng, they immediately followed Lu Feng's request and stuffed a few spirit herb spiritual pills into Chen Mengyuan's mouth. Lu Feng, I knew that you must still have me in your heart, you definitely can't forget me and still love me dearly. After all, I'm so beautiful and attractive. Chen Mengyuan, who had recovered a bit after taking the spiritual herbs and pills, looked at Lu Feng with unparalleled joy. Lu Feng, you should have accepted their allegiance. Listen to me, you go and become the city lord. I want to be the city lord's wife. Chen Mengyuan was very excited. Already fantasizing that she would soon become the wife of the city lord of Jiang City, who was under one person and above 10,000 people. Ha! Lu Feng gave a cold laugh of disdain. He didn't bother to pay attention to the stupid Chen Mengyuan. The reason why he saved Chen Mengyuan and gave her spiritual herbs and medicines to recover her injuries. It wasn't that Lu Feng was stupid enough to continue licking her. Rather, Lu Feng would not let her die so easily. Are you kidding me? If Chen Mengyuan died so easily, then how could Lu Feng take out a mouthful of bad anger in his heart? Lu Feng wanted Chen Mengyuan to die a miserable death. Only then could Lu Feng avenge being green and killed in his previous life. Go. After finding a car that still worked, Lu Feng directly drove the car and took the sisters, Chen Sweet and Chen Sugar, as well as Chen Mengyuan away. Boss Lu Feng looks like he really doesn't intend to be our Jiang City lord. Looking at Lu Feng's departing back, the Arctic blizzard giant bear sighed bitterly. Unfortunately, it looks like I won't have the chance to hang out with Boss Lu Feng. What do we do next? The thunder-scaled copper crocodile's gaze was grave. Although Zhao Shanglong died, Zhao Chun managed to escape. He should be much stronger than Zhao Shanglong and is not easy to deal with. Yeah, he was able to escape from Boss Lu Feng's hands, that's still very capable. We have to think of a way to exterminate it. The tiger head poisonous king bee and the hurricane sharp claw falcon both muttered with some apprehension. Zhao Chun, although he managed to escape, he must be seriously injured. The blizzard Arctic giant bear scratched its head. Let's go back first to recover from our injuries and try to evolve to the beast general realm as soon as possible. Then we'll go find Boss Lu Feng, and together we'll kill Zhao Chun, this old dog's lair, and completely annihilate Zhao Chun. Even though Boss Lu Feng doesn't want to be the city lord, he will definitely help us in this matter of killing Zhao Chun. The blizzard Arctic giant bear grinned. After all, Zhao Chun has a grudge against him as well. Also, that's all we can do for now. Hurry up and evolve. The thunder-scaled copper crocodile, along with the tiger-head poisonous king bee and the hurricane sharp-clawed falcon, after muttering a sentence, left with their respective subordinates and returned to their lairs to resume their cultivation. At this moment, Zhao Chun, who had failed to rescue Zhao Shanglong in the burning heavenly flames used by Lu Feng and was seriously injured by Lu Feng, and who had managed to escape with his life by taking the opportunity of Lu Feng's beast source magic being depleted, fled back to his lair in a sorry state. Inside a luxurious manor in the heart of downtown Jiangcheng. Brother, what's going on with you? How did you get into this mess? Where is nephew Shanglong? Looking at Zhao Chun, who had fled back to the manor in a mess, Zhao Chun's two younger brothers, Zhao Xia and Zhao Qiu, both looked at Zhao Chun in shock. It was important to know that before the end times, Zhao Chun, who was a prominent big shot in Jiangcheng, when the end of the world had just arrived and the pre-apocalyptic order hadn't completely collapsed, he was the one who had seized this window of opportunity and utilized his prominent status and position to get a lot of rare and valuable resources. So he could be said to be the first human evolved beast general in Jiangcheng. It was even one step faster than even Lu Feng. But unfortunately, even though he had progressed fast enough, he was still no match for the incomparably strong Lu Feng. After all, for Lu Feng to evolve into a beast general, he was actually much faster than him. It was just that Lu Feng was pursuing a mutation evolution with solid roots and superb strength, so this was just a bit slower.
Immediately blockade the manor, anyone who dares to approach will be killed without pardon.
Zhao Chun, who had a cold face, swept his gaze over Zhao Xia and Zhao Qiu. You two, immediately bring people to patrol and search 24 hours a day, make sure the manor is 100% safe.
I want to cultivate and recover.
Zhao Chun, whose skin had been scorched by the flames, was truly in a sorry state at the moment. If it wasn't for the fact that his awakened beast source was a cockroach, and he happened to have inherited the cockroach's life-preserving talent, this time, he really would have been miserable. Together with Zhao Shanglong, he was burned alive.
Lu Feng, damn it!
After whisking away Zhao Xia and Zhao Qiu, Zhao Chun, who was in a sorry state, immediately took out all kinds of spiritual herbs and medicines and magic stone beast cores, and devoured them without stopping to reply. Zhao Chun knew very well that he and Lu Feng were already in an undying relationship.
Likewise, Lu Feng was his biggest enemy when he was competing for the position of Jiang City's city lord.
So he had to recover as soon as possible and find a way to decapitate Lu Feng.
Xianglong, father, I will definitely avenge you.
Lu Feng, damn it! Zhao Chun clenched his fist tightly. He swore to kill Lu Feng, to seize the bloodline evolution secret method, and then cultivate a large number of experts to become the lord of Jiangchang. Then he would attack the city and dominate the end times.
Lu Feng, you wait for me.
I don't believe that with a powerful move like that, you'll still be able to send it out a second time in a short period of time. Thinking of the burning sky flame that Lu Feng had summoned, Zhao Chun couldn't help but shiver. This burning heavenly flame was really strong. It could be said to destroy the heavens and the earth. With this move in place, it was truly impossible to kill Lu Feng with a wheel battle.
I'm going to use other means and find a few more experts. Zhao Chun, who was recovering from his injuries, secretly pondered, calculating how to get Lu Feng killed.
While Zhao Chun was working hard to cultivate and recover, Lu Feng was taking the sisters Chen Sweet and Chen Sugar, and Chen Mengyuan
found a vacation manor located on the outskirts of the city.
There were too many people who knew about the farm, so in order not to be disturbed, Lu Feng didn't choose to go back to the farm that could be easily exposed, but instead randomly chose such a secluded vacation manor.
Lu Feng, this place is a good choice, I'm very satisfied.
After getting off the bus, Chen Mengyuan stretched comfortably and swept over Lu Feng with a haughty face. I'm hungry, go cook for me.
I want to eat dompa pork. And carp-baked noodles. Chapter 122. Chen Mengyuan with a pit in her brain.
Hiss. This. After hearing Chen Mengyuan's words, in an instant, sisters Chen Sweet and Chen Sugar were both stunned in surprise. The two of them first looked at Chen Mengyuan dumbfounded. Following that, they simultaneously looked at Lu Feng with big eyes dripping with suspicion.
Completely unable to understand what was going on.
One must know that since they had known Lu Feng had always been aloof and had a cold and dashing temperament. Even when he did the most intimate things with them, Lu Feng didn't act like an unusual man. He would lie down in their arms and pamper them, or for the sake of comfort, in order to get them to agree to cooperate, he would spit out lotus flowers and eagerly coax them or something. At most, there was only some occasional baby behavior. But the demeanor was as cold as ever.
Ha!
Lu Feng didn't care about the surprised stares of the Chen Sweet and Chen Sugar sisters, but instead grew more and more playful and was very speechless as he looked at the pretentious Chen Mengyuan.
This brain with a pit R. Illy thought that Lu Feng saved her and was ready to beg her to make up? Ridiculous. Lu Feng, what's your attitude, you?
Seeing that Lu Feng wasn't pleasing himself, Chen Mengyuan instantly pouted her little mouth in dissatisfaction. If you keep treating me like this, then I'll never forgive you.
I'm warning you.
If you behave better, then I can forget about what you did to me before, as well as Lily and my brother.
Otherwise.
Chen Mengyuan held her arms with a haughty face. I really don't want to care about you anymore.
Pa!
The moment Chen Mengyuan's words fell, the sound of a crisp slap rang out abruptly.
Lu Feng, you dare to hit me.
Chen Mengyuan covered her face and looked at Lu Feng incredulously.
Could it be that she had thought wrong? Could it be that Lu Feng saving him wasn't Lu Feng realizing his mistake and wanting to beg her to make up?
Find an unoccupied house to lock her up, and deal with her after I finish evolving. Lu Feng didn't bother to pay attention to the confused and dumbfounded Chen Mengyuan as he swept a glance at the sisters Chen Sweet and Chen Sugar.
Yes. Okay.
Sisters Chen Sweet and Chen Sugar immediately obeyed and locked the struggling and shouting Chen Mengyuan into an unoccupied house.
Lu Feng, let me out. You asshole, you can't do this to me. Lu Feng, you and I used to be lovers at least, even if we broke up now, you still have the obligation to be good to me, to take care of me, to support me. Lu Feng, if you let me out now, I might still be able to forgive you. You asshole, you scum. Chen Mengyuan yelled and hollered loudly in anger. That.
Chen Tianyi, who heard Chen Mengyuan shout, was very slightly embarrassed, her long eyelashes blinking as she looked at Lu Feng. She's your ex-girlfriend?
Right.
Lu Feng slapped his forehead breathlessly. In his previous life, his head was really kicked by a donkey.
How was it that he was stupid enough to be taken by Chen Mengyuan, this one?
After all, it was not easy to find a two-legged toad in the world.
But two-legged women. That's not much. This way. Chen Sweet opened her mouth, not knowing what to say. She's really an oddball.
Chen Sugar, on the other hand, rolled her eyes. How can you look at this kind of woman? She also doesn't have any excellent place. In terms of body shape is far worse than me. In terms of looks, she's also no match for my sister. Saying that, Chen Sugar also deliberately straightened her full and firm chest. I was young and unintelligent in the past.
Don't say that.
Lu Feng shook his head helplessly. You guys rest, I'm going to prepare for evolution.
Don't disturb me without anything important.
Okay.
We'll make a good meal and wait for you to come out to eat.
The sisters, Chen Sweet and Chen Sugar, immediately responded in a well-behaved manner.
Oh, right. As Lu Feng turned his head, Chen Sweet suddenly hummed softly, Lu Feng, wait a moment.
Lu Feng turned his head back and looked at Chen Sweet suspiciously. This is the spiritual herbs and medicines that Sugar Candy and I searched for in the Jiangxin continent for you to use. Chen Tianyi obediently handed a canvas bag to Lu Feng.
There were quite a few spirit herbs and spirit medicines within it.
Very good.
Lu Feng nodded with satisfaction after receiving the canvas bag.
Because he had taken out many of the treasures on his body as offerings when he sacrificed them, Lu Feng was indeed quite short of spirit herbs and spirit medicines right now.
These are under me. And then this is for you guys. Lu Feng took out 3 purple gold spirit fruits from his spatial ring.
They were given to the sisters Chen Sweet and Chen Sugar respectively. There was also the pet little tiger. If you guys take it, you can make your bodies better and won't get injured easily.
And these.
Lu Feng casually waved his hand and stacked thousands of white ordinary beast cores in front of Chen Tian and Chen Sugar sisters and little tiger.
Although they don't contain much magic power in them, a mosquito is still meat, so if you guys spend some time absorbing them, they'll still be useful.
Ow! Little tiger excitedly pounced at Lu Feng, lying on Lu Feng's shoulder.
Thank you. I will definitely cultivate well. Chen Tianyi's big eyes blinked as she looked at Lu Feng with great emotion. Lu Feng, you're so good to me, how can I repay you?
Chen Sugar is even more active and incomparable, learning from Xiaowu's model, directly a pounce on Lu Feng's back, like an octopus general, soft and delicate body tightly wrapped around Lu Feng. And also active incomparable, with the fullness of the place, seductive rubbing Lu Feng.
Lu Feng, I have nothing to repay you, so I can only give my body in return. Let's go to the grove. I'm willing to reward you.
Saying that, Chen Sugar's small hand that was holding Lu Feng's waist, then naughtily and incomparably drilled directly into Lu Feng's t-shirt, and with her pink and white tender finger belly, drew circles on Lu Feng's abs and chest.
Candy. Don't you fool around.
This made Chen Sugar look at her pretty face for a good burst of redness. She hurriedly reached out and pulled Chen Sugar a bit.
In broad daylight and in front of outsiders, aren't you embarrassed? What's wrong with that? We're all Lu Feng's women anyway. Sister, you have not given Lu Feng, what are you ashamed of? Chen Sugar grunted, I don't think there's anything to be shy about anyway. It's the two of us serving Lu Feng together. Chen Sugar lightly grunted, I'm not shy either. Yeah, shut up.
You're such words.
How dare you say that?
Chen Sugar immediately stomped her feet eagerly, so shy that the roots of her ears were red. She wasn't as open as Chen Sugar. You guys have a good rest first, we'll talk about other things afterward. Looking at the shy and gentle Chen Tianyan, and the lively and lovely Chen Sugar, Lu Feng smiled and whisked Chen Sugar off his back. Right now, his top priority was to hurry up and evolve to the beast general realm, instead of craving for any male or female pleasure. Although the sacrificial talent was said to be strong in combat, the after effects were equally strong. At that time, if the sisters Chen Sweet and Chen Sugar happened to appear, Lu Feng was truly susceptible to being caught in the period of weakness that appeared after the sacrifice and being decapitated. Therefore, a talent like sacrifice could only be used as a last-minute pressure point. It was better to use it sparingly in normal times. After all, energy was constant, and the more benefits one received, the greater the price one paid would naturally be. Although Zhao Shanglong is dead, his father Zhao Chun has escaped and could kill at any time to avenge Zhao Shanglong's death. That's why we can't slack off in the slightest, we have to strive to evolve as soon as possible. Kill him and completely remove the aftermath. After exhorting Chen Tianyi and Chen Sugar for a few sentences, Lu Feng directly walked towards the bamboo forest at the back of the vacation manor.
Lu Feng.
At this moment, Chen Mengyuan, who was locked inside the room, suddenly opened her mouth to call out to Lu Feng.
Chapter 123, Preparing for the Fourth Mutation in. Lu Feng turned his head back and swept Chen Mengyuan suspiciously.
What did you give them? Chen Mengyuan stretched out her hand to Lu Feng with a face of entitlement. I want it too.
You have a pit in your brain, don't you? Lu Feng shook his head, completely unable to understand Chen Mengyuan's brain circuit.
Lu Feng thought to himself, it's hard to believe that Chen Mengyuan still thinks that he still likes her and wants to lick her even now?
This really can't tell the difference. Lu Feng, you scum.
Seeing that Lu Feng dared to reject herself, Chen Mengyuan immediately glared at Lu Feng with a puff of anger. No wonder you suddenly dumped me, so you found two mistresses.
Bah!
Lu Feng, you are really despicable and shameless. Chen Mengyuan gritted her teeth and roared, if I had known that you were so despicable and shameless, I shouldn't have agreed to you at that time.
Which of the men who chased after me back then were not better than you? Which one wasn't richer than you?
I was looking at you as a down-to-earth and reliable person, so I agreed to give you a chance.
You're good, you actually betrayed me.
You are really a shameless scum. Saying this, Chen Mengyuan again leaned on the windows to look at the sisters Chen Sweet and Chen Sugar. You'd better stay away from him, this scum man will green me now, and will green you later.
If you guys don't want to be green, you'd better leave him immediately, the farther away the better.
You guys must believe me, women don't lie to women.
I am doing this for your good.
Amidst Chen Mengyuan's shouting, the two girls, Chen Sweet and Chen Sugar, looked at each other breathlessly. Both of them ignored the blindly yelling Chen Mengyuan, and instead took the treasures given by Lu Feng and walked into the house.
You guys are really blind, actually looking at the scum.
Seeing the sisters Chen Sweet and Chen Sugar ignoring her, Chen Mengyuan had no choice but to glare at Lu Feng again. Lu Feng, let me out, you asshole.
You said you would be good to me for the rest of your life. Chen Mengyuan angrily rebuked, you can't do this to me. Stupid.
Lu Feng, who shook his head, was too lazy to pay attention to Chen Mengyuan, who had a pit in her brain, and instead walked directly towards the bamboo forest of the manor. In his previous life, he was cheated by Chen Mengyuan's PUA. But in this life, Lu Feng would never fall twice in the same place. To Chen Mengyuan this kind, Lu Feng was really very speechless. In her previous life, Chen Mengyuan this often PUA Lu Feng, saying that there were many rich and handsome rich second generation chased her, but she felt that these rich second generation were too philandering, so she chose the honest and reliable Lu Feng. This made the then Lu Feng foolishly believe, no matter before the end of the world, or the end of the world, unconditionally good to Chen Mengyuan. But now, Lu Feng had long since seen through Chen Mengyuan's PUA ghost trick.
Ridiculous, really ridiculous. It's...
Lu Feng shook his head disdainfully. He knew that in fact, a lot of women were actually like Chen Mengyuan, they all liked to say so to their current and pursuers. Indicating how rich they had been before, or how good the second generation had chased them. In this way to elevate themselves, PUA men.
Eventually sell yourself at a good price. But in reality? Maybe there really is this kind of rich second generation has chased them. But the second generation is just for fun.
The fact that they say that only exposes that they've been played by rich men.
Not how good they are. After all, it's hard to believe that a bag wrapped with quinoa ham can be sold as quinoa ham? How can that be? Ridiculous. Advanced chemicalization, I'll dispose of you later.
Sitting cross-legged in the clearing of the bamboo forest, Lu Feng opened his apocalypse and scanned himself.
Target, Lu Feng. Race, Earth Flame Rhino Peak Stage. Realm, Transcendent Realm 9 stars.
Skills, Mighty Pressure A+, Flaming Flames A+, Sharp Earth Spikes A, Brute Force Impact B+, Crazy Outburst B, Detoxification C+, Passive Skill. Talents, Apocalypse Super Supreme Grade, Sacrifice Super Supreme Grade.
Beast Source Stored Magic, 450,000 purple. Final Evolutionary State, Divine Beast Poverty. Evolutionary routes, 2.
Designated evolution, 30,000 magic power, 5 green special earth attribute beast cores, 5 green fire attribute beast cores, 1,000 green normal beast cores, 5,000 lower grade magic stones, 1,000 copper essences, and 500 silver essences, which can be evolved into an earth fire attribute explosive inflammation earth giant rhinoceros. Mutant evolution, 50,000 magic power, 10 blue earth attribute beast cores, 10 blue fire attribute beast cores, 500 green special attribute beast cores, 3,000 green ordinary beast cores, 1,000 middle grade magic stones, 10,000 silver essences, 3,000 gold essences, 1 yellow earth spirit bead, 1 blazing flame Qiongqi, and the rest of the special materials are unlimited and can be mutated and evolved. Note, there is a certain chance of triggering the blast evolution. The magic power of the beast source energy is only a measly 400 points left. This is still because I absorbed a top-grade magic stone and a flame crystal immediately after the sacrifice was completed. Otherwise the magic power would probably have dropped to 0. Looking at his attributes, Lu Feng couldn't help but feel a little fearful in his heart. Although sacrifice is strong, it should never be used more than once and used indiscriminately. The after effects are really strong. Lu Feng's gaze was grave as he took a deep breath of cool air. In the future, if you use sacrifice, you must ensure 2 things. 1. Kill all the people and foreign beasts that can threaten me in the surrounding area, not leaving a single one behind. So that there are no more enemies, naturally I'll be safe. Secondly, it is to have people who are trustworthy enough and have enough fighting strength by your side. Lu Feng clenched his fists, so that there is enough safe recovery time, there will be no danger. In the future, we must be cautious, and cautious again. Lu Feng, who took a deep breath, clenched his fists tightly. If after making use of the sacrificial talent and majestically killing the 4 directions, being picked up by someone who took advantage of his weakness and sneak attacked, that would really be too miserable to die in peace. First replenish the magic power in the beast source. Then start evolving. After secretly giving himself a good reminder in his heart, Lu Feng took out the spiritual herbs and medicines that the Chen Sweet and Chen Sugar sisters had searched for just now, and then took out the beast cores of Zhao Shanglong and the other group of transcendent realm experts. He began to devour and absorb the magic power within it to replenish the beast source. Phew! An hour later, Lu Feng, who let out a long breath, finally replenished the beast source that had been depleted of its magic power. Next, it will be time for the 4th mutation evolution. Lu Feng's eyes burned with excitement. Finally waiting for this day, he directly took out his spatial ring and prepared all kinds of heavenly materials. The most basic, 10 blue fire attribute beast sources, 10 blue earth attribute beast sources, as well as 500 green special attribute beast sources and 3,000 green ordinary beast sources. There were also 1,000 medium grade magic stones, 3,000 gold essences, and 10,000 silver essences. There was also 1 yellow earth spirit bead. 1 residence of flaming Qiongqi. Apart from these, Lu Feng took out the special materials that he had painstakingly prepared. 1 piece of red flame meteorite gold. 1 piece of purple cloud divine Ganoderma. 2 purple gold spirit fruits. 1 piece of black earth spirit crystal. That's enough. Looking at the countless treasures in front of him, Lu Feng took a deep breath with a grave gaze and arranged them into a hexagram formations, then cut his finger and lowered his blood, enough for the formation. Whew! Instantly, countless dense demonic chi enveloped Lu Feng within the hexagram formation. The 4th mutation evolution had begun. And as expected of Lu Feng, this time, because the special materials were well prepared, Lu Feng was again lucky to the core and triggered. Blast Evolution. Chapter 124 Blitz Evolution, Berserk Lava Giant Rhinoceros. Moo. 3 hours later, an earth-shattering, resounding throughout the manor and the valley, so that countless birds and beasts and such exotic beasts, all panicked prostrate and then the ground, by the bloodline pressure deterrent, incomparable fear of the war horror of the cow roar, resounded through the earth. This sound of bull roar can be described as shocking heaven and earth, resonating through the heavens. Not only was the bloodline ordinary, the realm of the beasts at the bottom of the realm for the war scare. Even some beast general level, bloodline is very high beasts, no matter whether it is flying birds or beasts of prey fish and insects, are all terrified, was shocked by the body trembling. It was as if they had encountered a deadly natural enemy. My God! This. Shocked by this earth-shattering bull's roar, the sisters Chen Sweet and Chen Sugar, who walked out of the room, were equally stunned and shocked as they looked at the bamboo forest at the back of the manor. At this moment, the bamboo forest had already been engulfed by the burning flames. In this roaring flames, there is a huge incomparable, like a small mountain general, let a person look, scared to tremble, cannot give birth to the slightest resistance of the heart, wanna kneel down to worship the strong flame beast.
This flame beast could be vaguely seen, still in the form of a rhinoceros.
It was about 30 meters long, about 15 meters high at the shoulder, and about 10 meters wide. On its body, there was a fiery red, as if it was steel, thick and sturdy, flowing with magma flames of hard armor. The bull's tail fluttered and the flames burned. All the mosquitoes and beasts that dared to approach were immediately smoked and incinerated. Oxos trampled, no matter whether it was trees and stones or foreign beasts, they would all be easily trampled without any resistance. And above the bull's head, the sharp and incomparable horn is flashing harsh and cold. It seems to be able to put the mountain can be ruthlessly stabbed out an oversized hole. This huge size, super weight, strong strength. It can truly be described as terrifying to look at. It was truly defenseless. Wanting to kneel down and worship. He. So strong. Sisters Chen Sweet and Chen Sugar clenched their small fists, dumbfounded and stunned as they looked at Lu Feng, who was incomparably strong after evolving again. Was it true that she had never seen a beast general level Fey beast before? It was like the hurricane falcon and the two-headed viper that she had seen in the valley before, as well as the flaming golden scorpion in the crater park, or the Xian steel spiked mouse king in the Jiangxingzhou park, all of which were beast general level Fey beasts. But these beast general level beasts were compared to Lu Feng. They were really unbeatable scum. It seemed that Lu Feng only needed to step down with one foot. He could easily crush them. Gudong. Phew. Sisters Chen Sweet and Chen Sugar were really dumbfounded and looked at Lu Feng with unparalleled admiration. Especially Chen Sugar, her snow-white straight attractive legs were subconsciously tightly stirred together. There was already some impatience, wanting to accept Lu Feng's brutal bull top. Because after the mutation and evolution, became so strong, huge Lu Feng. It could definitely provide her with sufficient, more useful and huge poor man's essence than the previous effect. She only needed to obtain this treasure. Then surely she could also evolve rapidly, impacting the beast general level. Ho ho ho. At this moment, under the stunned gaze of Chen Tian and Chen Sugar, the flames in the bamboo forest dissipated. Lu Feng, who had completed his fourth mutation evolution. He lifted his bestialization and resumed his human form. Cool. The body is filled with intense power. It seems like I can directly blow up a small mountain with this punch. Lu Feng, who didn't realize how much of a shock his beastification just now had caused to the Chen Sweet and Chen Sugar sisters, as well as all the nearby Fey beasts, was. After lifting his beast formation, he felt the abundant power in his body and was excited. What kind of Fey beast did I become after entering the beast general level? Lu Feng, who was excited in his heart, opened his apocalypse and swept over himself. Target person, Lu Feng. Race, Berserk Lava Giant Rhinoceros Growth Stage. Realm, Beast General Realm 3 stars. Skills, Mighty Pressure S, Lava Burning Flame S, Berserk State S, Bursting Earth Spike A+, Brute Shock A, Toxin Immunity A, Passive Skill, Flame Tail Whip A. Talents, Apocalypse Super Supreme Level, Sacrifice Super Supreme Level. Beast Source Stored Magic, 150,000 red. Final Evolutionary State, Divine Beast Poverty. Evolutionary Routes, 2. Specified Evolution, 100,000 Magic Power, 1 Magma Fire Crystal, 1 Yellow Earth Crystal, 1 Purple Special Earth Attribute Beast Core, 1 Purple Fire Attribute Beast Core, 100 Blue Special Attribute Beast Cores, 3,000 Green Special Attribute Beast Cores, 1,000 Top Grade Magical Stones, 5,000 Middle Grade Magical Stones, 10 pieces of Xianjin, 100 pieces of Xianin, and 5,000 pieces of Xiantai, which need to be evolved in an underground magma pool. The beast can evolve into an earth magma beast with earth and fire attributes. Mutation Evolution, 150,000 Magic Power, 100 Purple Earth Attribute Beast Cores, 100 Purple Fire Attribute Beast Cores, 1,000 Purple Special Attribute Beast Cores, 10,000 Blue Special Attribute Beast Cores, 500 Top Grade Magic Stones, 5,000 Top Grade Magic Stones, 100 Meteoric Iron, 5,000 Xianjin, 10,000 Xianin, a clump of foreign flames, 10 drops of Earth's Mind Liquid, and the rest of the special materials are unlimited. The evolution of mutation can only be carried out in a special flame or land secret realm where the fire attribute or earth attribute is extremely dense. Note, there is a certain chance of triggering the storm evolution. So I'm a Berserk Lava Giant Rhinoceros after animalization at this moment. Looking at the attributes swept out by Apocalypse, Lu Feng secretly muttered in his heart. I used more special treasures this time, so I skipped the juvenile stage and directly evolved to the 3-star growth stage of the Beast General Realm. Worthy of being in the Beast General Realm, the skills have also changed tremendously. Looking at the skills he now possessed, Lu Feng's eyes burned with excitement. The mighty pressure evolved to S rank, and my awakened Pauper Chi bloodline, 1 more point. Then the previous flaming flame has turned into the current S rank lava burning flame. The temperature has been raised too many times more than before, so after it is jetted out, it is even more powerful as it burns through everything. Lu Feng clenched his fists in excitement, and this newly appeared berserk state, this up to S skill, what does it do? Lu Feng once again used apocalypse sweeps to scrutinize it. Got it. After some careful research, Lu Feng completely dawned on him. This berserk state meant that Lu Feng could trigger the berserk state if he encountered a strong enemy during a battle. After triggering the berserk state, Lu Feng's combat power would be fully enhanced within 10 minutes. Basically, all of his skills would receive a 20% increase. It could be said to be a really useful killer weapon when necessary. It was worthy of being an S-rank skill. My name for this evolution into the Beast General Realm is Berserk Lava Giant Rhinoceros. Berserk, naturally, is this berserk state. Lu Feng laughed. Lava, it's lava burning flame, and giant rhinoceros, it's the huge size. It's really a beast as its name suggests. Other than these 3 skills, the other skills have changed as well. Lu Feng continued to check his attributes and muttered softly, a plus-ranked explosive earth spike, a ranked brute shock, and a ranked toxin immunity. Later on, this last a rank flame tail whip. These few skills, what are they for? Lu Feng's eyes burned with excitement as he checked them out in turn. Chapter 125 Lu Feng's combat strength soars. A plus great explosive earth spike. After utilizing this skill, the ground will suddenly crack open, forming a deep pit that resembles a trap, causing the enemy to fall into this deep pit when they are caught off guard, thus restricting the enemy's movement. And at the bottom of the pit, there will be a sharp and incomparably sharp earth thorn. This earth thorn will quickly burst after it is stuck into the enemy's body, blasting the enemy into a bloody mess. After studying this bursting earth thorn for a good amount of time, Lu Feng was really excited and his eyes were glowing with excitement. This explosive earth spike skill, worthy of being an A+ rank skill, was really strong enough. It could be said to be a combined attack of both the earth and fire attributes. Only because it was a group attack skill, the killing power caused by a single earth spike burst wouldn't be as strong as lava burning flame, and for that reason this was only an A+ and didn't reach S. But this was also very strong. After all, once this attack came out, all the enemies surrounding Lu Feng within a radius of a dozen meters around Lu Feng would quickly fall into the trap and either be zapped into a sugar gourd or blown into a kebab. In short, they would all be miserable. Compared to Lu Feng's previous sharp earth spike skill in the Transcendent Realm, the lethality had increased by more than half a star. It could be said to have been increased several times over. Cool, very cool. Lu Feng muttered before looking at the next skill. A ranked brute bull impact. This skill would be very understandable. Lu Feng slightly shrugged his shoulders and muttered with a smile. Brute bull impact, this was sort of the same physical way of attacking skills as the violent impact and strong impact and other skills possessed by many fey beasts with strength and size attributes. Purely by relying on Lu Feng's big body of this giant rhinoceros after his animalization, he used his strong body that weighed up to 100 tons to press people with his strength. To be honest, this move seemed plain and simple. It was actually very strong. Because after Lu Feng's animalization, he was large enough. So this mountain-like reminder, in the midst of running violently, it was completely like the entire ground would shake with the stomp of a foot. The impact of this eruption was like a landslide. Not to mention people. It was a 30-story skyscraper that was placed in front of Lu Feng. It would be directly knocked over by Lu Feng and collapsed. It could be said that it was a force of 10. After all, as long as the power was strong enough, all the plots and tricks would only be superficial wounds, none of which could stop Lu Feng's powerful impact. This move, facing a land-walking type that's a bit smaller than me, an alien beast that focuses on strength and defense, that's a strong move that's completely easy to crush. But when facing a flying one, or a speed-based, smaller-sized foreign beast, that won't be much use. After all, people aren't stupid, they can choose to avoid with speed or flying advantage. For this reason this skill, since it's only a physical attack and then there are various restrictions. So it can only be a ranked. After muttering, Lu Feng then looked towards an A-rank skill inside and outside, which was the flame tail whip. Whip the tail and sweep out flames. So it was. After studying it for a while, Lu Feng was suddenly enlightened. This skill was a bit chickenish. There wasn't really much use for it. This was because at the beast general level, a skills easily could no longer cause any fatal damage to an expert of the same level. So this skill was a skill that prevented Lu Feng from being attacked by a sneak attack after his beast formation. The same was also an animal instinct. Every animal would grow a tail. For one, it was used for balance, such as the cheetah when running away, it relied on its tail to balance its body. Secondly, it was used to repel mosquitoes and insects. Lu Feng's flame tail whip skill had obviously evolved from the second point. After Lu Feng's animalization, his butt was indeed a weak point because of his excessive size. It was as if he had accidentally encountered a sinister beast like the hyena elder, who was used to pulling out and stealing attacks. Or if he ran into a lion beauty that liked to eat lychees. Lu Feng would be able to suddenly flick his tail and explode this flame tail whip skill, smacking them around and burning them to death miserably. Although it's a bit chicken-ribbed, perhaps at critical moments, it can also explode with unexpected effects. After all, there are no useless skills, only inappropriate timing. Lu Feng, who smiled, looked at the last skill again. Evolved from detoxification, the A-ranked toxin immunity skill. This skill is still useful, although it's only a passive skill, it can save your life. It should be because in this mutation evolution, I added the purple haze god chi that possesses antidote effects, so this antidote skill was upgraded to become this toxin immunity skill. Not bad, not bad. Lu Feng, who muttered, clenched his fists and felt the dense power in his body. Normally, a beast general would possess at most 1 or 2 A-rank skills. Even a beast general with a strong talent would only possess 1 A+ rank skill. Even a beast general with a divine beast bloodline would only possess 1 S-rank skill at most. Lu Feng, on the other hand, this time, he directly possessed 3 S-grade skills. Although one of them was an S. But still, an S was still an S. Not to mention, Lu Feng also possessed an A+, 2A, and an A skill. These skills added up to Lu Feng's huge size after his bestialization, as well as the earth and fire dual attributes of surprise, in addition to the strong shock of the divine beast's pressure. Lu Feng's combat power had really gotten a huge spike. Although Lu Feng's current realm was only a Beast General 3-star, but in unusual bloodline, a Beast General 8 or 9-star expert would be unbeatable scum in front of Lu Feng. Even if it was a Beast Spirit 2 or 3 stars, that was not Lu Feng's opponent. Only an expert who also possessed a divine beast bloodline could fight against Lu Feng at this moment at Beast General 8 or 9 stars, or Beast Spirit 1 or 2 stars. Yes. Thinking of this, Lu Feng was even more overjoyed. Sure enough, mutation evolution, especially blast evolution, it was really surprisingly strong. If Lu Feng had chosen the designated evolution at that time, or if he hadn't obtained the Black Earth Spirit Crystal, he would have directly chosen the unusual mutation evolution. After Lu Feng evolved, he definitely wouldn't be as strong as he is now. After all, at this moment, Lu Feng, in addition to having these strong skills, because of taking 2 purple gold spirit fruits, not only did he have a strong lava armor after bestialization. After this bestialization, the 5 viscera and 6 bowels of the giant rhinoceros, as well as the 5 viscera and 6 bowels of the humanoid state when he lifted his bestialized form, all had strong defense. Let's put it this way, the 5 viscera and 6 bowels were the common weaknesses of both humans and foreign beasts, and both were very fragile. When ordinary people and foreign beasts were hit, their internal organs would be damaged. Especially internal injuries. It would be very troublesome. Even if the problem was not visible at the time, it would cause strong after effects afterward, or even backfire fatally. However, Lu Feng's 5 viscera and 6 bowels were incredibly sturdy. Unusual attacks were simply unable to injure Lu Feng's 5 viscera and 6 bowels. Even if he encountered a fierce attack, Lu Feng's 5 viscera and 6 bowels could dislodge some of the force, thus suffering less damage. The next evolution is to enter the beast spirit realm. I'm definitely going to choose altered evolution. Lu Feng, who muttered, looked towards the materials needed for the next mutation evolution. Ha! But at that moment, Lu Feng, whose eyes swept over his arm, suddenly stared. An abnormality was discovered. Chapter 126 Mysterious Ancient God Seal. The seal on Lu Feng's arm changed. Not only was the mark representing the beast origin upgraded from the original purple color to the red color at this moment. Even more so, on Lu Feng's other arm, a mysterious and bizarre pattern with a crimson triangle within a black circle appeared. What is this? What exactly does this represent? Lu Feng was very confused and immediately swept with the heavenly enlightenment. Ancient God Seal? Because it contains a power not possessed by the current world, the exact effect is unknown. After scanning through the mysterious pattern with his apocalypse, Lu Feng was even more confused.
A power not of the current world? It's called the Ancient God Seal.
Lu Feng frowned tightly. That should be related to the blessing I received when I used my sacrifice talent to communicate with the extra-dimensional ancient god during my previous battle with Zhao Shanglong.
It was that strange ancient god who suddenly cut me off and left a mark on me? Why would he do that?
Lu Feng scratched his head suspiciously. In the underworld, he sensed those ancient gods, each of them with extremely large bodies. The ones that were dormant in the universe seemed to all be like a planet in size when they stood up.
The smallest seemed to be as big as the moon.
A single punch smashed down seemed to be able to cause wild galactic tides, directly destroying some asteroids.
This kind of incomparably strong extraterrestrial ancient god, why did it leave a mark on him, on his body? What on earth is the meaning of this? What exactly was the purpose? Lu Feng was really puzzled at the moment.
But there was nothing he could do about it.
Because he was really weak.
These extraterritorial ancient gods only needed a finger, or even a strand of hair. It could all crush him to death. I can only wait until my realm improves in the future and then slowly explore. Lu Feng, who secretly sighed in his heart, shook his head. At this moment, he could only press down the fox in his heart and chose to keep his doubts for the time being. After all, he was just annoyed again, but with his current strength, he couldn't solve this matter. Also won't know this extraterrestrial ancient god. In the end, what is the purpose? Why will suddenly leave me such a mysterious ancient god mark?
Whatever, it's a blessing that can't be avoided. Let everything be as it is.
Lu Feng, who slightly shrugged his shoulders, directly put the matter of this ancient god seal completely behind him.
Just take it as one more tattoo on his body. Nothing much.
In addition to the level of the beast source being raised, the content of the magic stored within it has also been raised. From the original 50,000, it has become 150,000 now.
Now it's only a measly 100 points.
Lu Feng scratched his head in embarrassment. Need to search for treasured spiritual herbs and treasures like Mordor and beast cores as soon as possible to boost the magic power reserves.
Then there's what's needed for the next evolution.
Lu Feng directly ignored formulating an evolution and chose to view the mutation evolution.
Purple earth and fire attribute beast core?
This one requires some effort. After all, it's true that it's not very easy to find a beast core that's a purple earth and fire attribute altered beast. Then blue special attribute beast core, extreme grade magic stone, top grade magic stone, meteorite iron, Xian gold, Xian silver.
These are all basic materials.
Although they are a bit rarer, as long as you put in some effort, you should be able to gather them all quickly. Lu Feng's eyes lit up. Zhao Shanglong's old man, Zhao Chun, before the end of the world, he was the #1 big shot in Qiongqi. So then when the end times first came, he must have collected a lot of rare treasures based on his strong power.
This is my money-giving boy.
Lu Feng smiled. He must be killed. Firstly, to avenge the elimination of future troubles, and secondly, to seize the treasures. Zhao Chun, I hope you have more treasures of all kinds and don't let me down. Lu Feng laughed. I'm counting on you to provide me with the basic treasures I need for my next mutation evolution.
Ha ha.
After laughing excitedly, Lu Feng looked towards the next mutation evolution and specified the special treasures needed. 1. 1 bush of foreign fire. The second, 10 drops of earthly mind liquid. Earth mind liquid, this Lu Feng knew very well. It was one of the extreme treasures of the earth attribute, and it was extremely treasured.
It possessed extremely strong earth attribute energy. And it also had a certain nurturing ability. That is to say, even experts and exotic beasts of other attributes would become stronger accordingly after absorbing the earth attribute mind liquid. If there were injuries, they would also be healed. After all, the earth was the mother of all things. It could heal all injuries. Regardless of whether it's a human being or a foreign beast, even if it's a bird of prey, then it can't be separated from the earth. Why else would the old man in the countryside say that when a cat is about to die, let it smell the earth's air and it might get better? This is the effect of the earth. It embraces all things and nourishes all things. This earth's mind liquid, look in a cave in a big mountain, or a place like the desert or the Gobi, and you should be able to find it. But this foreign fire. Lu Feng rubbed his forehead with some annoyance. Although there was no labeling of what kind of foreign fire was needed in the need for mutation evolution. So no matter if it was the green lotus earth heart flame, or the red lotus karma flame, the pure lotus demon flame, or the meteoric heart flame, they should all be usable.
But this kind of foreign fire is very hard to find. They would randomly appear in volcanoes, or mass graves, or cliffs, or even the sea and glaciers. It takes a lot of effort to get them. And it's also very dangerous. Because usually, around this foreign fire, there must be a strong high bloodline companion foreign beast. If one wanted to capture the foreign flames, one would have to kill these strong foreign beasts. It's not easy to evolve to the beast spirit realm. Lu Feng, who sighed softly, looked towards the last two fixed requirements in the variant evolution requirements. It needs to evolve in a fire or earth attribute extremely dense, special flame or land secret realm. Looking at this requirement, Lu Feng pondered slightly. Got it, it should be that the attribute energy required for this fifth mutation evolution is particularly huge. So it can't be like the previous mutation evolutions, just find a random place and evolve. This kind of secret realm is not difficult to find in the end times. After all, as the time of the end times will increase, under the shroud of demonic qi, bizarre changes are constantly occurring all over the globe. Especially in some primitive forests and the sea. There are even countless secret realms and treasures. Lu Feng laughed. The reason why ordinary people can't find the secret realms is because their strength is too low and they don't dare to go to the primordial forests and the sea to search for treasures. Because if you rush out like that, you'll probably die of misery before you even find the treasures. But for me, Lu Feng snapped his fingers, little coz. There's still a need to find a way to get some special treasures, and go from mutant evolution to blast evolution. Take your time to find it. After muttering, Lu Feng took out the various spiritual herbs and beast cores that were left over from earlier to replenish his magic power. Although these treasures could be used for the evolutionary needs afterward. However, Lu Feng still decided to replenish his magic power first. After all, as long as he had enough strength, then he could completely plunder more treasures. There was no need to be stingy and frugal. Chapter 127 Chen Sugar devours Lu Feng's poor man's essence. Phew! When Lu Feng practiced this, he practiced directly until the evening of the next day. There's nothing left. This has completely become a pauper. Looking at the countless beast cores and magic stones beside him that had been sucked out of their magical reserves, as well as the various spiritual herbs and medicines that had been devoured, Lu Feng shrugged his shoulders slightly in helplessness. Because his beast source level was as high as red, he was able to store a huge, river-like amount of magic power within it. For this reason, Lu Feng was like a gold-swallowing beast. In just one night, he had quickly consumed all of the countless heavenly treasures. It's really all gone. There's nothing left at all. Lu Feng swept a glance at his spatial ring, and within it, there were only 2 lone flame crystals left. This was still something Lu Feng had deliberately kept as a spare. After all, it could replenish fire attribute energy. So it might be useful in some emergency moment in the future. Otherwise, it would have been sucked up by Lu Feng as well. How much magic power has been replenished? Lu Feng suspiciously opened the apocalypse and scanned himself. Target person, Lu Feng. Race, Berserk Lava Giant Rhinoceros Growth Stage. Realm, Beast General Realm 3 stars. Skills, Mighty Pressure S, Lava Burning Flame S, Berserk State S, Bursting Earth Spike A+, Brute Shock A, Toxin Immunity A, Passive Skill, Flametail Whip A. Talents, Apocalypse Super Supreme Level, Sacrifice Super Supreme Level. Beast Source Stored Magic, 80,000 150,000 red. Final Evolutionary State, Divine Beast Poverty. Evolutionary Routes, 2. Specified Evolution, 100,000 Magic Power, 1 Magma Fire Crystal, 1 Yellow Earth Crystal, 1 Purple Special Earth Attribute Beast Core, 1 Purple Fire Attribute Beast Core, 100 Blue Special Attribute Beast Cores, 3,000 Green Special Attribute Beast Cores, 1,000 Top Grade Magical Stones, 5,000 Middle Grade Magical Stones, 10 pieces of Xianjin, 100 pieces of Xianin, and 5,000 pieces of Shentai, which need to be evolved in an underground magma pool. The Magma Beast can be evolved into the Earth and Fire attribute of the Earth Core Magma Beast. Mutation Evolution, 150,000 Magic Power, 100 pieces of Purple Earth Attribute Beast Core, 100 pieces of Purple Fire Attribute Beast Core, 1,000 pieces of Purple Special Attribute Beast Core, 10,000 pieces of Blue Special Attribute Beast Core, 500 pieces of High Quality Magic Stone, 5,000 pieces of High Quality Magic Stone, 100 pieces of Meteorite Iron, 5,000 pieces of Xianjin, 10,000 pieces of Xianin, a bush of Foreign Fire, 10 drops of Earth's Heart Liquid, and the rest of the special materials are unlimited. The special flame or land secret realm where the fire attribute or earth attribute is extremely dense is required for mutation evolution. Note, there is a certain chance of triggering a blitz evolution. Only 80,000. So many treasures have been sucked up by me, and I've actually only replenished a mere 80,000 magical power.
I'm really a 100% appetizer.
Looking at his attributes, Lu Feng scratched his head helplessly, very distraught about it. In the future, when I loot treasures again, I need to keep an eye on high-level spiritual herbs, spiritual medicines and beast core magic stones to loot. The only ones who are qualified to be plundered by me are beast generals, or beast spirit level experts. Transcendent realm experts, and those in their lower realms, the treasures they collect, as well as their own beast sources.
It's basically of little use to the current me.
It can't replenish much magic power. Lu Feng shook his head helplessly. Because the level of the beast source had reached red, only red of the same level, or gold of the higher level, would be of great use to Lu Feng. Other than that, purple and blue level beast cores could be used to replenish magic power. Below that, green and white, for Lu Feng, they were equivalent to stones on the ground.
Not only were they useless, but they also pinched his feet.
Get ready, it's time to settle the score with this Zhao Chun and plunder his treasures. Lu Feng, who stood up, stretched his waist and had a very burning gaze. Not only was he not worried about Zhao Chun's strong strength now, instead, he also hoped that Zhao Chun would preferably regain his fighting strength and that his realm would be further advanced to reach Beast General 7 or 8 stars. Then under Zhao Chun's command, it would be best to have a dozen or so Beast General experts as well, and then even more hundreds of Transcendent Realm experts. Because of this, Lu Feng could better plunder the treasures. After all, they were in Lu Feng's eyes, that is. Walking beast cores. Ha ha. Lu Feng, who laughed loudly, stepped out of the bamboo forest. At this moment, he could be said to be invincible in the beast general realm. Even an expert who also possessed a divine beast bloodline, even though his realm had reached beast general 8 or 9 stars, he could at most fight Lu Feng to a draw, and would never want to injure Lu Feng. So of course Lu Feng was fearless. Even though this Zhao Chun, before the end times, was a big shot. But at the moment, it was the end of the world, and everything had been reshuffled. Lu Feng was still afraid of him. Kill. Lu Feng, who was raging, took a step to the manor hall.
Lu Feng.
How are you? Sisters Chen Sweet and Chen Sugar immediately jumped to Lu Feng's side, their eyes burning with excitement as they looked towards Lu Feng. Just now, Lu Feng's strong appearance after his animalization had completely shocked them. It made them worship Lu Feng more and more. Lu Feng nodded slightly and swept over the sisters Chen Sweet and Chen Sugar. What about you guys? Lu Feng, the purple gold spirit fruit you gave us works, our body sturdiness has improved tremendously.
Chen Tianyi hummed softly, defense has been strengthened.
Yes it has. Chen Sugar hummed lightly, Lu Feng, now that my sister and I have both reached the peak of the transcendent mortal realm's 9 stars, we are almost ready to enter the beast general realm. Very good. Lu Feng nodded slightly in satisfaction, you guys are in no hurry to enter the beast general realm.
Why? Chen Sugar's big eyes blinked as she looked at Lu Feng suspiciously.
Because without obtaining special high-level treasures, even if you enter the beast general realm, you won't be too strong. Lu Feng laughed, so there's no need to rush, it's not too late to evolve after I find you special high-level treasures that match your attributes.
That way. Chen Sugar lightly hummed, then I'll wait for you. Thank you.
Chen Sugar gently looked at Lu Feng, you rest, I'll go cook.
Aha! Lu Feng touched his stomach, after practicing for a day and a night, he was indeed a bit hungry. You're tired, aren't you? I'm giving you a massage.
At this time, after Lu Feng sat down, Chen Sugar with a twinkle in her eye, obediently walked behind Lu Feng and tenderly kneaded Lu Feng's shoulders.
Aha!
Lu Feng hummed lightly through his nostrils, comfortably enjoying Chen Candy's massage.
How's the strength?
Chen Sugar hummed softly and held Lu Feng's head, making Lu Feng comfortable on his own warm pillow.
Very good.
Lu Feng comfortably closed his eyes in fake sleep. After squinting for 10 minutes, Lu Feng, who hadn't felt Chen Sugar's massage, suddenly felt his belt being tugged.
You!
Lu Feng suspiciously opened his eyes and was instantly stunned. Chen Sugar unexpectedly did not know when, but had already behaved and taken the initiative to be incomparable, charmingly kneeling at his feet.
Aya, you woke up? Well. Don't move.
Under Lu Feng's gaze, Chen Sugar, with a light hum, mischievously and charmingly squeezed her eyes at Lu Feng. You rest well, I'll give you a massage, detoxification.
Well,
said Chen Sugar with a pink cherry mouth. She continued to be very good and gentle, and tried her best to do a detoxification massage for Lu Feng. She felt that the best treasure was Lu Feng's poor essence. Especially since Lu Feng had just gotten stronger again. So, of course, she had to seize the opportunity. Because she couldn't wait.
Wanted to devour and absorb Lu Feng's poverty essence.